On the bed in a luxurious bedroom, a soft, voluptuous body pressed against a man's chest, the rich scent of perfume instantly filling Li Yun's breath. "Darling, it's still early, we can continue for a while longer." The Baroness wrapped her arms around his neck, her long golden hair cascading down her shoulders, her bright red lips almost touching his ear. In the dimly lit castle bedroom, the candlelight flickered. Heavy curtains blocked out the last rays of the setting sun, and the mechanical clock on the wall ticked incessantly, as if calculating the time for the Baron's return. She had blonde hair and blue eyes, deep-set features, and fair skin. Her elaborate and gorgeous court dress perfectly outlined her voluptuous curves. Mature and charming, she was not only a beauty in the eyes of countless men, but also a renowned socialite in aristocratic circles, though she had some peculiar hobbies that were unknown to others. She only falls for young, handsome, and melancholic boys, and Li Yun, with his black hair, brown eyes, and good looks, is the first person in the past 2 years to truly capture her heart. The Baroness leaned against Lian's chest, her slender fingers slowly tracing his collar, her eyes revealing an undisguised fervor. "Oh, this is wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Tell me, what do you want? Anything I can give you tonight I can give you." Lian reached out and pressed down on her wrist, which was sliding downwards. "Tell me the way to the black market." The Baroness froze. She looked up, a flicker of surprise crossing her emerald green eyes. "The black market? You approached me, wasn't it because you admired me?" "I'm sorry, madam." Lian looked at her, his tone unusually serious. "Our relationship is just a pure transaction. Please don't let vulgar emotions get involved." There was a 2-second silence in the bedroom. Far from being angry, the Baroness burst into laughter. She had seen too many men who coveted her body and wealth, but she had never met a young man like Lian. Despite having the upper hand, he remained calm and rejected her without hesitation. The more unattainable something is, the more it itched to possess. The Baroness moved closer to Lian again, and gently placed a kiss on his cheek with her red lips. "What a heartless little fellow! But I like it. Change your clothes tonight, and I'll take you there myself." Lian is the person who understands the Baroness the most in the world, without exception, even better than she understands her. Because he is a veteran player, he has defeated this NPC in the starting town more than once in this game. Not long ago, he was sitting in front of his computer, thrilled to have completed the entire storyline, unlocked all the achievements, and finally finished the game. But just as he successfully completed the game, everything suddenly went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself transported into a game world that was all too familiar to him. This is a Western fantasy game set in a steampunk and Cthulhu universe, titled The Witch and the Apocalypse. The world is inhabited by ancient sea gods and witches, as well as many supernatural elements such as cursed objects, containment agencies, and the worship of evil gods. Every so often, the world faces a new apocalypse. Ordinary people, if they want to survive, can only pray that the disaster doesn't befall them. However, Lian was well aware that as long as the plot continued to develop in the original direction, no matter where he hid, he would ultimately be unable to escape the fate of destruction. Because whenever the apocalypse occurs, people will assume that the disaster originated from 5 witches, regard them as calamities that will destroy the world, and ostracize, hunt them down, or even kill them. But Lian, who knew the truth, understood that this was just a means for the church to establish its authority and gather believers. In addition, the royal family and nobles deliberately spread rumors to divert public anger and pin all the blame on the witch. Ultimately, this led to the 5 witches becoming completely corrupted, causing a series of disasters and endlessly plunging the world into a cycle of destruction. To survive, he must actively alter the storyline. He is intimately familiar with the entire game's narrative, knows the timing of each disaster, and understands the preferences and weaknesses of the hidden characters. Most importantly, he clearly remembered the true reasons why each witch met her demise. The complete plot, map, characters, and item guides in his mind were Lian's greatest asset. A plan gradually took shape in Lian's mind. He would use his complete memories of completing the game to save the 5 witches, rewrite their destined tragic fate step by step, and completely reverse the world's impending destruction. Right now, the reason Lian is in such a hurry to go to the black market is to obtain a key item to prevent the Flower of the End incident a month from now. Lian's gaze passed over the Baroness and landed on the Imperial Times scattered on the floor. The newspaper was published in the year 137 of the new calendar, in the month of Frost's descent. The Times front page featured a photo of Princess Anna attending a charity event. The girl in the photo is wearing a gorgeous long dress and a mask with intricate carvings on her face. To ordinary people, it was just an ornament worn by the princess to maintain her mystery. But Lian knew better than anyone that the end curse was lurking beneath the mask, eroding her. 30 days later, she will transform into a black rose that devours half the kingdom, bringing about the first apocalypse. But Lian is no longer the player who can stand by and watch with indifference. He became the only audience member in this despairing world who knew the entire tragic script. No, he had to become the director who changed the script. The Baroness always kept her promises. That evening, she changed into a black dress, donned a black cloak and mask, and personally led Lian to the black market. Nightfall permeated every corner of Greenwater town. The steam and noise of the day gradually subsided, turning into a damp, cold fog that enveloped the streets and alleys, mixed with the smell of rust and coal ash. The dim streetlights flickered laboriously in the thick fog, casting swaying, blurry halos of light. Lian and the Baroness sat in a luxurious carriage until it slowly came to a stop at the entrance of a secluded alley. "Let's go." The Baroness extended her hand, and Lian, who was also disguised, helped her down from the carriage. The two entered the dark alley together. The sewage flowed slowly along the grooves at my feet, emitting a strange smell that was a mixture of putrid sweetness and metallic stench. The crisscrossing steam pipes overhead emitted a low rumble, and hot condensate dripped down from time to time, hissing as it hit the stone pavement, and rising in a small cloud of white mist that dissipated in an instant. The walls on both sides were covered with strange symbols and faded advertisements, most of which read, "Mechanical prosthetic repair," "Anonymous psychological counseling," and "Cheap holy water." At the end of the alley stood an inconspicuous, rusty iron gate. There were no markings on the gate, only a relief, almost illegible and covered in dirt, shaped like a twisted gear. Lian's eyes brightened slightly. He knew they had arrived. Without an NPC to guide them, even players familiar with the entire map wouldn't be able to find their way, as this was a rule of the game. The Baroness glanced back at Lian, her red lips peeking out from under her mask curving slightly upwards. She raised her hand and, with a specific rhythm and force, knocked on 3 fixed spots on the iron gate, 3 times to the left, once to the right, and a long press in the middle. Soon, the clicking sound of gears turning and the low hissing sound of some kind of air pressure being slowly released came from inside the door. The iron gate slid open inwards, revealing only a narrow gap just wide enough for one person to squeeze through sideways, and an even stronger, strange odor immediately wafted out. It smelled of aged oils, inferior spices, and chemicals mixed together, with a faint, almost imperceptible, sweet, fishy odor, as if it came from deep-sea silt. Behind the iron gate was not a room, but a narrow spiral iron staircase that stretched all the way down into the ground. The dim red light bulbs embedded in the wall provided no illumination, instead making the rusty railings and walls appear even darker. When the visuals in a game become part of the real world, the experience is completely different. Lian took a deep breath, feeling both excited and a little uneasy. He and the Baroness squeezed sideways into the doorway, and the iron gate closed silently behind them, completely shutting out the thick fog and faint sunlight from the outside world. The two continued down the iron ladder, their footsteps echoing hollowly on the metal steps, mingling with the faint human voices and eerie mechanical humming coming from the depths. The surrounding air grew increasingly stuffy and hot, and the mingled smells became more and more complex. When the two reached the end of the spiral iron staircase, the space before them suddenly opened up. A vast underground space, converted from an abandoned steam boiler room, lay completely before Lian's eyes. This was the Raymond black market he had been searching for. Chapter 2 Key Item, the Silent Pocket Watch. "Welcome to the black market, my sweetheart." The Baroness took Lian's arm and whispered in his ear. She said she occasionally comes here to buy potions to enhance her libido. The black market stalls are haphazard, mostly cobbled together from dirty canvas and metal sheets. The stall owners hid in the shadows, some wore strange masks, others concealed their faces with hooded robes. The customers were equally silent, merely wandering between the stalls. Occasionally, people would stop and whisper to each other, and the transaction would be completed silently in their sleeves or under the stall. Lien quickly scanned his surroundings, avoiding the stalls that reeked of spiritual pollution, and also bypassing several areas that were deliberately bustling and designed to lure in new customers. Then he walked straight to the southeast corner. There, an old man was squatting behind a huge, abandoned gear, with only a dirty tarpaulin in front of him. The old man was so thin he looked like a skeleton covered in skin, with a monocle made of gears and lenses haphazardly pieced together above his eyes. He was polishing bone artifacts by the dim blue light of a lamp. The stall had very little: a few rusty coins, a broken pocket watch that wouldn't work, a piece of dried-out tendril, and a few pieces of metal of unknown purpose. The Baroness followed, clearly not understanding what good stuff could possibly be found at such a shabby stall. She usually only frequented the high-end boutiques with their towering metal towers on the black market. Lien stopped and said to her, "Madam, perhaps you could go and buy what you need first." He didn't want anyone to know what he really wanted to buy. The Baroness paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded. "Okay, we'll meet at the door in 15 minutes. After she left, Lien immediately squatted down, his gaze falling on the brass pocket watch covered in patina. The twisted patterns on the case looked natural, but in Lien's eyes, they were clearly hidden sealing runes belonging to the Silence realm. "How much for this?" he asked calmly, pointing to the pocket watch. The old man grinned and said, "Good eye. This watch can stop time. It'll come in handy for murder, robbery, and bank raids. Only 100 gold pounds." But Lien didn't need his introduction at all. This was a god-tier artifact in the early game, the silent pocket watch. After winding it up, time would stop for 3 seconds within a 5-meter radius, with a 24-hour cooldown. The cost is also clear: with each use, the holder will hear a frantic whisper, like that from the deep sea. Lien pulled a small cloth bag from his pocket and tossed it to the old man. Inside were at most 3 gold pounds, plus a few dozen silver taels, all generous gifts from the Baroness. The old man paused for a moment. Usually, only appraisers can discern the effects and costs of magical items at a glance. "You are an appraiser?" Lien neither admitted nor denied it, but simply looked at him. "What do you think?" Greed flashed in the old man's eyes. He turned and pulled 3 mud-covered items from his back pocket. These were new goods delivered by the gravedigger. He hadn't had time to have an appraiser examine them yet. Lien possesses game memories, so valuable items naturally won't escape his notice, and as for genuine scrap metal, there's no need for him to pretend to know. "Useless copper leaves, nobody wants them. A cursed marionette, a one-time use item, worth at most 100 silver sparrows. This is good, a blessed feather. If made into a pen, it can be used to write best-selling books." The old man was completely convinced, and immediately stuffed the cold brass pocket watch into Lien's palm. "Come to me if you need anything in the future. I'll give you a discount every time you appraise something for me." "Okay, it's a pleasure doing business with you." Lien gripped his pocket watch tightly, the cold metal piercing his palm. He didn't linger, quickly disappearing into the shadows of the black market. During the transaction, he had already felt more than one gaze briefly fall on him. Just as he was about to reach another exit, he caught a glimpse of something else out of the corner of his eye. Encased within the transparent crystal was a slowly pulsating, deep blue object, resembling a heart or the embryo of some marine creature. It exuded a tranquil and profound aura, as if capable of drawing one's soul into the boundless depths of the sea. The first cry of the deep-sea singer. This is one of the key trigger items related to the Siren Sangming storyline in the late game. It is extremely rare and should have appeared in a hidden shop in the very late game. Lien's heart skipped a beat, but she forcibly looked away, her steps not faltering at all. Now was not the time. His funds, strength, and timing were insufficient to access items of this caliber. Taking away key items prematurely could sometimes create a butterfly effect that could lead to disaster. A quarter of an hour later, Leon met the Baroness. The two left the black market together, walked through the alley, and got back into her carriage. The Baroness smiled and produced an exquisite glass bottle containing a pink liquid. A mysterious blasphemous potion. This one is called Spring Chan. Would you like to try it with me? Lien smiled and declined. Madam, drug use is a pastime for the rich. For a penniless young man like me, it would only be a disaster. Thank you for your invitation, but please allow me to decline. All right, come find me when you've thought it through. I wouldn't mind if you were my long-term lover. I'm sorry, ma'am. I don't have those kinds of feelings for you. Let's just keep it as a pure friendship. The Baroness was not angry. On the contrary, she admired the beautiful young man with a melancholy air even more. In Greenwater, and indeed throughout Yorkshire, almost no man could resist her. They were either after her beauty or her wealth. Yet Leon, though clearly poor, seemed even more arrogant than her. He lacked the servility that comes with class stratification, and he didn't possess the naivete of an ordinary youth. It was as if he was born to control everything. The Baroness couldn't help but kneel down at his feet again. The swaying carriage shook violently, and the coachman could only pretend to be deaf and mute. Just as Leon had finished enjoying the Baroness's free services, a brass bullet unexpectedly pierced through the carriage and struck her head precisely. The disheveled blonde beauty instantly lost consciousness, collapsing stiffly into Leon's arms. A crimson rose bloomed on her forehead. Chapter 3 Hera the Dragon Girl. This world is just that dangerous. Leon had no time for fear. He pulled up his trousers, pushed open the carriage window, and jumped out. Fortunately, he was wearing a mask and a cloak, so the coachman didn't know his identity. Otherwise, the blame for the Baroness's murder would most likely have been pinned on him. That night, he boarded the next steam train to the capital as planned. Outside the window, Gothic spires and giant gears flashed by, but Leon had no time to think about the Baroness's death. According to the game's storyline, at noon tomorrow, Princess Anna's most trusted personal maid, Sheila, will self-destruct in White Dove Square. That girl has been with Anna for 12 years, yet this riot will result in 126 deaths and 2,189 injuries. Anna's previous efforts would be in vain. She would be politically isolated, exiled to the Moon Tower, and completely lose control under the corrosive influence of the curse and the immense mental pressure. Therefore, Leon must stop Sheila. The train arrived at the station early in the morning. He checked into a cheap hotel for a short rest and reviewed his plans again. At 10 o'clock in the morning, he spent 10 copper coins to buy 2 kebab rolls, one to fill his stomach and the other to keep in his trench coat pocket. At 10:30, he went to a second-hand machinery shop and bought a lead box and a telescope for a silver spoon. At 11 o'clock, Leon took a trolleyless double-decker train to White Dove Square, and half an hour later climbed the tallest clock tower. He stood atop the tower, scanning the crowded throng through his binoculars, and finally whispered, "Found her!" With brown curly hair, freckles on her face, a blue ruffled dress, and carrying a basket of bread and milk, Sheila looked kind and gentle. She alighted from the luxurious carriage and headed straight for the most crowded area of the square. For the past 3 days she had come here to help the starving children, so they swarmed around her when they saw her. No one would have imagined that today Sheila wasn't there to give alms, but to carry out a terrorist attack. Leanne immediately rushed down the clock tower and ran towards her. At 11:55, he pushed through the crowd and finally reached Sheila's side. Just as Sheila was about to pull open her inner robe, Leon wound up his pocket watch. The world lost its color and sound, and time stopped for 3 seconds. As if walking through a still oil painting, Leon precisely dissected Sheila's chest cavity and removed the beating heart-shaped crystal. It was a cursed object, and the source of the explosion. He placed the crystal into a lead box, and time resumed its flow. Sheila collapsed to the ground, and a commotion immediately broke out around her. "What happened to Miss Sheila? Quick, take her to the hospital!" The older children carried her on their backs, while the other children led the way, rushing towards the hospital. Leanne mingled in the crowd, yet the whispers of the ancient gods echoed in his ears. In the game, it only caused a drop in sanity, but now, experiencing it firsthand, the pain felt like it was tearing his soul apart. He forced himself to leave, but then saw two men in black double-breasted coats, each with a badge entwined with thorns pinned to their chests, coldly scanning the crowd. The Anomaly Containment Bureau, the most troublesome neutral law enforcement force in the game. His actions had clearly triggered a butterfly effect. The chase quickly unfolded in the narrow alleyways, and Lien, relying on his familiarity with the terrain, narrowly escaped several times. Finally, he entered a dead end. At the end, the walls were seeping a black, asphalt-like substance, and the intense heat distorted the air. Lien recalled the game's description. After the ancient god's breath dispersed the mist, the world entered a chaotic era, with cracks and distortions occurring frequently. The witch became the only being able to resist these forces, serving as both a guardian and a source of disaster. What lay before him was a crack about to form, and his second objective for this journey. Preventing Sheila's self-destruction would only save a few hundred people, not enough to completely change Anna's fate. He needed to gain greater power to get closer to Anna. The newly formed rift is dangerous and unstable, yet it also has weaknesses. The core of the rift is like the eye of a typhoon, the only safe area, and passing through it is his only way to survive. Just as Lien was about to touch the distorted center, a cold, arrogant female voice, filled with supreme authority and irritation, poured into his ears from above. "Get out of my way, you ant! This crack, and those pitiful remnants of the ancient god inside, are all mine. Here she comes, the one I've been waiting for." Lien looked up and saw a stunningly beautiful woman with silver hair and crimson eyes hovering in midair. Her skirt was tattered, her breathing disordered, but her eyes remained as proud as millennia-old ice. Hera, an ancient dragon, is the second interactive witch in the game. Tormented by hunger and the backlash of an old pact, she has a 99% chance of tearing anyone who provokes her to shreds. Players have even given her the codename Brutal Dragon. Her record is wiping out 30,000 players in a single attack. At the alley entrance, the agents from the Containment Bureau were already approaching. Lien Lei had come here to wait for her. He took out a kebab roll and threw it to Hera without hesitation. "Let's make a deal. You get the food in exchange for helping me resolve the troubles that follow. I also know where the remains of the Pale Feast Master are, and I can help you break the contract." Hera caught the meat roll, a look of surprise flashing in her crimson eyes. She sniffed it, took a bite, and then stared intently at Lien. 2 seconds later, the meat roll vanished completely. "Insects, is there any more? Having survived this crisis, I'll buy you as much as you want to eat in the future." Hera raised her head arrogantly. "You mere meat rolls, you dare to order me around?" Lien directly read out her favorite foods: smoked meat, apple pie, pineapple cake, donuts, caramel coffee, dream croissant, cream of mushroom soup, York roast whole lamb, golden roast suckling pig. These hidden hints were all discovered by players through trial and error. Hera loves food, but the game designers deliberately hid this trait. Hera almost drooled, but finally said coldly, "If you dare to lie to me, I'll devour you like a kebab." Just a second before the containment agent stepped into the alley, Hera grabbed Lien and pulled him into the rift. She survived by devouring the remnants of ancient gods, making her a true immortal dragon. However, her contractor betrayed her, stealing most of her power and leaving her weakened to this day, only able to constantly traverse the rift and devour the sparse aura of ancient gods to sustain her life. Within the core of the rift, Hera absorbed the surrounding energy, her pale skin gradually regaining its color, and her beauty becoming increasingly stunning. However, her clothes remained tattered, making her resemble a princess of a fallen kingdom emerging from ruins. "Insect, don't stare at me, or I'll gouge your eyes out," Lien calmly replied. "Sorry, it's too cramped here, I can only look at you." The crack was filled with pollution, and if he didn't concentrate on observing Hera, he would be drawn to the surrounding nothingness and eventually go mad. Hera wasn't used to being stared at like that. Ants should be kneeling at her feet, trembling. She decided to teach Lien a lesson, and with a clenched fist, a jet-black longsword that could devour all light appeared. "Smoked meat, apple pie, pineapple cake, donuts, caramel coffee, dream croissant, cream of mushroom soup, York roast whole lamb, golden roast suckling pig. Thanksgiving turkey and medium rare pan-fried steak. Which do you think tastes better? Lien suddenly asked. The jet-black longsword, seemingly devouring all light, vanished abruptly, replaced by Hera's earnest reply. If I absolutely must give an evaluation, I'd say the golden roast suckling pig is superior, and of course, the cream of mushroom soup isn't bad either. Chapter 4. My identity was given by myself. Where are we going? Hera followed Lien out of the rift. The investigators from the anomalous containment facility had already left, and would probably be back soon with equipment to deal with the scene. But the rift had vanished without a trace as Hera completely swallowed the aura of the ancient god. Lien became increasingly certain that the witch was the only variable that could save the chaotic world. However, the people of this world either saw the witch as the source of calamity or attempted to exploit and control her, ultimately forcing her step by step into becoming the villain. What Lien needs to do is reach out before they completely turn evil, nip the apocalypse in the bud, and in doing so, save himself. Although the fuse of Sheila's self-destruction has been resolved, Anna is still a vessel for the curse, and those evil god followers who call themselves the Feasters will never let her go easily. Come with me. Lien first led Hera into the clothing store and helped her change out of her tattered and old dress. Hera changed into a black and white dress with white ruffles, looking as beautiful as a delicate doll, but her expression grew colder and colder. Tell me, isn't this a maid outfit? Believe me, this is the most fashionable lady's dress right now. Lien lied without batting an eye. In reality, a regular dress of the same material would cost at least 2 silver sparrows, while this maid outfit only cost half the price. The shopkeeper sidled up, smiling. Sir, your maid is the most beautiful I've ever seen. If you'd like to take a picture, I can give you a discount. Get lost. Hera coldly spat out, about to teach this human who had offended her a lesson. Lien quickly pulled her back, whispering, How can someone of noble blood bother with ants? Maintain your elegance. You don't want to be targeted by the Bureau of Anomalies, do you? Hera snorted coldly, barely suppressing her anger. Given the current situation, she couldn't act as recklessly as before. Lien turned to the shop owner and lowered her voice. My maid has a bit of a mental problem, don't mind her. But she's a living advertisement for your clothes. 1 silver sparrow, I'll take the clothes. The shop owner's expression immediately changed, saying that the price didn't even cover the cost. Lien then pretended to have Hera change her clothes, adding that the seamstress next door was willing to give him clothes for half price, just for publicity. Upon hearing that a competitor was maliciously undercutting the price, the shopkeeper gritted his teeth and agreed. 1 silver sparrow, take it! Lien then picked out a well-fitting suit, a half-high silk hat, and a silver cane for himself before leaving satisfied. To appease Hera, he explained all the way that she was too dazzling, and that disguising herself as a maid was to conceal her identity and avoid the eyes and ears of the anomalous containment bureau. Coupled with a lavish meal, Hera was finally convinced. She drank her fill of creamy mushroom soup at the Compass Tavern and wiped her mouth. You really didn't lie to me, the food here is delicious. She stood up and said, The transaction is over, farewell. Wait, our transaction has only just begun. Lien stopped her. I promise to help you break the contract. And while you stay with me, you'll have no shortage of good food. Hera narrowed her eyes. What's the price? To continue disguising yourself as my maid and protect me in crucial moments. Someone as powerless as me, an ant can't withstand the risks. Just that? Of course. Hera readily agreed. As long as you can break the contract, I can protect you for this period of time. Lien didn't rush to bring up signing a new contract. Hera had just been heartbroken by her previous contractor, and pushing her too hard now would only backfire. However, buying clothes and eating lavish meals had already emptied his wallet. He needed to earn money as soon as possible. Fortunately, knowledge was power, and intelligence was money. Lien brought Hera to the slums of the 13th district of the capital's lower city. It was a place filled with poverty, lies, filth, and crime. The moment the 2 well-dressed men stepped inside, gang members hidden among the homeless and beggars fixed their gazes on them, their eyes filled with greed. Lien reached into his pocket with his right hand, and the group immediately became alert. The movement resembled drawing a gun, and the bulge in the pocket suggested a revolver was concealed. They only lowered their guard when Lien pulled out a pineapple tartare bun, and several thugs surrounded them. Lien handed the bun to Hera, who swallowed it in one bite and commented, "It tastes so. Leave the money in the maid." The thugs brandished their knives. They had never seen such a beautiful maid before, and thought they could make a fortune selling her to the Red Theater. 60 seconds later, the alley was filled with groaning thugs. Hera had beaten them severely, and their purses and clothes had been looted by the surrounding homeless people and beggars. Following the game map in his mind, Lien arrived at the end of the alley in front of a boy selling cheap oyster soup. The boy wore an inconspicuous necklace around his neck, which was exactly what Lien needed. "Sir, would you like a bowl of oyster soup?" the pale, thin boy asked expectantly. Lien pulled out all the money he had and handed it to him. The boy quickly waved his hand, saying he had too much money and didn't have change. "I don't want the soup, I just want the necklace around your neck. It looks a lot like the one I lost years ago." The boy was stunned. He had found the necklace years ago. It was worthless, and the metal plate had incomprehensible writing on it, so he had always used it as a lucky charm. "This was left to me by my mother, it's definitely not yours. But if you want to buy it, I'm willing to sell it." The boy was clearly lying, but Lien didn't care. After getting the necklace, he left the slum with Hera, who was carrying oyster soup. "How does it taste?" Lien asked. "Not good." Hera smacked her lips, then stared at the necklace. "Why did you buy this junk?" Lien shook the metal tag. "Do you know what's written on it?" Hera squinted and read aloud. "For my dearest Jenny." "Yes, this is a token of love." Lien smiled. "It was given to Miss Jenny by Count Hall before he inherited the title. And then? Now Miss Jenny is my mother." Hera tilted her head, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion, clearly not understanding the relationship between the necklace, Jenny, and Lien. Lien was too lazy to explain further, so he took her on a 2-hour walk back to the upper city, then took out the last 2 silver sparrows from his top hat and rented a car to go to the noble district. "You clearly have money, why didn't you take a carriage earlier? You made us walk for so long," Hera complained. "Because without a noble's carriage, we can't even get into the noble district. Don't nobles have legs? You could say that. They only travel by carriage, and if they don't have one, they feel inferior. Recently, steam cars have become popular." The rented car quickly brought them to Earl Hall's snow-white manor. After transmigrating to this world, Lien was initially just a nobody with no status. But he didn't care, because status was something he gave himself. Lien rang the doorbell of the Earl's manor. A servant opened the iron gate and looked at him and Hera with suspicion. "Excuse me, is there something you need?" Lien smiled slightly. "I've come to see my father, Earl Hall." Chapter 5. The Earl's illegitimate son. Lien and Hera were brought into the luxurious snow-white manor, where they successfully met Earl Hall thanks to the necklace token. Earl Hall wore a silver wig and a magnificent court dress. His figure was plump due to old age, but he still maintained a serious face. Lien rose, removed his top hat, bowed to him, and smiled, saying, "You must be the esteemed Earl. My mother often spoke of you when she was alive, and what she remembered most vividly were your azure eyes. Please forgive my abrupt visit. My mother hopes that I can recognize you and also wants me to bring a bouquet of her favorite lilies to place at her tombstone." Upon hearing the words, "lilies," Earl Hall's expression shifted slightly, as if recalling the beautiful young woman from his youth, who was as lovely as a lily. "Are you really Jenny's and my child?" "Yes." In this era, there were no paternity tests. It wasn't impossible to impersonate a nobleman's illegitimate child. The difficulty lay in having enough courage. After all, impersonating a nobleman was a serious crime, and in a rigidly class-based society, almost no one dared to risk their life. Earl Hall stared at Lien and continued, "Then tell me, what did your mother look like?" Lien replied naturally. "She had long, flowing hair and eyes as bright as stars. Even though time has taken away her youth, she is still the most beautiful person in my eyes." These words stirred the Count's memories, and a complex light flashed in his cloudy eyes. "How did she tell you about me?" Lien answered without batting an eye. She said you were the brightest sun in her life, bringing her endless joy. She also said that bearing your child was the thing she was most proud of. Earl Hall was silent for a moment, then finally nodded slightly. You are indeed Jenny and my child. He reached out and pulled Lien into his arms. Hera, standing nearby, was dumbfounded, feeling that this father-son reunion was going too smoothly. Earl Hall was clearly very pleased with his handsome illegitimate son, and pulled him aside to drink fine black tea, asking him about his experiences over the years. The two chatted until evening before the Count sighed. It's a real pity you missed your childhood and youth. I will arrange a decent job for you and give you a monthly allowance of 250 gold pounds. Thank you for your generosity, Your Excellency. Why call me Earl? Call me Dad. Dad? The two embraced again, the atmosphere filled with fatherly love and filial piety. But Earl Hall did not invite Lien to stay for dinner, but instead had his butler send someone to take him to an empty property at number 22 Mink Street in the Upper Town. Standing before that magnificent three-story villa, Hera was completely stunned. A seemingly ordinary necklace had actually brought her free accommodation, 250 gold pounds a month, and a respectable job that was about to be hers. After the manor servants left, Hera finally couldn't help but ask, Are you really the Earl's illegitimate son? At the same time, inside the Earl's manor, Earl Hall's son, Simon, asked the same question. Is he really your son? Earl Hall lit a cigar and said slowly, Jenny did indeed bear me a son, but that child was none other than you. After Jenny gave birth, Hall took the child back to the manor and entrusted him to his wife, Simon, to raise. Of course, he couldn't be 100% certain that Lien wasn't his son. After all, he had a relationship with Jenny's best friend back then, and Lien's appearance happened to bear some resemblance to that woman named Daisy. Simon frowned, still unwilling to believe that someone would dare to impersonate the Earl's son. Perhaps that boy really was his brother. But why did his father, who clearly had doubts, still accept Lien? Father, if you don't believe in his identity, why did you still acknowledge him? Earl Hall exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone calm. If any of my children were willing to share my burdens, get close to and please Princess Anna, and become her fiancé, I wouldn't need to acknowledge this illegitimate child. Simon's face immediately changed. Pleasure that horrible woman? I'd rather go south and join the army. The mere thought of Princess Anna filled Simon with a deep-seated fear. I bet that boy would run away immediately if he knew your plans. Count Hall, however, had already made arrangements. I won't tell him that I'm going to make him the princess's fiancé. I'll first arrange for him to be a member of the princess's personal guard. This way, the emperor will be satisfied, and the princess will see the Hall family's sincerity. When the time is right, I'll have him propose to the princess. Simon remained frowning. He felt his father was clearly pushing a potential brother into a fire. That woman is cursed. All her previous fiancés died suddenly. Are you sure you want to do this? Earl Hall glanced at him. Unless you want to replace him. Simon fell silent instantly. He clearly couldn't bring himself to send himself to the princess's side for a brother he'd never met. Meanwhile, Lien was already sitting on the sofa in the villa, leisurely sipping high-class red wine. Hera was already quite drunk, lying casually beside him, occasionally hiccuping. Lien shook his head and commented, Everyone says that red wine should be savored slowly. I've lived this long and I still don't understand this principle. Hera blushed and mumbled, That Count is such a fool. He actually fell for a swindler like you. Lien chuckled softly. He's not stupid. He just desperately needs a bargaining chip to keep the princess in check. What do you mean? Don't ask when you've had too much to drink. Go to sleep. Lien patted her head. Hera found a comfortable spot, curled up on the sofa, and quickly fell asleep. Lien looked at her, but had no other thoughts. Anna's matter was still unresolved. Rescuing his first wife was the most important thing. Besides, to have designs on the Dragon Girl before obtaining Hera's contractor status was simply courting death. Having seen many storms, Lien decided to play it safe and remain unmoved by temptation. Time flew by, and a week passed. Lien and Hera lived at number 22 Mink Street, enjoying the luxurious life afforded by 250 gold pounds. Every day, a tutor would come to their home to teach Lien 4 hours of aristocratic etiquette and the basics of various noble families, so that he wouldn't give himself away when attending aristocratic gatherings in the future. A week later, Lien finally met with Earl Hall's men again, but this time it was the Earl's butler. This time, the butler brought not a living allowance, but a rather respectable job offer. Congratulations, young Master Lien. Starting tomorrow, you will be able to take up your post in the Royal Guard as Her Highness Anna's personal bodyguard. This is a position that everyone dreams of. Lien smiled sincerely. Please thank Father for his generosity. I will certainly not disgrace the Hall family's reputation and will do my best to fulfill this duty and satisfy Her Highness the Princess. Then, feigning concern, he asked, When can I see my father again? The Earl is very busy. I will personally inform you when he has time. Okay, thank you. Lien took out 10 gold pounds and handed them over with feigned surprise. Sir, is this the 10 gold pounds you dropped? The butler was taken aback for a moment, but quickly understood and accepted the money with a smile. Thank you, young Master Lien. After accepting the bribe, the steward's attitude became much more friendly. Before leaving, he whispered a reminder. Her Highness the Princess likes to wear a mask, so don't ask why. Just do your job. Yes, I understand. Chapter 6 Princess Anna. In the Black Rose Castle at the northernmost tip of Upper City, Princess Anna lay on her side on the sofa, wearing a half-mask on her face, resting her chin on her hand, quietly listening to the report from the butler Katie. Sheila committed suicide. Have you found out why? Anna's tone was calm, her expression unwavering, as if she had known all along that Sheila had betrayed her. Katie replied, She was a spy planted by the feast men among you, who planned to self-destruct in White Dove Square to create chaos and weaken your political standing. But for some reason, her plan failed. Anna slightly raised her eyes. Who did it? The Anomalous Containment Bureau? Not them. The Containment Bureau only found traces of the supernatural object at the scene, and when they tracked the suspicious target, they were shaken off. So, there's a third party helping me. Anna finally frowned. She was more inclined to believe someone would break into the castle in the middle of the night and assassinate her than to believe someone would willingly help her. From birth, Anna knew the world had never treated her kindly. Her parents loathed her, her sisters feared her, and everyone regarded her as an ominous presence. She was a witch born with magical powers, a powerful and fearsome superhuman, and also a pitiful creature cursed to death. Anyone who had seen her true appearance was terrified and kept their distance. If she hadn't reclaimed steam technology at the High Tower Conference and distinguished herself on the battlefield of Monterey, the Emperor wouldn't have even given her a second glance, and she wouldn't have achieved her current political standing. Anna deserves at least half the credit for the Empire's development to its current state. But the ministers and old nobles who were hostile to her continued to frame and isolate her. Now they even went so far as to join forces with cultists to try and destroy her by bombing Dove Square. Fortunately, the explosion did not occur, otherwise all her previous efforts might have been in vain. Katie said, Whatever the mysterious man's motives, he did help us. I will continue to investigate his identity. Continue investigating. Anything else? Katie took out 4 files and handed them to Anna. These are the guards His Majesty has selected for you, all from noble families. His Majesty hopes you will take this opportunity to develop relationships with them, and then choose a fiancé from among them 3 months later. If no noble is willing to accept you, you will never become his heir. The Emperor has no sons, only many daughters. Who will become the next emperor depends entirely on who can emerge victorious in this brutal struggle for succession. Anna is naturally among them. Without even glancing at the file, she tossed it aside and said casually, He always goes to great lengths for these kinds of things. Katie didn't refute her, but simply reminded her, Your Highness Anna, you should go and meet them. Choosing a fiancé with a reliable background and a strong will would be helpful to your career. Anna sneered, Are you trying to make me choose the next pathetic wretch to die a violent death? It's no use. Father is just trying to use the same old trick to disqualify me from the competition by using the marriage agreement. Katie's expression was subtle. You've misunderstood His Majesty. Your previous fiancés weren't killed by His Majesty, they simply died from various, Accidents. Anna sat up, unwilling to continue arguing with Katie. She wouldn't curry favor with her father for the sake of the inheritance, nor would she change herself to meet anyone's expectations. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Leon arrived at Black Rose Castle on time. This castle is famous for the black roses that bloom everywhere. Originally named Helordis's Castle, almost no one uses that name anymore. Everyone calls it Black Rose Castle. It stands alongside the Red Rose, Blue Rose, and Yellow Rose castles as one of the 4 imperial castles. Each of these 4 castles is inhabited by a princess with a distinctly different personality. The eldest princess, renowned for her beauty, is known as the Imperial Rose and resides in the Red Rose Castle. The second princess, known for her kind heart and gentle nature, is called the Imperial Pearl and lives in the Yellow Rose Castle. The third princess, renowned for her exceptional talent and known as the Heart of the Empire, resides in Blue Rose Castle. The youngest princess, Anna, is famous for her formidable martial prowess and is known as the Blade of the Empire. She lives in Black Rose Castle. Besides Lien, there were 3 other noble sons who had been granted the rank of Imperial Guard: Kep with short blonde hair, Hughes with long blue hair, and Wilson with short white hair. The 4 introduced themselves as soon as they met, but in their eyes, they were not rivals vying for the princess's heart, but rather a group of unfortunate brothers sent by their families to suffer. Wilson sighed. The thought of getting close to that horrible witch makes me tremble. It seems I really am the least favored one in the family. His father was the renowned Duke Constantine, and he was merely the Duke's youngest son. Cap tidied his blonde hair, looking utterly helpless. Who isn't? I'm even thinking of wearing a mask to cover my face. I'm worried she'll fall for me at first sight. No one who gets involved with her ever ends up well. Kep is the illegitimate son of Marquis Plato, but he is famous in aristocratic circles because of his outstanding appearance. He is a womanizer, and spends his days among noble women. Hughes glanced at him. If Leon hadn't come, you might have had the right to say that. But look at Leon, his handsome face, his harmless smile, and those melancholy eyes. He's practically the perfect lover in a girl's fantasy. Hughes's father is Count Dieter. Leon was able to understand these words thanks to his tutor's previous lessons, which helped him understand the complex aristocratic relationships he had overlooked in the game. Just as the 3 were chatting, Leon suddenly whispered a reminder. They're here. The 3 noble young masters, who had been looking nonchalant just moments before, immediately straightened up and stood ramrod straight with Leon, like new recruits waiting for their instructor's inspection. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels clicking on the ground grew louder as they approached. Anna appeared. She wore a black lace court dress and a matching black lace mask, with Katie beside her. She looked like a queen who had just stepped out of a masquerade ball. Despite being only 1.68 meters tall, her imposing presence was astonishing. The 3 noble young masters were almost simultaneously drawn to Katie's beauty, their gazes involuntarily falling on the butler. Only Leon's gaze remained fixed on Anna. The witch who had accompanied him through countless days and nights in the game was finally standing before him in person. No, it should be said that he had finally entered the game world. In any case, Leon felt a surge of emotion, akin to a long-awaited reunion. Anna was pale and indifferent, her long black Gothic dress covered in intricate patterns. Her figure was near perfect, and coupled with her unique yet dangerous aura, she was like a carefully preserved doll. Or perhaps it was as if the figurines on Leon's computer desk had come to life and walked directly in front of him. It would be a lie to say he wasn't moved. Thump thump. Leon's heart was pounding harder than usual, and the rhythm was getting faster and faster. Of the 4 guards, the other 3 were normal, but Leon's gaze was too intense, as if he were looking at something that was rightfully his. This immediately put Anna on her guard. She was used to people being drawn to Katie, and to others fearing and distancing themselves from her. But she was never used to being stared at so openly. The black-haired, brown-eyed nobleman before her seemed completely unafraid of her. And in his eyes there was even a hint of admiration? Chapter 7: Testing in Crisis. Who are you? Anna walked over in her black boots, her gaze passing over Katie and landing directly on Leon. The 3 noble young masters beside Leon immediately lowered their heads in fright, not daring to look at Katie again, hoping that the princess was not asking about them. Anna took only 2 steps closer, and her murderous aura made them feel suffocated, as if they were being watched by the Grim Reaper, their bodies turning cold. Normally, she had to disguise herself with layers of pink court dresses and cute masks, and even have a stand-in do charity work in order for her subjects to dare to approach her. But Anna made no attempt to conceal her presence today, wearing only a lace mask and her favorite black dress, her danger undisguised. Katie was about to introduce the 4 guards when Anna raised her hand to interrupt. Let him speak for himself. The other 3 were already drenched in sweat, and the white-haired Wilson's legs went weak, causing him to collapse to the ground, almost bursting into tears. The blonde-haired Kemp forced himself to speak. I am Kemp PLA, son of Marquis PLA. Greetings, Your Highness. He had assumed Anna had noticed his handsome appearance, and even wondered if the princess had fallen for him at first sight. Anna coldly replied, I wasn't asking about you. Kemp breathed a sigh of relief, but was still puzzled. Who else could it be but him? Hughes swallowed hard and said solemnly, Your Highness, I am Hughes Dieter, son of Count Dieter, and I will be responsible for your safety from now on. Not you either. Those words instantly shattered the courage Hughes had just mustered. Only then did Lien calmly speak. Lien Hall, it's an honor to be your bodyguard. Anna stared at him and continued to ask, Why are you looking at me like that? Lien smiled slightly. Because you are just as I imagined. Katie, Wilson, Hughes, and Kemp were all stunned. They had never seen anyone dare speak to the witch Anna like that before. Anna seemed intrigued. Oh? What do you think of me? Lien spoke calmly, as if stating a fact that everyone should know. Beautiful, powerful, dangerous, alluring, and unique. You are the only one who can save the Empire. Wilson's eyes nearly popped out. Powerful and dangerous, everyone acknowledged, but what about beauty and allure? In their eyes, Anna was a female demon who had turned the Monterey battlefield into a meat grinder. Even a glance at her could give them nightmares all night. Hughes and Kemp were under immense pressure. They were forced to become guards by their families, but neither of them wanted to be truly favored by Anna. You said I'm beautiful, and that I'm alluring? Anna heard this compliment for the first time, and her voice was devoid of warmth. Those men who had feigned admiration in the past, hoping to gain her attention, had all met with terrible ends. She loathed hypocrisy more than fear. Yes. Lien nodded frankly. Katie looked at the dark-haired boy, silently mourning for him. The information clearly stated that he was merely an illegitimate son who had just been recognized as related to Earl Hall. If Lien wanted to use Anna's power to gain a foothold in the Hall family, he had clearly chosen the wrong person. The princess would never tolerate such a delusion. Anna moved closer again, so close that they could feel each other's breath and heartbeat. Look me in the eyes and say you're not lying. Her pupils instantly turned blood red as her nightmare ability activated, forcibly dragging her into the dream world she had created. In this world, Anna can easily distinguish between truth and lies, and obtain all the answers she seeks. Lien noticed that everyone around him seemed shrouded in a thin mist. Clearly, he had been drawn into Anna's dream. Yet he remained conscious, because the gluttonous dragon Hera in his arms was counteracting most of the mental influence. Hera was now a tiny dragon the size of a palm, sleeping peacefully in his arms. To get her to transform, Lien had prepared more than 10 bottles of 1966 Lafite a day in advance. Hera's dragon form wasn't fierce at all. Instead, it was adorably petite, which is why she was extremely reluctant to reveal her true form. But when she transformed into a small dragon, she was like a super armor, capable of absorbing 90% of mental damage, precisely the life-saving measure Lien had prepared for himself. I wasn't lying, Lien said, feigning a blank expression and a vacant look. Anna narrowed her eyes slightly and asked again. Then what were you thinking when you first saw me? Lien was initially torn between loyalty, salvation, clearing his name, and spending the night together, but ultimately chose the most dangerous, yet most truthful, answer. Anna, having experienced unusual childhood experiences, was far more wary than most. If he had simply told her about loyalty and salvation at first glance, she wouldn't have believed him at all. Only the most direct human desires could convince her that Lien wasn't acting or had ulterior motives. So Lien looked at her and slowly uttered 2 words. Sleep with you. Anna was completely stunned. She had considered countless answers, but this was the last one she had ever imagined. No man had ever dared to harbor such fantasies about her, and no one had ever dared to say it to her face. After a moment, Anna's expression changed slightly, and she said calmly, I have met many nobles and I know that they have all sorts of fetishes. Some people like twins and find it exciting to have 2 identical lovers. Some people like girls in wheelchairs, thinking they're fragile and need protection. Others like women who wear masks, finding them mysterious and therefore attractive. She looked at Lien again, her blood-red eyes gleaming eerily. You think so too? You think I wear a mask to increase my mystery to please you, right? As soon as she finished speaking, Anna raised her hand and took off the mask, wanting to see Lien's true reaction. She wanted to see him scream in terror, stumble backward, and finally cower in a corner, trembling. Beneath the mask, a flower of the end bloomed on Anna's left cheek, covering almost a quarter of her face, a mark left by the curse of the end. Anyone who saw this living flower would feel disgust and fear from the bottom of their heart. However, something even more surprising happened to Anna. Chapter 8 This world is threatening me. Anna didn't see Lien back down, nor did she see fear, disgust, or even a trace of sympathy on his face. She only saw Lien reach out and gently stroke the flower of the end on his face, his eyes filled with an almost obsessive appreciation. It wasn't pretense, nor was it pandering. The flower he saw was more detailed, more realistic, and more magnificent than any game design he'd ever seen through a screen. And Anna in real life was equally stunning, even more breathtaking than the witch in the game. That kind of beauty was far more impactful than any character illustration. What are you doing? Anna took a step back in shock. The flower of the end was no different from her body. When Lien touched it, it was as if he were touching her. This gentleness, however, frightened her. She had long been accustomed to the sharpness the world showed her, and therefore did not know how to deal with such a touch. Lien withdrew his hand and said softly, Sorry, it's too beautiful, I couldn't help myself. Anna was stunned. This man seemed to genuinely admire her, showing not a trace of disgust even for this flower that everyone considered a curse and repulsive. Those who approached her were either after power or coveted status. They always had ulterior motives. But Lien was different. He wasn't lying. From her reaction, Lien also confirmed that although this world was similar to the games he had played, there were absolutely no other players present. Otherwise, with Anna's charm, countless fourth calamities would have been vying for her attention long ago. But now, he might truly be the only different person in her eyes. He finally understood the joy of being transported into the game. His feelings for Anna were the result of over 1,000 days and nights of accumulation, not a fabricated lie. Anna knew nothing about him, but he knew her past, her pain, and what the flower of the end would become in the future. You said, it's beautiful? Anna asked hesitantly, as if confirming that the man before her was truly the first outsider who didn't dislike her. Lien nodded. It's beautiful. But compared to you, it's just an ornament. He wasn't lying. Later in the game, Anna's curse would be lifted, and the flower of the end would shrink to the size of a pearl, residing below her left eye like a red beauty mark. But that day was still far off. Lien must find the feast men hiding behind the scenes and disrupt their intricate plans to truly save Anna. Anna suspected her nightmares had malfunctioned. To make sure Lien wasn't faking it, she untied her hair tie, letting her long, pale blonde hair fall freely in the air. His flowing golden hair resembled the shape of the end flower, an appearance that was enough to make enemies on the battlefield tremble with fear, let alone an ordinary nobleman's illegitimate son. Hee, are you scared? Anna asked, staring at him. Lien calmly replied, No, you're even more beautiful. Your hair, bathed in sunlight, is like golden waves of wheat, breathtakingly beautiful. Enough, shut up! Anna suddenly grabbed Lien by the neck, her terrifying force shoving him against the wall. Her crimson eyes seemed to hold the stars, her gaze fixed intently on him. With just a little force, Lien's neck would snap like a flower stalk, and his head would fall like a flower bud. His life or death seemed to be in her hands. Of course, that was only Anna's perception. Lien still had Hera, the dragon girl, in his arms. If he pinched her tail, Hera would wake up. The two witches, who shouldn't be meeting at this moment, would encounter each other prematurely and immediately begin their battle. But this was clearly the worst possible outcome. Lian didn't want them to fight. One witch was already enough to destroy the world. Two witches battling it out in the dream world would only bring new destruction and crisis. Tell me, why did you approach me? What is your purpose? Anna's eyes turned from crimson to dark purple, and the power of the nightmare intensified. She wouldn't normally use this ability on ordinary people, as it could potentially turn them into mentally impaired individuals. But Lian was too troublesome, so she had to test him with all her might. I want to live, Lian said. Finally telling the truth? Anna's lips curled into a sneer. Who's threatening you? Lian looked at her and replied. The world is threatening me. What do you mean? Explain yourself. The world is threatening you, rejecting you, which means it's threatening me, rejecting me. Because you are my whole world. Thank you for healing me. Anna was completely stunned. In her more than 10 years of life, this was the first time she had heard such words, especially under deep hypnosis. Lian's eyes were melancholic, his smile harmless, pure and without a trace of impurity. Anna's mind went slightly blank, and for the first time, she wondered if she was being too paranoid. The world was threatening her, rejecting her. This had always been her deepest feeling. But no one had ever believed her, dismissing it only as the self-pity of a monster. I once healed you. When? Anna asked. Lian said. During the lowest point of my life, I got through the hardest days by imagining being with you. He had just broken up with his girlfriend at that time, and it would have been very difficult for him to get over it if it weren't for his virtual wive's support. So this statement wasn't entirely untrue. Anna slowly loosened her grip on his neck, as if afraid she might actually strangle him. She possessed the power to protect the Empire, yet she never felt she could heal anyone. Even with her recent frequent participation in charitable activities, she wasn't sure if those she helped truly felt the warmth she offered. Leave here, forget everything that just happened. It was just a trivial dream. As Anna spoke, the dream quietly faded away, and Lian's consciousness returned to reality. In reality, only a few seconds had passed. He remained standing among the noble young masters, and Anna still stood before them, her expression indifferent and aloof, as if nothing had happened. When she was forcibly exited from the dream, Anna thought she had erased Lian's memories. But in reality, Lian remembered everything perfectly. I accept your allegiance. Katie, take them to familiarize themselves with their work. Anna's tone was calm, but her heart was already churning with turmoil. Yes, Your Highness. Katie bowed and left the hall with 4 noble guards. Watching Lian's departing figure, Anna subconsciously raised her hand and touched the cold mask on her face. Even with this face, would anyone appreciate it? What am I expecting? Chapter 9 Spring or Hell? Her Highness Anna gets up at 6 a.m. every morning, holds morning prayers at 7 a.m., breakfast at 8 a.m., Mass at 8:30 a.m., and handles studies and affairs from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. until after 10 p.m. Your time is not your own. Katie, the butler in a dark blue tuxedo, finished speaking in one breath, giving Lian, Hughes, Cape, and Wilson no chance to process it. Her Highness prefers unsweetened black coffee, drinks only platinum landy red wine, loves cats, dislikes dogs, and especially dislikes being touched, not even by the hem of her skirt. The only places she frequents are her study, sword room, banquet hall, and the royal palace. Katie walked ahead, showing the 4 of them around Black Rose Castle and explaining Anna's habits and taboos one by one. Suddenly, she turned around, her sharp gaze sweeping over the 3 noblemen who were staring blankly at her back, and asked coldly, Did you remember what you just said? The blonde-haired Cape immediately laughed. Miss Katie, your voice is heavenly. The blue-haired Case followed up. You would look beautiful in a dress, why do you have to wear men's clothes? It's a waste of your charm. The white-haired Wilson lowered his head and quietly admitted. I don't remember. Katie's gaze finally fell on Lian, clearly having given up hope. But Lian remained calm, repeating Katie's words verbatim, from Anna's daily routine and eating habits to the rules that must never be violated. Katie paused slightly, while the other 3 were completely dumbfounded. Lian, you actually listened? Weren't you attracted to Miss Katie? How come you're such a top student among us, a bunch of academic underachievers? Katie's attitude towards Lee immediately changed, and she even used a respectful title. Very good, Mr. Lee Hall. I hope we can cooperate happily in the future. As for the three guys who hadn't remembered anything, she didn't even want to give them a second glance. The tour then turned into Katie talking only to Lien, while Hughes and the other two followed behind listening. Finally, Katie led them to the dormitory area on the far east side of the castle. From today onwards, you will be Her Highness's personal guards. You will not only protect her safety, but also earn her trust, solve her problems, and strive for opportunities for your respective families. This will be your residence from now on. 3 months later, some will gain their freedom, and others will usher in a new spring. The so-called spring meant that 3 months later, Anna's fiancé would choose one of them. But for Hughes and his companions, this was no spring at all, it was hell. Wilson asked timidly, Do we have to stay here? Can't we go home? No, Katie said coldly. Although you belong to the Royal Guard, since you've come to His Highness's side, you must abide by the rules of Black Rose Castle. Kep stared at Katie's long legs and said with a smile, It's quite nice living here. Hughes nodded in agreement, but Lien felt a little helpless. He used to live in a villa arranged by his chief father, but now that he had moved to Black Rose Castle, the conditions were indeed better, but he was stuck in a 4-person dormitory. So Lien spoke up. Miss Katie, could you arrange a separate dormitory room? I'm not used to sharing with others. Katie nodded. Sure. Upon hearing this, the other three quickly chimed in. We're not used to it either. I want a single room too. Katie gave them a cold look. Guards who can't even remember His Highness's schedule don't deserve a single room. She originally wanted to directly call them good-for-nothings, but considering their family backgrounds, she held back. She was willing to treat Lien well, but the other three would have to live in a shared dormitory. The three immediately looked dejected, as if struck by frost. Just when they thought they would have to squeeze together, Lien spoke up for them. Miss Katie, I believe that the Duke of Constantine, the Earl of Dieter, and the Marquis of Plato did not send their children here to suffer. They should be treated equally. Katie frowned, staring intently at Lien, her imposing aura instantly intensifying. Do you know what you're saying? I know, miss, Lien replied calmly. Hughes and the others tensed up. Katie's ability to remain by Anna's side for so long wasn't just due to her beauty. It was said she was Anna's adjutant on the battlefield, possessing unparalleled archery skills. Unexpectedly, Katie paused for a moment, then readily agreed. Okay, you can all have your own dorm room. Report to me at 5 a.m. sharp tomorrow morning. I don't want to see anyone who's not punctual. With that, she turned and left, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Finally, an interesting person had arrived. Reen let out a long breath, pretending to have just recovered from the tension. Wilson looked at him with admiration. Reen, you're amazing. Hughes put his arm around Reen's shoulder. Reen Hall, from today onwards you're my brother. Kep leaned over, hooked his arm around Lien's shoulder, and winked, saying, To be honest, I'm actually looking forward to sharing a bed with you. Lien replied casually. Looks like you're ready to stick your butt out. The joke completely dispelled the tension from before, and all 4 of them laughed. Lien knew very well that if he lived alone in a single dormitory room, he would inevitably be ostracized by the other 3. But since he had secured benefits for everyone, he had become one of their own in their eyes. Sure enough, the 3 soon began sharing their thoughts. Black Rose Castle was too large, and the Royal Guard had many rules. After the 4 finished dinner and returned to their dormitory, it was already 9 p.m. Lien closed the door, carefully took the little dragon from his arms, and placed it on the soft single bed. With a soft thud, the little dragon transformed into Hera, a stunningly beautiful girl with silver hair and red eyes. Hera crossed her arms, but still couldn't hide her impressive figure. She glared at Lien with displeasure. You bastard, you actually got me drunk! To prevent a nosebleed from happening, Lien immediately took off his coat and draped it over Hera, whispering, Sure, we're not at home right now. Chapter 10 The Purest Purification Ritual. Where is this? Hera's attention was finally diverted as she looked around at the cramped bedroom, the simple desk, and the plain decorations. The only decent thing here was probably the few old bricks on the wall. She raised an eyebrow, her tone dripping with sarcasm. So you finally got kicked out by that foolish Earl Hall? Come and see. Leon took her hand and led her to the window. Through the window, the view outside was completely different. The black rose garden was meticulously manicured, and the pavilions and towers were exquisitely ornate. Servants moved about the castle in an orderly fashion, and the Sicile River shimmered in the distance, more luxurious and in a better location than the snow-white manor. Hera was stunned. We're at Black Rose Castle? Lien nodded. That's right. To find the remains of the Lord of the Pale Feast, getting close to Princess Anna is a necessary step. She is the target of the feast men. As long as we lock onto her, we can follow the clues to find the feast men hiding behind her, and then find the lord they serve. Hera's eyes lit up. Capture the princess and force the feast men to hand over the remains? Fool, the princess and the feast men are enemies. Lien retorted. Would you hand over the remains you worship for your enemies? Hera shook her head, her left hand clenching in the air, dark energy rapidly condensing into a long sword. You mere ants, how dare you call me a fool? Lien immediately pulled out a strawberry cake, instantly suppressing Hera's anger. If you dare call me that again, I'll make you taste despair, she warned fiercely while eating the cake. But her demeanor was utterly intimidating. She was clearly completely under Lien's control. Just as Lien was secretly gloating, a sudden dizziness washed over him, and he seemed to hear incoherent babbling again. This is a side effect of using the silent pocket watch. Even after using it only once, he suffers from headaches every day and hears insane sounds. An ordinary person's body simply cannot hold a supernatural object for long. Lien looked up at Hera, who had white hair and red eyes, and said in a heavy tone, I may have been corrupted. Maybe in half a month, maybe in half a year, I'll become a man who can only mutter. Unless you can help me, I have no choice but to entrust the plan to you, Hera said calmly. Oh, then tell me the plan. She had no feelings for Lien. A few pieces of cake were not enough to make the brutal dragon grateful. The plan is like this. Lien deliberately made the already complicated plan even more intricate. A full half-hour later, Hera was completely bewildered, remembering the ending but forgetting the beginning entirely. Say it again, she said defiantly. Lien, of course, didn't mind and spoke for another half-hour, but this time, the content was subtly different from the previous one. Hera finally realized something was wrong. Wait, why does this plan seem different from the last one? You must not have remembered it clearly, it's exactly the same, Lien said seriously. I'll explain it again. Enough! Hera covered her head. My head is about to explode. She even began to doubt whether she was really stupid, otherwise why could she not remember it? Little did they know that Lien had crammed a lot of distractions into his plan, like mixing the periodic table into the multiplication table while reciting it. Lien sighed. It seems you'll never be able to break the curse. It's all because I'm just an ordinary person and can't continue helping you while enduring the pollution. Hera immediately frowned. It's just pollution, I'll help you. But she quickly realized something was wrong and immediately added. However, this isn't part of the deal to protect you. This is a new deal, and you'll have to offer new compensation. Lien was prepared. He took a specially made lead box from his trench coat and placed it in front of Hera. Inside is a cursed object. For Hera, the aura of the ancient gods was the best food, prolonging life. Cursed objects were second best, enhancing power, and fine food could only alleviate hunger. Upon seeing the cursed object, her red eyes immediately lit up. The contents of the lead box were the heart of explosion, extracted from Sheila's body. Lien quickly retrieved the lead box, smiling as he said, Come on, help me cleanse myself of the contamination first. Okay. Hera reluctantly approached. Her small mouth, still bearing traces of cream, parted slightly, stopping just a centimeter from Lien's lips, beginning to absorb the mental pollution emanating from him. But the distance was simply too close. Lien lost control and kissed her directly. It was definitely an accident. Hera's eyes widened slightly, but sensing the pollution being drawn away, she didn't struggle. Lien also felt a strange change. Hera's lips were as soft as creamy jelly. More importantly, The mental pollution within him was being gradually removed. The suffocating murmurs disappeared, leaving only clear breathing and heartbeats in his ears. He felt completely refreshed, as if thoroughly cleansed. Lien initially thought that since he had only used the silent pocket watch once, the treatment should be over in 10 seconds at most. But a minute passed, 3 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, and Hera still didn't let go. He almost suspected that this guy was addicted. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, the already weak Hera collapsed, her legs giving way, and she could only support herself with her hands between Lien's legs. Her chest heaved as she gasped. "What exactly did you come into contact with?" Lien tensed up as well. "What happened to me?" Hera stared at him, her voice weak yet serious. "You didn't even have half a month. If it weren't for me, you would have gone insane tonight or tomorrow, your body disintegrating into a pile of rotten flesh. You slow-witted fellow, you've been severely contaminated." Lien felt a chill run down his spine. Logically, he'd only ever been in contact with the silent pocket watch and the explosive heart. Things shouldn't have gotten this bad. What else had he done since transmigrating to this world? Thinking back carefully, everything seemed normal, except for getting close to the Baroness to quickly obtain information. Lien's expression changed slightly. Could it be that the Baroness had already been corrupted by the evil god, and that corruption had spread to him? This world was far more dangerous than he had imagined. "Hera, you'll continue to help me, won't you?" Fearing for his life, Lien cupped her delicate face and kissed her again. Hera's eyes widened instantly, her ruby pupils almost spitting fire. If she hadn't just finished cleaning up the pollution and exhausted her remaining strength, she would have slapped Lien to death. Taking advantage once wasn't enough, she dared to do it a second time. This was the brutal dragon's precious first kiss, preserved for hundreds of years. Oh, since it's already a second kiss, it doesn't count as a first kiss anymore. "Let me go, you bastard!" Lien released his grip, and Hera collapsed to her knees again, powerless. Just then, the door was pushed open, and Wilson witnessed the scene. He stared in disbelief as Lien sat on the edge of the bed, a disheveled girl with silver hair, wearing only Lien's coat, kneeling at his feet. The girl still had white cream residue on her lips, a sight that made Wilson blush. I just wanted to say that this key seems to open all the dorm doors." He swallowed hard. "I'm so sorry to have bothered you." With that, Wilson immediately closed the door and left, his heart pounding, filled with envy and jealousy. Lien didn't have time to explain, but he felt the most important thing now was to change the lock as soon as possible. Otherwise, his secret would be discovered by this neighbor sooner or later. After confirming that Wilson was far away, Lien locked the door before turning around and asking, "Are you done cleaning?" Hera nodded weakly, as if afraid that Lien would come a third time, and said seriously, "Very clean. You can live for at least 80 years. Lien breathed a sigh of relief and quickly helped Hera up, handing her the cursed object. "Thank you so much." Hera didn't even open the lead box, swallowing it whole. She didn't care whether the lead was poisonous or not, she could eat anything anyway. As the cursed object entered her stomach, power surged into her body. Hera's pale face gradually regained color, and her trembling legs regained their strength. She turned and glared at Lien, saying fiercely, "You ant, if you dare to kiss me again, I'll crush you." Lien licked the cream residue from the corner of his mouth, looking completely innocent. "Kiss? When did that happen? What we just did was clearly the purest purification ritual." The strawberry cake was delicious. No wonder Hera liked it. Chapter 11. Anna and the Shadow. Anna is having trouble sleeping. She had spent countless sleepless nights worrying about war and politics, but this time, the reason was so absurd she couldn't believe it herself. She tossed and turned on her soft bed, Lien's voice echoing in her mind. Could there really be anyone in this world who truly loved her? Anna sat in front of the full-length mirror, examining her body for the first time. From her toes to her neck, every part was almost perfect. But when her gaze fell on her face, even she felt a sense of disgust. Anna eventually returned to bed, wrapped herself in the velvet duvet, and tried to force herself to stop her overthinking. "Are you behaving so strangely today because of Reinhall?" And suddenly spoke from the shadows. She wasn't a member of the royal family, She was an orphan adopted by Anna simply because she resembled her. Anna was born into royalty, while Anne's mother was a slave. Before the age of 9, Anne struggled to survive in the slave capital. Without Anna, her life would have been worse than hell. Over the years, Anne has attended charity events in Anna's place, wearing the same mask and playing Anna's shadow, to the point that she's become indistinguishable from the real thing. She doesn't have Anna's ability to govern a country, nor does she possess powerful witch powers, yet she has solved countless problems for Anna. Therefore, Anne could negotiate, socialize, and even meet with the old emperor on Anna's behalf. It was precisely because of this presence that the old emperor felt he had wronged Anna and allowed her to participate in the struggle for the crown prince position. Otherwise, given his dislike for Anna, he would never have given her such an opportunity. The two shared all information. The butler would relay to and who Anna had met, and what she had said. They even lived in the same room. And was grateful to Anna for giving her a new life and for overcoming her instinctive fear and disgust towards Anna through the merging of their bloodlines. It was a special ritual, cutting their palms to let their blood mix. Only in this way could one truly overcome their fear of Anna. But Anna couldn't do that to everyone. Even if she bled to death, the vast majority of people in the world would still hate and fear her. "He seems different from everyone else," Anna said softly, pulling back the covers. "Different? How so?" And sat down on the edge of the bed. Anna never minded Anne's occasional rudeness. She never treated Anne like a slave, but loved her like a twin sister, even though she herself had never received true love. "He thinks I'm beautiful," Anna said, unconsciously touching the lace mask on her left cheek, and frowned slightly. She also thought Anna was beautiful, but she didn't want anyone else to see Anna that way. It seemed like a secret belonging only to the two of them. Someone wanted to intrude, even to separate them, which filled Annie with a strong sense of crisis. "Don't believe a man's sweet talk. He can't possibly be as genuinely devoted to you as I am," Annie said, unable to resist hugging Anna. Anna, unaware that her feelings had already changed, simply thought it was her sister being affectionate. "Have you forgotten your first 3 fiancés? They said they loved you, but they were terrified of marrying you, and some even secretly kept mistresses." "I know," Anna said calmly, "but I never intended to actually live with them. Besides, Lien is different from them." She had seen Lien's eyes in her nightmares. That burning intensity was something she had never seen before, yet she was certain it wasn't feigned. And was silent for a moment, then said earnestly, "I will prove that he is no different from other men. And what do you want to do? You only need to see the results." Anna sighed, a rare gentleness appearing on her face, and patted Anne's shoulder lightly. "Go ahead and do it, just don't go too far. In any case, one of these 4 men will eventually become our fiancé." She was reminding Anne to accept this in advance. After all, even if a fiancé were chosen in the future, Anne might still have to face many social situations on her behalf. Anna herself had never intended to truly marry any man, much less expect love to fall into her lap. "No one can be our fiancé," Anne said silently. The next day, the 4 royal guards reported to the deacon Katie on time. Except for Lien, Hughes, Kep, and Wilson, all seemed listless, especially Kep, who yawned repeatedly. When had they ever gotten up so early? The church bells hadn't even rung yet. "Button up, stand up straight. Act like royal guards," Katie snapped. "Don't think you can slack off just because you're nobles. You are the face of the family, and the face of Her Highness Anna." Her demeanor reminded Lien of his military training instructor from his previous life. However, that instructor had been quite friendly towards him. Kep quickly buttoned his shirt, Hughes straightened his clothes, and Wilson hung up his decorative sword. Katie walked up to Wilson, and Wilson's heart began to race. He recalled the scene of Lien and the maids, intimate moments, last night. Though it was mostly his imagination, he still couldn't help but let his mind wander. Seeing his flushed face, Katie frowned, reached for his sword, and tossed it to the ground. "Guards don't need toys like this. Come with me, let's choose weapons that are truly suitable for you." Katie led the 4 into the armory. The room full of weapons instantly stunned them. On the left were daggers, long swords, bows and arrows, scimitars, giant hammers, and battle axes. On the right were all products of the Steam Age, flintlock pistols, revolvers, rifles, and steam-powered armor, a dazzling array. Lien chose a revolver. For him, it was the perfect weapon for self-defense. Kep, however, picked a sharp longsword, shaking his head. "Believe me," he said, "there's no need for a gun while serving His Highness. A traditional knight's longsword suits me better." As the four finished selecting their weapons and were about to leave, that familiar footstep approached the armory once again. They all looked towards the door in unison. Chapter 12: Identity Discrimination and Workplace Bullying. The princess with long, pale blonde hair appeared before everyone in a white court dress. She still wore a mask, yet she appeared radiant and captivating. Hughes, Cape, and Wilson all felt that the frightening aura emanating from her seemed to have vanished, and the task assigned by their family didn't seem so difficult to complete. Hughes, in particular, immediately stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and respectfully greeted Princess Anna, saying she was like the morning dew, refreshing and delightful. Cape, not to be outdone, conjured a rose and offered it, praising her as a blooming white rose, radiant and pure. Wilson, still somewhat afraid of her, only dared to hide behind Lien, whispering a good morning. But Lien knew that the young woman in the white tutu wasn't the real Anna, but her shadow, and carefully scrutinized the four people, from their appearance and clothing to their speech, finally fixing her gaze on Lien. "They all greet me when they see me, why don't you say anything?" She imitated even the voice and tone flawlessly. Apart from Katie, who knew the situation, no one noticed anything amiss. Katie, however, was quite sensible. In the mistress's heart, her status was far inferior to Anne's, so naturally it wasn't her place to speak on such matters. Lien smiled slightly. "I am now His Highness's personal guard. My duty is to follow and protect His Highness, not to offer favors. That would be inconsistent with my status." Hughes and the others then realized that they were here to serve as bodyguards, at least for the first 3 months. Hughes and Cap immediately rejoined their ranks, and Wilson straightened up as well, and narrowed her eyes, deciding to observe Lien for a day. She strictly followed the princess's schedule throughout the day, with Lien and the other guards staying by her side at all times for protection. At dinner time, the guards were not allowed to sit at the same table as the princess and had to eat in the servants' dining room. However, these people were nobles, and the servants' dining room was equally magnificent, with an astonishingly lavish meal. Wilson soon noticed that Lien was not only eating, but also constantly stuffing cake into his uniform. He finally couldn't help but remind him, "You'll get your clothes dirty like that. Let me get you a tray, take some back to your dorm. You're so thoughtful." Lien immediately accepted the suggestion, as if he had just realized that his actions were inappropriate. But in reality those cakes weren't for him at all, but were Hera's, hidden in his clothes. After Hera shrunk to the size of a palm, her greatest joy was hiding and eating desserts one after another, with no one able to see her. Looking at the large amount of cream cakes and strawberry pies that Lien had taken, Kep couldn't help but ask, "You must have suffered a lot before, right?" As a fellow illegitimate child, he couldn't understand why Lien would take so many sweets when everyone else was content with just foie gras. Lien calmly admitted, "I only recently reunited with my family. Before that, I was just a commoner." Cap immediately patted his chest and said that from now on, Lien would be his brother, and he would never mistreat Lien as long as he had a bite to eat. But as soon as he finished speaking, Captain Damon sneered, "Mind your own business first, you're just a bastard." Damon, the head of the royal guard who had served Anna for many years, was himself of noble birth and held illegitimate children in particular contempt. Cape's face darkened, and he slammed his fist on the table, shouting, "Who are you calling an illegitimate child?" Wilson quickly tried to calm him down. Despite having the best family background, he was the most timid of them all. Hughes was absent from dinner for some reason, and only Rain could speak up for Kemp. Wilson also looked at him nervously. Rain, however, said directly to Damon, "Sorry, I am also a bastard." Damon felt challenged and immediately stood up, staring at Rain and Kemp. "Since you are here to protect His Highness, then show us your strength." He said he would stand his ground, and the two of them could use any weapon or even their physical strength to push him down. If Damon fell, they would win. If not, they would return to where they came from. Bastards were not welcome here. In his view, for a noble to send a bastard for a marriage alliance was an insult to Princess Anna and deserved punishment. As Damon spoke, his guards immediately began to jeer, and the crowd quickly filled the servants' quarters. Forced into this position, Kep had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree to the bet. The guards, meanwhile, placed their bets, convinced they would lose badly. After all, Damon was a royal knight, his strength comparable to the Grand Master of the Knights, and he had already reached the ranks of a 5-star knight. Even if the boss stands still, he's like a mountain, impossible to push over. These 2 bastards will be packing their bags and leaving tomorrow. Tomorrow? I think it'll be today. Laughter continued, but Lien remained calm. Damon asked disdainfully, "Are you all coming at me at once, or one at a time? I can take down an arrogant bastard like you all by myself." Cap drew his sword and charged forward. Damon didn't even bother to dodge. He simply extended 2 fingers and caught Cap's sword, which he swung with all his might. Immediately afterward, a terrifying recoil force forced Cap back several steps, finally causing him to fall to the ground in a sorry state. He considered himself a skilled swordsman, yet he couldn't even withstand a single blow, and Damon clearly wasn't even taking it seriously. The guards burst into laughter, mocking Cap for overestimating himself, and telling him to get out. Lee helped Cap up and pulled over a stool for him to sit on. Cap's face was full of resentment. "This guy is too strong." Lee, however, seemed not to hear him, and glanced calmly at Damon. "As long as you fall, you won't bother us anymore?" Damon, instead of getting angry, laughed. "Yes, that's it, pretty boy. Okay." The next moment, Lien walked towards Damon, without any burst of speed, just as naturally as if he were walking normally. The guards watched and laughed, thinking that he really wanted to use his thin body to knock Damon down. But just as the 2 brushed past each other, and their shoulders touched, Damon was sent flying. With a loud crash, he slammed into the wall, cracking it, and the falling debris buried him. The laughter in the restaurant abruptly ceased. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe that their strongest leader, Damon, had been sent flying by a single shoulder bump from Lien. Annie, observing Lien from the shadows, also frowned. This guy was actually a superhuman. Chapter 13: The Nobleman's Potion. "God, you must be joking with me." Golden-haired Cape stared in disbelief at everything. Lien's image in his mind had risen even higher. He was no longer just an equal, illegitimate brother, but had become almost an idol. "Lien, he's really that amazing?" Wilson couldn't help but exclaim. By the time the guards recovered from their shock, Lien had already taken the money pouch from the guard who had bet on his inevitable defeat. He even weighed it in his hand. It was clearly filled with silver sparrows. "Thanks," Lien said to the guard. The guard's face turned pale. He wanted the pouch back, but didn't dare to even extend his hand. Even Damon had been easily knocked away. How could he dare to provoke Lien? He could only accept the money as the price for his blindness. Damon pushed aside the rubble, scrambled to his feet, and walked straight to Lien. The guards held their breath, expecting their captain to attack, but Damon instead bowed deeply to Lien. "I apologize for my previous disrespect. Regardless of whether you are a bastard or not, you are qualified to be His Highness's bodyguard, and you have earned my respect." Lien wasn't surprised. Damon despised illegitimate children, but he also had an innate reverence for the strong. As long as one had enough power, one could gain his approval. Damon turned to the other guards. "From now on, no one is allowed to cause trouble for those 4, understand?" "Understood," everyone responded in unison. Dismissed. After Damon finished speaking, he left the servants' dining hall with his trusted men, and the rest of the guards also dispersed one after another. Wilson and Kep looked at Lien with eyes full of admiration. Hughes had just returned to the restaurant, and had also heard the commotion. "How did you do that? You're actually a superhuman, right?" Lien didn't answer, which was tantamount to admitting it. He couldn't very well tell everyone that he was hiding a dragon. Kemp immediately put his arm around Hughes and excitedly recounted the scene, saying that Lien had simply walked over and knocked Damon, that big guy, flying. He even described Damon's expression at the time in great detail, as if he himself had been the one who made the move. Wilson chimed in, and Hughes, after listening, looked at Reen with envy. "I really envy you, becoming a superhuman at such a young age. My father forbids me from touching potions, not even asking, Wilson said helplessly. Me too, Cap sighed, scratching his blonde hair. The conversation quickly turned to superhumans and potions. In this world, every noble family possesses a magical potion. Ordinary people who consume it have the chance to ascend to the ranks of the extraordinary. However, the more highly regarded a noble's offspring are by their family, the less likely they are to obtain the potion. This is because the price of becoming extraordinary is too high. The potion brings forth the whispers of ancient gods, constantly corrupting their spirits, and potentially leading to loss of control and transformation into monsters. Moreover, this contamination could be passed down to the next generation, causing the family to produce mutated monsters. Therefore, the noble elders preferred to entrust the potion to their confidants or adopted sons, training them to be the family's weapons, rather than letting the true heirs take the risk. This was the noble's deepest secret. Apart from Lien, who was familiar with the plot, only a very few old men at the top of the ranks among the natives knew the risks behind the potion. Most noble children still follow the path of knighthood, gaining power through long-term training. A 5th-level knight like Damon can already contend with lower-level superhumans skilled in close combat. However, against high-level superhumans who wield sophisticated magic, knights still struggle to compete. Perhaps only witches are qualified to fight them. Lien knew very well that this world was far more dangerous than it appeared, so he had to become a superhuman. As for why he was able to knock Damon away just now, it was all thanks to the gluttonous dragon Hera in his arms. Although Hera was in a weakened state, she was still an ancient dragon. To her, a powerful being like Damon was enough to be sent flying with a single finger. That evening, Lien wrote a letter to the Hall family, also sending them the money pouch he had won from the guards. The money was generous enough that the letter reached Earl Hall the following morning. In the letter, Lien first stated that he had successfully entered Black Rose Castle and become a royal guard, then recounted how his status as a bastard child had subjected him to contempt, exclusion, and humiliation, and worried that his frail body wouldn't survive more than 3 months. He also mentioned that Wilson had said noble families possessed potions that granted power. Without such power, he feared he wouldn't be able to persevere, much less achieve the glory of the Hall family. After reading the letter, Simon stood up angrily. These filthy mutts, how dare they bully the Hall family? Earl Hall merely glanced at his eldest son indifferently. You're still so impatient, Simon. Simon immediately bowed his head and apologized, but still felt indignant on Lien's behalf. Lien now represented the Hall family, and shouldn't have to endure such injustice. I know you care about this brother, the Earl said. You hired a etiquette teacher for him and had the butler remind him to stay away from Anna. But you must understand that family interests come first. If Lien won't go, then you should. If you won't go, then one of your true brothers must go. Simon calmed down immediately, feeling somewhat guilty. He hadn't expected his father to know everything he'd done in private. As for the Count's supposed true brother, Simon still felt that his full brother, Lien, was his real younger brother. Count Hall then instructed the butler. Prepare a potion. Yes. The butler nodded and left. Simon suddenly felt a pang of jealousy. He had begged his father for 3 years without receiving a single potion, yet now his father was willing to give one to Lien. Father, I can also serve the family. I'm willing to be the second princess's bodyguard, as long as you give me a potion. Count Hall shook his head. When you become the head of the family, you will naturally know the secret of the potion. Don't crave it too much. If the potion is really that good, why don't I become a superhuman myself? Simon remained silent. The Count waved his hand. Go down. This gift is enough to make Lien devoted to the Hall family. After all, it is a superhuman power that ordinary people dream of. Earl Hall vaguely sensed that what Lien truly feared wasn't being ostracized, but rather the witch Anna. To keep Lien by Anna's side and fulfill the Hall family's mission, sacrificing a low-level potion was nothing to him. Chapter 14 Entering the Extraordinary. A week later, the potion was finally delivered to Lien's dormitory. The door was tightly closed, and Lien stared at the glass tube in his hand. The liquid inside swirled slowly, like the setting sun sinking into a sea of blood. The deepest part was dark red like blood, but the edges gleamed with a molten gold-like light. Even through the glass, he could feel the heat. It wasn't the temperature of flames. It felt more like holding a heart that had just stopped beating. Seeing the potion in person was completely different from seeing it in a game interface. At this moment, Lien once again felt the reality and wonder of being transported to this world. "Are you sure you want to drink it?" Hera, nestled in his hair, squinted as she reminded him. "The boiling blood potion in the solar system is the shortest lived," Lien finished for her. "I know. Other potions might drive people mad or cause mutations, but the price of boiling blood is the most direct. It doesn't destroy sanity, it only devours time. Every outburst is a burning of life itself." But he needed power, and he had no other choice. The Imperial nobles all possessed solar system potions, and the Hall family's boiling blood was one of the most direct ways to enhance combat power. Even if he lived to be 100, the end of the world was already upon him. He might not live to see his natural death, so he might as well take a gamble. As for whether he could make up for lost lifespan later, that depended on the abilities of those witches. "Unless you're willing to lend me your power." Lien looked at Hera. "Absolutely not." Hera was still thinking about hunting down her contractor. How could she possibly contract another human? Besides, she couldn't do it even if she wanted to. She would have to break the original contract first. "Then remember to help clean me up when I'm corrupted." "I know, you garrulous ant." Hera haughtily raised her head, her tail gently brushing against his head. Lien took a deep breath, uncorked the bottle, and drank the entire potion in one gulp. The moment the liquid slid down his throat, it felt as if it had turned into a string of scorching hot iron beads, each one burning, searing into his body along his esophagus. His breath caught in his throat, his hands gripping the edge of the wooden table tightly. The next second, a terrifying heat exploded in his stomach, roaring like the core of a furnace. Lien arched his back, his teeth grinding together. He could feel the potion rapidly decomposing, turning into countless scorching particles that penetrated his stomach wall, entered his blood vessels, and rushed to his limbs and bones with his blood. His skin quickly flushed red, from his cheeks to his neck, and then to his arms. All exposed areas turned as red as boiled shrimp. Sweat, barely visible, was instantly vaporized by the intense heat. Looking down, Lien saw the veins on the back of his hands bulging and throbbing, like a surging river of lava beneath his skin, gleaming with a dark red glow. "Concentrate, guide it," Hera reminded him again. "Don't let it burn your heart, you ant." Immediately afterward, his bones began to groan, not as if they were breaking, but as if they were being repeatedly forged by an invisible iron hammer. After the tingling, numbness, and swelling, an unprecedented sense of solidity surged from the depths of his marrow. His skeleton became denser and stronger, as if forging a vessel for an impending burst of power. Then, his muscles began to tighten and expand. A tearing sound came from his shoulders and back as his once-fitting silk shirt was stretched taut. He didn't become an exaggerated mountain of flesh, but rather like a taut bowstring, like a spring compressed to its limit, every inch of his muscle brimming with explosive power. His heartbeat grew deeper, like the booming of war drums, pumping scalding power into his body with each beat. Then, he heard the sound of his blood. It was no longer flowing, but boiling. Lien closed his eyes, and in his perception, his veins were no longer ordinary pipes, but raging rivers of lava. Blood churned and bubbled, each cycle bringing even more violent power. The heat kept building, the pressure kept rising, and he was like a sealed boiler heated to its limit, desperately needing an outlet. Lien suddenly opened his eyes, a molten golden flame igniting deep within his pupils, instantly spreading across his entire iris. His vision completely changed. Hera became a warm, dragon-shaped orange light, the stone walls were a cold, deep blue, and he himself was a walking ball of incandescent fire. The extraordinary power had finally arrived. Lien released the wooden table, leaving 5 clear finger marks on its edge, the wood even melting from the intense heat. He clenched his fist, feeling as if he could punch through a stone wall, catch up with the fastest galloping horse, and even traverse the entire guard dormitory in 3 seconds. Boiling blood allows him to burn his life force in exchange for temporary immense strength and speed. The current Lien is more than capable of easily defeating Damon, a knight who has trained for decades and reached the 5-star level. Even so, he still cannot defeat Hera in her weakened state. In terms of combat power, he is roughly equivalent to a newly transformed vampire. After all, he's only in the initial awakening stage. The power of potions is divided into 3 levels: initial awakening, qualitative change, and perfection. To advance further, he needs deep meditation, to practice the core concepts of potions, or to consume special catalysts like resonance crystals. Therefore, he still needs a transcendent mentor, and Hera is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. This special witch, who had lived long enough to exist by absorbing the aura of ancient gods, was known as the blasphemer. She knew far more than the church. "You can't make a good woman a maid, a bodyguard, and now a teacher all at once," Hera muttered, when suddenly a fragrant piece of foie gras appeared before her. She sniffed it, then immediately opened her mouth and took a bite. "To stabilize your state, first enter meditation. Close your eyes, empty your mind, and imagine something that doesn't exist in this world," she continued as she ate. "To enter deep meditation, you need external help, such as sleeping pills, tranquilizers, blasphemous drugs, or magic. Do you have any more foie gras?" Guided by Hera, Lien quickly entered a meditative state. What appeared in his mind was Peking duck, a food that didn't exist in this world. The duck was connected to cosmic galaxies, creating an indescribably eerie image. But he soon realized that Hera's constant talk about food had triggered his memory. He thought of crispy roast duck, and the taste of scallions, cucumbers, and sauce wrapped in soft dough. The more he thought about it, the hungrier he became. Half an hour later, Lien's head throbbed, and his stomach rumbled, forcing him to exit meditation. "So, do you need me to tell you the core concepts that boiling blood should practice?" Hera was already calculating her new reward. Lien waved his hand. "No need, thank you." "You know?" Lien nodded. "I happen to know a little. The core of boiling blood is to transform the time of life into resources, and then into energy, instantly unleashing a tragic and resolute power. It celebrates courage, yet also gazes upon the emptiness of sacrifice. It is the most direct, the most brutal of all supernatural powers, yet also the one that shines brightest with the light of humanity. And to move from initial awakening to qualitative change, Lien can take 2 paths. Chapter 15 Miss Shadow has done a great deed. The first path is to become a desperate warrior, always ready to sacrifice yourself, and to strive relentlessly to save the world or for a clear goal. The second path is to become a gambler who never regrets his actions, frequently going to the gambling table and ideally betting everything each time. Lien's desire to prevent the apocalypse aligns perfectly with the first path, requiring no additional preparation whatsoever. As for the second option, he'll treat it as supplementary entertainment, gambling occasionally. Anyway, he gets a monthly allowance of 250 gold pounds, and now that he's a royal guard, he should also get a weekly salary. While Lien was busy taking the potion and trying to become a superhuman, Annie finally found enough detailed information and immediately sent it to Anna. In the princess's bedroom, Anne excitedly handed over a thick stack of investigation reports. "I've said it before, Lien's approach to you is definitely not for good purposes. He must have another purpose." She spent a week finally finding out what Lien was doing wrong, and she paced back and forth in her room excitedly. Anna took the documents and calmly asked, "What is this?" "A private investigator's report," and pulled out the most crucial page. "Before Lien went to the capital, he lived in Greenwater Town, which was under the jurisdiction of Baron Cobb." Anna didn't quite understand. "And then? We already knew he was an illegitimate child," and lowered her voice, as if revealing a shocking secret. "He seduced the Baroness and became her lover." "Is there any evidence?" "There were testimonies, but no photos were taken, since it was an investigation after the fact," and was quite disappointed about this. Anna, however, offered an explanation for Lien. "Everyone has a difficult past. Perhaps he was struggling financially at the time, or perhaps he had other unavoidable circumstances." As soon as she said it, she was a little surprised herself. Why did she subconsciously make an excuse for Lien? But the past can be overlooked, now and in the future, Anna will absolutely not allow Lee to continue his philandering. Is he still in contact with the Baroness? No. And took out the newspaper tucked inside the report. The headline read, Baroness shot dead. She's dead. It was murder, and the killer hasn't been found yet. Anna frowned slightly. Dead? And pointed to the contents of the report. On the day the Baroness was assassinated, she spent the whole day with her lover. She's dead, but her lover has disappeared. Lien is very likely the murderer, otherwise why would he have fled? Anna raised an eyebrow. You mean, the Hall family sent a murderer to get close to me? And crossed her arms and nodded solemnly. That's right, the Hall family must be held accountable. But the female butler Katie couldn't help but speak up. For noble children, it's not particularly rare to have 1 or 2 lives on their hands. Besides, we don't have direct evidence that Lien killed anyone. Katie, how come you're on that guy's side too? Annie stomped her foot in anger. Katie's expression remained unchanged. I'm just stating the facts. If any dangerous individuals are indeed assigned to His Highness's side, I am the one who should bear the responsibility. And bypassed Katie and privately hired a detective to investigate, clearly questioning Katie's abilities as a butler. Anna closed the report and said calmly, If I want to know if what he did was simple, I will verify it myself. If he is indeed the murderer, I will not hesitate to send him to prison. Hearing this, Annie finally smiled. Anna continued flipping through the documents, her gaze suddenly stopping. The report indicated that on the day the Baroness died, she and Lien had gone to the black market together. What are they doing on the black market? Anne casually guessed. Who knows? Black market transactions are impossible to trace. Maybe they're buying blasphemous drugs, or cursed items, supernatural objects, or illegal potions. Anna turned to Katie. What did the Bureau of Anomalies say before? The half-elf Katie replied. They say that the aura of extraordinary items was present in White Dove Square. Anna continued reading and discovered that Lien was also there on the day the incident occurred at White Dove Square. He had even climbed the clock tower and bought a meat roll and a lead box. Anna's eyes gradually brightened. Annie, you've unexpectedly found something interesting. She suddenly suspected that the third party who had prevented the explosion at White Dove Square and secretly helped her might have been Lien. Anne, oblivious to the problem, proudly raised her head. Of course, who am I, Anne? I'm your most reliable partner. Katie calmly reminded her. Shadow. And Katie had a long-standing grudge, but Katie had always been tolerant, which Anna was well aware of. I'm going to find Lien right now. Anna stood up abruptly. And quickly advised. Now? But it's already evening. Why don't we wait until daytime? Anna had already left the bedroom. And dared not follow, for a shadow and its master could not both be in the outside world at the same time. Katie looked at her, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. Congratulations, Miss Shadow, you've done a great job. She had already guessed Anna's judgment, while Anne was unaware of what she was about to lose. Anne, instead, smugly instructed Katie. Be more careful next time. Don't let just anyone get close to His Highness, understand? Of course, Miss Shadow, I will remember that, Katie replied calmly. Black Rose Castle was very large, but Anna quickly arrived at the door of Lien's dormitory and gently knocked. Even with the nightmare ability, Anna still needs to get a certain distance away to drag Lee into the dream. Tap, tap, tap. Li Unyung was surprised that someone was knocking on the door so late. He immediately hid Hera in his arms and then went to the door to open it. As soon as the door opened, he met Anna's crimson eyes. Seriously? We haven't seen each other for so long, and you use nightmare on him the moment we meet? The next second, Lien was dragged into the dream world. However, he remained conscious. The surroundings appeared unchanged, still resembling the Black Rose Castle. Anna stood before him, dressed in a pure black court dress. The cinched waist and wide skirt accentuated her silent and dignified demeanor. The fabric, devoid of embroidery or jewels, overshadowed all surrounding adornments with its tailored cut and muted sheen. She wore an exquisite and intricate black lace mask that covered her face above the bridge of her nose, revealing only her pale, snow-white skin. The eyes peering through the lace were glowing with a crimson light, a sign that she was unleashing her nightmare. "Come with me." Anna turned around, and Lien had no choice but to follow. As the two continued on their way, the surrounding scenery suddenly distorted, and the Black Rose Castle transformed into the White Dove Square from before. Anna was more concerned about something else than whether Lien was the murderer of the Baroness. Is Lien the mysterious person who secretly helped her, and why did he help her? In White Dove Square, the crowd reappeared, and everything was exactly the same as that day. The maid, Sheila, stepped down from the carriage and walked towards the children. Seeing this, Lee immediately guessed Anna's intention. She had begun to doubt him. Chapter 16 Replicated Scenes. Will using the silent pocket watch in the dream world cause any side effects? The answer should be no. This is a world constructed of consciousness. He couldn't possibly have actually brought the pocket watch in. Since that's the case, why be fixated on the pocket watch? Anything can be fabricated. Thinking of this, Lien resolutely took out a silver coin from his pocket and said to Anna, "I must stop her. She will bring explosions and disaster to White Dove Square. This silver coin is a one-time use supernatural item that can stop time for 3 seconds. As long as time stops, I can remove the explosive device inside her." He deliberately explained the settings in detail so that Anna would cooperate and allow the ordinary silver coin to possess real power in her dream. Anna seemed to understand. This did indeed explain why the cursed object inside Sheila had never exploded. "How did you know she had an explosive device inside her body?" Anna asked, staring at him. In the nightmares she created, her targets would tell the truth without fail. But she didn't know that Lien was the exception. Lien's expression was serious. To be precise, it wasn't an explosive device, but a cursed object made by the feasters. They wanted Sheila to self-destruct, causing thousands of casualties in the square. These lunatics don't care about human life at all. I learned about this from the Baroness. Anna raised an eyebrow. The Baroness? Which one? Baron Cobb's wife. I used to be her tutor, teaching her grammar. She suddenly became interested in grammar, and we gradually became friends. Lien paused, then added, "It's just that we're so close that people often misunderstand and say I'm her lover. She did invite me out, but I refused." "How is that lady now?" Lien's face darkened. "She revealed the banquetier's secret and has been killed by them." Anna looked surprised. "Was it the feasters who killed him?" "It must be them," Lien explained, half-jokingly. "My wife and I were in the carriage when it happened, having just come from the black market. We went to the black market to buy this extraordinary silver coin and stop the feasters' plot. After my wife was killed, I had no choice but to flee. If I stay there, I will definitely be framed as her murderer." He knew that Anna must have done her research beforehand to connect the events at White Dove Square to him. He had to make it clear that he and the Baroness were just friends. Anna habitually touched the bridge of her nose and continued to press. "Why is the Baroness meddling in the affairs of the capital when she is so far away in Greenwater Town?" "She didn't want to get involved at first, but I persuaded her. She trusted me a lot, and I'm the one who ruined her life," Lien said in a low voice. "If it weren't for me, she wouldn't have been assassinated by the revelers." "Then why did you persuade her to help?" "For your Highness's sake." Lien looked at Anna. "Sheila is one of your people. Her self-destruction in White Dove Square will surely cause chaos, and those who oppose you will definitely take the opportunity to make trouble." Anna was slightly taken aback. "For me? Why? I've said before that you once saved me. I want to do my best to help you, not just out of gratitude, but also out of love." Lien's voice was incredibly sincere. "I cannot allow anyone to hurt you in any way." Before Anna could think any further, Lien had already rushed into the crowd and tossed the extraordinary silver coin into the air. "Time stops for 3 seconds. To cooperate with him, Anna froze everything in the square, including Sheila. Lien walked through the still scene, quickly dismantling Sheila's chest cavity and taking out the heart-beating crystal cursed object. He placed the crystal into the specially made lead box he had bought that morning, sealing away the impending disaster. Time began to flow again, and Sheila, now free of the cursed object, collapsed to the ground, prompting gasps of surprise from those around her. "What's wrong with Miss Sheila? Get her to the hospital quickly!" The older children carried Sheila on their backs, while the other children quickly led the way, running towards the nearest hospital. Lien mingled in the crowd, clutching his head and pretending to suffer a backlash from a supernatural object. As soon as the commotion subsided, he immediately got up and returned to Anna's side. He grabbed Anna's hand and said earnestly, "Let's go, we have to get out of here." Anna was led by him, rushing against the flow of people out of White Dove Square. Looking at the slightly thin back of the black-haired boy, Anna felt an emotion she had never felt before. She was born a witch, the Empire's sharpest blade. She has always been the one protecting the Empire and its people. She has never been protected by anyone else. But this time, Lien stood in front of her. Feeling the warmth of her palm, it was as if even the millennial ice that had enveloped her heart was beginning to melt. The two kept running until the scene changed, and they found themselves running back to Green Watertown. Lee knew he was still dreaming. Anna clearly wanted to verify whether his relationship with the Baroness was truly just a platonic friendship. "Baroness? You're already..." Lien looked incredulous. The Baroness smiled and said, "I'm not dead. This world is full of wonders. Even being shot doesn't necessarily mean you can't be saved. Aren't you happy to see me again?" Lien immediately stepped forward and gave her a hug. "Of course I'm happy. I've always felt guilty for not being able to save you, but thankfully I stopped the partygoers' plot and didn't let you down." The Baroness hugged him tightly and whispered, "Lien, I don't want to be just your friend, I want to be with you." She leaned forward, wanting to kiss him, but Lien pushed her away in time. "Madam, as I've said before, my heart no longer belongs to myself. It belongs to Her Highness Anna, and there's no room for anyone else. We can have any kind of relationship, except being lovers." The Baroness was unwilling to give up, so she took off her gorgeous dress, revealing her alluring body. Lien understood that this was most likely a recreation of the scene from Anna's imagination. Yet, faced with such temptation, he remained unmoved. He picked up the skirt and covered the Baroness with it, his tone firm. "Madam, I respect you, please don't do this again. This will only put me in a difficult position and tarnish our pure friendship." Anna could see clearly that Lien wasn't incapable of appreciating beauty. He simply had his own principles. This man is indeed extraordinary. The next moment, the Baroness suddenly disappeared, and the surrounding scenery began to distort and change. Lien knew that she had passed the test. "Forget everything that just happened, it was just a trivial dream." Anna spoke softly, her voice seemingly possessing a hypnotic power. As she spoke, Lien slowly woke up from her sleep. Upon seeing Anna standing at the door, Lien bowed respectfully. "Your Highness Anna, is there something you need from me?" Chapter 17 Attempt to steal a chicken backfires. "How have you been this week?" Anna asked hesitantly. She rarely cared about her subordinates' well-being, let alone inquire about a guard in such a considerate manner. Lien replied that she wasn't uncomfortable, but felt that Anna was really too tired, handling so many things every day and having to maintain a regular schedule day after day. After he finished speaking, he added softly, "Thank you for your hard work, Your Highness Anna." Anna was slightly taken aback. It seemed no one had ever said those words to her before. She could withstand the cold words from the outside world, but she didn't know how to cope with the sudden tenderness. She turned and left expressionlessly, but her heart felt like it was being gently lapped by waves. Her heartbeat quickened inexplicably, and even her breathing became rapid. She just didn't understand what this meant. As soon as Anna left, the guards from the nearby dormitories poked their heads out, especially Wilson, Hughes, and Kep. They are both guards and competitors for Anna's fiancé. Recently, and has been impersonating Anna to mislead them into thinking that the princess is not so unapproachable. Now that Lien had Anna personally knocking on their door in the middle of the night, they naturally couldn't sit still. Kemp asked excitedly, "Lien, how did you do that? You actually got Her Highness the Princess to come looking for you in the middle of the night?" Wilson silently gave a thumbs up, indicating that he could never do such a thing. Hughes, however, only gave Lien a cold look before slamming the door shut. He clenched his fists, silently telling himself that if he couldn't become Anna's fiancé, he would have no standing in the family. No matter who his opponent was, he had to defeat them with all his might. Lien had no interest in imparting any secrets, only telling everyone to go back and rest. He then closed the door and released Hera. "Thank you," Lien said. Hera proudly raised her head. "Without me, you'd be driven mad by that witch, plagued by nightmares sooner or later. You know what I need, don't you?" Lien promised to take her to the kitchen tomorrow morning so she could be the first to taste whatever the chef made. Hera flapped her wings contentedly, flew to the top of Lien's head, circled once, and found a comfortable spot to lie down. She felt that sitting on Lien's head displayed her noble status more than being held in his lap. Meanwhile, Anna returned to her bedroom, and Annie immediately rushed over excitedly. "So? Did you punish him? Will he pack his things and get out tonight? Maybe we should hand him over to the police station. After all, he's a murderer." Katie, however, keenly noticed that although Anna remained expressionless, her skin was faintly flushed. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of man could elicit such a reaction from Anna. Katie was the first to judge. "He won't leave. He's a hero, helping Princess Anna avoid years of effort going to waste." And stood with her hands on her hips, completely unconvinced. "Katie, you're wrong this time. Lien is a murderer. How could he be a hero?" Anna looked up and calmly explained that the Baroness wasn't killed by Lien. The murderer was a partygoer. Lien had indeed helped her, and Katie, a lot. She also thanked Anne, saying, "If you hadn't sent someone to investigate him, I wouldn't have known that the person who had been silently helping me all along was him." Anne was struck dumb, frozen in place. She had clearly wanted to get rid of Lien, so how did she end up doing him a favor? Anne was both annoyed and jealous, feeling utterly resentful after her attempt to steal a chicken failed. She retorted, unconvinced, "Why would he help you secretly? It's only because he values your status and position." Anna paused for a moment before saying, "He said he loves me." She didn't mind telling Anne and Katie this secret. After all, ever since Lee first arrived at Black Rose Castle, his gaze had always been fixed on her, never drawn to Katie or any other pretty maid. Admiration? Annie was completely stunned. She couldn't believe Anna would say such a thing. Could it be that this usually calm and strong older sister, like any ordinary woman, longed for love? For a moment, Anne felt fear. She felt as if she were losing Anna. "You won't accept him, will you?" she asked hesitantly. Katie, however, said seriously that if one had to choose from among those boring nobles, Ryan would indeed be a good fit for Anna. At least he's not boring, and he has the wisdom and means to help His Majesty. As for his lowly status, he will naturally inherit the Earl's title once all of Earl Hall's legitimate heirs have died. Anna reassured Anne, knowing that and disliked Lee and wouldn't force her to do anything she didn't want to do. From now on, Anne will only need to attend charity events and social occasions on her behalf. Anna can handle her interactions with Lien on her own. These words felt like the sky had fallen on Anne. In the past, Anne had always been the one to represent Anna in social interactions with each of her fiancés. But now, Anna is actually willing to spend time with Lien in person. This can only mean that Lien is completely different from everyone else in Anna's heart. Anne gritted her teeth and said, "I will prove you all wrong. Lien is not trustworthy at all. He's just a pretty face and a playboy." She stormed off, nearly tripping over her skirt, but managed to regain her balance in time. Her face, however, was filled with embarrassment and resentment. Lien thought that tonight no one would bother her anymore, and she could finally get a good night's sleep. He had just lulled Hera to sleep, made the soft bed, and was about to get into bed when there was a knock on the door. Who would come so late? Chapter 18: The Beauty Trap. The entire Black Rose Castle was shrouded in night, and the candlelight from the chandeliers flickered in the draught, casting long, distorted shadows on the columns. The air was filled with the scent of old books, dust, and the faint fragrance of roses from afar. Lien opened the door and met the guest who had come to visit late at night. It was Princess Anna's shadow. She wore a very pale champagne-colored court dress, with silver threads flowing through the silk like moonlight falling on water. The corset accentuated her slender waist, and the layered skirt was embroidered with vines and stars, revealing a hidden glimmer only when the candlelight swept across it. She still wore a white lace mask, covering the upper half of her face, revealing only her fair skin, delicate nose, and slightly upturned rose-colored lips. Because Anna and N's body models are almost identical, the game designers used clothing and masks to distinguish them. Anna always wore dark dresses and a black lace, gold mask, while N wore light-colored dresses and a white lace, silver mask. So Lien immediately recognized that the person who came was not Anna, but Annie. "Your Highness, is there anything else you need from me?" Lien saw through his intentions but didn't point it out. This was the wisdom of an adult. A sly glint flashed in Anne's eyes as she chuckled softly. "You've done so much for me, how could I not reward you?" After saying that, she lifted her skirt and walked into Lien's simple dormitory, closing the door behind her. Wilson, who was next door, saw this scene again and was so excited that he immediately closed the door and almost jumped up inside. "My God, Lien is amazing! He actually won the heart of the princess. If I can just get through these 3 months, I can go home safely. Praise be to the sun god, praise be to my brother Lien Hall." Wilson believed that Kep and Hughes, like himself, were forced by their families to become the princess's fiancés, and neither of them wanted to take on this deadly task. But when he thought of the rumors that the princess's fiancé would be cursed and die suddenly, he began to worry about Lien and planned to tell Kep and Hughes about it. After closing the door, and bit her lip. Having long represented Anna at balls and social events, she knew all too well how socialites seduced men. As long as Anna seduces Lien, she will understand that men have no resistance to beauty. Although Lien claimed he didn't care about the cursed flower on Anna's face, he might not truly believe it. To expose him, Annie even brought a magical item, the crystal eye pendant. These are a pair of pendants, one for Anna and one for Anne, allowing them to share each other's vision and see everything the other sees, but at a price. Normally, they rely on recounting each other's experiences, only activating the crystal eye at crucial moments. And felt that the moment had come. If Lien gained Anna's trust, or even won Anna's heart, Anne's place in Anna's heart would be taken away. She couldn't accept that she was no longer Anna's one and only friend. "Lien, are you really ready to be my fiancé?" Annie reached out and pushed Lien to the edge of the bed. "Of course, I'm always preparing to become your fiancé." Lien sat down, wanting to see what Annie was up to. And loosened his uniform collar, leaned closer to him, and whispered, "Aren't you afraid? Every one of my fiancés has died a violent death. Some say it's a curse, that getting close to me will bring bad luck." Lien looked at her seriously and said, "Why should I be afraid? I believe it's just a malicious rumor that's trying to hurt you. Even if it's true, I'm willing to take responsibility for my choice. As long as I can be with you, Your Highness Anna, I'm not afraid of anything." His slightly melancholic gaze was so earnest that it momentarily distracted Annie. Was this guy really serious? But she quickly dismissed the idea. No one could love Anna more than herself. Lien must be acting. So Annie continued to probe, and the two got closer and closer until their lips were almost touching. Meanwhile, Anna sat in her luxurious bedroom, watching everything through the crystal eye, her fingers unconsciously clenching. In the past, Anne would not have cared if she had been intimate with her fiancé or close advisors, even if it was more intimate. Seeing Annie and Lien standing so close together, she felt inexplicably heavy-hearted, as if a heavy stone was pressing down on her. Katie whispered from the side, "Your Highness, I told you before, you've spoiled her too much. Anne is just your shadow, not your sister. You don't need to keep indulging her." Katie believes that Anna already considers Anne a sister, a point that must be corrected. And born a slave, is utterly unworthy to stand in the same position as Anna. "Shut up, Katie." Anna's tone turned cold. "Whatever Anne is doing, I believe it's all for me." Although Anna felt uncomfortable, she knew that if there was anyone in this world who would love her unconditionally, that person would be Anne. She felt a long-lost warmth of family affection from Anne and never doubted Anne's loyalty. "I'm sorry, I was too talkative." Katie lowered her head and said no more. Meanwhile, in the guards' quarters on the other side of the castle, and finally dared to remove her mask, revealing her exquisitely beautiful face, as delicate as a doll's. Her skin was flawless, as if it were the most prized creation of the gods. And smiled and looked at Lee. "Do you like me more now? Do you want me even more right now?" If Lien pounces on her like a hungry wolf, her plan will succeed. This is enough to prove that everything Lien said before was a lie. He could never truly love Anna, whose face bore the cursed flower. But Lien's reaction completely stunned Annie. He pushed Annie away almost without hesitation, his eyes filled with disgust, as if he had been deceived emotionally. "You are not Princess Anna, who are you?" The next second, Lien pulled a revolver from his pocket and pressed the muzzle against Annie's chest. "If you don't tell the truth, I'll kill you right now." Chapter 19: Anna's Reward. And was filled with disbelief. She never imagined that someone would see her true face and not be fooled by her beauty, but instead point a gun at her. Could it be that I was really wrong? What Liyun liked was never a flawless face, but rather someone who could accept even the imperfections on Anna's face. "I am your beloved Princess Anna. You wouldn't happen to be someone sent by some organization to assassinate me, would you?" And immediately changed her approach and retorted in a tough tone. "You deliberately made me lower my guard and then pointed a gun at me. You're the real assassin." Lien sneered. "Princess Anna has a flower that grows on her face, but you don't. Stop pretending, I've already seen through you. You're one of the feasters, aren't you? This cultist dared to impersonate Princess Anna and almost fooled me. Since you refuse to confess, I'll kill you right now." Seeing that Lien's finger was pressing the trigger, and that he wasn't acting at all, Annie finally panicked. She was just an ordinary person. If she were shot in the chest, she definitely wouldn't survive. "You're talking nonsense. I'm not a cultist, nor an assassin, I am Anna. Do you really dare to kill the princess?" She refused to reveal her identity, because once exposed, everything would be over. But Lien's gaze remained unwavering. "Too bad, you're just an imposter. Since you won't talk, then die." A gunshot rang out, shattering the silence of the room. And Anna switched positions in an instant. Anna dodged the bullet with ghostly speed, the bullet blasting into the wall behind her. This is another ability of the Crystal Eye, which can instantly switch the positions of two people, but the price is a month's worth of memories. Anna didn't care. Her life had always been bleak and colorless until she met Liyun, and things changed then. She wouldn't care even if she lost a year or 10 years of memories, let alone a month. When Liyun saw Anna's dress turn black, her mask transform into black lace, and she regained superhuman speed, he immediately realized that the real Anna had returned to save the day. Then, Anna pulled Lee into another dream, making him relive the scene of his meeting with Annie. "You don't need to forget, just remember, all of this is your dream." This time, Anna didn't erase Liyun's memory. Instead, she made him clearly remember that it was a dream. This way, Anne's secret of impersonating Anna wouldn't be exposed. On the other side, Annie was immediately moved back to her room, where she collapsed onto the bed, gasping for breath. That gunshot had almost made her witness death. Katie handed her a cup of coffee, which Annie gulped down in a rush. With a sob in her voice, she said, "Katie, he really tried to kill me. He almost killed me just now." Katie retorted without hesitation. "Look at you, so pathetic. If it weren't for His Highness saving you, you'd be dead already." And sniffed and nodded. "It was Princess Anna who saved me again. So don't do such stupid things again." But the more Anne thought about it, the more frightened she became, pacing back and forth in the room. "He's a man, Anne. Princess Anna can't let him be her fiancé. If I had to face him every day, I'd go crazy too." Katie remained calm. "His Highness has already said that you will not have to face him again. Besides, a man who can resist your temptation is very rare." And shook her head repeatedly. "No, it must be that I'm not his type. He can be the Baroness's lover, and he might betray Anna for another beauty in the future. Katie, you go this time. You are a half-elf, no man can resist your charm, you will surely be able to test his true feelings." Katie refused outright. "I'm not going." And tried to provoke her. "Are you scared? Scared of taking on the challenge?" Katie wasn't fooled at all, looking at her coldly. If His Highness commands me, I will obey without hesitation. But Anne, you have no right to command me, understand? You damned half-elf, you're so disgusting. Likewise, I don't like you either. Katie snatched the coffee cup back from Anne, poured out the rest of the coffee, and made no attempt to hide her disgust. At this moment, the real Anna was sitting by Leon's bedside, quietly watching the black-haired boy as he slept. You really surprised me. She got up to leave, but Leanne suddenly grabbed her hand and whispered, Don't go, Anna, I love you. Anna turned around abruptly, and found that Leanne still had her eyes closed, clearly still asleep. But those words, I love you, made her heart race and her cheeks flush. She leaned down, carefully examining Leanne, and gently poked his face with her fair finger. Are you really asleep? Leanne didn't react at all, as if what she had just said was just a dream. Anna breathed a sigh of relief, lifted her skirt to leave, but suddenly tripped on the hem and fell onto the bed. Her lips just happened to touch Leon's. Anna hadn't stepped on her skirt since she was 5, but this time, an accident happened. Leanne felt the soft touch, but could only pretend to be asleep. Anna scrambled to her feet, went to the door to make sure Leanne wasn't awake, then quietly returned, took off the crystal eye from her neck, and put it in her pocket. You're asleep, you probably won't know, right? She muttered to herself, then seemed to have finally made up her mind. Then let's try again. Anna lowered her head and gently kissed him. This time, Leanne made no move, simply enjoying this unexpected reward. Every time Anna gets close to Leon, her heart races uncontrollably, as if something inside her is pounding wildly. You weren't tempted by Anne, this is a reward for you. She finished speaking with feigned composure, then immediately stood up and fled from Leon's dormitory, lifting her skirt as if escaping. Through the crack in the door, Wilson watched the princess hurriedly leave, his heart filled with boundless respect for Leon. He quietly closed the door and began writing a letter to his father, hoping that his father would no longer place too high expectations on him. After Anna left, Leanne immediately got out of bed and let out a long sigh. Phew, she's finally gone. Hera also emerged from Leon's clothes, her face serious, and said, Based on my observation and judgment, Leanne, you're finished. I'm finished? Why? Leanne asked, puzzled. Chapter 20 Sun Thanksgiving. You've been possessed by a terrible witch, Hera said seriously. Leanne was speechless. According to the game's settings, Hera was among the top 3 most terrifying witches, even surpassing Princess Anna in terror. But Hera stared at his expression and asked suspiciously, Wait, why do you look like you're enjoying it? You don't have some kind of weird fetish, do you? Leanne immediately explained that they had just gone through a severe test, and now that the test was over, Anna trusted him completely. Next, he will be able to formally ally with the princess to deal with the revelers hiding in the shadows. The omnipotent can stay, but the maid is out of the question. Hera flicked her tail, her tone haughty. I brought you into the realm of the extraordinary, so from now on you should respectfully call me Mentor Hera. Leon readily agreed and immediately changed his mind, asking her where she should go to improve her strength. Hera's advice was simple. Go to sleep and stay mentally alert. That's the most effective way to combat losing control. After saying that, she took over Leon's soft pillow first, and marked out a spot for him to sleep elsewhere. Leon was too lazy to argue with her. Anyway, this girl was completely unguarded when she fell asleep, and he could move her wherever he wanted. On his first night as a superhuman, Leon couldn't sleep at all. His original world didn't have true superhuman power. No matter how many superhumans appeared in movies and novels, it was far less impactful than personally wielding that power. Power can subtly change a person's mindset, making them more confident and more self-centered. But Leon was not blinded by this excitement. He knew he was still weak and far inferior to the witches who could bring about the end of the world and the rifts that could create disasters. Hera is right, I should go to sleep first. He repeatedly gave himself this mental suggestion and finally fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Leon and Wilson met with Katie on time and were then taken to the Queen's finance office to receive their first weekly salary since joining the company. Mrs. Wheeler, Anna's financial manager and the person in charge of distributing the money, was in charge of Anna's finances and also managed the salaries of the staff at the princess's residence. This was a kind-looking old lady with a round face like an apple. When she saw Katie, she greeted her with a smile. "Bringing a new person here again?" Katie smiled and explained that Lien and the other 3 were guards who had joined the force a week ago, and it was time for their weekly paychecks. She added deliberately that these people were all children of high-ranking nobles and didn't lack money at all. They were just going through the motions. Lien thought to himself that Katie was clearly still holding a grudge about what happened before. Mrs. Will smiled and beckoned them forward, assuring them that they wouldn't be shortchanged by a single penny, and praised them for their courage, since working under Princess Anna was no easy task. They had to guard against the princess's anger, and also endure the rumors and gossip from the outside world. Cap immediately took off his hat, straightened his blonde hair, walked around Katie to Mrs. Wheel, and solemnly stated that he was actually very short of money. Mrs. Wheel was amused and praised him for being willing to admit his shortcomings, saying that it was a virtue of young people. The 4 men took turns receiving money. Kep, Hughes, Wilson, and Lee had the same job and each received 10 gold pounds per week. This is definitely a high salary, 40 gold pounds a month, enough for a middle-class family to live a comfortable life. Of course, to hire servants and live a truly luxurious life, one still needed the patronage of nobles. Like Earl Hall, who gave Lien 250 gold pounds every month. This is precisely why Earl Hall was so convinced that Lien would be absolutely loyal. Spending so much money each month was more than enough to support one person. When the 10 heavy gold pounds landed in his hands, Lien still felt a strange sense of accomplishment. He couldn't help but think that he must have been a wage earner in his past life, and he couldn't help but be happy on payday. If this world didn't have an apocalyptic setting, he might truly be able to enjoy life in peace. Wilson was most excited when he received his salary, thanking Mrs. Wheel repeatedly. This was the first money he had earned with his own hands since adulthood, and even though it was only 10 gold pounds, it was of great significance. He even lamented that if Princess Anna weren't so terrifying, he would actually be willing to stay here as a guard forever. Hughes immediately joked that if Duke Constantine saw him looking so pathetic, he would definitely not be happy. Wilson explained with a wry smile that he was his father's 16th son. Although he was not an illegitimate child, he had no right to inherit the family business, as he had 15 older brothers. He only hoped that after leaving the princess's palace, he could find a similar job based on this experience, and support himself. Kemp felt that £10 a week was simply not enough to attend balls and social events, but Wilson shook his head and said that he was too timid to be suited for such occasions. Lien patted him on the shoulder to comfort him, saying that since Duke Constantine had sent him, it meant he must have high expectations for him. Wilson forced a smile and sincerely thanked Lee. Afterwards, Katie led the 4 of them to assemble at the Royal Guard. Led by Damon, all the royal guards followed closely behind Princess Anna. Today is not only payday, but also an important annual holiday, Sun Thanksgiving. According to regulations, all members of the royal family must attend Mass at the cathedral, and a grand Thanksgiving ball will be held in the evening. This day is the most solemn ceremony in the Empire, so all the guards must be on high alert. Lien dared not relax, because he remembered that the feasters might take advantage of this grand festival to make their move. The morning light, like molten gold, slowly spread from the edge of the imperial capital, climbed the winding streets, crossed the towering grey city walls, and finally bathed the St. Vitus Cathedral. The rose windows, composed of countless colored glass panes, awaken in the sunlight, flowing with a jewel-like halo, making the entire church resemble a silent, burning fiery mountain. The somber tolling of the mass bells echoed over the capital, one call after another, urging people to attend the holy service. The royal road leading from the palace to the main entrance of the cathedral was already filled with a flood of people. They stood on tiptoe, craned their necks, their eyes filled with a mixture of festive piety and unbearable longing, all eyes fixed on the honor guards slowly emerging from under the white stone archway. For the first time, the 4 imperial princesses appeared in public together. Chapter 21 The Heirs of the Empire. The 3 princesses walked at the front, with the eldest princess Ellie in the middle. Her very presence was like an unquestionable declaration. Sunlight fell on her waist-length fiery red hair, like gilding a summer rose. Her dark red velvet gown was luxurious and intricate, with gold-threaded roses swaying gently with each step. She raised her head slightly, her emerald eyes calmly sweeping over the crowd, completely unconcerned about the cheers that nearly lifted the church spire. "The Imperial Rose! Princess Ellie! Your Highness, I am willing to duel for you, and offer my heart for you." Ellie was used to the fervor of her subjects, and took it all for granted. She was beautiful, noble, and the Emperor's favorite, as if she could be forgiven no matter what mistakes she made. She glanced at Anna, who was lagging behind, her eyes filled with disdain. In her view, she was born to have the right to inherit the throne, and Anna shouldn't have even stepped into this competition. Slightly to Ellie's left is the second princess, Saya. She wore a simple and elegant pale yellow dress, and her long wheat-colored hair was braided and pinned up at the back of her head, making her appear gentle and dignified. Saya, arm in arm with the elderly lady-in-waiting, smiled in response to the old people and children waving yellow ribbons. Her smile, like the early spring sunshine, easily dispelled the winter chill. "Your Highness Saya, we love you! You are our angel!" Saya's supporters are mostly middle class and commoners, far outnumbering Ellie, but their influence is less. Ellie is backed by established noble families, who value prestige and lineage above all else. Originally, Saya should have been Ellie's most feared successor. But Anna's appearance, and her terrifyingly powerful strength, changed everyone's perspective. Princess Isabella walked on the right, her long, cool brown hair neatly combed, her dark blue dress sharply tailored, exuding both calmness and sharpness. She rarely paid attention to the cheers of the crowd, her gaze mostly fixed on the magnificent church ahead, occasionally glancing at Ellie and Saya, a complex and elusive emotion flashing in her eyes. "The heart of the Empire!" In response to the shouts, Isabella merely nodded slightly, like a general heading to battle. Her talent was astonishing. She was the only one in the Empire who could truly understand the blueprints for the steam engine and the difference engine. She was the one who propelled the Industrial Revolution in the country. However, she was also a follower of the intellectual sect, a status that was almost tantamount to heresy in an empire where the Sun Church was the orthodox religion. Now, she is probably also worried about whether she will ever be able to truly step into this sacred cathedral. Just then, the cheers outside suddenly stopped, as if an invisible hand had choked them, and the air instantly cooled down. "She's here." Princess Anna walked at the back of the procession, with a noticeably large distance between her and her three older sisters. She wore a black dress adorned with black pearls and transparent gemstones, her long pale blonde hair adorned with a black and gold crown, and her face covered with a simple silver mask. The mask fit her almost perfectly, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. The eye holes were smooth and hollow, like an airtight shell that completely isolated her from the crowd. All the gazes directed at her met with this cold exterior. Surprise, fear, disgust, and other indescribable emotions were all suppressed into whispers. "Your Highness, I support you." "That's a jinx. Do you want to be treated like an outcast?" "But she defended the North. She is a true hero." "She is a terrible witch. If it weren't for His Majesty's mercy, she would have been hanged long ago." The scattered voices of support were quickly swallowed up by the sea of people. Leon understood Anna's situation. She had won wars, protected the Empire, and brought back manuscripts of the steam engine and the difference engine, promoting industrial development. She held intensive charity events for 3 consecutive years, but still couldn't gain more support. There was only one reason: she was a witch. Ironically, if she weren't a witch, she wouldn't be able to do those amazing things. Anna could have had and attend the event in her place, but Lee gave her confidence, so she decided to face these people herself. Wilson, Hughes, and Kep, these guards, also endured the sympathy, contempt, and fear of others. "I bet Princess Anna is the most unpopular princess in history," Cape said in a low voice. Wilson immediately reminded him. "Yes, but could you please keep your voice down?" Hughes also sighed. "The other 3 princes are indeed radiant." As a witch, Anna possessed hearing far exceeding that of ordinary people, and she could hear even the slightest whispers around her. Just when everyone thought she was inferior to her 3 older sisters, and even considered her the least popular, Lien quietly spoke up. In my heart, Princess Anna may not be perfect, but she is the most special person. Beautiful, strong, and unique. Anna's lips unconsciously curled into a smile at those words. She didn't turn around to look at Lien, but the image of him speaking had already appeared in her mind. Even if the whole world hates and fears her, there is at least one person who always genuinely appreciates her. Anna walked forward in silence, seemingly oblivious to the cold stares around her. Her steps were neither fast nor slow, without hesitation or retreat. Finally, the group passed through the oak gate guarded by the statues of the 12 apostles, temporarily shutting out the boiling and eerie noise outside. Inside the church, candlelight flickered, stained glass cast dappled light, and the air was filled with the coolness of beeswax, incense, and stone. The benches on both sides were already filled with the empire's top nobles. After the princesses entered, the previously low-key conversations quickly ceased, and all eyes were fixed on them. The emperor sat on the highest throne, surrounded by nobles. He looked pleased when he saw his first 3 daughters, but his smile froze completely when Anna appeared. He couldn't understand why Anna was sometimes approachable, and at other times like a witch from hell. And today, she clearly belonged to the latter. The emperor loathed Anna, even considering her entering the church a blasphemy against the sun god. Yet he forced himself to suppress his emotions, for the empire could not exist without her. The Pope, dressed in a pure white robe embroidered with gold and wearing a triple crown, stood before the main altar awaiting them. This was Lien's first time attending a mass of royal caliber. While he found it novel, he also found the ceremony lengthy and tedious. However, he dared not relax and remained extremely vigilant throughout. Ironically, the more you worry about something, the more likely it is to happen. Just as Anna approached, the elderly Pope suddenly collapsed. He clutched his neck tightly, his face flushed red, barely able to breathe in pain. This scene instantly terrified everyone. The one who fell was not an ordinary person but the Pope. Chaos erupted inside the church. Chapter 22 The Pope's Bitter Heart. Your Holiness, what's wrong with your Holiness? It's pollution, it's filth. It must be a witch who brought misfortune to His Holiness the Pope. Get rid of the witch. In the blink of an eye, everyone's anger was directed at Anna. Faced with angry, disgusted, and contemptuous gazes, Anna instinctively clenched her fists. These nobles and subjects were the ones she had risked her life to save on the battlefield. She had fought for over 300 days and nights on that meat-grinder-like battlefield, and now all she saw were distorted and repulsive faces. In the past, she had wished for the end of the world because of that gaze. And every time she had such a thought, the flower of the end beneath the mask would bloom even more profusely. The royal guard and the Knights of the Sun immediately drew their swords, intending to drive Anna out of the church. Damon and Lien, who were also members of the royal guard but whose salaries were paid by Anna, immediately confronted each other. Stop it, all of you! Emperor Louis finally spoke, and both sides put away their weapons. He stared at Anna with disgust and said coldly, This is a sacred place, you shouldn't have come today. He was about to say, Get out, when Lien stood in front of Anna. The boy's tall and straight back was like a wall, shielding her from all the scornful gazes. The flower of the end beneath Anna's mask also ceased to grow. Your Majesty, I can save His Holiness the Pope, but we must act quickly and evacuate the crowd first. Louis's attention was immediately drawn. You can really save the Pope? Certainly. The 4 cardinals exchanged glances, clearly thinking that this kid who had appeared out of nowhere was talking nonsense. Earl Hall hurriedly stood up. Nonsense, Lien, come back! He didn't want this illegitimate son to cause a huge problem. Are you Hall's son? Louis asked. Lee nodded. Yes, but I don't deserve the Hall surname. Louis said in a deep voice. Save the Pope, and I will have Hall bestow your surname upon you, making you a true member of the Hall family. If you cannot be saved, you will die with the Pope. Lien's lips twitched, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Doctors can't save patients, yet they have to die with them? What kind of absurd logic is that? Without another word, he quickly went to the Pope's side. The crowd surrounding the Pope was also dispersed, and Lien reached out to examine the Pope's supernatural items. Of course, the inspection was just a pretext. This old guy must have a lot of good stuff on him. It would be a huge loss not to take it. I am the appraiser. His Holiness the Pope is not influenced by Princess Anna, but is under multiple curses. As he spoke, Lien took a coin out of the Pope's coat pocket. This is a lucky coin, which should bring absolute luck with every toss. But it has been tainted, and every time it is used, it will bring misfortune. It can no longer be kept on you. He secretly squeezed the gluttonous dragon in his arms, and Hera immediately created swirling black mist on the coin. The 4 archbishops were stunned. When was the lucky coin contaminated? It must be destroyed immediately. Before anyone in the know could react, Lien forcefully smashed the coin on the ground. Hera then used illusion magic to create the illusion of the coin shattering, but the real lucky coin had already been taken away by her. Lien continued searching and pulled out another red crystal. Red burning crystal can unleash the absolute power of fire element 3 times. However, it is also contaminated, and the wearer will suffer severe dehydration. Hera released black energy in response, almost completely turning the crystal black. Everyone was shocked again. No one understood why the Pope was covered in so much contaminant. Lien then proceeded to destroy the red burning crystal. The Bureau of Containment of Anomalies finally couldn't stand it any longer and tried to retrieve the items, but Anna stopped them. She didn't say a word, but her cold gaze said it all. Anyone who dares to disturb Lien will die. This is the blue conch shell. Wearing it allows you to eavesdrop on other people's thoughts. However, once it is corrupted, you can only hear the whispers of ancient gods, which can easily drive people mad. As Hera created the black mist again, Lien publicly destroyed the blue sea conch. One extraordinary item after another was unearthed by him, only to vanish before everyone's eyes. Some in the crowd even let out heartbroken wails, but Lien paid them no heed. The clergy were all dumbfounded. How could His Holiness the Pope have so much contamination on him? An archbishop finally couldn't help but object. His Holiness the Pope possesses the most powerful purification magic. Can't he purify himself? Lien sighed. His Holiness the Pope has probably been corrupted long ago, and he has exhausted his strength to suppress the corruption, which is why he fainted today. How could he possibly have the strength to deal with these things? So how exactly will you save him? The cardinal pressed. Once these pollutants are removed, His Holiness the Pope will naturally be able to suppress the pollution and stand up again on his own. Lien spoke with righteous indignation, then looked at the bishop. Your Excellency, are you obstructing us because you don't want the Pope to wake up? Or have you been coveting the Pope's position for a long time? The bishop's face flushed red, and under the suspicious gazes of the crowd, he could only retreat in a disheveled state. Lien continued groping until his hand touched the Pope's tightly gripped scepter. The Pope, who had been feigning unconsciousness, suddenly began to twitch his eyelids wildly. He never imagined that anyone would be so audacious as to dare to snatch his scepter of power from the Church of the Sun God. Pope Shaw deliberately chose to collapse on Thanksgiving Day to corner Anna. He possessed the ability to foresee the future and knew that Anna would bring about the end of the empire and the world. So he wanted to kill Anna before she grew up. As long as he continued to feign unconsciousness and allowed the 4 archbishops to incite public opinion, he could send Anna to the gallows and burn her to death with the flames of the eternal corona. This plan was known only to him and his most trusted cardinal. But Lien, that liar and bandit, actually tried to take away his scepter as a contaminant. Shaw prayed silently to the sun god, hoping for a ray of annihilation to burn Lien to ashes. But the sun god he worshipped most offered no response. It was as if Lien Kai was the one chosen by the sun god, not him. Seeing that he was about to lose the scepter, Shaw could no longer pretend. He suddenly opened his eyes and snatched the scepter back. This is mine! Nobody can take it away from me! His eyes were incredibly firm, as if telling Lien that he was the most trusted believer of the sun god. But to Lien, this appearance was somewhat comical. The Pope is awake! His Holiness the Pope is really awake! He did it! Lien really brought the Pope back to life. Lien Hall! Lien Hall is my son! Cheers erupted. Even the wealthiest Earl Hall proudly announced that the ruthless man who had destroyed countless extraordinary items in public was his son. Everyone was thanking and praising Lien for saving the Pope, but Pope Shaw was the only one who was so bitter that he couldn't speak. Chapter 23 Pills, Hera, save me! Oh, Your Holiness the Pope, you have finally awakened. You have devoted yourself to the Empire and endured too much pollution, which is why you collapsed from exhaustion. But the great Sun God has always protected you, and no matter how many times you fall, you will eventually awaken. Lien immediately began to summarize, first praising the Pope to the point that he had no way to refute her. You are the first Pope in the history of the Sun Church to collapse during Thanksgiving, Massachusetts. But this is not a disgrace, but an honor, because you worked harder than any other Pope, even sacrificing your life to observe the future. Although the Pope's expression was unpleasant after hearing these words, he felt much better. Lien had both given him a way out and successfully diverted everyone's attention. At this moment, no one said that the witch Anna brought misfortune anymore. Everyone believed that the Pope had suddenly fainted because he was carrying too many corrupted supernatural items. Lien's act of saving face for the Pope earned him goodwill from many believers. In order to awaken you as soon as possible, I destroyed many of your extraordinary items under the guidance of the Sun God. Your Holiness, you shouldn't mind, right? Before the Pope could answer, Lien stretched out his hands with a look of annoyance. Oh, I am willing to go to jail for my crimes and accept the judgment of the Church and the Bureau of Abnormal Containment. As soon as he finished speaking, the sundial inside the church, which symbolized God, suddenly lit up almost imperceptibly. Lien's heart sank. Oh no, he'd gone too far with his boasting and completely forgotten that this was a world where true gods existed. He actually dared to spout nonsense right under the nose of the Sun God, and even managed to trick the Pope. Did the Sun God really hear him? What you fear most is what happens. A beam of light pierced through the colorful glass window and fell directly on Lien. Pills, Hera, save me! A soft light instantly enveloped Lien and Hera tensed up. She couldn't guarantee that she, in her weakened state, could take them away from under the noses of the true gods. If I had known, I shouldn't have agreed to act in this charade with Lien. Now, let alone saving him, I might even lose my life here. She was prepared to abandon Lien and flee at the crucial moment. No matter how delicious the food was, it wasn't worth risking her life. She still needed to find her contractor and take revenge. But Light reacted faster than her. Before she could even leave Lien's embrace, she was already completely enveloped. However, the expected burning and purification did not occur. The light simply brushed gently over the two of them, like a peaceful greeting from a deity. Lien felt even more uncertain. What did this mean? Hera was equally puzzled. The Sun God wasn't punishing them. Instead, he seemed to be smiling at them. She never imagined that one day her existence would be treated with respect by the Church of the True God. Upon witnessing this scene, the bishop and believers all knelt down. Only the Pope remained standing, his face full of resentment, yet he had to admit that the boy before him, who was full of lies, had indeed received God's approval. Young man, you don't have to do this. I gave you permission to do it. Emperor Louis immediately seized the opportunity to speak up and help Lien out of the predicament. You saved His Holiness the Pope's life, and I will not go back on my promise to you. From today onwards, you officially become a member of the Hall family. Lien finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly bowed his head, saying, Thank you, Sun God! Praise be to the Sun God! Thank you, Your Majesty! Praise be to Your Majesty! He just wanted to get out of this natural spotlight as soon as possible, fearing that the Sun God might turn on him at any moment and burn him to ashes. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm, and Anna secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried that Lien would be punished by the gods. Since this young man has been recognized by God, I suggest that he join the Holy Sun Church. An elderly cardinal suddenly spoke. He was the Pope's confidant and one of the few who knew about the secret mission. He exchanged a glance with the Pope, who nodded slightly. A variable like Lien couldn't remain outside any longer. He had to be kept under close surveillance. The papacy? No need. Lien refused directly. I am already a member of the royal guard and now serve Her Highness Anna. The archbishop stared at him in disbelief. Countless nobles tried every means to gain entry into the church, yet Lien was willing to serve as a mere royal guard. The scene immediately became noisy, with nobles and believers discussing it animatedly. How dare he refuse the Holy See? Is this guy out of his mind? If it were me, I would have agreed long ago. He might be a heretic, after all, he just destroyed so many supernatural items. The gazes of the four princesses also fell on Lien at the same time. For the first time, Princess Ellie felt a pang of envy for Anna, wondering why there wasn't anyone as interesting as her among her guards. The second princess, Saya, was filled with curiosity, not understanding why Lien would refuse the church's invitation. Princess Isabella, the third princess, had the sharpest insight. She knew very well that a figure like the Pope wouldn't faint so easily. Since the church hadn't encountered any trouble, this fainting spell was most likely orchestrated by the Pope. The purpose is not hard to guess. It is nothing more than to drive out and exclude Anna. Isabella had no romantic feelings for Anna. Like everyone else, she was naturally unable to get close to her younger sister. But she was rational enough to know Anna's importance to the empire, and also believed that the Pope's actions were unfair. As for Anna, this was the first time she had felt so firmly chosen by someone. She and Lien hadn't known each other for long, but when everyone was pointing the finger at her, and even her father tacitly approved of it all, only Lien stood up to protect her and defuse the crisis for her. Now, faced with an opportunity that countless noble children dream of, he still chose her without hesitation. Your Excellency Bishop, although I am bathed in divine grace, please forgive me for having my own choices. Lien spoke calmly, but he was still feeling uneasy, fearing that the sun god might suddenly slap him. The Pope stared at him and slowly asked, Is it worse to be a servant of mortals than a servant of God? He is not a servant. Anna suddenly spoke, her voice carrying clearly throughout the cathedral. He is my fiancé. This one sentence instantly caused an uproar in the entire church. What? He's Princess Anna's fiancé? How unlucky would it be to become a witch's fiancé? Princess Anna's first 3 fiancés all died tragically, and he probably won't escape it either. Wasn't it supposed to be decided in 3 months? How could she make a decision on her own? Countless comments, like ocean waves, crashed against Anna again and again. At times like these, most people will back down, unwilling to become the center of rumors and curses. But to everyone's astonishment, Lien walked up to Anna. He knelt on one knee, took Anna's hand, and gently kissed the back of her hand. Your Highness Anna, will you marry me? A man who is unknown, without status, without family wealth, but with only a sincere heart. Chapter 24. Who can be stronger than the witch? No, you do. You are my son Hall, and I promise to give you 1/3 of my assets as your dowry. Earl Hall's statement effectively meant he was politically aligned with Anna. Although he didn't like Anna, as the empire's richest man, he also had his share of troubles. With its extensive operations in banking, mining, and manufacturing, Hall had already attracted the attention of numerous powerful entities. He didn't want anyone taking a share of his profits. He needed a sufficiently powerful military backer. And in this empire, who could be stronger than the witch? This was the real reason Hall chose Anna. But his sons were all disappointing, either willing nor daring to approach Anna. Now that Lien, this illegitimate son, has suddenly appeared, all the problems are easily solved. Even Lien was taken aback upon hearing about the dowry of 1/3 of the assets, then looked at Anna. It turns out Anna had been prepared all along. Even if it wasn't Lien, her future fiancé would most likely be from the Hall family. Who says the witch only has strength and no brains? She has clearly been putting pressure on the Hall family in secret, but she hasn't used her status as a princess. She could easily support a fallen nobleman to acquire and gradually erode the Hall family's assets, making Hall feel threatened and forcing him to gravitate towards her. Lien wasn't angry, instead, she admired Anna even more. Even though that 1/3 of the assets could very well have been used to fund her bid for the throne. I do. Anna looked at Lee and gave her answer directly. Lien suddenly asked. Is it because father is willing to give 1/3 of the assets, or simply because of me? Anna was stunned. She hadn't expected Lee to ask so directly, and a sudden pang of guilt welled up inside her. This was originally a political marriage, but Li Yun's feelings for her were so pure that she was at a loss for what to do. No matter the reason, I want to marry you, Lian said. Anna took a deep breath and solemnly said, I promise I won't touch a single penny of your assets. I'm just marrying you. Your Highness! Even the steward Katie was stunned. Their original plan was to use the Hall family's funds to help Anna's campaign. But Anna voluntarily gave up this astonishing fortune. This is almost equivalent to signing a prenuptial agreement, although the concept of a prenuptial agreement did not exist in this era. Lian hadn't expected Anna to react this way. Did this mean that she had already made a name for herself in Anna's heart, and had even begun to open it up to her? This proposal had no flowers or ring, but it was witnessed by nobles and church members, making it an astonishingly high-profile event. See this? This is my brother, the bravest man in the empire. Kep tossed his meticulously combed hair, his face full of pride. That's right, he's my older brother, Lien Hall. Wilson, who idolized Lien, even acknowledged him as his older brother on the spot. He's not your older brother, he's my younger brother, Simon said proudly. My biological younger brother, from the same parents. Kemp and Wilson immediately looked at Simon, clearly puzzled as to where this guy had come from and how he had managed to infiltrate the royal guard. However, the scene was too chaotic, with most of the nobles crowded together, and no one paid any attention to these things. Only Hughes looked so bitter it seemed like he was about to burst into tears. The mutual recognition of Lien and Anna's identities effectively ended the competition among the 4 great families ahead of schedule. He was eliminated 3 months earlier than scheduled. How could he explain this to his father and face his family when he returned home? Hughes clenched his fists, coldly sweeping his gaze across Lien's face. A terrifying thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If Lien dies, will it be my turn? But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, Hughes was terrified. He immediately clasped his hands together and silently repented to the Sun God. Great Sun God, please forgive me. I was just under too much pressure and blinded by jealousy. Although he and Lien hadn't known each other for long, they were considered friends. He never imagined he would harbor murderous intent towards his friend. Hughes knew he didn't love Anna, and even thought no one in the world could truly love her. He saw Lee's proposal as nothing more than a performance for the Hall family. Even so, he still admired Lien. At least Lien had courage and determination that ordinary people couldn't match. He dared to risk everything for his family and for himself. At the same time, he was jealous of Lien. A bastard son, yet he had won Anna's favor, gained Earl Hall's recognition, and was even going to take 1/3 of the family fortune. I disagree. No one expected that the person who stood up to oppose Lien becoming Anna's fiancé would be the old pope. This is a sacred temple. As the chosen one of the gods, you should not marry a witch. Of the 3 princesses present, you may choose any one, but it must not be Anna. In the pope's view, it was fine if Lien was merely Anna's bodyguard. But he had just received divine grace in front of everyone, which clearly represented the sun god's approval of him. If the person approved by the sun god marries the witch, what grounds will the church have to deal with Anna in the future? Unfortunately, the pope's foresight could not be shared with the second person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to beat around the bush. He could have simply asked the emperor to execute Anna to prevent the apocalypse. Lien was shocked by these words. 3 princesses to choose from? Princesses aren't like cabbages at the market. It must be said that everyone was stunned by the pope's words. The phrase, the chosen one, and choose one at will, made the previously unknown Lien famous overnight on Thanksgiving Day. The imperial rose, the imperial pearl, the imperial heart, can they really choose them at will? And this person is none other than Lien Hall, a chosen one. Earl Hall immediately straightened his back, looking smug in front of the group of dukes and nobles. See that? That's my son. That's right, I've been secretly training him all these years to become an outstanding chosen one. Nobody asked you, Hall? Hall's archenemy, Marquis Plato, was ashen-faced. Although Plato held a higher rank, his wealth and influence were far inferior to Hall's. Now that Hall had another outstanding illegitimate son, and looking at his own son, Kep, who only knew how to fawn over his wife, he was even more furious. "Hey, you're just jealous," Hall said bluntly. Emperor Louis was taken aback at first, then looked at his 3 daughters. Leon's rescue of the Pope and subsequent baptism by divine light were proof enough that this young man was extraordinary. If that's the case, why insist on making him Anna's fiancé? Why can't he be the fiancé of Ellie, whom she loves most? The proud Ellie, the kind-hearted Saya, and the intelligent Isabella all felt the burning gazes of the crowd. Anna's face was turning gloomy at a visible speed. Chapter 25 Unwavering. The Pope's will is my will. Reen Hall, you have received God's approval, you saved His Holiness the Pope, and you are the most outstanding child of the Hall family. You must be careful about your marriage. There's no need to rush into a decision. King Louis's words were like a boulder thrown into a lake, instantly creating a huge uproar. Everyone immediately understood the Emperor and Pope's attitude. Leon would no longer be the witch's fiancé. On the contrary, he could even choose any one of the 3 princesses as his future partner. The nobles and onlookers were abuzz with discussion, all marveling at Leon's astonishingly good luck. Recognized by God save the Pope, and valued by the Emperor, now he can even choose any princess at will. Who wouldn't envy such treatment? The red-haired eldest princess, Ellie, received a glance from her father, elegantly raised her chin, and her emerald-green eyes swept over Leon's face. She took the initiative to extend her hand to Lien, her tone carrying an air of superiority and arrogance. "Lien, right? I think you're not bad. I'll allow you to abandon the darkness and come to be my bodyguard." The 4 guards behind Ellie immediately looked grim. As is customary, each princess is accompanied by 4 noble guards, who are the most qualified candidates to become her fiancés. Ellie, in particular, ranks among the top of the princesses in both appearance and status. Every year, at least 100 young nobles would duel in pursuit of her. But now, Lien, this person who suddenly appeared, was actually pushed directly in front of them by the Emperor. A blond noble boy, looking aggrieved, hurriedly spoke up. "Princess Ellie, didn't you promise before that you would choose me?" Ellie said calmly. "I only said I would consider you, not that I would definitely choose you." Another silver-haired man also became anxious. "Didn't you promise to get engaged to me in 3 months?" "I'm sorry I lied to you," Ellie said nonchalantly. "But I'm so beautiful, any lie can be forgiven, right?" Instead of blaming Ellie, the 2 directed all their anger at Lien. "Lion Hall? I've never heard of that name before. Who knows where this illegitimate child came from, daring to act so presumptuously in such a sacred place? I really don't understand why His Majesty would tolerate such a person." These words failed to offend Lien, but they thoroughly enraged Earl Hall. Earl Hall said in a deep voice, "Lien is my son, not some illegitimate child. He and Simon share the same mother." This statement undoubtedly formally acknowledges Lien's legitimate status within the Hall family. Simon immediately stepped forward, earnestly protecting Lien. "That's right, he is my real brother. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will challenge you to a duel." Lien was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Earl Hall and Simon to defend him at this time. Especially Simon, the nominal older brother, it seemed to be the first time they had actually met. Just then, Ellie, still holding her hand up, calmly reminded him. "Lien, you don't want me to keep holding my hand out like this, do you? It is very impolite to keep a noble lady waiting for so long." Lien was speechless. This woman's narcissism was simply outrageous. Before he could respond, the second princess, Saya, suddenly mustered her courage and stepped forward. She had long, wheat-colored hair and was usually gentle and reserved, but at this moment she also reached out her hand to Lien. "Sister, although I think Lord Lien is a good match for you, I also admire his character. I also want to invite him to be my bodyguard." Even Emperor Louis was surprised that Saya, who was always understanding and never competed, would take the initiative to compete with Ellie for Lien. Louis was not angry. On the contrary, he was somewhat gratified, feeling that his daughter had finally grown up. The crowd erupted in cheers once again, and the men who were pursuing Saya nearly collapsed on the spot. They never imagined that the kind and pure Princess Saya would also look at Lian with such special regard. Immediately afterward, the calm yet sharp-looking third Princess Isabella also slowly walked out. She looked at Lian and said succinctly, "I'm also very interested in you. Come be my bodyguard." This time, Louis was truly shocked. Isabella has never had any interest in marriage, and even the 4 guards around her were arranged by Louis. But now, she has taken the initiative to ask to keep Lian by her side. Kemp and Wilson were dumbfounded, and could only marvel at Lian's good luck. Hughes's face was terribly gloomy. He originally had a crush on Isabella, but due to his family and his own circumstances, he had no choice but to pursue Anna. Now that Anna has been taken away by Lian, even Isabella has become interested in him. Hughes desperately wanted to leave, but he couldn't. He had to see with his own eyes who Lian would ultimately choose. People began to speculate wildly, with some believing that Li would definitely choose the most beautiful Ellie. Some people think that the gentle and kind Saya is the best choice. Some people firmly believe that Isabella's intelligence and temperament are enough to make any man's heart flutter. But everyone eventually came to the same conclusion. In short, he would never choose Anna. That's right, who would choose that witch? Look, the witch's face looks terrible. The cacophony of sounds weighed on Anna like straws, each one a heavy burden. From childhood to adulthood, Anna never competed with her sisters for anything except the right to the throne. She always remained patient and yielding. Because she knew very well that even if she fought for it, she would not get anything in the end. A mother's love, a father's love, a sister's love, and a friend's love. She, who was hated by the world since childhood, was no match for these privileged girls. But Lian is different. He was the first man to stand by her side and firmly choose her. She was also the first person who made her want to fight for herself. But why are these people even targeting Lian? Why must even the one thing she wanted to have be taken away? Beneath the mask, the flower of the end bloomed once more, and a chilling aura, keeping strangers at bay, emanated from Anna. Just as she was about to completely lose control of her emotions, Lian suddenly raised her hand and took a golden metal wire from the collar of her uniform. He wound the wire into a loop, making a simple ring, and solemnly placed it on Anna's middle finger. Then, he looked at Anna, his voice clear and firm. "Your Highness, perhaps they didn't hear me clearly, so I'll say it again. Will you marry me?" Anna was stunned, staring at him in disbelief. "What did you say?" Without hesitation, Lian grasped her hand and said firmly, "Your Highness, you will always be my first choice." Anna gazed at the gold ring on her middle finger, her eyes gradually welling up with tears. At this moment, it was as if time itself had stood still. No matter how many gasps and discussions erupted around him, Lian only had eyes for Anna. This scene was captured by a reporter who managed to squeeze into the crowd. Later, this photograph was displayed in the Royal Museum and was named by later generations as the scene of the Messiah's proposal to his first wife. Chapter 26. Your Highness is beautiful, but she is 100 times more beautiful than you. The proud Ellie never expected that Li would reject her in front of everyone, and that the reason for the rejection was Anna. Even if Lian had chosen the second Princess Saya, who was skilled at disguise, or the third Princess Isabella, who was deep and calculating, Ellie might have been able to accept it. But it was Anna, the monster known as the witch, whose appearance was terrifying to everyone, who possessed demonic powers from birth. In Ellie's eyes, Anna was not like a person at all, but more like a weapon raised by the royal family, a tool that could be used to deal with enemies at any time. The fact that she, who was perfect and flawless, had lost to such a monster was something Ellie simply could not tolerate. "Lian, do you know what you're saying?" Ellie, who had never been rejected before, blushed, and her followers behind her immediately glared at Lian. "Your Highness Ellie, ignore this blind man, you are the most outstanding. I don't need your comfort." Ellie coldly dismissed everyone, then stared at Lian and asked, "Am I not pretty enough, not perfect enough?" This was the first time she doubted her own charm. Lien calmly shook his head. Your Highness Ellie, you are beautiful, but in my heart, Princess Anna is 100 times more beautiful than you. Upon hearing this, the entire church fell into a deathly silence, followed by a burst of uproarious laughter. Count Hall, your finest child is probably truly blind. How could Princess Ellie be inferior to that monster? This is the funniest joke I've heard in the last 10 years. Even Earl Hall thought Lien had gone too far. Everyone knew Anna had something terrible on her face. From childhood, she had always been called an ugly hag and a monster. Ellie felt an unprecedented humiliation, even more painful than being rejected. But to maintain her noble and elegant image, she forced a contemptuous smile. So you're blind? As she walked past Anna, fanning herself with a feather fan, she whispered, I will take everything you like. In the end, you will have nothing. There's a reason Ellie hates Anna so much. They were born to the same mother, who suffered from severe depression after giving birth to Anna and ultimately committed suicide. Ellie always believed that Anna was responsible for the death of her beloved mother. As for Saya and Isabella, they were born to the Emperor's mistress. After the Empress died, the mistress became Empress, and the two girls went from being illegitimate to legitimate princesses. That day will never come, Lien said calmly. Ellie stormed off, ignoring the servants' repeated reminders that the Mass wasn't over yet. Even though she was so willful, no one dared to criticize her. Everyone in the Empire acknowledged her beauty, and even felt that princesses were supposed to be spoiled and willful. Those who dislike Ellie will support either the seemingly kind and sensible Saya, or the exceptionally intelligent Isabella. Pope Shaw was extremely disappointed in Lien. He had clearly given Lien a choice, but the boy remained stubborn and insisted on getting entangled with the witch. He wanted to expel Lien from the cathedral, but Lien had just been bathed in divine light, and the Pope could not openly oppose the sun god, so he had to swallow his anger for the time being. The Emperor's face was equally grim. He had given Lien a better choice, but Lien chose Anna, saying that Anna was 100 times more beautiful than Ellie. In the Emperor's eyes, this was the most lame lie ever, a deception of him and the entire empire. Only Kep and Wilson were among the few who were optimistic about the two. I can't believe Lien was able to resist Princess Ellie's temptation, Cape exclaimed. I definitely couldn't have done it. Wilson nodded. Now it seems that he and Princess Anna are actually quite a good match. Hughes merely snorted coldly and remained silent. The image of Isabella reaching out her hand to Lien kept replaying in his mind. Although Saya and Isabella were rejected, they did not leave like Ellie. Saya withdrew her hand with a slightly aggrieved expression, but still said gently, I admire you. Your persistence towards Anna shows that you are a person of principle. Her thoughtfulness certainly won her favor, but Lien knew very well that this second princess was a master of disguise. Her so-called kindness and gentleness were nothing more than a means to gain more political leverage. Isabella calmly replied, I've disliked Ellie for a long time, and you rejected her beautifully. But you rejected me too, which makes me very sad. Her tone was completely calm, showing no sign of sadness whatsoever. Since you're going to be with the witch, be careful of her curse. Lien looked at Anna and said solemnly, Thank you for reminding me, but I believe those are just rumors. Anna is a witch, but she would never harm those she cares about. She harms the Empire's enemies. She is the Empire's guardian, a savior sent to Earth by God. Even if everyone misunderstands her and misinterprets her, she will save everyone. Anna stared blankly at Lien. No one had ever described her like that. No one called her a guardian, and no one believed she would become a savior. Even she herself didn't believe it, because she had wanted to destroy this hateful world countless times. But at this moment, for Lien's sake, and to become the great witch in Lien's heart, Anna suddenly wanted to try to be kinder to the world. The Emperor and everyone else frowned, and even Earl Hall couldn't bear to listen anymore. To stop the two from continuing, Pope Shaw stepped forward and announced that Mass would continue. After all, today was Thanksgiving, the most important day in the Empire. After the plan failed, Shock had to rethink how to send Anna to the gallows. As Mass proceeded, his thoughts raced. Why would God accept Lien, an illegitimate child? And what made this fraudster so favored by God? Soon, Shaw seemed to have received an inspiration. God isn't helping Lien, but helping him. All that's needed is to elevate Lien's status high enough so that the entire empire knows him. Then let Lien die at the hands of the witch, from the so-called witch's curse. By then, everyone will understand that the witch brought not peace, but disaster. The Pope's gaze toward Lien instantly shifted from disgust and contempt to fervent fervor. Lien is a gift from God, and also the sharpest weapon to destroy the witch. To make Lien the Empire's #1 idol, he must be given a sufficiently prestigious status. For example, the Holy Son of the Sun God religion. Chapter 27 The Holy Son of the Sun God Cult. As the mass reached its final stage, Lien suddenly felt a powerful suction force pull him away from the crowd and onto the Pope's side. The Pope's withered yet powerful hand gripped his wrist tightly. Lien's heart sank. He had almost forgotten that this old man was a top-tier superhuman. Did the Pope want to retaliate against him in front of everyone for ruining the plan and the supernatural artifacts? The more Lien thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. But the next moment, things took a completely unexpected turn. The Pope turned around, facing the dark mass of people, his deep voice echoing in the deathly silent church. Behold! God has shown mercy to his people and has sent forth new revelations. His gaze swept over the stiff imperial nobles in the front row, then over the 3 princesses beside the altar whose expressions suddenly changed, and finally looked meaningfully at the emperor on the throne who had narrowed his eyes. The old Pope's voice suddenly rose, trembling with an almost fanatical intensity, and resounded throughout the entire church. He is God's chosen one. He is the first pure spark that the sun has sown among mankind, a new symbol of our Lord's journey on earth. From this day forward, he is the Holy Son of the Sun God cult. He will cleanse the filth, guide the lost, and bring a bright future to the empire. These words were like a boulder thrown into an icy lake. After a brief moment of deathly silence, the entire church erupted in chaos. Exclamations, gasps, cheers, whispers of anger and fear mingled together, amplified by the towering dome to create a deafening roar. The cheers were loudest in the working-class district, with countless peasant women and artisans kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down their faces, shouting, "Holy Sun!" The nobles, however, exchanged bewildered glances, cautiously assessing the situation amidst the Pope's pronouncement and the Emperor's expression. Standing in the center of the altar, Lien felt as if the candlelight, the colorful light refracted by the gemstones, the dappled light and shadows cast by the stained glass windows, and countless sharp gazes were all pressing down on him. So this is what it feels like to be the center of attention. To be honest, it feels pretty good, but the pressure is definitely immense. To relieve the pressure, Lien even raised the Pope's hand and waved to the crowd, as if he wanted to say, "Hi everyone." The Pope's face twitched. In all his years, this was the first time he had ever seen someone as shameless as Lien. Lien quickly looked at the Emperor on the throne. The man, dressed in a deep purple robe embroidered with gold, and wearing an imperial crown, had no expression on his face. He was like an exquisite yet cold marble statue, with only his deep-set eyes sharp as an eagle's, staring intently at Lien, as if scrutinizing the Pope behind Lien. There was no warmth in his gaze, only a deep assessment, and a hint of anger that he had suppressed after being offended. Lien immediately understood that the Emperor was angry because he had not become the ideal fiancé of the eldest princess, Ellie, as she wished. Then, he looked at the 3 princesses. Saya's gentle face was as white as a church wall, and she covered her mouth tightly with her slender hand, afraid that a cry of surprise would really escape her lips. Her blue eyes, which always held a gentle compassion, were now filled with blankness. She looked at Lien, then at her sisters and father, and finally at the Pope's unquestionable back. Isabella narrowed her sea-blue eyes slightly, her lips pressed into a straight line. She was clearly trying to guess the Pope's true intentions. The Pope couldn't possibly truly admire Lien. After all, Lien had just destroyed many of the other party's extraordinary items. Anyone in his position wouldn't be so generous. Anna was equally shocked. If it weren't for the Deacon Katie stopping her in time, she probably would have rushed onto the altar and gone straight to fight the Pope. The Pope actually stole her fiancé right in front of her, and declared Lien a holy son of God. Did he decide to accept her? No, Anna didn't believe it at all. She wasn't naive. She knew there must be a bigger conspiracy behind this. Finally, Leon's gaze fell on Earl Hall. This adopted father stood at the front of the noble seats, his dark green suit still impeccable, but his expression had completely lost control. His eyebrows were raised high, his eyes were wide open, his mouth was slightly open, and even the ceremonial gloves in his hands were crumpled into a ball of fabric. Shock, bewilderment, disbelief, and the fear of a windfall suddenly hitting him on the head, leaving this veteran nobleman of the empire looking as if he had been scared out of his wits. He even swayed unconsciously, and it was only by his colleague supporting his arm that he managed to regain his balance. Lien almost laughed at the sight. At this moment, the Pope finally released his hand, took half a step back, and bowed slightly to Lien with unprecedented respect. Holy Son, please accept the veneration of your people, accept this light that belongs to you. Lien stood in the very center of the altar, the focus of the eyes of the Emperor, the three princesses, the imperial nobles, the clergy, and countless commoners outside the church. He had seen through the Pope's scheme. The old man wanted to control the witch's fate by controlling him. However, this was exactly what Lien wanted to do. He first sighed deeply, and then, under the gaze of countless people, slowly began to speak. Sigh, after hiding for so long, you've finally found out. Yes, I really am here to save this world. My friends, please let me lead you to a bright future. Even the Pope was dumbfounded. Where did this guy get the audacity to actually call himself the savior? Why didn't the sun god just strike him dead? But the Pope could only endure it, since it was he who wanted to use Lien. The more Lien resembled a holy son, the more advantageous it would be for the Pope. Then, another burst of frenzied cheers erupted inside and outside the church. Even the nobles who hadn't yet grasped the situation felt that Lien's demeanor didn't seem to suggest he was lying. Holy Son! Holy Son! Holy Son! The shouts grew louder and louder. Everyone could foresee that the name Reen Hall would resound throughout the entire empire overnight. All those in the empire who believe in the sun god cult will know that the cult has gained a new holy son, and that this holy son is sent by God to save the world. As the excited cheers gradually subsided, Lien did not disappoint everyone. He looked at everyone and dropped an even more shocking bombshell. The Feast Church is about to spread the plague at the upcoming royal ball. We must stop them. Chapter 28: The Final Plague in the Royal Capital. According to the original storyline of the game, after the White Dove Square incident is resolved, the revelers will spread the plague at the royal ball on Thanksgiving Day. This plague causes the infected to bloom with the flower of death, hence its name, the Plague of Death. The infected will eventually become the soil for the final flower, turning into a green field, and will continue to spread through physical contact. The feasters set up this scheme to frame Anna, the witch with the flower of the end blooming on her face, for the plague. Lien had originally intended to use his extraordinary powers to secretly capture the source of infection before the banquet began, but now it seems that he doesn't need to take action personally. After all, he now has an additional, impressive-sounding identity, the Holy Son of the Church. As God's chosen one, it's perfectly reasonable for him to have believers do things for him. Upon hearing that a plague was about to break out in the capital, the nobles looked at each other in bewilderment, the Christians were shocked, and the unsuspecting common people were instantly thrown into a panic. Some people exclaimed in surprise that there could be a plague in the city, while others thought of the cultists who were feasting and suddenly realized that it was not impossible. More and more people looked at Lien, their eyes filled with pleading. Lien didn't keep them in suspense, and directly offered a solution. He said that as long as the source of infection is controlled before the banquet begins, the plague will not spread. However, the arrests must be carried out jointly by the Vatican's law enforcement agencies and the Bureau of Abnormal Containment. Because the end of the plague spreads through physical contact, no one can directly touch the source of infection. And that source of infection is none other than Mrs. Brittany Spears, the most famous socialite in high society. Brittany was the Baron's widow and a peripheral member of the feasting church. She did not attend the Mass but stayed at home to prepare for the royal ball that evening. She wanted to use her body to drag the entire aristocratic circle into hell. After her husband's death, all the debts he left behind fell on Brittany's shoulders. In order to maintain the dignity of the Baron's mansion, she had no choice but to borrow money from all sides. Instead of helping her, her husband's former friends took advantage of her misfortune, revealing their greedy nature and tearing away her last shred of dignity. Brittany was gradually driven into the abyss, eventually becoming a socialite navigating the world of the powerful and wealthy, repeatedly selling herself in order to prop up the crumbling Baron's mansion. Later, she met Mr. A, one of the 12 deacons of the Feast Church. Mr. A made her a devotee of feasts, allowing her to find so-called happiness in despair. Thus, Brittany was willing to give everything to the Pale Lord, including her already scarred body. After 99 days of nurturing, she could clearly feel that the flower of the end within her body had begun to bloom. Today, she will exact her revenge and complete the feast cult's plan at the royal banquet. This is the first step in the Pale Lord's resurgence, and a necessary sacrifice. Brittany even began to anticipate the desperate and regretful expressions on the faces of the nobles who had once oppressed her, when they were swallowed up by the plague. At that moment, old Earl Henry was lying in bed, excitedly praising Brittany as the most beautiful lady he had ever seen. Brittany smiled, but her eyes were icy cold. She deliberately asked, "Isn't Princess Ellie, the Imperial Rose, more beautiful than me?" Old Henry immediately shook his head, saying that Ellie was just a small rosebud that had not yet bloomed, and that a real rose should be like Brittany, who has matured over the years. He buried his face in Brittany's arms, like a bloated child seeking comfort. Brittany looked at his balding head, her eyes showing no disgust, only the satisfaction of a mission about to be completed. Soon, old Henry and the nobles close to her, at least a third of the royal family's elite, will perish in this disaster. Just then, the door was suddenly kicked open. Old Henry's face turned ashen, and he angrily cursed who dared to disturb him at a time like this. But the voice coming from outside the door made both of them freeze at the same time. "I'm sorry, Earl Henry, Mrs. Brittany, you've been arrested." The intruders, dressed head to toe in white protective suits, were none other than Anna's personal guard. The Vatican's law enforcement and the Bureau of Containment of Anomalies, however, were a step too slow. Kep, Wilson, and Hughes stood at the back of the group. This was their first time participating in such an operation, and they were both nervous and excited. They whispered doubts about the reliability of Lee's judgment. If they had arrested the wrong person, offending Earl Henry wouldn't be the worst of it. The real trouble would be Brittany, who wielded immense influence. Damon ignored the gossip and led his men to drag the disheveled Brittany off the bed. Brittany struggled frantically, trying to bite those who approached her, but she couldn't touch these well-trained knights at all. Soon, she was completely subdued and forcibly put on a white protective suit. Old Henry was furious and demanded that they release Brittany immediately. Anna told him expressionlessly that Brittany had contracted the plague and that she had most likely infected him through physical contact, and asked him to come along as well. Seeing the tense atmosphere around them, old Henry rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. The Church and the Bureau of Containment of Anomalies acted faster than Leon had anticipated, but they still couldn't outrun Anna's lightning speed. Not long after, Brittany and old Henry were taken to the church. The Thanksgiving royal ball was also abruptly cancelled because of a single sentence from Lee. No one was willing to gamble with their lives. But the scene that Leon feared most still came. Pope Shaw wouldn't allow him to leave the cathedral even a step, insisting on asking him privately how he knew about the plague. Fortunately, none of the nobles attending Mass dared to leave, as they too were afraid of being infected. Even Ellie, who had just left, was notified to return to the church. After all, what place in the entire capital is safer than the Holy Cathedral? Faced with the Pope's persistent questioning, Leon could only adopt a charlatan stance, saying that some things cannot be told to everyone, just as the Pope cannot directly reveal his predictions about the future. He said they were all God's chosen ones, and the Pope only needed to believe in himself. Emperor Louis coldly warned that if it was ultimately proven that there was no plague at all, Leon would pay a heavy price for his words and actions today. Louis already disliked Leon because he was also Brittany's lover. Even though he had many other lovers around him, he still believed that no one knew how to please him better than Brittany. But when Brittany, completely covered in protective gear, was led into the church, many of the nobles and gentlemen present turned green with fear. They panicked, completely panicked. Chapter 29. Your entertainment circle is truly chaotic. Help me, Your Majesty! They are so unreasonable! They are absolutely unreasonable! Brittany cried her heart out, and tearfully tried to throw herself into Emperor Louis's arms. Louis, however, took 6 or 7 steps back, and his guards immediately stepped forward to stop her. Looking at the disheveled old Henry, Louis immediately understood that Brittany had publicly cuckolded him. He had known all along that Brittany's private life was chaotic, but the fact that the matter had come to the public's attention still caused the Emperor to lose face, and he wished he could execute old Henry on the spot. The old man was even older than him, and Louis simply couldn't understand what Brittany had fallen for. On the other side, the Pope was still immersed in Leon's prophecy, and shocked that this young man possessed abilities similar to his own. But Lien gave everyone no time to catch their breath and immediately continued to interrogate Brittany, as the Holy Son of the Church of the Sun. When did you become a partygoer? Brittany forced herself to remain calm and retorted. I don't know what nonsense you're spouting, and who are you? Anna calmly said. He is Lien, the Holy Son of the Church of the Sun, the chosen one of God, and also my fiancé. Katie then added, Don't try to hide it, we already know the truth. Brittany was about to throw mud at Anna when Lee suddenly moved closer to her and whispered something in her ear. You don't want anything to happen to Frank, do you? Franco is the son of Brittany's old Baron husband. Long ago, she sent Franco south, far from the capital. Because that was the person she truly loved. While the old Baron was alive, Brittany and Franco had a long-standing affair. The old Baron died suddenly after discovering their relationship. Brittany was afraid of implicating Franco, so she hurriedly sent him away. Very few people knew the secret, and Brittany never expected that this young man she had never met before could hit her biggest weakness with just one sentence. Leon looked at her, his tone calm yet threatening. Continue to serve the Lord of the Feast, or save your lover, the choice is yours. Brittany had initially held on to a sliver of hope, thinking that Lien was just bluffing and that Franger, who was far away in the south, could not possibly be controlled by him. But when she saw Pope Shaw and the witch Anna standing behind Lien, her last bit of hope shattered completely. The Pope and the witch, the two strongest figures in their respective camps, seemed to be endorsing Lien at this moment. She dared not gamble. Brittany finally lowered her head and admitted in a trembling voice. 3 years ago, I joined the feast cult and became a feasterer. The moment the words were spoken, the cathedral erupted in chaos. The nobles exchanged bewildered glances, fear quickly spreading through the crowd. Brittany Spears is actually a party girl? Damn it, how could she be a cult member? Leon pressed on. What are the feasters' plans for today? Tell us in front of everyone. Brittany bit her lip, knowing she was going to die, but at least she had to save Franger. They made me the spark to ignite the plague, and then pin the blame on Princess Anna. The entire venue erupted in cheers once again. Anna was stunned. She hadn't realized that this conspiracy against her had been planned to this extent. If Lien hadn't exposed Brittany in advance, she would have been unable to defend herself once the epidemic broke out, coupled with the incitement of public opinion. Katie felt a chill run down her spine. She hadn't expected the partygoers to use such despicable means to frame Anna. The Pope also had a complicated expression. Even cults were targeting witches. This aligned perfectly with his goals, but he would never collaborate with a cult. It's just that such a great opportunity was ruined by that idiot Brittany. When did the plan begin? How many people have you infected? Leon asked. It started about 6 months ago. Anyone who had close contact with me would get infected, but the plague would lie dormant and only break out after a period of time. Leon's gaze sharpened, and he asked again. Who is Mr. A? The identities of the 12 deacons of the feast cult have always been shrouded in mystery, and Mr. A never shows his true face. When Lien previously cleared the game, he relied on divine equipment, magic potions, and absolute strength to directly crush his enemies. But now he has none of those cheat codes, nor the chance to die and start over again. He can only rely on his intellect and Anna's strength to find out the core of the feast cult step by step. If we could find out Mr. A's identity, dismantling the banquet cult would be much easier. But Brittany shook her head and said, I don't know. He always wears a mask and a cloak when he appears. These words plunged the nobles present into utter despair. Brittany's admission that she was a partygoer was tantamount to admitting that she was the source of the plague. Seeing the horrified faces on everyone's faces, Brittany suddenly laughed. She tried to tear open the protective suit, but found that the suit couldn't be torn at all. This special protective suit, like a lead box that isolates supernatural objects, completely sealed her inside. Even so, Brittany continued to laugh wildly, pointing at the well-dressed gentleman and saying, You're finished. Today is just the day of the outbreak, but the plague has been lurking in your bodies for a long time. I am the first, but I will never be the last. A young nobleman, his face ashen, asked, You mean you've already infected us? Brittany looked at the crowd, her laughter growing even more maniacal. Didn't you say you'd give me anything if I spent one night with you? Then die with me, and contribute to the arrival of the Lord of the Feast. I've done my part to please you all for today. The noble's dignity vanished instantly. Some cursed loudly, some turned pale, and some knelt down to beg for help. Your Holiness, Archbishop, Holy Son, save us! We don't want to die! Emperor Louis immediately ordered the cathedral closed and unrelated worshippers expelled. He could not allow the scandal at the highest levels of the empire to leak out. What's more, he himself was Brittany's most favored guest. Thinking back on those 2 weeks of absurdity, Louis began to tremble. Saya anxiously tried to step forward to support her father, but the old servant stopped her, saying, Your Highness, do not touch anyone here. Everyone immediately began to suspect each other, fearing that the people around them had already been infected by Brittany. Some men were slapped in the face by their wives in public, some cried and tried to explain, and some rushed at Brittany's spears, wanting to beat her up. The scene was utterly absurd. One can only say that the entertainment industry is truly chaotic. At this moment, Lien suddenly spoke up. There's no time to find the infected one by one. Those who want to live, be honest. The noisy cathedral fell silent instantly, and everyone looked at Lien. Now, those who have had an affair with Mrs. Brittany, stand on the left. Those who haven't, stand on the right. A nobleman asked tremblingly. You really can save us? Lien confidently stated. Of course, I am the Holy Son. What followed was a scene that brought shame upon the entire empire. Chapter 30. The Pope was helpless, but the Holy Son had. Ah! After a muffled groan that seemed to be torn from the depths of her throat, Brittany's scream suddenly rose in pitch, piercing through the protective suit's filter layer, sharp as shards of glass scraping against everyone's eardrums. She convulsed violently inside the heavy protective suit, her limbs twisting and slamming against the inner wall at illogical angles, with dull thuds echoing one after another. Then, the most terrifying scene unfolded. Irregular, writhing lumps of flesh swelled up on her bare cheeks and neck, as if countless living creatures were hiding beneath her skin, desperately trying to burrow out. With a soft plop, a small patch of skin cracked open. There was no blood or tissue in the crack, but instead, a strange cluster of things emerged. It grew rapidly, unfolding into a petal of flesh and plant fibers. The petals were a dark color, like a mixture of bruises, ash, and metallic sheen, but the edges were translucent, and tiny veins pulsated inside. It was both eerily beautiful and repulsively ugly. A cloying, putrid odor began to seep from the filters of the protective suit. And this is just the beginning. Pft, pft, pft. A series of cracking sounds came from inside the protective suit. Brittany's screams gradually weakened, leaving only intermittent, drowning-like sobs. Even through the protective suit, people could still see her body constantly bulging and blooming. 1, 2, 10, until countless flowers of the end burst forth from her eye sockets, mouth, nose, chest, limbs, and even every orifice. They grow, bloom, and fill every inch of space inside the protective suit. The protective suit, which had originally fit perfectly, was now stretched taut and completely deformed, like a sack stuffed with bizarre plants, ready to burst at any moment. The mask was covered with layers of flowers, obscuring Brittany's face completely. The material at the joints of the hands and feet was stretched to its limit, making a piercing creaking sound, and the twisted petals and stems even tried to squeeze out from the gaps. Finally, Brittany stopped struggling. A humanoid flower field filled with countless end flowers stood silently, imprisoned within a deformed protective suit. The flowers still twitched slightly, and the cloying, putrid stench mingled with the original atmosphere of despair in the church, making one dizzy and nauseous. Vomit! One of the most composed marquises was the first to give in, bending over and vomiting on the gleaming marble floor, the filth even splashing onto her elegant skirt. Then, the sounds of gagging and teeth chattering instantly merged into one. Some people collapsed to the ground, their legs giving way, and dark, damp stains quickly seeped onto their expensive clothes. The stench, the fragrance of flowers, and the sour smell of vomit mingled together, turning what was once a sacred church into the most real and blasphemous hell. "Oh my God, how could this happen?" Saya nearly fainted from fright, but thankfully the old maid caught her in time. Princess Ellie, witnessing a supernatural disaster for the first time, turned deathly pale and bit her lower lip tightly. Isabella stared at the human-shaped flower field, her face deathly pale, her fingers unconsciously clenching. Fear, the most primal fear, completely crushed any remaining hope. Those nobles who were still hesitating, weighing their options, and trying to find a third way were now suddenly stirred up as if whipped by an invisible lash. Even Lien, who had seen many CG animations, was stunned by the real scene before him. Fortunately, he had seen even bigger scenes before, and he was able to barely keep his expression steady. Then, people began to stand one by one to Liyun's left. Lien was quite surprised when he saw this. His Majesty the Emperor had actually moved to stand next to him, the bishop had also moved to stand next to the Emperor, and even his adoptive father, Earl Hall, had not been spared. This lineup is ridiculously extravagant, encompassing almost a fifth of the aristocratic circle. Everyone was first shocked that Mrs. Brittany was so popular, then shocked that the Emperor, the Bishop and Earl Hall had the same hobby, and finally realized that everyone had fallen for it. Moreover, it wasn't just noble gentlemen who were affected, many noble ladies were also implicated. It's safe to say that this circle is indeed more chaotic than imagined. Suppressing his surprise, Lien continued. Now, anyone who has had physical contact with this man or woman within the past 6 months, please stand on the left. This time, the crowd moved almost without hesitation. Even the Emperor stepped forward, and everyone else completely let go of their inhibitions. Soon, a third of the nobles stood on the left. Lien continued. Now, those who have been in contact with the infected people here, please stand on the left again. As soon as the words were spoken, a large number of people moved. In the end, 2/3 of the nobles, along with 1/3 of the church's high-ranking officials, all stood up. Lien felt that even the sun god would be ashamed if he saw this scene. Pope Shaw didn't stand in his place, but his face was extremely grim. Very few people could truly remain unscathed, and Capet was quite surprised. He hadn't expected to be one of the lucky ones. He had already prepared to stand there, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that his lover was not on the other side. Hughes and Wilson, always known for their integrity, were naturally uninvolved. The 4 princesses, Ellie, Saya, Isabella, and Anna, remained where they were. Their chosen guards did not have such vices. I hope no one will spread this information. Emperor Louis and Pope Shaw quickly reached a consensus. Either of them wanted the Empire's scandals to be leaked. But more than covering up the scandal, Louis wanted to know what method Lien had to save these people. Lien Xian looked at the Pope. Your Holiness, do you have a way to purify them? Shaw frowned, walked over to Brittany and examined her closely, then shook his head. The only purification I can do is to throw you into the eternal corona as fuel. That way, at least you won't continue to contaminate others. He cursed inwardly, but slowly said aloud. I think the Holy Sun should have a way, shouldn't he? Chapter 31 Only the Witch Can Save You. Lien firmly grasped Anna's wrist, which was covered in a thin glove but was still cold, and raised her hand high. The once noisy hall fell silent instantly. The sounds of vomiting and sobbing seemed to be paused, and countless eyes fell on the 2 people's touching hands. On one side is a boy who has just been declared the Holy Son and is still wearing the uniform of the Imperial Guard. On the other side is a cursed princess who wears a mask and is feared and rejected by the entire empire. With a slight effort, Leon brought Anna to the front of the crowd, making her stand side by side with him in the center of their field of vision. He glanced at the pale, terrified faces, then at the nauseating flower field on the ground, and finally at several nobles of high status who had long since lost their composure. I cannot save you all, but God will not watch his believers perish. The greatest gift the Sun God has given us is Princess Anna. He gripped Anna's wrist tightly, his tone calm, yet it sent chills down everyone's spine. The spores of the flower of the end have already entered your bodies through respiration and contact. They are lying dormant, waiting for the moment to bloom like her. Lien pointed to Brittany's bulging and deformed protective suit, and a suppressed gasp immediately came from the crowd. This is not a curse, but a pollution from the abyss, a plague that erodes flesh and soul. And the only one who can remove this pollution is Princess Anna. He turned to look at the girl behind the silver mask, his eyes showing neither pity nor fanaticism, only an almost cruel honesty. She is a witch. These words were like cold water poured into boiling oil, and the crowd immediately erupted in uproar. A witch? How could she possibly save people? Someone exclaimed in shock. Everyone knew Anna was a witch, but how could a witch become their hope for survival? Leon's voice drowned out the commotion. Absorbing all pollution is a witch's talent. If you want to live, if you want to avoid the flower inside you tearing your flesh apart and turning you into the next Mrs. Brittany, you must beg Princess Anna for salvation. Anna froze on the spot, her eyes wide with disbelief beneath the mask. Absorbing pollution, eliminating pollution? No one had ever told her that witches possessed such power. She knew only that her power was accompanied by shadows, decay, and nightmares, and that everyone hated her, feared her, and regarded her as an ominous calamity. The word redemption was too far removed from her, as distant as a malicious joke. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in even more intense resistance. A white-haired count screamed, "Impossible! A witch cleansing the pollution! That's blasphemy!" Another noblewoman clung tightly to her companion, her voice shrill. "The witch herself is the source of pollution. Perhaps it's because she lives near the palace that she's brought all this calamity upon us." The young nobleman laughed bitterly. "Let her save us? Use her power to bring withering and death? What's the difference between that and being eaten by flowers?" Someone in the corner even shouted angrily, "This is a conspiracy! The Holy Sun and the witch want to control us." Fear made them refuse to believe the truth, and even less willing to bow down to the witch who had always been considered filthy. Anna listened to the familiar curses, her expression unchanged beneath the mask. Even if she could truly save lives, she didn't want to at this moment. These people should all die. But Leon never let go of her hand, as if the whole world believed she was a calamity, and he alone believed she could be hope. Anna's heart wavered slightly. If she truly possessed the power to purify the pollution, perhaps she could save these despicable people for Leon's sake. Besides, her father, Emperor Louis, was also here. Ignoring the noise, Leon coughed twice and said, "Quiet. Unless you want to turn into green soil and fertilizer for flowers in the next second, don't waste your energy. Quiet down, all of you!" Emperor Louis finally roared in anger. At that moment, he was the one who feared death the most. He did not want to ruin his lifelong reputation because a mistress died from contamination. The moment the emperor spoke, the hall fell silent enough that you could hear a pin drop. "Leanne, continue." Louis stared at him, also wanting to know if Anna could save him. Leanne nodded slightly and gently said to Anna, "Don't be afraid of what I'm about to do." Anna paused for a moment, suppressed her rebellious feelings, and nodded gently. Leanne raised her hand and removed her mask, completely exposing the flower of the end on her left cheek to everyone. Anna instinctively wanted to back away and take back the mask, but she steadied herself under Lee's firm gaze and was no longer as fearful as before. "Ah!" Someone in the crowd screamed, and then screams echoed from one another. "Monster! She's a monster! The flowers on her face are exactly the same as Mrs. Brittany's, She's the source of the pollution. Witches are calamities. They bring misfortune. Burn her! Burn her! Nobles and clergy members shouted curses, and even Anna's father, Emperor Louis, spoke up angrily. Put your mask back on, you monster! You have disgraced our royal family! Chapter 32 Redeeming the Witch, Part 1. Hearing the curses echoing all around her, Anna's newly regained confidence was shattered once again. The flower of death on her face seemed to come alive, blooming even more brilliantly, as if to absorb all the resentment in her heart. Until Leon squeezed her hand again and said gently, Trust me. Anna swallowed hard, forcibly suppressing the urge to destroy everything, and nodded with difficulty. Katie frowned, completely baffled by what Leon was trying to do. Did he want everyone to hate Anna even more? Timid Wilson covered his mouth, almost vomiting, while Hughes and Kep closed their eyes, not daring to look at Anna. A disgusting monster, Princess Ellie said coldly. The second princess, Saya, whispered. She looks pitiful. Princess Isabella shook her head. This is the most desperate curse, it cannot be lifted at all. She was cursed from birth. If it were me, I would not agree to Leon doing this. Ellie sneered. It sounds like you all sympathize with this monster. Saya lowered her head and did not answer, but a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. Isabella said calmly, I have no sympathy for anyone, I am just stating the facts. Anna whispered to Lee, I might not be able to do it. She didn't think she could clean up the contamination at all. Perhaps the only thing she could do was kill all the infected people here. But Leon answered with absolute certainty. No, you can do it. He didn't rush to explain, but turned to look at everyone and spoke loudly. That's right, the flower on Princess Anna's face is the flower of the end. Over the years she has been bearing the curse on behalf of the royal family, the nobility, and the entire empire. Leon asked everyone if they still remembered the nightmare of the banquet 20 years ago. In those days the feasters held an evil ritual in the capital, preparing to sacrifice everyone and bring forth the Lord of Feasts. Ultimately, it was Her Majesty the Great Queen Elizabeth who stopped the ceremony, saving the capital and the fathers of all those people. She became a hero of the empire, but was also cursed by the Lord of Feasts. In order to survive, Her Highness Elizabeth chose to give birth to a second child. Anna was born with this flower of the end on her face. It's not Princess Anna who is cursed, but rather Princess Elizabeth's curse that has been passed down to Anna. Her Highness Anna endured all of this to pay the price for 20 years of peace on behalf of everyone. Without her, we might still be living in the shadow of the Lord of Feasts, or even have long since become sacrifices. These words were unacceptable to most people, and Ellie was the first to fly into a rage. You're lying! How could a mother allow her child to bear her curse? She's an imperial hero. This is blasphemy. Leon gave her a cold look. Shut up. If you want to see His Majesty the Emperor die, then keep talking. Ellie froze instantly. No one had ever dared to speak to her like that since she was a child, but the Emperor had already been corrupted. If she continued to argue, it would only make people think that she wished for her father's death. Emperor Louis, his face grim and suppressing his anger, said, Continue. Lien bowed slightly and continued to explain. The curse brought corruption, and this corruption accompanied Princess Anna for 18 years, yet she survived. Why? Because Princess Anna is a witch, and only a witch can purify the pollution. So, you weren't wrong to think that Princess Anna was a calamity all these years. But what you hate is not Princess Anna herself, but the curse on her, the Lord of the Feast of Evil Gods and the Pale King. It is those evil gods who want to bring disaster upon everyone. Her Highness Elizabeth prevented the disaster, while Her Highness Anna bore the consequences that should have fallen on everyone else. Leon's voice grew louder and louder. What we fear is never Princess Anna, but the curse, the evil god. We should thank the Sun God for giving Princess Anna magic from birth, making her the only one who can fight against curses and corruption. Praise be to the Sun God, and thank Her Highness Anna. She will eventually cleanse us of pollution and bring us a bright future. After saying that, Leon took the lead and knelt down on one knee in front of Anna. He did not forcefully deny the noble's fears, but instead redirected their hostility from Anna to the evil god, the curse, and the impending disaster. At the same time, he also made Anna understand that she was not a meaningless monster. She bears the curse because her mother, Elizabeth, chose to save everyone by sacrificing herself. This was not abandonment, but great love. The magic she possesses is a power bestowed upon her by the gods, meant to enable her to save the world. The infected nobles finally wavered and knelt down at Anna's feet, following Leon's lead. The Holy Sun is right. What we hate is not Princess Anna, but the curse upon her. Your Highness Anna, please save us! Please save us! Of course, Emperor Louis and Count Hall, among others, were still unwilling to believe it easily. Until a truly rescued case emerges. Lee brought Anna to Brittany's side, who had already died. He whispered, guiding, "Feel it, Your Highness, feel the yearning of the power within you. It doesn't want to destroy life, but to devour things that shouldn't exist." Anna's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively looked inward at her body. The cloying, putrid stench that filled the air, emanating from the flower of the end, stirred a faint yet real tremor within her long-dormant, cold power. It wasn't aversion, but rather an instinctive pull, like when faced with food. Anna looked up in disbelief, staring at Lee through the mask. Leanne nodded slightly. "Take off her protective suit, reach out and touch her body." Immediately, someone asked in alarm, "You can't take your clothes off. Are you trying to kill us?" Leanne ignored it. Anna nodded, took off Brittany's protective suit, and reached out to shake hands with Leanne. Both hands simultaneously touched the source of pollution inside Brittany's body. The next second, a miracle happened. Chapter 33, Redeeming the Witch, Part 2. Mrs. Brittany's body suddenly changed. The nobleman who was closest to the terrifying flower field suddenly had his pupils contract. The outermost few flowers, the darkest in color, and the most twisted in shape, along with their fleshy, fibrous petals, lost their luster at a visible speed, quickly turning gray and shriveling. It was as if an invisible flame burned from the end, or as if the scorching sun had drained all the moisture from the plant, taking away its vitality in an instant. That's not drifting away, nor shattering, but withering away. One flower, two flowers, a whole patch of blossoms, withered like toppled dominoes, spreading from Mrs. Brittany's face all the way down. Those wildly growing flowers of the end seemed to have never existed, or as if their existence had been forcibly erased by some higher force. What's even more shocking is that her body, which should have been hollowed out and fused with the roots, did not reveal any mangled remains. A warm and faint green light slowly emerged from the outline of Mrs. Brittany's body. Where the green light swept across, the terrifying pollution was being restored. This is not ordinary treatment, nor is it like regrowth. It's more like a roll of film recording a tragedy that has been rewound. The twisted limbs gradually returned to normal proportions, the cracked flesh and grotesque protrusions slowly flattened, and the grayish-purple color returned to the pale white that human skin should have. The flesh and bones that were devoured, transformed, and replaced by the flowers seemed to recoagulate against the flow of time, restoring themselves to their original human tissue. There were no screams, no beams of light from divine intervention, and no hymns throughout the entire process. Only that persistent, faint green light could erase the traces of pollution inch by inch, restoring the body, which had become a breeding ground for monsters, back to its original human form as much as possible. Until the last flower of the end turned to ashes in the corner of the protective suit, the green light finally dimmed and disappeared. Baroness Brittany lay there quietly, her eyes closed, her face serene and almost peaceful. Her face still bore the stiffness of terror, but the pain and contortion were gone. Her body was intact, with all four limbs intact, and there were no terrible wounds that tore or ripped open from the inside. Aside from her deathly pale face and lack of breathing, she looked as if she had fallen asleep from exhaustion after being extremely frightened. A complete human form reappeared before everyone. Inside the church, time seemed to stand still once again, and all the previous doubts vanished. What exactly happened just now? The witch Anna's power is not to destroy the pollution, but to reverse and purify it, and even restore the polluted to human form. This is even more chilling than killing a monster directly. The deathly silence lasted for 3 heartbeats, after which trembling whispers began to emerge. By the sun god, this is nothing short of a miracle. Mrs. Brittany's pollution has truly been cleaned up. Your Highness Anna, she really can cleanse the pollution. Immediately afterwards, like a long accumulated dam bursting, the entire church erupted in chaotic and enormous shouts. Your Highness Anna, please look at me. I feel a tightness in my chest. Your Highness, save me. I don't want to turn into a flower. Witch, no, Your Highness Anna. Please cleanse us of the pollution. We were all wrong. His Highness is the one who can save us. Those nobles who had been shouting the loudest moments before were now kneeling on the ground. The pale-faced lady, the old man slumped in his seat, and even the previously silent clergy all looked at the altar with a mixture of despair and expectation. They cried and pleaded, reaching out to the slender, blonde princess wearing a silver mask. The arrogance and hatred of moments ago have now all turned into humble supplication. The instinct for survival overwhelmed everything, and the evidence they saw with their own eyes shattered their stubborn prejudices. They may still be afraid of Anna, and still see her as an outsider. But at this moment, the witch Anna is no longer a curse that brings calamity, but the only lifeline they can grasp when they fight against the fate of blossoming within them. Lien slowly released Anna's hand, his gaze sweeping over the boiling crowd below before finally settling on her. Anna remained standing in the same spot, her expression hidden behind a silver mask. But her slightly heaving chest and her hands hanging by her sides with trembling fingertips revealed the same turmoil churning within her. Did she do it? No, she didn't even know what she had done. Is this what it means to clean up pollution? The deafening pleas from below assaulted her relentlessly. Those eyes that had once been filled with disgust and fear now held only desperate entreaties. We did it! Yes, we did it! Anna slowly raised the hand that had just performed the miracle, gazing at her palm through the thin gauze glove. The sound inside the church instantly dropped to a hushed level, and countless people held their breath, awaiting the witch's judgment. At that moment, everyone believed that Anna was their savior. The witch Anna is not a curse, but a gift bestowed upon them by the sun god. Even the Pope was completely stunned by this scene. How is this possible? He staggered back half a step, unable to believe his eyes. Anna was also stunned. This was the first time in her life that she had felt the meaning of being a witch. She is no longer just a killing machine on the battlefield, but a witch who can cleanse the corrupt and save others. It turns out that the sun god bestowed magic upon her just for this moment. Anna smiled radiantly for the first time, so beautiful that Lee couldn't take his eyes off her. Meanwhile, Leon was thinking about something else. When Anna realizes that she doesn't actually have the ability to remove the pollution, will she resent him? However, this was part of the plan to whitewash the witch. Each witch has different abilities, but only Hera, the God-Eater, can truly cleanse the corruption. Just now, Lien only borrowed Hera's power to cooperate with Anna in putting on a show, making her the savior in everyone's eyes. Next, all that's needed is for Hera to clean up the pollution from the others. As for Anna asking later, we'll figure out a way to explain. In short, thanks to His Holiness the Pope changing his original plan, Lien was able to clear Anna's name ahead of schedule. Otherwise, this matter would probably have required another year or two of planning. Chapter 34 The Most Touching Love Words. Inside St. Vitus Cathedral, from Emperor Louis to the lowest-ranking knight, everyone received Anna and Leon's help and completed their purification. They still harbored prejudice against Anna and remained fearful of the princess, but after escaping death, everyone began to search for explanations for her terror. Ultimately, they blamed everything on Her Highness Elizabeth, believing that Anna was not the calamity, but merely bearing the curse and corruption for everyone else. Even the clergy of the church received Anna's favor, which left Pope Shaw of the Church of the Sun deeply troubled. As the top prophet in the Sun series, Shaw can see fragments of a person's future simply by coming into contact with them. He had seen Anna's end, a future that could bring about the end of the world. But when he met Lien, he found that he could not see through Lien's future at all, something that had never happened before. If Lien were merely mediocre and unable to make a splash, that would be one thing. But another possibility is that his future is too unpredictable, even for a prophet to foresee. Given Shaw's personality, such a variable that could disrupt the plan should have been eliminated directly. But the divine light from the sun god saved Lien, and he could not easily kill someone who had been blessed by the gods. Since he couldn't kill him, Shaw put Lien on the throne of the Holy Sun, making him the center of attention and putting him to use by the church again. Lien did indeed find the source of the plague, thwarting the cultists' plan ahead of time, saving a third of the church members and most of the noble circle, and indirectly saving the entire capital. The only thing that Shock didn't expect was that the person who ultimately gained all the prestige was the witch Anna, whom he hated the most. Watching Anna being surrounded and worshipped by the crowd, Shock revealed a meaningful smile. Let her be elevated even higher, and once she reaches the highest point, the very person who pushed her up will pull her down from her pedestal. At that time, all that awaits her will be destruction and hell. Shoker suppressed his thoughts and personally escorted Anna and Lien away from the church. He tried to persuade Lien to stay, but Lien insisted on staying with Anna. Shaw, who had just received favors from the two, was also unable to force the Holy Sun to stay. Inside the princess's carriage on the way back to the city, Lien looked at Anna and said softly, "You must be tired. Get some rest." Anna stared at him, and after a long silence, asked seriously, "Why are you helping me?" Lien smiled and said, "Your Highness, I am your fiancé. If I don't help you, who else can I help?" Anna's cheeks flushed slightly beneath the mask as she whispered, "I have no ability to purify pollution at all. Why are you claiming your power as mine?" As more and more people came to her for help, Anna had long since discovered that she could only possess that magical purifying power when she held Lien's hand. Therefore, this power never belonged to her, but to Lien. Lien could have used this opportunity to become the most honored person in the empire and completely rid herself of the cursed princess, but instead, he chose to give all the glory to her and help her out of the mire. After the carriage left the cathedral, people along the way shouted Anna's name, praising the princess who had saved them. Even those who weren't sincere were driven by the nobles with bread, milk, and silver sparrows, and they fervently proclaimed their gratitude and love. Anna had never experienced such a welcome. Not even when she returned victorious from the meat grinder of the battlefield, bringing victory to the empire. More importantly, the devout gazes and affirming attitudes of those nobles were political bargaining chips that she had been trying to obtain for many years. Even her father, Louis XV, spoke to her with a loving voice for the first time. "Thank you, and my child. I have wronged you all these years." The belated apology nearly brought Anna to tears. It also made her even more curious as to why Lien had entrusted her with this honor. Could this be love? The kind of feeling she had always longed for but never received? Lien looked at her and said slowly, "Anna, don't you think you deserve all of this?" Anna was stunned. Listening to the tidal wave of cheers outside the car, she knew it was all built on lies, yet she still lingered on the feeling of being loved. She tried to reach out her hand to shake hands with the crowd, but Lien gently pulled her back. Lien didn't want her to see the fear those people showed when they touched her. These people were only after bread and silver sparrows. No one would truly accept Anna. Anna still reached out and grasped the hand of a hungry girl. Fear and joy flashed simultaneously in the girl's eyes. She was afraid that the witch had encountered her, and she was overjoyed that she could finally get a silver sparrow so that her whole family would not go hungry for a month. Anna's eyes turned dark red, and the nightmare pulled the girl into a dream. She saw the girl rushing to exchange for silver sparrows, and she also saw the crowd cheering around the carriage, all asking the noble servants for bread and milk. It turns out that this affection was just a beautiful dream woven by Lien for her. Anna exited the dream and whispered, "Thank you, Li. I know you want me to feel the love of this world, but I am cursed, and they can't truly accept me, nor can I expect everyone's sincerity." Lien looked at her apologetically. "Anna, I'm sorry I can't give you all the love in the world. But I can promise that no matter when or where, I will always be on your side." Anna smiled and whispered, These are the most touching words of love I've ever heard. Lian removed her mask and kissed her passionately. Anna, thank you for being with me for 1,095 days. Anna didn't understand what he was saying, but she instinctively pulled the carriage curtain shut. Following the curse of the end of the royal capital, at the suggestion of the holy Sun Lian, the nobles spent a fortune to build a giant sculpture for Anna. The inauguration ceremony was held in the White Dove Square in the center of the capital. A deep red velvet curtain covered a sculpture dozens of feet high, and the royal golden lion emblem was particularly eye-catching. The square was packed with people, and nobles, dressed in their most formal attire, were also present, as if they had always been Anna's staunchest supporters. Suddenly, a horn sounded, and the royal guards slowly approached from the east side of the avenue, with 8 white horses leading the emperor's palanquin. The crowd erupted in cheers of, "Long live the emperor!" interspersed with more and more cries of, "Your Highness Anna!" and, "Thank you, Your Highness!" Emperor Louis XV's personal attendance was not unexpected to Lian. It was the first step Louis took in easing tensions within Bullen, and he could not possibly be absent. Inside the Hall family's carriage, Lian watched all of this quietly. Louis raised his right hand, which was wearing a white glove, and placed the La Paix gradually quieted down. "People of the Empire, my subjects, we stand here today not to commemorate a victory, nor to celebrate a traditional holiday. We stand here to remember. To remember a sudden darkness, to remember the fear of being on the brink of the abyss, and even more so to remember the dawn and salvation that came in the darkest hour." Chapter 35. No one was wrong, the only ones at fault were the wicked feasters. Louis XV's voice suddenly rose, his passionate tone echoing across the square. "The shadow of the flower of the end once shrouded the capital, corroding our flesh and blood, and eroding our courage. It was faith, it was unity, that broke us." His gaze swept over the bishops and noble representatives below the stage, and his voice grew increasingly solemn. "But in the end, because of Anna's sacrifice and dedication, this shadow was dispelled, giving us a chance to be reborn. Grateful for this kindness, the loyal nobles of the empire spontaneously raised funds to commission a master craftsman to sculpt this statue in eternal remembrance." The scandals involving the nobility and the church should have spread along with the catastrophe. But the holy Sun Lian had already given the emperor an excellent suggestion: to have the Imperial Times, the Imperial Daily, and the Honest Man of the Capital magazine jointly release the news. The report focuses on the horrors of those infected by the end of the flower, and the crisis that nearly destroyed the entire capital. As for Mrs. Brittany, the source of the infection, and the nobles and church members who were infected through intimate relationships, they were quietly omitted. All the credit went to Anna. She was portrayed as a hero who took on a critical mission, single-handedly turned the tide, and saved the capital from imminent collapse. In this way, the royal family saved face, the nobility saved face, and the papacy also saved face. Anna gained the reputation of being a savior, achieving multiple benefits in one fell swoop. Everyone was respectable, and no one was at fault. The only ones at fault are the wicked revelers. Those cultists will stop at nothing to disrupt the stability and order of the empire. Unaware of the truth, the public, after reading the newspaper, would only be amazed at how much of a disaster they had missed. Some people were still terrified, thankful that they hadn't witnessed the horrific infection firsthand, and even more grateful that the witch Anna had saved the day. With this sculpture unveiling ceremony, the image of Anna's salvation will be deeply etched in everyone's heart. From now on, whenever people see this sculpture, they will remember that Anna saved them from the disaster. Louis XV finished his impassioned speech and turned to face the enormous red curtain. 2 servants dressed in magnificent formal attire stepped forward and respectfully presented the golden ropes connecting the curtains. The emperor personally grasped the rope and applied slight force. With a whooshing sound, the red curtains fell down, and Anna's sculpture finally appeared before everyone's eyes. Cheers erupted instantly. At this moment, Lian knew that in the future, when people mentioned witch, they would no longer think of disaster and fear. That will be an honor, a responsibility, a commitment, and a purification. Anna's reputation has now been completely cleared. The sunlight shone down on the sculpture without any obstruction, The main figure of the sculpture is a slender young girl with her head slightly bowed, wearing a simple long dress, the hem of which seems to be gently blown by a breeze. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, one hand loosely clenched, the other hand resting on top. The posture resembled prayer, or perhaps the careful holding of something precious. On her face, she wore an incredibly intricate silver mask. The mask has no patterns, only smooth indentations at the eye holes, yet it perfectly replicates the legendary appearance. The natural, lustrous sheen of the moonstone reflected the sky and sunlight, making the mask appear mysterious and sacred. It's as if the girl behind the mask is looking down on all living beings with compassion. There was no ordinary base beneath the girl's feet. Instead, there were layers upon layers of withering, dying flowers. The stone-carved flowers bloom and wither, eventually turning into thorns and dust, supporting the entire sculpture. Anna seemed to be slowly rising from death and corruption, trampling the disaster that had nearly swallowed the capital underfoot. The cold yet warm luster of the white stone perfectly intertwines the sacred and the corrupting, the salvation and the destruction. Princess Anna! It's Princess Anna! The people finally had a clear target for their cheers, and their voices were filled with gratitude and excitement. The nobles applauded, but their expressions were quite complex. Some felt awe, some were relieved, some were satisfied with the recognition of their investments, while others remained apprehensive about the true faces behind the masks. Louis XV looked at all this with satisfaction and raised his hand again. As the cheers subsided, everyone knew that the emperor still had something to say. This sculpture will stand here forever, witnessing the empire's passage through calamity and reminding us never to forget its grace. He then solemnly announced that Anna would soon be turning 18. The emperor said that her birth was accompanied by strange phenomena and that her growth was marked by loneliness. But fate endowed her with a unique talent, and she used this power to protect her people when the empire needed it most. As a father, I feel both guilty and proud. I feel guilty for not being able to give her the usual warmth, but I am proud that she took on an extraordinary mission with extraordinary courage. Therefore, when Anna comes of age, the royal family will hold the grandest and most solemn birthday celebration for her. This is not only to make amends for the past and to celebrate the new life, but also to demonstrate to everyone the unity and grace of the royal family. At that time, all the noble families in the capital will gather at Black Rose Castle to celebrate Anna's birthday. Let this grand feast be a testament to her coming-of-age ceremony and a manifestation of the empire's gratitude. Long live the empire! Long live the Louis family! The final congratulatory speech ignited the square, and the cheers were deafening, soaring into the leaden sky. Long live the empire! Long live His Majesty Louis! Long live Princess Anna! When the cheers from White Dove Square reached Red Rose Castle, Princess Ellie smashed an entire window of antique vases. The servants were terrified and dared not approach her in her rage. Get out! All of you, get out of here! Ellie shouted angrily. She couldn't accept that the Duke, who had always supported her, had attended the unveiling ceremony of Anna's sculpture. What she found even more unacceptable was that her father, who had always doted on her, would personally give a speech about Anna's sculpture. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Ellie smashed the vase at the servant, who was bleeding from the head but could only kneel on the ground, trembling. Deacon Lowe waved his hand, signaling the servants to leave. In the magnificent yet empty Rose Palace, only the imperial Rose Ellie and Roe, dressed in a black tailcoat, remained. Why? Why did father build a sculpture of that monster? I don't even get that kind of treatment. What makes her possess the power of purification? What makes her capable of saving everyone? Ellie gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with jealousy and hatred. Lies, all lies. Damn Brittany, damn Leah Hall, they made Anna, they helped Anna. Chapter 36. Always be elegant. Faced with Ellie's almost frantic questioning, Butler Rowe remained expressionless, simply reaching out to gently wipe the wound on her palm with a white silk handkerchief. That was the cut she'd made from when she smashed the antique vase. Ellie was so enraged she hadn't even noticed she was injured. Luo Wei gently reminded him. Your Highness, you have forgotten your place. You should always maintain your elegance. Only in this way will everyone love you and stand by your side. If those suitors saw you like this, they would probably run away from you as if you were a witch. Ellie bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. I'm sorry, Ro. But I can't calm down whenever I think about what happened that day. Now they all believe in that monster, and are secretly blaming my mother, thinking she's the one who ruined her. That's not true, absolutely not. I understand, Rose said calmly. Your love for your mother transcends everything. Ellie gripped his sleeve nervously, like a child about to lose everything. Love, that monster wants to take away everything that belongs to me. My mother's life, my father's love, the Duke's support, and everything that should have been mine. Luo Wei raised his hand and ruffled her red hair, his gesture affectionate, but his voice was devoid of any warmth. No. The Duke will not abandon you. I will make him change his mind. But Ellie was still uneasy. But he has to attend Anna's birthday ceremony. Won't he abandon me because of that? It's just a regular social dance. What are you worried about? No, I must become more beautiful and more perfect. Only when everyone falls in love with me will they help me no matter what. Ellie looked at Ro and pleaded. Help me, only you can help me. Luo Wei was silent for a moment, then asked in a low voice. Your Highness, are you sure? This will require paying a higher price. I'm sure. The next moment, the demon butler Ro's eyes turned blood red, and a greedy smile curled at the corner of his lips. Meanwhile, inside Black Rose Castle, in Princess Anna's bedroom, the butler Katie was reading out the guest list for the day. Meanwhile, the servants were busy dressing and grooming and in preparation for her upcoming birthday ceremony. Your Majesty the Emperor, the first princess, the second princess, the third princess, and also the dukes, marquises, earls, barons, and viscounts. Katie grew more and more excited as she read. All the nobles in the capital will be there. This will be the largest number of guests Black Rose Castle has ever received. In the past, despite their many efforts, they couldn't earn even a little favor from those nobles. Who could have imagined that after this Thanksgiving, the situation between the princesses would be completely reshuffled, and the best cards would all fall into Anna's hands? Katie even felt that from this day forward, Ellie would no longer be able to act arrogantly in front of Anna. No one would dare to underestimate Anna's influence and status anymore. But when she turned to look at Anna, she found that her princess showed no joy. Why are you unhappy? We've worked so hard for this day, Katie said earnestly. Your Highness, you must look radiant today, no matter what. Anna gently shook her head. I've already sent in to try on her ball gown. She'll attend in my place. Katie frowned slightly, completely bewildered. Your Highness, aren't you going in person? This is the first time His Majesty the Emperor has hosted a birthday banquet for you, and the venue is Black Rose Castle. This is clearly paving the way for your future. I didn't back down. Anna calmly opened the magic book. It was precisely because I knew it was my father's good intention that I asked Annie to go in my place. She will be in her best condition to face all the guests. Katie couldn't help but ask. And what about you? Practicing magic. Anna lowered her eyes, her fingertips lingering on the pages of the magic book. Perhaps one day in the future, I will truly master the healing magic to remove pollution. Katie let out a long sigh. Anna continued, Everything I have now is not something we achieve through our own efforts, but rather something built upon Leon's love for me. I'm very worried that if he changes his mind, I will be pushed into the abyss again. Anna was never an optimistic person because the world had never truly treated her kindly. Her concerns were not unfounded. The capital city held too many temptations, especially from her perfect and beautiful older sister, Ellie. Since her mother Elizabeth's death, Ellie has been taking away things that originally belonged to Anna. Even though Ellie already has everything, she won't even give Anna an old toy. Katie gently comforted him. Your Highness, Lord Leon is very special. Now that he has chosen you, he will not give up easily. I know. Anna looked up, her tone exceptionally firm. He was the first person to choose me, and he will be the last. No matter what, I will stay with him, and I will never let anyone take him away from me. But I must become stronger. Only then can I prevent any possible accidents. Anna felt that she was good for nothing except for her strength. Since Lien admires her, what he loves must be the power she possesses. Therefore, she must make this power even stronger. Katie paused for a moment, then hesitated before saying, "Perhaps Lord Lien likes you simply because you are who you are, not because of your power." "Really?" Anna removed the mask from her face. Katie's expression changed drastically. She immediately knelt on one knee, lowered her head, and dared not look again. "I'm sorry, Your Highness." Anna put her mask back on, her voice calm and undisturbed. "Go down, Katie. I understand that there is no love or affection without a reason in this world." Katie whispered, "I am 100% loyal to you, please rest assured." "Yes, I know." Anna waved her hand, and Katie had no choice but to leave. Anna then donned a cloak, carefully disguising herself so that outsiders wouldn't discover that the two princesses were both at Black Rose Castle. Then she went to the room where Lien had once lived. After Thanksgiving, although Lien returned to Black Rose Castle with her, Earl Hall quickly took Lien back to the Hall family, citing the tradition that newlyweds cannot live together for 6 months. "It has been a full 2 weeks since we last met." Anna stood in the empty room and said softly, "You'll definitely be at this banquet, won't you?" Meanwhile, inside Earl Hall's snow-covered castle, a similar scene of bustling activity unfolded. Lien has been back at the Hall family's residence for 2 weeks. During this time, he has not been staying on Mink Street, but rather at the Earl's castle, his room even separated from Earl Hall's by only one wall. Earl Hall would often chat with Lien about everyday things, and would introduce him to his brothers and sisters, Simon, Chloe, and Dick, one by one. Simon cared most about Lien, always feeling that he and Lien were brothers from the same parents. As for Chloe, the youngest daughter of the Count, she has just turned 14 this year, a time of innocent romance. She was very curious about Lien, and wanted to know why he was chosen by the great sun god and why he was engaged to Princess Anna. Chapter 37 Masquerade Ball. After being persuaded by Lien with reason many times, the playboy Dick had become obedient and sensible. Now, whenever he sees Lien, he nods and bows, showing no respect whatsoever. Today is Princess Anna's birthday banquet, and Earl Hall attaches great importance to it, repeatedly ordering his servants to ensure that his son, Reen Hall, is the most handsome, noble, elegant, and dignified person present. This was the first time he had ever made such a grand display for a son. The last time he had done so was to marry his current countess. The countess was also standing in the hall urging the servants on. She seemed to prefer her son, Lien, to Earl Hall. She had a preference for tall, slender boys with fair skin and melancholic features, her aesthetic sense quite similar to that of the Baroness of Greenwater Town. Unfortunately, Lien never gave her a chance to show her charm, and in the end, she could only let dozens of servants dress her up as a Western European prince. Although he felt uncomfortable, looking at his refreshed self in the mirror, Lien had to admit one word: handsome. "Brother, let's go! We can't miss the banquet!" Chloe excitedly grabbed Lien's arm and pulled him toward the luxurious carriage outside the door. The older maid quickly stopped her, put an exquisite rabbit mask on her, and reminded her not to forget tonight's theme. Chloe blinked and asked if she looked mysterious and beautiful. Simon smiled and praised her as the cutest rabbit he had ever seen. Chloe stuck her tongue out at him and said she still wanted to ride in the same carriage as Lien because Lien had picked out her dress and knew better how to please girls. Simon shrugged helplessly, admitting that he was withdrawing from this doomed competition, and turned to get into another carriage with his brother. Chloe, like a victor, pulled Lien into the car, which, along with the siblings, housed Earl and Countess Hall. On the way, Earl Hall mentioned that the church had sent several invitations, hoping that Lien would go to the seminary to make up for his lack of theological knowledge. Chloe looked on with envy. The seminary was only open to devout believers, and it was said that one had to donate 10,000 gold pounds every year to be eligible to enter. Now the church was inviting Lien for free. Earl and Countess Hall both wore proud smiles. They hadn't donated that much money, yet they had received an invitation from the church, which was already quite an honor. Lien, however, was secretly wary, The so-called tutoring was probably more like brainwashing. He adjusted the fox mask on his face and simply replied, "No rush. The matter of going to the seminary should be delayed for as long as possible. At least until he finds a tool to block brainwashing, otherwise he must not easily step into it." Not long after, the Hall family's carriage arrived at Black Rose Castle. Leon stepped into the castle again, and the scene before him was completely different from the desolate place he had seen before. Thousands of candles illuminated the pilasters, columns, and giant crystal chandeliers, making the grand main hall as bright as day, while the royal orchestra played a solemn welcoming tune in the temporary orchestra pit. Expensive spices, flowers, and top-quality perfumes mingled in the air, almost completely masking the original cool and aloof atmosphere of the stone wall. All the nobles, ministers, and counselors who entered the castle, regardless of age or gender, wore a mask. This was an unprecedentedly grand masquerade ball, and also the first time that Emperor Louis truly cared about Anna's feelings. He wanted to mend the father-daughter relationship that had been broken for more than a decade, and he also wanted everyone to see just how much he loved Anna. Of course, this affection wasn't genuine. It stemmed from Anna's ability to cleanse the pollution. But Louis didn't care. He believed everything he did was for the empire. The guests, wearing masks, whispered, exchanged pleasantries, and raised their glasses. Some remarked that this was Princess Anna's first birthday celebration, while others said that Black Rose Castle had been renovated for the occasion, with a scale no less grand than Ellie's coming-of-age ceremony. But some people scoffed, saying that the masquerade ball was thoughtful. At least everyone looked the same, but under the mask, who could really be the same? The young nobles remained filled with fear and prejudice against Anna. They idolized Ellie, Saya, and Isabella, and privately mocked Anna for being nothing more than a witch who could never compare to the three princesses. Leon didn't care about this. As long as he could change the majority of people in the Empire's perception of witches, that was enough. Anna wasn't a gold pound. It was impossible for everyone to like her. When Chloe heard those people talking badly about Anna's sister-in-law, she immediately clenched her little fists and asked Lien if he wanted to go over and teach them a lesson. Lee pointed to a man wearing a cat mask and asked her if she knew who he was. Chloe shook her head. Everyone was wearing masks, and she couldn't recognize anyone. Lien told her that the man had a mole on his chin and was named Duncan Constantine, the son of Grand Duke Constantine, who was currently pursuing Princess Ellie, the Rose of the Empire, with fervor. Grand Duke Constantine's status was second only to the Emperor, and even beggars knew the proverb. "The Empire cannot do without Constantine," Lien asked with a smile. "Do you still want to teach him a lesson?" Chloe silently put away her fist and whispered, "Yes, but I don't dare. My father told me never to mess with the Constantine family." At this moment, Simon walked over with a wine glass, clearly agreeing with the statement, and then joined Lee and Chloe's conversation. Chapter 38: The protagonist of the banquet. Simon said he heard from his inner circle that, in order to demonstrate impartiality, Grand Duke Constantine had made his 4 sons serve as guards for the 4 princesses. In this way, all 4 sons could compete for the position of the princess's fiancé. On the surface, he did not show favoritism to any of them, but in reality, he always supported Princess Ellie. Chloe's eyes widened, surprised that such a stance was hidden behind those seemingly fair arrangements. Lien nodded calmly, confirming Simon's words. Simon reminded his younger siblings that although the Hall family was wealthy and their father was already an earl, they were still considered to be in the lower middle class within the royal aristocratic circles. Only the royal family and the 7 great families truly hold the secrets of the empire. Nobles below the rank of marquis are, in essence, merely the middle class within the aristocratic hierarchy. Chloe was somewhat unconvinced, arguing that the earl was already illustrious enough. Simon, however, patted Lien on the shoulder and said that as long as Lien married Princess Anna, the Hall family would be able to enter the true circle of the great nobility. Lien understood that this was why Earl Hall relied on him so heavily now. Anna, now redeemed, was far more valuable than the witch she once was. If it weren't for Lien's status as a holy son of the cult of the sun, Earl Hall might have considered letting his eldest son, Simon, compete for the position. Of course, Simon would have needed the courage first. Just then, the lively dance music in the orchestra pit suddenly changed key. With a gentle wave of the conductor's hand, the melody instantly became slow and solemn, subtly carrying an ethereal quality like a hymn. The sounds of laughter, clinking glasses, and rustling skirts in the hall quickly subsided, and all the masked guests looked toward the massive archway at the innermost part of the main hall. Before the door leading to the castle's private quarters, a deep black velvet curtain hung. The air seemed to freeze, with only the soft flickering of candlelight and solemn music echoing from the dome. The royal guards silently retreated to the sides, neatly clearing a path. The curtain was slowly drawn back by white gloves, and a figure emerged from the hazy light and shadow, stepping into the brilliant lights. The true protagonist of the banquet, the esteemed fourth Princess Anna, finally appeared. She wore a dreamy, light blue gown, the fabric subtly patterned and flowing gracefully. The hem of the dress swept across the marble floor like ripples spreading across a tranquil lake. The long dress had no exaggerated petticoat, no elaborate lace or jewelry, only a precise cut that fit her figure perfectly, making her slender and upright figure appear both aloof and elegant. The only adornment around her neck was a deep purple teardrop-shaped amethyst necklace. The crystals shimmered under the light, as if each one contained a miniature nebula. Anna wore a half-silver mask, revealing only one eye and half of her face. The guests whispered among themselves that Her Highness Anna was very special today. In their eyes, Anna still carried an aura of fear and disgust. But because many people had been saved by her, no one dared to show it too obviously. The compliments from those wealthy women could only go as far as extraordinary. No one could honestly say she was beautiful or pretty. But Lien saw things completely differently. Even with the mask on, Anna was still breathtakingly beautiful. It was just a pity that these NPCs didn't understand true aesthetics at all. Anna spotted Lien through the crowd at a glance. The undisguised admiration and fervor in Lien's eyes made Anna's heart race for no apparent reason. Even though Lien was wearing a mask, she recognized him immediately. After all, no one else dared to look at her like that. Anna suddenly felt a little nervous. When the banquet was being prepared, she had originally planned to have her shadow and attend in her place, because she disliked crowds and didn't want to face those fearful and disgusted looks. One of Anne's purposes was to deal with the nobility and maintain her social connections. Anne had even changed into her gown and was ready to make her entrance. But at the last minute, Anna changed her mind. She knew that this banquet was an opportunity that Lien had worked hard to secure for her. She made her way through the automatically parting crowd to the main hall's guest seats at the far end. Emperor Louis was already standing beside the throne, his face bearing both paternal affection and monarchical majesty. Anna stopped at the bottom of the steps, gracefully lifted her skirt, gave a standard bow, and softly called out, "Father!" Louis, unusually, smiled at her and gestured for her to come forward. His booming voice echoed throughout the hall. "Anna, my daughter, welcome to your birthday celebration. Today, you are the only protagonist here." Anna was slightly dazed. This was the first time in 18 years that she had a birthday. In the past, she had always been ignored, disliked, scorned, and feared, as if she should never have been born. But today, for the first time in front of everyone, the Emperor of the Empire proudly acknowledged that she was his daughter, and that today was her birthday celebration. Anna took a deep breath, stepped onto the stairs, and went to the luxurious seat prepared especially for her to the left of the Emperor. She turned to face the guests, and nodded politely. The music changed again, the solemn melody transforming into a grand and magnificent celebratory march. The brass instruments began to play, the timpani fell, and the almost suffocating silence was forcibly dispelled. Emperor Louis laughed heartily. "Very well, let the music begin. Gentlemen, please set aside your formalities today, let us all raise our glasses." Waiters moved swiftly through the crowd, trays laden with crystal glasses, the amber wine shimmering under the lights. Guests raised their glasses, offering their congratulations. "Cheers! Happy birthday, Princess Anna! Long live the Empire!" Just as everyone was raising their glasses in celebration, a sudden, sharp sound of a glass falling to the ground shattered the harmonious scene. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Chapter 39 What is the witch doing? Sorry, I accidentally broke the wine glass. Ellie, the red-haired princess, looked completely innocent. Everyone knew she was doing it on purpose, but they were still fooled by her perfect face and felt that this little bit of willfulness was completely forgivable. Emperor Louis immediately spoke up for Anna, saying, "It's all right, quickly bring beautiful Ellie another drink." Anna was already used to it. Ellie was the most favored of the princesses, for a ridiculously simple reason: she possessed a beautiful enough appearance. The brief silence was broken, and toasts, cheers, and clinking glasses once again filled the hall. The guests were finally able to extricate themselves from the pressure of facing the witch, and continue to play the role of respectable guests at the banquet. Anna slowly sat down, picked up the wine glass inlaid with tiny amethyst crystals, and symbolically touched her lips to it through her mask. After finishing her drinks, she should go to the dance floor and dance her first dance as an adult. To add some fun, Louis had Wilson, Hughes, Cape, and another young nobleman stand side by side with Lien, and Anna personally chose their dance partners. Anna recognized Lien at a glance. Even standing in a crowd, she could spot him in his eyes. But just as she was about to reach out, a hand wearing a lace glove grabbed Lien first. The entire room held its breath. This was Anna's birthday party, and someone dared to steal her dance partner in public. But after recognizing that the person was Ellie, everyone felt that it wasn't surprising. "Anna, I like this dance partner, why don't you choose someone else?" Ellie remained aloof and superior. She seemed to have a natural inclination to steal Anna's things. "Sure," Anna agreed calmly, because she was prepared. She had deliberately chosen Hughes, whose build was similar to Lee's, just waiting for Ellie to make her move. Hughes, who was chosen by Ellie, was flattered, while Anna received a chorus of praise, with everyone complimenting her on her generosity, poise, and humility. It wasn't until Anna took the real Lee's hand and walked onto the dance floor that Ellie realized she had been tricked. She looked at the imposter in front of her with a grim expression, unwilling to even maintain the most basic physical contact. On the other side, Anna and Lien seemed to have practiced countless times beforehand, their steps and rhythms perfectly synchronized. "Anna, you look beautiful today." Lien was lavish in his praise. "You are handsome too." Anna spoke the truth. Feeling Lien's hand gently resting on her waist, she suddenly felt a warmth in her body, which she could only attribute to the thickness of her dress. But the next moment, Lien's face was already very close. What is he planning to do? Does he intend to kiss her in front of everyone? Anna's heart was pounding so hard she could barely maintain her aloof demeanor. She wasn't ready to accept such bold intimacy. But Lien didn't kiss her. Instead, he leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Anna, I miss you." Anna had just breathed a sigh of relief when she felt nervous again. "I know you don't like these kinds of occasions. After dancing, would you like to go to the back garden to look at the stars?" For an unmarried princess, such an invitation was quite offensive, almost implying something more dangerous. Anna wasn't angry. Instead, a secret sense of anticipation arose within her. "Just looking at the stars." "Of course, I promise." "I'm not going." Lien was stunned. Knowing Anna as he did, she clearly loved stargazing. Could it be that this banquet was too important to her, which was why she refused? Not far away, Anna's shadow, and also wore a mask and mingled in the crowd. She stared intently at the two people on the dance floor, ignoring the nobleman who came to chat her up. She never imagined that Anna would be willing to dance so intimately with a man, especially one who had been unaffected by her beauty, and had even nearly strangled her. And Anna used to be very close, and always felt that she was Anna's only friend and the most special person in her life. But after Lien appeared, Anna began to hold back from her, especially when talking about Lien. She would always hide some of her thoughts and tried to break them up, but her plan backfired, making Anna value Lien even more. Now, Lien has helped Anna gain the approval of the emperor and the nobility, and he even played a role in this unprecedented birthday banquet. Anna will only admire him more and rely on him more and more. Jealousy burned within Anne. But Lien is no longer the nobody he once was. He is valued by the emperor, Earl Hall, and even the Pope. Countless noble families are eyeing him, and unmarried girls in the capital all want to get close to him. And wanted to get rid of him from Anna's side, but found that she didn't know where to start. Ellie was equally distracted while dancing with Hughes, her gaze constantly drifting towards Lien. As for Hughes, ever since he left the cathedral and returned home, he has been humiliated and scolded by his father, Count Dieter. The disappointment of his parents, and the ridicule of his brothers and sisters still weigh heavily on his heart. His mother once warned him, "You are the second son and have no right to inherit. If you can no longer contribute to the family, you will have no choice but to join the army on the battlefield." Hughes didn't want to go to war. He needed to get back into Anna's sight before Anna and Lien got engaged and secure benefits for the Dieter family. If Anna is unattainable, Ellie is a better choice. In his view, Ellie's looks and the power behind her far surpass Anna's. So he wanted to perform well in this dance, and leave a good impression on Ellie. But Ellie didn't give him a chance at all. She kept a cold face the whole time, her movements were perfunctory, and she wouldn't even put her hand on Hughes. Her gaze was as if she were looking at the dirtiest thing. Hughes felt humiliated, but could only console himself that proud Ellie treated everyone the same way. The moment to exchange dance partners finally arrived, and Ellie immediately snatched Lien away again, giving Hughes no chance to react. When Anna saw that her new dance partner was Hughes, she instantly lost interest in continuing to dance. If this ball hadn't been so significant to her political career, she would have wanted to completely break ties with Ellie and kick her out right now. Anna stormed off the dance floor, leaving Hughes standing there, frozen like a toy rejected by everyone. Cap and Wilson secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Dancing with Anna, this witch, was something not everyone could handle. Perhaps only Lien could manage it. Lien glanced at Anna, who had left early, and then caught a glimpse of Hera out of the corner of his eye. Hera, with silver hair and red eyes, wearing a brown bear mask, paced back and forth in front of the long table, carrying a plate. Her plate was already piled high, yet she was still picking and choosing among the food, clearly far from satisfied. Hera has been doing well lately. At least she doesn't have to revert to her original form and hide in Lien's cramped clothes. However, once she arrives at Earl Hall's mansion, she can only disguise herself as Lien's personal maid. This was her own doing. After leaving the church, Lien was preparing to take stock of the extraordinary items he had swindled when Hera told him that she had exhausted herself purifying too many people and had already consumed all the spoils, leaving not even a single lucky coin behind. Lien immediately wanted to sever all ties with this gluttonous dragon. He knew perfectly well that the pollution from the flower of the end was not a drain on Hera at all, but rather a source of energy. She not only consumed the polluted energy but also stole extraordinary items, clearly intending to win twice. After being exposed, Hera honestly admitted her mistake. Knowing that she could get more delicious food by following Lien, she repeatedly promised that she would never steal supernatural items again, and only then was she forgiven. But Lien required her to act like a dutiful maid in public and not to always put on airs like a queen. Unfortunately, Hera has yet to find a contractor, and cannot regain her former power. Otherwise, she could have directly purified Anna and removed the curse of the end. If Hera acts rashly now, she will not only fail to eliminate the curse within Anna, but may also suffer a backlash and become the second vessel for the end. Lien withdrew his gaze from Hera and finally noticed his new dance partner after the exchange. He belatedly realized that Ellie seemed a little different today. Chapter 40. Is she a succubus? Ellie also wore a half-swan mask, covering the upper half of her face, revealing only her delicate chin and bright red lips. Compared to the last time we met, she was noticeably more charming today. Especially when Ellie's hand touched Lien's body, he had the illusion that he was willing to submit to her. What's going on? Did she become a succubus ahead of schedule? According to the game's storyline, after the Empire experienced its first apocalypse, Ellie made a deal with a demon in order to survive, transforming into a succubus. But the Empire has not actually met with its end, and Ellie should not have gone to that point. But the moment Lien saw her, his hormones seemed to surge out of control, and he could barely move. Could it be that I prevented Anna from turning evil, causing the plot to deviate and Ellie to become a succubus ahead of schedule? He couldn't think of any other explanation. It turned out the succubus's allure was so terrifying. No wonder players would inexplicably lose equipment whenever they saw Ellie in the later stages of the game. At the time, the most common complaint from players was that the underwear they most wanted to throw away was not thrown away, while the divine equipment they least wanted to lose was stolen, which was simply malicious by the developers. Lien quickly looked away, wanting only to end the dance as soon as possible. "Regret it now, don't you?" Ellie raised the corners of her mouth slightly, her tone proud. She danced to the music, drawing almost everyone's attention, like a blooming red rose, so beautiful that it was impossible to look away. The Emperor proudly boasted to everyone. "See that? That's my eldest daughter, Ellie. She's the most beautiful woman in the Empire. If I were 30 years younger, I would definitely invite her on a date." Ellie leaned closer to Lien, her voice seductive. "Everyone is praising me. Even with a mask on, they know it's me. The most beautiful and noble woman in the Empire is right in front of you. You can still back out now before you get engaged to Anna, and no one will blame you." But how could Lien possibly give up the witch for a succubus? Moreover, Ellie wasn't born a succubus, she gained her power through a demonic deal. To maintain her beauty and power, she had to constantly absorb male essence or periodically consume the heart of a young girl. Lien didn't want to be drained dry by her, and even less did she want to become her accomplice. He bit his tongue, trying to dispel the eerie allure with pain. Ellie noticed his movement and asked, "Why aren't you answering? What are you doing?" Lien didn't respond, so he could only turn his attention to Hera, hoping she could come to the rescue. Hera was eating heartily at the dining table, her mouth greasy, showing no trace of her maid-like demeanor. "This is delicious, this is also good, but this is the best." She had no idea that her master was summoning her. This was the downside of not having a contract. Otherwise, Lien could summon her to his side with a single thought. Ellie followed his gaze, her face filled with disbelief. "You're looking at a lowly maid? Don't tell me you like that kind of humble existence." Lien remained silent. But the pain on his tongue could no longer suppress the fatal allure emanating from Ellie, and he uncontrollably moved closer to her red lips. Ellie felt his breath approaching, and the scent smelled wonderful to her, which fueled her growing desire. She curled the corners of her lips into a smile. Indeed, no man could resist her charm. Just as Lee was about to kiss him, Annie reached out and forcibly pulled him away. "It's time to change dance partners." Ellie was immediately furious. Who on earth dared to steal her dance partner? She squinted at the other person and noticed that the masked woman had a figure almost identical to Anna's. Could it be that Anna changed her dress and mask to come and challenge her in person? Thinking of this, Ellie raised her proud chin and showed off to Anna. And frowned. She had been staring at Lien the whole time, and of course she had seen what had just happened. This guy had actually tried to kiss Ellie. She was about to call Lien a traitor when Lien whispered, "Thank you?" "What are you thanking me for?" Annie asked, completely confused. Lien leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Thank you for appearing in time, Miss Shadow," and was slightly taken aback. Lien had recognized her again. How did he do that? Even though she was wearing a mask, how could he still tell her apart? But soon, and seemed to have caught him red-handed, and said smugly, "I will tell your Highness everything that just happened. So you are not entirely loyal to His Highness after all, it's just that my temptations were not enough for you. When you meet a woman like Ellie, you're no different from any other man." "No, Annie," Lien whispered. "Take a good look at Ellie, and then look at the people around you. Don't you see the problem?" Annie looked around suspiciously. All eyes were on Ellie, and everyone was praising her and admiring her dance. Even Annie couldn't help but feel admiration when she saw Ellie spinning around. She suddenly realized. How could she possibly like Ellie? The only person she had ever loved was Princess Anna. Something's not right, something's really not right. "What exactly happened?" Anne asked, frowning. Seeing that she was still relatively conscious, Lien immediately said, "Let's split up. You find a way to notify Anna, and I'll take control of Ellie." Does Ellie intend to ruin this banquet? This is Anna's first ball since she transformed from a witch into a savior, which also signifies her entry into a new political arena. If things go wrong at the ball, it will ruin her future political career. Leon didn't know what the succubus was planning, but she couldn't possibly be so high profile at the ball just to show off her charm. Ellie is definitely up to something. Anne nodded, deciding to temporarily renounce her enmity for Leon. Because they were both protecting the same person. For the sake of Her Highness Anna, I will temporarily set aside my prejudices against you, but that does not mean I accept you. Yes, Miss Shadow. The music hadn't ended when Anne hurriedly left the dance floor. But no one noticed her departure, because everyone's attention remained firmly drawn to Ellie. And trailing her long dress, walked through the long corridors of the Black Rose Castle, hurrying towards the innermost tower. She climbed all the way to the top of the tower and saw Anna, who was wearing a black cloak and a mask. Sure enough, Anna was there. Just as Leon had guessed, Anna did indeed dislike such lively dances and needed to get some fresh air. Your Highness, something has happened. Chapter 41 Ellie's Plan. Anna and Anne hurried to the ball, only to witness an extremely unexpected scene in the dim candlelight at the end of the corridor. Ellie, wearing a swan mask, is lying on top of Lee, who is wearing a fox mask. The two are very close, and their intimate posture is suggestive. Just 2 seconds before Anna arrived, Leon was still on top of Ellie, and a second before that, Emperor Louis, Count Hall, and many nobles had just walked from the banquet hall into the corridor. Leon immediately realized that this was probably Ellie's plan. She wanted to seduce Anna's fiancé in public and make Anna lose face at her birthday party. The method wasn't particularly clever, but if Anna had caught her fiancé and sister entangled, it would certainly have been a scandal that would have made her ashamed. Fortunately, with Hera's help, Leon wasn't truly swayed by Ellie. He was just going along with the act, wanting to see for himself what Ellie was really up to. Once everyone had completely surrounded him, Leon immediately pushed Ellie away, tore his collar, and screamed in terror. No! Even if you are the high and mighty first princess, you cannot force me! My heart belongs only to Princess Anna. If you continue like this, I will scream for mercy! Ellie was completely stunned. Just now, it was clearly Leon who had touched her inappropriately, so how did it suddenly become that she was the one who was trying to molest this man? She did indeed set up the trap, but in such a situation, everyone should have instinctively felt that the woman was the victim. However, Leon seemed even more aggrieved than her, completely stealing everyone's judgment. Ellie, how could you do such a thing? The first to fly into a rage was none other than Emperor Louis, who had always doted on Ellie. On Thanksgiving Day, Leon had already rejected Ellie, Saya, and Isabella, choosing Anna instead. Now, Ellie is disregarding royal decorum and trying to force herself on Lee. At least, that's the outcome everyone sees right now. Louis had previously indulged Ellie because of her perfect beauty, proud personality, and her role as a symbol of the purity and dignity of the royal family. But now, her behavior is undoubtedly tarnishing the royal family's reputation. Leon wiped away the remaining lipstick marks on her face, forced out 2 tears, and quickly hid behind Anna, looking like a young wife who had just been humiliated. He can't appear too assertive, otherwise everyone will suspect that he's the one who actually benefits. At this point, playing the victim is the safest approach. Who says men can't learn tea ceremony? As long as you can maintain the victim's position, a tea ceremony master will be successful anywhere. Anna's face turned completely cold, and she exuded a chilling witch-like aura, suppressing all the surrounding nobles so much that they dared not utter a sound. However, given Anne's earlier remarks at the banquet, everyone assumed that Anna was driven to desperation by Ellie and that her anger was understandable, rather than seeing her as a dangerous monster. No, that's not it. It was definitely him just now. Before Ellie could finish speaking, Anna coldly interrupted her. Get out. Black Rose Castle does not welcome you. Now, get out of here immediately. Ellie bit her lip, looking at Emperor Louis with a wronged expression. Louis's eyes were full of pity, but Anna did not harm Ellie. Instead, it was Ellie who caused the scene in public. This time, the Emperor, unusually, did not show favoritism towards his daughter and could only order in a deep voice. "Ellie, leave here!" Allie's eyes were red, and she stood up from the ground, her clothes disheveled. But just as she was about to leave, Duncan Constantine suddenly stepped forward. "Your Majesty, how could Princess Ellie do such a thing? It must be Lien who seduced her. It was Lien who bullied Princess Ellie." Hughes immediately echoed her sentiment. The other young nobles also sided with Ellie, completely infatuated with her, and unwilling to believe that she would actively pursue Lien. Count Hall stood firm, coldly rebuking. "Nonsense! Do you think my son, the chosen son of the sun god, is lying? Do you dare say such things again in front of His Holiness the Pope?" This matter now concerned the honor of the Hall family. Count Hall, fearing he, as an earl, couldn't control these noble scions, simply invoked the Pope's name. Upon hearing the word Pope, the older generation of nobles immediately changed their expressions and stepped forward to reprimand their sons. They knew very well that the Pope was not someone to be trifled with. Even the Emperor had to give the Pope some leeway, so how could these people dare to continue to stand up for Ellie? Ellie could only swallow this bitter pill and glare fiercely at Lien. "Lion Hall, you just wait and see." She lifted her skirt and left the corridor, her anger surging. Watching her heartbroken and aggrieved figure, many young nobles felt their hearts break. "Anna, it's all right now." Emperor Louis approached Anna, intending to reach out and comfort her, but Anna's aura was too intimidating, causing him to instinctively withdraw his hand and put on a serious expression again. At this moment, Lien spoke up. "Your Majesty, I believe that Princess Ellie was just drunk, which is why she did such a ridiculous thing. I will not speak of what happened today. I guarantee it with the reputation of the Hall family." These words undoubtedly reassured Louis and also served as a reminder to the nobles present. If word got out, it wouldn't just damage Ellie's reputation, but also the Emperor's face. Lien did this not to help Ellie, but for Anna's sake. Ellie's reputation could be damaged by anyone, but it absolutely could not be involved with Anna. Otherwise, every time the Emperor thought of this scandal, he might take his anger out on Anna, or even on those around her. Lien eliminated this potential threat for Anna in advance. Seeing his understanding, Louis finally smiled. "Today is Anna's birthday, and everyone has had too much to drink. Let's go back and continue enjoying the ball." The nobles followed the Emperor back to the banquet hall, and the farce temporarily came to an end. Only Lien, Anna, and Anne remained in the corridor. And looked at Lien and couldn't help but sneer. "Why do I feel like it was Princess Ellie who was taken advantage of, not you?" Lien retorted seriously. "That's prejudice. You think of me as a choir boy just entering church, and you think of Ellie as an elderly priest. Do you think I, the young choir member, am at a disadvantage, or is the old priest at a disadvantage?" Annie was instantly speechless. Just as the three of them fell silent for a moment, a sharp scream suddenly pierced the ballroom and interrupted their conversation. "Ah dash!" Chloe's scream shattered the peace that had just returned to the ball. Chapter 42: The Death of the Grand Duke. Things that Lien hadn't anticipated still happened. Because he changed Anna's fate, the timeline shifted, and many things that should have happened later all came forward. For example, Ellie has become a succubus, but she still doesn't truly control her power, and only creates some clumsy scandals. For example, the death of Archduke Constantine. When everyone returned to the banquet hall, they were horrified to see Duke Constantine lying in a pool of blood, already lifeless. Young Chloe had never seen anything like it before. She screamed in terror, and then fainted. Simon quickly helped his sister up, looking at Earl Hall with a grave expression. Earl Hall shook his head, only one thought remaining in his mind: something terrible was about to happen. The death of Grand Duke Constantine at Princess Anna's birthday banquet was enough to enrage the entire North. He was the Lord of the North, and one of the 7 pillars of the Empire. There's a saying that circulates throughout the Empire. You can mess with anyone, but never mess with the Constantine family. This is because the family's motto is, revenge is the ultimate vengeance. Now that the Grand Duke has died in the capital, if the northern frontier believes the royal family has mishandled the situation, it could even spark a civil war. But the Empire has only just ended a decade-long war of foreign invasion and simply cannot afford new turmoil. Father! Father! What's wrong with you? Duncan knelt beside the body, shaking his father's cold form desperately, his face streaked with tears and snot. He raised his bloodshot eyes and glared at Anna. Is this the security at Black Rose Castle? My esteemed father died on your territory, and you must give me an explanation. Otherwise, the entire Northern Territory will not let this go. Seal off the castle. No one is allowed to leave. Emperor Louis immediately ordered. The death of the Duke of Constantine must be thoroughly investigated, the assassin found, and an explanation given to the North. On the surface, it was an investigation, but in reality, Louis's real task was to keep Duncan calm while simultaneously covering up the news of the Grand Duke's assassination. Lee had to admit that experience still mattered. At this point, they absolutely could not allow Duncan to return to the North with his father's body. Upon discovering the body, Duncan should have quietly hidden his father's remains and immediately fled the capital. But by making a scene, he has lost his chance to escape. Before the truth was revealed, he had become a hostage in the Emperor's hands. This was the most brutal power struggle among nobles. Duncan seemed to realize what was happening, his face turning deathly pale as he hurriedly looked at Louis. Your Majesty, you must do us justice. The Constantine family has always been the most loyal noble family in the Empire. Of course, you are the pillars of the Empire, and I will not forget that. Louis first calmed Duncan down, then turned his attention to Anna. Anna, this happened at your birthday party. You're in charge of investigating. You don't have any objections, do you? Anna had no right to refuse, and could only bow her head in reply. Father, I will obey your will. I will investigate the assassination of Duke Constantine and give the North and the Empire an explanation. The female butler, Katie, immediately knelt on one knee and whispered. It was my dereliction of duty. She was in charge of security at Black Rose Castle, yet the Grand Duke died right under her nose. She was indeed to blame. Anna calmly replied. Even if you send your head to the North, it won't quell their anger. Get up and cooperate with my investigation. That's the important thing. Katie nodded and stood up, but the furious Duncan was clearly unwilling to let it go. He pointed at Katie and spoke coldly. You come to my room alone. I need to interrogate you personally. Katie frowned slightly, immediately understanding his intention. This playboy was clearly using his father's death as an excuse to vent his anger on her. But with the situation so tense, she was prepared to sacrifice herself in exchange for Duncan calming down temporarily. No, Anna refused outright. Katie is my assistant, she must stay with me. If it were any other princess, she might have sent a half-elf deacon to quell her anger. But Anna was not that kind of person. Louis frowned and said, Anna, this is a necessary sacrifice to ease your relationship with the Constantine family. Duncan has the right to interrogate anyone suspected. Katie bowed her head and said, Your Highness, I am willing to accept Lord Duncan's interrogation. Even Anne, who usually disliked Katie, glared angrily at Duncan through her mask. This good-for-nothing, trying to take advantage of his father's death to do evil. Anna was caught in a dilemma. Refusing the Emperor would be tantamount to open defiance, which would completely offend the powerful nobles. Yet she couldn't bear to let her adjutant suffer Duncan's humiliation. Just when she was at her wit's end, Lien stepped forward. Sir Duncan, I believe that the person you should interrogate is not Miss Katie, but Princess Ellie. What? What nonsense are you talking about? Duncan stared at Lien, his face full of astonishment. But Lien knew very well his filthy thoughts. He wanted Katie only because Ellie had stirred up his lust, and he was eager to find a substitute. He had just witnessed Ellie and Lien being intimate, and he was almost driven mad with jealousy. He had been following Ellie around like a dog, but Ellie never paid him any attention. Now that Ellie has taken the initiative to get close to Lien, how could he possibly be willing to accept it? Lien understood this perfectly, which is why he pushed Ellie in front of Duncan. As for Duncan's fate after seeing the succubus, that was none of Lien's concern. Moreover, Ellie is currently furious. A succubus's anger turns into a voracious appetite, and if she loses control, Any man who approaches her could become a ghost. Lian said calmly. Princess Ellie is very suspicious. She lured everyone away, which is why Duke Constantine was murdered. This statement is not slander, but a fact. Louis's brow furrowed even deeper. Ellie had just been embroiled in a scandal, damaging her reputation, but she was still his most beloved daughter. Li's actions were tantamount to forcing him to sacrifice Ellie. The Emperor immediately felt dissatisfied with Lian. But Duncan seized the opportunity. The more he thought about it, the more humiliated he felt, and the more he felt he had been taken advantage of. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, That's right. Princess Ellie is indeed suspicious. I need to interrogate Princess Ellie alone. If your Majesty does not agree, then let me return to the north. You wouldn't be thinking of imprisoning me, would you? Or do you doubt the character of the Constantine family, and think I would plot against your highness? Chapter 43 Hunter and Prey. Before she could even leave Black Rose Castle, Ellie returned to the scene. Louis had assumed that Ellie would refuse to be interrogated by Duncan alone, and had even prepared an excuse for her daughter to decline. But to everyone's surprise, Ellie stepped forward on her own initiative. I am willing to be interrogated alone to clear my name. Ellie, you don't have to do this, Louis said, frowning. Ellie raised her head, her expression seemingly resolute. Father, I am your daughter, and it is my duty to share your burdens. Only Lian noticed something was wrong. There was a barely suppressed hunger hidden in Ellie's eyes. Duncan is probably finished. All right. Louis gave Duncan a deep look, his tone carrying a warning. Ellie is the rose of the Empire, and also the apple of my eye. Duncan bowed and said, Your Majesty, please rest assured, I am only asking a few questions. The Constantine family has always been known for its upright character. Louis said nothing more and could only watch as his eldest daughter and Duncan left together. Then, he turned to Anna, his face instantly turning cold. You must give me an explanation for this. 7 days, at most 7 days, to find out the cause of Constantine's death, or you will automatically withdraw from the race for the crown prince. Upon hearing this, the nobles all gasped in shock. No one felt Louis's punishment was too harsh. Grand Duke Constantine died at Black Rose Castle. If no one is held accountable, who will bear the brunt of the North's anger? The Empire could not afford a civil war, especially these nobles, who were even more unwilling to see the flames of war break out. Louis turned and left, but no one else had the right to leave. All the nobles, including Count Hall, were kept in the castle for investigation. Duncan and Ellie were put into a luxury suite, which temporarily became Duncan's interrogation room. As soon as the door closed, Duncan dismissed the servants and sealed the room completely. Duncan, what do you want to do? Ellie asked coldly. Duncan stared at her, his long-suppressed resentment finally erupting. Don't you know what I'm going to do? I always thought you were just arrogant, treating everyone the same. But look at you today! For that, Lian, you made me lose face in public. He approached step by step, his expression twisted. I would have cherished you and treasured you like a precious gem. But you trampled on my sincerity. You were the one who wronged me first. Duncan was consumed by thoughts of revenge and possession. He thought he had finally brought this proud imperial rose to her knees, that Ellie would be terrified and beg for mercy. But just then, Ellie suddenly smiled. Duncan was stunned, thinking she had finally given up, and even a smug smile appeared on his lips. But all of this was just his last fantasy before he died. In reality, Duncan never even touched Ellie. Ellie gripped his neck tightly with just one hand. That intense, uncontrollable hunger finally overwhelmed her completely. Duncan was horrified to discover that his strength was rapidly draining away, and his body was slowly withering away. He opened his eyes wide, wanting to struggle, wanting to beg for mercy, but he couldn't even make a sound. It wasn't until his body collapsed heavily onto the cold carpet that he finally understood. The woman he had been fantasizing about was not even human. The trap Lian set for him was far more ruthless than he had imagined. It was a trap that could take his life. Watching Duncan die, Ellie finally awoke from her hunger. She panicked. She never imagined she would kill someone with her own hands. Just now, driven only by hunger, she had drained Duncan of all his life force. What did I do? Ellie covered her face and couldn't help but sob softly. She was indeed spoiled and willful, and had caused the deaths of many people because of her willfulness, but she had never actually killed anyone with her own hands. In the darkness, the demon butler, Ro, quietly appeared and stood beside her. What should I do? Ellie looked at him, crying. Everyone saw me come in with him, and now he's dead. What should I do? Luo Wei crouched down, his gaze almost eerily gentle. Your Highness, you must always maintain your elegance. You've forgotten again. I'm sorry, Ro, I really don't know what to do. Only you can help me now. Ellie, like a child who has done something terribly wrong, waits for Ro to decide her fate. Luo Wei shook his head and sighed softly. Remember to restrain yourself next time you eat. You're not skilled enough yet, so it's not your fault. But Ellie was even more terrified. He's dead. My father was already blaming me for Leon's matter. If he finds out I killed the heir to the throne, he'll definitely hand me over to the north. At that point, forget about inheriting the throne. I don't even know if I'll survive. Lo comforted her softly. Poor Ellie, your father wouldn't go that far. You are his most beloved daughter, and he will forgive you no matter what mistakes you have made. Ellie shook her head, her face pale. I am just one of his many daughters. Besides me, there are Saya and Isabella. I used to be sure that he loved me the most because I was his dignity and his face. But today, all the nobles saw it. Lien humiliated me in public, and I saw the disappointment in my father's eyes. He no longer loves me as much as before. She became increasingly flustered as she spoke. Moreover, although Grand Duke Constantine outwardly supports all the princesses, those in the know understand that he has always supported me. Duncan's pursuit of me was also at his behest. Now the Grand Duke is dead, and I have killed his most beloved son. I am finished, I am really finished. Luo Wei's expression finally turned cold. Ellie, you shouldn't have acted like this in front of me. It makes me wonder if I chose the wrong person. His eyes instantly turned blood red, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. Ellie was startled and took a step back in fear. I understand, I will remain elegant. She hurriedly straightened her clothes, trying her best to regain her former proud and dignified status as the eldest princess of the empire. Luo Wei slowly spoke up. No, you don't need to maintain appearances right now. You need a way out. Ellie lifted her chin, suppressing her fear once more. Tell me, what should I do? Luo Wei nodded in satisfaction, a cold smile playing on his lips. The next moment, his human appearance began to crack, shedding his disguise and revealing his true demonic form, filled with blasphemy and terror. Ellie, scream all you want now. The louder the better, let me feel your fear, let the whole castle be filled with your fear. Ah dash! A piercing scream emanated from the room, echoing throughout the entire Black Rose castle. Lo tore Duncan's body apart, staging a horrific attack. When the guards nervously burst open the door, they only saw Ellie and Duncan lying in a pool of blood. Ellie has injuries to her head, hands, and legs and is unconscious. Duncan, however, was already completely dead. The nobles fell silent instantly, fear spreading through Black Rose Castle, more terrifying than the plague. 3 people have died in succession. Is Princess Anna truly an ominous person? I told you long ago, we shouldn't have come to Black Rose Castle. It's cursed. A witch is still a witch, she only brings misfortune to people. It's unclear who started it, but all the blame was once again directed at Anna. But Leon would never let her efforts go to waste. Anna had just been cleared of suspicion when a new scapegoat suddenly fell upon her. Chapter 44 The King of Nightmares. Leon's original plan was simple. Ellie had just become a succubus and couldn't control her desires and anger. If Duncan were to appear at this time, he would most likely become her food, and if Ellie were to accidentally kill someone, the blame could be rightfully pinned on her. Ellie's motive for killing Constantine and his son is also easy to find. Grand Duke Constantine had supported her, but now he had turned to Anna, and the two sides had fallen out because of their interests. Unfortunately, Ellie was clearly not as stupid as Leon thought, or rather, she had someone behind her giving her advice. After killing Duncan, she chose to injure herself to create the illusion that both of them had been attacked by assassins at the same time. Ellie is in a deep coma and unable to provide any clues, while Duncan dies, leaving all the trouble to Anna. To outsiders, the assassinations of Ellie and Duncan, and of Grand Duke Constantine, were clearly the work of the same person. In this way, Duncan's death was completely cleared of Ellie's involvement, and new suspicion fell on Anna once again. Emperor Louis gave Anna a 7-day deadline, but the terrified nobles had no patience to wait 7 days. During this time, they will only speculate and place the most malicious suspicions on Anna. The savior witch, image that Leanne had previously created for Anna may collapse as a result, turning her back into a misfortune witch, feared by everyone. Unless Anna can give everyone an answer today, an answer that satisfies the nobles and makes them dare to go home. Only when they leave Black Rose Castle and return to their familiar territory and family will they feel safe and able to calm down. By then, they will at least understand that Anna was not the one who brought misfortune. It was because of Anna that they left the castle alive. But who was the one who actually assassinated Grand Duke Constantine? Leanne recalled that this part of the story was almost glossed over in the game, only mentioning that the Grand Duke was assassinated, which triggered a 3-year civil war between the Empire and the North. As for who the murderer is, the game provides no answer. Even more troubling is that this event, which was supposed to happen a year later, has now occurred a year earlier. Originally, a year later, the Grand Duke died, and Anna was sent to attack the North, which turned into a living hell. Having absorbed enough power, the demons of hell descended to the human world through the rift, joined forces with the demons on land, and launched a war to exterminate humanity. Everyone blamed Anna again, and the feast cult seized the opportunity to make a comeback, turning her into a vessel for the end. The Witch of the End descends, and her great battle with the Demon King heralds a new apocalypse. To prevent this from happening again, we must find the real culprit as soon as possible, give the North an explanation, and prevent a civil war from breaking out. But Grand Duke Constantine had too many enemies: the Emperor, the royal family, the 7 noble families, the papacy, cults, and even members of the Constantine family themselves were suspects. Emperor Louis had long been dissatisfied with Constantine's arrogance, and there was even a saying circulating in the empire that even beggars knew never to provoke the Constantine family. Constantine had guarded the North for many years, and his achievements overshadowed those of the emperor. The people of the North only knew Constantine and not Emperor Louis. If Louis were to seize the opportunity to eliminate Constantine, then pin the blame on his least favored daughter, Anna, and leave the mess in the North to clean up, he might very well do it. Within the royal family, Isabella cared only about knowledge and had no interest in power, but Saya was different. Anna's reputation has been improving recently, giving her leverage in the fight for the throne. Saya could very well use the civil war to drive her out of the capital. As long as the empire goes to war, Anna, the empire's sharpest blade, will inevitably go to the battlefield, and the power of the capital will return to Saya's hands. The 7 noble families were also rife with conflict, with the Constantine and Ellen families being sworn enemies. Grand Duke Erland spends most of his time in the archipelago, and rarely comes to the capital except when the emperor launches a war. He even sent gifts but did not show up at Anna's birthday celebration. Could the assassin be from the Ellen family? Leon couldn't be sure. Pope Shaw also wanted to kill Anna. If he assassinated Constantine and then shifted the blame to Anna, he could isolate the witch again. Then there's Mr. A from the Feast cult, who orchestrated the end of the world plague, only to have it completely overturned by Anna. Constantine's death was very likely Mr. A's revenge. If that's the case, this assassination is probably just the beginning. As for the Constantine family, Duncan was the eldest son and the most qualified to inherit the position of Lord of the North. But both he and his father loved Ellie, making them rivals in love, and Duncan was naturally suspected of patricide. Unfortunately, this idiot has already been killed by Ellie, and even if he really did it, no one will believe that answer. After sorting through the clues, Lien felt that there were so many suspects that he couldn't count them all on one hand. The more they investigate this case, the deeper they go. Instead of pursuing the truth, it would be better to find a scapegoat and make Mr. A take the blame. Your Highness, His Majesty has given us 7 days, but we don't have that much time. The butler Katie warned Anna that if the nobles were not allowed to leave tonight, they would turn against her again out of fear. Anna said calmly, I know. So I'll find out tonight. The next moment, she raised her hand, and the power of the nightmare instantly enveloped the entire Black Rose castle. Everyone inside the castle, whether nobles, demons, or hidden enemies, was forcibly dragged into the dream world. Lien's thoughts were abruptly interrupted. He was still considering how to make Mr. A take the blame when he was suddenly pulled into a dream. Hera returned to his side and whispered, Is the witch going mad? She's dragged me, the demon, and the Feast Apostle into this. Lien's heart skipped a beat. The Feast Apostle? Could it be that Mr. A really was in the castle, and he hadn't wronged him after all? Hera also mentioned demons, and Lien immediately thought, could it be the guy who turned Ellie into a succubus? Before he could figure it out, Lien looked up and saw Anna floating in midair, sitting on the blackthorn throne. Her waist-length black hair broke free from her hair ornaments in gravity, spreading out strangely upwards and outwards, like black seaweed churning in the deep sea. Beneath the mask, her eyes had turned a boiling blood red, like 2 lamps from the abyss, coldly looking down on everyone. At this moment, Anna was no longer an ordinary princess, but the true Nightmare Queen. Her voice was calm, yet it directly probed the soul of everyone. Tell me, who killed Duke Constantine? The people in the dream were completely unable to resist, and the nobles immediately started talking at once. Some suspected Duncan, some pointed to the 6 great families, and some even directly suspected the emperor. Amidst the jumbled responses, a deep, hoarse voice stood out remarkably. It was I who killed Duke Constantine. The murderer was still at the scene and even confessed? Lien frowned instantly. This couldn't possibly be that simple. Anna, get out of the dream right now! Chapter 45 This is a trap. This was a trap set by the Feast Apostle for Anna. He calculated that Anna would use the power of nightmares to pull everyone into a dream for interrogation if she wanted to find out the truth within a day. This is the fastest method, but it will also be the most fatal flaw. If Anna activates the dream world and the other party kills everyone inside, the outside world will assume that she is the murderer. After all, in the entire continent of Orin, only the witch Anna possessed the power of nightmares. She once used this move to annihilate an entire enemy army, thus earning the title of Nightmare Witch. The madmen of the Feast cult wanted to use this opportunity to kill everyone in the castle and drive Anna into a complete dead end. Ha ha ha, Lien Hall, you are indeed smarter than others, but it's all too late. The person who spoke was none other than Hughes's father, Count Dieter, who had always been at odds with Count Hall. Dieter had placed high hopes on Hughes, wanting his son to become Anna's fiancé so he could get close to her and carry out his plan. But now everyone realizes that he wasn't Dieter at all. He is none other than Mr. A, the Feast Apostle lurking among the nobility. To be precise, the real Count Dieter is long dead. The one walking before everyone now is merely a monster in his skin. This explains why Mrs. Brittany was brought into the Feast cult and became a peripheral member. The Earl of Dieter's status was enough to allow Mr. A to easily infiltrate aristocratic circles. As if to confirm Lien's guess, Count Dieter's body began to change on the spot. His loose skin split open from the center of his forehead, the crack spreading downwards like the peeling skin of a ripe fruit. Skin and flesh peeled away along the bridge of the nose, the corners of the mouth, and the jaw, making a tearing sound that pierced the teeth. Beneath that aged and bloated shell, a taut body wrapped in scarlet flesh was revealed. The shed Count's skin lay limply at his feet, and the person inside slowly raised his hand to touch his face. There he wore a plain white mask with only a cold black letter, A, in the center of his forehead. Mr. A, one of the 12 apostles of the Feast Church. He moved his neck, the bones making a crisp sound, clearly feeling incredibly comfortable after finally getting rid of that bulky body. Then, Mr. A elegantly picked up a napkin, carefully wiped the bloodstains off his body, and picked up Count Dieter's scattered clothes, putting them back on one by one. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a naked monster back into a well-dressed noble feaster. Screams erupted in the banquet hall, and the nearby nobles retreated like a receding tide, scrambling to escape. But no matter where they fled, they could not escape. Because the dream world Anna created had been completely locked away. Mr. A spread out his slender left hand, revealing a rusty bronze lock embedded in his palm, its surface engraved with intricate patterns that were barely perceptible. Lien recognized it at a glance. This was a transcendental item that appeared only in the mid-game, the Dream Lock. Its sole ability was to lock anyone's dream. Anna immediately tried to escape the dream and also wanted to send Lien and the others out, but she found that she couldn't do it at all. Her ability failed for the first time. Your Highness, it is time for the hunt. Constantine is but an appetizer. Mr. A spoke lazily, his gaze sweeping over the fleeing nobles around him, his tone gentle to the point of cruelty. None of you will escape. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly extended like 5 sharp bone spurs, directly piercing the 5 nobles who were closest to him and the slowest to escape. Among them were Count Dieter's wife and eldest son. Blood splattered, and the 5 men collapsed into pools of blood. Hughes stared in utter horror at his fallen loved ones, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Mr. A. Who are you? Where is my dad? Where did my dad go? Poor child, don't worry, I'll reunite you with your family soon. With a look of pity, Mr. A withdrew his hand, the blood of the 5 corpses sticking to his fingers, and the heavy smell of blood instantly filled the banquet hall. Don't come any closer! Hughes was so frightened that he couldn't even hold his sword and collapsed to the ground. If Anna hadn't stepped in front of him in time, he would have also been stabbed in the abdomen. Mr. A tilted his head, seemingly genuinely puzzled. Your Highness, why are you stopping me? We should be on the same side. You are the most noble witch. Don't you want to kill them? The feast cult is full of madmen. Anna frowned. Why do you keep framing me? Taking advantage of the standoff between the two, Kep hurriedly helped Hughes up and led Wilson and the others away. Hughes didn't dare look back, fearing that the monster would catch up at any moment. The nobles, like erupting lava, frantically rushed out of the banquet hall, searching for a way to escape Black Rose Castle. At this moment, Mr. A was their true nightmare. The Earl of Hall and his family fled with the crowd, but Chloe wanted to turn back to find Lee, but Mrs. Hall held her back tightly. Baby, run! Don't look back! But my brother is still inside! Don't worry about Lien, he is the Holy Sun, protected by the Sun God. We are just ordinary people, Earl Hall said urgently. Simon urged hurriedly. Run! Run! Roe, however, remained unusually calm. Ellie, being unconscious, hadn't been pulled into the dream by Anna. He had only come to watch the spectacle anyway. Hera grabbed Lien, feigning panic, and ran around with the crowd, clearly still trying to maintain her last act of pretense. Lien couldn't help but remind her. Idiot, there's no need to pretend now. Grab Mr. A, follow him, and maybe we can find the headquarters of the feast cult and the remains of the Pale King. Hera paused for a moment, looked up at Lien, and then realized. Right, why would I run away? I need to catch that guy. Lien sighed deeply. This guy really needs to use his brain more. But just as the two were about to act, Luo Wei blocked their way. Wait, where do you think you're going? I won't allow you to disturb my enjoyment of the show. The demon disdained to cooperate with the feast apostle, but Ro longed to witness Anna being devoured by the curse of the end after her magic was exhausted. So at this moment, he chose to stop Hera and Lien. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Chapter 46 The Last Kiss in Desperate Circumstances. Filthy demon, get out of my way! Hera's eyes turned bloodshot, and the oppressive aura of the dragon race swept out with a thunderous roar. The demon Luo Wei revealed a delighted smile. So it's Hera, the God-Eater. Betrayed by her contractor, she's ended up working as a maid for humans? With a flick of its wrist, Anna's dream world was instantly cleaved in two, isolating Hera, Lion, and Ro in separate spaces. On the surface, they are still standing in Black Rose Castle, but Anna, Mr. A, and those nobles are no longer in the same dream as them. Luo Wei cannot escape the dream, yet he can freely divide the dream world. The rules of extraordinary items are so strict that even demons cannot easily violate them. Get lost! Hera condensed a ball of compressed energy in her palm and slammed it at Ro without hesitation. With a deafening boom, Luo Wei's respectable human skin was shattered, finally revealing his true demonic form. It has no goat hooves or bat wings. Instead, it resembles a perfect statue twisted by corrupting forces. A 7-foot-tall humanoid body, obsidian-like skin, perfectly sculpted muscles, and a haughty, mocking smile on his handsome face. Only its burning, fiery eyes revealed that it was not human. Lian adjusted his breathing, his blood flowing calmly within him. He prepared to activate boiling blood, trading his lifespan for the power to break through his limits. This was his first real battle after entering the realm of the extraordinary, and his opponent was a demon that walked on land. Fortunately, Hera had consumed a large number of extraordinary items given to her by the Pope, and her strength had recovered to 30%, making her still his strongest companion. Hera, let's go together. Hera nodded, a smile playing on her lips. Then let's go all out. She hadn't experienced such a battle in a long time, and her figure instantly became a blur as she charged straight at Luo Wei. Lian didn't improve his boiling blood skill at all. Facing Luo Wei, any attempt to warm up would only lead to his own demise. Thump! The first heartbeat struck like a warhammer, instantly turning his skin a deep red, and the bulging veins shone like lava veins. White steam billowed from every pore, heat waves rolled, and the irises in my eyes completely transformed into molten golden flames. The price was paid at the same moment, as if the marrow had been drained, and a piece of life was missing. Lian knew that this 1 second of complete burning had cost him at least 3 days of his lifespan. The power he gained in return was equally real. The stone slab beneath his feet shattered with a deafening roar, and his figure shot forward, leaving only a burning, twisted trail behind him. As Ro parried Hera, he gently raised his hand. The air condensed into black crystals, countless petrified arms erupted from the ground, and even the light bent into nooses. It is modifying the local laws of dreams, turning this space into a trap specifically designed to strangle Lian. It's my turn. Hera's voice was calm as her left hand gradually became transparent, and the tiny vortex between her 5 fingers suddenly expanded, transforming into 5 dark portals. The black crystals, the petrified arms, and those distorted spatial rules were wiped off reality the moment they touched the edge of the vortex. On Hera's transparent arm, shadows surged violently, and countless foreign objects seemed to struggle beneath her skin. That was a side effect of absorbing power, but she could still handle it. Lian broke through the dissipating trap, and his burning fist was already slamming into Luo Wei's face. This punch combined speed, power, and the terrifying heat generated by burning one's life force, enough to melt through steel. Boom! The shockwave exploded in a ring, shattering all the castle's stained glass windows, and dust poured down from the dome like a waterfall. Lian's fist sank into Luo Wei's cheek, the flames on his fist burning wildly, but were constantly absorbed, transformed, and neutralized by the other's skin. Dark red lines appeared beneath Luo Wei's obsidian-like skin, like cooled lava. Nice temperature. It raised its fist and spoke gently. It reminds me of the sulfur lake back home. The next second, it raised its hand. The movement seemed elegant and slow, but in fact it was faster than anyone could imagine. Lian retreated in time, but his left shoulder was still grazed by its fingers. Without a wound or blood, his left shoulder instantly turned into a gray stone statue. This was not ordinary petrification, but rather the concept of that part of his body's existence had been transformed by Ro into a statue. The emptiness returned, as if another piece of her life had been ripped away. Hera frowned, opening both hands simultaneously. 10 vortexes converged into a massive dark ring, which swallowed up the castle's stone walls, tapestries, light, and sound. A void passage leading to Ro stretched directly through the castle. Luo Wei finally stopped smiling, clasped his hands together in front of his chest, and pulled out a strange weapon from his palms. It was a spatial rift, its edges flowing with indescribable, multicolored, non-human colors. Blasphemer, you can devour anomalies, but what about the void itself? The spatial rift slashed down, aiming at Hera's dark ring. The two forces collided without an explosion or a sound, but the surrounding reality peeled away layer by layer like a cheap canvas, revealing the colorless and formless chaotic void behind it. Hera grunted and took 3 steps back. Lian's heart sank. Attending a banquet, he had unexpectedly run into this kind of demon who walks on land. Ro's strength has already surpassed Hera's current level. But instead of helping Hera or treating his petrified left shoulder, he reignited, boiling blood. Thump! 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 My heart pounded 3 times in a row, like the tolling of my own death knell. Lian's skin began to crack, and what gushed from the cracks was not blood, but molten lava. His hair stood on end, turning into burning torches. The stone slabs underfoot didn't even have time to melt before they were vaporized by the high temperature, and the lava pit continued to expand. Lifespan is burning out at an alarming rate, and Lian can clearly feel that the lifespan is shrinking in units of years. 5 years, 10 years, or even more, he no longer cares. The molten gold flames in his eyes overflowed from his eye sockets, leaving burning tear tracks on his cheeks. But instead of rushing towards Ro, he rushed to Hera's side, wrapped one arm around her slender waist, and kissed her without hesitation. The instant their lips met, Hera's pupils dilated suddenly. Devour me, this is your last chance. This is not a simple kiss, but a process of absorbing and transferring power. Hera initially thought that Lian was taking advantage of her, but then she realized his intention. She took the initiative, pushing Lian down and frantically absorbing the boiling blood power that erupted after he burned his life force. A blasphemer, devouring the flames ignited by the sacrificial lives of the superhumans of the solar system. This is an unprecedented attempt. Lian burned his life force, transforming his lifespan into ultimate power. Hera devoured this power and converted it into her own attack energy. The side effects of Hera's absorption were forcibly purified and offset by the heat generated by Lian burning his life force. Amidst the agony of burning and devouring, the two achieved a near-perfect symbiosis in a fleeting moment. Ro watched this scene with great interest, its arrogance stemming from the fact that the weakened Hera could not possibly kill it. How beautiful, is it a final kiss in a desperate situation? Hera slowly stood up, her once transparent arms now incandescent in color, all shadows burned away. A miniature sun appeared in the vortex of her right eye. Hera turned to face Ro, raised her incandescent arm, and a white gold spear of light erupted from her palm. Go to hell, you filthy trash! Luo Wei raised the spatial rift to block, and the platinum spear collided with the rift with a loud crash. This time, finally, there was a sound. That was Lo's scream. Chapter 47 Mr. A's Nuclear Bomb. In the dream world, inside the Black Rose Castle. Framed? No, 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 we are helping you grow, Your Highness the Great Witch. Mr. A looked completely innocent, as if everything he did was to help Anna grow, but Anna clearly did not want to accept this kindness. Your Highness, haven't you always longed for the end of the world and hated this world? Why don't you face your own heart? This ugly world is not worth staying in. Let's destroy it together, okay? As he spoke, he extended his hand and bowed slightly, as if inviting Anna to a grand feast. Anna raised her right hand and reached out into the air beside her. The air twisted and cracked, and she slowly drew out a jet-black longsword wrapped in black rose thorns. I don't care who you are or what you want to do. You must repent and pay the price for every innocent life you kill. How cold-hearted. Mr. A shook his head and chuckled. If we're talking about killing, Your Highness has probably killed more people than I have. Are you spending your days in repentance? I never repent for what I have done, because I never regret it. Anna answered frankly, and Mr. A laughed even more heartily. Doesn't that prove we're the same kind of people? Because I am too. Anna had completely lost her patience. She just wanted to deal with this man herself to stop him from continuing to slaughter the nobles. She took a step forward, and the black sword sliced through the air. Where the blade passed, black roses and thorns spread, and the carpet quickly faded and decayed, as if it had aged 100 years in an instant. Mr. A tore open his left sleeve, and flesh and blood separated from his arm, reforming in midair to form a shield interwoven with bone and flesh. The black sword struck the bone shield, and the point of contact instantly turned to dust. The bones shattered into ashes, and the flesh withered and shrank, losing all life in the blink of an eye. Mr. A stared at this scene with a fanatical smile. The power of annihilation is captivating no matter when you look at it. A madman, Anna coldly remarked. Mr. A touched his cheeks with both hands, and dark red lines appeared on his skin, writhing and extending like a living thing. He then tore open his clothes, revealing a bizarre, pulsating tumor growing over his heart. A feast awaits, come forth! The tumor burst open with a roar, sending countless fine red threads shooting out in all directions. Those entangled by the threads instantly turned into writhing flesh and blood in agony, becoming materials for flesh and blood magic. Knights, nobles, and scholars were all forcibly reorganized by Mr. A, turning them into flesh and blood puppets under his control. The knight puppet was pieced together from countless severed hands, while the noble puppet's head was split open, splintered with barbed tentacles. Beneath the scholar's robes lay churning, tangled entrails. Anna swung her sword to sever the spreading red lines, stopping him from creating more monsters. Mr. A snapped his fingers, and the knight puppet immediately pounced, its dozens of arms simultaneously grabbing at Anna. Anna neither dodged nor evaded, but instead swept her sword horizontally. Her arm snapped like a withered branch, turning completely to dust. A black line appeared in the center of the knight puppet's body, and the entire body disintegrated and vanished along the crack. But the moment she drew her sword, the noble puppet's tentacles wrapped around her left arm, and its spikes pierced her skin, attempting to inject paralyzing toxins. Anna didn't even lower her head. The black rose thorns on the sword immediately entangled the tendrils and annihilated them. The feast has only just begun. Mr. A stood in the center of the hall, raising his hands, and his body began to undergo even more terrifying changes. His skin became translucent, revealing his internal organs, which were constantly writhing and reorganizing. Bone spurs burst forth from his spine, unfolding into bizarre bone wings. My flesh and blood are my weapons, my life is my ammunition. He pulled a bloody rib from his chest cavity, twisting and extending it in his palm, transforming it into a curved bone longsword. Your Highness, please taste the first dish, which I call the bone-scraping blade. The next second, Mr. A unleashed astonishing speed, leaving only a bloody afterimage in his wake. The bone knife slashed towards Anna's neck at an uncanny angle. Anna parried with her sword, the black sword colliding with the bone blade. The bone blade immediately began to disintegrate, but much more slowly than the previous bone shield. Mr. A is burning his life force to desperately repair the weapon. A look of surprise flashed in Anna's eyes. Fighting annihilation with your life? The way of flesh and blood lies in sacrifice and rebirth. Mr. A's smile remained undiminished, and his attacks grew even more ferocious. With each swing of his blade, countless fragments would shatter from the bone, which would then transform into flying knives in midair, attacking Anna from different directions. Anna wielded her black sword, creating an impenetrable defensive circle that annihilated any bone fragments that approached. Mr. A's attacks continued like a tidal wave, while the scholar puppets in the distance were drawing strange symbols between their mutilated fingers. The flesh and blood within the hall began to resonate and vibrate. Anna instantly saw through his scheme. They are draining the life force of other nobles. Mr. A needs to use the lives of others to maintain his weapons and offensive, and to hold back Anna's annihilating power. If this continues, all the nobles trapped in the dream will surely die. Anna suddenly sheathed her sword and stepped back, drawing runes in the air with her left hand. Since you enjoy banquets so much, her voice was as cold as a winter night's wind, then I'll give you a silent final banquet. She slammed the rune into the ground with her palm, and black ripples spread out from her. Wherever the ripples passed, everything vanished in silence. There was no violent explosion, only a gentle yet irresistible end. The flesh stopped wriggling, the blood vessels quickly faded, the puppet's movements slowed down more and more, and finally froze completely. Mr. A's bone knife was covered in cracks, and its repair speed could no longer keep up with the annihilation and erosion. He looked down at his translucent body and found that the peristalsis of his internal organs was also slowing down, and his life force was rapidly draining away. What a beautiful power! Mr. A coughed up a mouthful of black blood, but his smile became even brighter. Then let me serve the last dish. He opened his arms, making a hugging gesture. Then, his flesh, bones, and organs all began to collapse and compress inward. Anna's expression changed drastically, and she immediately retreated rapidly. Mr. A's entire body eventually compressed into a red sphere the size of a fist, suspended in midair, pulsating like a heart. All the flesh and blood puppets in the hall were drawn in, frantically merging into the sphere. The sphere continued to expand, its color changing from red to dark red, and finally turning into pure black. Just then, Lien and Hera joined forces to defeat the demon Ro, returning from Ro's forcibly severed dream world to Anna's complete dream world. Upon seeing the scene before him, Lien immediately recognized it. This is Mr. A's ultimate move, the flesh and blood mystic art, the final feast. To put it simply, it's a super self-destruction, jokingly referred to by players as Mr. A's nuclear bomb. The power of this attack far surpasses the white dove square attack planned by the feasters. The nobles in the dream are doomed, and perhaps even a third of the entire capital and the empire will be corrupted into mutated monsters. We must stop him. Chapter 48. Your existence itself is meaning. The key lies in that lock. Lien must find the extraordinary item, the dream lock, hidden in Mr. A's left palm, but Mr. A has turned into a giant, fleshy black hole, and no one can be sure where his left hand is. Hera grabbed Lee, a rare look of tension on her face. He's about to explode, run! That demon just tore a crack in the dream world, we can leave through there. I'm best at squeezing through cracks. If we don't leave now, we really won't be able to leave. Lien looked at Anna, a thought of retreat creeping into his mind. Living was better than dying here. As long as he was alive, perhaps there would be another chance in the future. But if they escape, the Hall family, the Wilson family, the Kep family, and countless nobles and servants will all die in the explosion. Then, spiritual pollution will sweep through the entire capital, and even spread to a large part of the empire. The church will still wage war against Anna, and the end of the world will still come sooner than expected. All their previous efforts will ultimately come to naught. This is not a way out, but a vicious cycle that starts all over again. Suddenly, Lien remembered the dream rift left behind by Luo Wei when he escaped. This world is locked up by the dream lock. Since cracks have appeared in the dream world, cracks must also appear in the lock. Hera, you can not only drill through cracks, you can also find cracks, right? Hera nodded. Of course. That's enough. Find me a cracked lock, it's with Mr. A. As soon as he finished speaking, Lien threw Hera directly into the tumor-like black hole. Aya! What are you doing? I'll grab your legs and pull you out. Damn it! How could you throw me into this disgusting stuff? When I get out, I'll kill you! Foie gras, strawberry cake, cream of mushroom soup, all you can eat. Hera had half her body inside the tumor, but they had underestimated the black hole's suction. Her body continued to sink, the viscous, vascular tissue desperately trying to burrow into her skin. Fortunately, Hera's dragon scales were tough enough to block them. Disgusting! Absolutely disgusting! Hera screamed as she searched for cracks deep within the tumor. Lien clung desperately to her leg, but was still being dragged little by little towards the black hole. Damn it, I don't have enough power! Just as he was about to be swallowed, Anna reached out and grabbed him. What are you doing? Lien Fei quickly explained. Anna, you can't leave the dream because someone has locked it. Mr. A has the dream lock. As long as you find it, you can regain control of the dream and stop it from exploding. Mr. A is about to detonate his dream lock. Anna finally understood. The black longsword in her hand disappeared, replaced by countless black chains that bound Lien and Hera's legs, attempting to pull them out of the tumor. Those chains, which should have been indestructible, were gradually sucked in by the black hole of the tumor. Anna could only let the chains dissipate, and like a stone block nailed to the ground, she used all her strength to hold on to Lien. Lien clung to Hera's leg, feeling as if it were about to be torn off. The vascular tissue, unable to penetrate Hera's dragon scales, crawled up her exposed leg and onto Lien's body. They attempted to assimilate Lien's body. Despite the excruciating pain of her skin being torn apart, Lien continued to rip away the malignant blood vessels while refusing to let go. As time passed, the tumor devoured all the puppets and began to swell again. Lien knew that the tumor would explode after expanding 3 times. This is the 2nd time now. Hera, have you found her? Don't rush me. If you're so capable, come in and find it yourself. There's no time. If you don't have time, just run away. Why bother saving these people? Faced with Hera's question, Lien was speechless for a moment. At this moment, Anna slowly spoke. It's for me. She now understood that Mr. A had done all of this for her. The deaths that everyone might face now seemed to stem from her very existence. I will send you away from the dream, escape as far as possible, don't stay here. Then what are you going to do? Lien asked. I'll stay and try to stop him. You can't do anything about it. Lien interrupted her directly. Your dream is locked up. If you force us to leave, you'll end up like Luowei, missing limbs or internal organs. If you lose your heart, you'll die on the spot. Anna lowered her head, her voice so soft it seemed to fade away. Wouldn't it be better if I died? No one would bother me anymore. My being alive is a sin in itself. She always remembered the cathedral, remembered that Lien was able to purify the pollution, while she herself could do nothing. The one who can truly save them is you, not me. Idiot, what nonsense are you talking about? Lien reached out his right hand and pulled Anna into his arms. As for his left hand, it remained firmly gripping Hera's leg, not letting go even for a moment. I won't allow you to think like that. Anna, you're mine, and I won't let you die. Am I yours? Anna heard these words for the first time, and feeling the warmth of Lien's embrace, her eyes trembled slightly. Yes, body and soul, you are mine. I will not allow you to become incomplete, do you hear me? Your existence itself has meaning, you don't need to prove it to anyone. After saying that, Lien lowered his head and kissed her. Anna suddenly began to cherish this warmth, and for the first time truly realized that she was not living to atone for her sins. She still has things she wants to do, and people she can't let go of. I'm sorry, Anna replied. I shouldn't have thought about giving up. You're the only one I can't lose. Anna, believe in me, and believe in Hera. This was the first time Lien introduced Hera to Anna, even though Hera only had one leg showing at the moment. She is a witch, just like you. A witch? Are there other people like me in this world? Anna's eyes widened, revealing not only shock but also a hint of delight. Of course there are. There are people in the world just like you, and even people who are 10 or 100 times worse off than you. Stop giving up on yourself. I see. Anna bit her finger, dripping her blood into the dream world. Then she chanted a spell and tried her best to separate Mr. A from the tumor. But Mr. A was incredibly stubborn and refused to get rid of the tumor. Anna's face grew paler and paler, sweat streaming down her cheeks. She gritted her teeth and tried again and again, never giving up. Finally, after more than a dozen tugs, Hera saw a hand. Found it! Hera bit off Mr. A's hand, put the dream lock in her palm into her mouth, and roared incoherently. Pull me out! Chapter 49 Farewell to the Demon. Lien and Anna exchanged a glance, then simultaneously pulled hard, finally managing to yank Hera out of the writhing ball of flesh. Hera raised her hand and handed the blood-stained dream lock to Lien. Although it was filthy, she couldn't care less about it at the moment. Remembering the instructions for using the dream lock, Lien immediately clenched his fist and violently smashed the lock open. The moment the lock was destroyed, Anna immediately felt that she had regained control of the dream world. She nodded slightly to Lien and Hera, and said calmly, Leave the rest to me. Before Mr. A could completely self-destruct, Anna manipulated the power of nightmares, causing the entire dream to rewind and flow backward. Mr. A's twisted tumor returned to human form, and those who had been affected and turned into flesh puppets also returned to their original appearance. The entire dream was as if it had been forcibly rewound. The chaos, death, and madness gradually receded, eventually returning to the initial state. Except for the demon Ro, who sacrificed an arm to escape, everyone else stood once again in the hall of Black Rose Castle. Anna then ended the dream, and everyone returned to reality. The nobles looked at each other in a daze, as if they had just woken up from a nightmare, but they couldn't remember what had happened in the dream. However, those who have died once, or who have become flesh and blood puppets, have had their minds corrupted and must undergo purification before they can leave. Anna, Lien, and Hera immediately subdued Mr. A, who was still disguised as Count Dieter. Anna announced coldly, "Mr. A, you murdered Grand Duke Constantine. Now come with us." Katie and the others immediately stepped forward and fastened the silver bracelet to Mr. A's wrist. Mr. A merely grinned slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. "A small setback has shown me your growth, which is truly gratifying. Stop talking nonsense and get ready to be hanged." Katie shoved him, her face full of displeasure. Although she was the only one who wasn't dragged into the dream, she witnessed the people in the hall sleeping, talking in their sleep, and even doing all sorts of crazy things. Katie didn't know exactly what happened in her dream, but she could guess that Her Highness Anna must have gone through something extremely dangerous in order to catch the real culprit. At this moment, Lien leaned closer to Hera and whispered, "Is there anything else I can do to help?" Hera narrowed her eyes and immediately realized that he wanted to use her purification ability for free again. However, purifying these contaminated people was also a form of food for her, so she reluctantly set her conditions. "Let me be your master for one day. During this day, you must do whatever I say. Make a deal." Lien agreed with unusual ease. Hera had been his maid for so long, so it wasn't a big deal to let her be proud for a day now and then. Then, Lien whispered a few words in Anna's ear, and Anna nodded, facing the still-shaken nobles in the hall. "Ladies and gentlemen, the murderer of Grand Duke Constantine has been caught. However, he is a cultist of the Feast cult, and some of his followers have been spiritually corrupted and need purification. Once the purification is complete, you will be able to leave." This time, the nobles did not question Anna. Instead, they rushed to be the first to undergo purification. They had thought they would be detained at Black Rose Castle for a long time for investigation, but they didn't expect Anna to catch the murderer so quickly. What shocked them even more was that the murderer was Count Dieter. Count Dieter was usually high-profile and active, with extensive connections in aristocratic circles. No one would have guessed that he was actually a cultist infiltrating the Feast cult. "Wait, Your Highness," Hughes said, mustering his courage. "What evidence do you have to prove that my father is the murderer?" Anna looked at him coldly. "He is not your father, he is Mr. A. Your father died long ago. As for the detailed investigation report, it will be presented to His Majesty first." Hughes turned pale and could no longer speak. Afterwards, Anna, Lien, and Hera put on a show and successfully purified all the nobles. It was only then that Anna truly understood that the one with the power of purification was not Lien, but his maid Hera. Hera is not human at all, she is a dragon witch. Anna is a human witch, and Hera is a dragon witch. They are both witches, just of different races. Anna still had many questions in her mind, but the most important thing at the moment was to interrogate Mr. A as soon as possible, dig out more information about the Feast cult, and then compile it into a report to present to the Emperor. After seeing the nobleman off, the three also temporarily parted ways. Lien, with Hera in tow, boarded the Hall family's carriage. Chloe was so frightened that she had already fallen asleep in the car. Although Earl and Mrs. Hall had been purified, they were still somewhat listless. Earl Hall looked at his eldest son. "Simon, do you remember what you dreamed about?" Simon shook his head. "I don't remember, father." "I don't remember either." Earl Hall sighed. "But I always felt it was a terrible nightmare, so I'd better come to Black Rose Castle less often in the future." Father, you can't say that, Simon immediately retorted. This is not Princess Anna's fault. If she hadn't found the murderer, we wouldn't have been able to return so quickly. Earl Hall nodded. Of course I know. We really should thank Princess Anna this time. Mrs. Hall suddenly asked. Where's Lee? He's in another carriage, Simon replied. Inside another spacious carriage, Hera leaned on Leon's shoulder and had fallen into a deep sleep. Leon looked down at her and said softly, Thank you for your hard work, Miss Maid. Hera, with her eyes closed, responded in her sleep. Not a maid, but your majesty. Leon shook his head and sighed helplessly. All right, my queen, today only. The luxurious carriage traveled down the mountain road, its body occasionally bumping, and the cold winter wind blew the curtains. Just as the curtains were lifted, Lien suddenly saw a familiar figure on the street. The woman had blonde hair and blue eyes, deep-set features, fair skin, a voluptuous figure, and exuded a mature and alluring aura. Her long, dark golden hair was tinged with reddish-brown, she wore a royal blue dress, carried a lace parasol, wore a snow-white fur shawl, and was leading a fluffy poodle. That was clearly a baroness. But isn't the baroness already dead? Lien rushed to the window and pulled back the curtains, but he could no longer see that figure. He rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had just seen things wrong, but he still cautiously stared at the street outside. Then he saw the demon Ro, who had lost an arm but still maintained an elegant posture. With a polite smile on his face, Luo Wei waved gently to Lien across the street. Stop the car, Lien immediately instructed the driver. Ro removed his top hat and bowed politely. Thank you. Could you please escort me to His Highness's Red Rose Castle? If it's on the way. Not on the way. Lien refused outright and ordered the coachman to continue. As the carriage passed, it splashed mud all over Luo Wei. Luo Wei wiped the mud off his clothes and shook his head helplessly. This holy son of the Sun God Church is really petty. Chapter 50. Are there such perks for being a servant? Upon returning to Snow White Manor, Earl Hall, seeing the exhausted children, immediately told them to go and rest. Especially Lien, who did a great job saving people tonight, Earl Hall felt particularly sorry for him. Knowing that Lien would soon be moving into that unsettling Black Rose Castle, Earl Hall took the initiative to speak. If Lien wants a new castle as a wedding gift, he shouldn't hesitate to hire the best designers and architects to prepare the best accommodations for her. Lien naturally wouldn't refuse and immediately thanked him, saying that Black Rose Castle was indeed not very suitable for her. He certainly wasn't looking down on Anna's castle, it was just that his father had offered it to him, and there was no reason to turn down such a good thing. Moreover, this was the second time he had saved Earl Hall, so it was reasonable for him to receive some compensation. Earl Hall nodded in satisfaction, took on the task, and told him to hurry back to his room. At this moment, Mrs. Hall grabbed Lien's hand and said that her chest still hurt, and she wanted Lien to purify it for her again. Lien subtly withdrew his hand. He knew perfectly well what Mrs. Hall was thinking. But now he is Earl Hall's obedient and sensible son, and he can't very well hand his father a new hat himself. So Lee said in a serious tone that what Mrs. Hall needed most right now was rest. Moreover, she had already been personally purified by Princess Anna at Black Rose Castle, so there was nothing to worry about. Earl Hall also urged his wife to go back and rest, completely unaware that something was amiss. Over the years, he had long since lost interest in that area, and his mind was now only focused on the future of the Hall family. After everyone returned to their rooms, Lien also took Hera back to his own room. As soon as the door closed, Hera pushed Lien down onto the bed and grabbed his neck. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth and questioned Lien about why he had thrown her into that filthy ball of flesh. She was feeling suffocated inside, filled with resentment, and wished she could strangle this ant on the spot. Lien said dejectedly, "Let them kill me, I won't live much longer anyway." Hera then remembered that Lien had burned his own life to transfer his power to her. She felt a little embarrassed, let go of his hand, turned around, crossed her arms, and puffed out her cheeks. She remained sharp-tongued, saying she wouldn't bother arguing with this short-lived ant. Hera's lifespan was extremely long. 10 or 20 years was but a fleeting moment to her. But she couldn't share her lifespan with others, so she couldn't help but feel sorry for those short-lived creatures. Lianjing knew this, which is why he deliberately acted pitiful in front of her. Hera quickly regained her haughty demeanor, reminding Lian that he was her servant today. She twisted her neck to indicate that she wanted to take a shower first. Lian was stunned. He had no idea that being a servant came with such perks. He mentally said "good" several times and immediately went to prepare hot water. Liun's room had its own bathroom, and there was even a large bathtub that could accommodate 2 people, making it an exceptionally comfortable room. After running hot water, he invited Hera into the bathroom, and even offered to scrub her back. Hera nodded demurely, opened her arms, and allowed her loyal servant to untie the ribbons behind her clothes. But as soon as Liang saw the skin on her back, his expression froze. That seemingly smooth back was actually covered with a layer of white dragon scales. Even more outrageous is that after Hera swallowed many extraordinary items, she was no longer a small dragon the size of a palm when she returned to her original form. Now she is 2 meters tall, a veritable giant white lizard woman. Thus, Lian's fantasy of a double bath was completely shattered. A 2-meter-tall white dragon lay comfortably in the bathtub, stretching out its legs as he scrubbed its scales. It turns out that being a servant didn't bring any benefits. He was just a bath attendant. Seeing Lian's disappointed face, Hera became even more unhappy. She reminded Lian that it was his honor to bathe a noble dragon. Lian could only give a perfunctory reply and continue to wash her. Hera, on the other hand, was enjoying it more and more, letting him rub here and there as if he were doing it all by himself. Just as Hera was comfortably drifting off to sleep, a sharp pain suddenly shot through her hand. She abruptly withdrew her claws, glared at Lian, and asked him what he was doing. Holding a freshly plucked dragon scale in her hand, Lian frankly stated that the scale was very beautiful, and she wanted to keep it as a souvenir. In reality, he planned to send the dragon scales to be forged into weapons and equipment, to make himself a special breastplate. Hera is now too big to be hidden in someone's arms as a shield. If it could be made into dragon scale armor, although its defense wouldn't be as good as Hera's own body, it would still be far superior to ordinary soft armor. Hera lashed out in pain, splashing water everywhere in the bathtub, soaking Lian completely. Immediately afterwards, Hera grabbed him with one claw and pulled him into the bathtub, pressing him into the water. She gritted her teeth and warned Lian that removing her dragon scales would come at a price, and she would show him what pain was. Just then, Chloe's voice came from outside the door. She called out to brother Lian, asking if he was already asleep, as footsteps continued to approach the bathroom. Li was immediately startled. He had clearly locked the door, so how could Chloe have gotten in? He quickly realized that the room used to belong to Chloe. Earl Hall moved her to another room to show that he valued her, and Chloe likely still had a spare key. Just as Liang realized what was going on, he immediately gave Hera a wink. Hera also knew that she absolutely could not reveal her identity as a dragon. The Sun Empire doesn't welcome dragons. If they're discovered, it'll be a huge problem. Just a second before Chloe stepped into the bathroom, Hera finally transformed back into human form and released Lian's neck. Lian surfaced from the water, but his gaze met her snow-white front, making him feel dizzy. When Chloe saw the 2 people in the bathtub, she screamed on the spot, her face turning bright red instantly. She covered her eyes, frantically saying she knew nothing, and then turned and ran. Lian hurriedly tried to stop her and tell her that she had misunderstood. But as soon as he tried to get up, Hera's long legs pinned him down, and he couldn't move at all. Hera was initially too preoccupied with the fact that her identity hadn't been exposed, and that her secret had been kept. She only realized something was wrong when she accidentally touched something she shouldn't have. Hera's expression changed instantly. She rushed out of the bathtub and grabbed her clothes, throwing them on haphazardly. She then quickly fled back to bed, burrowed under the covers, her heart pounding as if it were about to explode. She gritted her teeth and cursed Lian under her breath, determined to show this ant the true might of a dragon once she regained her strength. But the footsteps outside kept getting closer, and Hera's heart was beating faster and faster. She suddenly realized that the audacious Anne might be trying to steal her bed. But then I thought, this bed originally belonged to Leon. Hera froze. Wait, why am I lying in his bed? Chapter 51 The Nemesis of Brainwashing. Hera nervously pulled back the covers, but didn't see Leanne. Leanne had already left the room and found his sister Chloe, who seemed to be troubled. Chloe, what's wrong? Brother, I just can't sleep, Chloe said with her head down. Today's events were terrible. Don't worry, it's all over now, Chloe. Lee gently ruffled Chloe's soft hair and comforted her softly. Luckily, we're all still alive, aren't we? Brother, do you like Miss Hera? Although she is just a maid, if she is your true love, I will definitely help persuade father not to let you marry Princess Anna. Chloe suddenly mustered her courage and said, Dad loves me the most, he will definitely agree. Lee was stunned. He hadn't expected Chloe to be so naive. Why don't you want me to marry Princess Anna? Because if you marry Princess Anna, every day in the future will be just as terrible. Princess Anna is always surrounded by conspiracies, schemes, disasters, and accidents. Today it's the Duke of Constantine and his son. Who will it be tomorrow? You will be implicated sooner or later, Chloe said with concern. This is also why she went to Leon's room late at night. Chloe, thank you, but father won't allow it. Leanne patted Chloe's little head. Besides, if I don't marry Princess Anna, I'll have to choose between Simon and Dick. Who do you want to go? Why does it have to be the Hall family? Can't other families do it? Aren't the 7 noble families more suitable for your Highness Anna? Chloe asked. Chloe, it's not that Princess Anna chose the Hall family, but that the Hall family needs Anna, do you understand? I do not understand. Okay, all I can tell you is that Anna is my best choice. And what about Miss Hera? That was just a misunderstanding. I'll keep it a secret for you, brother. Chloe covered her cherry-like mouth and nodded as if she understood, but she didn't actually accept Lee's explanation for the misunderstanding at all. She believed that since Leanne was willing to sacrifice his own happiness for the Hall family, she had to keep his secret. Okay, everyone should have their own secrets, so Chloe, hand over the key. Leon reached out his hand. This was his true purpose in chasing after him. He can't very well change the locks at Hall Manor, can he? The best way is to get Chloe to hand over the spare key to the room. Chloe paused for a moment, then took the key off her neck and placed it in Lee's palm. Brother, what should I do if I want to chat with you next time? We are siblings, we can chat openly and honestly, there's no need to make it seem like we're having an affair. Leanne reminded him. Stealing, having an affair? Chloe covered her burning cheeks. Wasn't that a forbidden romance? Was it the same plot as many of the classic novels she had read? Recalling the scene she had just witnessed, she couldn't help but replace Hera's face with her own, and then... Chloe, why is your nose bleeding? No, it's nothing. Chloe wiped the blood from her nose, lifted her skirt, and turned to run away in a panic. Leon had no idea what the girl was thinking. He shrugged, took the key, went back to his room, and locked the door. Now no one will come in, right? History always repeats itself. The last time someone barged into my room was Wilson. I wonder how Wilson, Kep, and Hughes are doing. The first 2 might be okay, but Hughes probably won't have it too easy. With Count Dieter's death, the position of Count will pass to his elder brother. As the second son in the family, Hughes will only receive a small share of the inheritance. If he has a bad relationship with his brother, he may be sent to live elsewhere. Of course, Leon didn't have time to worry about Hughes. He decided to go back and have a good talk with Hera about the demon and Mr. A. Unfortunately, Hera was already fast asleep and could not be woken up no matter how hard she tried. Leon could only lie back in the warm bed that Hera had prepared and ponder alone. The feast cult's plot has been thwarted once again, and the real culprit behind Grand Duke Constantine's death has been identified, the infamous Mr. A. This provides some closure for the North. Unless it was Anna or someone from the royal family who did it, the North has no reason to start a civil war. If no large-scale war breaks out domestically, the devil will have no opportunity to take advantage of the situation. The butler Loey by Ellie's side is a demon. Although his goals are different from those of the Feast Church, he certainly hopes for war as well. After all, the greatest dream of demons on land is to summon demons from the abyss and establish a world ruled by demons. Therefore, to prevent the end of the world, Mr. A, the Feast cult, and the demon Lo must all be eliminated. I've already tried teaming up with Hera today, but we still couldn't defeat Ro, which means I need to call in outside help. The Sun Church and the Bureau of Containment of Anomalous Behaviors. It's time to put these two cards to use. Upon arriving at the papacy, the first thing the old pope would do would undoubtedly be send himself to a seminary for brainwashing. To avoid being brainwashed, he would first need to find a supernatural item. Cross's ear and ear that originally belonged to the demon Cross was made into a supernatural item. Its effect is to block out all sounds that interfere with the mental world, making it the nemesis of brainwashing. This extraordinary item should still be in the Bureau of Anomalies, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Getting this item from the shelter is a problem. Borrow it? Impossible. The Bureau of Abnormal Containment is paid by the Church and is essentially a subordinate department of the Church. It would never dare to offend the highest leader, the Pope, so it would be impossible for them to lend it to me. Then the only option is to steal. Stealing from the Bureau of Anomalies in the capital city would be an extremely difficult task. Because all the containment items were placed behind the St. George's Gate. St. George's Gate is guarded by supernatural beings at all times, and it is located in an underground labyrinth. That underground labyrinth is impossible to navigate without having at least 3 lives. Right now, I'm a native with only 1 life, not a player with a respawn point, so I don't dare to challenge the maze at all. Unless they voluntarily hand over the ear of Cross. Exhaustion washed over Lien like a tidal wave, quickly engulfing him and causing him to fall into a deep sleep. Time flies, and the moon and the sun have switched places. Daylight arrives, and night departs. Lien refused to get out of bed for a long time. Hera watched as her time as the master of the house passed by so quickly, and wished she could kick Lien, that lazybones, off the bed. We agreed that I would be the master for a day and he would be the servant for a day, but all he did was let me sleep for a day, right? Hera waited until the servants brought Lien breakfast, lunch, and dinner. These 3 delicious meals eased Hera's bad mood. Lien didn't wake up until night fell. Lord Lien, Princess Anna requests your presence. The servants preached the gospel together. Okay, I understand. Excessive consumption of life and energy can lead to such exhaustion. Lien stretched, ate a late-night snack, and then took Hera to Blackthorn Prison. Chapter 52 Anna's Crisis. Blackthorn Prison. This is a prison specifically set up by the Empire for cultists and superhumans. The prison, with 12 floors, is one of the tallest buildings in the Empire, situated on a floating island in the Rhine River that separates the upper city from the lower city. They have to travel by cruise ship or boat to get in and out. Mr. A level 2 superhuman, is imprisoned in the 6th level of the prison, where he has a private suite and a grade A package. His hands and feet were nailed to a specially made cross, and several holes were punched in his back, all connected to heavy iron chains. His body is injected with special drugs every day to ensure that he has no power. Escape from prison is virtually impossible. Lien and Hera arrived at Lake Rhine and saw Anna's butler, Katie, who was sitting on a steam speedboat, waiting for them. Lord Lien, please follow me. The two boarded the speedboat. Katie's gaze lingered on Hera for 5 seconds before she leisurely asked, "Why did you bring a maid with you on your date with Princess Anna?" "Kitty, Hera is not an ordinary maid. She is my butler, just like you." In this era, any nobleman with a certain status would have his own butler, similar to a secretary, who could help him with many tasks. It seems reasonable that Lien has a butler. Katie nodded slightly, accepting the identity. Hera scoffed at this, snorted twice, and haughtily raised her swan-like neck, looking down at Katie with her nostrils. She was such a noble being, always looking down on ants. Lien pulled her behind him at just the right moment, using his overwhelming height to block Hera's disdainful gaze. "Besides, this doesn't count as a date. Nobody would choose a prison as a date location, right?" Leon said. Yes, Princess Anna does need your help, Katie said frankly. The three quickly boarded a speedboat and arrived at the island's prison. The prison was heavily guarded, with layers upon layers of jailers. Of course, he was also quite familiar with the prison map, because he had been imprisoned there more than once, for a certain mission. With Katie leading the way, Leon immediately connected the real-world map with the game map in his mind, clearly recalling the prison traps, escape routes, and the addresses of the prison's hardened criminals. After becoming a superhuman, he discovered that his memory had greatly improved. Even without using boiling blood, he could clearly remember everything that had happened. He was as calm as a sophisticated machine, and he could remember even the blurry game fragments clearly. For example, Leon couldn't recall the fate of a supporting character like Katie when he first transmigrated to this world. After all, there are many characters in this game, and even veteran players can only remember major events, main characters, main storylines, interesting side quests, and those supporting characters who overshadow the main characters. Like Katie, an unremarkable supporting female character, probably only 1 in 1,000 players would remember her fate. But now Leon remembered that she would die on the battlefield in the north, and before her death she had endured inhuman torture. The person who tortured and killed her was called Tandes, one of the 4 sons of the north, a man who liked to unleash his dogs to bite people. He had not yet grown up and was still studying at an academy in the capital. Leon prevented the war between the inland and the north, which to some extent changed Katie's fate, or perhaps delayed it. Katie, if you run into Tandes, don't hold back, you have to kill him. We suddenly gave Katie a piece of advice, which Katie didn't quite understand. Why? Do you know the Gamma family? They've been smugglers for generations. They smuggle weapons and gems, but what they smuggle the most are people of different races. Half-elves, half-vampires, and half-orcs are their favorite smuggled goods. Tandes is a member of that family. He's been influenced by this culture all his life, and his favorite thing to do is torment half-elf women. The Gamma family is one of the 7 noble families. The Marquis of Gamma lives in the archipelago, where the 2 main professions are piracy and smuggling. Although they were nobles, they were notorious. Thank you for reminding me. Katie nodded, guessing that Leon probably received some information, such as that the Gamma man named Tandes was targeting her, which was why he gave her such advice. She led Leon and Hera to the warden's office, where Anna sat and waited. It is worth mentioning that the prison warden died suddenly not long ago, and Anna was temporarily entrusted with the important task. She is now the acting warden of this prison. Of course, it would be a bit unreasonable for a princess to be the warden, so she was only temporarily in charge. Once the prison was stable, she would hand it over to her trusted confidants, such as Katie or someone else. Anna nodded slightly to Katie, who closed the door and stood obediently in the doorway. You've arrived. Yes, Anna, let me formally introduce you to Hera, an immortal witch with dragon blood. This is Anna, a cursed human witch. Li and Rang had the 2 formally introduce themselves. The 2 witches sized each other up, seemingly trying to find common ground. Beautiful, powerful, with a terrifying aura, and with a life full of hardships. Li-En summarized their story, assuming they would become like sisters who appreciated each other. However, Anna suddenly asked a question. When did you 2 meet? Earlier than you. Hera said arrogantly. No one has ever dared to talk to me like that. Anna's long sword had already appeared. In my eyes, you are nothing but an ant. A dark ball of energy also appeared in Hera's hand. Hey, you 2, are you serious? You want to fight the moment you meet? Sweat beaded on Leon's forehead as he immediately stepped between the 2. Anna, you called me here because you have something important to discuss, right? Before this, I wanted to know, was she also someone you saved? Anna looked at Hera. Hera let out a cold laugh. Heh, foolish witch, you've got it wrong. How could I possibly need his help? It's the truth that I've saved him many times over. Hey, don't be so rude. Calling someone a stupid witch, does that make you not a witch? Li-En inwardly scoffed, then immediately said to Anna. Hera did indeed save me. What is your relationship? Anna asked. What kind of relationship? The relationship of sleeping in the same bed. Well, that would mean he'd die on the spot. Master and servant. Lee and Hera spoke in unison. However, Lien considers Hera to be his maid, while Hera considers Lien to be her male servant. Anna had previously felt a sense of belonging, believing that there were witches like herself in the world. However, after a night of reflection, Anna sensed a crisis. Chapter 53 Mr. A's Deal. Hera is powerful, beautiful, and possesses purifying powers. Her constant presence by Lien's side makes her feel deeply uneasy. Is the man who firmly chose her going to be snatched away by another witch? Or was Hera already there before him? This thought tormented her all night, causing her to be somewhat distracted during her interrogation of Mr. A today, which is why she called Lien over. Seeing the tension between the two witches escalating, Lien reminded them again. Where is Mr. A? Has he confessed? Anna gave Lien a deep look. The black longsword in her hand disappeared. She turned and left the office, taking Lien and Hera onto the steam elevator, with Katie following closely behind. The elevator reached the 6th floor, the cell where Mr. A was being held. The jailer immediately opened the cell door and let the 4 men in. Hearing footsteps, Mr. A looked up, glanced around, and finally fixed his gaze on Lien. Your Excellency, how about we make a deal? Anna, Hera, and Katie all looked at Lien. Lien was also very surprised. This guy didn't look for anyone else, but insisted on making a deal with him. If you're going to make a deal, shouldn't you choose Princess Anna? Why me? Oh, stubborn witch, she won't make any deals with me. You're different. The moment I saw you, I knew you were just like me, someone who would do anything to achieve your goals. Mr. A sneered. He was still wearing the human skin belonging to Count Dieter, which made him look both endearing and pitiful. Lien raised an eyebrow slightly. Sorry, I'm the kind of person who never does business with my own kind. Lien directly rejected Mr. A, which surprised Mr. A. Anna and Katie thought it was only natural that Lee would refuse Mr. A. But Hera had a different opinion. She leaned close to Lien's ear and said, Make him hand over the remains of the Pale King, and we'll release him. He's just one of the 12 deacons of the Feast cult. How could he possibly have the right to use the remains of the Feast Master for a trade? You're really overestimating him. Lien responded in a low voice. Hera was somewhat disappointed and instantly lost interest in Mr. A. Aren't you going to listen to the details of my deal? Lien Hall, you can get everything you want, as long as you're willing to cooperate with us. Mr. A said. You mean the Feast Church? Should I call you naive or insane? Don't you know I am the holy son of the true God Church? How could I cooperate with heretics like you? Lien asked, puzzled. Anna and Katie exchanged a glance and chose to remain silent, wanting to see what Mr. A was planning to do. If it were anyone else, Anna would have already used her nightmare ability to investigate the whole story. Unfortunately, Mr. A is different. Entering his dream is like entering a contaminated area. His dream itself is a trap. Anna has already been tricked once, and is not going to fall for it a second time. Dream analysis was useless, torture was useless. It could be said that as long as Mr. A refused to talk, there was nothing anyone could do about him. Now that he wants to make a deal with Lien, Anna is very curious about what the deal entails. A heretic? Aren't you a heretic? If so, why haven't you reported to the church yet, and why are you refusing to enter the seminary? Could it be that you want to find the ear of cross? If that's what you want, I have a way to help you get it. Mr. A said. Lien was slightly taken aback, not expecting that her thoughts had been seen through by the other party. The ear of cross is indeed something I've been wanting to obtain lately. How did they find out? Oh, it must have been after the Flower of the End incident that I was being watched, and my every move was being monitored. They knew that the church had repeatedly sent invitations and that I had been making excuses, so they guessed that I didn't want to go to the seminary to be brainwashed. Otherwise, how could one become a butler? Madness alone is not enough, one must also have a certain amount of intelligence. As Lien thought this, a faint smile appeared on his lips. What do you want? Hearing Lien say that, Mr. A felt that there was hope. Join us. The feast needs someone like you. I know that whether it was the White Dove Square incident, the End Flower incident, or this feast, it was you who ruined my perfect plan. Mr. A's sickly expression of admiration made Lien feel extremely uncomfortable. Snap. Without hesitation, Katie slapped Mr. A. How dare you openly bewitch His Highness's fiancée in front of His Highness? You heretic deserve to be burned at the stake. Mr. A seemed oblivious to the pain. He paid no attention to Katie and continued speaking. I know you can foresee the future. You should know that the end times will come, and only those who believe in the Lord of Eternal Feast can gain eternal life in the end times. I can indeed foresee the end times, and that is why I will never expect the arrival of the Lord of Feast. Lien said slowly. Mr. A, how about we change the terms of the deal? You give me a list of the feast cultists, and I'll let you choose how you die. Then I'm willing to stay here until the end of the world. Mr. A refused to provide the list. Did you kill Duncan Constantine? Anna asked in a cold tone. Mr. A shook his head. I've killed too many people. I don't know who you're talking about. Even if you say nothing, you still cannot escape the death penalty. Anna said. It's all right, I'd be happy to die for the great feast master, it's just a pity that I haven't found a new Mr. A. Mr. A sighed. No one understands the art of a grand feast anymore. The new Mr. A? Judging from your tone, you still want me to follow in your footsteps? Lien's lips twitched slightly, and his gaze unconsciously swept over Hera's face. Wait, maybe this is an opportunity to infiltrate and obtain the remains of the Pale Lord. However, Mr. A would certainly not be foolish enough to recruit a traitor for his church. Anyone who joins the feast church will have a seed of feast planted in their heart. Once this seed senses a feeling of betrayal, it will take root and sprout within the body, eventually turning the betrayer into a tree of revelry. Butlers like Mr. A have their feast seeds preserved intact, allowing them to be perfectly passed on to the next successor. Just thinking about it makes me feel disgusted. And besides, the apostles of the feast never die alone. If I were you, I would try every means to stop me from dying. Otherwise, the lambs of the capital would also follow me to a feast called death. Mr. A smiled and finally revealed his hidden card. Yes, not only was his dream world filled with pollution, but he himself was also a huge source of pollution, and once he died, he would pollute many people. That's why he felt so confident and fearless. However, if he doesn't die, the North certainly won't let it go. Chapter 54. Didn't you tell me to eat him? This is also the dilemma Anna faces. She can indeed report to the Emperor that she has found the real killer of Constantine, but how can she quell the anger of the North? Simply sentencing Mr. A to life imprisonment will definitely not be enough to appease the North's fury. But if we kill Mr. A, then Mr. A will corrupt many people, and these are just ordinary citizens of the capital. Anna, do you believe me? Lien looked at Anna. Anna nodded. Of course. Could I be alone with him for a while? Lien asked. Good. Anna didn't hesitate or waver. She turned and left with Katie. Hera, as Lien's maid, continued to accompany him. Your Highness, aren't you afraid that Mr. A will bewitch Lord Lien? Katie asked. Whatever decision Lien makes, he must have his reasons. All I need to do is do my job well, Anna said calmly. Katie was slightly taken aback. She had never seen Anna trust someone so much before. This trust probably even surpassed that of Anne. The two waited at the door, and soon they heard Mr. A's shrill scream from the cell. Last night, Katie used all sorts of torture on him, but he didn't make a sound, he only laughed. Katie couldn't fathom how Lien had managed to elicit such a horrific scream from Mr. A. All he did was scream and curse. This process didn't last long before Lien and Hera came out of Mr. A's room. Lien handed a long list to Anna. Your Highness, this is your achievement. A list of partygoers hidden in the capital? Anna looked at the long list with delight. Lord Lien, how did you do that? Katie couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. I had Miss Hera perform a purification for him. so he can no longer affect anyone in the capital. Whether it's burning at the stake or beheading, it can all be done. Lien undoubtedly solved Anna's biggest headache. Although he attributed all the credit to Hera, Anna knew that Hera would not have helped without Lien's instruction. Hera licked her lips, feeling that she was full. Yes, she ate Mr. A up. Now all that's left in prison is Count Dieter's skin. Hera used magic to regenerate the skin, making it resemble a person who could accept beheading or burning at the stake, but who no longer possessed any consciousness. Lien, thank you, Anna said. Darling, you don't need to be so polite with me. Let's resolve this as soon as possible, and then pick a date to get engaged. Lien smiled as she looked at Anna. Anna lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. She glanced at Hera's face out of the corner of her eye and, seeing that Hera didn't react in any particular way to the word engagement, she was relieved to realize that Hera and Lien had a purely platonic master-servant relationship. All right, but this date is probably not something we can choose. It needs to be discussed by Father and Earl Hall, Anna said. Oh, sorry, I forgot, it's a matter of etiquette. Lien smiled and said, but I hope you like this day. Kindness. Anna nodded. Lee kissed Anna on the forehead, said goodbye to Anna and Katie, and boarded the speedboat for the return trip. The speedboat reached the shore, and Lien and Hera boarded the Hall family's carriage, heading towards Snow White Manor. At this moment, Lien Kai reminded Hera. Miss Hera, could you please not eat people in front of me next time? It looks too gruesome. Didn't you tell me to eat him? You freak. Hera pouted. It doesn't taste good at all. I'm just asking you to cleanse the pollution from his body, Lien said. I'm sorry, he's covered in pollution, there's no way to purify him, I can only devour him. To me, he's the same as a supernatural object or a cursed object. Hera shrugged. She was actually lying, she actually had the ability to purify someone like Mr. A. But she was unwilling, because this deep-seated pollution was different from that of those polluted by the flower of the end. It couldn't be removed by simply touching it, it required close contact. Just like how Hera helped Lien purify. Hera was unwilling to sacrifice herself to help ants. Does one's own kiss deserve from just anyone? Liun was an accident. Looking back now, Hera still feels a little regretful. Having lived for so many years, I gave my first kiss to an ant. And this ant even went so far as to introduce his fiancée to him. He deserves to die. Noticing that Hera's gaze was a bit off, Lien immediately changed the subject. What would you like to eat for dinner? How about the roast goose? Good. Lien gave a thumbs up. Hera crossed her arms, tilted her head back, and asked, That guy didn't say anything, so why did you write up a list yourself? Are they all your enemies? Those were indeed people from the feast cult hiding in the capital. In a way, they were my enemies. Anyone who wants to bring about the end of the world is my enemy. So you really can foresee the future? I guess so, a little bit, but not 100% accurate, because I changed everything that could be foreseen, Lien said. But didn't you say you were an appraiser? Hera asked. The capable should do more work, and having more skills is never a burden, Lien said. Are you really planning to join the feast cult? Hera looked at the box in Lien's hand. The box contained the feast seed, which the dragon maiden had spat out. It had lost its vitality, but having it would earn the feast cult's approval. For Lien, it was the perfect tool for being a spy. Or let me do it, Hera said. Lien glanced at Hera, somewhat worried about her intelligence. I'm afraid that if she went in, she wouldn't go in to hide her identity or look for clues, but would just flip the table. You're a witch, it's not appropriate for you. I'll have to handle this. But I need to get an appointment from the church first. Otherwise, it will be like I've volunteered to join, and the nature of the matter will be different. Holy See? Hera had no idea what Lien was thinking, and she didn't want to try to think about it, since she hadn't really used her brain much in all her years of life. The following day, as the sunlight kissed the church steeple, and presented the investigation report, and the list of feast cult members to Emperor Louis XV. Louis XV was very surprised by this. He gave Anna 7 days, but she did not expect that Anna would find out the whole story in just 2 days. To be precise, it didn't even take 48 hours. On the night of the incident, Anna found the murderer and got the nobles to leave Black Rose Castle. This also left a good impression on the nobles, at least proving that Anna's abilities were quite outstanding. Anna, well done. Hand this list over to the Vatican. The heretics should be dealt with by the Church. Announce to the public that Grand Duke Constantine has tragically died, and the Feast Church is responsible for this matter. Chapter 55 News Headlines. The deaths of Duke Constantine and his son quickly made headlines in the Imperial Times. Princess Anna's investigation into the Feast cult's plot to kill the Duke and his son was even more widespread, sweeping across the entire empire. Anna's fame soared to unprecedented heights. Mr. A would never believe until his death that his plan to ruin Anna's reputation and alienate her from everyone had been thwarted by the appearance of Lian, which turned the situation around. Every trap he set ultimately became a stepping stone to Anna's success. In addition, Anna's discovery of the list of members of the Feast cult, even though the Church shamelessly claimed credit for it, could not overshadow Anna's brilliance. People in the capital were all talking about it with great interest. People no longer constantly talk about how witches bring disaster and misfortune. Instead, they praise Princess Anna's outstanding abilities, even purging the Empire's greatest threat, the wicked Feast cult. According to that list, a total of 36 core members of the Feast cult and 345 peripheral members were arrested. The 22 secret gathering places of the Feast cult located in the capital were destroyed, and their power suffered a major setback. While everyone in the capital was celebrating Princess Anna's deeds, a somber mood prevailed inside the anomalous containment facility, where the director was holding a frantic meeting with the investigators. In order to ensure that the remains of Duke Constantine and his son, as well as the heads of 381 heretics, are delivered to the north on time, His Majesty the Emperor wishes to conduct a public execution of the heretics within 3 days. The shelter's director, Arthur, described him as a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, brown hair and eyes, high cheekbones, and thin lips. He looked somewhat harsh, but was actually a responsible and good leader. Shouldn't the Church be responsible for this? Why are they pushing it onto us? Since we're paid by the Church, they always push the hardest and most tiring work onto us. The investigators complained until Arthur tapped his teacup, at which point they stopped their discussion. All right, there are 2 difficulties in this matter. First, the members of the Feast cult are all madmen, and they all have the Feast seed in their bodies, which may erupt collectively on the day of the execution, causing large-scale pollution. We must ensure the safety of the citizens, Arthur said. Can't you just prevent people from watching? One of the investigators asked. No, His Majesty said that this matter must be witnessed by the entire city. Everyone must see the fate of the cultists, and it must be reported in the newspapers so that the people of the north can see it, to show our respect for Duke Constantine, Arthur said with a headache. How can we guarantee that? This is practically hellish. We simply can't protect so many people. Could we eliminate all the pleasure cult followers beforehand? Kill them one by one? Then, on that day, hire over 300 actors to perform a stage play? Another investigator offered a wildly imaginative explanation. Unless there are no newspapers and those unscrupulous media outlets, doing this will only backfire, and in severe cases, it could even lead to war. Arthur looked at the investigator who had made the proposal. I don't know which damned bastard advised His Majesty that these heretics must be publicly executed to put everyone at ease. This is just asking for trouble. The investigator, who couldn't think of a solution, cursed. This bastard is none other than Lord Reen Hall, the holy son of our Sun Church, and the new darling of the Empire. Arthur reminded his investigators, who immediately covered their mouths. They dared not offend such an important figure. Stop complaining about this new imperial elite. He did this to quell the anger in the north, Arthur said. Use extraordinary items, there's no other way. That's what the tall female investigator said. The question is what extraordinary items to choose to suppress pollution on a large scale. Arthur seemed stumped by the question as well. Just when the investigators were at their wits' end, a telegram arrived. "Chief, it's a telegram from Her Highness Anna." The civilian staff member took the telegram and walked into the office. Arthur's eyes lit up the moment he saw the contents of the telegram. Princess Anna was a great help. "Chief, what is the contents of the telegram?" the investigators asked curiously. "According to Her Highness Anna's investigation, the pollution caused by the feast seeds to those around them is a form of mental pollution transmitted through sound, rather than spore pollution or visual pollution." Arthur tapped the table and looked at the oldest investigator. "Anderson, write an application to retrieve the ear of Cross." "Cross's ear? Are you sure? This is something left behind by a demon." "It's confirmed. Only the ear of Cross can guarantee that the entire city will not be contaminated." Meanwhile, Lien, the newly rich nobleman who had advised His Majesty the Emperor to publicly execute all heretics, was at home awaiting good news on Judgment Day. The news came not long after. On the day of the trial, Lien even went to the execution ground with all the members of the Horn family to watch the spectacle. Thanks to extensive media coverage, the square was packed with people, all there to witness the execution of the heretic. This is probably the first time in the history of the capital that so many heretics have been sent to the guillotine. "Oh my God, brother, I can't bear to look." Chloe covered her face. "Then why did you follow me?" Dick said, puzzled. "I came with my brother, it's none of your business." Chloe stuck her tongue out at her twin brother Dick, then looked at Lee. "Huh? Where's Lien? Where did my brother go?" Lien had already squeezed into the crowded throng. His attention was not on the more than 300 heretics, but on the people in black trench coats hidden in the crowd. "Who will have the ear of Cross?" Lien quickly walked up to the clock tower. Now he no longer needed binoculars to see all the movements in the square. Every investigator in a black trench coat was in his field of vision. He must wait for the right moment, until the ear of Cross truly proves its worth. This is equivalent to a hunter waiting for his prey to appear, which requires a lot of patience, and he has made all the necessary arrangements for this moment. First, Mr. A provided a list of more than 300 believers who participated in the feast. Secondly, he suggested to the Emperor that these heretics be publicly executed, thus demonstrating the capital's resolve to the north. Finally, Anna was asked to provide clues about how the feast seeds were contaminated. And so began the stage play that was destined to become a large-scale contamination site, but would certainly be resolved by the anomalous containment facility. If it can't be solved, that's fine too. There's always the witch to fall back on. At worst, the whole city can be purified by Hera, and the fane will belong to Anna. In short, Hera didn't mind eating too much, and Anna didn't mind having too many supporters. Chapter 56 The Feast Never Ends. In the capital city, at White Dove Square, 10 execution platforms stand side by side, each with more than 30 executioners on it, creating a spectacular scene. Even many butchers and prisoners who slaughtered pigs were temporarily conscripted, put on uniforms, and became executioners. As the heretics were brought up, the crowd erupted in a deafening roar. "Kill them! Kill them! Kill them! Servants of the devil! Apostles of revelry!" No matter how much people cursed them, the heretics kept smiling, as if they were going to a ball rather than an execution. These are the madmen of the feast cult. They always do things that defy comprehension. Arthur stood on the execution platform on the east side of the square, his gray hair neatly combed back. At this moment, he stared expressionlessly at the guillotine, his left hand in his coat pocket, holding a cold metal object. His adjutant, the Yumwat, stood half a step to his side, his fingers unconsciously stroking the hilt of his gun at his waist. "Chief, the coverage area of Ear of Cross has been confirmed, a radius of 300 meters, enough to cover the entire square and the 3 rows of people on the outer perimeter." But what?" Arthur's voice was steady, his eyes never leaving the guillotine. "But we're unsure of the exact timing of the seed's growth. If it's at the moment of death, we have enough time to react. But if it's the instant the blade touches the skin..." What swallowed hard? "The sound might be leaked." Arthur turned his head and glanced at him. That's why 10 guillotines were needed to carry out the executions simultaneously. The synchronization error was less than 0.3 seconds, which was calibrated by the royal watchmakers. Noticing Watt's unease, Arthur continued. I know you're nervous, but actually I'm even more nervous than you. If this isn't handled well, it might be my last day as your bureau chief. Chief, will the church help us? Of course, they are your backup. Don't worry, everything is under control. Arthur comforted him. The noon bell rang atop the clock tower. This was a death knell for the revelers. They all looked up and cried out. The feast will never end! The feast will never end! The feast will never end! Almost simultaneously, 300 silver beams struck down. Blood gushed out like a fountain, refracting into an eerie rainbow in the sunlight. The heads rolled off like ripe watermelons. The heretics' corpses fell forward, one after another, into pools of blood. Some cheered, some vomited, and many more closed their eyes. At the very moment the head separated from the torso, something began to wriggle at the 381 severed necks. A pale green, moist, mycelium-like tissue emerges from ruptured blood vessels and crawls out of the bone marrow cavity, proliferating and spreading at a visible rate. Tiny shoots emerge from the top of the stem, starting as tiny green dots the size of pinheads, then rapidly swell and unfold, becoming almost fleshy, translucent, with fine veins on the surface, and dark green liquid flowing inside. Swish, swish, swish. 381 sound sources, 381 rhythms, yet strangely harmonious, weaving together a web of sound. The net vibrated and spread in the air, touching the first listener. That was a prisoner holding a butcher's knife. He was originally a serious criminal who had killed 3 people and was sentenced to 200 years in prison. He was specially recruited as a temporary executioner. Upon hearing the sound, the knife in his hand fell to his own neck without warning, slicing him in two like cutting a watermelon. Then his companions, one by one, raised their knives and swung them at him. The scene of the executioners committing mass suicide was incredibly horrifying, causing all the people in the square to scream in terror. Pollution is spreading through sound. But the contamination spread for less than a second. Because Arthur activated Cross's ear. An invisible barrier unfolded around the installation, like an inverted glass bowl, covering the entire square. Absolute silence descended. It's not that there's no sound, but rather that the sound has been eaten up. The white doves were still flapping their wings, the flags were still fluttering in the wind, and people's lips were still opening and closing, but all the sounds and vibrations disappeared the moment they touched the barrier, like a vacuum bubble suddenly appearing in the deep sea, where all sound waves were swallowed up and erased. The 381 rustling sounds abruptly stopped. The seeds on the guillotine are still growing, turning the dead body into flesh and soil. But no sound leaked out. The investigators, already fully armed and with their ears plugged, immediately stepped forward, lit the torches they had prepared, and burned the flesh and dirt to ashes. Before the fire broke out, they made sure to collect the human heads that had been scattered on the ground. Every single head must be preserved. They must all be taken to the north and given to those meticulous northerners. Just when Arthur thought everything was under control, an accident happened. A dark shadow appeared in the sky above, obscuring the sun. "Chief, what kind of monster is that?" Watt opened his mouth wide, but couldn't make a sound, or rather, he couldn't hear the sound he was making. But Arthur doesn't need Watt's reminder. All the investigators were on high alert. Who would have thought that such a behemoth would appear in the capital? The dark figure swooped down and, before anyone could react, bit Arthur, flying into the sky at an incredible speed. People didn't even see what it was. They only knew that it blotted out the sky and crashed down, destroying many buildings. "Damn it, Chief! Save the Chief!" Investigators who were not currently on missions, as well as deacons of the Vatican, all gave chase. Unfortunately, they couldn't catch up with the monster running at full speed. Arthur was held in the monster's mouth and dared not struggle. Through close observation, a horrifying thought came to his mind. Could this thing be a legendary, extinct dragon? The monster flew halfway before throwing Arthur out. Arthur fell from the sky, and if it weren't for his agility and the extraordinary ability to transform into a birdman, he would have been smashed to pieces. He turned his hands into wings in midair, glided down, and rolled 3 times on the ground. He only suffered some abrasions and was not fatally injured. His trench coat was ruined, but it didn't matter, he survived. Arthur looked around warily and discovered that he was in an abandoned church with a pungent smell in the air. What does this taste like? Arthur immediately covered his mouth and nose, but unfortunately he had already inhaled a lot of air. People tend to gasp for breath and inhale a lot of air after experiencing fear, and Arthur was no exception. My vision began to blur, and suddenly a masked figure appeared before me. Arthur felt his legs go weak. Even as a superhuman, he was still not immune to most of the effects of the potion. Mr. A? You're not dead? Arthur squinted slightly, clenched his fists, and dug his fingers into his hands, using the pain to keep himself awake. The last Mr. A is dead, but there are thousands of Mr. A's, and the feast will never end. The mysterious man straightened the mask with the letter A on it, and said in a low voice. Realizing he was about to lose consciousness, Arthur launched a deadly attack on the mysterious man. Chapter 57, Give him all the rewards. Boom. Arthur charged forward at almost supersonic speed, arriving in front of the mysterious man in an instant. His explosive fist slammed out, sending the mysterious man flying. With a bang, Arthur realized something was wrong. How could the mysterious person in front of him be so light? Moreover, the sound just now was clearly not the sound of bones breaking, but the sound of wood being smashed. Upon closer inspection, he realized that what had fallen to the ground was not a person at all, but a life-size doll, which he had already smashed to pieces. Substitute? Arthur's eyes sharpened. Just then, the surrounding shadows began to writhe. On top of the abandoned shipping container on the left, a figure with the same silhouette silently rose. In the shadow of the rusty fire escape ladder on the right, another figure slowly turned around. Behind, at an angle, around the broken windows on the second floor, 7, 8, 10. A total of 12 figures wearing Mr. A's white smiling mask appeared simultaneously from various blind spots. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, like puppets controlled by the same string, their heads tilting slightly in unison. The unchanging smile on the mask looked particularly glaring in the dim light. They fell for the trap. Arthur's vision was completely blurred after inhaling too much sleeping gas, and he could not see anything in front of him. Bang! Arthur fell heavily to the ground. About 3 minutes passed, and after confirming that Arthur would not stand up again. Wearing a gas mask, Lien staggered out of the church, came to Arthur's side, and began to loot the corpse. The Year of Cross was kept in a lead metal box in the left pocket of Arthur's trench coat. After taking what he wanted, Lien placed a notice in Arthur's pocket. The feast will never end, lambs. The defeat in the capital was but a minor incident. You can never defeat the Lord of the Feast, but I will unleash a new feast in Westy County. This was a planned attack by the Feast cult against Westy County, orchestrated by Mr. H. It was originally a side quest, a gift from Lien to Arthur, since he had taken someone else's extraordinary item. If Arthur doesn't get a chance to redeem himself, he could very well lose his job because of this mistake. Of course, outsiders will only see the Feast Church as arrogant, even announcing its actions in advance, which is a recognized provocation against the authority of the Bureau of Abnormal Containment and the Church. They would never know Lien's good intentions. Royal Capital, Hillier Palace. Hillier Palace is a royal castle, the residence and office of emperors throughout history. Inside the study, Emperor Louis XV held 2 reports in his hands. One was an investigation report submitted by Anne, and the other was an execution report provided by the Bureau of Abnormal Containment. Although an accident occurred on the day of the execution, fortunately, there were not many casualties. The executioners were all prisoners who had been arranged in advance, so the losses were minimized. As for Arthur, the director of the Bureau of Anomalies who was carried away by the monster, he lost nothing except for his supernatural items and his reputation. Well, I heard he was robbed by a group of homeless people and came back naked, but that's not something the Emperor needs to worry about. Anna did a great job this time, but it still needs a perfect ending. Who among you is willing to send the remains of Constantine and his son, as well as the heads of those heretics, to the north? Louis XV looked at his 4 outstanding daughters. Princess Ellie awoke shortly after returning to Red Rose Castle. She didn't want to miss out on anything, although she was furious to learn that Anna had already taken care of everything. She felt that the feast school was full of useless idiots. Princess Saya did not attend Anna's birthday party. It is said that she was busy donating things to the orphanage at the time. Princess Isabella also did not attend Anna's birthday party. It is said that she was drawing up plans for an airship at the time. Finally, there was Anne. From the moment the murder occurred until she resolved everything, she handled everything remarkably well, causing no trouble for Louis XV, and even the nobles had no complaints afterward. This incident impressed Louis XV even more than the previous cathedral incident. After all, last time, saving everyone was Anna's talent, but this time, it was pure ability. For the first time, Anna saw admiration in her father Louis's eyes, instead of disgust and contempt. But she knew that the credit did not belong to her alone. It was all because Leon had been helping her silently. Even if we find the murderer, there's no guarantee that those barbarians in the north won't hold a grudge against us. It's a tough job, Dad. You know I've never liked doing tough jobs. Ellie stated directly that she was unwilling to go to the north because she had personally killed Duncan Constantine, and Duncan Constantine likely carried a magical mark left by a noble family. For Ellie to go to the north would be suicide. Ellie, you're going to lose your biggest supporter. Are you sure you don't want to go? Emperor Louis reminded him. Ellie shook her head. I'm not going. Cough, cough. Saya coughed twice, her face looking somewhat pale. Saya, are you sick? Louis asked. Sorry, I must have caught a cold from the cold wind when I was helping to help the poor the day before yesterday. It's just a minor cold, nothing serious. Saya tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said softly, Dad, since it's such a difficult task, why don't you let me do it? No, you're sick. Going to the north requires a long journey, and you're not suited for it, Louis said with heartache. Saya coughed a few more times and obediently lowered her head. When Louis's gaze fell on Isabella, she immediately took out the blueprints she was drawing. Father, I'm researching airships. If we can build an airship that can carry more than 100 people, we can achieve aerial combat. Isabella, you stay in the capital and continue your research. Louis looked at Anna. Anna knew that this matter would ultimately fall on her. Anna, you should go to the north. Louis made a decision. Anna nodded slightly. Okay, but I have one request. Demands? You actually tried to negotiate with Dad. Ellie snorted coldly. Isn't helping Daddy share his burdens what you should be doing? It is indeed my duty to share the Emperor's burdens, but I am not the only one who has contributed to this matter. Leon has also done so. I hope that if I can handle this matter well, my father will grant him a title. Anna said. Given Leon's status, he was ineligible to inherit Earl Hall's title. Anna wanted the Emperor to grant Leon the title as a way of thanking him for his help. Emperor Louis frowned slightly. You mean, you don't want anything, you'll give him all the rewards? Yes, Your Majesty. Anna nodded. Ellie, Isabella, and Saya were all surprised. They thought Anna would handle the matter well and ask Louis for a reward, but they didn't expect Anna to give up the reward and give it to Lien. He is the holy son of the Sun cult, is he sure he needs this identity? I don't care whether he needs it or not, but since he has made some contributions, we should give him something in return. Anna said. Very well, once you return successfully from the north and bring this matter to a perfect close, I will bestow upon him the title of Baron and grant him a fief. That's what Emperor Louis said. Normally, baronies are hereditary, but Louis was willing to make this precedent for Lien. Firstly, it was because of his position in the church, and secondly, it was to appease Anna. There's one more thing, Father, Anna said slowly. Is there anything else? You're really greedy. Father is already willing to give Lian a title, what more could you want? Ellie stood by and made sarcastic remarks. Louis's brows furrowed as well. His emotions were always easily swayed by Ellie. I hope that Father and Earl Hall can discuss a date as soon as possible. Anna ignored Ellie and spoke directly. What date? Louis asked. My engagement date with Liun, Anna said. Louis smiled broadly. So that's what it is. There's no need to discuss it anymore. I'll arrange your engagement as soon as you return from the north. After the meeting, Anna, Ellie, and Isabella left Louis's study and each took a carriage back to Rose Castle. Only Louis and Saya remained in the study. Congratulations, Dad, Saya suddenly said. By using the feast cult, they eliminated Constantine, a major threat, which not only weakened Ellie's power but also helped their own people rise to power. The only unexpected thing is Anna, whose approval rating is now almost catching up with Ellie's. Constantine thinks I don't know that he wants to support Ellie as a puppet. If your sister Ellie were half as smart as you, I wouldn't need to worry about this. Louis XV put down his teacup and said slowly. Ellie is foolish, Anna is naive, Isabella is a heretic of the Church of Knowledge. Only you are the only heir I am raising, Saya. Don't disappoint your father. I won't let Dad down. Louis reached out and gently stroked Saya's cheek. You will never disappoint me, Saya. You and your mother are so alike when they were young, practically identical. Dad, everything will be as you wish. Chapter 58 What does a kiss really taste like? Is it more thrilling than piercing an enemy's heart with an arrow? The following day, news of monster attacks on the capital, attacks by the feast cult, and the failure of the Bureau of Anomalies to protect the capital appeared on the front pages of major newspapers. Amid the discussions of the crowd, Lian arrived at the capital's train station to see Anna off. Anna will travel to the north on the royal train with the remains of the Duke of Constantine and his son, along with the heads of more than 300 heretics. Just before the steam train was about to roar off, Anna said goodbye to Lian. Wait for me to come back, and then we'll get engaged. Lian felt uneasy, sensing that Anna was setting a flag for herself. Anna, do you really have to go? Of course, that's my responsibility. Don't worry about me, I'm a witch. Anna spoke in a flat tone, as if it were nothing more than a trivial matter. How about we skip the engagement, get married first, and then you go to the north? Lian said. This is not in accordance with etiquette. Anna thought Lian was joking and didn't take it seriously. Just as she turned around, Lian reached out and hugged her from behind. Katie and the guards were all taken aback by Lian's bold move. Anna had 3 fiancés, none of whom dared to have any intimate contact with her. They would not even dare to hug her, let alone get close to her, as if walking on thin ice. The guards held their breath, while Katie's eyes widened. Anna's heart pounded as she listened to Lian's voice, which was so close to hers. Anna, remember to come back alive. Anna turned around, a small, light movement that seemed to freeze the air around her. She stood on tiptoe. The heels of the boots left the ground, with only the balls of the feet still lightly touching the stone floor of the station. This lift made her instantly taller, enough to look Liun in the eye with her amber eyes. The hem of her skirt swayed slightly with this movement, like a black rose quietly blooming in the morning light. Lian's pupils dilated slightly. He saw her raise her hands, her cool fingertips touching the skin of his cheek. Then she kissed him first. It started as just a touch, soft and tentative. Her lips were like white fruit jelly, and they carried her unique flavor. Anna cupped Li's face in her hands, her fingertips gently resting on his cheekbones. This movement brought her closer to him, close enough that he could count the tiny shadows cast on her cheeks by her lowered eyelashes, close enough that he could feel the rhythm of her breathing, slightly rapid, but restrained. Then she deepened the kiss. Her lips shifted slightly, finding a more suitable angle. She kissed him intently and slowly, as if she wanted to remember the shape, temperature, and breath of that moment completely. This was her way of acknowledging her lover. She completely opened her heart to Lian, inviting him into her lonely world, a world that was once desolate but is now blooming with roses because of love. Lian raised his arms, one hand gently encircling her waist, the other stroking the back of her neck, where a few stray hairs had broken free from her bun, softly curling. He responded to Anna affectionately, just like a couple deeply in love. Your Highness, kiss Lord Lian! It's unclear which of the inconsiderate guards screamed, but Katie immediately ordered them to be dragged away. Katie waved, and all the members of the royal guard turned away, refusing to watch the lovers part. Katie stared intently, a little curious about what a kiss tasted like, having never been in a relationship before. Could it be more thrilling than piercing an enemy's heart with an arrow? Just then, a cloud of white steam erupted from the bottom of the train, enveloping Lian and Anna. The warm mist instantly shut out the noise of the platform, shrinking the world to just the two of them. The duration of this kiss was stretched by the steam, yet compressed by the pain of parting. As they finally separated, Anna's toes slowly touched the ground again. A thin blush spread across her cheeks, making her look like a newly blooming rose in the morning light. She didn't back away immediately. Instead, she gently pressed her forehead against his, their noses touching, sharing a few seconds of tender silence. I'm leaving, she said softly. Lian nodded. Wait a minute. Anna looked at Lian in surprise. Lian removed her mask and gently stroked her left cheek. Anna, remember what you mean to me. You are not a calamity, you are my most precious treasure in this world, you are my Anna. Listening to Lian's sweet words and looking into his sincere eyes, Anna suddenly felt an urge to give up everything. But she knew she had something she had to do. Taking a deep breath, Anna took a step back, turned around, and boarded the steam train. Seeing the coffin in the carriage, she felt as if she had returned from a romantic dream to reality. Katie immediately followed her into the car, along with a perfectly aligned royal guard. They used to be colleagues with Lian, but now Lian's status is completely different. He has gone from an insignificant illegitimate guard to a high-ranking imperial nobleman, a saint of the church, and Anna's fiancé. Therefore, apart from the chief of the guard Damon, no one dared to greet Lian and simply left silently. Damon gave Lee a thumbs up. Lian patted Damon on the shoulder. Protect His Highness well. Of course, this is my mission. Goodbye, Lian Hall. Goodbye, Captain Damon. Lian removed his top hat and gave Damon a slight bow. Damon paused for a moment, then returned an even higher level of courtesy. After watching the train depart, Lian walked out of the steam station. A luxurious carriage stopped at the station entrance, and two white-robed servants stepped out of the carriage. Your Holiness, His Holiness the Pope says that whether you like it or not, you must come to the seminary today. Please do not make things difficult for us. The white-robed servant spoke gently. I've just finished my work. Let's go to the seminary. Lian followed the servant of the gods into the carriage and headed to the seminary. The Pope had invited Lian 5 or 6 times before, but Lian had declined each time. Because Anna was around, the Pope could only tolerate Lian's willfulness. But now that Anna has left, this is the best opportunity for the Pope to take Lian away and educate him. Lian was of course aware that, for the convenience of the church, he had deliberately left Hera at home today and hadn't brought her out. Witches can't go to seminary, especially since Hera just put on a monster-slaying show on the day of her execution. She'd better hide now. Even if her identity as a maid is unlikely to be suspected, there is no guarantee that the abnormal containment will not use any other investigative methods. To be on the safe side, the best approach is to refrain from using any abilities for the time being, hide among ordinary people, and keep a low profile. The seminary, also located in the upper city, was a place accessible only to high-ranking nobles. It consisted of 3 towering spires and dozens of low-rise buildings with pointed roofs, creating a solemn and dignified atmosphere. Led by the servant of God, Lian entered the seminary. Just as he passed through the corridor, a tall figure blocked his path and said in an unfriendly tone, You're Lian Hall? Chapter 59 The Choice of the Sun God. Lord Sith, this is Lord Reen Hall. The servant spoke respectfully, but Lord Sith before him clearly wasn't buying it. Is he mute? Can't he answer himself? Sith Frank was born into the Frank family, one of the 7 great families. He was sent to a seminary from a young age and was raised as a potential holy son. The Son of God holds a position in the Church second only to the Pope. Though this is a nominal position, real power remains in the hands of His Holiness the Pope and the papacy. For a saint to gain power in the Church, he must be someone like Sith Frank, who has been involved in church circles since childhood and has influence in both seminaries and the Vatican. If Leon hadn't appeared, Sith Frank would have officially become a son of God at the Church on the next Thanksgiving Sun. This rendered Sith son Frankel's years of hard work futile, making him a laughingstock throughout the Church. At least that's what Sith Frank thought. He now felt that everyone he saw was secretly mocking him. He had been waiting at the seminary for more than half a month, just to see Reen Hall appear. He wanted to make this illegitimate son who had stolen his identity and status pay the price, and make him unable to hold his head up in front of all the Church members. Sith Frank believed that he was the chosen one, and that Leon, this lowly illegitimate son, was nothing more than a lucky gutter rat. The Frank family members have half-giant blood, and they are generally 2 to 3 meters tall. Sith also inherited this gene and is 2.5 meters tall. Wearing a white seminary uniform, he looks like a towering small mountain when he stands in front of you. Leon hated the feeling of looking up at people. Even though his body wasn't short, he still looked rather petite compared to the Frank family. "Yes, I am Leon. You wanted to see me?" Leon asked calmly. "The teacher told me to wait for you here and take you to be baptized," Sith Frank said. "You may all leave. I will handle the rest." The two servants immediately retreated and stopped guiding Leon. Sith Frank's lips curled into a smile. Today he will send this ignorant gutter rat to meet the great sun god. "Come on, follow me." Sith Frank led the way, with Leon following behind. The two walked through the seminary's halls and corridors and arrived at the Corona Tower, one of the 3 towers. Those outside the seminary have no idea about the purpose of this tower, which is also known as the Purification Tower. Those corrupted people and monsters will be sent in for direct purification. The purification process here involves going in vertically and coming out horizontally. Oh, sometimes they can't even get out. They're burned to ashes by the projection of the eternal corona. Go in. You need to be baptized here to officially become a student at the seminary, Heath Frank said expressionlessly. Are you sure you want to do this? Every college must undergo baptism to wash away the impurities. This is a tradition. Sith Frank pushed open the tower's doors, and a wave of heat hit him. Go ahead, I'll be waiting for you outside. If His Holiness the Pope knew that you wanted me to go to the Purification Tower to receive the baptism of the eternal corona projection, what would he think? Leon suddenly asked. Sith Frank was stunned. He didn't expect that Leon knew the function of the Corona Tower. Could it be that the Pope had told him before? It's all right. I think you must be doubting my identity and think that I wasn't chosen by the Sun God, which is why you want to test me. I accept this test. Leon calmly walked into the Corona Tower and closed the door. Although this tower is a purification tower, as a veteran player, I know its overall structure and escape routes. By simply walking down the tower and passing through the underground corridor, you can return directly to the second tower, the Radiant Tower. The Tower of Radiance is the true place of baptism, and also the destination of Leon's journey. Ha, you self-righteous fool! You think you can get out once you're in? Sith Frank's lips curled up. Hearing screams coming from inside the tower, he turned and left, intending to go directly to the Radiant Tower to inform the elders that Leon, that fool, insisted on forcing his way into the Corona Tower and was permanently purified as a result. He entered the Tower of Radiance, and went up the spiral staircase until he reached the room at the end. Tap, tap, tap. Sith Frank knocked on the door. The person who opened the door was none other than Leon, a handsome young man with black hair and brown eyes. Upon seeing Leon here, Sith Frank's first thought was, "Damn it, what the hell?" Sith Frank instinctively took 2 steps back, his eyes filled with disbelief. How come he's not dead? Why is he here? Even Sith Frank was unaware that the 3 towers had interconnected secret passages beneath them. This was a secret known only to the Pope and the 4th Calamity. A beam of light shone on me, and I was brought here. Oh, what a magical experience! It seems the great sun god made the choice, didn't he? Lian is lying through his teeth. But Sith Frank's values began to waver. Could it be that the sun god truly chose him? Did the sun god send him here? How is that possible? How did he even get here? Sis, this is none of your business. Get out of here. The elder, dressed in a golden robe, spoke slowly, his voice aged yet full of authority. Teacher, may I watch? Sith Frank suppressed his doubts and asked. The elder gave Sith Frank a deep look, as if he had seen through his thoughts. Sis, some things are worth waiting for. No one's efforts will be in vain. We should accept the sun god's arrangement with equanimity. Yes, teacher. Although Sith Frank was unwilling, he could only leave dejectedly. The door closed again, and the elder waved to Lian. Lian stepped into the baptismal formation set up by the elder, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. In the game, players need to be assessed on their intelligence. Only those with an intelligence score above 30 are immune to brainwashing. If the value is below 30, you will become a puppet of the Church of the Sun, a machine that can only execute commands. The Pope wanted to use this method to control himself, and then make himself the key figure who would lead Anna to the dark side. Unfortunately, the Pope's plan backfired. Even without a player panel or intelligence stat, one can resist brainwashing. Lian's left ear, to be precise, is no longer his left ear, but rather, Cross's ear. 6 hours earlier, Lian underwent a delicate surgery at her villa on Mink Street. The person who underwent the surgery was none other than Lian himself. With Hera's help, Lian successfully transplanted the ear of Cross into his own ear. The biggest downside of wearing demon ears is that you have to be constantly vigilant against contamination. The advantage is that Hera cleanses herself every other day, which ensures her physical and mental health. If you maintain this cleaning routine for a month, you should be able to remove most of the ear contamination. This is not a real demon, but merely a remnant of a demon's body. The magic circle activated, and a soft light enveloped Lian. Within the halo, rows of choir children appeared. They were merely phantoms, but their voices were undeniably real. As they collectively opened their mouths and sang hymns praising the sun, the ear of Cross also came into play, blocking out all sounds around Lian. The world was unusually quiet. Lian could only see the choir children with their mouths agape, their faces contorted in a grimace, singing something that looked rather comical. Chapter 60. Beg for mercy, witch! The baptism ceremony is over. The elder looked at Lian and slowly asked, Tell me, what does the sun mean to you? The sun signifies glory, order, and all trajectories. It is the greatest being. Praise the sun, praise the corona, praise the light and the day. Lian answered according to the standard template, while her eyes revealed infatuation and piety. The elder nodded slightly, confirming that the baptism had achieved its intended effect, and then continued. Lin Hall, from this day forward, you will be a proud student of the seminary. Once you graduate, you will be able to officially serve as a holy son in the Holy See. Your power will be second only to His Holiness the Pope. You should thank the Sun God, for it was the great Him who chose you. Praise the sun. Lian clasped her hands together in front of her chest to express her gratitude. The elder personally pinned the corona medal on Lian's head, patted Lian on the shoulder, and said, Good boy, go on, you still have a lot to learn. Thank you, elder. Lian left the baptismal chamber, but his mind was not at ease. He was worried that the sun god would appear and give him a true purifying light. Fortunately, that didn't happen. This is also why the fourth tribulation was able to survive in the three major churches. Even though everyone was not devout, they still gained God's approval. Oh no, it's not God's approval. The gods of this world seem to be in a precarious position themselves. Just as he was thinking this, Lian saw a beam of white light descend from the sky and graze his left ear. The demon's ear was completely destroyed. Lian winced in pain. It just so happens that it's class time now, and most students are in class. Otherwise, if they saw this scene, they might have eliminated Lian, this heretic. Lian covered her ears, crying, It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I almost sang about how painful the realization was. In short, I must never let my mind wander in places like this again. He turned a perfectly good supernatural item into a disposable item, and even became a wondered hero. You can't exactly go to seminary looking like this, can you? Leon covered his ears, quickly left the seminary, took a carriage, and hurriedly returned to 22 Mink Street. Although it's not as magnificent as Snow White Manor, it's much more convenient since only Hera and she live here. Hera looked at wondered Leon, showing no sympathy whatsoever, and burst into laughter. Haha, what happened to you? Stop laughing, Hera, come help me. I don't want to become disabled. Do you have any way to reattach my original ear? Leon entered the villa, closed the door, took out his first aid kit, and bandaged his wounds while looking in the mirror. He felt that he looked a lot like the artist Van Gogh. He was at most a little better looking than Van Gogh, but his impoverished circumstances were exactly the same. No, I'm not Mr. A. If you want to learn flesh magic, you have to join the feast cult. Hera lay on the sofa, drinking red wine and eating apple pie, speaking indistinctly. Is it only flesh magic that can do this? Leon stroked his chin, racking his brains to think about how to become a whole person. Previously, some players fought against extraordinary monsters in the game, and became disabled, missing limbs. How did they become whole again? Flesh magic? Life restoration? Mechanical prosthetics? It seems neither of those are the case. Leon entered the room and took out the lead box that was kept in the safe. The lead box contained a seed. Those were Mr. A's seeds. His eyes gleamed slightly. A method for recovery without learning flesh magic has been found. It is this seed of feast. The seed has lost its vitality and cannot germinate or take root, but it still retains a certain amount of flesh and blood magic power. Leon took out the seeds, rinsed them with water 32 times, and then swallowed them. About half an hour later, Leon's missing ears slowly grew back. Apart from a slightly greenish tint, there are no other problems. His hearing was still excellent. He could hear the newlyweds next door dismantling their bed and the boisterous noise from the pub across the street. What did you do? Hera looked at Leon with curiosity. It's just a little folk remedy, don't worry about it. Leon smiled and said, By the way, shouldn't you clean up the pollution for me today? Don't want. Hera refused. An extra meal tonight, Leon said. What a hassle. Hera scooped up her bottom, sat down next to Leon, and pouted her little mouth. At first, she was not used to this unique and private way of cleaning up pollution, but after doing it many times, she became very skilled at it, and found enjoyment in it. For example, taste what Leon just ate. Caramel coffee? You had this for breakfast? Hera licked her lips, seemingly still wanting more. Can we be a little more serious about cleaning up the pollution next time? If you stick your tongue out again, I won't be so polite. Humph, you mere ants, how dare you be impolite to me? You try being impolite and see what happens. Hera looked at Lee with a defiant expression. Leon tackled Hera to the ground in one swift motion, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Then, she took off her white maid stockings. He started tickling the soles of her feet. Ugh, it itches. It's so itchy. Hera bit her lip and quickly backed away, the tickling making her tears well up. She is most afraid of people tickling the soles of her feet. Only Leon knew this secret. Beg for mercy, witch. I will not beg for mercy, you worthless trash. Then I'll continue. No, I can't take it any more. Hera laughed and cried at the same time, and finally begged for mercy, at which point Leon let go. Of course, Hera wasn't one to be bullied easily. To get revenge, she didn't even put on socks. She first pounced on Leon, knocking him down onto the sofa, then straddled him and used both hands to tickle his armpits. Hera did not believe that anyone could withstand such a powerful attack. Ha, let's see if you dare to scratch me again. It must be said that Hera's scratching was indeed itchy, but not physically, it was itchy in her heart. All right, Hera, stop fooling around and come down now. I don't want to get down. I'm going to punish you properly. Then you'll have to try a different approach. I'm not ticklish, Leon said. Hera was stunned, looking at Leon in surprise, not expecting that this guy was really not ticklish. So she stood up and stomped on Leon's face. Then I'll kick you to death. Hera, I saw up your skirt. What? A perverted ant? Hera kicked again, but Leon dodged in time. Per sofa, it collapsed from Hera's kick. Miss Witch, could you please be more mindful of the impact? This is the third time you've destroyed furniture this month. Humph, who told you to provoke me? Tap, tap, tap. The knocking interrupted their conversation. Is anyone home? I'm Sheriff Rob. Please open the door for a routine check. Chapter 61. The popular pink Lolita. Leanne immediately gestured for Hera to get off him. In order to disguise herself and play the role of a maid, Hera reluctantly climbed down, patted the wrinkles on her maid dress, and resumed her serious and icy expression, imagining what it would be like if the person knocking on the door at this moment was carrying a basket of jam and bread. Leanne straightened his clothes and opened the door. Sheriff Rob stood at the door with his intern, Nana. Rob was a middle-aged sheriff of medium build with well-developed muscles, clearly someone who worked out a lot. Nana is a 1.44-meter-tall pink-haired Lolita. Due to malnutrition in her childhood, she has underdeveloped growth, but she is mature, full of a sense of justice, and has strong professional skills. Leon remembered this NPC. Besides the witch, she was one of the most popular female characters among players, and early game players could get many quests from her. Is there anything I can help you with? Even though you know each other, you have to pretend you don't. Leon looked at the two sheriffs with a puzzled expression. Sir, we would like to inquire whether you were at White Dove Square on February 3rd to witness the execution of heretics. Trainee Sheriff Nana spoke up first. Yes, I went that day with my family, Leon said, seemingly recalling the past. There were so many people that day, and a lot of extraordinary things happened. The heretics all underwent strange changes, and a terrible monster fell from the sky and took a man away. Oh, that scene was really memorable. Rob and Nana were already used to Leon's answer, as they had asked people in several blocks and received the same answer. Moreover, the newspapers also reported on it. This time, however, they need to cooperate with the Bureau of Anomalies to conduct a more detailed investigation, such as whether anyone has seen the monster's full appearance. Nana is a sketching expert who can draw the monster's appearance based on people's descriptions, making it easier to issue a citywide wanted notice. Yes, that's exactly what we've come for. Have you seen what the monster looks like? Rob didn't ask about Leon's family. He knew this was a property of the Hall family, and those living here, even if they weren't direct descendants of the Hall family, were either collateral relatives or distant relatives. He might as well get straight to the point. You can't very well suspect that the Hall family harbors feast cultists, can you? That would be too much of a fuss and would blow your sheriff's hat off. Hearing the word monster, Hera frowned almost imperceptibly. These muggles, have they never seen anything like this before? They actually think a real dragon is a monster. Sigh, it's my own fault for flying too fast. If I had slowed down, these muggles could have witnessed my prowess. However, if you fly too slowly, you're more likely to be photographed. Hera doesn't like being captured by flash photography. As an old-fashioned person, she always felt that cameras could capture souls, and once you were photographed, you were doomed. Come in, have a cup of black tea, and I'll tell you slowly. Being a sheriff is hard work, isn't it? Leon's thoughtfulness made the two sheriffs feel that he was a very kind person. Hera noticed the toast Nana was carrying. It looked like it had just been bought from Mrs. Macier's bakery. Wanting to try some fresh croissants, she brewed a pot of black tea. The four people sat together, drinking red tea and chatting. Since Hera kept staring at her basket, and Nana had drunk someone else's tea, she took out some bread, feeling embarrassed, and tentatively asked, "Want to share?" Hera nodded emphatically. This marks the beginning of Hera and Nana's friendship, a mutual appreciation between two foodies. Leon remembered that Nana was one of Hera's few friends, and that was how their friendship began. Nana handed the croissant to Hera, then thought for a moment, and handed one to Sheriff Rob and Leon. Leon politely declined, showing little interest in the toast, while Hera ate with relish, completely forgetting that as a maid she should be restrained and modest. This led Rob to make the wrong judgment, believing that Hera was not a simple maid, but a spoiled mistress who was young, beautiful, energetic, and from a poor background. Nana also felt that Hera must have come from some insignificant orphanage, just like her, which was why she was so full of praise for croissants now. Because she used to be very poor, Nana often went hungry. Now wherever she goes, she carries food with her to avoid going hungry. The feeling of hunger was the most unbearable for her. "Can I see your painting?" Leon extended his hand. Nana glanced at Rob, who nodded slightly, before handing the sketch she had drawn based on the eyewitness accounts to Leon. Leon was surprised to find that people's imaginations were beyond imagination. Nana drew a three-headed monster. "Well, it has absolutely nothing to do with Hera." Hera scoffed at these paintings. "This is different from the monster I've seen before. I thought it would be much bigger, and it doesn't seem to have 3 heads, only 1. Oh, and it has wings." Leon's eloquent speech gave Nana new inspiration for sketching. Soon, she drew a version of Godzilla as depicted by Leon. "Are you sure that's the case?" Nana said uncertainly. "Yes, that's it. You're a genius, I assure you, that's what I see." "How can you see so clearly?" Nana asked, puzzled. "Sorry, I added some imagination. You know, that monster was incredibly fast." Leon smiled and shrugged. Nana really wanted to roll her eyes, but she held back for the sake of the red tea. Rob asked a few more trivial questions, then left with Nana. "Thank you very much for your cooperation. It was a pleasant chat. If you need anything next time, please come to the sheriff's office. We are the sheriffs responsible for security in this area." "Okay, Sheriff Rob, I'll remember that. Goodbye." Leon watched the 2 sheriffs leave and overheard Nana's complaints. "I feel like he wasted an hour of my precious time, but at least the black tea tasted good." "Nana, you can't think like that. This is already the most detailed profile you've drawn. We can use this to get by, so it's not a waste of time." "Use this to get by? Are you sure? I feel like this is going too far." As their voices faded into the distance, Li and Kai returned to the villa and said to Hera, "3 things. First, don't go anywhere lately, stay here obediently. Second, tell me what you want to eat, and I'll have the servants bring it to you every day. Third, don't reveal your identity to anyone, including that seemingly cute Sheriff Nana." "Okay, I know. You're so long-winded." Hera raised her chin and said haughtily, "I'm leaving. I'm going to finish reporting to the seminary. I haven't gone to the cathedral yet. His Holiness the Pope might need to see me." Leon put on his coat and top hat, and braved the cold wind as he walked out of the villa. He arrived at the cathedral quickly by carriage. Taking a deep breath and praising the sun god in his heart, Li and Kai stepped into the cathedral and, led by a priest, arrived at the Vatican's offices. Surprisingly, the Pope was not present. The meeting was chaired by a cardinal. "This execution was a failure. Although we executed more than 300 heretics, they openly kidnapped Arthur, the director of the Bureau of Anomalies, launched a monster attack, and provocatively issued a crime warning for Westy County. Not only has the feast cult not been suppressed, but its reputation is spreading throughout the empire. I suspect that there must be many hot-headed fools who are eager to join them. We can no longer let them go unchecked." The cardinal, his face flushed, rebuked the heretics for their frivolous feasting. Chapter 62 The Banquet Undercover. "We have already arrested all the heretics in the capital. Shouldn't the matter in Shihai County be handled by the people of Shihai County? If we continue to dwell on this matter, it will only damage our reputation, and people will think that the Vatican is incompetent." "That's right, it was a major victory to begin with, and Arthur didn't die, did he? The problem is that we have executed one Mr. A, but there are thousands of Mr. A's. This is a terrible thing. The power of the Feast Church has far exceeded our imagination. We must investigate the entire upper class and not allow heresy to continue to infiltrate." The Vatican's High Command engaged in heated debate, splitting into 2 factions, one advocating for a continued investigation into the feast heresy, and the other advocating for preserving the Vatican's reputation and whitewashing the situation. All right, stop arguing. His Highness the Holy Son is here. Let's hear his opinion. The bishop's gaze suddenly fell on Leon, and the others' gazes also fell on him. Logically speaking, he has no real power now, and those who are merely observing the proceedings are doing him a favor. There are still many people in the church who don't like him, this so-called Son of God. What? We've worked so hard and still haven't been nominated, but you got it right away. If Leon doesn't get straight A's at the seminary, he'll likely be pushed out by this bunch of white-bearded old men. Yes, the high-ranking officials of the Vatican are a group of elderly, cunning old foxes. Respected elders, I am merely a fortunate one who has received divine grace. I have no particular thoughts on this matter. If there is anything I can do to help, please feel free to ask. Leon's humility pleased the elderly people. They didn't want to hear Leon's opinions, they just wanted to know his attitude. So the two groups started arguing again. The feast cult can kill Duke Constantine and his son today, and they can kill you, kill me, assassinate the emperor, and assassinate nobles tomorrow. Everyone is in danger. We must not allow such a thing to happen. This is a very serious social crisis and must be investigated. That's right, not only for us, but also to quell the anger in the north. We don't need to worry about quelling the anger in the north. It's been handed over to Princess Anna. Didn't she already take the heads of more than 300 heretics to the north? What are you afraid of? Only cowards dare not investigate. Only an impulsive fool would conduct a thorough investigation of every high-ranking noble. Their minds are filled with nothing but insane stupidity. Coward! Fool! The discussions and arguments on both sides grew louder and louder. Leon maintained an awkward but polite smile, listened patiently, and did not interrupt at all, until the meeting came to an end after 2 hours of verbal sparring. The Archbishop, who was presiding over the meeting, coughed twice and concluded. It's impossible to get the entire upper echelons investigated, but we have another way: infiltrate the enemy, find all their strongholds, and then completely dismantle them. What? Your Excellency, are you joking? We are the true church, and you're sending someone to infiltrate a cult? A high priest questioned. That's right, this is the gentlest way. It can preserve our reputation and let the public know that the matter of the banquet cult has come to an end and that the capital has completely eliminated the remnants of the banquet cult. At the same time, we can continue to investigate these heretics and completely eradicate them in secret. The Archbishop said. What should we do about the monster that appeared in the capital? An elder asked. That's a headache for the Bureau of Anomalies to deal with. The Archbishop said slowly. What we need to do now is to find a capable person who is loyal to the church to infiltrate the feast church. Oh, here it is. Isn't this the opportunity I've been waiting for? Leon, who was about to doze off, suddenly perked up. Do you have anyone you can recommend? The Archbishop looked at the many high-ranking officials, and the old men immediately fell silent. They were unwilling to send away their carefully cultivated confidants, while those they hadn't cultivated were considered useless and unreliable. Seeing everyone hesitate, Leon suddenly stepped forward. Let me go. I am willing to share the burden of the papacy. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they remembered the auditor. Yes, let him go. This guy who is blessed by God should do his part for the church. Why do you want to go? The Archbishop frowned and asked. I hope that the bishop and priests can see my abilities. If I can successfully infiltrate the cult, crack down on it, and wipe it out in one fell swoop, please grant me a small request when I return. Leon said. Are you negotiating with us? The high priest asked. No, this is not a condition, it is a request from a devout believer. Leon said this neither humbly nor arrogantly. Good. If you can succeed in doing this, the day you return will be the day we all recognize you. At that time, even if your grades at the seminary are not up to standard, you will still be the Holy Son. The Archbishop promised. I will grant your insignificant request in due time. Praise be to the Sun God, praise be to the Archbishop. Leon readily accepted good advice. The Archbishop handed Lien a small note. This is a clue provided by an informant. Okay, please wait for my good news. Lien clenched the note in his palm. Your Excellency Bishop, may I request permission from the Holy See to take away 2 extraordinary items to ensure my safety? This matter is quite dangerous, and the Archbishop knows it too. Tell me, what do you want to apply for? Blessing of Life. Richard's hypothesis. Lien had been plotting this for a long time. Blessing of Life is a 4-leaf clover necklace that randomly increases the wearer's lifespan by 1 to 24 hours each day. It all depends on luck. If the luckiest person wears Blessing of Life, they will be immortal. The price is that 1 hair turns green every day it's used. But compared to its effects, this price is negligible, though it's certainly not very friendly to balding middle-aged people. At worst, I'll just dye my hair. Richard's hypothesis is a notebook containing 3 pages of magic imagined by Richard. Each page of magic can be turned into reality, making it a god-tier item in the early stages. Even a muggle could escape from a level 1 superhuman if they obtained it. Moreover, Lien is currently a level 1 superhuman. The cost of using it is that every time magic is consumed, it must be replenished. Otherwise, Richard will absorb the host into the journal, turning him into a vengeful spirit within it. These 2 items, one for saving lives and the other for providing combat power, both belong to the Holy See. Where did you learn about these 2 extraordinary items? The Archbishop asked. It is my father, Earl Hall, Lien said with a smile. Okay, go write an application, and you'll get these 2 extraordinary items. Chapter 63. Be My Cat. Lien successfully obtained Blessing of Life and Richard's imagination. Wearing a 4-leaf clover necklace around my neck fills me with a sense of peace and security. Although this auxiliary extraordinary item cannot guarantee that he will run out of life during the boiling blood process, and the replenishment time of the health bar is inconsistent, it still adds a layer of insurance, making Lien feel that he is no longer running naked, but has a pair of underwear to protect his privacy. Richard's hypothesis is a bit of a rip-off. We don't even know who the previous user was, and the 3 spells recorded are all useless. The first magic, the candle trick, is a magic that keeps a candle burning indefinitely. In other words, once a candle is lit, it will never be extinguished by any external force before it burns out completely. The second spell, the gluttonous frog, summons a frog that can eat and store everything you throw at it. When the spell wears off, these things may fill your entire house. The third spell, polymorph, transforms the target into a harmless little animal without suppressing the target's power. Upon returning to 22 Mink Street, Lien immediately fed Hera a delicious meal. Hera was lying contentedly on the sofa, about to take a nap, when Lien leaned in and said with a smile, Hera, how about we play a game? What? Hera was full, so everything was negotiable. Be my cat. Lien flipped through Richard's imagination and unleashed a transformation spell. The maid on the sofa was instantly enveloped in a soft pink halo, and then underwent a gorgeous transformation, turning from a beautiful girl into a cat, with her maid outfit falling onto the sofa. Meow! Hera exclaimed in bewilderment. Sensing something was wrong, she immediately stretched out her protesting paw, and a purple energy ball condensed in her palm. Yes, she was simply turned into a cat, but her powers remained. Don't be angry, I have some dried fish here. Lien pulled a can of cat food from his pocket, and Hera's eyes lit up. His hobbies have become like a cat's. Is his gluttony the only thing he can't shake? Lien silently handed the cat food to Hera, who immediately began to lick it. This is a snow-white rag doll, exquisite and beautiful, noble and elegant, but why is its belly so big? Did it eat too much? Lien picked up the doll Hera and rubbed it for a while, making Hera's face turn red and almost causing it to explode. If Lien hadn't prepared 3 cans of cat food in advance, he would have gotten several slaps from Hera. One spell has been used, another spell is needed. The task of replenishing magic could only be left to Hera. A new page has been added, Dragon Flame Breath. A single, devastating Dragon Flame Breath is powerful enough to instantly kill a level 2 transcendent. Let's go, We should now carry out the Vatican's mission and infiltrate the fallen feast church. Lien carried Hera out of 22 Mink Street. Originally, if Hera had remained in her original palm-sized form, Lien could have taken her with him at any time. Unfortunately, as her energy increased, she could no longer return to her miniature form. Now, when she transforms, she is so powerful that she could crush an entire villa. This transformation came at just the right time. Turning her into a cat would arouse no suspicion from others. When the spell is lifted, it will also give the feasters a surprise, which is a win-win situation. Lien, carrying Hera, rode in a carriage through the upper town, crossed the Rhine bridge, and arrived at the lower town. Compared to the opulent upper town, the lower town was entirely gray, filled with low houses and dilapidated buildings. The air was thick with the stench of sewage, and the people passing by either had blank, lifeless eyes or wore cheap, ostentatious suits to disguise themselves. Outside the brightly lit shops, many scantily clad women stared directly at the carriage carrying Lien. This is a rental carriage, and the sign on the carriage is the logo of Brad's rental company. This rental company's carriages are all over the capital, and the company's largest shareholder is Earl Hall. The women, of course, knew nothing of this. They simply possessed an innate sense of smell for wealthy people, like sharks that had caught the scent of blood, and they all swarmed around them. Fortunately, Lien had already quietly gotten out of the car before they took action. We turned into an underground tavern in a dark alley. Whitebeard Tavern. This is the address provided by the Archbishop. Lien wanted to try his luck here and see if he could find any remnants of the feast cult. Of course, he could also choose to avoid relying on luck, find the key contact person, and get straight to the point. Don't do that, you're being too rude. The red-haired woman leaned back, trying to dodge the offered wine glass, but a large hand firmly gripped her lower back. Give me a drink. I paid 2 silver sparrows. Is it too much to ask you to have a drink with me? Drink, have some more. The bearded man splashed the wine directly onto her face and violently tore her gray-brown dress. Instead of stopping them, the patrons laughed and cheered. Here comes to patronize Miss Benny's business again. Miss Bennet is very popular. No, we can't do it here. We can go upstairs. That's what the girl named Benny said awkwardly. You think I don't know that I have to pay a tip? Let's just do it here, ha ha ha. The bearded man began to unbuckle his belt, and just as he was about to get down to business, a gold coin appeared on the table. Upon seeing the gold coin, a scarred man suddenly rushed out from the crowd, shoved the bearded man aside, and threw the 2 silver coins the man had paid in advance at his face. Get lost! Miss Benny has been booked by this gentleman today. Scarface is the pimp for Whitebeard's Tavern, and all the women who appear in the tavern, including Benny, are under his jurisdiction. Benny glanced at Lien in surprise, her earlier embarrassment turning into a smile. She liked guests like Lien who were rich, powerful, and gentlemanly the most. Would you mind coming upstairs with me? Benny asked. Lien nodded and stroked Hera's soft fur. Let's go. Benny led Lien up the wooden stairs, which creaked and groaned with each step, dust falling and rustling sounds. The two entered a cramped room one after the other. The room contained only a bed, a sofa chair, and a wardrobe. Do you prefer to be in bed, on a chair, or in a closet? Benny got straight to the point. Lee sat down in the chair, and Benny immediately sat on his lap, skillfully beginning to unbuckle the gentleman's belt. The feast never ends, Lien said slowly. I don't know what you're talking about. Benny stopped what she was doing. Take me to a banquet, Lien said. You've got the wrong person. You don't want to be sent to the guillotine or burned at the stake. Benny stood up and straightened her disheveled skirt. Death is not the end, but another kind of revelry, and the master of the feast awaits us. Lien reached into his coat pocket, took out a mask, and put it on. The mask was blank except for the letter A and a strangely curved, upward-sloping smile. Benny was completely stunned. You're Mr. A? Chapter 64 The Underground World's Feast. Weren't you publicly executed? Benny asked incredulously. No one had ever seen Mr. A, not even the interrogator Lien. He never saw what Mr. A looked like until Mr. A died. In theory, Lien could indeed impersonate Mr. A, and Benny in front of her certainly wouldn't be able to tell the difference. But those missing memories and clues are a big problem, and could pose a threat to future actions. Although Lien is a player with all achievements, he doesn't know much about Mr. A supporting character. Most importantly, Leun doesn't like to play other people, she only likes to be herself. The previous Mr. A is dead, and I am his chosen successor. Lien wanted to continue petting Hera, but Hera bit his finger, forcing him to reluctantly withdraw his hand. The heir? Benny looked at Lien suspiciously. As an outsider of the feast cult, she was unaware of the rule that every feast deacon would choose another representative from the cult before his death. I don't need to explain this to you. Take me to the banquet. I will tell everyone there that I will lead you through the darkest hour. Lien said. How do I know you're not an official? Benny asked. Benny, you don't want Nana to know what you're doing, do you? That innocent girl, she's your friend, isn't she? Lien leaned forward and said in a menacing tone. Put away your curiosity. If I really am a spy, the elders of the feast cult will deal with me. Now, take me there immediately. This threat worked well for Benny, who, along with Nana, came from the same orphanage and were best friends since childhood, but they went their separate ways as adults. Even so, in Benny's heart, she still regarded Nana as her only friend. She removed her red wig, revealing short, messy brown hair, and then took off her clothes, revealing smooth skin with many scars. Benny paid no attention to Lien's scrutiny, put on her most gorgeous red dress, including a 3-meter-wide petticoat, layered on and off, and tied a deadly restraint around her waist, making her body look like a wine glass. Then, looking in the mirror, she applied blood-red lipstick to her full lips, put on a white wig and mask, and transformed herself into a high-class socialite. She walked to the wardrobe and opened the wardrobe door. Then, a mechanism in the wardrobe was activated, and a crack appeared in the floor of the room. Along the crack, a passage leading to the underground world slowly opened. Benny extended her hand in an inviting gesture. Come with me, new Mr. A. Lien stood up, letting Jenny take his arm, and walked into the corridor. After walking down for about half an hour, we finally passed through the narrow stairwell and arrived at the real underground tavern. The tavern was vast, like an underground palace, with walls covered in murals depicting festivities and crystal chandeliers filled with candlelight, illuminating the hall brightly. Joyful music filled the entire space, and people wore masks, dressed in gorgeous clothes, and sang and danced. The air was filled with the scent of red wine and perfume. If it weren't for the young girl lying on the long table under the crystal chandelier, Lien would have thought he had stumbled into a normal ball hosted by a nobleman. Lien was surprised. He thought that by providing a list of more than 300 partygoers, he had basically cleared out the party forces in the capital, leaving at most a few scoundrels behind. He did not expect that there were still so many who had slipped through the net. Look at this cult dance party. There are more than 50 people gathered here. Benny led Lee to the bar and whispered to the man wearing the goat mask. This gentleman claims to be Mr. A's heir. The man in the goat mask handed Lee a glass of red wine. Lien clearly saw an eyeball emerge from the red wine liquid. Her eyes were fixed intently on Lien, which had a very alluring effect. Drink it. The man in the goat mask spoke calmly. Lien knew this was the first hurdle. Without hesitation, he scooped the eyeball out of the red wine and handed it to the white cat in his arms. Hera bit off the eyeball with a crunch, then vomited it out in disgust. It tastes awful. This was Hera's first impression. There's no need for such a clumsy test. I ate Mr. A's seed. As Lien spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing the mark on his wrist. Although the seeds inside Lien's body lost their activity and could not grow, eating them was not entirely useless. At least a green leaf mark would appear on her wrist. This mark earned the trust of the man in the goat mask. The man in the goat mask tapped the side of his wine glass with a metal spoon, drawing everyone's attention. The music has stopped temporarily. Everyone, please pause for a moment. I have some important news to share with you all. The man in the goat mask suddenly became agitated. He walked out from behind the bar, revealing 4 goat legs. This guy was actually a half-orc. What he was wearing on his head wasn't a mask, it was his real face. This surprised Leon. How come he hadn't noticed this NPC when he played the game before? Indeed, the real world presents many more uncertainties. This is Mr. A. He was the one who led the monsters to attack the capital on the day of his execution and kidnapped Arthur, the director of the Bureau of Anomalies Containment. He stole the Ear of Cross, and from then on, the people of the Anomaly Containment Bureau could no longer resist our sound pollution. He is our hero and will also be an excellent leader. He will lead our royal capital branch to glory. That's what the goat man said. Lien was completely stunned. Wait, what's going on? How did he know it was me? The news didn't say I attacked Arthur. Either he possesses an exceptionally powerful intelligence system, or he has special abilities in a related field. These are things we must be wary of. Lien, behind the mask, narrowed his eyes slightly and began to think about how to deal with this troublesome goat first. Hearing the goat man say this, the heretics became excited. So it was you! We've come to follow you! Yes, I've come to follow you. Mr. A. Mr. A. Mr. A. The feast will never end. The feast will never end. The feast will never end. People raised their glasses in celebration. Leon was led by the goat man to them. These 46 people are all new lambs joining our feast, and Mr. A will be in charge of organizing this welcoming ceremony. The goat man led the applause, and the others followed suit, their expressions towards Lien filled with fervor. Benny handed Lee a knife. In every welcoming ceremony, a pure young girl must be killed and her blood released. Kill her, kill her, kill her! The heretics shouted, their eyes fixed on Lien with madness, like a group of executioners trying to push him off a cliff. Should I kill an innocent girl with my own hands just to gain their trust? Chapter 65 Money paves the way, nothing is ever unsuccessful. Lien would never commit murder. I am Mr. A, but I am not the previous Mr. A. I have my own way of welcoming new students. Lien picked up the dagger and slashed his palm. However, instead of blood flowing out, gold coins tumbled out. This was a magic show that Lien had specially prepared for these lunatics. In reality, he had already hidden the gold coins in his sleeve. Feast, reject poverty, take these gold coins and enjoy yourselves to the fullest. Lien knew that most of the peripheral members of the feast cult were middle class, and some were even from the working class. They longed for a life of extravagance and debauchery, but they did not have the means to achieve it. But Lien can help them achieve that. Money paves the way, and nothing is ever unsuccessful. As the gold coins piled up into a small mountain, the bewildered members of the new banquet cheered in unison. Praise be to the Lord of the feast. Praise Mr. A. Since you are so generous, then this white lamb is yours to enjoy all by yourself. The goat man snapped his fingers, and immediately 2 servants packed up the dazed girl and took her to a secluded room. Lien said nothing, but silently observed the banquet. The believers who received the gold coins first worshipped Mr. A fervently, and then gathered together to hold a silver party. The scene was comparable to Grenouille stepping off the gallows and gently tossing his perfume-stained handkerchief into the crowd, transforming the square into a vast, surreal utopia of love and desire. Clearly, they were either drunk or on drugs. There is a blasphemous potion called Spring Chan, which, when ingested, promotes the secretion of hormones and dopamine, induces hallucinations, and brings ultimate pleasure. Lien suspected that these drinks were laced with blasphemous drugs. Most of these newly joined peripheral members are under the control of drugs. Benny and I, having abstained from alcohol, remained sober and rational, and did not join their revelry. Some men even tried to pull at Benny's clothes, and the woman simply picked up a stool and smashed it over their heads. Even though they were injured, these people did not show the slightest displeasure. They simply abandoned Benny as their target and interacted closely with other like-minded people who were willing to cooperate. Madness is the defining characteristic of the feast cult. Hera has lived for so long and has seen all sorts of situations. She originally wanted to show Lien the composure of a seasoned veteran, but she still underestimated the limits of these people. "You filthy, despicable, shameless ants, I need to wash my eyes," Hera said. However, her voice turned into meow meow meow, and no one could understand it. "Mr. A, it seems you don't like this kind of party." The goat man pushed away his female companion and spoke to Lien, who had been watching from the sidelines. "Yes, I look down on this kind of low-class banquet. I don't understand why you would invite such a group of low-class members. I think the guests of a banquet should all be noble beings," Lien said calmly. He didn't need to lower his voice because the group was too busy partying to hear what he was saying. "Mr. A, we have lost more than 300 people and destroyed 22 strongholds. We are severely weakened and we're about to withdraw from the capital. But these admirers have come looking for us," the goat man explained. "We've benefited from this misfortune. More and more people want to join the party. This group is just the first round of selection. There are also some who are not qualified, as well as the reserves. Those reserves are not yet eligible to participate in the ball." "Oh? A blessing in disguise?" "Yes, thanks to you. If it weren't for you and your familiar, our branch in the capital would have definitely fallen into decline. In fact, even if you hadn't come, we would still be looking for you," the goat man said, clearly mistaking Hera for Lien's familiar. "Oh, so you're saying I was too hasty? I should have waited for you to come to me on your own." Lien muttered to himself, then continued to ask. "How many reservists are there?" "We counted 500 people." "That's what the goat man said." "Good heavens, is it a resurgence? We only killed 300 heads, and now another 500 have appeared?" "It's true what they say, if one Mr. A falls, will thousands of Mr. A rise up? This world is truly insane." Despite the complaints, Lien still had to get down to business. His purpose in infiltrating the cult was not to become an excellent leader, but to meet the real leaders, fundamentally thwart their end-of-the-world plan, and prevent the apocalypse. Incidentally, help Hera obtain the bones of the Pale King to break the contract. The feast cult has 12 deacons, each located in one of the 12 cities. Mr. A resides in the capital, which is under his jurisdiction, but above him are 2 feast gods. Above the 2 servants of the feast god, there is also a feast cult leader. The true leader of the feast cult is this very cult leader. To meet this cult leader, one must first become one of the 12 deacons, a feat Lien has already accomplished, thanks to Mr. A's generous contribution. But after taking the first step, the second step proved to be more difficult. Only by committing a groundbreaking crime can one gain an audience with the servants of the feast god and their approval, and only then can one meet the big boss, the feast cult leader. Lien already had a preliminary idea for the major case, but before carrying it out, he needed to find out more about the goat man. "How did you know that I was the one who captured Arthur and took the Ear of Cross?" Lien asked. "Because I was the familiar of the previous Mr. A," the goat man confessed. "Familiar?" In other words, the goat man is not an orc, but one of 3 things: a demon, an alien, or a supernatural being. Humans cannot form a familiar contract with each other. Only one of these 3 conditions is possible. Extraordinary creatures are often made into potions. Otherworldly beings are aberrations that emerge from the rifts, possessing all sorts of extraordinary powers. Some are mutated forms that have been corrupted by the aura of ancient gods for a long time, and very few possess complete consciousness. Of course, there are exceptions, because players in this world are also called otherworldly demons. Could this goat-like man be a gamer? Having been in this world for so long, Lien has never come into contact with any players. Apart from himself, the entire world conforms to the logic of the real world. If there are players, am I currently considered a player or an NPC? If you can't figure it out, just ask. At worst, you can have Hera tie up the goat man and torture him. In short, players can respawn at the respawn point after dying once. "Are you an otherworldly demon?" Lien asked. "What a joke, how could I be such a lowly being? I am a noble demon, well, a half-blood." Half-blood means mixed race. A half-demon. Not a player. Upon receiving this news, Lien felt a sense of loss. I thought I had found someone like me, but it turns out I'm the only time traveler here. The goat man held up 3 fingers. My ability is reading. I can read 3 pieces of valid information from a target. Oh? So what did you read in me? Since she possesses such an incredible ability to leak secrets, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Lien pinched Hera's ear, which was their secret signal. Whenever he pinched Hera's ear, it meant that Hera had work to do. Chapter 66 High-Level Game, Playing with Open Cards. First, you captured Arthur, the director of the Bureau of Anomalies Containment, and stole the extraordinary item, Ear of Cross. Secondly, you are the holy son of the Sun Church and the witch's fiancé, Reen Hall. Third, the cat you brought is not a cat, it's a dragon. The goat man lowered his voice and said. Lien raised an eyebrow. Good heavens, such strong reading ability, she can see right through him? Hera extended her claws, intending to crush the clueless goat man to death with one strike, but Lien scooped Hera up and placed her in his arms. This action indicates that the operation to silence witnesses has been temporarily suspended. Since the other party wants to play with their cards face up, then I'll play a high-level game with them. You saw through my identity, but instead of exposing it directly, you even publicized my achievements to them. This shows that you are also a double agent. You joined the feast cult not to serve the Lord of Feast, but for your own purposes. You just revealed that you are a half-demon. You believe that demons are noble, which proves that you want to become a complete demon. You need a ritual, a grand ritual, to transform you and make you a true demon. This was your deal with Mr. A, but unfortunately Mr. A is dead. Now you want to change your deal. You're telling me your abilities directly, which means you want to prove your worth to me. So now you want to make a deal with me. Let me help you become a complete demon, and you help me achieve my goal, right? Lien asked slowly. The goat man paused slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Then, a slight smile played on his lips as he raised his glass. Talking to smart people is very simple. Yes, I want to make a deal with you. If you let me become a pure-blooded demon, I'm willing to hide everything from you and help you achieve what you want. You should know that the Vatican will not tolerate demons. Lien narrowed his eyes. The papacy will not tolerate a holy son marrying a witch. From the moment you stand beside the witch, you have only 2 fates, either be pushed around by the papacy and become the executioner who pushes the witch into the abyss, or choose to stand on the opposite side of the papacy and ultimately become a heretic. I suspect that someone who can control dragons is unlikely to want to become a puppet of the papacy. Therefore, you will cooperate with me, the goat man said with a smile. Benny is your person? Judging from the fact that Benny could hear the whole thing, Lien guessed that Benny had probably been corrupted by this half-demon and become its servant. The goat man nodded slightly. There's no need to worry about her leaking secrets. She's my loyal servant. All I can say is that you are lucky to have found the right partner. I can indeed turn you into a complete demon, but in order to ensure that you will not betray or harm me after you become a demon, you need to sign a blood pact. Lien said slowly. Upon hearing Lien's words, the goat man's pale green eyes gleamed. He knew then that he hadn't made a mistake in choosing the wrong person this time. He could smell Lien's scent, a rebellious aura that refused to submit to anyone and was innate, just like he himself. Why sign a blood pact? Can't we just form a contract directly? I can become your familiar, and then you can use my power too. It sounds good, but what Lien wants to contract is not a mere half-demon, but the ancient dragon Hera in his arms. This precious spot should not be given to an unknown person whose background information is incomplete. However, signing a blood pact is different. It is a contract with extraordinary restrictions. As long as you have a blood pact, you can trade with anyone, with no limit on the number of people you can trade with. This is my familiar. Lien stroked Hera's soft cat fur and politely declined the goat man's advances. I will bring the blood pact in 3 days, and we can talk then. Lien got up and left. The goat man snapped his fingers, signaling Benny to put the white lamb on Lien's head. So when Lien left the White Peach Tavern, there was an extra girl in the carriage. Lien had Hera cleanse the girl of the pollution, and the dazed girl finally came to her senses. She hugged herself tightly, speaking in fear. Where am I? Don't worry, tell me your name and where you live, Lian said. When the girl was sent home, she was accompanied by 2 silver sparrows. They dared not give too much because they were afraid the girl would be robbed. After all, it was a slum. Meow meow meow. On the carriage, Hera jumped onto Lian's head, coiled up, and patted Lian's head with the pads of her paws. Are you asking me when I can turn back? Oh, that page of the magic book doesn't mention a time, maybe it's permanent. Hera's paw pads have been replaced by claws. Okay, stop scratching. 1 month, 1 month. Does the transfiguration procedure last for 1 month? Hera felt like her world was collapsing. Fortunately, Lian had prepared enough canned fish for Hera at the villa. The key issue now is where to find the blood pact. This kind of thing used to be available for purchase in the game's system store. But now that there's no system shop, you can only try your luck at the church. The next day, Lian found the Archbishop, who was also the contact person who had assigned him the task, Bishop Montau. Your Excellency, I've encountered a bit of trouble during my infiltration. I've run into a greedy demon who has seen through my identity. Although I've managed to appease it temporarily with some incentives, I'm still afraid it will tell the other feast heretics about me. I need your help. Lian told the bishop the highlights of what happened yesterday, concealing crucial information, and applied for reimbursement of 500 gold pounds. Bishop Montier frowned slightly. He had thought Lian was a smart man, but he was discovered on his first day of infiltration and had spent so much money bribing the devil. At Lian's rate of squandering, no matter how wealthy the Holy See is, it will eventually be ruined by him. Demons? You mean demons exist within the feast cult? Yes, that's right, Lian said. He seduced me into making a pact with him, turning him into my familiar. But I know that even in the lair of heretics, I cannot become a true heretic. If it weren't for his crucial position in the feast cult, I would have asked you to help eliminate this threat. But now, we can only play along. What do you need me to do? I want 10 copies of the Blood Pact document. Lian felt that since they were going to apply for these things, the more the better. 10 copies? Do you think Blood Pact documents are as easy to come by as cabbages? If that's difficult for you, then 8 portions will do. A maximum of 2 servings. 5 portions. 3 servings. No more than that. Archbishop Monto never imagined that one day he would be bargaining with a believer, turning his study into a vegetable market. Well, okay, I can only try my best to overcome the difficulties. Lian sighed, seemingly dissatisfied with the 3 blood pact documents worth a fortune. I need to see results from you within a month, otherwise the church will no longer provide you with any support. Monto said angrily. I will carry out the mission as soon as possible. Please believe me, believe that the Sun God's choice will never be wrong, and believe in your wisdom. You have not misjudged the person. After exchanging pleasantries, Lian quickly went to write the application. At the appointed time, Lian returned to the underground tavern and handed the goat man 3 copies of the agreement. Here are 3 cooperation agreements. Take a look and see which one suits you best. Lifetime partnership, comprehensive career planning? Half demon, lesser demon, greater demon, demon lord, demon king? Phase-based cooperation, semi-career planning, to achieve a small goal. A one-time collaboration, with the goal achieved and then parting ways. The goat man was slightly taken aback, never expecting that so many words could be written on a blood pact. Chapter 67 I will climb to the top step by step, I will become Zhao Gao. Lian tailored 3 cooperation agreements for Sam the Goat Man, which contained many linguistic traps that only modern people would understand, such as the right of final interpretation, liability for breach of contract, and hidden clauses. Because of the lengthy text and limited knowledge, it is easy for people to overlook it. This is the capitalist's trick, even a devil like Goat Man can fall for it. The dizzy-looking Goat Man, after being persuaded by Lian, changed his mind from wanting a one-time cooperation to a permanent one, which was equivalent to signing a contract of servitude for Lian. On the surface, Lian's all-out support for the demon Sam, helping him transform from a lowly half-breed into the supreme demon king, appears to be a fairly comprehensive upbringing plan. In fact, the terms stipulated that before Sam became the Demon King, he must obey Lian's arrangements and plans in everything and be absolutely obedient. This was equivalent to making Sam loyal to Lian and becoming Lian's servant and slave. This cooperation agreement has no time limit, and the final interpretation right lies with Lian. If Sam breaches the agreement midway and no longer wants to be the Demon King, then he must pay Lian with all of his lifespan. Sam felt that compared to himself, Lian, the holy son of the church, seemed more like a demon. But since he had decided to climb up, he was determined to reach the highest point. He was fed up with being discriminated against and ostracized by his ethnic group and wanted to turn his life around. It was precisely because Lian saw through Sam's ambition to climb to the top step by step to become Zhao Gao, and grasped Sam's weakness that his deception plan succeeded. Both parties signed the blood oath, and the agreement became effective. Finally, through fair and just means, Lian recruited his first servant, and he was in a good mood. "I hope we can have a pleasant collaboration," Sam said. "This is not cooperation, this is mutual success." Lian smiled as he looked at Sam. Sam suddenly felt that there was an unspeakable emotion hidden in that smile, like an old silver coin luring a little girl into the bushes with candy, which made Sam's anus tighten. He knew that human nobles had all sorts of despicable fetishes, but toying with demons? Did anyone really have the audacity to toy with demons? No, impossible, absolutely impossible. Sam was thinking this when he suddenly heard Li say, "Here, this is the first form I've created for you. A demon should be able to transform, right?" Li handed Sam a hand-drawn sketch. The drawing depicts a beautiful young girl with a pair of ram horns, wearing a white backless dress, who looks both innocent and alluring, inspired by the game character Eye of Jala. Elegant, gray-white curved sheep horns emerged from the pink-gray hair on either side of her head. Her fluffy, pink-gray wavy hair, like sheep's wool, cascaded down her back. Her face was delicate and pretty, and her skin was fair. The manuscript came from the amazing sketch artist Nana, and Lian traded a basket of bread for it. Upon seeing this image, Sam immediately rejected it. When did he ever wear women's clothing? And why would he disguise himself as a cute, horned beast girl? Ahem, the contract has only just been signed, and you're already thinking of breaching it? Lian coughed twice. What good will it do me to become like this? Sam asked. It would increase your affability and expand your reach. You wouldn't want to stay cooped up in a tavern all the time, would you? Oh, or are you unwilling to make this sacrifice for your dreams? Lian asked. Sam hesitated for a moment. What did shame matter if he wanted to accomplish great things? He had to overcome this hurdle. So Sam was transformed into the hand-drawn image, changing from a four-legged goat man into a beautiful goat-horned girl with two long, slender legs, which caught Lian's eye. It felt much better that the servant had become the way I wanted him to be. Sam was very uncomfortable with this unfairly large physique. He walked with a swaying gait, which was quite shocking. Just as he was about to adjust himself and flatten his body, Li spoke up again. Keep it this way until you become the true king of demons. Wait, I think this way of moving around is very inconvenient. Sam felt ashamed. Not only was he being forced to wear women's clothes, but he was also forced to become a woman with a stunning figure. Could it be that his business partner, the heretical son of the Church of the Sun, really had that kind of interest? If that's the case, Sam swore that once he became the Demon King, he would tear this bastard to shreds. Just as Sam was considering whether or not to give up his virginity, Li suddenly asked, Besides reading and transformation, what other abilities do you have? I have mastered fire magic. As Sam spoke, he demonstrated a fireball spell to Lian, igniting a flame at his fingertips and launching it, which burned down the bar. Its destructive power is decent, but I don't know how effective it will be in actual combat. Lian stroked his chin. Anything else? Sam shook his head. His bloodline limited his development. His mastery of fire magic, polymorph, and reading magic was his limit. This is why he has always pursued becoming a complete demon. Benny watched in stunned silence. She never imagined that the goat demon master she had always served would turn into an even more alluring and stunningly beautiful girl with horns than herself. And this figure is so good it makes women drool. Shameful, so shameful. Benny lowered her head shyly, feeling that if she looked at the goat demon again, she might want to be her sister. Of course, as a streetwalker who has seen countless men, Benny understands the true nature of the goat devil. His harmless appearance is just a smokescreen, a disguise. Hera, as a cat, has no feelings for beautiful women. If she were a whole roasted lamb, perhaps she would be tempted. How does the devil taste? Hera pondered this question quietly. From today onwards, call me master. Lee patted Sam on the shoulder. Also, please speak in a voice that matches your appearance. It's part of the disguise. Under normal circumstances, familiars and butlers can call each other master, as long as they have a contractual relationship. However, Sam and Lean did not directly form a soul contract, but instead reached a cooperation through a blood pact, which made Sam feel a bit cheated. Even though he was reluctant, the cunning half-demon Sam decided to endure the humiliation. Even a man like Mr. A, I was able to follow him for so long, so this person in front of me can't be any crazier than Mr. A, right? Thinking this, Sam imitated Benny's voice and said, Master, what is our plan? Okay, our first step is to reclaim the heritage of West Sea County. Let's stir things up, let's stir things up, let's stir things up. How can we make progress if we don't stir things up? Sam's eyes lit up. Chapter 68 As expected of a man bathed in divine light. Based on the notice left by Leon, the Bureau of Abnormal Containment successfully prevented the cult ritual in West Sea County and arrested Mr. H on the spot. Arthur finally regained his job and face. But whenever he wakes up in the middle of the night, he always remembers that nightmare. Those despicable homeless people stole all his money, stripped him naked, and made him run around 3 blocks with his bare bottom exposed before he returned to the upper district. It made the news and became the headline of the day. His dignity was lost on that cold night in that dilapidated church. Mr. A, I will never let you go. Never. Confess now. What other plans do you have? How many more people are involved? Arthur angrily whipped Mr. H, who was hanging on the cross, and subjected him to various forms of torture. Even a tough guy like Mr. H couldn't handle it, and couldn't help but wonder why he was so unlucky to run into a madman. The culprit behind Mr. H's tragic fate, the mysterious Mr. A, has secretly taken in the remnants of the heretics in West Sea County and brought them to the underground world of the capital through his half-demon servants. Then, he wrote a progress report and submitted it to the church. This report drew great attention from the Vatican's top leadership, and an emergency meeting was convened, headed by Archbishop Montau. What? So many heretics have just been executed, and suddenly another 1,000 heretics have appeared? How is that possible? Nothing is impossible. The director of the Containment Bureau was kidnapped, and supernatural items were stolen. The nature of the incident is too heinous. This is the chain reaction of that incident. But 1,000 heretics? That's an outrageous number. How could the capital city have so many lunatics? This is just the tip of the iceberg of the investigation. There may be far more people behind this than this. Otherwise, they wouldn't have included Grand Duke Constantine in their scheme. The influence of the feast cult must be eradicated. This is not only to give an explanation to the north, but also for the stability of the capital. Just as the Sun Church was engaged in heated debate, Leon wrote another secret letter and secretly delivered it to the feast god's servant, whom he had never met before. The servant of the feast god frowned as he read the contents of the letter. The notice stated that the Church of the Sun had learned of the feast church's last stronghold, and intended to quietly eliminate everyone in the capital. Learning from past mistakes, they would not carry out public executions. Furthermore, they planned to cover up all the feast church's past actions in order to enhance the prestige of the Church of the Sun. The servant of the feast did not care how many people died under his command, but he was a man who valued his reputation extremely. The things taught at the banquet must never be buried or whitewashed. Because the feast cult is such a high-profile sect, all high-profile crimes are their splendid badges of honor. Removing their medals one by one would be more painful than taking their lives. Without hesitation, the servant of God dispatched a group of elite superhumans from the Feast Church to assist Lian's operation, so that the Sun Church would taste the Feast Church's counterattack and the taste of terror. Thus, under Lian's instigation, the two sides finally went to war. This was the first large-scale armed attack launched by the Sun Church against the Feast Church. This battle will absolutely not harm world peace. On the contrary, it will be a catalyst for promoting peace. At least that's how Lian sees it. The Vatican wants to kill Anna, and the Feast Church wants to kill Anna too, so let them fight like dogs. The two sides clashed fiercely at the White Peach Tavern, destroying buildings throughout the entire block. Fortunately, those civilians who listened to the advice had already been evacuated by Lian in advance. As for those who won't listen to advice, well-intentioned words are useless against those damned devils. There's nothing Lian can do, everything is the best arrangement of fate. May the sun purify everything and capture these damned heretics. You lackeys of the sun, are you here to become food at the banquet? Then add some seasoning. Today is the day of your death, you filthy underground rats, you feasting madmen. Die. The feast will never end. Amidst the chaotic sounds, figures were tangled together, making it impossible to distinguish who was swinging their weapons or who was falling. Blood mist mixed with dust rose up, and the clash of various magic spells cast a rainbow halo over the surroundings. People kept rushing forward, and shadows kept collapsing down. The ground beneath their feet was no longer solid, it was slippery, warm liquid, and the air reeked of blood. Occasionally, severed limbs would fly up, tracing brief arcs above the crowd before falling back into the surging, all-consuming waves. Unable to distinguish between offense and defense, everyone is just tearing at the nearest living thing in the vortex until they themselves are swallowed up by the next vortex. Chaos, disorder, a mixture of light magic and flesh magic, it looked like a chaotic stew, which was exactly what Lian wanted to see. If things aren't chaotic, how can you find hidden gems? Of course, finding bargains also requires skill and strategy. The first step is to allow the Horned Beauty Sam to read the target's abilities. The second step is to seize the opportunity when the target is injured and have the dragon maid Hera launch a sneak attack to steal the kill. The third step is to release the gluttonous frog through Richard's hypothesis, which will swallow the target's equipment and take it away. After unleashing such a combo, Lian returned with a full load of loot without much effort. Of course, it's not time to take stock of our achievements yet. We must wait until the battle is over. Moreover, Lian also expended a lot of his life force in order to dodge those powerful spells. Thanks to the blessing of life, as a supplement, he successfully dodged left and right, escaping several fatal attacks. In the end, in order to demonstrate that he was fighting for the church with all his might, he had to make a sacrifice. He smeared the blood of others on himself, tore his expensive tuxedo, messed up his hair, and rubbed his eyes until they were red. Even when standing with the other disheveled superhumans, he still stood out. The papal priestess, who was in charge of leading the team, was quite satisfied with Lian's performance. He was the kind of person who fought bravely and fiercely. The Vatican killed 56 heretics and arrested 869 peripheral members of the heresy. Although it was not as exaggerated as the 1,000 people discussed at the meeting, it was still a great victory. Of course, the Vatican did not suffer no losses. 3 level 1 transcendents and 12 knights died, and several others were injured. Compared to the harvest, it's already within budget and completely affordable. I believe that after this purge, the forces of Huan Yan will be completely eradicated from the capital. These reckless rats have finally been cleaned up. Inside the Vatican Council chamber, Archbishop Montio was organizing another meeting. Weiss gave a detailed account of the operation and stated fairly, "The resounding success of this operation was not solely due to my efforts. It was largely thanks to the intelligence provided by Lord Reen Hall, who also displayed a selfless and sacrificial spirit during the battle. He truly deserves to be called a man bathed in divine light." Chapter 69: A Bountiful Harvest. Lian did not attend the commendation meeting. He had already gone home early. The frog that had been perched on his shoulder finally couldn't hold it in any longer and vomited. With a crash, countless damaged equipment and valuable items fell out, piling up into a small mountain in the living room. Lien rubbed his hands together, finally feeling a sense of accomplishment. The Sun Church truly lives up to its reputation as one of the 3 major Orthodox churches on the mainland. It has a rich and profound history. The knights were not only well equipped, but their money bags were also bulging. Indeed, murder and arson bring wealth. His wealth alone amounted to 589 gold pounds, 1342 silver pheasants, and 3,454 copper coins. Although Lien still receives 250 gold pounds of funding from Earl Hall every month, superhumans spend money like water, not to mention that Lien also supports Hera, who eats a lot, so his daily expenses are simply not enough. As for Earl Hall's third of the assets, Earl Hall will only select them for Lien after Lien and Anna are officially engaged, in accordance with the Emperor's orders. In other words, he is not a rich man at the moment, but just a hermit crab living in a rich man's house, so he cannot possibly regard money as dirt. Of course, money is not the key to surviving in a world where the end of the world could come at any moment, so Lien simply counted the amount, and put the money aside, carefully checking the other spoils of war. Not only was Lien excited, but also his good partner Hera and his good servant Sam. Sam felt it was time to put his talents to good use again. Just as he was about to show off his reading skills, Lien spoke up first. Yes, this is a fragment of the Heart of the Blazing Sun. The Heart of the Blazing Sun was originally an extraordinary item, but it was damaged in the chaos of battle. Now only a fragment remains, about the size of a palm, hot but not scalding, a golden crystal fragment with what appears to be flowing liquid flames inside, and jagged edges. Although it is a fragment, this thing can continuously emit a gentle exorcising light, which has a slight deterrent effect on undead creatures and evil spirits. Injecting a small amount of holy energy can trigger a brief blinding flash. Sam hesitated, wondering why Lee had stolen the words he wanted to say. Hera licked her lips, wondering if this stuff tasted good. She wished she could become that frog. Lien picked up a forearm armor made of fine silver, engraved with the scriptures of the sun. The small sun emblem inlaid on the back of the hand had faded. There were obvious dents and a deep, corroded crack on the armor. This is the Punisher Arm Guard. Even when damaged, its material still has good resistance to dark energy. When you clench your fist, the insignia may occasionally flash, adding a touch of holy impact to your next punch. If it is severely damaged, it needs to be repaired, or you can use it as material to reshape it. Forehead. Sam fell silent again. Lien picked up another monocle. Mirror of Wisdom. Wearing it increases intelligence by 25 points and enhances immunity to charm and hypnosis. In times of crisis, gripping it tightly may allow you to hear a faint whisper of prayer, bringing a moment of inspiration. Stable function with minimal side effects. This is the Dawn Priest's Burnt Holy Scripture page. This is the Prism of Refraction. The Sun Church provided 7 extraordinary items, one of which was intact while the others were damaged, which was enough to illustrate the peril of this battle. The Feast Cult also provided a lot of things. This is the 100 Flavors Spittoon, used to collect, mix, and temporarily preserve flavors. It has no direct offensive power, but can be used in certain dark rituals or alchemy that require special materials. Chaos Dagger. It is specifically designed to cut and disrupt creations that possess power, order, and necessity. The wounds it creates are not in the flesh, but rather disrupt the target's attacks and the order established within a small area. A good item. This is the Seed of Blasphemy pouch. This is the Fragment of the Mask of Laughter. Oh, and there are also a few gluttonous dinner knives, and quite a few blasphemy potions that can temporarily enhance one's strength, but with strong side effects. Lien described the effects and side effects of the potion in detail, and finally decided to hand over all the blasphemous potions to Sam to handle, preferably to sell them on the black market for a good price. Sam had become somewhat withdrawn by this point. He thought it was time for him to play a crucial role and finally be able to unleash his reading abilities to the fullest, making Lien look at him with new eyes. Unexpectedly, Lien knew everything. Is this guy an appraiser? Meow meow meow. Hera stated that she held a superior position in this battle and deserved the largest share of the spoils. Lian was very generous, giving her all the damaged and unusable supernatural and cursed items so she could eat her fill and increase her strength. Lian himself chose the fragment of the Heart of Blazing Sun, the Chaos Dagger, and the Mirror of Wisdom. Including the 2 extraordinary items he applied for from the church, he now has 5 extraordinary items. If you build yourself a set of protective armor, won't your safety level increase dramatically? To appease the withdrawn Sam and prevent him from losing control of his emotions, Lian gave him the 100 flavors spit pot, which was most suitable for demons. Through this period of time together, Lian finally realized the drawbacks of having impure bloodlines. For example, Sam has difficulty controlling his emotions and has a sudden outburst from time to time. When things get out of control, Sam's clothes will burst open. The ripped clothes aren't scary. What's scary is that Sam has now transformed into a stunningly beautiful young woman. A beautiful girl's clothes bursting open is quite terrifying. This 100 flavors spit pot has the function of collecting emotions, replenishing whatever is lacking. The collected emotions can be used to make up for Sam's shortcomings, keeping his rationality online and preventing him from becoming a master of clothing explosions all the time. Meow meow meow. Hera suggested instigating another battle between the Orthodox Church and the cult, following the same pattern to seize another opportunity. Lian waved his hand. This kind of thing only needs to be done once. The servants of the feast god aren't stupid. After losing so many people, why would they send anyone else? They might even send someone to hold them accountable. Meow meow meow. Hera was a little disappointed. She licked her cat paws. She was becoming more and more like a cat. Just like Sam, whose movements are becoming more and more girlish. Then what should we do? Sam was a little worried about his master. Hee, it's alright, I already had plans. Lian's lips curled up into an innocent smile. But Hera knew Lian well. Whenever he laughed like that, he was definitely up to no good. Lian had secretly sent several notices to Arthur, announcing the impending banquet attacks in 10 other cities. Therefore, it will soon be more than just Mr. A, Lian's mistake. Other Mr. A's will also face a Waterloo, and may even be arrested and imprisoned. Lian Rang would show the servants of the banquet what it meant to find gold in a pile of dog shit, and to stand out from the crowd. Even if we lose hundreds of believers, at least we are unharmed and can continue to pass on information to our divine servant, right? Chapter 70 The Missing Beautiful Girl. The following morning, news of the Sun Church's eradication of heresy swept across major newspapers. Newspapers were one of the few forms of entertainment in this era. Lian was drinking coffee and reading the newspaper when there was a knock on the door. Sam, the beautiful girl with ram horns, temporarily took Hera's place and became Lian's maid. He was clearly more talented than Hera in being a servant. He not only knew how to provide breakfast for Lian, but also how to open the door for guests. In the past, Lian did these things herself. Hera didn't see herself as a maid, she saw herself as a queen. Sam opened the door and saw Chloe, a blonde, blue-eyed girl dressed in gorgeous casual clothes and wearing a white mesh lace hat, followed by 2 older maids. Chloe? What brings you here? Upon seeing Chloe, Lee invited them into the house. Elder brother. Chloe took off her hat and looked at Lee with a melancholy expression. What's wrong? Leon sensed that something was probably going to happen. My good friend Emma has gone missing. It's been 2 days and I still haven't heard from her. Chloe has 2 best friends, Emma and Aurora. Leon met them when he lived in the Earl's mansion. They were both bright and beautiful young women. The Earl of White's daughter has gone missing. This is a serious matter, and the sheriff should be handling it diligently. Emma is the youngest daughter of Earl White and is very much loved. The sheriff hasn't found anything yet. Brother, could you ask the Vatican to help us find it? I've heard that the Vatican has many extraordinary individuals who can use supernatural powers. Chloe innocently raised her head, looking at Leon expectantly. She heard that Leon hadn't been home lately and had been studying at the Vatican Theological Seminary. But she didn't know that Leon had actually been working undercover all along. This shouldn't be something you're in a hurry about. What did Earl White say? Leanne reached out and patted Chloe's head to soothe her anxiety. Uncle White thought this matter should not be publicized, fearing it would damage Emma's reputation, as she did not yet have a fiancé. Chloe's eyes reddened slightly, and she looked like she was about to cry, afraid that her brother wouldn't want to help. Simon and Dick both told me not to worry, saying that Emma might have run away from home because she was playing around, but Emma never runs away from home. She must have encountered some accident. There's nothing I can do right now. Okay, when was the last time you saw Emma? Leanne asked. We attended a dance together, Chloe recalled. High society always enjoys hosting balls, and girls like Chloe and Emma, who are 14 years old or older, are entering the social season. Attending balls not only allows them to make more friends, but more importantly, it helps them find fiancés. Are there any items related to Emma? Perhaps they can be used for divination. Some. Chloe took a necklace off her neck. This is a gift from Emma. She made it herself. Okay, Chloe, you can go back now. I'll let you know if I have any news. Can I wait here for news? Your father must be worried about you, Chloe. Trust me, I will find a clue as soon as possible. Leanne helped Chloe put on her hat and cloak, saw her out the door, and watched her get into the Hall family's carriage. Thank you, brother. No need to be so polite with me. Leanne waved his hand, and the carriage slowly drove away. Back at the villa, he closed the door and handed the necklace to Sam. Sam, take a sniff, can you find it? Demons are naturally extremely sensitive to smells, and Sam is no exception. Moreover, they are not sensitive to physical smells, but to the smells of the soul. This necklace carries the scent of two people, one of whom is a girl who just left. I think the master needs me to find the other one. Sam said. Yes, Emma is Chloe's good friend. If something happens to her, Chloe will be very sad. Lee gave Sam a task, which was a piece of cake for Sam. Sam took the necklace and went out the door, his figure quickly disappearing into the well-dressed crowd. Every morning, many people in the upper town get up early, not to work, but simply to go to church to pray or attend a banquet, a stark contrast to the homeless people in the lower town who are starving. Sam didn't return until evening. He was soaking wet and carrying the corpse of a young girl on his back. The body had been bloated and turned white from being submerged in the Rhine River, making it impossible to recognize her face. The only way to identify her was by her dazzling blonde hair and gorgeous green dress. This was Emma White. Dead? Leon's heart sank. Although he had only met this girl a few times, she had left a good impression on him. I never imagined that the girl who was so lively and energetic just a while ago would turn into a cold corpse when we met again. Master, her heart is gone, Sam said. The heart? Was it the work of a demon? Leon asked. There was indeed a lingering scent of evil on her. Sam gave a definite answer. If it was the work of a demon, then Emma White could not have been the first victim. Many more girls will likely perish in the future. The capital city, the Red Rose Castle. Your Highness Ellie, are you sure you want to hold a ball at a time like this? Wearing a black tuxedo, the handsome and well-dressed Ro asked Ellie a question. His severed arm has grown back, a gift from the devil. Yes, I have lost the support of the Constantine family and must win the support of other nobles as soon as possible. It just so happens that the monster has been sent to the north. If I don't speed things up, am I supposed to wait for Anna to return and secure her position as heir? Ellie said eagerly that she had become familiar with her succubus body during this time, knew how to use her abilities in a controlled manner, absorbed power, and her appearance had become more and more beautiful. You also invited members of the Hall family? Lo asked. Yes, believe me, I have learned how to use my power. This time, I will make Lean Hall kneel at my feet and beg for my forgiveness. I will make the Hall family, like the other families, submit to me, Ellie said confidently. Her confidence was not unfounded. She had already proven her charm. Even Count Maurice, who had always only liked young men and disdained women, was captivated by her. Unfortunately, his assets were always in the negative, so for Ellie, she could only gain a vote in the House of Commons. If that's the case, then of course that would be best. As he spoke, Ro reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of Ellie's mouth. Ellie, you must be elegant in everything you do, you've forgotten that again. Sorry, I'll be more careful. Ellie removed her gorgeous, blood-stained dress, her feet resting on the heartless corpse of a young girl. Someone, throw her into the Rhine. Chapter 71 Tonight, The Rose That Never Fades. Leon didn't want to accept Ellie's invitation to the ball, since he already had a fiancée and needed to be careful to avoid risks, especially since Ellie had become a succubus. If you're not careful, you can easily get caught in a trap. But Chloe's friend died, so she had no choice but to make the trip. The sunset, like brocade soaked in wine, hung down on the rooftops of the upper town. Night falls and the city lights come on. The first light of the Red Rose Castle is lit. It was a crystal chandelier hanging in the central tower. Then, thousands of candles were lit one after another, and the whole castle seemed like a giant beast awakening in the twilight, with amber light flowing from every window. The Hall family's carriage rolled along the driveway strewn with fresh rose petals, its hooves making a crisp sound. Mom, why should we accept the invitation? I really don't feel like going to any dance at a time like this, Chloe said to her mother, Mrs. Hall. Oh, darling, I only accepted the invitation because you were in a bad mood. You should relax, you know? Others will take care of Emma's affairs. Mrs. Hall gently ruffled Chloe's long hair, but her gaze remained fixed on Leon. The more she looked at Leon, the more pleasing she found him to the eye, even more so than his brother Simon. Although Simon is also a handsome guy, he was raised by his mother since childhood, so it's hard for her to make a move on him. Leon was different. Mrs. Hall had no blood relation to him, nor did they have the moral ties of an adoptive mother and son. It would be even better if I could have a chance to be alone with Leon. Brother, is there any news from the church? Chloe looked up and met Lee's gaze. Leon shook his head. No news is good news. Chloe paused for a moment, then suddenly realized that her brother made sense. Mrs. Hall leaned close to her ear and whispered something, which finally calmed the little girl down. The carriage arrived at the castle gate and stopped at the designated spot. Mrs. Hall, accompanied by her beloved youngest daughter Chloe and her most admired son, Reen, stepped out of the carriage with the help of servants and slowly entered. The ball invited the most famous spring orchestra in the capital to play music. The elven harpists plucked strings that could awaken the wellspring of memory, the dwarven drummers struck war drums covered with dragon skin, and the human violinists possessed the skill to make stones weep. The first piece they played was the Twilight Overture, the notes fluttering in the air like tangible butterflies. Then, the main character of the ball appeared. Princess Ellie appeared on the circular corridor on the second floor. She was wearing a long, bright red dress with intricate dark patterns embroidered on the hem. Her red hair was styled into an intricate updo, adorned with pearls from the deep sea, each one radiating a soft, sunlit glow. Every smile and frown made the young nobleman at the ball gasp. That was the imperial rose they had been longing for, so beautiful it was breathtaking. Those willing to duel for Princess Ellie stretched from the Red Rose Palace to the Rhine Bridge. Moreover, she doesn't have a fiancé yet. None of her 4 guards seemed to satisfy her. But no one would blame her, because she was the perfect Ellie. Her face was enough to make everyone forgive her willfulness. Princess Ellie raised her hand, gloved with silk, and waved it gently. Tonight there is only music, dance, and roses that never fade. Your Highness Ellie, I love you. Princess Ellie, I challenge you to a duel. The crowd erupted in celebration, but Ellie remained unmoved. Ellie paid no attention to these men who were already captivated by her charm. The only person she truly cared about was Lien. Because he is truly special. Not only did he frame her in public, but he also chose the despicable Anna as his fiancée. No other man could ever capture Ellie's attention like this. The ball officially began, and Ellie finally spotted Lien in the crowd. 2 maids stood beside Lien, both of whom were stunningly beautiful. A tall maid with silver hair and red eyes, whose looks were in no way inferior to her own, was named Hera. Ellie had seen her before and remembered her vividly. This girl is a glutton. Every time she attends a dance, all she does is eat. She coldly rejects any man who gets close to her. The other one, with delicate goat horns, is a bastard girl, which is the first time I've seen one like her. Her figure was so outstanding that even Ellie felt a little inferior. How could someone as perfect as his maid be inferior to him? How is that possible? Ellie shook off the jumbled thoughts in her mind and adopted an arrogant attitude. A maid is just a maid. How can she compare to someone as noble and elegant as myself? Ellie lifted her skirt and walked to Leon's side amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd. For the first dance of the ball, she hoped to invite Leon to dance with her. Leon, I thought you wouldn't come to my ball. After all, we had a very unpleasant falling out before, Ellie said, extending her hand. Out of courtesy, Leon should politely offer a kiss on the hand. But Leon's attention was drawn to another beauty. She has blonde hair and blue eyes, deep-set features, fair skin, a voluptuous figure, and a mature and charming demeanor. Although she is not quite as beautiful as top-tier models like Ellie and Anna, she has the charm of a young married woman. Upon seeing her, Leanne unconsciously recalled her words. Darling, don't stop. The Baroness? What's she doing here? In Greenwater Town, Leanne spent a month in close proximity with socialite Baroness Rose in order to gather information about the black market. An accident took Rose's life. Leanne thought he would be the prime suspect, but the sheriffs of Greenwater Town were not very capable, and had not yet traced him back to them. Of course, it's also possible that it's because he left the town long ago, and came to the capital. Where are you looking? Ellie asked with dissatisfaction, her gaze following Leon's line of sight, and saw Lady Rose, the widow of Baron White, arm in arm with Earl White. Ha, socialite? You can't be that blind, can you? Disdain. All Ellie could see was disdain. Leanne finally snapped out of her daze, casually raised Ellie's hand, and skipped the kiss. He reluctantly led her by the hand onto the dance floor, which infuriated Ellie. This also caused a stir among Ellie's admirers. Princess Ellie, why did you choose Leon Hall? That damned guy even falsely accused you of plotting against him. Yes, Princess Ellie's reputation has been damaged because of him. What do you know? Princess Ellie chose to dance the first dance with him precisely to dispel the negative public opinion. Princess Ellie is indeed magnanimous, but it's just that this scoundrel, Leanne, got off easy. Sure, don't talk nonsense. He's now the Holy Son of the Vatican, and I heard he's officially entered a seminary. A seminary? Does Lord Sith really tolerate him? Listen, everyone's talking about you. You really are the center of attention wherever you go. Ellie placed her hand on Lee's shoulder and touched Lee's hand with her other hand. A wisp of pink fragrance traveled from her fingertips to Leon's nose. Normally, a man who smells this scent will be completely obedient to Ellie. However, Leon was wearing the Mirror of Wisdom, which made her immune to a certain degree of charm and hypnosis even without the data panel. To prevent the church members from recognizing that this was a supernatural item possessed by a dead knight, Leon even specially modified his monocle into a pair of glasses, which he wore on his nose, making him look very refined. Focus? No, Princess Ellie is the focus. I only got noticed because of Princess Ellie. And I don't think they were praising me. Yes, they didn't praise you, they were jealous of you, jealous that you could dance with me, jealous that you stood beside me. Don't you enjoy this feeling? Only by standing beside me will you receive everyone's envy and jealousy, because I am the most beautiful, the unattainable Imperial Rose. Chapter 72 The Succubus Girl, So Narcissistic. Miss Succubus, you're so narcissistic. Leon muttered something to himself, then suddenly said, Chloe has been crying in my ear lately. She says her best friend Emma is missing. Is your Highness aware of this? Emma is missing? Are you sure Emma is missing? If Emma is missing, how could Earl White be in the mood to attend the ball, especially with that annoying socialite by his side? Ellie countered with a question. You didn't know Emma was missing? Leon narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Looking at Ellie, she didn't seem to be lying at all. Ellie is a very arrogant person, and she wouldn't stoop to lying about something like this. Emma's body was thrown into the Rhine River, and when it was retrieved, her heart was gone. Lien whispered in Ellie's ear. This time, a different expression finally appeared on Ellie's face. When she heard the words, "Heart gone," a clear look of panic flashed in her eyes. Because, in order to maintain her beauty and power, the only way for her to maintain her beauty and power is to devour the hearts of young girls, in addition to absorbing young energy to replenish her energy. Clearly, someone as proud as her wouldn't want to have that kind of relationship with a man she despised, especially since Duncan Constantine's death in front of her had left her with some psychological trauma. Therefore, she chose the latter, maintaining her absolute charm and beauty by consuming the hearts of young girls. "Oh, it seems that Princess Ellie has other enemies besides me." Seeing Ellie's expression, Lee realized that he had misunderstood her. Ellie isn't foolish enough to lay a hand on a nobleman. And the person who framed Ellie clearly knew, just like himself, that there was a demon helping Ellie. "What do you mean?" The two dancers moved with precision and elegance, their blood-red skirts and deep blue gowns swirling in the light and shadow, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The surrounding nobles joined in, and soon the center of the hall became a slowly rotating vortex of silk, velvet, and jewels. Those onlookers who hesitated to join the dance floor were either captivated by Ellie's moves or collectively criticizing and slandering Lean Hall. Why? The Empire's strongest woman had become his fiancée, and the Empire's most beautiful Rose was inviting him to dance? What did he deserve? Even if he is the holy son of the papacy, the son of the wealthiest Earl of Hall, and a rising star in the Empire recently favored by the Emperor, so what? Can he really win the favor of two unattainable princesses with just these qualities? There are quite a few men who are jealous, their faces contorted with envy, but unfortunately, they can only become background figures in the story. "Don't you think there's something fishy about Grand Duke Constantine's death?" Leon asked. "What do you mean? Weren't those things done by Mr. A?" Ellie frowned. Clearly, her butler, Ro, wasn't interested in her seizing the throne and didn't even bother to analyze the case with her. "It was Mr. A who did it, but he was just a knife. If no one cleared the way, how could he have made contact with one of the 7 noble families, Grand Duke Constantine? Grand Duke Constantine was guarded by many superhumans. That night, all the superhuman guards were sent away, leaving only the Grand Duke all alone," Leon said slowly. "Sure enough, Anna is a good-for-nothing. She has no ability to solve cases at all. Dad even praised her for it," Ellie said. Leon broke out in a sweat. Ellie hadn't grasped the point at all. She was preoccupied with jealousy and rivalry. "It's not Anna's fault. Anyone else wouldn't have investigated this further, because it was His Majesty's order." "You mean Dad? Are you trying to drive a wedge between me and Dad?" Ellie looked up at Lien, her eyes filled with anger. "You don't actually think you're His Majesty's first choice, do you?" Lien asked in confusion. This was the first time Ellie had seen such skepticism in a man's eyes. Lien's eyes were clearly looking at a clown, not a stunning beauty. "Of course, Dad loves me the most. I am his most beautiful daughter and deserve everything," Ellie said confidently. "If you look at me like that again, I'll gouge your eyes out. You are indeed beautiful and eye-catching, which is why His Majesty the Emperor chose you." "Yes, I was chosen. Listen patiently to me until I finish speaking." Lien paused for a moment, then continued. "The one chosen as the whetstone by His Majesty the Emperor is your sister, Saya." "Saya? That hypocrite who's always been a good actress. How could that be? Why would Dad choose her?" Ellie clearly didn't believe it. "You can choose not to believe it, but it's best to discuss it with your deacon and not keep focusing on Anna. Anna never intended to hurt you. She is your younger sister, born of the same parents." As the music was about to stop, Lien said to Ellie one last time, "Emma's death is just the beginning. If you do nothing, that's for the best. But if you do something, your good days are probably coming to an end." Lien released Ellie's hand, bowed slightly, ended the first dance, and then walked gracefully into the crowd, leaving Ellie standing there in a daze. The banquet table stretched along the wall, with silver trays laden with white sturgeon caviar from the far north, each spoonful worth its weight in gold. The crystal bowl held summer fruits preserved using elven magic, the strawberries still as fragrant as when they were first picked. The main course is a whole, golden brown roasted cloud peak deer, a creature that lives only at the top of the highest mountains, with meat as tender as melting snowflakes. Logically, Hera, being such a glutton, should be here indulging in a feast, but strangely, she isn't. Sam was nowhere to be found either. Lien stroked his chin, picked up the tray, and began to enjoy his food. He had already warned Ellie, and the choice was up to her. If she knew this was a trap set for her, she might have restrained herself and stopped harming young girls, or at least for a while. If she wasn't the murderer, then who was? Could it really be Saya? This is just Lien's speculation, and he has no actual evidence. At this point in the story, it has completely deviated from the original game plot. Lien has lost her intelligence advantage, and can only deduce based on the characters' personalities and identities to see what developments are more in line with their style of doing things. Regardless of whether Saya is the mastermind behind it all, Lien doesn't mind sowing discord between Ellie and Saya, turning them into enemies so that they will no longer target Anna. On the other side, Lien's two beautiful maids, Hera and Sam, were led to the castle attic by the nobleman's servants. Several young nobles wanted to vent their jealousy and resentment towards Lien on Lien's maid. Lien has a good eye for choosing maids. He slandered Princess Ellie before, and she generously let it go. Yet today he still has the nerve to show up at the ball and even hold Princess Ellie's hand. Let's teach you a lesson. Go back and tell your master never to mess with those you shouldn't. The leading nobleman was Ramiel Frank, the younger brother of Sith Frank. He had not attended seminary, and was merely a playboy. Over the years, Ramiel, like Duncan, followed Ellie around, hoping she would turn her head, but unfortunately Ellie always ignored them. Jealousy distorts one's appearance, and Ramiel and Duncan are of the same kind, womanizers. That's right, blame your master for messing with the wrong person. Several aristocratic playboys rubbed their hands together, their faces full of wicked smiles, and rushed towards Hera and Sam. Go ahead and scream until you're hoarse, but no one will come to save you. Chapter 73. The Feast Cult is responsible for this matter. Help! Help! Don't kill me! I was wrong, please don't kill me. Someone come quick! Go ahead and scream until you're hoarse, but no one will come to save you. Hera didn't even need to lift a finger. The half-demon Sam showed these spoiled nobles what it meant to mess with the wrong person. Amidst the screams of the spoiled brats, Sam quickly ended the hunt. No demon doesn't kill. She had been enduring this for a long time while staying by Lien's side. What's more, these damned humans look at me with such lewd eyes, I can't stand it. Sam ripped out the hearts of several playboys and had a delicious meal. Even Hera, the foodie, couldn't stand it anymore. Ordinary people are not even worthy of Hera's attention. Hurry up, before we get caught, Hera said with disdain. No. Sam readily agreed and sped up the process. He doesn't eat everything. He only eats the heart. By the time Lien arrived at the scene, it was too late. In the attic lay several corpses whose hearts had been removed. When Sam and Hera saw Lien, they both looked guilty, like children caught doing something wrong by an adult. They thought that Lien would definitely teach them a lesson, since Emma's case was related to the devil, and Sam's current actions would make people suspicious of her. Surprisingly, Lien did not blame them. Instead, she took out a banquet card with Mr. A's handwriting from her pocket. It is stated that the banquet church is responsible for the deaths of several aristocratic plebeians. Then, Sam arranged the corpses in a kneeling position and placed the card in the middle. Sam, now I need you to get some sleep too. Sam lay down beside the corpses with understanding. There was no other way. She was covered in blood, which was hard to explain, and Lien hadn't brought her any spare clothes, so she had to pretend to be a victim. After doing all this, Lien shouted, "Help! Help! Someone's been killed!" Lien's exclamation immediately attracted many guards, who gathered around. Ellie, as the owner of the castle, was also notified and rushed over. It was the Feast Cult, the cultists of the Feast Cult, who killed them. Lien held her maid, her left hand trembling as she held the card. Ellie was furious when she saw the words on the card. Wasn't the feast cult wiped out by the sun cult? How come it's risen again? These damned rats have actually set their sights on my ball. Even a centipede with 100 legs will not fall down when it dies. The feast church has existed for 300 years. Even though the Holy See has done its best to eradicate them, it is not possible to completely wipe them out in a short time. As Leon spoke, he picked up Sam, who appeared to be seriously injured but was actually covered in the blood of other victims. My mate is injured and needs treatment, Princess Ellie. This is your territory, so the rest should be left to you, right? Before the intelligent Ro could arrive, Lien quickly led Sam and Hera away. Before leaving, Lien reminded Ellie. Your Highness, there were patrons at Anna's ball, and there were also patrons at your ball. Do you think this is a coincidence? Ellie's beautiful brows furrowed. Originally, she wanted to make Lien fall head over heels for her at this ball, willingly becoming her devoted servant. But unexpected events kept happening. Recalling Anna's last birthday party and the ball he was hosting today, there were indeed people celebrating, but Saya was not present. Could it be that Saya is colluding with the feastmen? Is she trying to use the feastmen to ruin Anna's and her own reputation? Growing angrier the more Ellie thought about it, she stomped her foot and ordered the guards. Drag these damned bastards away, they've polluted my castle. Your Highness, they are all nobles, and one of them is the second son of the Frank family. The guard answered tremblingly. Ellie turned around and glared at the guard. I don't care who they are. Pack up their bodies and send them to Saya. Your Highness, isn't this inappropriate? Are you questioning me? No, I will do it immediately. Just as the guards were preparing to pack up the body, Ellie's demon butler, Ro, finally arrived. Ro was also very busy. At these large balls, he would always be entangled with those noble ladies and young women. There was no way around it. The devil's charm was too strong. Mrs. Hall, for example, really enjoyed flirting with Ro. Ellie turned a blind eye to her butler's lack of professionalism. Wait, don't move. Ro took a deep breath and smelled the scent of a demon. A demon, not a pure blood, things are getting interesting. This was made by a madman at a feast, Ellie said. A madman indulging in revelry, haha. Luowei smiled, sniffed the card, and said, This Mr. A is an acquaintance of ours. Don't leave things unsaid. Ellie couldn't understand riddles. Luowei waved his hand, signaling the guards to step back. The music in the hall was too loud, and people were still partying, so they didn't notice the murder. Only a few corpses remained in the attic, along with Ro and Ellie. It was Lien Hall who did it, Luowei said. What? He did it? Ellie frowned. It was a gift he gave to His Highness. Luowei rephrased it. What's the meaning? Ellie asked, puzzled. At the ball just now, I spoke with Earl White and learned that his daughter is missing. Emma White, you know her, right? That lovely little girl. Luowei said. I know. Lien was asking me just now while she was dancing if I knew about Emma's disappearance. That Emma is dead, her heart was ripped out. Ellie said. That's right. Someone has seen through my identity and wants to use it to bring down His Highness. Luowei analyzed. Your Highness recently killed 2 commoner girls. Unfortunately, the girls you chose were terminally ill and didn't have long to live. You also paid their families a large sum of money. Although you dumped their bodies in the Rhine River, they were still discovered by your enemies. I guess the bodies of those 2 girls were recovered, and your method of murder was investigated, which led to the death of the Count's daughter Emma. The person hiding behind this wants to use Emma's death to put His Highness to death. Damn Saya, she really is the one who wanted to kill me, Ellie said angrily. Has Princess Ellie already guessed it was the second princess? Luowei was somewhat surprised. After all, his own contract master didn't seem to be very smart. Who else could it be but her? Anna is already in the north, and she's probably in dire straits herself. Ellie said. What did you mean by the gift Lien gave me? Whether it's the death of a nobleman or the death of a young girl, it's all orchestrated by the feast school and has nothing to do with us. Isn't this a gift? Luo Wei walked to the corpses and casually glanced at who had died. You mean the people I killed, and the people Sai killed, are all attributed to the feast cult? Ellie asked. That's right, at least this way she can't do anything to you. No, I want to investigate, to find out the real cause of Emma's death. I want to make Saya pay the price. I want her to know that I, Ellie, am not Anna, and I can't be framed just like that. Chapter 74 The Twin Sisters' Revenge. The ball was still going on, but Lien, Hera, and Sam left early in a carriage. Lien Lei has achieved his goal in attending the ball. First, investigate the real killer of Emma. Ellie is clearly not the one. Secondly, they sowed discord between Ellie and Saya, causing them to attack each other, and leaving them no time to hinder Anna, who was in the north. Master, why didn't you blame us? Unlike Hera, who was emboldened by Lien's favor, Sam felt that her impulsive behavior would most likely cause trouble for Lien. It must be very painful to constantly endure and suppress your true nature, right? Instead of answering Sam's question, Lien asked a different question. Sam paused, then suddenly felt a surge of emotion. Having been ostracized since childhood because of her impure bloodline, she had never experienced such warmth and care. Her clansmen disliked and ostracized her. Humans fear her and are terrified of her. The previous contractor was a complete madman who only knew how to exploit Sam. Sam got used to it. To survive in this world, you have to adapt to all kinds of people and all kinds of situations. Those people must have wanted to hurt you, which is why you took care of them. Although I don't advocate indiscriminate killing or creating unnecessary trouble, those who deserve to die are dead, so why should I blame you? Lien said calmly. He understood Hera. Although Hera was willful and constantly used derogatory terms like ants and trash, she never killed people indiscriminately. As for Sam, he picked up many bad habits from the cult, but recently he has changed a lot by following him and has become more cautious. Those aristocratic playboys would never have been killed in Ellie's Red Rose Castle if they hadn't provoked them. From now on, if you want to hunt, look for those who are deeply sinful, Lee said to Sam. Sam was somewhat surprised and confused. Master, why do I feel that our behavior is somewhat upright? As a demon, even though he only has half the blood of a demon, Sam doesn't allow himself to be an upright, kind, and model citizen. He must be the scum of society to be worthy of his bloodline. Lien knew that Sam wouldn't be able to change his villainous mindset so easily, so he corrected him. We are heretics of the Sun Church, spies of the Feast Church, and allies of the Witch. We can be wicked yet righteous, but we can never be righteous yet wicked. Do you understand? Those who offend us will pay the price with their lives. Sam was relieved to hear what Lien said. Although he was confused by the fact that evil could turn into righteousness, and righteousness could turn into evil. But I understood the last sentence. Young Master Lien, a lady has stopped the carriage. The coachman reined in the carriage and brought it to a stop. Lien drew back the curtains and saw the Baroness in a royal blue dress. The lady knocked on the carriage door, and after receiving permission, she lifted her large skirt and boarded the carriage. Upon seeing her old flame, Lien, and his beautiful maid, the lady forced a polite smile. My sweetheart, it's been a long time. Upon hearing this title, the sensible Sam immediately pulled Hera up and went outside the carriage for some fresh air. You go if you want, I'm not going, Hera said. Mrs. Rose and I are old friends, and I'd like to talk to her alone. Hera pursed her lips and reluctantly sat down in front of the carriage with Sam after Lien said that. Only Lien and the Baroness remained in the carriage. Their eyes met, and the Baroness leaned closer to Lien, pulling at the collar of her tuxedo to make sure they were more than a safe distance apart. They touched nose to nose, then turned their heads and kissed. Liun's nasal cavity was filled with the familiar scent of her perfume. More than 2,000 taste buds on the tip of the tongue bloomed simultaneously, causing the nerves to become highly excited. The passionate kiss did not make Lien lose his mind. He reached out and grabbed the Baroness's slender swan neck. Why are you here? What? Are you scared? You killed me, didn't you? The Baroness's dreamy eyes suddenly turned cold, and her right hand had somehow produced a revolver, which she pressed against Lian's chest. At such close range, even if you are a superhuman, it would be difficult for you to dodge, right? Don't tell me you're here for revenge. I wasn't the one who killed you. Lian lifted the Baroness into his arms, her magnificent skirt swaying like a dazzling blue rose. Feeling the warmth emanating from her skin, she was certain that the person before her was not a ghost or vengeful spirit. Most likely, she was also a superhuman. If she is a superhuman, then her identity is not Baroness Rose. Not you? Then why did you run away? And why did you transform yourself into the Earl's illegitimate son? She pulled the hammer back with her right thumb, putting the revolver in a ready-to-fire position, the final step before pulling the trigger. And you, Miss Lori, why are you pretending to be your sister Rose? It's not just so you can sleep with me for a month, is it? Lian, the little girl, was surprised to have her identity exposed. Lori and Rose are twin sisters who often played a game of switching identities when they were young, until the older sister married the Baron and became the Baronet, while the younger sister studied at a convent. A few months ago, Rose brought Lori to the Baron's mansion and asked to switch identities. Lori initially refused, until a new governess arrived. Lori, who had never experienced sexual pleasure, fell in love at first sight with a handsome young man and, at her sister's urging, tasted the forbidden fruit. The night before Lori was about to confess to Lee, her sister, the Baroness, got into trouble. Rose and Lian went to the black market together, and then died in the carriage on their way back. Only then did Lori realize that her sister wanted to switch identities because she knew she would be assassinated. Although Lori disapproved of her sister's actions and even hated her because of it, she still wanted to avenge her sister. After all, she was her only family. She followed the clues to the capital and met Lian again. Lian has now become the holy son of the Sun Church, the witch's fiancé, and a suspect in the murder of his sister. Therefore, Lori's purpose in finding Lian this time was very simple: to force him to tell the truth and then avenge her sister. As for that kiss just now, it was nothing more than a sugar-coated bullet to deceive the other person and make them lower their guard. The person you slept with was Rose, not me. Lori decided to sever ties with Lian, at least to prevent him from exploiting her weaknesses. Oh, it seems I guessed right, you're here to find the murderer? I've found out that Rose was with you before she died, so you are the prime suspect in her murder. Lori pulled the trigger. Thump thump thump. The sound of a rapidly beating heart. Lian's boiled blood ability granted him several times the speed and power he usually possessed. He leaned back, and the bullet grazed past him, striking the carriage. The moment the bullet pierced the wooden carriage, a silvery white ripple spread outwards from the bullet, isolating the entire carriage. Chapter 75 Extraordinary Item, the Mercury Gun. Immediately, the warhead melted, turning into countless tiny silver mercury beads that, as if possessing a life of their own, rapidly spread across the interior walls of the carriage, weaving into a flowing metallic net and branching out several deadly tentacles that swiftly coiled towards Lian. The extraordinary item, the mercury gun? Lian recognized the troublesome object. It looked like an ordinary revolver, but inside it was sealed with active magical mercury. When it hit a target or obstacle, it would be activated, forming a cage or devouring it. Why kill Rose? Loli asked. Your sister's death has nothing to do with me. As Lian spoke, he suddenly stomped on the wall behind him, using the force to roll forward and narrowly avoid the two mercury tentacles that had surrounded him. The mercury sizzled as it brushed against his boots, and the leather instantly turned black and hardened. Your sister helped me. I have no reason to kill her. Then why did you run away immediately? She pulled the trigger again, not at Lian, but at the roof of the carriage. Another mercury bomb exploded, and more liquid metal enveloped Lian from above. At the same time, the previously dispersed mercury also approached from all sides, compressing his space to move. The dark golden light in Lian's eyes intensified. Boiling blood pushed himself to the limit, and he saw every trace of the mercury's flow. His body slid almost flat on the ground, squeezing through the narrow gap under the carriage seats. At the same time, he drew the chaos dagger from his waist, a faint runic light flashing on the blade, and plunged it into the floor. Zzz. The moment the chaotic dagger pierced through, a wave of disruptive energy spread out, causing the approaching mercury to slow slightly and creating abnormal ripples on its surface. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lien leaped out from the other side of the seat like a cheetah and pounced straight for the carriage door. Lori reacted extremely quickly, drawing a poisoned short sword from her side. Lunging forward, the tip of the sword aimed directly at Lien's back. Her movements were light and swift, clearly indicating that she had received rigorous training. An extraordinary professional assassin? As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Lien's forward momentum did not diminish. Just before his body touched the car door, he twisted his waist inexplicably, and his whole body spun to the side in an illogical posture. Lori's short sword grazed his ribs, the poison blade tearing his clothes but failing to harm his flesh. The two engaged in a dangerous close-quarters fight in an extremely confined space. Lien relied on the physical explosiveness brought by boiling blood to suppress his opponent with strength and speed, but Loli's fighting skills were superb, and her moves were ruthless and tricky, with the unique style of an assassin. The short sword in her hand was like the forked tongue of a venomous snake, each thrust precise and deadly. Combined with the mercury that had not yet been fully withdrawn and was still lurking and harassing her from the side, Lien had to devote a great deal of his attention to dodging and parrying. Clang! The chaotic dagger clashed with the short sword, changing Loli's attack direction. The short sword, which should have slashed Lien's arm, instead stabbed Loli herself. Lori then realized that the dagger Lien was holding was not an ordinary dagger, but a supernatural item. Unfortunately, her mercury pistol requires a cooldown period after firing 2 bullets in succession, so she has to choose other methods. Lien felt a slight numbness in his arm. Lori's strength was considerable, and her swordsmanship had a strange stickiness, trying to entangle his weapon. I ran away not out of fear of punishment, but because I had other things to do. Lien opened the way with a sword. Something else? Don't tell me you're busy saving the world? Lori teased, and attacked Lien again. I really did it to save the world. The carriage shook violently as the two men fought. Mercury blocked all external senses. The only sensation was that the car was shaking. What are they doing? Hera asked Sam a question and wanted to check the back of the carriage. Sam, with an air of knowing what he'd been through, stopped Hera. Don't disturb them. Haven't you noticed that Master and she have that kind of relationship? What kind of relationship? Hera asked, puzzled. A romantic relationship. Sam raised an eyebrow. I read her information. She had a wonderful time with her master and has never forgotten it. They might be catching up in there now. Catching up? I have a feeling they're fighting. A hint of confusion flashed in Hera's red pupils. Pretty much. A young man as energetic as Master is bound to have a fight when he meets his old flame. We shouldn't disturb him and spoil his fun. What interest do you have in fighting? You clearly don't understand anything. How long have you lived? Well, it's only been a few hundred years. Then you've lived in vain. How could I have lived in vain? Fearing that Hera would punish him with a death energy ball, Sam changed the subject and inquired about the food at the banquet. Hera's attention was indeed diverted. Inside the carriage, the two fought from the middle of the carriage to near the door, and then rolled from the door to the window. The aftershocks of the battle, fists, daggers, short swords, and mercury tentacles that occasionally regrouped and attacked, constantly assaulted the already unstable carriage structure due to mercury corrosion. The wooden planks groaned under the strain. Look how intense the battle is between the master and his old lover. They've been holding back for too long. Sam thought this to himself, but didn't say it aloud, mainly because he was afraid Miss Hera would be jealous. It seems that the relationship between Miss Hera and Lien is not like that of an ordinary master and servant. What normal servant would steal their master's bed all day long? Poor Miss Hera, she has been with her master for who knows how long, yet she has never tasted pleasure. Look at the lady in the carriage. She's completely different. Their relationship was so bad it was practically ruining the carriage. Seizing an opportunity, Lien struck Lori's wrist, which was holding the sword, with the hilt of his dagger, while simultaneously slamming her against the carriage wall with a shoulder bump. Lori groaned as her back slammed against the wooden board, but she quickly switched the short sword to her left hand and stabbed at Lian's neck. Lian dodged to the side, his left hand gripping her left wrist like an iron clamp, his right hand pointing a dagger at her throat. The two were locked in a stalemate, staring at each other with heavy breaths. "Listen." Lian looked directly into her eyes and said quickly. "Rose was caught up in a conspiracy. Her death has nothing to do with me. The Baron is also dead, which means he knew about this. You should start your investigation by focusing on the Baron." Lori's eyes wavered violently, a hint of confusion and struggle flashing across them. In that brief moment of distraction, the mercury barrier layer, which had been slowing down the carriage structure despite being interfered with by Lian's dagger, finally reached its critical point due to the intense fighting and energy impact between the two. Snap, splash. The wall on one side of the carriage, along with the axle section, completely broke apart due to the combined effects of mercury corrosion and physical impact. The entire carriage tilted to one side and collapsed. In the instant of losing their balance, Lian and Lori simultaneously let go, each leaping backward to find support. Lian smashed through the remaining car window and rolled out, rolling a few times on the muddy ground to dissipate the force. Taking advantage of her agility, Lori lightly touched the broken crossbeam with her toes before the carriage completely overturned, and darted out like a swift, disappearing into the dimly lit alley next to her. Lian quickly stood up, the boiling blood state slowly fading, bringing a sense of weakness. He looked toward the wreckage of the carriage and the direction where Loli had disappeared, and saw only drifting dust and a few drops of Loli's blood scattered on the ground. As its owner moved away and the carriage structure collapsed, the pool of active mercury quickly lost its magical support, turning into ordinary, motionless mercury droplets that slowly seeped into the ground. Lori ran away. The coachman was the most pitiful. He was thrown away by the enormous impact and fell to the ground unconscious. Hera and Sam were both all right, but they looked a little bewildered. "How did you manage to wreck the car?" "Master, should I go after her and bring her back?" Sam then realized he had misunderstood his master. That violent tremor just now, it was a real fight. A pure, unadulterated fight. No need to chase after her, she'll come back. Chapter 76: The Visit of the Gamma Family. Loli's appearance served as a reminder to Lian that although he had mastered most of the main storyline knowledge, the introduction and usage of extraordinary items, and the speedrun plan, he only understood the tip of the iceberg of this world. The underlying logic and planning of the game world are far more complex than what players can see. Those nameless native NPCs, who were once just experience packs for players to harvest or paper figures to be looked down upon, are now living, breathing people standing in front of them. They have their own emotions, joys and sorrows, personalities and destinies. They are flesh and blood. And this variable of their own might very well derail them from their original destiny, and lead them to a completely new and unknown life. Like the Baroness's sister, Lori, in the original plot should have been that after the Baroness's death, she and the Baron investigated the cause of her sister's death together, and then they were both murdered to silence them. Now Lori, doubting herself, has come to the capital alone, thus avoiding her inevitable death. If she wants more clues, she will definitely come looking for me again. Lian helped the unconscious coachman up and placed him on the carriage, then had Sam take over the driver's position. The carriage returned to Earl Hall's snow-white manor. Count Hall and Simon were entertaining guests, Tandes, in the living room. Tandes, one of the future 4 sons of the North, a ruthless and vicious character, how did he end up here? Could it be that my own cheat father is also involved in smuggling with the Gamma family? The Hall family's businesses span the empire, covering everything from finance and real estate to insurance and railroads. They should have no interest in smuggling. Lian, you've come at the right time. This is Tandes, my friend. Simon smiled and introduced. He's always wanted to get to know you. Lian, you're back. Earl Hall beckoned to Lian. Lian walked over to his adoptive father's side. My mother and Chloe are still at the ball and will probably be home a little late. Please allow me to go back and change my clothes. Count Hall noticed the bloodstains on Leon's body and nodded slightly. He did not inquire about Lee's situation in front of outsiders, and Lee immediately confirmed that Mrs. Hall and Chloe were safe and sound. Lee led Sam and Hera out of the hall, Tandy's gaze following Sam, who was covered in blood. He had a morbid obsession with orcs and elves. I especially love seeing a stunningly handsome orc like Sam covered in blood. This made him suddenly feel like he had met someone like himself. Like himself, Lien shared the same hobbies. Is that Lien's maid? Yes, don't even think about taking advantage of Lien's maid. His maids are his private property, and he won't give them away easily, Simon said with a smile. The last time Dick asked him for a maid, he gave him a good scolding, and Dick cried for a long time in front of his mother because of it. Of course, private property must never be violated. Tandy smiled. Lee and the maid returned to the bedroom, and Sam closed the door behind them. Bang! A familiar sound rang out. Her dress had popped open again. What's wrong, Sam? Hera didn't understand. Why did Sam suddenly lose control of his emotions again? I sensed a deep malice, Sam said. That Tandy's wants to kill me cruelly, master. May I break his neck? Can Tandy's die? That is the question. As a powerful figure who established one of the last 4 major settlements for humanity in the late game, although he was abnormal and paranoid, his family saved 100,000 people in the north. If it weren't for Tandy's, the Gamma family would have chosen another ruthless person, someone even more abnormal than Tandy's. Furthermore, as a scion of a great noble family, Tandy's must have a magical mark on him. Killing him would result in being marked by the Gamma family and hunted down for life. Should we let Sam take this risk? The answer is no. It's not the right time, at least not now. If the Gamma family is angered and this powerful family living in the dark world comes to the fore, it could trigger a civil war and bring the apocalypse forward. I need to plan things out regarding Tandy's. Don't act rashly. Sam, change into some clean clothes and rest in your room. Understood, master, Sam said. Don't worry, I'll protect you until you become the Demon King, Lien said. As the first servant he had tricked into becoming a slave, Lien felt he should use both kindness and severity, restricting her behavior while also allowing her reasonable demands. Eliminating the scoundrels who want to kill you is a reasonable demand. However, the time is not right yet. Sam was touched when he heard what Lien said. Having lived so long without ever being sheltered, she hid in a corner and quietly began to cry. Wah, wah, wah! Don't cry, you two are just using each other. Hera comforted her from the side. This is also a drawback of having half-demon blood. When emotions are out of control, one is easily moved to tears or enraged. Don't be fooled by Sam's current emotional reaction to Lien's words. If Lien does anything that goes against Sam's interests, without the blood pact, Sam will still reveal his demonic claws and not hesitate to rip out Lien's heart. Therefore, Lien didn't care about the cheap sentimentality of the half-demon creature. Returning to the living room alone, Lien walked over to Earl Hall and frowned as he overheard his adoptive father discussing Chloe with Tandy's. My father's idea is that Miss Chloe is about the same age as my brother, so they can get engaged first, and then get married when they come of age, Tandy said. Upon seeing Lien return, Tandy stopped talking, smiled, and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Tandy's. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard many legendary stories about you. Lien politely shook hands with the other party. Likewise, I've also heard Simon mention many of Tandy's deeds. Tandy's was taken aback. He was still unknown. What achievements could he possibly have? You're all too kind. Simon smiled and raised his glass. Come on, let's drink to our gathering today. Count Hall also raised his glass. A servant handed Lien a glass of red wine, but Lien picked it up without drinking it. Instead, he asked, Dad, I overheard you two discussing Chloe's marriage just now? Yes, Tandy's younger brother Keps is about the same age as Chloe. Earl Hall did not want to offend the Gamma family. If it were in the past, let alone Tandy's coming to propose marriage in person, even if the Gamma family sent an engagement letter, the Hall family would have no choice but to accept it, and send their daughter to the islands for a marriage alliance if they wanted their family business to continue. But things are different now. Count Hall has a remarkable illegitimate son who is not only the holy son of the Sun Church, but also the fiancé of the witch Anna. With 2 powerful mountains at his back, Earl Hall spoke with confidence. He then changed the subject. However, Chloe is too young, and her best friend recently had an accident, so she won't be in the mood for an engagement right now. Even if we want to talk about it, we'll have to wait a while. Tandys did not expect Count Hall to decline so tactfully. Ordinary nobles usually just swallow their anger when faced with pressure from great nobles, especially the infamous Gamma family, who could take back whatever they wanted. Could it be that Lien Hall gave him confidence? Our Gamma family simply wants to form a blood alliance with the Hall family, to advance and retreat together. Chloe and Keps will become the bond between the 2 families, which is a good thing for both the Gamma and Hall families, isn't it? Tandys said to Old Hall, then turned to look at Lien. Moreover, this way Princess Anna will have the support of a great noble family, and I believe she will be very happy about it, right? The Gamma family has 3 votes in the upper house. Chapter 77. You heard that. My sister doesn't want to get married. Anna certainly needs the support and votes of the great nobles, but should Chloe's happiness be sacrificed for Anna's sake? Originally, Lien had no feelings for Chloe, Simon, or his adoptive father. He had given himself this identity, and there was no blood relation between him and them. He needed the identity of the Hall family's illegitimate son, but only to get closer to Anna. But having just met Lori made Lien realize that he could no longer treat the people around him as lifeless NPCs. Chloe was a pure and kind girl. She shouldn't have become a victim, sent to the archipelago, a place that devours people without spitting out the bones, and married to Keps, who was even more perverted than Tandys. Keps enjoys skinning people and making skin dolls, earning him the nickname, the Skinner, among players. Count Hall panicked slightly when he heard the conditions Tandys offered. He worried that, for Anna's sake, Lien might actually agree to Tandys' request. After all, everyone in the capital now knows that Lien is deeply in love with Princess Anna. Simon was suddenly caught in the middle and felt very awkward. He never imagined that Tandys was there to propose marriage on behalf of his brother, nor did he expect that such a big family matter would ultimately be decided by Lien Lei. Just as everyone was looking at Lien, waiting for his answer, Mrs. Hall and Chloe's carriage returned to the manor. Mrs. Hall saw her husband, Earl Hall, her eldest son Simon, Lien, and Tandys in the living room and guessed that they were discussing something. She then prepared to take Chloe back to her room. Lien called out to Chloe. Chloe, come here. Lien waved. Chloe, like a rabbit, trotted over to her beloved older brother. Brother, what's wrong? Is there news about Emma? No, this is Tandys, from the Gamma family of the archipelago. He's here today to discuss your marriage. He has a younger brother named Keps, who has loved skinning animals since he was a child and has a nickname, the Skinner. Are you willing to marry Keps? Lien asked. The expressions on everyone's faces changed. Earl Hall nearly dropped his wine glass. Simon's eyes widened, his gaze darting rapidly between Tandys and Lien. He had never heard that Keps was a Skinner, but Lien was clearly not lying, and judging from Tandys' expression, it seemed to be true as well. Mrs. Hall nearly screamed. She covered her mouth and leaned back slightly, but the maid caught her in time. Chloe's face turned pale with fright, and she threw herself into Lee's arms in terror. The servants remained silent, too terrified to say a word. Tandys, however, remained quite calm, speaking in a flat tone. Keps was a bit mischievous as a child, but if you were born in the archipelago and grew up amidst the waves and blood and iron, you would know that without fierce fangs, one would eventually become prey to be devoured by fish. Keps has the ability to protect the women. Brother, I don't want to go. I don't want to go to the archipelago, Chloe said. Lien patted her head and said to Tandys, You heard me, my sister doesn't want to get married. This answer surprised everyone. Even Earl Hall wouldn't dare to refuse Tandys so directly. After all, Tandys represented the Gamma family. Chloe nodded emphatically, unconsciously clenching her little fists and showing her fangs to Tandys, like a little beast baring its teeth. She disliked the Gamma family very much, even though the Gamma family was one of the 7 noble families. Earl Hall breathed a sigh of relief, feeling gratified to see that Lee had stood up for Chloe so firmly, and had not chosen to sacrifice his family for personal gain. Although he was an illegitimate child, he was indeed more outstanding than his other children. If it were Simon, he might choose to sacrifice Chloe's happiness to ensure the family's happiness. Mrs. Hall's gaze toward Lien burned even brighter, a qualitative leap from admiring his appearance to appreciating his soul. Even the daughters of the 7 noble families, the noble princesses, cannot decide their own marriages. Miss Chloe, are you an exception in the noble circles? Tandes asked. Chloe looked at Lee nervously. Yes, as long as I am still in the Hall family, Chloe can decide her own marriage. Whether she wants to marry a noble prince or a poor beggar, it is her freedom. Lien said. Elder brother. Chloe's eyes reddened slightly. She was deeply moved. Although she had never thought about getting married, she knew the unspoken rules of aristocratic circles. Aristocratic children, regardless of gender, could not have true freedom in marriage. They could act arrogantly in ordinary times, but in critical moments they were just pawns and tools for their elders to protect the interests of the family. Chloe also knew that Mrs. Hall frequently took her to balls in order to find her a nobleman of equal social standing for an engagement. Chloe, go back and rest with your mother. Lee patted Chloe on the shoulder, Chloe nodded, and left the living room with Mrs. Hall. Earl Hall smiled and said to Tandes, Chloe is too young. I told you this shouldn't be discussed now. Is the Hall family sure they want to turn down the olive branch offered by the Gamma family? Tandes asked in surprise. Alliance isn't limited to marriage. The islands are free and unrestrained, but not as comfortable and peaceful as the capital. If a young woman must marry far away, why can't it be Princess Maya of the Gamma family? If she's willing, she can marry my brother Simon. Lien sat on the sofa, swirling the red wine in his glass, like the most outstanding diplomat at the negotiating table, his tone firm and confident. Simon wanted to tell her that he had a fiancée, but upon hearing that the island's princess, Maya of the Gamma family, was a beauty whose looks were in no way inferior to Ellie, the rose of the empire, he chose to remain silent. Earl Hall nodded. Yes, Simon is 22 years old, which is the age for marriage. Tandes gave Lien a deep look. I will go back and tell my father about this, and he will ultimately decide. It was a pleasure chatting with you, but pleasant times are always short. It's getting late, so we won't let you stay overnight. Lien smiled and saw the guest off. Tandes stood up and said to Lien, Tomorrow, I'd like to invite you and Simon to a special auction. Trust me, you'll enjoy it. Okay, I'd love to. Simon immediately agreed. Lien nodded slightly. Simon escorted Tandes all the way to the door until the man left in his carriage. He hurried back to the living room and asked nervously, Lien, are you serious? You want Maya to marry me? She's a princess from the archipelago. I feel like I'm not good enough for her. Simon, how can you be so naive? The pirates in the archipelago want to use the Hall family's businesses to launder their initial wealth, and use our family to launder money for them. Earl Hall said with exasperation. You'd better hope that the Gamma family is unwilling to marry their noble princess to us. Chapter 78. You're so charming today, I have to reward you. Yes, His Majesty the Emperor is currently turning a blind eye to the pirates in the archipelago, but whichever of the 4 princesses ascends the throne will inevitably eliminate those pirates for the sake of the Empire's stability. The Gamma family is now paving the way for the future. Lien agreed with Earl Hall's point of view. Earl Hall, who was able to build his family business into the richest man in the Empire, was indeed quite clear-headed. If you refuse them on behalf of Princess Anna, will they support Princess Ellie instead? Count Hall asked. That's possible. Ellie has just lost Grand Duke Constantine's support. If the Gamma family is willing to extend an olive branch at this time, she might actually agree. Lien said. Okay, it sounds like I don't need to break off my engagement with my fiancé. Simon shrugged, unsure whether to express regret or not. Simon, your fiancée may not be beautiful, but she is proper enough and a true lady. You should be content. After you get married, find a few beautiful mistresses. That's what true aristocracy is, both dignified and enjoyable. Earl Hall taught. I see. Simon nodded in deep agreement, then looked at Leon with sympathy. In this era, it was considered undignified for a nobleman not to have one or two mistresses, but how could Leon, as Princess Anna's fiancé, possibly have a mistress? Who dares to steal a man from a witch? Simon felt that no matter how outstanding and dashing his younger brother was, he would never have a mistress in this life and would have to spend the rest of his life with that terrible witch. Fortunately, the witch has now gone to the north, and the younger brother has gained a moment of freedom. Simon was determined to take Leon to experience what a true aristocratic man is like. At night, there was a sudden knock on Leon's door. He thought it was his sister Chloe who couldn't sleep and came to talk to him again, but when he opened the door, he saw Mrs. Hall, who was still charming. Madam? Is there anything I can help you with? A fragrance wafted past Leon's nose. It smelled like roses, or perhaps a new type of perfume that combined the two. Can we go inside and talk? The wife squeezed into the room on her own, then gave Leon a big hug, her soft body pressing against him, and her fragrance intensified. Oh, darling, you look so charming today. You protected your sister Chloe, I must reward you. If the wife had just given Leon a kiss on the forehead, that would have been fine, but the wife kept kissing her, leaving lipstick all over Leon's face and neck, which was a bit too much. Although Mrs. Hall was Earl Hall's first official wife, there was a 13-year age difference between her and her husband. This age difference is nothing in noble marriages, but it has created an awkward situation where the husband has reached the sage realm while the wife is still in the tiger and wolf realm. Madam, that's enough. Leon pushed away the excited Mrs. Hall. For the sake of his father's reputation, he couldn't simply accept such enthusiasm. Mrs. Hall wasn't angry at all. Instead, she laughed heartily. Darling, I never imagined you were so shy. Madam, is there anything else? Perhaps she had drunk too much at the ball. Mrs. Hall, slightly tipsy, lifted her skirt and twirled around before sitting down on the edge of Leon's soft bed, displaying a liveliness and exuberance beyond her years. Why don't you come over? Mrs. Hall asked. Madam, you've had too much to drink. I'll have a servant take you home. For some reason, he saw a unique charm in Mrs. Hall. What's going on? Am I just too hungry? Normally, after his wife kisses him first, Leon would step back. Today, however, he acted somewhat strangely, even somewhat involuntarily. Instead of forcing his wife to leave, he allowed her to sit on the edge of his bed. Sensing something was wrong, Leon immediately took out the mirror of wisdom from his pocket and put it on his eyes. Through his glasses, Leon saw pinkish dust particles emanating from his wife's body. It's a lure. Madam, how could you possess the power of a lure? Having ruled out the possibility that she also became a succubus, it is most likely related to blasphemous potions or cursed objects. If it's a liquid medicine, then it's not a big problem. The effect won't last long, and there won't be any major side effects after it evaporates. However, if it's a cursed item, then we have to mention a cult that only appears in the mid-game. Oh? No, I'm not drunk. I fell in love with you the moment I first saw you. You make my heart race again, like I'm 15 or 16 again. Mrs. Hall's confession came unexpectedly. But what caught everyone off guard was Mrs. Hall pulling back the covers from Leon's bed. Lying in the bed was a stunningly beautiful white-haired maid. Unbeknownst to her, Hera had already claimed the bed for herself. Mrs. Hall's gaze shifted from dazed to surprised, and then back to dazed. Oh, so it's a maid? When Hall was young, he also liked to hide maids under the covers. Leon wondered whether he should explain or go with the flow and let his wife back down. After all, whether in terms of looks or age, the wife is at least not as good as Hera. Don't be so stingy, we can totally do it together. The lady smiled and looked at Leon. Ah, no wonder Mrs. Brittany managed to win over a third of the aristocracy all by herself. You guys are really something else. After muttering a curse to himself, Leon gave Sam, who was hiding nearby and peeking, trying not to laugh, a look. Sam immediately stepped forward and knocked Mrs. Hall unconscious with a karate chop. Master, do you want me to kill this old woman for you? No need, just help me see what's wrong with her, Leon said. Sam immediately used his reading ability on the Countess, who was as ordinary as could be. Master, she does have a problem. What's the problem? Leon asked. She came into contact with the cursed artifacts of the Rose School, Sam said. Like the Feasters, the Rose School is a heretical sect that runs counter to the three major Orthodox churches. The Rose School worships the Rose of Desire, advocates indulgence, and believes that desire can bring power and salvation. Extreme love, extreme hatred, and extreme pleasure are the three essential emotional elements that roses pursue. Unlike the revelers, the roses are not madmen, but most of the curses of the Rose School can cause people to fall into depravity and depravity. Lien finally understood why she had been behaving strangely. It turns out it was because of the perfume. Perfume. It looks like an ordinary perfume, but it is actually a cursed substance from the Rose School. Just one drop will make you incredibly charming and attract even the opposite sex who have no feelings for you to have fun with you. I almost fell for it, but luckily I have an extraordinary willpower and the cheat item, Mirror of Wisdom. The Mirror of Wisdom also has a nickname, the Mirror of Tranquility and Desire. Wearing this mirror allows you to enter a sage mode, letting reason and calmness take over, making it the nemesis of succubi and roses. Hera, could you please help Mrs. Hall clean up the mess? I want to sleep. Don't force me to work overtime, you heartless capitalist. Okay, wake up, I'll give you a snack. They coaxed Hera awake, helped Mrs. Hall clean up the pollution, and then found the cursed item, the perfume, on Mrs. Hall. Leon thought the reward for tonight was pretty good. I wonder if this thing will work on Hera? Never mind, what if she gets excited and turns into her true form? Wouldn't she just crush me to death? Let's wait until after the contract is signed, there's plenty of time. Chapter 79. You don't want your identity to be exposed, do you, Miss Succubus? Madam, where did you get this perfume from? To ensure family harmony and stability at home, Leon still had to ask the Countess, who had just woken up, for her opinion. Mrs. Hall had regained her senses and was utterly astonished when she recalled her actions. She wasn't ashamed, because she did have impure thoughts about Leon. She was just surprised by her own boldness, considering this was Snow White Manor, and Old Hall was still sleeping next door. Thinking of this, Mrs. Hall felt a chill of fear. Then, remembering Leon's rejection of her, she completely gave up on the idea. It was given to me by Deacon Rowe. It really was that guy. Just as Leon had expected, he had to give Luowei a warning to prevent him from harming his family again. At least on the surface, the Hall family members were his family. He had no intention of poisoning the old Count to seize power. This cheap father of mine is mostly quite kind to me. Madam, go back and rest. I will pretend that tonight's events never happened. Don't have any more contact with Luowei in the future. He's a very dangerous guy. I understand. Mrs. Hall believed everything Lee said. Also, father is a good man, so please behave yourself in the future. Lee gave Mrs. Hall a warning. I understand, there won't be a next time. Mrs. Hall hurriedly fled back to her room, and breathed a long sigh of relief when she saw her husband still fast asleep in bed. Perhaps out of guilt, Mrs. Hall climbed into her husband's bed for the first time, giving the already sage Old Hall a thorough pampering. Old Hall opened his eyes, saw his hard-working wife, and felt a pang of guilt. He took out his treasured medicine from the drawer and stretched his old back. Finally, the couple, who hadn't touched each other for 10 years, rekindled their old romance. Hall, I will never do anything to betray you again. Oh, darling, don't say that. It's me who's wronged you. Wait, what have you wronged me about? I have fallen in love with your son Lien. Please forgive me, he looks just like you when you were young. I miss the way you looked back then. Of course I will forgive you. Earl Hall was a very open-minded man. Since his wife had taken the initiative to confess, it proved that there had been no substantive inappropriate behavior between her and Lien. I understand now. I only realized it today. From beginning to end, it was you I loved, Hall. You are still as strong as you were when you were young. Mrs. Hall was in a good mood after confessing and asked for tenderness again. Hearing the sounds coming from the next room, Lien felt that she had once again contributed to the harmony of her family. The next day, Lien went out early in the morning to visit Ellie at the Red Rose Castle. Ellie's eyes lit up when she saw Lien. Sure enough, her charm was unmatched. After being teased at the ball last night, Lien couldn't resist and came to find her first thing this morning. Ellie, who fantasized about stepping on Lien with her high heels and making Lien kneel and beg for forgiveness, straightened her gorgeous dress, looked down at Lien, and said in her usual arrogant tone, "If you wanted to invite me to go boating on the Rhine or on a date in the secret garden, then you're too late. Today I have to deal with the murder of the noblewoman Emma and find the demon hiding in the capital." "Princess Ellie, why go elsewhere to capture the demons of the capital? Aren't there demons right here with you?" Lien said calmly. Ellie's expression changed slightly, but she remained defiant. "I don't understand what you're talking about." Lien leaned closer to Ellie and whispered in her ear, "Stay away from me and my family, whether it's you or your demon butler. You don't want your identity to be exposed, do you, Miss Succubus?" "You!" Ellie bit her lip, looking at Lien with a mixture of shame and anger. At this moment, her emotions were complex, a mixture of anger at having her secret exposed and excitement at being warned. Yes, no one has ever rejected or threatened her like this since she was born. Only when she stood in front of Lien could she feel her pulse quicken, her heart rate rise sharply, her voice involuntarily rise in pitch, and her body tremble unconsciously. If this unusual physiological reaction isn't love, what else could it be? Ellie gave the servants a look. "All of you, get out of my way." Inside the reception room, all the servants quietly withdrew, leaving only Lien and Ellie in the empty space. "Isn't it you who wants to cooperate with me to take down Saya?" Ellie looked at Lien, her long red hair disheveled and drifting in all directions, pink dust particles emanating from her body, a sign of a succubus unleashing her full power. Ellie was determined to win over Lien today, and not let him continue to ignore her. "Am I the only one who wants to get close to you, and you have absolutely no interest in me?" Ellie's eyes turned red, her fair and translucent skin was tinged with a crystal-clear pink glow, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, and her skirt fell away like flower petals, revealing her figure that could be described as having a golden ratio. She tiptoed slightly, a position that allowed her to look Lien in the eye, so that Lien could see her eyes more clearly and be captivated by her allure. Lien's glasses were slightly loose, and tiny cracks had appeared on the lenses. "What does that mean? Even the Mirror of Wisdom couldn't withstand it? Are you kidding me? What kind of a rogue haven't I played? What kind of models haven't I seen? How could I possibly be defeated by a mere succubus?" Bang! Lien pushed Ellie against the wall, and the back of Ellie's head hit the wall with a clear thud. But anger was immediately replaced by smugness. Because Liun's body was pressed tightly against hers. "They've taken the bait?" Ellie reached out and wrapped her arms around Lee's neck, then gave him a deep kiss. The moment their lips touched, an accident occurred. Bang! Ellie turned into a sheep. This is another spell. Turn into a lamb. Included in Richard's imagination. After Lien used the frog spell. It originated from the half-demon Sam. After turning into a white lamb, Ellie's charm was greatly diminished. The Mirror of Wisdom calmed Lien down once again, restoring him to his sage mode. Ellie was furious. She never imagined she would turn into a sheep. Bah! 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 She bleated like a sheep, which made her even angrier. She couldn't speak anymore, she could only call out like this. "If I dumped you in the slums of downtown right now, guess what would happen?" Lien picked up Ellie the lamb. Meow, meow, meow. Ellie started by cursing at Lien, but then turned to pleading, looking at Lien with teary eyes. She simply couldn't imagine what she would encounter if she turned into a sheep. "Don't mess with me again, and especially remember to keep an eye on the people around you. Tell Ro to stay away from my family. This is just a small warning." Lien slapped the sheep's rump a few times before leaving Ellie the sheep behind and walking away gracefully. Ignoring the pain in her bottom, Ellie quickly hid in her closet, waiting for the magic to end or for the irresponsible road to return. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! That damned Lien Hall! Ellie's eyes were bloodshot, her wool standing on end. Thinking of the humiliation she had suffered today, she vowed to make Lien pay double. When Ro returned, Ellie's sheep had already fainted from anger, while Lien had already gracefully retired and returned to the Earl's mansion. My dear brother, why are you still wearing this? Quickly change into a formal suit. We're going to a special auction, have you forgotten? Simon walked over to Lien and scolded. A proper nobleman will not wear the same clothes twice. Chapter 80. Such an upright man is a rare find in the world. The distance between the capital and the north is such that even by steam train, it takes a week to travel there. This is a rather long railway. It took a lot of manpower and resources to build it, but it finally connected the northern border with the most prosperous capital city on the continent, promoting economic exchange and communication between the two places. To prevent damage to Grand Duke Constantine's body, it was placed in an ice coffin and kept cool with magical crystals to ensure it would not decompose. This also made the temperature in the carriages where the bodies were stored very low, and the soldiers had to wrap themselves in thick cotton-padded coats to keep warm. And you shouldn't have come with me to the north. You should have stayed in the capital, Anna said to Anne, who was trembling beside her. Anne, wrapped in a cotton-padded coat and cloak, disguised herself as Anna's maid. Yes, you should stay in the capital and help His Highness guard Lord Lien, and report on Lord Lien's situation at any time. Katie joked that she knew and had been spying on Lien when she was in the capital, trying to find fault with him, but she always ended up shooting herself in the foot. I don't want to stay in the capital. And finally had a chance to be alone with Anna on a paid trip, so why would she give up such a good opportunity? She was determined to take this chance to win back Anna's heart, and also to say bad things about Lien. That restless man, even if I don't keep an eye on him, I know what he's doing. He's either messing around with his pretty maid or falling at Ellie's feet. Last time, he might have even participated in those dirty auctions and bought 1 or 2 female slaves to have his fun until His Highness goes back to get engaged to him. Annie, I won't allow you to talk about him like that. Anna always treated Anne like a younger sister, which is why Anne was able to be so bold. Actually, what Anne said is not entirely wrong, Your Highness. There are too many temptations in the capital. Lord Lien's appearance can indeed easily cause some unnecessary trouble. Katie then changed the subject. Therefore, Your Highness, you should entrust the mission to the north to me and Anne, and you can go back and enjoy some time alone with Lord Lien. I take back what I just said. A man as upright as Lien is a rare find in this world. I have never seen anyone with such noble character and self-discipline. Neither I nor Ellie could possibly separate him from His Highness. His relationship with the maid is as pure as plain water. He would never attend those despicable auctions, much less become a mistress's lover. And said in a very serious tone. She was genuinely afraid that Anna would turn back because she was worried about Lien, and then how could she spend time alone with Anna to develop their relationship? Meanwhile, according to Annie, the exceptionally upright man, Lien, is participating in a special auction. Achoo! Lien sneezed inexplicably, guessing that someone must be missing him. It's either Anna or Anne. And that little girl also went to the north with her sister. Who knows, she might be saying bad things about me. Forget it, I won't argue with her. We'll be family sooner or later anyway. Tandy's, Simon, and Lien were led to a special private room on the 2nd floor by the auction house staff. The semi-open private rooms offer a direct view of the items on the auction stage. This place is magnificent, with the finest food and utensils. It's a place where nobles spend money like water. Lien sat on a soft red leather sofa, holding a glass of expensive red wine that was as valuable as gold. Hera and Sam were not allowed to enter. The auction rules prohibited bringing any servants, as stipulated by the Tavel auction house. The Tavel auction house, nominally owned by the Marquis de Plata family, has long been secretly transferred to the Gamma family. The items auctioned here are all smuggled goods, slaves, and cursed objects. The Bureau of Containment of Anomalies has tried to investigate this auction house multiple times, but each time government agencies have intervened to stop it, as it is a privileged area for high-ranking nobles. At the same time, this place is also a refuge for many wealthy people. Once they enter the Tavel auction house, the Gamma family will provide protection. Even if they commit heinous crimes, no law enforcement agency will dare to arrest them here unless they offend the Gamma family. Tandis invited Lien and Simon to the auction not to seek revenge on Lien, but because he genuinely wanted to befriend him. As for the marriage between the two families, it didn't matter to Tandis whether Chloe married his perverted brother or his well-regarded sister married into the family. Tandis didn't have much affection for his siblings. After all, they would all be fighting him for the inheritance in the future. Unlike others, Lien and Sith Frank were people he truly needed to befriend. Kep and Wilson were also invited. Tandis knew they were friends with Lien, but as for Hughes, due to Count Dieter's misfortune, Hughes was now in dire straits and was not on Tandis's list of friends at all. When Kep saw Lien, he went up to him and gave him a big hug, almost spilling the expensive glass of red wine. "Oh, friend, I thought we'd never see each other again until you graduated from seminary." "You're such a busy person," Kate remarked. "I'm sorry, I've been quite busy lately." Lee handed the drink to Wilson. Wilson took a sniff and exclaimed in surprise, "Moshidi? Oh, that's something only royalty can enjoy. Today, everyone here is a distinguished guest. Please feel free to drink as much as you like." Tandis generously stated that he has never been stingy when it comes to making friends, which is why Simon enjoys spending time with him so much. "Lien, thanks to you, this is the first time I've been invited into the Tavel auction house." Kep raised an eyebrow and sat down next to Lee. "How could this be? Isn't this your family business?" Wilson asked, puzzled. Kemp shrugged. "It hasn't been like that for 50 years. It's been the Gamma family's business for a long time. Come, let's toast Tandis. He's the one who calls the shots here," Simon said. Several young people raised their glasses and clinked them with Tandis. Tandis said modestly, "No, my uncle is in charge here, and I'm just a regular here. Welcome everyone. The auction is now officially open. Please welcome our first item." The host's voice drew everyone's attention. Lien, Simon, Wilson, and others also looked toward the auction stage. The curtain slowly opened, and two staff members pushed a cart covered with red silk to the front of the display stand. "I wonder what kind of good stuff it is," Wilson said excitedly. "No matter what it is, I can't afford it, but I can look at it." "I candidly say that," Capet said. "Me too, I'm here to broaden my horizons." Wilson scratched his white hair and said embarrassedly. Tandis didn't say anything about it. He just felt that the noble children living in the capital were too comfortable, which was why they were so frank and honest. "Actually, I've also exceeded my budget this month, Tandis. You should have brought me here sooner." Simon smiled helplessly. "Everyone knows he's rich. He just said that to ease the awkwardness and prevent Kemp and Wilson from feeling slighted." "Here we go," Tandis reminded him. The host then pulled back the red silk cloth, revealing the slaves in the cage. The crowd immediately erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Chapter 81 Miss Mermaid, Why Does She Look So Familiar? On the cart was a giant transparent water tank with a diameter of 2 meters, and inside the tank was a mermaid. Why does this scene seem so familiar? Where have I seen this before? Oh, One Piece. Many people stood up, wanting to get a closer look at the mermaids in the deep sea. Wilson, Cape, and Simon were seeing mermaids for the first time. They excitedly rushed forward, their eyes wide open, almost popping out of their sockets. Tandy seemed quite satisfied with the items up for auction, and he stood up from the sofa and walked to the front of the box. Even the well-informed Lien was slightly taken aback. "Wait a minute, why does this mermaid look so familiar? Isn't this the twin sister with whom I had a fierce battle not long ago in the carriage? Loli? How could you be a mermaid? Does that mean Loli's sister Rose is also a mermaid? What a dark fairy tale this is." The mermaid Rose went ashore for love and married the handsome Baron. In the end, she was forced by the Baron to become a social butterfly. No, get rid of those messy thoughts in your head. The original plot wasn't written like that. It's probably a hidden plot point, not closely related to the main storyline, which I overlooked. Lien suddenly felt a little guilty for being a player with all achievements, as he had missed a lot of the game's deeper storylines. He sat behind the sofa to avoid being seen by others. Then he gently raised his hand and patted the hat on his head. Since Sam couldn't enter as a maid, she became a top hat. Sam understood immediately. He knew his master wanted more information about the mermaid before him. Master, it is indeed your old flame. Do I really need to remind you? Let's talk about something else. Lien tapped the brim of his hat 3 times with his fingers. Sam said in a low voice. Miss Lori is human. She is seriously injured. She is hiding a secret. Sam can only read 3 clues at a time. Any more would be too much for her. Lien frowned slightly. If Loli wasn't a mermaid, then why did she take on the appearance of a mermaid? Magic? Ordinary transformation magic won't fool Tandy's discerning clients who have a penchant for orcs. Furthermore, using magic to create mermaids for auction is just ruining your own reputation. Does the auction house care about its image? Lori was in a huge water tank, with chains around her neck and hands, tape over her mouth, and wearing a thin mermaid dress. It was a tight-fitting dress that just revealed her fishtail while covering her entire body, quite different from the puffy skirts worn by nobles. She looked at the nobles in the auction stands and made muffled cries for help. Who would have thought that she was just attending Princess Ellie's ball and being called the Baroness? Today, however, they have been reduced to slaves and pushed onto the auction stage. I didn't expect that the main event would start right away. Yes, is this the legendary deep-sea mermaid? It's absolutely gorgeous. Don't try to take her from me. I'm going to buy her and keep her at home to admire her. Don't you guys think she looks familiar? Like Mrs. Rose? Mrs. Rose? You're right. Hearing that someone recognized her disguised identity as her sister Rose, a glimmer of hope rose in Lori's heart. But the next second, that hope was completely shattered. Oh, you've made me even more excited. If Mrs. Rose is a mermaid, that would be wonderful. Once I take a picture of her, I'll invite you all to taste the flavor of mermaids. I wonder if the late Baron knows this, haha. People were buzzing with excitement, eager to take a picture of the mermaid. In people's eyes, Loli only showed greed and evil, without a trace of pity. Then, a familiar figure appeared in the crowd. Lien. What's he doing here? Can he save himself? Such a thought was fleeting. Considering that she had just attempted to assassinate him, how could he possibly save her? At this moment, Lori was utterly desperate. Do I really have to be treated like a slave or a pet? Ladies and gentlemen, although its appearance is quite good, it is not a purebred deep-sea mermaid. It only possesses 1/4 of the bloodline. Therefore, the starting price is 1,000 gold pounds. 1,000 gold pounds? Why don't you just rob someone? Lien's lips twitched as he considered whether he could resolve the matter by force. Looking back, the cat that had become Hera was nowhere to be found. Since Hera and Sam could not follow as maids, one was turned into a cat and the other into a hat. Hera the cat was clearly not as well behaved as the hat-wearing cat. She'd probably run off somewhere having fun. Since she couldn't be found at this crucial moment, Lien didn't want to rashly challenge the authority here. With their own strength and Sam's help, they couldn't force their way into Tavel Auction House. They had to use money to pave the way. Taking stock of his assets, Sam had sold all the blasphemous potions for 500 gold pounds, plus the 589 gold pounds generously given by the knights and heretics, and the 250 gold coin allowance from Hall, for a total of 1,339 gold pounds. Can we buy Loli back? That's a big question. Fortunately, Lien wasn't the only one who thought it was too expensive. Upon hearing that the starting price for the mermaid was 1,000 gold pounds, the crowd that had been jeering immediately fell silent. Only 2 wealthy nobles who were particularly fond of the unusual opened the bidding. Each time you raise your hand, you gain 50 gold pounds. Tandy's explained the auction rules to Lien, Simon, and others, and casually raised his own paddle. He has a particular fondness for mermaids, especially those who are not purebred orcs. Seeing Tandy's participate in the bidding, the other two nobles backed down and did not continue to follow. Even so, the price reached a staggering 1,150 gold pounds. This is a game only the rich can play. I can only watch, Kep said with a sigh. Actually, I think she's quite pitiful. Wilson asked hesitantly. Tandez, what are you going to do after you take the picture? Put it in your house for guests to see? No, I will make her my private property. I don't like sharing my collection with others, Tandy said. That's similar to Lian, isn't it? Lian smiled without saying a word, completely denying that the two had anything in common. If Lori is really taken away by Tandy's, a real nightmare awaits her. Tandy's, could you give her to me? Lian said. Little brother, do you like it? I can take a picture for you. Simon, who was just saying that he had used up his budget for the month, said this directly. He now helps Earl Hall manage his family business, and his monthly dividends are enough to buy any precious collectible. 1,000 pounds of gold is nothing to him. Lian's eyes lit up. How could he forget that he had a powerful backer? Chapter 82 Hera's Buffet Restaurant. Yes, I have a special fondness for mermaids. Lian spoke frankly. Seeing Lian's frankness, Tandy shrugged helplessly. Since you like it so much, I'll reluctantly part with it. Cape and Wilson watched with envy, but unfortunately they didn't have the financial means, and in the end they could only watch helplessly as Lian won the mermaid for 1,200 gold pounds. And Simon paid the bill. Why wasn't I born into the Hall family? Kep said sourly. Sigh, my dad wants to find me a rich fiancé. I wanted to refuse yesterday, but I'm hesitant today. Wilson said. When it comes to fiancés, I still have to listen to my family. Simon said that ever since he listened to his father's advice, he now finds his fiancée more and more pleasing to the eye. So what if she's not pretty? As long as she's decent and generous enough, and can tolerate his mistress, that's enough. Lori never expected that she would end up being picked up by Lian. But she would rather die at Lian's hands than be tortured to death by other nobles. Lori gave Lian a grateful look before being pushed away again by the staff. Only after the auction ended could Lian receive his auctioned items. Why do I feel like there's something strange about the way it's looking at you? Tandy's looked at Lian with a suspicious gaze. If he knew about the relationship between Lian and Loli, he probably wouldn't have been willing to withdraw from the auction. He could allow Lian to share the same hobbies as him, but he could not allow Lian to take away any of the orcs he had his eye on in order to save people. A deep-sea mermaid with 1/4 bloodline is also a half-beast race. What's so strange about that? Don't you think Lian looks like he could make any woman fall for him? It's just a pity that once his terrible fiancé comes back, he'll never have another chance. Simon sighed helplessly, seemingly indignant about his brother's fate. This remark resonated with Kep and Wilson, who also found Princess Anna, Lian's fiancée, terrifying. You all think Princess Anna is terrifying, but I think Lian has a good eye, Tandy said, his eyes revealing a morbid admiration. If I could have a witch, then I would have no regrets in this life. Lian gave Tandy's a deep look. Very well, you have found a way to die. A perverted gaze has fallen on my wife? I thought only Lee was a warrior, but I didn't expect Tandy's to be just as good. Simon joked. Wilson swallowed hard. He always felt that Tandy's was a man who seemed generous but was actually dangerous. Slow-witted Kate didn't think that way. Recently, a certain wife suddenly said she wanted to return to her family and devote herself to her husband, and inexplicably proposed to break up with him, leaving him feeling a little empty. He decided to use the good wine here to drown his sorrows, 1 glass to freedom, 1 glass to the past. Of course, his former friend Hughes was even more down on his luck. Have you seen Hughes recently? Wilson took the initiative to start a conversation. Lian, who was pondering how to kill Tandy's in 100 different ways, snapped out of his thoughts and shook his head. No. I heard that his elder brother has inherited the new earldom, and he is going to join the army. Kep said. Oh? Going to the battlefield? That's too dangerous. Wilson said. Just as the three were discussing hues, the second item was brought to the display stand, once again eliciting cheers from the audience. The cage contained a catgirl whose entire body was covered in fur. This is a slave from a defeated Orcish Alliance nation, of pure blood, and even from Orcish royalty. Starting bid, 500 gold coins. This time, my friend, you can't take it from me, Tandy said to Lee. Certainly. Leon made a casual gesture. Tandy successfully bid on the catgirl, and then went on to bid on 3 more elf slaves. Does this place only sell slaves? Wilson asked. The kind-hearted boy couldn't bear to see such a scene, especially after hearing that many of them were nobles from defeated countries who had been brought here as slaves. How could that be? I'm not really interested in slaves either. There are good things here, Simon said. The host then presented the 20th item for auction, a palm-sized doll of a young girl. The cursed object, the doll, is not only exquisitely crafted down to the point that every single hair is real, but it also possesses terrifying power. Giving it to your enemy will cause them to unknowingly fall into the illusion of the doll, ultimately leading to their collective suicide. Her best achievement was causing 300 people to commit suicide simultaneously. Of course, never be bewitched by her, and place it by your bedside. This is no ordinary doll, the host explained. The hedonistic nobles were unwilling to spend a lot of money on this cursed item that sounded so ominous, and only a few people made a bid. It's terrifying that this thing is in someone else's hands. Why not destroy it? Wilson asked. Tandy's and Simon gave Wilson a strange look, unsure whether to praise his naivety or his simplicity. Wilson, you've been too well protected by your family, Tandy said meaningfully. Simon chuckled and explained. There are many things in this world that are 1,000 times more terrifying than this. Lian wasn't particularly interested in the cursed object, but his left eyelid suddenly started twitching uncontrollably. Slaves only account for 10% of the items in this auction. The majority are cursed items and the latest blasphemous drugs. Tandy's is clearly in the know. Hearing Tandy say that, Lian finally understood why his eyelids had been twitching. With so many cursed objects, it's practically Hera's buffet. No wonder this guy disappeared as soon as he came in. He's probably backstage now, busy eating. Tandy's, this isn't your property, is it? Lian asked again. Tandy's nodded. My uncle manages it. If it were my property, I would give it to you unconditionally, no matter what you want. I told you long ago, Tandy's is the most generous person I've ever met. Simon praised it. Lian remained noncommittal, then suddenly stood up. Excuse me, gentlemen, I need to go to the restroom. I want to go too. Wilson stood up. Lian wanted to refuse this kind of toilet-sharing practice that only existed in elementary school, but seeing Wilson's innocent face, he had no choice but to take him along. As Wilson stepped out of the private room, he said to Lian, Although this is indeed a place only the rich can go, I will never come here again. Why? Lian asked curiously. Those slaves look so pitiful. Wilson sighed. As a civilized city, we should have abolished slavery long ago. Indeed, Wilson, you possess noble character, Lian said. No, I'm just an ordinary person. I really wish I could be like you, with both character and ability. But I've begged my father many times, and he still won't let me become an extraordinary person. Maybe only by becoming an extraordinary person can I have the power to change this world, Wilson said. Why not try the anomalous containment facility? I heard they're recruiting new people and they have at least 12 kinds of potions. Lee showed Wilson the way. Really? Wilson said excitedly. Lian nodded. The matter of the feast cult has forced them to recruit more extraordinary individuals. Then I'll give it a try. Could you write me a letter of recommendation? Certainly. Lian patted Wilson on the shoulder. The boy's life trajectory had not changed because of him. He would enter the anomalous containment facility, and eventually become an extraordinary superhuman, as well as a member of the game's protagonist group. Well, it can't be said that nothing has changed, because Hera, the witch who was originally going to make a contract with Wilson, has now taken on her own form. Chapter 83 Is Princess Saya running naked? The auction house's restrooms were all individual stalls, which gave Lian the opportunity to get away from Wilson. While Wilson was in the restroom, Lian used boiling blood to speed things up and found the warehouse based on the auction house map he remembered. Sam, become like Saya. Yes, master. Lian took off his hat and threw it aside. Sam immediately transformed into the appearance of the second princess, Saya. Although Saya wasn't considered a top-tier beauty compared to her older sister Ellie and younger sister Anna, she was still quite alluring without clothes on. Especially her large, pitiful eyes, so full of heartbreak, are almost sinful. The guards had never seen anything like this before. Saya had lured them away with just a glance. Lian then put on a mask and slipped inside. The scene inside the warehouse was shocking. Rows of independent fish tanks contain mermaids of various colors, some of which have already been tortured beforehand, their blood staining the entire tank red. One by one, the elven girls were bound and stripped until they were as smooth as boiled eggs, with only the iron shackles around their necks, hands, and feet serving as decorations. The orcs and slaves of other races, like lambs to the slaughter, stared blankly ahead. Passing by these slaves, you can see towering shelves. The shelves were filled with numbered cursed items and blasphemous drugs. A snow-white ragdoll cat, its belly bulging, scurried among them, looking like it had already eaten quite a bit. Dozens of empty lead boxes were scattered on the ground. Meow. Hera greeted Lian warmly when she saw him arrive. You idiot, do you even know where you are? Lian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Hera is going to become a wanted criminal by Tavel Auction House. Her bounty will probably be posted all over the country. Meow? Meow. What's the fuss about? What haven't I seen? I only ate a little bit of their cursed food. Don't disturb my meal, I'm not full yet. Hera licked her cat paws and looked down at Lian with the disdainful gaze one would give an ant. Lian lifted Hera up in one swift motion. Idiot, all the items auctioned at Tavel Auction House are marked. The marks can only be removed after a customer buys them. Otherwise, even if you eat them, the marks won't disappear. Meow? Huh? Is that so? Hera looked completely bewildered. How many have you eaten? Lian asked. Meow meow. Hera innocently stretched out her claws, only to find that 2 claws weren't enough, so she stretched out 4. So, more than 30. Then you've already consumed more than 30 magical marks. Now you're a walking radar. The Tavel Auction House will find you wherever you go. Meow? Meow meow. What if we find them? At worst, we'll just kill them. Hera clenched her little paws. Having consumed so many cursed items, Hera felt she had regained half of her strength. Destroying this auction house would be a piece of cake. Are you sure? Your contract hasn't been broken yet. You have 70% of your power that will be stolen. How could you possibly beat the Tavel Auction House? Meow? Meow? Huh? How did you know? You're talking in your sleep. Meow? Meow? Lying? How could I talk in my sleep? You not only talk in your sleep, but you also sleepwalk, clinging to me like an octopus. Meow 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 meow. No, shut up, you ant, I'm not listening. A human and a cat were arguing. Rose, who was in the fish tank, didn't know whether to disturb them, but considering that her own survival was the most important thing, she still knocked on the fish tank. Rose sent out a distress signal. Hera turned her head and narrowed her eyes. There was a witness. It seemed she was going to kill him to silence him. Rose also sensed the murderous intent in the cat's eyes and inexplicably felt a chill run down her spine. Don't do that, we're on the same side, Lian said. Rose was surprised and didn't understand why the masked man in front of her said, One of our own. Could he be someone I know? Anyway, we've already eaten more than 30. Let's eat the rest too, so as not to waste them. I'll teach you how to do it in a bit. Lian put Hera down, and Hera's eyes lit up. She immediately did as she was told, forgetting about being a witness. Her stomach is a bottomless pit, she can never get enough to eat. Lian walked to the fish tank, opened the lid, and tore off the tape stuffed into Rose's mouth. The key, we need to find the key to get me out of here. There are bombs on these collars, Rose said nervously. It's the same old trick, I already knew it. I have already bought you. After the auction, the staff will take you to my residence and provide you with the key. You don't need to worry. Upon hearing Lian's words, Rose immediately realized who the man in front of her was. Lian Hall. It really is him. But what about the others? Rose asked. I'm not Luffy, I have no obligation to save all slaves. Who is Luffy? Rose asked, puzzled. Please save us. A beastman girl who looked only 5 or 6 years old suddenly spoke up. Lian was slightly taken aback. The orc girl's name is Yabu, and she is related to Hera's contractor, and is the key to finding Hera's contractor. Unexpectedly, Hera accidentally triggered a crucial plot point. Since that's the case, there's nothing that can be done about it. These slaves must be saved. Lian took out the Chaos Dagger. These specially made collars, handcuffs, and leg irons are equipped with bombs that will explode immediately upon being destroyed. Trying to destroy something by force without the key is suicidal. But the Chaos Dagger is different. It can disrupt internal order, including the internal structure of the collar, making it a natural-born tool for unlocking locks. Many players have bought the Chaos Dagger to open noble safes. Lian used the Chaos Dagger to slash at Yabu's neck. Ah dash! Yabu closed his eyes in terror. Rose and the other slaves also closed their eyes in unbearable sorrow. Yabu thought he was going to die, but the sound of an explosion never came. Clang! Yabu's collar fell to the ground. The slaves all stared at Yabu in astonishment, their numb eyes revealing a will to survive, and they all knelt down before Lian. Please save us, save us! First answer me, are you willing to join the Feast cult and become believers in Feast? We are willing, we are willing! The slaves almost without hesitation wanted to seize the only chance of survival, if even a cult was better than being slaves. Very good. Lian used the Chaos Dagger to slash open the collars of each slave, smash the fish tank, and release the mermaids. Just as Lian thought, these mermaids were not real deep-sea mermaids. They had all become mermaids through special means, perhaps a curse, or perhaps some other method. So they can breathe even when they are not underwater, and after leaving the water, their fish tails turn into legs. Hera, are you full? Kindness. Hera ate all the food in the warehouse. If she still said she wasn't full, that would be too pretentious. Take them all away 5 minutes after I leave the warehouse. Having arranged everything, Lian left the warehouse. Sam then threw the unconscious guard into the warehouse, transformed back into a hat, and put it on Li's head. Fortunately, there is no surveillance in this era, otherwise Lian's actions would probably have been exposed. After taking off his mask and tossing it into the warehouse behind him, Liun casually turned and went into the restroom. He unexpectedly bumped into Wilson. Lian? Why are you back from outside? Wilson? I came to see you. I just went out and saw Princess Saya. Princess Saya? What's she doing here? Lian leaned close to Wilson's ear and whispered something. Wilson's pupils dilated, and he exclaimed in astonishment. Princess Saya is running around naked? Chapter 84. He targets only nobles, ignoring commoners. Everyone has the right to kill him. Wilson could hardly believe what he was hearing, but he also felt that Lian was not the type to lie, and even if he liked to joke, he would never joke about Princess Saya. Princess Saya is hailed as the jewel of the empire, an inviolable existence. In most people's hearts, she is even more sacred than the perfectly beautiful Princess Ellie. How could she possibly be running around naked? Especially at an auction? Wilson was so surprised that he forgot why Li had suddenly disappeared. On their way back to the private room, they overheard others discussing Princess Saya, which made Wilson even more convinced of Lian's words. Perhaps Princess Saya has some unknown quirks, or perhaps I'm mistaken. In any case, this is not a topic for discussion, Wilson. Let's keep this to ourselves. Lian made the suggestion. Wilson nodded immediately. If this gets out, it will definitely be another major scandal for the royal family, even bigger than Ellie's attempt to seduce Lian. Back in the private room, Simon smiled and said to Lian, "You didn't see the items that were just displayed, otherwise you would have liked them. It's a pity they were all sold out. We're not the only wealthy family in the capital." "That sounds like a real shame," Lian echoed. "It's all right, I just bought a pair of twin maids. If you like, I can give you one." Simon was indeed a good elder brother. He was usually humble and tolerant. However, his aristocratic upbringing instilled in him a sense of hierarchy among people, and he treated slaves like livestock. He could not be considered a good person. Therefore, there's nothing to feel guilty about causing him to lose money. "Thank you, but I think since we're twins, we shouldn't separate them to avoid mixing us up." Lian politely declined. "Simon, do you need a younger brother?" Kep said, his eyes shining. Before Simon could answer, the clamor of the auction was ripped apart by a piercing alarm. Tandy's Gamma jumped to his feet. "What happened?" This was the first time he had ever heard an alarm sound at an auction. Something like this had almost never happened before. "The warehouse district has been attacked, sir." A security captain rushed into the private room, speaking rapidly. Before he could finish speaking, the entire building began to shake violently. First, the chandeliers on the dome swung wildly, and the crystal pendants collided, creating a chaotic symphony. Then came the cracking sound of the partition wall between the private rooms. The VIPs rushed toward the exit in a panic, only to be stopped by well-trained security personnel who formed a human wall. The faint glow of various extraordinary weapons gleamed in their hands, and their expressions were solemn yet orderly. Simon steadied himself against the box railing as the box swayed, looking at Tandy's. "Tandy's, what happened?" Boom! A tremendous sound replaced Tandy's answer, and the dome of the auction hall was completely ripped off. Accompanied by the gusts of wind that nearly knocked people over when ancient creatures flapped their wings. Bricks, wooden beams, and the remains of crystal chandeliers fell like rain, barely blocked by the shields erected by security personnel. Nobles, merchants, and collectors alike all looked up, their pupils reflecting the overwhelming spectacle. A giant dragon with snow-white scales spread its wings, each scale gleaming with a cold, silvery light, and ancient silver runes flowing across its wing membranes. Its size almost filled the entire sky after the roof was lifted, and its two crimson vertical pupils looked down indifferently, like a god looking down at ants. Everyone was in an uproar. "It's a dragon! An extinct ancient dragon! My God, is it really a dragon? Could this be the grand finale of the auction?" The nobles were not afraid at all. On the contrary, they showed excitement and surprise, and rushed forward to watch without regard for their own safety. Fortunately, the security personnel were all highly trained superhumans, and they stopped these reckless individuals. "Wait, there seems to be someone on the dragon's back," Kep exclaimed. People saw the slaves on the dragon's back, who had bound themselves firmly to the dragon's scales with iron chains, like a group of rebellious rebels who were willing to risk their lives. "The feast will never end!" As the first slave roared, the other slaves followed suit with shouts. "The feast will never end!" The nobles were stunned. It was those heretics from the feast church causing trouble again. The feast cult was notorious among the nobility because they targeted the nobility, not the common people, and the nobles all wanted to kill them. The dragon's wings spread wide, and the remaining walls of the auction house crumbled under the wind pressure. It began to climb toward the starless night sky. The security captain yelled into the communicator, "Fire!" 36 beams of scorching or icy energy ripped through the air and shot toward the dragon. However, faced with concentrated fire that could rout an army, the dragon merely adjusted the angle of its neck slightly. Then, it opened its enormous mouth. A torrent of dark purple energy, condensed to its fullest extent, burst forth from the dragon's mouth. The dark purple dragon flames collided with the first few magical beams of light that arrived, and the beams of light were extinguished and dissipated instantly, like candles thrown into nothingness. Long Yen continued forward almost unimpeded, drawing a straight and cruel line from the dragon towards the main building of the auction house. No dash! Tandy's roar was drowned out by the rumble of the building collapsing. Rumble. The dark purple breath, like a divine blade of judgment, cleanly and decisively cleaved the magnificent auction house building in two. The bricks, metals, and magical woods that Long Yan touched instantly lost all color and vitality, turning into pale, brittle ashes, which then collapsed and disintegrated in the energy shockwave. The meticulously arranged interior space, the precious artworks, the auction items that couldn't be removed in time, along with some of the slower reacting guards and servants, all vanished silently before the breath of death. The 36 newly erected magical turrets were the first to be hit. Their sturdy alloy shells and intricate magic circuits melted and shattered like ice and snow under the sunlight under the onslaught of dark purple dragon flames. A gun turret attempted to turn, but it stopped firing and disintegrated halfway through, its parts turning into black ash and scattering everywhere. With a single breath, the 36 priceless magical cannons, representing the military might of the Gamma family, were reduced to piles of ashes glowing with purple embers. The dragon's breath lasted for less than 3 seconds. But when the dragon closed its mouth and the dark purple light disappeared, what remained was a deathly silence, and a terrifying ravine more than 10 meters wide that ran through the entire auction house complex, with wisps of purple smoke rising from its edges. On both sides of the ravine lay survivors, utterly terrified and paralyzed with fear. Their faces showed no trace of fear or excitement, only complete bewilderment and shock. A pungent, rotten, and cloying smell filled the air. Hera delivered her haughty retort. With plenty of energy, Hera wanted to unleash another destructive beam of light, but she met Leon's warning gaze. Forget it, escaping is the priority. A formidable character might appear soon. Hera knew that she had many slaves on her back. Even if she was not afraid of those magical light waves and bombs, the aftershocks hitting them would be enough to send them to meet the sun god ahead of time. Finally, Hera spread her wings and flew away, like a shooting star, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. The survivors then belatedly realized that all the goods they had photographed had been stolen. Damn the feast cult, how dare they cause trouble in the capital? Yeah, why is there the feast cult everywhere? The feast cult actually dared to attack the Gamma family. My slaves! Give me back my slaves! Didn't you say this was the safest place? Why did it turn out like this? Why did it turn out like this? A political prisoner who attempted to escape to the auction house to avoid capture and punishment was hit by a collapsing building in the recent incident, breaking his leg and crying out in despair. Some people were indignant and condemned the feast cult, while others were relieved that they had not been affected by the dragon's breath. What just happened was enough to be a nightmare for everyone present, except for Leon. This is a dragon, the power of a dragon! Wilson's eyes held fear, along with a hint of hidden excitement. Leon patted Wilson on the shoulder, thinking to himself, "Stop looking, you've missed your chance to form a contract with her. She's already my dragon." Chapter 85 The Light of Order. The 12 Holy Orders. Royal Capital. Seminary. A month has passed since Leon first reported to the seminary. Although Leon was still working undercover in the feast cult, after his mentor delivered the 12th magical letter to Earl Hall's mansion urging him to attend classes, Leon had no choice but to go to the academy under the old Earl's pressure. As for the attack on the Tavel auction house that shocked the capital, that was something the banquet church did. What does it have to do with me, Leon? I was just skipping class for a month for the benefit of the church. Leon sat obediently in the seminary classroom, his classmates consisting only of Sith Frank and the listless Tandys. The seminary practices elite education, with each tutor only mentoring a few students. Originally, Sith Frank's mentor was only supposed to teach Sith Frank and Tandy's Gamma. But now, this mentor needs to add another student, and this student is someone who has been blessed by God. Sis, Tandys, you don't need to attend this class. It's a very basic introductory class. You can go back and rest. Teacher, we'd like to stay here and use it as a way to review our lessons, Sis said. Tandys didn't say anything. He was in a bad mood. The mentor nodded and looked at Lian. Do you know why the Empire worships the sun god? Because empires value order. Lian's answer was simple, clear, and to the point, more accurate than the answers given by Sith and Tandy's back then. The tutor paused slightly, then continued to ask. What else? The Empire believes in power, and the 12 extraordinary classes bestowed upon us by the sun god can give us power, Lian said. The Sith scoffed at this. As expected of a country bumpkin, he doesn't even know how many sequences of extraordinary ranks the church has. He's just spouting nonsense. There are clearly only 8 sequences of extraordinary ranks. Tandy's was in a low mood, his mind filled with the dragon he had seen at the auction. He had no interest in attending class or listening to the debate, so he didn't speak up for his new friend. It was only then that Lian realized that the 12th sequence was a secret of the highest level of the church, and Sith had not yet graduated and did not hold an important position in the church, so of course he did not know. The mentor was surprised by Lian's answer. Who told you that? It is His Holiness the Pope. Lian decided to shift the blame to the Pope. After all, it was impossible for the mentor to ask the Pope. What has His Holiness the Pope been doing lately? I suspect he's trying to sabotage Anna's trip to the north. But it doesn't matter. With her strong emotional support and bond, Anna will neither willingly be tied to the gallows nor go on a rampage. As long as she doesn't go to either extreme, Anna will be able to return safely. Your Holiness the Pope? How could that be? Stop talking nonsense. Sith looked at him with disdain. It seems His Holiness the Pope values you quite a bit. The mentor gave Lian a deep look. Sith was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. Mentor, what did you say? We do indeed possess the complete solar sequence. There are a total of 12 extraordinary classes, not 8. These 12 extraordinary classes are also known as the Light of Order, the 12 Holy Orders. The instructor turned around and, while writing on the blackboard, spoke in a slow, deliberate tone. Sith looked utterly bewildered, unable to believe that what Lian said was actually true. Does His Holiness the Pope really value him that much? He even told him such a secret. Besides the well-known candle-bearers, disciplined monks, flame knights, prayer masters, dawn swordsmen, temple guardians, evangelists, and judges, there are 4 other holy offices. You will naturally find out what they are when you have the opportunity to come into contact with them. In addition to these 12 holy offices, the Empire's apothecaries invented new potions based on the potions corresponding to the 12 holy offices. These new potions, in turn, created new extraordinary professions, resulting in the diversity of extraordinary professions. In the Empire alone, there are a total of 36 extraordinary professions, including the clergy and their derivative professions. Now, can anyone tell me the difference between the 12 clerical classes and the 24 derivative classes? The mentor turned around and looked at his 3 students. To save face and turn the tide, Sith immediately responded to his mentor's question. The 24 derivative professions can only advance to 3 stages: initial awakening, qualitative change, and perfection. But the priesthood is different. After each priesthood goes through the 3 stages of awakening, qualitative change, and perfection, it can enter the next profession through potions and rituals. It is a complete sequence of advancement, with sequence 1 being the lowest and sequence 8 being the highest. Oh no, now it is sequence 12 that is the highest. Using the same approach, those with lower sequences cannot challenge those with higher sequences. The closer one is to a higher sequence, the closer one is to God. Only through the priesthood can one draw near to the true God and become His most faithful servant. And those derivative professions are all just half-baked. The boiling blood profession that Lian obtained is a derivative profession, not a holy order of the Church of the Righteous God. One advantage of derivative professions is that they avoid the weak periods of traditional professions. For example, the candle holder and the disciplined monk are very weak in the early stages, and their combat power only increases to a certain extent when they reach the flame knight. Moreover, as long as the potions and rituals used are correct, derivative professions can also be converted into orthodox professions. For example, once the boiling blood reaches the perfect stage, which is the third tier transcendent, one can develop into a sequence 3 pure flame knight through specific potions and rituals, and then upgrade step by step. Because in essence, these improved potions also belong to the solar series of potions, and have not broken out of the solar sequence. They are of the same origin. This is something only the players know, the NPCs don't. This is exclusive information belonging to Liyun. The mentor nodded to Sith, indicating that he could sit down, then looked at Lian. Lian, tell me, what kind of potion did you take? Boiling blood, Lian said. Upon hearing this answer, Sith burst out laughing. Everyone says that Earl Hall dotes on you, his illegitimate son, but it seems that's not entirely true. He actually made you take that inferior potion, so you'll never be able to become a high-sequence powerhouse in this lifetime. Tandy's also joined the discussion. I've heard that the side effects of boiling blood are severe, and that it comes at the cost of burning one's life. Boiling blood is indeed not a good choice, but since we've embarked on this path, there's no way to change it. The mentor shook his head, seemingly already seeing Lian's future. This, holy son, was just talk, it couldn't last. On the contrary, the Sith are on the path of the clergy, and they will be the mainstay of the papacy in the future. Alright, let's talk about potions next. The seminary courses continued, while a major event was taking place in the capital. The House of Lords is holding a summit meeting, presided over by Emperor Louis himself. The 7 members of the Senate come from 7 different families. Even a wealthy nobleman like Earl Hall only had 1 seat in the House of Commons. The members of the House of Lords, to a certain extent, determine the fate and direction of this country. Unfortunately, only 6 members of Parliament participated in this meeting. Members of the Constantine family were absent. The Gamma family senator said angrily, Your Majesty, the Gamma family is furious that such a thing has happened in your capital, and the archipelago is furious. If the matter of Tavel is not handled properly and the feast cult and the dragons are not captured, the Gamma family will withdraw all its troops guarding the West Bay, allowing the rift to widen and the aura of the ancient gods to pollute the West Bay. I heard that Princess Saya was present when the incident occurred at the Tavel auction house. Another member of Parliament said. Chapter 86 The Supreme Council and the 7 Great Families. Louis XV was very unhappy because his chosen successor, Cid, had recently been involved in 2 major events. First, the death of Emma, daughter of Earl White. Emma's body has been found and delivered to the police station by Ellie herself. Ellie also personally took on the task of investigating the disappearance of noble girls and pointed the finger at Saya. Secondly, the Tavel auction house was attacked and robbed by the feast cult. Some people say they saw Saya at the auction, and the surviving guards of the warehouse can also testify to this. Although we don't believe that the usually well-behaved and sensible Saya would do such a thing, for the sake of her own reputation, I suggest that Her Highness Saya be investigated. In an effort to quell the anger of the Gamma family, a member of the Roland family's council took the initiative to speak. This member of Parliament was none other than Louis XIV, the father of Louis XV and the previous emperor. Louis XV was his imperial title. His real name was Louis Hillier Farrar Roland. After stepping down from the throne, he became a member of the House of Lords and is also the current head of the Roland family. Most of the people who participated in the auction saw it. It was done by the man of the banquet. It should have nothing to do with Princess Saya. We can't assume she's a suspect just because she was there. It's said that Tandys and Lian were also there. Could they be suspects as well? The Frank family member began slowly, noting that this member was the youngest present, only 40 years old. He was also a supporter of Saya, hoping that a brave, kind, and popular princess would inherit the throne, because only in this way could the Frank family's interests in the Emerald Plains be preserved, as any greedy ruler would covet their family's wealth. If Sith Franco becomes the holy son of the church and gains supreme power in the papacy, the Franco family will not need to constantly curry favor with Saya. Unfortunately, Lian emerged, causing the Frank family a lot of headaches, forcing them to focus their attention on the next crown prince. The madmen of the feast cult are becoming increasingly rampant. Remiel died in the capital. I hope His Majesty can give us an explanation as soon as possible. The counselor was referring to Remiel Frank, who was killed on the day of Ellie's party. This guy had a mark of hatred on him, and finding the murderer would have been a piece of cake. But the incident happened at Red Rose Castle, which was also under Ellie's jurisdiction. Ellie hastily closed the case by saying that it was done by the Feast cult, but did not hand over any suspects to the Frank family. This also caused the Frank family to become dissatisfied with Ellie. I understand. The Frank family and the Gamma family both want an explanation. The Feast cult has completely offended the great nobles and must be eradicated, completely uprooted. Louis XV struck the wooden clapper and said, After the banquet is completely destroyed, I will personally have Ellie apologize to the Frank family and have Saya answer questions from the Gamma family. Also, please help persuade Congressman Constantine to take heed of his grief and recover as soon as possible. Parliament cannot do without him. The magical projections of the 7 councillors disappeared, leaving only Councillor Roland and Louis XV in the meeting room. Your Majesty, I know you have high hopes for Saya, but her performance recently has been very disappointing. Not only has she made no outstanding contributions, but she has also given us ammunition to criticize her. You should adjust your strategy as soon as possible and choose a new heir from among your children. Father, the struggle for the throne is inherently cruel. This is clearly someone framing Saya. Louis XV said resentfully. Is it easy for me to cultivate a qualified successor? You just let me replace him so easily. Where can I complain about all the years of hard work I've put in? Although Anna is a witch, her value is the highest among your 4 daughters. When Anna returns from the north, give her a fair and just opportunity. After Representative Roland finished speaking, the projection disappeared. Only Emperor Louis XV remained, his gaze wandering as he watched the disappearing projection, crushing the glass in his hand. The madmen of the Feast cult should just disappear completely. After the Supreme Council concluded, the Empire's machinery of violence sprang into action, swiftly eradicating the banquet cult's strongholds in various cities throughout the Empire. The banquet cult made the front page of the Imperial Times every day. All 12 letter deacons, including Mr. A who had died earlier, have been gathered together. This time, there was no public trial. The deacons were all killed early and thrown into the eternal corona as fuel. As for Hera, who had consumed too much of the cursed substance, she settled the slaves in a property purchased by Leon in the name of Shiosi, and then hid in the rift. Only Hera could use the rift as her hiding place. Anyone else who went in would almost certainly die. The blow suffered by the Feast cult this time was the sum of all previous blows. Under these circumstances, Mr. A, the only survivor, finally received an invitation from the servants of the Feast cult. Leon was not surprised when she received the invitation. Of course, he also had to make thorough preparations before going to see the servant of God. The first step was to report to the Vatican and his direct contact, Archbishop Montier, to request more support. The next step is to find Hera in the rift. Through the interference of the ancient god's aura, the mark left by the Gamma family on the cursed object has been largely destroyed. He even took the time to write a letter to Anna, who was busy with many things in the north, and asked the half-demon Sam to deliver it. After that, Leon was finally able to take out the invitation and put it into the fireplace. As the invitation was scorched by flames, a portal slowly appeared. Leon, holding the snow-white ragdoll cat Hera, stepped inside. This is a deep tunnel where no light can penetrate. The only source of light is some soft-bodied insects that emit a glowing firefly as they crawl on the walls. Leon has 2 things to do. First, establish coordinates here so that the main force of the Holy See can directly cross over through the magical coordinates, and completely wipe out the remnants of the feast. Second, before the main army arrives, keep the servants of the feast in check. Of course, this is only what needs to be done superficially. In fact, Leon had a third thing to do, to find out the whereabouts of the pale skeleton, and then dig up the ancestral graves of the feast cult. A strange fragrance filled the air, like spices used to dry corpses. After passing through a long tunnel, we finally arrived at the spacious underground palace. Yes, this is an underground palace. The lights were on full display, as bright as day. The murals on the walls depict an ancient feast, with lifelike figures that are of great archaeological value. The face of the feast host is blurred, as if the painter forgot to paint it. Just as Lian was carefully observing the mural, a bulge suddenly appeared on the mural, and a bright red flower bloomed out. One after another, they gradually formed a rose-colored archway. From inside the door, the mysterious servant of the feast god emerged, and his first words immediately broke Lian's guard. Chapter 87, You want me to be a double agent? The feast god's servants are even more mysterious than the 12-letter deacons of the feast church. Players never saw his true face after completing the game. It was as if a cloak was sewn onto his body. Lian's impression of the servants of the gods was limited to their red cloaks and white masks. However, the servant of the feast god who stepped out of the mural removed his mask the moment he saw Lian, revealing that familiar face. You have come, my child. Earl Hall? How could it be him? Is he bluffing himself? Liun made sure she had put on her mask. Did the other party already know my identity, so they impersonated my cheap father to deceive me and expose my true identity? It's not impossible. Praise be to the Lord of the Feast, praise be to the servant of God, A is willing to dedicate himself to the Holy Church forever. Lian adhered to the professional standards of a spy and never revealed any of his personal information. The fact that a servant of God would remove his mask is itself highly suspicious. There's no need to pretend anymore. I know it's you, Lian, my son. Earl Hall laid his cards on the table. No, I am not your son. Liun was not lying about this. I am your loyal subordinate. Lies only seem real when they are mixed with the truth. Don't bother trying to hide it. I not only know you are my son, but I also know you are an undercover agent sent by the Sun Church, causing many people to be lost at the feast. I also know that on the day of execution, it was you who had the familiar take Arthur away, and it was you who rescued those slaves at the Tavel auction house. What? You installed surveillance cameras on me? You knew all this? I don't admit it. Lian awkwardly removed his mask, saying, I don't acknowledge anything else besides you being my father. Just the fact that you have the courage to stand against the 7 great families already puts you ahead of 99.99% of the people in this world. I have high hopes for you, and the Feast of Joy Church will surely flourish under your leadership. That's what Earl Hall said. Dad, you're making things difficult for me. You know I'm an undercover agent sent by the Sun Cult. Lian said. If you are so devout to the Sun God, why did you steal the ear of Cross before going to the seminary? Earl Hall raised an eyebrow and asked. My son doesn't understand what his father means. Lian pretended to be confused even though he knew the truth. We've always wanted to plant an undercover agent in the Sun Cult, but we've failed every time. It's either because we're not smart enough or we're not lucky enough. Even if someone is smart and lucky enough, they can't gain Shaw's trust. Besides, the Sun Cult would never have imagined that the Holy Sun could be turned. Earl Hall took out a bottle of red wine, poured 2 glasses, handed one to Lian, and kept the other for himself. Good, good, you even know when the seed has lost its vitality. At that moment, Lian suddenly felt that he had failed as a director, ignoring the ever-present eyes behind him. How did Earl Hall know all this? Was it his intelligence? Or some extraordinary artifact? There is a magical artifact in the game called the Book of Omniscience. Each time a family member is sacrificed, one piece of information that is absolutely beneficial to oneself can be obtained. If this book falls into the hands of Earl Hall, all his secrets will be exposed. However, even if it were in my own hands, I wouldn't have that many family members to sacrifice. Furthermore, this book originally belonged to the Wise Men Alliance, which is a small to medium-sized cult. It's highly unlikely that it's in the hands of the Earl, right? After a fruitless brainstorming session, Lian asked, What are the benefits? Isn't it the best thing to be closer to the great Lord of Feasts? Father, please be practical. You surely know that I can never be a devout believer. In my dictionary, there is only self-interest above all else. Lian said. The resources that the Sun Church can provide me now far exceed your imagination. The feast has now become a rat that everyone hates in the gutter. What can it compare to the sun? It's not the secrets you hold about me, is it? If you use threats, it will hurt the relationship between my father and me. Of course I won't use those secrets to blackmail you. I will win you over with my sincerity. Earl Hall raised his glass and clinked it with Lee's. Lien dared not drink anything from the cult, so he could only hold it up and tentatively ask. How to be sincere? Fame, status, and power, whatever you desire, Feast will grant you. Earl Hall took a sip of red wine and continued. I know you have been supporting Anna. I have evidence here that Saya is colluding with the Feast cult. Without this evidence, you cannot bring her down. The Feast cult will help you push Princess Anna to the highest throne. Will the banquet propel Anna to the highest throne? Lien narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Is this a change of strategy? Do they know that baseless accusations won't work, so they're offering sweet treats first before slapping the hand? Help her reach the summit step by step, only to push her down again? To bring her to utter ruin? Yes, the Feast will help you as long as it is your wish. That's what Earl Hall said. I believe you, you old geezer, that you're thinking the same thing as His Holiness the Pope. Lien thought to himself, but on his face he cooperated by showing a surprised expression. Oh? Huan Yen is willing to help me like this, what does she want me to do for her? Believe me, Anna is nothing compared to the Feast's ambition to overthrow the Church of the Sun. The real reason for the Feast's decline is that we have been suppressed by the Church of the True God for many years. We need honor, we need believers, and we need to create glory again. I will help you become the most valued true holy son of the Holy See. Your only task is to cooperate with us to assassinate the Pope and dismantle the Church of the Sun from within. Assassinate the Pope? Good heavens, that's quite audacious. Although he had once tricked the Pope in front of everyone, Lien never imagined that he could kill Pope Shaw, who was the highest-ranking figure in the entire Sun Church. His death will shake the Empire, perhaps even more than the death of Emperor Louis. However, Lien would not simply trust the servants of the Feast God. How could you easily entrust your trust to a scammer? Are you sure you don't want me to betray Anna? Of course, in fact, our Feast Church has been trying to win over Princess Anna. Once Princess Anna successfully inherits the throne, we hope to exist in the Empire as the state religion. That's what Earl Hall said. Why invest in Anna instead of other princesses? This is not something we can decide, it's your decision. All I can do is support you. That's what Earl Hall said. In that case, how about we sign a blood pact? Lien suggested. Earl Hall smiled. We are father and son, there's no need for that. You just need to remember that I chose you, and you must choose me too. Setting down his wine glass, Earl Hall took Lien's hand and led him toward the mural. Come, let me introduce you to the great Lord of Feasts. No, I'm not ready yet. You are ready. Lien wanted to resist, but found it was too late. The scenes of feasting depicted in the murals seemed to come alive, and the empty underground palace suddenly became bustling with activity. The great Lord of the Feast sat on the highest throne, looking down upon the jubilant people below. Nobles dressed in court attire from centuries past feasted and drank, while a divine-looking young girl lay on the long table. What pills? Chapter 88. It's her first time, please be gentle. Lien pressed the silent pocket watch in his hand, but the expected time stop did not occur. With a slight click, the hands of the silent pocket watch broke, and this extraordinary item that had been with him since the beginning of the game was officially retired. Hera tried to transform, but found her body was bound by a mysterious force, and she couldn't even make a sound. Child, kneel down, do not look directly at God. Earl Hall knelt on the ground and spoke to Lien. Lien readily agreed to all suggestions, and even Hera the cat prostrated herself on the ground. She's now forced to bow her head under someone else's roof. In her prime, how could she possibly kneel before an evil god? As for Lien, he was in an even worse situation. Just being in this environment made him feel immense mental anguish, and the oppressive feeling of death. It was as if someone was stirring his brain with steel needles, or something was tearing his soul apart. Blood began to slowly flow from the eyes, mouth, ears, and nostrils. Damn it, I planned everything, how could I not have expected the Lord of the Feast to descend? No, the Lord of the Feast cannot descend. What is this? A projection of consciousness left behind by an evil god? Yes, absolutely. This can't possibly be a real evil god. Leon's mind raced, and he finally came up with the most likely answer. The high and mighty host of the banquet finally spoke. You're very smart. You realize I was a projection, not the real me. That was the voice of the Witch of the End. Yes, the Queen of the Feast is the Witch of the End, the daughter of the Pale King. What? He can read my mind? Leon thought in surprise, and could only fill his mind with countless pieces of junk information to avoid having the Lord of the Feast projection read out any useful information. Thanks to watching a lot of anime, I've memorized a lot of cheesy jokes. It's her first time, please be gentle. Don't you think that watermelons and air conditioning in the summer represent the end of human civilization? It has already taken on the shape of an airplane. The anthem of humanity is the anthem of courage. Commander, what are you doing, Commander? What nonsense is this? The projection of the Lord of the Feast realized that it was already out of touch with the times and was almost corrupted by the vast amount of knowledge in this kid's mind. Unable to hear any meaningful thoughts, she turned to look at Hera. My loyal servant says, can you give me a new body? Is it her? The Lord of the Feast gently raised his hand and transformed Hera from a cat into a human. It is indeed a good container. Hera tried to speak, but found herself unable to make a sound, her body immobilized, bound by an invisible force. At this moment, she panicked for the first time in a long time. Am I going to die here? I shouldn't have listened to that brat Leon, and come to see some damned feast of divine servants. No, Your Excellency, it is not her. She is a dragon and cannot fully satisfy your requirements. Leon forcibly suppressed his inner fear and extreme physical discomfort, dragging his heavy steps, and stood between the Lord of the Feast and Hera. Earl Hall gave him another deep look, feeling a strange sense of surprise at his courage. Why? The host of the banquet asked. Although the feast never ends, the flower of the feast needs to be forged in death. Only bodies capable of death can bear the will of the end. Leon said. And she won't die. This is the game setting for the Witch of the End. The reason she specifically chose the body of a human witch as a vessel is because the vessel can die. Each time she dies, the Witch of the End becomes stronger. Before Anna, the Witch of the End had already died 3 times, and Anna was the 4th. To complete her transformation and become a truly powerful god of the end, the Witch of the End must repeat this cycle 7 times. Once she takes over Hera's body, it won't be easy for her to die. It seems you know quite a lot. The host of the banquet had barely finished speaking. Leon felt an even stronger pressure on his body, and he collapsed to the ground. Tiny cracks appeared on his skin, and these cracks continued to extend into his bones, as if they were trying to disintegrate him on the spot. It is because of him that we are always able to anticipate our actions, which is why we suffer so many setbacks. But it is also because of him that our reputation has more than doubled. Now everyone in the Empire knows about our feast. Count Hall said that he did not directly plead for Leon, but simply told the truth. It seems you think highly of him. The host of the banquet waved his hand, and Leon felt the oppressive feeling on his body suddenly disappear, and his body stopped collapsing. Go, my faithful followers, do what you ought to do. That's what the host of the feast said. Wait, great lord of the feast, assassinating His Holiness the Pope is no easy task. I need power. Could you grant me the pale bone to help Hera break the contract? She will become my most powerful ally. You have some nerve, wanting my father's remains. I am your follower, not the Pale King's follower. Leon knew that the Pale King had played a significant role in the Pale King's transformation into the Pale Witch. The Pale Witch harbored no love for the Pale King, only intense hatred, and had even taken away some of his power. This is why some feast devotees add the Pale Royal authority when reciting the name of the Lord of Feast. That's why he dared to make such a bold request. Ha, interesting. He would never have imagined that 1,000 years after his death, someone would still be thinking about digging up his grave. The host of the banquet smiled, and a map appeared in Leon's hand. I hope you can come back alive. Then, the surrounding scenery changed again. The lively feast disappeared, and once again became a scene from the mural. The Witch of the End seems to have never existed. But only Lian knew that he had suffered from severe mental pollution, and the seed in his body had not only regained its activity, but was also more likely to hatch. This level of pollution is something even Hera cannot completely eliminate unless Hera's contract is broken and she is allowed to return to her prime. No wonder old Ding said there was no need to sign a blood pact. He was waiting for me here. If Lien still wants to betray us after seeing the projection of the Lord of the Feast once, then he should wait for the seed within him to take root, sprout, and grow into a giant tree of the end. Now I've truly become a traitor planted by the Feast cult within the Sun cult. Being a double agent is no easy task. Lien looked worried, but Earl Hall was in high spirits. It was as if the Witch of the End had taken up residence in his mind. Whenever he closed his eyes, he could see that high and mighty witch. Every time I see her, it's the ultimate mental torture. Why am I still so upset even though the host of the banquet is gone? Lien covered his head and asked. As long as you recite his name and praise him daily, you will naturally not suffer. That's what Earl Hall said. What? Isn't this just passive brainwashing? Chapter 89. Goodness, is this going to be something big? How many times a day do I normally experience pain? Lien asked. Earl Hall gave Lien a deep look. This kid really is rebellious by nature. He doesn't believe in any gods, does he? Forget it, as long as he doesn't betray me, it's fine. Your transcendental level is too low. I will increase your monthly allowance from 250 gold pounds to 1,000 gold pounds. Try going to the casino more often. Once you become a third tier transcendental, the imprint left by the Great Feast Master in your mind will be lighter, which can relieve your headache. After a pause, Earl Hall continued. At your current level, you experience pain 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night. At the third tier transcendent level, you experience pain once a day. Upon entering the sequence transcendent level, you experience pain once a month. At the mid-sequence transcendent level, you experience pain once every 6 months. At the high-sequence transcendent level, you are immune. Wait, old man, how do you know all this? You didn't suffer like that too, did you? Do I still have a chance to advance to the extraordinary ranks? Lieming asked a question he already knew the answer to. No. So the best way is to start believing in the Great Lord of Feasts from now on. That's what Earl Hall said. Lien breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Hall didn't know that he could switch from a derivative profession to a holy profession. Hera finally recovered and slapped Earl Hall against the wall. Spiderweb-like cracks spread across the wall centered on Earl Hall, and the entire underground palace trembled. If we can't take our anger out on the Lord of Feasts, can't we at least vent our frustrations on his lackeys? Just as Hera was about to crush Hall to death, Lien intervened in time to stop her. Hera, stop. Do you really want to become a heretic? Hera asked. Hera, we've already joined the feast, so we should look ahead. As long as we achieve our goal, what difference does it make which organization we're in? Lien said. Does that mean we're not heretics in the Sun Church? Hera paused for a moment, then thought about it carefully, and realized that Lien was right. He was a god devourer, and therefore an outcast wherever he went. Besides, it was clearly Lien who joined the banquet. He had absolutely no connection to her, so why should she hold a grudge? Well, as for the Witch of the End making me kneel down, I'll settle the score with her later. To Lien's surprise, Count Hall was completely unaffected by Hera's solid slap. This is enough to show that he is a high-sequence powerhouse. Count Hall climbed down from the wall, elegantly dusted himself off, put his mask back on, and said to Lien, I will put on a show for you. The feast will temporarily disappear from the Empire, and you will become a hero of the Empire. The merit of eliminating the feast headquarters will be enough to bring you into the sights of the 7 noble families. You can take this opportunity to befriend them and pave the way for Princess Anna. Dad, I now strongly suspect that you deliberately invited Tandis to our house. You knew I would cause trouble at the auction, right? I cannot predict your every move, it's all just a coincidence, my child. Earl Hall spoke as he walked forward. Lien and Hera followed. After passing through the hall, Li and Kai arrived at the actual underground palace banquet hall. A large number of masked cultists gathered here, their numbers densely packed, estimated to be over 900, making it a large-scale gathering for a cult ritual. Looking at the bed of bones made of skulls surrounding them, and the blood that covered the hall, wow, is this going to be big? Is this some kind of evil god summoning? Earl Hall glanced at him, and Lien immediately changed his tune. The summoning ritual of the Great End Witch? It's just for show, but it's scary enough, isn't it? Earl Hall turned and left. Now it's your turn to perform. Lien frowned, put the map into his pocket, and then took out the magic coordinate device from his pocket. The moment the magical coordinate device was inserted into the corridor, the main force of the Holy See received the news. Hera, turn into a cat first. As soon as Lien finished speaking, waves of magic rippled through the corridor. A pentagram pattern appeared, the magic circle rotated, and the portal opened. Just a second before the first person stepped out of the portal, Hera transformed into a cat and jumped into Lien's arms. This time, Archbishop Montoro personally led the team, highlighting the importance he placed on it. A line of church knights and extraordinary elites emerged from the portal, their imposing presence no less than that of those going to war. They all cast admiring glances at Lien. The feast cult has been hiding so deep within the Empire. This time, we've truly found their lair. Cult members should be killed and purified on the spot without any mercy. At Archbishop Monto's command, the one-sided massacre began. Those who were still busy with the cult's summoning rituals had no idea that annihilation would come so easily. Lien watched the whole thing closely, and to avoid getting his hands dirty with the blood of the feasters and displeasing the Witch of the End, he really didn't dare to make any rash moves. The headquarters of the feast was completely destroyed. The church found the feast ceremony and a lot of documents in the underground palace, as well as a potion recipe and 3 complete bottles of potions, 2 cursed items, and a whole box of blasphemous medicines. They killed 999 feast cultists, destroyed the entire underground palace, and prevented the descent of the evil god, achieving the greatest victory in history. As for the hostages, they were killed as well. The church determined that the hostages had been corrupted and carried out a major purification. No one was left alive, precisely to prevent cult members from posing as hostages and infiltrating the church. The entire operation, from start to finish, including the planning and assembly time, took no more than 24 hours, and the elimination process itself was even smoother, taking less than half an hour. The church members were responsible for bringing all the spoils back to the Vatican. Archbishop Montier patted Lien on the shoulder. Lien, you did a great job. Your Excellency, I have been corrupted. Lien lowered his head, his expression solemn. Monto nodded. If you hadn't told me this, I would have purified you too. I don't want to die, please help me, Your Excellency Bishop. Lien pleaded. From now on, I will follow the bishop's lead without question. You only need to pledge allegiance to the Sun God, you don't need to pledge allegiance to me. I sent you to carry out this mission, and I will take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Don't tell anyone about your contamination for now, I will help you find a solution. During this time, don't go to the seminary, don't go back to the Vatican, and don't contact anyone else, understand? Archbishop Montier said solemnly. This is a very upright bishop. Since Monto has promised to take responsibility for Lien is not worried that the Vatican will exile or eliminate him because of his corruption. Understood, I'll be waiting for your good news at 22 Mink Street. Yes, believe me, the Vatican will give you a fair result. Montier patted Lien heavily on the shoulder, then turned and left. Go to the Black Tower. Stay inside for now. Upon his return to the papacy, Manhwa held an exclusive high-level debriefing meeting. This conference is not only to announce a complete victory in the crackdown on the feast cult, but also to discuss how to deal with the issue of Lien. When we went in, we found that they were holding a ritual to summon an evil god. If it weren't for Lien, the Lord of the Feast might have descended, and the disaster of the feast decades ago would have been repeated. Archbishop Monto said. And the only price we paid was the contamination of Li personally. Chapter 90 The Busy Hall Family. Black Tower. The cathedral has 3 black towers inside, which served as training grounds for archbishops and, in special circumstances, were also used to imprison important figures who were not found guilty. The fact that Lien was able to enter the Black Tower demonstrates the change in Archbishop Monteau's attitude towards him, from suspicion and observation to trust and support. This is a good sign for Lien. The people who were imprisoned here last time were sent to the Eternal Corona for direct purification. Unsurprisingly, the first person to learn that Lien had been imprisoned in the Black Tower was his rival, Sith. Sith arrived outside Lien's door and said gloatingly, "You didn't expect this, did you? You've done a great service to the church this time, but death still awaits you. Hera, this is your fate, the fate of an ant." Lien lowered his head and gently stroked Hera's soft cat fur, seemingly not listening to what Sith was saying at all. Sith wasn't annoyed and continued, "You don't actually think His Holiness the Pope will plead for you, do you? His Holiness the Pope isn't even in the capital. Even if he were to return, he wouldn't need you anymore. You can just wait to become fuel for the Eternal Corona." Meow. Hera squeaked impatiently, wanting to swat the noisy ant to death with her claws, but Lien held her down. "Master Cat, you are a magnanimous person. Just let it go like a fart. Why bother arguing with such a person?" Sis sneered. "I think you've been scared out of your wits. No wonder you're a contaminated person, you don't look normal at all. A polluted body can be saved, but a polluted mind is beyond saving." Lien slowly raised his head and met Sith's gaze. "Would you dare come any closer? I'd be happy to share the seeds of our feast with you." "Ha, you damned heretic, just wait for your destruction." Sith sneered and turned to leave. He wanted to see how long Lien could keep up his stubbornness. When Lien's verdict is finally handed down, he will apply to be the executor and personally throw Lien into the furnace of the Eternal Corona, to see the tears he sheds out of remorse. Sith couldn't wait to see Li suffer, believing it was the result of Li's overestimation of his abilities and his attempt to seize power from him. "Why do you look so calm?" After Sith left, Hera asked. "Aren't you really worried about being purified by the sun? The sun cultists are so good at shirking their responsibilities. Any pollution they can't solve will be thrown into the Eternal Corona. Given Archbishop Monteau's character, even if he can't protect me, he will still apply for a public trial for me. At that time, the 7 noble families and the royal family will all be there." Lien said calmly. "You are very confident about this matter. The only trouble is this headache. I don't know how long it will last." Lien rubbed his aching head and said to Hera, "Can you help me?" "I can only alleviate your pain, not cure it," Hera said. "It's okay, the relief is already quite good." Lien lowered his head and kissed the cat Hera. Hera absorbed a small portion of the pollution, relieving Lien's migraine. Just as Lien had predicted, after the Supreme Council of the Holy See concluded, Archbishop Monteau secured an opportunity for Lien to undergo a public trial. He couldn't persuade those old fogies to let Lien go directly, but he believed that given Lien's demonstrated political value, the Emperor and the nobles would protect him. "What did you say? A public trial? Not just being thrown into the Eternal Corona?" When Sith heard the news, he completely lost it. He smashed everything in the room that he could break, even crushing the female slave serving him to death with his bare hands. He roared furiously at his servants. The Earl of Hall's mansion also received the news quickly. It wasn't that Hall had connections within the Vatican, but rather that priest Wes, who had previously worked with Lien, personally informed the Hall family of this news. "Please be prepared, everyone. The public trial will take place in 3 days." "Thank you, High Priest Wes." Earl Hall personally saw Wes out, then returned with a long face. "The Vatican has gone too far. How could they treat Lien like this? Lien was an undercover agent for their sake and made great contributions." Simon was furious when he learned the whole story. He had always thought that Lien was going to study at the seminary, but he never expected that he would take on such a dangerous mission and now face a public trial. "Dad, what should we do?" Chloe also looked worried, and even Dick, who usually only knew how to eat, drink and have fun, became nervous. "Is Lien really contaminated? Will she die?" Dick asked. Mrs. Hall comforted him. He shouldn't die for now, but he's been corrupted by the feast god and might go insane. What? Go insane? That won't do. Simon was furious and wanted nothing more than to confront the Vatican right then and there. Let me think about what to do. Earl Hall rubbed his temples. Go find His Majesty. Leon has given His Majesty a lot of good ideas recently, and as Princess Anna's fiancé, he is highly valued by His Majesty. Simon suggested. His Majesty is already overwhelmed by the affairs of Princess Ellie and Princess Saya. If we go to His Majesty now, he may not help us. That's what Earl Hall said. Yes, quite a few big things have happened recently. Who would have thought that Princess Saya would run naked at the auction? Who would have thought that Princess Ellie would rip out a girl's heart? Although they are both saying that the other is slandering her, it has become a joke in the whole capital, and the approval ratings of the two princesses are declining. Simon said. Only Earl Hall knew that the dogfight between Ellie and Saya was most likely orchestrated by Lien behind the scenes. This public trial was actually the first difficult problem that Huan Yen had presented to Lien. I want to see how much he's worth investing in. Only if he can overcome the difficulties on his own can he be considered a true talent, and only then will Huan Yen increase his bets and invest in him. So, Count Hall doesn't want to do anything now, he just wants to lie at home, though of course, he still has to put on an act. I'll go and see the 7 noble families, hoping they can be lenient and lend a hand. Earl Hall put on his coat, and went out with his servants and gifts. I must hold a tea party and invite those ladies. Perhaps they can persuade their husbands to help me. Mrs. Hall hurriedly went to prepare for the tea party. Simon also picked up his top hat. I'll go find Tandy's, maybe he can help. Then I'll go too. I know quite a few people there. Dick retorted, not to be outdone, and followed his brother out the door. Brother Simon, what can I do? Chloe caught up to the manor gate and asked nervously. She found herself powerless in crucial moments, even less useful than her younger brother Dick. Chloe, go find Princess Ellie. She has always had feelings for Lien and might be able to help with this. Simon said. Chloe nodded emphatically. Chapter 91 The Bustling Black Tower. The day after Lien was imprisoned in the Black Tower, Ellie and the demon Ro arrived unexpectedly. What a rare guest, Lien said. As allies, isn't it perfectly normal for us to come and see you? Rose smiled and said that he had noticed that there were also demons around Lien, but they were only half-baked hybrids and were not worth his attention as a pure-blood. If you kneel at my feet now and beg for my help, I will forgive your previous rudeness to me and consider whether or not to save you, this heretic. Ellie said haughtily. Your Highness Ellie, I heard that you're in dire straits yourself lately. What brings you here to wander around? Lien asked. What do you mean by being unable to protect oneself? I don't even care about Saya. Compared to the commoners I killed, it was her killing of the noble girl Emma and her attempt to frame me that made my father even more intolerant. Add to that her scandal at the auction, and the holy image she has cultivated over the years has finally come to an end. Ellie said. You know about what happened at the auction, right? Ellie's eyes lit up, as if she were sharing the latest gossip with a close friend. She actually had an affair at the auction, and someone saw her barely clothed. Huh! It's spread like this already? Lien truly did not expect that the outcome would turn into an affair. Because this was Lien's doing, deliberately turning Sam into Saya's appearance, a move that killed 2 birds with 1 stone. The short-term goal was to attract the attention of the auction house guards, while the long-term goal was to smear Saya. The other extreme of whitewashing is smearing. If they want Anna, a cursed witch filled with ominous energy, to become a star, how can they allow the Empire to have a flawless character like Saya? A major reason why Anna was not accepted before, besides her own temperament, was that the other 3 princesses were too outstanding, at least in the eyes of the subjects. Ellie possesses a perfect face, Saya possesses a perfect personality, and Isabella possesses perfect wisdom. Based on these qualities, they were crafted into the Empire's symbols and idols for everyone. Compared to her perfect appearance and perfect intelligence, Saya's perfect personality is the quality that people find most appealing. Now Saya's halo has been shattered, and people will harshly magnify everything Saya says and does. Those who once pushed her to the altar will personally push her down. This is the idol collapse effect. Once Saya's and Ellie's flaws are accepted, people will be more willing to accept Anna's flaws as well. Of course, if Saya were truly perfect and flawless, such baseless slander wouldn't really hurt her much. But Saya herself had problems. In order to get rid of Ellie, who was an eyesore, once and for all, she used extreme methods to kill Emma, hoping to frame Ellie for it, but Leon found out about it beforehand. Comparing the two incidents, Saya would rather admit to running naked at the auction than admit to killing Emma and framing Ellie. In any case, her life was already tainted, and she was no longer the most perfect heir to the throne in Louis XV's mind. "I know a little bit. After all, I was at the auction too," Leon said. "What? Did you see who she was having an affair with?" Ellie asked. Leon shook his head. "I really don't know." "Your Highness, you should now state the purpose of your visit today," Ro reminded him. "You still need to go back for investigation." "I see." Ellie nodded slightly and said to Leanne, "If you are willing to abandon Anna now and join me, and tell Father in person that you are willing to cancel your engagement with Anna and marry me, I will persuade the 3 major families to vote for your immunity. With the vote of the royal family, 4 of the 7 major families will support your innocence, and you will surely be released without charge." Leon was stunned, not expecting that Ellie had come to offer help in her time of need. "Is this guy a masochist? She's repeatedly failed me, yet she still wants to marry me?" I felt a strange, inexplicable touch of emotion, but only a tiny bit. Because essentially, Ellie was still there to discuss a deal. "The Constantine and Gamma families both hate the feast to the core. I helped them, so they should have been on my side," Leon said. "Don't take yourself too seriously. Even without you, isn't there someone else who can play the hero and eradicate the feast cult? If you stick to your stance and stand behind Anna, why should the great nobles support you?" Ellie countered with a question. Leon frowned. This was also his biggest worry. Once his trial was linked to the Crown Prince, the outcome of the trial would be anything but fair. If he insists on staying with Anna, the nobles who oppose Anna will naturally choose to abandon him, as this would weaken Anna's power. If he abandons Anna, all his previous efforts will have been in vain. "The public trial will be in 2 days. I look forward to your answer." This time, Ellie didn't ask Leanne for an answer directly, which showed she had learned her lesson and knew to let him think first. She turned and left. Lo took off his hat and gave Leanne a slight bow. "I hope you can make the right decision." After watching the two leave, Hera finally couldn't help but express her opinion. "Why hasn't Sam returned with the message yet? Why not just turn him into your likeness and put him on trial?" Leanne glanced at Hera, surprised that this guy had become so clever, knowing how to switch the prince with a cat. "I sent Sam to the north to deliver the letter personally, firstly because the letter is very important and must be delivered to Anna by her personally, and secondly because I was worried about Anna's safety, as she cannot return now." "Are you really going to give up the witch and be with Ellie? What do you think?" "How would I know?" Hera didn't quite understand why Leon was so devoted to Anna. "Since I chose Anna from the beginning, I will not betray her." Hera raised her fluffy cat head. "Even if it means death? I will die if I don't choose Anna." Leon said that compared to these conspiracies and schemes, when the end of the world comes, no one will be able to escape. Hera didn't understand what Leanne meant. At that moment, she suddenly envied Anna, who always had someone standing firmly by her side, no matter when, where, or what the situation was. Not long after Ellie left, Saya and her servants arrived. She is currently under investigation. Seeing Saya surprised Lee even more than seeing Ellie. The second princess, Saya, who was praised for her flawless character, treating commoners and nobles equally, and for her kindness, purity, and gentleness, spoke softly. "I want to make a deal with you." "What transaction?" Leon asked. "I'll help you get the votes of the great nobles, And you'll admit that you were the one who had an affair with me at the auction that day. Chapter 92. A green hat over the green grassland? Lian was a little confused. Could it be that Saya was really at the auction that day? And that she was actually having an affair? This news is absolutely explosive. Wait a minute, in the game's lore, who was Saya's lover again? I think it was Louis XV himself. Could it be that the Emperor was there that day as well? Therefore, if an investigation were to be launched, Saya would be worried that the matter would be exposed. In that case, the seriousness of this matter is even more serious than her hiring someone to kill and frame Ellie. We can get married afterward, Saya said. My reputation is many times better than Anna's. What Anna can give you, I can also give you. What she can't give you, I can also give you. For example, a green hat like the green grassland? Lian thought to himself, but smiled and said, Your Highness Saya, why did you choose me? Believe it or not, from the first time I saw you, I felt a flutter in my heart. If I am destined to marry someone, I hope to marry you. Saya said softly. Yeah, right. Faced with the top-tier, green tea, girl in the game, Lian hesitated and said, Princess Ellie just came to see me. I can't refuse the conditions she offered. I'm sorry. Don't rush to reject me, think it over first. Ellie doesn't understand, but your problem is ultimately about pollution. Even if the nobles appreciate you, as long as the church can't clean up your pollution, you will become the biggest remnant of the feast. The Empire will not allow anyone carrying the seeds of the feast to exist. Only I can help you. Miss Green Tea didn't stay in Lian's cell for long before leaving. Then, the last visitor arrived. To Lian's surprise, Isabella also came to the Black Tower to find him. Could it be that she also wants to steal Anna's boyfriend? Is today a day to collect all 3 princess cards? Do I have to draw all 3? Lost in thought, Isabella had already walked up to Lian. I know you did it all. Without any unnecessary pleasantries, Isabella immediately displayed her remarkable intelligence. She pushed up her glasses, her eyes filled with nothing but a thirst for knowledge and a desire to uncover secrets. What? Lian asked, puzzled. You smeared Ellie and Saya, and now it's my turn. Everything you've done is for Anna, right? But Anna might not be able to return from the north alive. Even a witch's growth takes stages. The best time to nip Anna in the bud is before she's fully grown. Isabella said. Ellie and Saya each have their own problems. I've only revealed the tip of the iceberg. There's no intention to smear them. But you, if you're smart enough, you should know that Anna is an invaluable asset to the Empire, the entire continent, and the whole world. The cracks are widening, the disaster is spreading, and only the witch can save the world. That's true, but Anna doesn't necessarily need the throne, does she? You're a scholar, you don't necessarily need a throne, do you? No, only when I sit on it can the Church of Knowledge gain a firm foothold in the Empire, and only then can the Empire continue to develop. Isabella believes she doesn't need to hide her ambitions, since everyone knows she's running for office. I'm here to tell you that I have a way to remove the pollution from your body. But I won't tell you that I want you dead unless I demonstrate sufficient value? Unless you are a follower of the Church of Knowledge. Your Highness Isabella, I have been a believer in the Church of Knowledge since I was a child. I believe that knowledge is power and technology changes the world. Lian said seriously. Unfortunately, you are an atheist, a true heretic. I can tell if anyone is lying by looking at their micro-expressions, and you are a liar. Isabella was about to leave after she finished speaking, which was somewhat different from the scenario that Lian had anticipated. Wait, are you here to sentence me to death? Don't you give me any other options? Like becoming your fiancé or something? I don't need a fiancé. Isabella, who was focused solely on her career, had a glint of wisdom in her eyes. Especially someone like you who thinks he's the protagonist of the world and is manipulating everything from behind the scenes. The moment I saw you, I wanted to kill you. Lian's lips twitched slightly. Your sense of superiority, that you think you're a higher dimensional being and that we're just ordinary people, is really annoying. After saying that, Isabella left without looking back. Lien suddenly realized that Isabella was more proud than Ellie. There won't be any visitors today, right? Hera asked. No, there's still one key person who hasn't arrived. Lien's lips curled up slightly. What do you mean? Anna is still in the north, she can't possibly come. Hera yawned, bored. Looking at the time, Archbishop Montier should be arriving soon. Lien looked at the silent pocket watch, and said that although the pocket watch, as a supernatural object, had been damaged, it could still be used to tell time. The second hand was broken and could not move, but the minute and hour hands were still working. As night fell, Archbishop Montier, having finished his day's work, came to the tower to see Lien. I heard that all 3 princesses have come today. That's what Archbishop Montier said. Yes, they were all very kind and gave me a lot of advice, especially Princess Isabella. The biggest problem now is that I have been corrupted by the evil god, and no one can help me. I must save myself. Lien said to Archbishop Monto. Archbishop Montier looked solemn. What you up to? Lien took out the map of the Pale Lord's burial ground. This is the method Her Highness Isabella found for me. It's from the legendary tomb of the fallen Elf King. The Elf King was buried with many treasures, including a bottle of withering potion. It only works on plants and won't harm the human body. Only it can help me cleanse the pollution in my body and make the feast seeds lose their activity. Lien said with utmost seriousness. I believe in Princess Isabella's wisdom. Your Highness Isabella, why should I help you? This is a secret, please don't tell anyone, Archbishop Montau. What? There was a time between me and Princess Isabella. That's fine. Archbishop Montier had no interest in such gossip, nor did he want to keep such a scandalous secret for Lien. He simply gave Lien a deep look and said, I hope that after this incident, the Holy Son can cultivate his character, study diligently at the seminary, and focus his mind on his studies and the Vatican. Okay. I will personally excavate this tomb and help you find what you are looking for. Wait, Your Excellency, it's far too dangerous here. I don't want to endanger others. I want to go myself. This is not in accordance with regulations. If you're afraid I'll run away, you can stay with me, and bring a pair of trustworthy priests with you? Good. Archbishop Montau agreed, firstly because of Isabella's endorsement of his reputation, and secondly because of his guilt towards Lien, who had vowed to protect him, but the best outcome was only public execution. Lien breathed a long sigh of relief. He had finally managed to trick someone into helping him dig up his grave. The tomb of the Pale Lord is not one you can just casually enter. Cannon fodder is indispensable. Chapter 93 Princess Isabella wouldn't lie to me. Princess Isabella wouldn't lie to me. The Elf King's tomb must be here. Archbishop Monto, Priest Wes, and a team of well-equipped superhumans followed Lien and, based on the map, arrived at the legendary tomb of the Elf King. Most surprisingly, Sith, the Holy Sun trainee who had always disliked Lien, also joined the team. He somehow heard rumors that Archbishop Mana was going to take Lien to the Elf King's tomb, so he joined the group through coercion and enticement. Along the way, Lien made sure to emphasize to everyone that this was a map provided by Princess Isabella. Lien used his silver cane to push aside the last layer of tangled withered vines, and suddenly the view opened up before him. It was a giant gate embedded in the mountainside. The door was carved from a single piece of grayish-white stone without any splicing. Its surface was densely covered with vine-like patterns, but not the elegant cursive script usually used by elves. Instead, it was a more archaic and distorted script. This font originates from the Chaos Era, which is 2 eras removed from the current Order Era. It was the Age of Dragons, and it is the true ancient dragon language. The current dragon language is actually an evolution of the ancient dragon language. Even Archbishop Ramont did not recognize Old Shin. These words are only known to Hera and Lien in the world today. To be precise, Hera represents recognition, while Lien represents memory. Your Excellency, is this an ancient phrase from the Elven royal court? Sith consulted the knowledgeable Archbishop Montier. Archbishop Montier took 2 steps forward, his fingers lightly tracing the engravings, but his brow furrowed deeper and deeper. A script older than the ancient Elven language. Lien, are you sure this map was personally handed to you by Isabella? Your Excellency, I am certain. Lien nodded with absolute certainty, then changed the subject and asked, Archbishop, what did they say? His young and handsome face appeared exceptionally pale in the light of the kerosene lamp, and his hand was already pressed on the holy emblem on his chest, looking extremely devout. Lying while touching the sun god's corona medal is something only a veteran player like Lien, who has been influenced by materialism and atheism for over a decade and has played the same game for 3 years, would dare to do. Monto did not answer immediately. He stared at the door for a long time before slowly exhaling. Since we're here, let's go in. The group of sequence extraordinary individuals exchanged glances and gripped their weapons tighter. They were all people who had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and they had an almost instinctive sense of danger. This place, that deathly silence that permeated the air, something was wrong. Young Master Sith, let's wait here. This is what Vito, the protector of the Sith, said. Why not go? This is the tomb of the Elf King. That woman Isabella pretends to be uninterested in men, but she was still bewitched by a male succubus. Male succubus. That was the nickname given to Lien by the Sith and a group of people who disliked him, who believed that Lien was nothing more than a lucky guy with only a handsome face. He has already bewitched Anna and Ellie, and now with the addition of Saya and Isabella, does this mean all the best women in the Empire will revolve around him? He should be destroyed as soon as possible. At least that's what the Sith thinks. He couldn't let Lien have the chance to obtain the treasure left behind by the Elven royal court. The more dangerous the tomb was, the better it would be for him. He wanted Lien to die inside. Archbishop Montier took 2 steps back, and the priest Wes, the Dawn Swordsman, stepped forward. He placed his hands on either side of the door crack and exerted force. The 2 heavy stone doors slid open slowly to the sides with a dull groan. Lien was itching to see this. This was the strength of the Dawn Swordsman. Not only did he possess a set of sword techniques that were excellent at countering vengeful spirits and filthy things, but he also had strength comparable to the Hulk. He could fight in melee or act as a tank, making him the first choice for warriors and a great partner for tomb raiding. Unfortunately, this is a Sequence 5 profession, which is still a long way off for someone like me who hasn't even obtained a sequence yet. As the stone door was pushed open, a dry wind carrying a faint smell of rust rushed out, making one feel uncomfortable. Behind the door is a sloping tomb passage that extends downwards, with a bronze lamp that has long been extinguished embedded in the stone walls on both sides every few steps. The tomb passage was very deep, and the light from the kerosene lamp could not reach the end. Only some broken pottery shards and rusted metal could be seen scattered on the ground nearby. Watch your step, Weiss said in a low voice and stepped into the tomb passage first. The group filed in, their footsteps echoing clearly in the empty passageway. Lien, who had only recently entered the extraordinary realm, walked in the middle, on high alert. He had been to this tomb before, but only when he reached Sequence 7. In this game, Sequences 1 to 3 are low-level transcendence, Sequences 4 to 6 are mid-level transcendence, Sequences 7 to 9 are high-level transcendence, and Sequences 10 to 12 are God-level transcendence. Sequence 10, Demigod, Sequence 11, Angel, Sequence 12, God. Lien only dared to enter this tomb after reaching the advanced level of the extraordinary. If it weren't for the fact that he had been corrupted by the Witch of the End, and that Hera had to break the contract and return to her prime to help cleanse him of the corruption, Lien would never have entered this tomb prematurely. Currently, the only high-level transcendent being in the team is Archbishop Monto. Lien couldn't help but feel a little guilty, worried about his safety. Even though she was holding a cat disguised as a witch in her arms. Besides the inherent dangers of the cemetery itself, there's also Vito from the Sith Zone, who's a formidable opponent. After walking for about 15 minutes, a fork in the road appeared ahead of the tomb passage. 3 pitch-black openings stood side by side, like 3 gaping maws. Splitting up? Wes asked. No, Archbishop Montier rejected categorically. In a place like this, being alone is tantamount to suicide. Choose one. Without hesitation, Lien pointed to the middle one. This one. Sure? Archbishop Montauk asked. Lian nodded. It was my intuition. Does your intuition work? Sid sneered and looked at Archbishop Montauk. I think it's the leftmost one. Please decide, Your Excellency. Archbishop Montier pointed to the middle of the road. This is it. The group continued forward, with Sith following behind, his expression grim. He never expected that Archbishop Montauk, who had always prided himself on fairness and integrity, and never took sides in the Vatican, would also be won over by Lian. The one on the left looks safer. The middle tomb passage is wider than the previous one, and the reliefs on the stone walls gradually become clearer. They were twisted humanoid figures, seemingly struggling, howling, and tearing at each other. The style of the relief is wild and ferocious, in stark contrast to the elegance and refinement of elven art. This is not an elf's thing. Archbishop Montauk's expression also turned serious. He stopped, crouched down, and used the tip of his cane to brush away a thick layer of dust and debris from the ground. Beneath the debris, a broken bone was revealed. They are human bones, and not just one. As they ventured deeper, they found more and more human bones scattered on the ground, some still wearing tattered armor, with rusted weapons strewn about. Well. The knight at the front suddenly groaned and staggered back a step. The light from the kerosene lamp he held high illuminated the scene ahead. The tomb passage came to an end, and before us lay a huge underground pit. Below the pit is magma, and in the middle of the pit floats a stone coffin. The stone coffin was completely black, without any decorations, yet it floated eerily in midair. It slowly rotates, and with each rotation, the surrounding air distorts, emitting a faint, low hum that sounds like a sigh or a groan. A huge magic circle was carved around the deep pit. The array patterns were extremely intricate, densely covering the entire floor of the dome. Each engraving was an ominous dark red, as if it had been stained with blood for millions of years. Archbishop Montier's expression suddenly changed, his pupils contracted, and he finally understood the reason for the unusual behavior along the way. It's not the Elf King, it's the Pale King. Let's go, we must leave this place. What? The Pale King? How is that possible? Isabella wouldn't lie to me, Lian said, unwilling to give up. Idiot, you're going to get us killed, Sith shouted. Even if he coveted the Elf King's burial goods, Sith knew that the Pale King and the Elf King were two completely different beings. Chapter 94. The Pale Lord is not dead? You've been deceived. Isabella probably intends to kill you. Bishop Montauk gave Lian a deep look and ordered the troops to retreat quickly. However, the crimson magic circle on the ground suddenly lit up, and the dazzling red light instantly illuminated the entire dome. The dark red marks seemed to come alive, twisting and writhing, spreading wildly along the ground. Careful! Archbishop Montier waved his staff, and a milky white light shield instantly opened, enveloping everyone within it. But the red light did not attack them. Instead, it surged toward the bones scattered throughout the tomb. Those skeletons, who had been dead for countless years, began to tremble, to piece together, and to stand up again under the infusion of red light. Two crimson lights shone from their empty eye sockets. They grabbed the rusty weapons beside them, let out a silent roar, and pounced on the intruders. The battle erupted in an instant. Although the resurrected skeletons were fragile, they were numerous and fearless. However, undead creatures are naturally defeated by the clergy of the Sun Church. Sequence 5. Dawn Swordsman. Wes leads the charge, his sword flashing with brilliance. Countless undead fall. His handsome appearance is irresistible. Archbishop Montauk, as a Sequence 7 evangelist, can enhance the combat power of all friendly units, making him one of the strongest support classes. The Sith's combat strength was simply insufficient, but his protector, Vito, was a Sequence 6 wolf summoner of the lunar path, who immediately summoned a pack of shadow wolves to assist in the battle. Other clergy members of the Vatican who possessed extraordinary abilities were skilled in the art of solar purification. Waves of the sun's purifying light swept across the land, and the skeletons fell to the ground one by one. It seems that the problem can be solved without Lian and Hera lifting a finger. But this is only the surface. because the undead are fighting a war of attrition. The skeletons fell and rose again, but the superhumans could not use their superhuman powers indefinitely. They would eventually run out of energy. No! These things can't be completely purified. If this continues, we will eventually be exhausted. Lord Montau, what should we do? The fallen skeletons were pieced together again, no longer scattered human skeleton warriors, but assembled into various tall monsters to enhance their combat power. Amid the chaos of the battlefield, Sith noticed Lien. Instead of running away, this guy actually walked towards the coffin in the deep pit. What is he going to do? Sith narrowed his eyes, a wicked thought creeping into his mind. Perfect timing. Everyone's busy fighting the undead monsters right now, and nobody's paying attention to me and Lien. This is the best opportunity to get rid of him. After realizing this, Sith gave Vito a look. Cover me. I'll do it, Vito said. No need. He's just a newbie who just took the boiling blood potion, while I'm already a sequence 3, purifying flame knight. Don't underestimate me. What Sith disliked most about Vito was that, because he was his uncle, Vito always tried to take care of everything for him, which deprived Sith of a lot of fun. He kept moving closer to Lien, but Lien seemed to have no reaction. Go to hell. Sith reached out and shoved Lien hard in the back. Seemingly unaware, Li simply dodges gracefully to the left, nearly causing Sith to fall into the giant pit. Sith stopped in time, and the rubble beneath his feet rolled into the 10,000-meter-deep pit, making him gasp. But the truly terrifying part is yet to come. Lien's hand was on his arm at some point, and he shouted while exerting force. Sith, come back! Don't be impulsive! No! Archbishop Montier and West looked over at the same time, only to see Sith fall into the 10,000-meter-deep pit. Lien tried to stop him but failed and knelt down at the edge of the pit. Without hesitation, Vito rushed down to rescue his good-for-nothing nephew. But it was too late. It wasn't that the Sith was swallowed by the lava, but rather that the Sith fell onto the floating coffin. The pitch-black stone coffin suddenly stopped turning, emanating a chilling aura. The stone coffin trembled violently, and the black surface began to peel away, revealing the true color beneath. It was a pale, ashen white, like bone ash. The coffin lid was suddenly flung open, and Sith, his face deathly pale, fell inside. Vito stopped in his tracks, his brow furrowed. It was my fault for not being able to stop him. Lien looked at Archbishop Monto with self-reproach. I will kill you right now and make you pay with your life for the Sith. Vito was about to take action, but was stopped by Archbishop Montier. Stop, Your Excellency Weiss. The matter of Sith cannot be blamed on Lien. Before the trial, Lien is the holy son of the Holy See, and I will not allow anyone to harm him. Vito could only glare at Lien with resentment, while Lien innocently shrank back. Help me! Sith's screams came from the coffin. Immediately afterwards, people heard a clicking sound. Boom! The coffin lid was blown off. A gigantic dragon, pale white in color and so large that it almost filled the entire underground palace of the tomb, burst out. Sith was being held in its mouth, with only half of its body remaining, and tears and snot streaming down its face. He reached out his hand, looking at Vito with resentment. Uncle, save me! Vito controlled the pack of wolves to attack the dragon. However, the wolves' attacks were completely ineffective, turning into dissipating energy upon contact with the dragon's scales and annihilating in the air. Yes, the Pale Lord is actually a dragon, while his daughter, the Witch of the End, is human. This setting has always confused Liyun. Later, after finding a walkthrough and reading the side stories, I learned that the Pale Lord's wife was human, and the End Witch was born from his wife's affair. Therefore, the Pale Lord eventually turned his daughter into the End Witch, who has always hated the Pale Lord. It sounds confusing, but it's still far inferior to Greek mythology. The dragon swallowed the Sith, and Hera swallowed hard. It doesn't look appetizing. Hera muttered to herself. Lien rubbed her cat's head. What time is it? She's still thinking about food. The Pale Lord is he not dead? Apart from Lee and Hera, everyone else was stunned by what they saw. That oppressive force, that terrifying oppressive force originating from the ancient mythological era, truly and undeniably crushed down. All the superhumans felt suffocating pressure at this moment, and those who were slightly weaker, like Lien, even collapsed to the ground. The resurrected skeletons lay prostrate on the ground, trembling. The Pale King hovered in midair, looking down at the tiny ants below him. Two eerie blue flames burned in its eye sockets as it swept its gaze over the crowd. An aged yet authoritative voice resounded in everyone's mind. "You have disturbed my peaceful sleep. Do you know your crime?" Chapter 95. I won't take the blame. I absolutely won't take it. The Pale Lord is certainly dead. This is merely a projection of its remaining existence in this world. However, the power of projection alone is enough to give everyone a hard time. "Hera, do you know what to do?" Lien released the cat from her arms. Hera had been preparing for this moment for a long time. "Wes, take Lien and get out of here right now." At a critical moment, in order to preserve the flame of the papacy, Archbishop Montier chose to send away Reen and Wes. He couldn't care less about anyone else. They would likely be annihilated by the Pale Lord's wrath. "No, I can't leave. I can't hurt you," Lien said with a serious expression. "Don't worry, I won't die. Go quickly, this is not something you can handle." Archbishop Monto waved his hand, giving Wes a buff spell. Wes activated his ultimate move, instantly accelerating Lien with light. The two returned along the same route, arriving at the crossroads almost instantly. Even so, they still felt that powerful and terrifying pressure. A deep rumble came from the depths of the tomb, like the heartbeat of a giant. The rock face overhead began to crumble, and rubble hit the back of the crowd, sending screams flying. Lien's lungs were filled with burning air, and the power of the boiling blood boiled in his veins, but he could not dispel the biting chill behind him. "Don't stop." Wes released Lee and continued running forward. Using a special technique to get Lien out of the most dangerous area was already more than enough. After unleashing his ultimate ability, there will be a brief period of weakness. During this phase, Wes will not have the energy to take care of Lien. If he does not concentrate on dealing with other potential dangers in the tomb passage, the two of them may die inside. Lien understood this principle. Wes wasn't his babysitter, and he would have to rely on himself when it mattered most. So he had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow Wes. Unfortunately, even in his weakened state, the speed of the Dawn Knight, a Sequence 5, exceeded the full speed of a blood boiler. Wes quickly left him 10 meters behind, and that distance was still widening. Behind me, a deafening roar erupted. Lien turned around and saw the dazzling golden light deep inside the tomb. That was the Archbishop's divine magic. The intense light briefly illuminated the entire passageway, and also the silhouette that slowly rose, a silhouette darker than darkness itself. Lien turned around and continued running. The passageway is collapsing. Stones rained down, and the dust choked people so much they couldn't open their eyes. For some reason, the boiling blood power that Lien gained by burning his life force was waning. His muscles ached as if they were filled with lead, and every step he took was exhausting. He could hear his own heavy breathing and the steady footsteps of Wes behind him. Then he heard that voice. It wasn't a roar, it wasn't a shout, it was just a soft sigh, like something escaping from deep in the throat. Lien's scalp tingled. The next instant, a black wave surged from behind. It wasn't a physical object, but pure, frozen fear. It was faster than a collapse, hotter than a flame. Wherever it passed, the rock walls silently weathered and crumbled, and the slow-moving figures froze, shattered, and vanished in the darkness. Oh no, they're catching up? The pills were something a mere beginner-level superhuman like myself couldn't withstand. In an attempt to alter his body's sensations and gain greater speed, Li Enjian took an unorthodox approach, using the Chaos Dagger to slash the skin on his legs, disrupting the sensations in his legs, relieving muscle soreness, and making him run with more power. Even so, his maximum speed could not match the speed at which that force of despair was chasing him. At times like this, all they can do is put on a show. Wes, don't worry about me, just run. It's all my fault, I dragged you into this, don't worry about me. Lien shouted at the top of his lungs. You don't need to heed Archbishop Monteau's instructions. Even if I die and am buried here, I won't blame you. It's my fault that the Vatican lost 2 holy sons at once. Even if I leave here, the Frank family will definitely hold me accountable. Wes was completely stunned. Yes, if he were the only one to escape in the end, not only would he be unable to explain himself to Archbishop Monteau, but more importantly, the unreasonable Frank family might also hold him accountable for Sith Frank's death. I won't take the blame, I absolutely won't. Gritting his teeth, Wes turned back, picked up Lien, and threw him out forcefully. Lien tumbled on the rubble, crashed into the rock wall, and his vision went black. Wes stood 10 steps behind him. The Knight of Dawn knelt on one knee, his long sword held horizontally, its blade glowing with a faint golden light. The black tide crashed against the sword light, emitting a hissing sound that made one's teeth ache. Wes's shoulders trembled, the veins on his arms bulged, and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Walk. He had his back to Lien. What? You want me to walk by myself? I'll definitely die. Lien knew the difference between the blood-boiling one and the Dawn Knight, and without hesitation, he chose to run towards Wes. I can't run by myself. We are partners and must fight side by side. Wes didn't turn around, but the moment he got close, he suddenly stood up, sheathed his sword, grabbed the back of his neck, and rushed towards the end of the tunnel with him. The black tide closed in behind them, engulfing the place where they had just stood. The final passageway was also collapsing rapidly. The whole process was incredibly terrifying, with the invisible force of death following behind. Without Wes, the Knight of Dawn, Lien would have died countless times. Finally, after their extreme run, Lien and Wes burst out of the cave and fell into the woods outside, where they ate a mouthful of fresh soil. When they turned around, they found that the entire entrance had collapsed and the door was covered with countless rubble. Those who followed them, including the Archbishop, were almost entirely wiped out, only they escaped. Huff, huff, huff! Lien gasped for breath and rolled over onto the ground. Wes was the same. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. I've been on countless adventures, but never have I faced such a terrifying being as the Pale Lord. This time, it was really too close. Wes, thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have died in there. Lien said gratefully. No, we should really thank Archbishop Monteau. If it weren't for him buying us time, we would never have been able to escape. Wes said. What if something happens to Archbishop Monteau? How are we supposed to explain this when we get back? Lien asked tentatively. I'm sorry, Lien, I can't help you keep this a secret. I will tell the enforcer the truth. Wes said. The reason they went to such lengths to rescue Lien was to make him take the blame so that they could clear themselves of any involvement. Wes was only exploring the tomb on the orders of Archbishop Monteau, and he was unwilling to ruin his future with a single wrong decision. Not only did he violate the rules of the papacy, but he also caused the death of the Frank family's beloved grandson, Sith Frank. This was something that Weiss's background was not something he could handle. It was better left to the already convicted Son of God. It's okay, I will take full responsibility and will never be a burden to you. Wes, you are a good person and deserve a bright future. Hearing how understanding Lien was, Wes suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Lien, what do you plan to do? Chapter 96 Teacher, I really want to improve. I only hope that Archbishop Monteau can return safely, and that the predecessors of the church can return safely. I don't want anything else. Lien began to touch the badge on his chest and pray. Great Sun God, please protect them. Wes was stunned. He hadn't expected Li to be so innocent. He had assumed that Lien, who had uttered those words in the tomb, was just a sophisticated egoist like himself, but he hadn't realized he had misunderstood him. If the Sun God has mercy and allows the Archbishop to return, I can testify for you about Sith's matter, proving that you didn't push him down, but that you went to save him and failed. No sooner had Wes finished speaking than a deafening rumble came from the collapsing tomb behind them. The tomb doors were opened again. Weiss nervously got up and looked toward the tomb entrance. Leon's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. A cat was seen dragging the unconscious Archbishop Montier out, its jaws gripping the Archbishop's neck. And this cat is the ragdoll cat that Leon brought in, Hera herself. Hera tossed Archbishop Monto aside and stared at Wes with her cat-like eyes. That look seemed to say, "You need to keep your word." At that moment, High Priest Wes suddenly understood. It seems that the Sun God really values Leon. Since he is the chosen one by God, I have no reason to go against him. Wes knelt before Lee and said with a serious expression, "Wes Lerman Geb, the Knight of Dawn, hopes to follow and serve you in the future until you become the servant closest to God and His Holiness the Pope." This time, it was Leon's turn to be stunned. He had thought that Weiss, under Monto's tutelage, would become a staunch and stubborn old-school Sun Party member like Monto. However, he hadn't expected that Weiss would also be a person with flexible moral principles, which was in stark contrast to his usual upright and incorruptible demeanor. He must have often told Monto, "Teacher, I am so eager to improve. Wes Lerman Geb, I accept your allegiance. I promise to protect you as you grow, to help you gain power, to become who you want to be, and to achieve what you desire." Although I have no interest in the Pope of the Church of the Sun, since Wes wants to pledge allegiance to me, he must have his own reasons for wanting to advance, so I must offer him a lucrative opportunity. Wes's eyes lit up. He was very satisfied with the promises Lee made. "Wes Lerman Geb is willing to offer you his loyalty, and you are my master, both at all times and in all places, except for the great Sun God." He drew his long sword from his waist and handed it to Lien. Lien took the long sword, patted him 3 times on the forehead and 3 times on the shoulder, and said solemnly, "Whenever and wherever you are, use your knight's sword to protect the light and drive away the darkness." After the simple ceremony of pledging allegiance ended, Li Yunjie looked at Hera, whose belly was stuffed full. How much stuff is this guy hiding in his stomach? I hope it's not all digested. We need to hurry back. We might still be able to salvage 1 or 2 useful extraordinary items. Thinking this, Lien picked up Hera and said to Wes, "We need to take the Archbishop back immediately for treatment." "Yes, Your Majesty." Previously, Wes felt that his qualifications and abilities were superior to Lien's, so he would directly address him as Lien. Now, however, he has changed it to Holy Son, which is enough to show his recognition and respect for him. Weiss carried Archbishop Monto on his shoulders, and the group quickly left the cemetery. We finally made it back to the cathedral before sunset. Archbishop Monto was rushed to the hospital for treatment, while Lien was sent back to the Black Tower. After entering the room, the door was automatically locked. Hera spit it out. "It's almost all digested." Hera let out a burp. "Impossible! Those were all the burial goods of the Pale Lord. You ate them all?" Lien flipped Hera upside down, trying to make her spit out some precious remnants by shaking her. Hera kept her mouth tightly shut, her 2 cat paws stubbornly braced against the ground. Lien's lips curled up. "Since you want to do it this way, don't blame me." "Meow, what are you doing? Stop pretending you're not a real cat." Lien rolled up his sleeves, grabbed Hera's tail, and spun her around in a fiery wheel for about 30 turns. Hera's eyes were already filled with stars. "I'm telling you, don't go too far." Hera spit it out with a groan. You ant, how dare you treat me like this? I want to vomit." He was vomiting as he spoke. Unfortunately, all that came out were bones. There were no other extraordinary items. Looking at the pale bones scattered on the ground, Lien was at his wit's end. "You actually want to digest the pale bone, the key item for breaking the contract? Do you still want to break the contract?" This bone has a trace of the ancient god's aura. It tastes quite good," Hera said guiltily. "Besides these bones, is there really nothing else?" "It's really gone. It has become my energy. Otherwise, how could I have defeated the Pale Lord's projection and brought Monto out for you?" Hera transformed back into human form and shrugged. "Let's hurry up and hold the ceremony to terminate the contract," Lien said. Why do you look more anxious than I am? Hera stared at Lien suspiciously. You wouldn't happen to be thinking of becoming my next contract partner, would you? No, I don't want to. Lien immediately denied it. Our relationship is purely platonic. I've always considered you my best friend. Ha, you mere ants, yet you dare to be my friend. Hera proudly raised her head. Once I break the contract, I will deal with my previous contractor and regain my complete freedom. Yes, but shouldn't you help your friend get rid of the pollution first? Lien asked. Let's discuss terminating the contract first. Hera walked to the pile of bones, seemingly disgusted by her own saliva, and threw the bones she had picked up back on the ground. Quickly prepare the ceremony for me. Considering that Hera was about to become his lifeline, Lien temporarily tolerated her arrogance. Find the most crucial pale bone among hundreds of bones, wipe it clean with a towel, and then place it on the ground. I don't need to inscribe the magic array, do I, Instructor Hera? Of course, if you, a newbie, draw it wrong and delay my important business. Hera crouched down and began to inscribe the magic circle herself. Before long, a ceremony to dissolve the contractual relationship was completed. Hera, holding the pale bone, stood at the very center of the magic circle and began chanting incantations. Perhaps because escaping the tomb of the Pale Lord had exhausted too much energy, Lien was feeling drowsy and fell asleep without realizing it. When Lien woke up, Hera had already left. Good news! Hera seems to have cleansed him of the contamination while he slept. His headache is gone, and the feast seeds will not take root in his body. The bad news is that Hera, thinking she has regained her strength, is eager to seek revenge without understanding her opponent's situation, and will most likely return empty-handed. At the same time, a pale arm crawled out of the collapsed ancient tomb of the Pale Lord. Chapter 97 The Eve of Judgment Day, The Darkness Before Dawn. Damn you, Lien, I'm going to kill you! He said angrily, his face contorted, whether from rage or from the irreversible contamination he had suffered. Sith said. The Sith, who crawled out of the graveyard like a ghost, was only half a broken body and was determined to seek revenge on Lien. Sis, you should have listened to me a long time ago. Now look what's happened. Shut up, Vito, shut up. If it weren't for you, always trying to control my life, why would I be in such a hurry to prove myself? Sis, I'm your uncle, and everything I've done is for your own good. Alright, you two ants, shut up. You're in control of this body now. Suddenly, 3 faces appeared squeezed together on Sith's head. One was Sith himself, one was from his uncle Vito, and one was completely unfamiliar. Now, the completely unfamiliar face has taken the initiative, pushing the other 2 faces to their side of its ears. I know you want revenge, but you must do as I say. So what should we do now? First, we need a normal body. We need a pair of legs. On the eve of the trial, the Vatican convened an emergency meeting. Archbishop Montier and Priest Weiss, who had both regained consciousness, were held accountable. However, thanks to Cardinal Cassi's strong support, Monto and Weiss were only punished with demotions. Monto was demoted from archbishop to bishop, and Weiss was demoted from priest to vice priest. After the meeting ended, Koshi dismissed everyone except Montao. Monto, you have truly disappointed me. That's what Koshi said. With his white hair and beard, and dressed in a red robe embroidered with gold, he was the most trusted cardinal of His Holiness the Pope, as well as an elder of the Church, who handled all political affairs on behalf of the Pope after he left the capital. His status was second only to the Pope, almost on par with the Son of God. They are a highly respected figure, second only to the Emperor. He was also Archbishop Montier's teacher, and had always placed high hopes on him. I'm sorry, teacher, I just don't want the teaching to lose a talented person, and the Empire to lose a hero. Talent? What kind of talent is Lien? He's nothing more than a pawn chosen by His Holiness the Pope, a pawn used to drive the witch mad. Once His Holiness the Pope has completed his mission and returned from the north, Lien will become a discarded pawn, utterly useless. As for heroes, needless to say, the Empire doesn't lack heroes, it lacks people with brains. Cassi gave Monto a deep look. Do you know where you went wrong? Teacher, I did nothing wrong. I was just following my heart. Lian helped the church get rid of a major threat and eliminated the feast cult. This is a good thing for the entire church and the entire empire. I should take responsibility for being corrupted by the evil god during the mission. That's what the honest Manhwa said. Manto, your teacher protected you so well that you are still so innocent to this day. Kishi shook his head, his eyes filled with undisguised disappointment. Teacher, I thank you, and I thank the sun god. I believe that the reason I live in this world is to prove that people like me also have value. Manto said. Fine, so how will you take responsibility for the death of Heath Frank? Sis Frank is an adult, both in appearance and in spirit. He should be responsible for his own decisions. I led a team of 52 people into the tomb of the Pale Lord. Including him, a total of 50 people died. If I need to be responsible for every one of the dead, then I cannot serve the sun god wholeheartedly, and will live in repentance every day. That's what Archbishop Montier said. You know that the Frank family's ancestors were elves, right? Their main family also possesses the magical arts of the elves. You'd better not have any direct connection to Frank's death, otherwise, even your teacher can't protect you. That's what Koshi said? Montao nodded. I have absolutely nothing to do with his death. Give me the things. Koshi reached out his hand. Montauk took a piece of pale bone from his pocket and handed it to Koshi. Teacher, what do you need this for? This is my business. You just focus on your own things and don't worry about anything else. Understood, teacher. Montao nodded and turned to leave, but was stopped by Koshi. Etc. Teacher, is there anything else? Montao turned his head and looked at Elder Koshi, whose face was aged. Lien deceived you. The map was not given to Lien by Isabella. Lien obtained it from the feast cult. That's a cunning piece, Koshi said. Don't let him keep you in the dark. Teacher, you knew from the beginning that it wasn't the tomb of the Elf King, but the tomb of the Pale Lord, which is why you instructed me to obtain the pale bone no matter what, right? Montauk's deep pupils met Koshi's murky, black hole-like eyes. The moment their eyes met, even though Koshi said nothing, Montier knew. Monto, are you trying to make me responsible for those dead believers? I don't think that way. If you feel guilty, you probably won't be able to serve the sun god wholeheartedly. I just want to say, please don't treat everyone like fools. Monto turned around and grasped the doorknob. Monto, would you betray your teacher? Never. Montao opened the door and left. The door closed automatically, and Koshi raised the skeleton, his expression gradually turning crazed. Finally got it. Meanwhile, inside the Black Tower, Lien keenly sensed the chilling aura. After becoming a superhuman, Lien's sixth sense was significantly enhanced. If it weren't for the fact that Richard's hypothesis contained 3 new spells left by Hera, and that Lien held 3 extraordinary items, the Mirror of Wisdom, the Chaos Dagger, and the Blessing of Life, as well as a fragment of the Heart of the Blazing Sun, he really wouldn't have been so confident. Although the Mirror of Wisdom is damaged, it can still be used after repair. Wearing it increases intelligence by 25 points and enhances immunity to charm and hypnosis. Chaos Dagger, a creation specifically designed to cut and disrupt power, order, and necessity. Blessing of Life randomly adds 1 to 24 hours to lifespan each day, making it the perpetual motion machine of boiling blood. In addition, the shards of the blazing sun can trigger a brief, blinding flash. Unless an evil god visits, Lien has a chance of escaping alive. The evil god could not possibly enter the Black Tower of the cathedral. Otherwise, it would be too disrespectful to the sun god. With that in mind, Lien deliberately lay down on the bed, pretending not to have noticed anything. Until the sound of the door lock clicking. Lien frowned almost imperceptibly. The locks to the Black Tower are only available to members of the church. Could they be from the Vatican? After the door opened, a blonde girl dressed in an elaborate black court dress and wearing a silver mask walked to Lien's bedside. She reached out and touched Liun's cheek. I'm sorry I'm late, Liun. Chapter 98. You want me? No way, I'm straight. Lian opened his eyes and saw Anna's familiar face, or rather, her familiar mask. Anna, why are you back? Lian got out of bed. Yes, I have taken care of things in the north. I returned after attending Grand Duke Constantine's funeral. Anna snuggled into Lian's arms, looking like a little bird seeking shelter. Lian felt no excitement or thrill at the prospect of having a beauty in his arms. The mirror of wisdom made him realize that this was not the real world, but a dream. It was indeed Anna's nightmare power, but since it was in a dream, why would Anna lie to herself? If she really did come back, she shouldn't have dragged herself into the dream. So, who is this person in front of us? Someone who possesses the nightmare ability like Anna? Sequence 1 of the Moon Path, Dream Watcher. When the potion reaches the third stage, perfection, can slightly manipulate a person's dream, also known as a nightmare. Although it cannot compare to the witch's nightmare, it is enough to trap low-level superhumans in the dream he creates. In addition, other professionals can also achieve this using dream-creating spells. Could it be that I've been targeted by the Moon Cult? But this is the Sun Church, and even though the Moon Church is one of the 3 major Orthodox churches, it doesn't dare to easily set foot on the Sun Church's territory. Therefore, excluding the possibility of a dream spy, the only remaining possibility is that someone is using a dream-creating spell on me. If you die in a dream, then in reality you are just a soulless shell, no different from a real death. Without any hesitation, Lian pulled out the Chaos Dagger and stabbed Anna in his arms. At the same time, Anna, in his arms, also attacked Lian, but the Chaos Dagger disrupted her senses, causing her hand, which was supposed to stab Lian's heart, to deviate and stab into Lian's abdomen instead, and the heart-removing operation failed. Even so, Lian was in so much pain that her face turned pale. Who says there's no pain in dreams? In such a realistic dream, the pain is very real. Just as Lian's Chaos Dagger was about to deliver a second blow, Anna stepped back, avoiding the attack. She looked up, her eyes filled with disbelief. First, Lian is just a low-level superhuman, not even a sequenced superhuman, so how could he stay awake in a dream? Secondly, Lian not only remained clear-headed, but also recognized that Anna was an imposter, and attacked Anna immediately. How did he manage to do that? It's impossible for someone to have an old man in their mind, right? If you can't figure something out, just don't think about it. After the failed attempt to extract her heart, Sis stopped acting and reverted to her original form from Anna. Lian, look who I am. Sith? My God, you're alive! That's wonderful! The Sun God must have heard my prayers to resurrect you, Lian said with an exaggerated expression. Stop pretending. If you hadn't pushed me down, would I be in this state now? I'm going to kill you, you damned male succubus. Calling him a male succubus is a bit too much. We're all civilized people, can't we have a proper chat? I think we can cooperate. Screw your cooperation, I want you dead right now, and then I'll get your body. What? You want me? No way, I'm straight, not gay. Sith frowned, deciding to stop arguing with Lian. He stretched out his hands and formed a hand seal to summon. Packs of shadow wolves emerged from all directions, rushing menacingly towards Lian. Veto's power? You ate him? Oh no, you two got together, merged? So it really is a passionate fusion. As Lian complained, he backed away, having roughly guessed what was going on. Thump thump. It quickens your heartbeat and ignites your blood. Lian's strength and speed were amplified, allowing him to evade the first shadow wolf that pounced on him. It's useless. You have no way to survive in a pack of wolves. This is my dream. Wolves are endless, but your stamina has a limit. Especially since you are a blood boiler, constantly burning your blood boiler will only hasten your death. Sis said, extending his hand. The blessing of life pendant that Lian wore around his neck had somehow ended up in Sith's hands. Look, the ruler of dreams can take away everything that does not belong to you. No supernatural item can help you escape danger. Sith's lips curled up, his eyes fixed on Lian with the venom of a snake. He wanted to see Lian gradually descend into despair, then be torn apart by wolves, and finally die a gruesome death. But things didn't go as planned. Although Hera and Sam weren't around, Lian was never a man who would rely solely on women. His greatest asset is his intellect. It's over, I'm doomed. So many wolves will drain all my strength and burn away all my life force. What should I do? What should I do? Lian screamed and dodged and hid. Seeing Lian's disheveled appearance, Sith couldn't help but laugh. Go to hell and repent. He decided to end this cat-and-mouse game with a single thought. All the wolves began to swell, doubling in size, and simultaneously charged at Lian, intending to tear him to pieces. However, at that moment, the wolf pack unexpectedly changed direction and charged towards Sith. Sith was stunned for a moment, and before he could figure out what was going on, he was overwhelmed by the wolf pack. Get out of here! The shadow wolves disappeared one by one before they could succeed. They were Vito's summoned creatures and must obey Vito's commands. Damn Vito, is this your summoned creature? Sith cursed angrily. Shut up, it's Lian. Vito, having lost his usual good temper, said angrily. However, before they could react to deal with Lian's first wave of attacks had already arrived. Lian opened Richard's hypothesis and released Hera's true dragon breath, recorded on the first page of the magic book. With the dragon's roar, a deep purple energy wave, carrying flames, flew out and rushed towards Sith. This terrifying power is enough to annihilate an entire city. Using it to deal with the half-crippled Sith is child's play. Go quickly, Sith said. He must escape this dream immediately. Otherwise, Lian's nightmares would become his dreams. Trying to escape? Where to escape to? Lian stretched out his hand, and in his palm was the extraordinary artifact Dream Lock that the Feast cult had used against Anna. Its ability was to lock anyone's dream. Damn it! It's the Dream Lock! Sith shouted. Shut up, give me your body! A strange voice replaced Sith and Vito. Upon hearing this voice, Lian's hair stood on end, and his eyelids twitched wildly. The next second, Lian and Sith suddenly switched positions. The dragon's breath struck Lian himself, and Richard's imagination in Lian's hand disappeared. Fortunately, Lian managed to shatter the dream lock in time and escape the dream. If he had been a second too late, he would have died from Hera's breath. Call. Lian was drenched in cold sweat. He sat up abruptly on the bed, panting heavily and greedily inhaling the surrounding air. He was so close, so very close, to dying. He nervously touched the necklace around his neck and discovered that the blessing of life was gone. The mirror of wisdom has disappeared. Richard's hypothesis is also gone. The chaos dagger has also disappeared. This is not the power of the dream's master, it is the power of the thief. Chapter 99. The feeling of being chosen by God, a strange feeling of trembling heart. The thieves are cultists who worship the evil God Lord of all things. This is the only cult with a complete hierarchy, and it is said to have existed before the three major Orthodox churches. Even more despised and feared by the three major Orthodox churches than the Feasters, it is an ancient cult that is the focus of their crackdown. The Sith and Vita encountered an event in the tomb of the Pale Lord, which led to their current combined state. Therefore, the only person who could have merged with them is Petra, the dream thief of Sequence 10. Petra needs to complete a ritual to steal the dreams of the gods when advancing from Sequence 10, Dream Thief, to Sequence 11, Life Thief. But even getting close to a god's dream, let alone stealing it, is a near-death experience. So he chose the projection left behind by the Pale Lord. As a result, he failed and was swallowed by the projection of the Pale Lord. Sith and Vito were also unexpectedly devoured by the Pale Lord's projection. The supernatural properties remaining on their bodies stimulated Bertra, causing him to awaken from his slumber. These three people are what turned into the strange mutants we see today. Logically, Petra is a boss that appears in the later stages of the game, but now he has appeared ahead of schedule. The plot has been altered by myself to an extreme degree. Of course, that's not the most important thing. Most importantly, he was back to square one, with only fragments of the Heart of the Blazing Sun remaining among his extraordinary items. Fortunately, the sun god protected him, otherwise the dream lock would definitely have been stolen, and he would have had no chance of escaping. It seems that the sun god really values himself. At this point, Lian had no choice but to sincerely thank and praise the sun god. "Thank you, great sun god, for saving my life." As soon as he finished speaking, whether by coincidence or in response to Lian, it was unclear. Outside the window, the dark world was illuminated by the first rays of dawn. The sun has risen. A faint ray of sunlight shone through the stained glass. Lian was truly panicked at this moment. This feeling of being chosen by God is inexplicably a little terrifying. After all, he was not a devout believer. 4 hours later, Lian was released from the Black Tower and sent to the Supreme Court. The courtroom is also a tower structure, with the judge's bench at the lowest point, and the audience seats and judge's bench surrounding it, spiraling upwards in concentric circles. The higher a person's status, the higher their position. The Pope held the highest position, and Cardinal Cassi, in place of Pope Shaw, participated in the trial, sitting at the head of the table as the presiding judge of the highest trial, possessing veto power. But he won't use Lian. It's already good enough that he can maintain fairness and impartiality. Standing beside him was a young servant of the gods, who looked to be only 14 or 15 years old. Next was Emperor Louis, who sat alone on the throne in the second circle, enjoying 7 votes by himself. Then there are the mysterious counselors from the 7 major families, each with 3 votes. The fourth row had 4 seats, each reserved for one of the 4 princesses. Apart from Anna, who was absent, Ellie, Saya, and Isabella were all present, and each of them had 2 tickets. The fifth row contains the 66-member jury of priests and nobles, each with 1 vote. Count Hall was also seated inside, but his vote was insignificant. The 5th row became empty, and the audience seating began from the 6th row onwards. There were 300 people in the audience, who had no right to vote and could only listen in. Those who could get into this place were all wealthy and powerful, including the Horn family, including Simon and Chloe, who sat in the 9th row of the audience. Lee's friends, Kemp and Wilson, were also sitting in this row. They all looked very anxious. "I have already asked my father to vote for Lian's innocence no matter what," Wilson said to Kep. "I said the same thing to my father, but he disagreed. He supported Ellie, the eldest princess." "I can't help it," Kep said helplessly. "If only Princess Anna could come back in time, she could clean up the pollution and maybe save Lian," Wilson said. "Don't you know there's been a civil war in the north? Princess Anna can't possibly come back in time. I heard from my father that His Majesty the Emperor secretly ordered Princess Anna to stay in the north and only return after the civil war is resolved." "What? Internal strife? No wonder the Constantine family's representatives haven't shown up." "It's obvious," Kep said, suddenly realizing. "Simon, will Lee be all right?" Chloe asked with concern. She had just attended Emma's funeral and couldn't accept losing a loved one or close friend again. She looked haggard and pale. "Chloe, I can't guarantee that I've done everything I could to persuade everyone who could vote for Lian, but I only managed to get 20 votes. 20 votes? Chloe leaned back against the soft sofa, looking somewhat dejected. This doesn't sound like good news. Standing on the lowest judgment platform, Lian looked up at the densely packed crowd and suddenly felt as if he were being judged by the gods. Of course, this is an illusion. How could a mere mortal like him be qualified to be judged by the gods? Lian looked up and met Earl Hall's gaze. Earl Hall was pretending to be an anxious old father, but Lian knew perfectly well what he was really thinking. This guy wanted to save himself in order to prove his abilities. Sigh, it's true what they say, if you stand by the river long enough, you're bound to get your shoes wet. I thought I was just putting on a noble persona, but I never expected to be chosen as Count Hall, this old silver coin. His acting is so good, why doesn't he go for an Oscar? Glancing past Earl Hall's aged face, I continued upwards and saw Ellie's stunningly beautiful face. Lian immediately looked away. Hera wasn't around, and there was no mirror of wisdom to help him resist her charm. He couldn't make eye contact with her, or he would easily be bewitched. Isabella remained calm and composed, while Saya seemed somewhat out of character, abandoning her usual gentle smile for a cold expression. She thought that Lian would accept her suggestion, but to her surprise, Lian did not respond at all. Recent investigations and public opinion have been unfavorable to her. She doesn't have Ellie's charm. She's not the kind of person who can be forgiven no matter what mistakes she makes. She had painstakingly built up her career over the years, even taking over her mother's position and serving Louis XV with all her heart, all for the sake of the throne. The Gamma family's distrust of her, coupled with the possibility of her affair with the Emperor being exposed, made her extremely uneasy. Damn it, who is it? Who is pretending? Running naked at the auction? Saya swore that if she caught this person, she would make her die 100 times over. Seeing the resentment hidden beneath Saya's calm eyes, Lian guessed that she was not in a good situation, but that it had nothing to do with him. The servant of God rang the bell of judgment. After the 3 chimes, everyone stood up and began to sing hymns. After the hymns were finished, everyone returned to their seats and prayed over the sun and corona badge on their chests. After completing these rituals, Koshi struck the gavel in his hand, signifying the official start of the trial. We are gathered here today to put Reinhall on trial and to discuss whether a person as corrupt as him has any reason to continue living. Chapter 100, The Supreme Trial begins. The feast disaster of decades ago, coupled with the flower of the end before, are not enough to illustrate how terrible the feast heresy is. The capital must not allow anyone with the feast seed in their body to continue to exist. No matter who they are, for the sake of the capital and the empire, they should choose to undergo complete purification. The Frank family member spoke first, glancing at Emperor Louis XV, who was positioned a step higher than him. What does His Majesty think? Louis's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Rewind to 4 hours earlier, the first thing Lian did upon waking was to have Deputy High Priest West deliver a secret letter to the Emperor. The contents of the secret letter were very simple. If you don't want Saya and his secret to be exposed, then don't treat the trial as a dual arena for the Crown Prince. Give Lian a fair trial. When the Emperor saw the letter, his first thought was not of Lian, but of the person behind Wes, Archbishop Montier, and the person behind Montier, Cardinal Caussy. Could it be that Archbishop Caussy already knows about his relationship with Saya? Is that why he's threatening him like this? Archbishop Caussy, does he perhaps value reign more than the Pope? They actually used this to threaten me. Although he desperately wanted to get rid of Caussy, Emperor Louis could only choose to endure it due to Cauchy's strength and influence. He had previously indulged Lian because of the existence of the Pope and Anna. Now that Anna and the Pope are trapped in the north, Lian's unwillingness to cooperate with Saya is tantamount to going against his own wishes. The Emperor originally intended to take this opportunity to eliminate Lian, an uncertain factor. But he can't do that now. Because he had to keep this secret. Royal families can have scandals, but Louis XV cannot. Louis XV coughed twice and said seriously, I believe this is the sacred Supreme Court, a place of justice under the watchful eye of the Sun God. I hope everyone can treat Lian's matter with a just heart, and not choose sides because of any power or competition. My 4 daughters are all excellent, and I am in my prime. The direction of the empire is still in my hands. Louis XV's statement was undoubtedly a warning to all nobles and clergy. Tell them that he is still the emperor, strong and healthy, and not to rush to take sides in the struggle for the crown prince position, and even less to target Lian because of it. Count Hall was slightly taken aback. He truly hadn't expected Louis to side with Lian. Although Louis seemed to admire Lian, it was only on the surface. Old coins know old coins best. Count Hall knew that Louis had always felt that Li was uncontrollable, and that taking this opportunity to eliminate this uncontrollable factor was the best solution. After the Emperor made his statement, the 6 counselors exchanged glances. That's great. His Majesty supports Lian. His Majesty is on our side. Simon almost jumped to his feet in excitement. Chloe looked at her brother, puzzled, and asked, I don't understand. Doesn't His Majesty demand that everyone be fair? Yes, but how many people in this world can receive fair treatment? That's the most precious thing. Simon said. Chloe still looked completely bewildered. Dick curled his lip and said, "Why doesn't His Majesty just say he supports Leon's innocence?" "Dick, don't be too greedy. This is already a favorable condition," Simon said. Mrs. Hall listened from the side, seemingly understanding but not quite. Koshi gave the servant a look, and the young servant spoke in a voice still tinged with childlike innocence. "Lin Hall was corrupted by the feast god during the mission to eradicate the feast. According to Article 36 of the Sacred Code, clergy must not be corrupted in any way, at any time, in any place, and without any means. If they cannot be cleansed of the corruption, they are guilty. Does anyone have anything to add?" "Have." A priest stood up and said loudly, "Lion Hall instigated the cult to explore the tomb of the Pale Lord, resulting in the deaths of 50 faithful followers in the tomb, including Lord Sith Frank." Upon hearing this news, the nobles who had originally intended to support Lien gasped in shock. This not only further proved that Lien was a heretic, but also completely offended the Frank family. "It's hopeless, absolutely hopeless." "What? The tomb of the Pale Lord? He really has been corrupted and has become a heretic. Otherwise, why would he bewitch people to explore the tomb of the Pale Lord?" "Yes, the partygoers are all crazy, and Lien Hall must have gone crazy too." Murmurs arose, and the way people looked at Lien was filled with apprehension, wariness, and disdain. "My God, how could Lien do such a thing?" Simon's nascent hope was instantly extinguished. Chloe bit her lip, her expression worried, and said, "Simon, is Lien beyond saving?" Wilson and Kep were also worried for Lien. The Frank family member, at this moment, made no attempt to conceal his true intentions. "Lien must take responsibility for Sith's death." "Are there any other crimes to add?" the servant of the gods asked. "Have." Ellie's demon butler, Ro, stood up gracefully and glanced at Lien with a smile. "Good grief, I didn't agree to Ellie's request, and this guy is kicking me while I'm down? It really is true that when someone's down, everyone pushes them away." However, Lien never considered Luo Wei, this devil, as an ally from the beginning, so he didn't feel betrayed at this moment. "Explain." The servant of the god looked at Luo Wei. Luo Wei said, "At Princess Ellie's banquet, Lien allowed his servants to kill 5 noblemen, disguising it as the work of the feast cult. Oh, those noblemen were Ramil Frank, Orion Woodward, Eli Osborne, Owen Sullivan, and Cyril Garrison. As for Lien's servants, they were actually demons." This sentence was like a pebble dropped into a pond, immediately creating ripples. "What? Lien actually colluded with the devil? He actually allowed the devil to kill the nobleman. It is an unforgivable crime. Count Hall, your bastard son is quite audacious." The councillors began their discussion, as did the nobles and priests. The entire courtroom resembled a noisy vegetable market. "Burn him! Burn him! Burn him!" Archbishop Koshi tapped his gavel, and his servant proclaimed, "Silence! Silence!" The courtroom fell silent instantly. You could hear a pin drop. "Anything else to add?" the servant of the gods asked. Seeing that no one spoke, the servant of the gods looked at Lien. Lien is currently pondering how Luo Wei managed to sneak in. He must possess some kind of extraordinary item that can shield him from demonic aura. Otherwise, let alone getting close to the Inquisition, even any high priest would be able to smell the intense demonic aura emanating from him. "Lien." The servant called twice, and Lien, looking extremely haggard with heavy dark circles under his eyes, finally raised his head and answered, "I am here." "Lien Hall, do you plead guilty?" "Whatever punishment the church may impose, I will accept it. All of this is because of me, and I am willing to take responsibility. As long as my death can quell everyone's anger and obey the will of the Sun God, I am willing to give up all benefits, including my precious life." Chapter 101. Did it hurt your little heart that your lover wasn't you? Lien's words surprised everyone. What? He actually confessed? It's strange that he confessed so easily. Brother, don't confess. You are the hero who saved the Empire. Chloe stood up anxiously, crying out. Lien didn't look up at her, looking like a pure and kind young man on the verge of collapse due to guilt and self-blame. This scene evoked sympathy from many wealthy women. Look, he must have suffered a lot. Did the church members persecute him? He was clearly an undercover agent for the feast cult, helping the church to eradicate it. How has he become a sinner now? The voices that spoke out in his defense gradually drowned out the voices that called for his punishment, which was exactly the effect Lien wanted. I believe that Lien is innocent. Bishop Montier stood up. At least for the second point, he is innocent, because he did not know that it was the tomb of the Pale Lord. He always thought it was the tomb of the Elf King, and the person who told him this was Princess Isabella. Archbishop Cassie's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He had clearly told Monto that this matter had nothing to do with Isabella, so why was Monto so determined to drag Isabella into it? Could it be that he was still holding a grudge about what happened 5 years ago? Princess Isabella? Princess Isabella is involved too? People's attention shifted from Lien to the high and mighty third Princess Isabella. Isabella was taken aback. She had only come to watch the show and hadn't expected to be called out at this moment. She pushed up her glasses and said in a flat tone, "This is slander. These are the Black Tower's visitation records, which show that the 3 princesses contacted Lien at different times on the second day after he was imprisoned." Archbishop Montier produced a record and glared menacingly at Isabella. "Your Highness, what is your explanation? Who can prove that you didn't give Lien the map?" "Your Grace, please stop speaking up for me. I am a sinner, and I am willing to accept any punishment. Please do not involve Isabella in this anymore," Lien pleaded. "None of the 3 princes have come to see me. Really, I made all the decisions on my own. Lien, you don't need to be afraid. You are a holy son of the church, not an insignificant nobody who can be manipulated. Even a high-ranking princess must take responsibility for her mistakes," Monto said to Lien. This statement ignited the entire courtroom, and everyone couldn't contain themselves, joining in the endless discussion. The fact that all 3 princesses are involved is even more shocking than the scandal of Liyun being contaminated. People immediately had countless guesses. Isabella is a heretic of the feast, which is why she controls the burial ground of the Pale Lord. Ellie's butler said that Lien's servant was a demon. Could it be a frame-up because the negotiations broke down over unequal distribution of benefits? Why would Princess Saya be having a secret rendezvous with Lien? Could it be that Lien was the one having an affair with Princess Saya at the auction? Saya looked at Lien with a complicated expression. It turns out that Lien didn't agree to marry her, but he didn't explicitly refuse either. As long as some people privately speculate that Saya and Lien are having an affair, that's enough. There's no need to sit idly by. This can attract public attention and cover up the truth under a falsehood. So what if Saya doesn't marry Lien in the end? When Anna and Lien get married, Saya might still get public sympathy. Oh, what a kind princess who was abandoned, how heartbreaking. Saya had even come up with the script to clear her name. In her heart, she looked at Lien with newfound respect. An affair? Lien had an affair with you? How is that possible? Ellie glanced at her younger sister, Saya, with disdain. Saya was already used to Ellie's arrogant gaze, and she said calmly, "Oh? Is it because the person you were having an affair with wasn't you, and it hurt your feelings? I'm sorry, sister, I couldn't take care of your feelings wholeheartedly. It was my fault for belittling myself in every way to enhance your sense of superiority and existence." "Saya, are you not even going to pretend anymore?" Ellie glared angrily at Saya. Saya replied with an indifferent expression. "If you hadn't framed me for Emma's death, perhaps we wouldn't have had to go through this." "That was done by you," Ellie said. "We all know it was done by the devil, but where is the real devil? You know better than I do." Saya looked at Ellie and said coldly, "Saya, just wait and see how disappointed your father becomes in you." Ellie said resentfully, her heart filled with twisted jealousy because of Saya and Lien's affair. This was the first time she had ever been jealous of Saya, who was inferior to her in every way. "I feel like we've all been played by him. Sisters, why don't we join forces and take him down first?" Isabella suggested. Ellie and Saya both gave Isabella a deep look, clearly showing no interest in forming an alliance with her. They each had their own thoughts. Your Highness Isabella, how do you explain this? Manto asked Isabella again. Isabella replied coldly. Your Excellency, please make this clear. Today is the trial of Leon, not me. You have no right to question me, and I have no obligation to answer any of your questions. If you have evidence, you can sue me, but not today. Manto was speechless for a moment, and could only look at the Emperor, who was seated next in line. Your Majesty, this concerns Leon's innocence. Please allow the third princess to answer my question. Emperor Louis looked at Isabella, his daughter whom he could never find fault with, yet whose relationship with him was always neither close nor distant. Who would have thought that Isabella would also fall for Leon's tricks? Isabella, have you visited Leon at the Black Tower? Louis asked. Yes, Dad. Isabella replied. But I didn't give him the map. Can anyone prove this? No, it was just me and Leon at that time, Isabella said. Louis then looked at Leon. Leon, tell me the truth, who gave you the map? Please forgive me, I cannot break my promise, I cannot say it. Leon lowered his head. You bastard, speak up! Louis angrily blew on his beard. Leon seemed to be intimidated by the Emperor's majesty, and said in a trembling voice, Yes, it was Princess Isabella. She told me that the Elf King's tomb contained a potion that could remove my corruption, which is why I told Archbishop Manto about it. Isabella narrowed her eyes, not expecting Leon to be so shameless as to frame her for such a thing. Sis probably overheard Princess Isabella's conversation with me, which is why he insisted on joining the exploration team, Leon said regretfully. Isabella was completely outraged. You're trying to pin everything on me, how rude of you! Representative Frank looked at Isabella. Your Highness, is that so? I'm afraid you won't believe anything I say now. Although Isabella is intelligent, she uses her intelligence in the field of invention and creation. When it comes to political intrigue and scheming, she is not as good as Leon. Congressman Frank, please don't blame Princess Isabella. In fact, Sith is not dead. He was just like me, corrupted. Chapter 102 The Notorious Thief. What? The Sith isn't dead? Franklin's family member, Sith's grandfather, was visibly taken aback when he heard the news. Manto and Wes, who hadn't had a chance to speak until now, also showed surprised expressions, not expecting such a dramatic turn of events. If the Sith hadn't died and had been contaminated, then the trial of Leon would have been more than just a matter of having one less charge. In order to protect their precious grandson, the Frank family first had to go easy on Leon so that they could do the same when the Sith were on trial. What proof do you have? I asked Congressman Frank. Sis is here now, Leon said. He knew Sith. The guy hated him to the core and certainly wouldn't be content to only see news of his trial in the newspapers. A high-ranking member of the thief sequence is fully capable of stealing the identity of any nobleman and gaining entry into the Supreme Court. Please close all entrances and prevent him from leaving, Leon said. Archbishop Kesh waved his hand lightly, and a restriction was placed on the doors of the courtroom. All right, no one is allowed to leave here until the trial is over. Reen Hall, please tell everyone where Sith is. Leon looked around and shook his head. I don't know. The crowd booed. Let's stop wasting everyone's time. Congressman Frank was furious. Leon raised his head and said, I suddenly remembered that Sith Tata stole my blessing of life, dagger of chaos, mirror of wisdom, and Richard's imagination. Oh, these extraordinary items, some of which I applied for from the church, and some of which were gifts from my father. You're saying the Sith stole your things? Congressman Frank was furious. Yes, I know it's not in line with his noble character, but he did it, and I suspect it's related to the pollution he was exposed to. Leon's words caused another uproar in the audience. Uninformed onlookers thought Leon had discovered the Sith's quirks, while others thought he was talking nonsense. Those with knowledge of history and mysticism were astonished. Was the Sith corrupted by thieves? That's much more troublesome than Lien, who's been corrupted by the feasters. Thieves are notorious. At best, they steal gold coins and treasures. At worst, they steal anyone's identity and life. Which powerful or influential person would willingly have their life stolen? Thieves are practically rats in the supernatural world. It's no exaggeration to say that everyone wants to kill them. Sith, who had been calm and confident that he would not be discovered, finally showed a panicked expression. Lien guessed that Sith, Vito, and Petra were all in a weakened state, and that they must have his supernatural items with them, as these items could play a significant supporting role in the battle. Even if Petra managed to steal the noble's identity to enter, the clergy wouldn't be able to detect it. However, as long as those extraordinary items were found, his identity could be proven. Of course, he could easily distribute those extraordinary items to other people to divert attention, confuse the public, and make everyone play hide-and-seek with him. But this means that once he is exposed, he will lose the right to use those items and be put at a disadvantage from the start. Sith tried to use Petra's power to drag everyone into a dream, but he failed. Because this is the sacred court of judgment of the sun. Under the watchful eye of the sun god, no one but a witch could perform heretical magic. Sith was inwardly panicked, while Petra began to mock him. I told you long ago not to come here and join the fun, but some people just have to be so self-righteous. Senior, what should we do now? Sith asked in his mind. Sis, we don't need to ask his opinion. As long as we return to the family, the corruption we've been exposed to will naturally be removed, and we can get rid of him. Vito said. Shut up, Vito, he's more useful than you. Sith seemed unwilling to lose Petra's power. He had witnessed Petra's amazing ability to steal all of Lien's supernatural items in a dream and was bewitched by her ingenious skills. Oh. Petra sneered. He knew that no one could refuse his power, even if the world considered thieves to be heinous criminals. I'll give you two options. First, go all out and kill Lien now, then get arrested. The Frank family will find a way to protect you. Second, hand over the extraordinary items, sincerely repent, and hope to receive help and salvation from the church and family. But no matter which path I choose, I must take control of my body. I choose one, I will kill Lien. The Sith could not tolerate Lien's existence for even a moment longer. He then handed over control of his body to Petra. Petra sneered. You've made the wrong choice. Just as the Tavo auction house leaves its mark on all cursed items and auction items, the church also leaves unique marks on all its supernatural items to facilitate their retrieval if lost. Therefore, it's better to hand it over yourself than to have it discovered during a search. Petra stood up and took out the Blessing of Life, Dagger of Chaos, Mirror of Wisdom, and Richard's Imagination. I am Sith. I am sorry I have been corrupted. I sincerely repent and hope to receive help from the church and my family. To Sith and Vito's surprise, Petra actually took the initiative to back down. But if they used their brains, they would know that this was Petra's only hope of escape. This is the courtroom, and a cardinal sitting at the head of the table, though not as capable as the Pope, is not far behind, and he also has the authority to access the eternal corona. Once that artifact symbolizing the gods appears, even if Petra were just an infinitely weakened sequence 10, he would not escape death, let alone in his prime. Therefore, from beginning to end, the Sith had no two choices. Petra's purpose in coming here was not to help Sith watch Reen's trial. He genuinely came seeking help. If someone can cleanse the pollution left by the Pale Lord from my body, my strength can be restored to 80% of its original level. Of course, people wouldn't help a thief, but they would help the son of a nobleman or a seminary student. For him, the only useful thing about his Sith identity was that it was this one thing. Petra returned the identity of the stolen nobleman, dispelling the misunderstanding about his true identity. Sith stood before everyone, pale and haggard, with a devout expression. I did not steal Lien's things. I was just temporarily holding them for him. I was afraid that he would do something harmful to everyone after being corrupted, so I held them for him. Now I am returning these items to the church. Deputy Priest West immediately took the extraordinary items and entrusted them to his care. Congressman Frank looked at Sith. Sis, what exactly happened? Chapter 103. You all don't want to be implicated by the corruptors, right? Grandpa, I went with Archbishop Monto to the tomb of the Elf King, but we were surprised to find that it was actually the tomb of the Pale Lord. The Archbishop told Wes to take Lien away first, while he stayed behind to cover our escape. Thanks to Vito's selfless rescue, I was able to escape, but I was greatly contaminated and was unconscious for a day. I only came back after I woke up. Petra reviewed his experience and sighed with relief, as if he had survived a near-death experience. Everyone else died except for the four of us. It's a miracle that we were able to come back alive and see Grandpa again. It's a blessing from the Sun God. Sith, you've suffered, Congressman Frank said with heartache. Does Lord Sith have something else to say? Lien suddenly said. Why didn't you tell everyone that you wanted to push me into the abyss in the tomb? You stole my extraordinary items just to better deal with a novice blood boiler like me, didn't you? Since Petra wants to obfuscate the timeline for taking the extraordinary item, let him obfuscate it. Lien didn't mind. Congressman Frank frowned slightly. Petra said with an innocent look on his face. You are slandering us. We explored the tomb for your sake. Every person who was sacrificed did so to save you. Then dare you swear to the Sun God that you haven't harmed me? You haven't pushed me from behind? Lien, abandoning her previous submissive demeanor, asked aggressively. Despite the contrast in his emotions, no one felt that his anger at this moment was inappropriate. Everyone could only speculate that Lien had been hiding it all along for Isabella's sake, but now he's truly enraged by the Sith. Or rather, the fact that even someone as good-natured as Lien was provoked proves that the Sith really did something that was outrageous to both gods and men. From the very beginning, when I first entered the seminary, you deliberately took me to the corona, hoping I would be burned at the stake. You hated me, were jealous of me, and privately called me a bastard and slandered my family as low class. I could tolerate all of that, but what you did in the tomb was unbearable. Lien loudly protested. If it weren't for you, none of us would have died. It was your eagerness for quick success and instant benefits that angered the Lord of Paleness and made you want to obtain his treasure. You created chaos, attempting to kill me in the chaos. I'm truly curious, what deep-seated hatred do we hold for each other that would warrant such elaborate schemes? Shut up! This is slander. You're the one who killed those people. I'm Sith Frank, why would I be jealous of you? Sith couldn't hold back any longer, and his consciousness once again took over. Petra was in a lot of trouble because the main body of this body was Sith, and he was often forced to become the second consciousness. After realizing he had succeeded, Lien's language became even more aggressive. As expected, Sith argued with him. You're the one who pushed me into the grave. You're the one who made me like this. You're the one who corrupted me, you damned bastard. Me? I'm just a mere blood-boiling realm user. How could I possibly deal with a sequence powerhouse like you? You're making excuses, it's all your fault. You're the one who caused all of this. Alright, this isn't the place to argue, Representative Frank said with dissatisfaction. Today is the trial of Lien. The matter of the Sith will be discussed another day. Isabella pushed up her glasses, her thoughts reflected in the lenses. She noticed Lien's gaze. Did this guy want her to help him? Or was he threatening her to help him? This is a trial for the corrupt. Lien is a corrupted person, and so is Sith. Lien's second crime is the death of 50 fellow church members. Should this crime be attributed to Lien or Sith? Why not sentence them together today? Isabella silenced Congressman Frank with a single, understated remark. Yes, this trial was originally aimed at the contaminated, so Lien is the defendant, and now there's an additional Sith who is also a defendant. Moreover, the second charge even implicates Isabella. Is the Sith more noble than the princess? Can he really remain uninvolved? Does Your Highness Isabella have any suggestions? Archbishop Koshi, who had been watching the whole thing, asked. As we all know, the harm caused by pollution is extremely terrible. Whether it is the pollution of the feast god or the pollution of the Pale Lord, it is not appropriate to delay in resolving it. The time of the Archbishop, His Majesty the Emperor, the councillors, and the nobles is extremely precious. Therefore I suggest that the polluters, Reen Hall and Sith Frank, be tried today. Isabella said. You all don't want to be implicated by the polluters, do you? I've heard that there's a kind of pollution that can spread through the mind, and it's everywhere. Upon hearing Isabella's words, the senators and jury members discussed the matter animatedly, and ultimately voted to pass a resolution to try both the corrupted Reen and Sith today. Now let us reread the crimes of the two sinners. The young servant of the gods said. Lin Hall committed the following 3 crimes. First, they were corrupted by evil gods. Second, he attempted to murder Sith Frank while exploring the tomb of the evil god. Third, they kept demons and allowed their demon servants to kill nobles. Sith Frank committed the following 2 crimes. First, they were corrupted by evil gods. Second, he stole Lion Hall's extraordinary items and attempted to murder Lion Hall during the exploration of the evil god's tomb, but failed. Can a sinner plead guilty? Based on Liundu's previous open admission of guilt, everyone assumed he would maintain his original answer. Surprisingly, Lian did not accept everything as usual, but instead spoke out righteously. Your Honor, I plead not guilty. I did not murder Sith Frank, nor did I raise a demon. You don't plead guilty? I asked Koshi. Yes, I plead not guilty, and I would like to apply for a defense, Lian said. Good. Kessie agreed to Li's request, which was in accordance with regulations. A criminal has the right to defend himself. First of all, I did not actively participate in exploring the tomb of the evil god. Before this, I always believed that it was the tomb of the Elf King, and Archbishop Monto can testify to this. Secondly, I did not murder Sith Frank. Although Sith Frank targeted and made things difficult for me at every turn, when he slipped and fell into the abyss, it was I who tried to pull him up and save him. Priest West can testify to this, and if the others are still alive, they can also testify to this. Finally, raising a demon is even more impossible. As everyone knows, demons are a lowly species that consider themselves arrogant. They do not accept being raised, but only accept contracts, and I have no soul contracts bound to me. As for allowing demon servants to harm people, that's even more untrue. On the day I attended Princess Ellie's banquet, I was actually carrying out an undercover mission for the Feast cult. That demon was originally a member of the Feast cult. She threatened me and made me take her to the venue. In the end, the crime she committed should be attributed to the Feast cult, not me. Although no one can testify to this, since the demons and other Feast cultists have been wiped out by us, I have a clear conscience. Chapter 104 The Sun's crime should be judged by the Sun God. I can attest that what Lien Hall said is true. Archbishop Manao stood up. I can attest that what Reen Hall said is true. West stood up. With 2 witnesses testifying, the jury began deliberations again. Archbishop Monto and Priest Wise have been bribed by Lien, and their testimonies are unreliable, Sith said loudly. Indeed, Montauk's risky exploration of the ancient tomb to help Lien clean up the pollution is enough to show that he and Lien have a close relationship, and his testimony is not credible. Representative Frank spoke again. Because if it is proven that what Lien said is true, then it proves that Sith is lying, and Sith will face charges of attempted murder. Although this crime is a minor matter that can be easily handled by nobles, the fact that the target of the murder was the Holy Son of the Papacy is a different story. It is a very heinous act. It includes 3 sins: first, impure faith; second, blasphemy against the Church; and third, attempted murder. The jury accepted Representative Frank's testimony and rejected Monto's testimony. Montauk sat down helplessly. Wes was a student of Montau, and he was one of Monto's men, so his testimony is not credible, Sith said. If that's the relationship, then it's really not suitable for someone to be a witness. This is what Congressman Frank said. The jury deliberated again and rejected Weiss's testimony. Sith looked at Lee with a smug grin and sneered. What excuse can you offer now, you sinner, Reen Hall? I really have nothing to say in my defense. After all, I don't have a congressman grandfather, Lian said. Are you saying I'm covering for someone? I asked Frank, frowning. Lian did not answer. To demonstrate my impartiality, I've decided to deprive the Sith of their chance to defend themselves and proceed directly to the final vote. What do you think? This is what Congressman Frank said. These words caused a stir in the audience. Depriving Sith of the opportunity to defend himself? Isn't that too cruel? What if he's innocent? As expected of Congressman Frank, he was fair and actually took the initiative to make concessions. Unaware onlookers might think Senator Frank was incredibly fair, but Lian knew that the old fox probably understood his grandson's character, and knew that Sith had no way to defend himself. Whether it was contamination or attempted murder, it was all the absurd things he had done all along. Wait, about the map provided by Princess Isabella. Bishop Montier, who had an old grudge against Isabella, was interrupted by Senator Frank before he could finish speaking. Her Highness's matter will naturally be decided by the royal court. It has nothing to do with us. Yes, she is my own daughter, and I will raise her myself. Emperor Louis gave Archbishop Montaut a disapproving look. Archbishop Montaut had no choice but to give up. Elizabeth knew that as long as she still held the airship blueprints, Emperor Louis would not punish her, especially since it was a fabricated charge. Louis's previous seriousness was just for show. Lian was certainly aware of this, so all of this was part of his plan. All right, since everyone agrees, let's begin the final voting process. Archbishop Koshi said. Etc. Lian raised his voice again. I don't think Senator Frank should deprive Sith of his right to defend himself, but if everyone approves of this behavior, then I request that he be baptized by the sun before the verdict. ? Sith narrowed his eyes, wondering what Lian was up to. The so-called baptism of the sun is actually sunbathing, where you take off your clothes and let your whole body be exposed to holy light. This is a privilege reserved for many newborns. For ordinary people, it only happens once in their lives, at the moment of birth. Nobles could have this baptism many times. Whenever they face disaster, illness, or confusion, they could undergo it. Believers believe that baptism brings purification of body and mind. If I remember correctly, I am the Holy Son personally recognized by His Holiness the Pope, while Sith has been studying at the seminary and is the candidate for Holy Son selected by the seminary. Since both Holy Sons have committed a crime, the Sun God should make the decision. Whether Sith or I lied should also be determined by the Sun God. Lian said seriously. According to the supplementary provision of Article 228 of the Sacred Code, the sins of the Son of God must be judged by God or His Holiness the Pope. Now that His Holiness the Pope is not in the capital, I hope that the Sun God can decide whether our sins are established. As a cardinal, Koshi was the one who understood the purpose of baptism best. That only had a negligible effect, serving as a psychological suggestion, and could hardly solve Lian's predicament. There is indeed such a rule, so what do you plan to do? I asked Koshi. Both Sith and I must undergo the baptism of the Sun. If, after the baptism, the one whose defilement is cleansed by the Sun God, it proves that he is innocent and blameless and should be released without charge. Conversely, it proves that he is guilty. Lian said. As we all know, baptism does not cleanse the body of impurities. That's what Koshi said. No, that's because you're not devout enough. If you're devout enough so that the great Sun God can hear you, I believe that all pollution can be purified by him. Lianqing said sincerely. Kasi lowered his head and looked at the 6 members of parliament. The councillors whispered among themselves, and in the end, 4 agreed while 2 disagreed. The Gamma family members and the Frank family members voted against it. Whatever decision Lian made, they would not agree. Other lawmakers expressed their approval, since it wouldn't cost much anyway. Ultimately, the 2 guys were found guilty. After the members of parliament agreed, Koshi, as the presiding judge, slowly began to speak. All right, you 2 may be baptized. Then, the clergy opened the glass windows at the top of the tower, letting the sunlight stream in through the dome. Lian took off her clothes and embraced the sunlight with both hands. Sith had no choice but to comply. Having studied at the seminary for many years, Sith knew that this kind of baptism was useless, so he didn't feel much psychological burden. In reality, this kind of baptism was indeed useless. However, Hera had already cleaned up Lian's pollution. As long as the sun god turns a blind eye and ignores Lian's little tricks, no one will notice the problem. Therefore, Lian is now genuinely praising the sun god. The baptism process usually takes between 5 minutes and 15 minutes. The baptism of Lian and Sith lasted for 15 minutes. People who are a little shy might find it really uncomfortable to be naked in public. After the baptism, Sith couldn't wait to put on his clothes. Even though everyone present was rich and powerful, he didn't want such a shameful thing to happen a second time. In contrast, Lian seemed very satisfied with everything about himself, especially his physique, which he displayed without any attempt to hide it in front of the noble ladies, making many aristocratic girls blush and their hearts race. Ellie, Saya, and Isabella stared wide-eyed. It wasn't because Lian had a physique comparable to David's, but rather the glaring pattern on his body. Chapter 105 Who is the Joker? The black rose on his chest, he was Anna's fiancé, seemed perfectly normal. But what's the story behind the yellow rose on the left arm? Everyone knows that the yellow rose represents Saya. This almost further confirms the rumors of an affair between him and Saya. And what's with the blue rose on her right arm? Isn't that Princess Isabella's symbol? Could it be that Princess Isabella is also having an affair with him? Considering the things he always kept from Isabella, it seems to support this. Ellie was momentarily incredulous. How could this be? Could it be that, besides himself, Anna, Saya, and Isabella all had that kind of relationship with Lian? Damn male succubus! Sith cursed under his breath. Lian took a deep breath, slowly picked up her clothes from the ground, and elegantly put them on one by one. Then she opened her eyes, which were filled with tears, and said with emotion, "Praise be to the great sun god, I can feel that the pollution in my body has been completely cleansed." This statement made the entire courtroom so quiet you could hear a pin drop. After a brief silence, bursts of laughter erupted in the courtroom, as if everyone had heard the funniest joke ever. "Haha, he says his pollution has been cleaned up, how is that possible?" Sith laughed the loudest, as he and Lian were bathed in sunlight, knowing it was completely useless. So what exactly is Lian doing now? Is he playing the clown, or has his mind been corrupted and he's completely gone mad? Has Lian Hall gone mad? He actually said that baptism can cleanse the pollution. I think he's already mentally unstable. Ellie's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Isabella narrowed her eyes at this moment. Saya now genuinely hopes that Lian goes mad, as this would be extremely beneficial to her. It's just a normal baptism. Archbishop Montauk looked at Lian with a compassionate expression. It seems there's nothing we can do to save him, he's truly gone mad. Simon said with a sigh. Brother, we can't give up on Lian, we can't give up on him. Chloe said, crying. But he really has gone mad. Dick said. Kep, I can't believe it, Lian has gone mad. Wilson said sadly. Kep shook his head as well. Despite the mocking, disdainful, contemptuous, sympathetic, or regretful glances from those around him, Lian remained unmoved and continued to praise the sun with an unchanged expression. The laughter of the nobles only gradually subsided when Judge Koshi, the presiding judge of the Supreme Court, spoke again. Sith, do you feel yourself being purified? I asked Koshi. Sith shook his head. Your Excellency, I didn't feel anything. It was just a very ordinary baptism. Okay. Koshi looked at Lian again. Lian, if you try to escape punishment by going insane, that's the most foolish decision you can make, understand? Your Excellency Bishop, I am not insane. I have indeed been purified. If you do not believe me, you can send someone to examine my condition. Lian spread his arms wide, looking completely calm. What's the point of believing what a madman says? Just pronounce the sentence. I'm getting impatient, said Congressman Frank. Etc. Saya said. Just send someone to check it out, it's not that difficult, is it? For Saya, this was a deal. She had accepted Lian's favor, and she couldn't go back on her word. Saya? Ellie and Isabella both looked at her, their eyes seeming to say, "You two are definitely not innocent." "Okay, let's check." Emperor Louis spoke. Koshi waved his hand, and a priest stepped forward, walked to Leon's side, and held an instrument in his hand. This is an instrument specifically designed to detect pollution. Instrument testing revealed that Leon's pollution index was 8. A value below 100 is considered unpolluted, a value between 102 and 1000 is considered lightly polluted, a value between 1000 and 3000 is considered moderately polluted, and a value above 3000 is considered heavily polluted. Previously, Leon's pollution index was 5000. What? How is this possible? Is the equipment broken? Seeing the value of less than 10, Sith's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Get tested too. Sith decides to publicly humiliate Lee and expose the truth. As a result, the instrument started jumping wildly when it was placed in front of him, eventually jumping directly to 4168. I have said that the Sun God will save the sincere believers and ignore the false believers who are full of lies, Leon said calmly. Sith was furious. Fools, we've been tricked. This is what Petra said inside the Sith. It was only then that Sith realized he was the clown. After the priest announced the pollution levels of the two individuals, the courtroom beneath the dome fell into a deathly silence. In the beam of light cast through the high window, dust particles floated motionless, as if time itself had stopped. Cardinal Koshi rose from the judge's bench, only to slump back down. His aged fingers gripped the armrest, his knuckles white, his lips moved, but only breaths escaped. This. Through a simple baptism, believers corrupted by evil gods were completely cleansed, something unheard of and unprecedented. Did the Sun God really respond to Lien? How could the Sun God respond to Lien? Mingming, this person has only been at the seminary for a little over a month. Despite decades of devout prayer, I have yet to receive even a glance from him. Archbishop Koshi's faith is crumbling. Emperor Louis held onto the armrest of the throne, leaning forward as if about to rise, but remained frozen in that posture. His gaze passed through the courtroom and landed on Lien, his pupils trembling slightly. The expressions of the three princesses were also quite interesting. The most beautiful imperial rose, Ellie, almost lost control of her facial expression. Her delicate chin seemed about to drop. Saya's face paled slightly. She began to consider the possibility of forming a deep alliance with Lien, hoping that the Pope's operation in the north would go smoothly. After eliminating Anna, this man chosen by God would become her strongest ally. Isabella's glasses fell off. Chaos reigned over the seats of the 6 members of Parliament. Some people sat frozen like statues, some had their mouths half open and forgot to close them, and some subconsciously drew the holy emblem on their chests. In the jury, the priests looked at each other in bewilderment. An elderly priest took off his glasses, wiped them again and again, put them back on, looked again, and took them off again, repeating this process over and over. The priest in charge of the inspection said, "This is a miracle." This word, like a pebble thrown into stagnant water, stirred ripples on every shocked face. The silence was finally broken, and the entire courtroom erupted like boiling water, filled with discussions, praises, and cheers. Lien is innocent. The Sun God considers him innocent. The usually timid Wilson actually stood up and took the lead in shouting. Yes, Lien is innocent. The guilty one is Sith Frank, Kep also said. As the two shouted, more and more people joined them. Lien is innocent! Lien is innocent! Lien is innocent! Sith anxiously looked up at his grandfather, Congressman Frank. At that moment, the congressman actually took the initiative to avoid his gaze. At that moment, Sith knew he was finished. He felt the consciousness suddenly disappear from his body. It was Bertram, who had taken the opportunity to escape. This cunning thief, what method did he use to break away from me? At the same time, Lien felt the shadow beneath his feet wriggling. Chapter 106. Oh no, pills, parasite? It seemed as if some parasite was crawling along the shadow, burrowing into his left leg, and then instantly reaching the top of his head. Oh no, pills, parasites? Leon's joy at victory was instantly overshadowed by the voice of Petra in his mind. Don't be afraid, I was sent by the sun god to help you. I don't believe you for a second, you old geezer, you're wicked. Leon cursed inwardly, but could only wait for Hera to return before dealing with the cunning thief who had suddenly betrayed the Sith and entered his body. The fact that Petra was able to successfully enter Leon's body told him that Leon might have received the attention of the sun god, but he was definitely not yet at the level of a chosen one. Compared to the Sith, Petra felt that the intelligent lion was more likely to help him recover his strength and grow faster. The Sith, on the other hand, will most likely be directly thrown into the Eternal Corona as fuel because the area is too contaminated. Alright, now it's time for the final judgment. Koshi struck the gavel, signaling everyone to vote. With the endorsement of the Sun God, even Emperor Louis, Princess Ellie, Princess Sia, Princess Isabella, and 6 high-ranking noble counselors all voted for acquittal. The situation was one-sided, and Li was declared innocent and released in court. On the contrary, the Sith was ultimately found guilty and was to be purified in the Eternal Corona. Senator Frank had no choice but to abandon the Sith, since he was useless and had been rejected by the Sun God. No, this isn't fair. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Grandpa, save me! Save me! Sith's desperate cries went unheard. Everyone surrounded Lien, all eyes were on him, as if he was born to be the center of attention. Lien, you are a hero of the Empire. You helped eradicate the Feast cult and gained the approval of the Sun God. I have decided to fulfill my promise before Anna returns and grant you the title of Baron. Emperor Louis said appreciatively, once again elevating Lien to the status of a new imperial nobleman. Since we're going to get him to help Saya, how can we not give him a decent title? Thank you, Your Majesty. May I freely choose my territory? Louis paused for 3 seconds, then nodded slightly. All right, I will send someone to the Earl's mansion later. You can choose a territory under your father's guidance. Thank you, Your Majesty. Emperor Louis left first, followed closely by Saya. As she brushed past Lien, she deliberately touched Lien's hand with her finger, making this ambiguous scene visible to everyone. Without needing any words, this once again confirmed the rumors about her and Lien. Lien, no matter what you do, you cannot shake my position. As long as the Empire needs war and development, I will always be the heart of the Empire. Isabella glanced coldly at Lien and Archbishop Monto behind him, then turned and left. Oh, dear Princess Isabella, please let me explain. Princess Saya and I were just confused for a moment. You should understand my feelings. Lien reached out his hand, making an exaggerated attempt to persuade Isabella to stay, but she didn't even turn her head. She had no desire to be Liun's rumored girlfriend. Ellie brushed past Lien, exuding the unique allure of a succubus to the opposite sex. She glanced back slightly, and without the blessing of Hera and the Mirror of Wisdom, Lien felt his heart was about to jump out of his chest. For the first time, I realized, oh, she's so beautiful. I really wanted to kneel down under her skirt and see what was underneath. Don't be fooled by succubi. The voice in his mind was like a thunderclap, instantly bringing Lien back to his senses. He almost fell for Ellie's succubus charms in front of everyone. That was close, that was close. Congratulations to Mr. Lien on your great victory. I look forward to seeing you again next time. The demon Lo smiled and bowed, then left with Ellie. Lien, well done. Earl Hall gently patted Lien on the shoulder, freeing him from his seductive state. You are indeed my good son. It's all thanks to my father's excellent upbringing. Lien put away his flamboyant performance, and said with a humble expression. Thank goodness, Lien, you're all right. White-haired Wilson stepped forward and said happily. He was genuinely happy to see his friend acquitted. Yes, we were all on tenterhooks for you just now. Golden Retriever Cape also came over. Praise be to the great Sun God, for it is he who saved you, brother. Chloe excitedly threw herself into Lee's arms, and Lee ruffled her hair, saying, It's all right now. Looking at Lien surrounded by stars, Wes immediately felt that he had made the right choice. Following Lien would definitely enable him to realize his ambitions and ideals. Monto watched Isabella's retreating figure, his fists clenched without him even noticing. Isabella's words were not only for Leon's ears, but also for him. Yes, as long as the Empire needs war, it will never give up Isabella's mind. Even as a bishop, he couldn't do anything about Isabella. At most, he could only use this as an excuse to send Isabella to the royal trial court, and then, like Ellie and Saya, go through the motions and release her as quickly as possible. Aside from a slight damage to his reputation, nothing else happened. Isabella can never be held responsible for Jerry's death. Thinking of this, Montier felt as if his body had been bent over, like an old father who had lost his beloved son. "Bishop Monto, Lord Koshi requests your presence." The servant beside Koshi spoke to Montao, who nodded and followed him away. Numerous media outlets had already gathered outside the courtroom. "It's Lien Hall! Lien Hall! He's out! He's out!" Like sharks that have smelled blood, print journalists swarmed around Lien, who had just walked out of the courtroom, bombarding him with questions. "Mr. Lien Hall, were you sentenced to death or life imprisonment?" "Thanks to the sun god, I have been acquitted," Lien answered calmly. "What? Acquittal? How is that possible? But you have been corrupted by an evil god. Wouldn't doing this be extremely irresponsible to public safety?" "Yes, may I ask how you were acquitted?" The reporters discussed the matter animatedly and asked questions one after another. "In fact, my pollution has been purified by the sun god himself. I am now healthy and harmless, just like everyone else." All right, you mosquitoes, can you please move aside and stop blocking our way home?" "Lee's younger brother," Dick said impatiently. "Don't be so rude to reporters. They've been waiting for me here in the scorching sun, all for a news story. Tell me what kind of news you want, and I'll answer any questions you have patiently." Leon stood at the entrance of the courtroom, patiently answering reporters' questions. His humble attitude contrasted sharply with the flamboyant and arrogant aristocracy, leaving a very good impression on the middle-class journalists. "Excuse me, were you the man having an affair with Princess Saya at the Tavel auction house? May I ask, what is your relationship with Princess Isabella? Will you and Princess Anna get engaged? Excuse me, did Princess Ellie really harass you?" The reporter's questions gradually veered in a strange direction. Originally, Leon had planned to emphasize the miracles of the sun god and the entire process of being cleansed of the pollution. Now, why does he suddenly feel like he's facing a group of gossip editors? "I have no comment on the prince's private matters. Does anyone want to know the revelation the sun god gave me?" Chapter 107. You are the protagonist of the world. It was inside the carriage on the return journey. Leon was dozing off. Earl Hall, Mrs. Hall, Simon, Chloe, and Dick were sitting in the carriage. Mrs. Hall was excitedly discussing throwing a grand ball for Leanne and inviting all the nobles in the city to participate. Dick and Chloe were both curious about the miracle of the baptism, but they dared not disturb Lion's rest. Count Hall remained silent, but wore a kind smile. Simon covered Leanne with a blanket, just like a caring older brother. Meanwhile, Leon was having a mental conversation with Petra. He needs to test whether Petra's parasitism on himself is superficial or deep. Is it able to read all of one's thoughts and ideas, or does it merely occupy a part of one's body, having no right to inquire about one's memories and consciousness? He didn't want his biggest secret to be exposed to Petra, the thief. After a series of questions and answers, Leon made a preliminary judgment that Petra was a superficial parasite on him. Moreover, he has always considered himself a chosen one of the sun god, which proves that he will not pose a fatal threat to himself in the short term. But since he is an outsider, we can't let him occupy our body for long, otherwise no one can guarantee that he won't develop from superficial parasitism to deep parasitism. Don't worry, just do as I say and I can grant you a holy office. You won't need to burn your life to gain power. Petra seduced him. I have a question. Why were you inside the Sith's body before? Petra was surprised that Leon had such a good memory that he could still remember his voice. I originally thought Sith was the most suitable person to guide, but he disappointed me, which is why I chose you. You are the true successor recognized by the sun god. Petra cajoled. I see. Then why do you possess the power of a thief? Everyone has secrets, don't they? I won't pry into why your father is a servant of the feast god, or why you have succubi and demons around you. Don't ask about my past either. All you need to know is that we are now one, sharing both glory and ruin. I'm here to help you, and that's enough. Petra said. You are still too weak. Some secrets, if you know them, will only be a burden, and may even seriously corrupt you. You don't want to be sent back as soon as you leave the court, do you? Certainly. Leon asked. Then may I use your power? Of course, I will help you unconditionally. Bertera said. Why? This is the instruction of the sun god. No one can disobey it. You are the one chosen by the sun god and the protagonist of this world. It's true, Bertram said seriously. The protagonist of the world? Lien pretended to be clueless. Yes, it means that everything in the world revolves around you, and everything serves your growth. Bertera said. If Lien hadn't known that this game world already had a main character group, he probably would have truly believed Bertram's nonsense. After all, who wouldn't want to be the protagonist of a world where everything revolves around their own growth? There are countless storylines in this game, but there are only two main storylines. The first is the storyline of the witch destroying the world, and the second is the storyline of the protagonist group's growth. Players can choose to stop the witch from turning evil and destroying the world, becoming the world's savior. They can also choose to grow and adventure alongside the protagonist. Or they can choose to join the villainous alliance, immersing themselves in various cult cultures and becoming an aid in the destruction of the world. Liam played the game for over 3 years, choosing all 3 routes and deeply experiencing the power of the protagonist's halo. For example, Wilson, who has not yet reached the extraordinary level, will advance to the mid-series powerhouse within a year as long as he takes the magic potion, and will also form a contract with Hera, becoming the only partner recognized by the blasphemer. For example, Ellie, who becomes a succubus, will fall in love with Wilson and eventually become his partner. For example, Isabella would help Wilson unconditionally and treat him as her best friend. Yes, of course, these plot points have changed because of my intervention. But Wilson definitely still has his own aura, Lien is certain. For example, Wilson and Sheriff Nana have become friends, which is a sign. Bertram could not fathom Lien's deeper thoughts, but he was in a special state where he could judge whether Lien was lying or whether he had gained Lien's trust by the color emitted by his spirit. The truth is, despite all that I said, the other party didn't believe a single word. This is really frustrating. You should know that when he was deceiving the Sith, he only needed a few words to convince the other party that he was the messenger of the Sun God. Why is it so difficult to handle a different host? In order to gain Lien's trust, Bertram had to reveal some secrets of the Church of the Sun. 100 years ago, the trials of the Sun Church were not so complicated. All it took was the judge's incantation to make all criminals confess, and there would never be any wrongful convictions. Do you know why the Solar Church doesn't have any adjudicators now? Bertram said. Sorry, I actually do know. 100 years ago, the Church of the Sun, the Moonlight Garden, and the Astrological Society engaged in a 30-year-long war for believers and territory. In the end, all 3 were severely damaged, resulting in the Church of the Sun losing the most important material for the potion needed for its Sequence 8 Inquisitor. Later, someone suggested using a substitute material, but after testing, all 3 subjects went insane and turned into monsters. Therefore, although the Church of the Sun now has a Sequence 8 potion recipe, no one dares to advance to Sequence 8. Pope Shaw took a different path, switching directly to a similar sequence pathway and becoming a Sequence 8 prophet. However, since the prophet's path belongs to the Astrological Society, the Pope was criticized by many elders in the Church, who believed that he was distancing himself from the Sun God. Cardinal Cassi, like his student Monto, is a Sequence 7 evangelist. However, he has already reached the perfect stage of evangelist, which is completely different from Monto, who has just entered the evangelist priesthood. He needs potions and rituals to advance to the next sequence. The same sequence from the three major Orthodox churches can be substituted for each other. Kasi did not choose the prophet from the Astrological Society, but chose the corruption lord from the Moonlight Garden, which is why he needed the pale bone as a material to concoct the potion. I have no idea, Lien said. Bertram paused, realizing that Lien was lying again. But how could that be? How did he know these secrets of the church? These histories have long been falsified and erased. Could it be that he is also an ancient relic who has lived for hundreds of years, just like himself? Chapter 108. In the face of true strength, no amount of clever tricks will work. Impossible. If it were an old guy who had lived for centuries like me, even if he was weak, he wouldn't just be a mere boiling blood user. It seems you do have many secrets I don't know. I'm becoming more and more curious about you, Lien Hall. Senior, how should I address you? You can call me Platt. Mr. Platt, my father, Earl Hall, has been bewitched by the feast god and become its servant. He now wants to control me. Do you have a way to help me break free from his control? Can you defeat him directly? Lien asked earnestly. He didn't like being threatened, as if a sword was always hanging over his head. He believed that the feast god did not have the strength or power to descend again, so severing his connection with the feast servants might temporarily cut off the god's gaze upon him. Since we can't get rid of Plato from our bodies for the time being, why not make use of him? Sure. Trying to use me? What a cunning fellow, but it doesn't matter, this is exactly what I wanted. Thinking this, Platt continued. But I'm too weak right now. Give me some time until I've gathered enough strength to help you fulfill this wish. I understand. Is there anything I can do to help you? Don't tell anyone what's on your mind. Foolish people will only think you've been corrupted again. Is that all? Yes, I will also provide you with free guidance during this period, so that you can better master how to become an excellent boiling blood. Thank you, Mr. Platt. Lies, all lies. Despite saying all that, Platt still failed to gain Lien's trust, which piqued Platt's interest. He knew that if he wanted to achieve his goal, he had to accept this challenge first. No matter how much Lien doesn't trust him now, he always has a way to get Lien to use his power. As he uses his power more often, he will become dependent on himself and eventually trust him completely. Platt was confident that, having once been a Sequence 10 demigod, a mere blood boiler was nothing to him. Even if someone is incredibly cunning, weakness is weakness. In the face of true strength, no amount of clever tricks will help. The carriage slowly drove along Central Avenue, then Queen's Road, and returned to Snow White Manor. Lee was gently woken up by Chloe. The group disembarked from the carriage. Everyone else, go and rest. Lien, come to the study with me. That's what Earl Hall said. Okay, Dad. Lien followed in Earl Hall's footsteps. The two entered the study, and Earl Hall closed the door. Tell me, what exactly happened? It was just an ordinary baptism. Lien knew what Earl Hall was afraid of. He was afraid that Lien was indeed the chosen one chosen by the Sun God, which would mean that the Feast Church had bet on the wrong horse, and all their efforts might be in vain. Of course the Sun God couldn't help me cleanse the pollution. It was the witch. I had the witch purify me before I went to the Supreme Court. When Lien said this, Platt was also observing his spirit and found that it was blue, which proved that he was not lying. The witch helped him. As I thought, only a witch can help you. Earl Hall let out a long sigh of relief. Dad, I'm in trouble. Lien said. What trouble? Count Hall asked. In the courtroom, although I resolved the big problem of Sith, I seem to be receiving excessive attention from the Sun God. He sent an overseer into my mind, who talked to me about the history of the Sun Church all the way, and has been tempting me to help him become a strong priest. Lien said it so directly, catching Platt completely off guard. You just promised yourself to keep it a secret, and now you're just blurting it out. Are all young people these days so lacking in sportsmanship and so unconventional? Earl Hall was slightly taken aback. What did you say? He doesn't know that I am a spy sent to the Church of the Sun by the Lord of Feast. Lien said. You're a spy? A spy sent by the Lord of the Feast to the Church of the Sun. Will the Sun God just turn a blind eye to your charade in the Supreme Court? These words completely broke Platt's defenses. Unfortunately, all the power he had accumulated was used to break away from Sith's body and escape into Lian's body. He was now extremely weak, otherwise, he would have unhesitatingly cast a regret spell on Lian, making Lian regret coming to this cruel world. Is it in the form of a ghost, or a wisp of consciousness? Count Hall asked. As expected of the knowledgeable servant of the feast god, he remained unfazed even when Lian made it sound so troublesome, and the messenger sent by the sun god was not changing his expression. Ghost. Yes, we need a ceremony and to find a craftsman. Don't worry, I won't let it affect our plans. That's what Earl Hall said. Lian's eyes lit up, as if he had already figured out Earl Hall's plan. He wants to turn Plato into a supernatural object. That's a good idea. But he absolutely cannot succeed by himself. Platt had clearly guessed Earl Hall's plan. Suppressing his inner panic, he said to Lian, "You have successfully passed the test. Now I must tell you that I am a follower of the Pale Lord, not an emissary of the Church of the Sun. I can help you obtain the power of the Pale Lord. Young man, do you wish to gain that power? Mr. Platt, you claim to be the messenger of the Sun God one moment, and the follower of the Pale Lord the next. How can I believe you?" Lian answered without hesitation. "A person like you will never be content to remain subservient to others for long. I will help you get rid of your father as soon as possible, provided that you buy me some time," Plater said. He knew that Lian was pressuring him. Lian felt that whether he turned Platt into a supernatural object or eliminated Earl Hall, it would be beneficial to him. "How can I be sure you won't turn around and team up with my father to sell me out?" Lian asked in his mind. "Don't worry about that, I chose you." Through Platt's words, Lian understood one thing. Platt could not parasitize those who were truly marked by the gods, such as Earl Hall, who was a true servant of the feast, and who belonged to the Lord of the Feast from the level of his soul. Platt could not make a deal with someone like Earl Hall, because the two of them distrusted each other. Compared to these long-lived monsters, he, a young man, was the one they considered the easiest to control. "I know that the seed within you has lost its activity. This is something the Lord of Feasts has specially prepared for you." Earl Hall took a glass bottle from the inside pocket of his tunic, inside which was a bright green feast seed. "Huh? Not again?" Lian's lips twitched. It seemed that even his cheap father had limited trust in him. "You won't refuse, will you?" Earl Hall asked with a smile. "Of course I won't refuse." Lian reached out and carefully picked up the seed, while deliberately saying in his mind, "Mr. Platt, if you want me to believe you, you must show your sincerity, for example, by making this seed ineffective." "No problem." Upon hearing Platt's words, Lian swallowed the feast seed in front of Hall. "If Plato is useless, we can simply wait for Hera to return and clean up the pollution again. If he's useful, it means you've got an extra card to play." As it turns out, Platt did have a little bit of use. The seed was not activated within the body. It was enveloped by a mysterious force. Lian found a clever way to use Platt, and also knew how to restrain Earl Hall. "As for the extraordinary items that were stolen from me by the Sith, I believe they will be back in a couple of days. All I need to do is write an application report." Count Hall nodded in satisfaction when he saw how obedient Lian was. "Go ahead and get some rest tonight. Your mother will prepare a grand ball for you tomorrow, where you'll be the center of attention." "Okay, Dad." Lian left the study and returned to his empty room. "I'm still not used to not having two maids. Sam should have reunited with Anna by now, right? Hera, I wonder if she's been tricked or not. She's such a worry." Chapter 109. Your ball is unique, and the most high-end. The following day, major news headlines took turns appearing. A miracle occurs in the Supreme Court. The Sun God personally baptizes Lian. Lian Hall overthrows the feast cult, preventing a repeat of the feast disaster. The Supreme Court declares Lian Hall innocent, and Sith Frank is sent to the Eternal Corona for purification. The Untold Secrets of the Holy Sun Lian Hall and the Four Princesses. Lien Hall and Princess Saya secretly date. Who is the mother of Lien Hall's illegitimate child? Lien flipped through the newspaper, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. He had thought of some things, and he hadn't thought of others. We can't underestimate the imagination of media professionals in this era. Where did this illegitimate child come from? Who is the mother of the illegitimate child? What a joke! If there were any illegitimate children, they would definitely be with Hera. When will that troublesome guy finally come back? Lien found herself somewhat unaccustomed to the absence of the foodie long, and often felt an itch to pet the cat. Neither Princess Anna's birthday banquet nor Princess Ellie's regular ball can be considered the most high-class ball, because they did not invite the 7 noble counselors. But you are different. Your ball is unique and the most high-class. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lien finally reclaimed his extraordinary items, the Mirror of Wisdom, the Chaos Dagger, Richard's imagination, and the Blessing of Life. During this time, Simon stayed with him, talking to him about how high-class Mrs. Hall's ball was and personally teaching him etiquette. Even Princess Anna and Princess Ellie couldn't invite these counselors, yet Mother was able to invite them. She must have quite the prestige. Lien casually offered a compliment. No, it's not about saving face for my mother. Simon immediately corrected Lee. It's all because of your influence. If you hadn't performed a miracle in the Supreme Court, if you hadn't helped the Holy See eradicate the feast cult, the 7 noble counselors wouldn't have paid any attention to these invitations. Oh? Lien looked at Simon with feigned surprise. Simon loved seeing that clear yet foolish look in his eyes. It made him feel very capable. Lien also knew how to provide emotional value to Simon, but it was just a matter of playing along. He explained with a smile. Every year, every month, even every day, the 7 noble counselors receive invitations to various banquets and balls, but they ignore them. Only those who truly attract their attention can get them to come, understand? Simon said excitedly. Although you have not yet graduated from the seminary, you are already recognized by everyone as the Holy Son of the Sun Church. After Sis' death, no one can compete with you. Sis Frank died because of me. Will Congressman Frank come too? Lien asked. Yes, the Frank family has many descendants. The death of just one Sith is no big deal. These great families usually seem to value their offspring the most, but they will abandon them without hesitation when they are no longer of use. If everyone else extends an olive branch to you, but the Frank family does not, it will make the Frank family seem less devout to the sun god. Simon said. I see. Thank you, Brother Simon. Lien's address of Simon as Brother Simon made Simon feel very comfortable. Don't be so polite with me, we're like brothers. Simon said with a smile, then leaned close to Lien's ear. If you really want to thank me, you might as well tell me the recipe for the boiling blood potion. I begged my father for a long time, but he refused to give me the recipe. Lien gave Simon a deep look, seemingly pondering his words. When exactly was Earl Hall replaced by the feast servant? Or was he always Earl Hall? If that's the case, why didn't he make his offspring superhumans? That doesn't fit the premise that all the feasters are madmen. Moreover, during the Flower of the End incident, Earl Hall was contaminated due to his numerous contacts with Mrs. Brittany, and his panic at that time did not seem fake. What does this tell us? Either there are 2 Earl Halls, or there are 2 personalities residing in Earl Hall's body. This fits the premise that the followers of the feast cult are all madmen, and it also explains why Earl Hall never made Simon, Chloe, and Dick into superhumans. Earl Hall's personality is like that of other nobles. He values his children and his family just as much. Those who belong to the servants of the feast gods are only concerned with their own grand feasting endeavors. This is also why I never suspected that Earl Hall was a heretic. He was too good at hiding it. Perhaps the persona of Earl Hall was a figment of his imagination, created to conceal his true self. The servant of the feast is his true master. What's wrong? Do you think I'm not worthy of being a superhuman? Simon asked with displeasure, never expecting that his brother, who was so open and honest with him, would always make excuses for him, just like their father, Earl Hall. No, I just want to tell you that becoming a superhuman requires paying a higher price than an ordinary person, Leon said. What price? Simon pressed for an answer. I am a blood boiler. I can gain power by burning my lifespan. That means every time I use my ability, I will live a few years less. And this is only the first step into the extraordinary realm. Extraordinary beings like us, who are derivative professions, have no way to obtain a holy office or continue to improve. In other words, in the extraordinary world, even if we burn out our lifespan, we are already living at the bottom. That is why Dad doesn't want you to become a blood boiler. Leon told Simon a cruel truth. Of course, for most people, this is the truth. But only he knew that even derivative professions could obtain holy office and enter the hierarchy through potions and ascension rites. Even if you don't choose the blood-boiling potion, and don't need to sacrifice your life to gain power like I did, other potions also have side effects, such as shortening your lifespan, going insane, becoming sterile, changing your sex, or changing your race. This is the real reason why the scions of noble families who are valued never take potions, and it is also the truth that my father's generation and the previous generation have known for generations. Leon said with a serious expression. I hope that when Chloe and Dick ask to take the potion, Big Brother can persuade them for the same reason and let them become ordinary people. Hearing Leon say that, Simon felt as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. At the same time, I could feel the weight on Leon's shoulders. I'm sorry, Leon, I will never mention this again, Simon said, looking down. It's all right, isn't it almost time for the ball? Yes, you should try on your new dress. Simon's lips curled into a smile, and his mood improved once again. The grand ball began at Snow White Manor, and this time, not only Emperor Louis was present, but also 7 noble counselors, including Counselor Constantine, who had missed 2 important meetings. Chapter 110 The Pillar of the 7 Great Empires. That one is Thor Constantine, the father of Grand Duke Constantine, also known as Constantine I. He is also a duke, but the old duke's status is higher than that of Duke Constantine. The Constantine family is located in the frosty lands north of the Everwinter Wall. For generations, they have resisted the monsters of the north. They are respected but estranged by other families. They are poor in resources but powerful in martial arts. Simon introduced Leanne to the first important person to appear at the ball, Saul Constantine, who had silver hair, a high nose, and a tall, upright figure. The badge on his chest was engraved with a white wolf and a cold iron sword, which was his family crest and a symbol of honor. It is worth mentioning that the Constantine family has produced 3 dukes. In addition to the deceased Duke Constantine, your friend Wilson's father Constantine was also the son of Saul Constantine, but he was an illegitimate child. He rose to his current position step by step through his military achievements, and did not stay in the north like the rest of the family. But Duke Constantine and Constantine I are said to be ideologically opposed and have never spoken to each other. Even now that there is a civil war in the north, Duke Constantine has not sent a single soldier to support them. Wilson Constantine already knew his background very well. As a member of the main characters, he was born into a true legendary family, giving him a higher starting point than most people. That one is Leander Gamma, a member of the Gamma family. He is Tandy's grandfather and is also known as the Lord of the Islands. He not only controls maritime trade but is also the head of the black market smuggling. Simon's gaze fell on the elderly gentleman, Ryan Gamma, dressed in an elegant suit embroidered with the symbols of twin dolphins and a coral scepter. Compared to Thor Constantine, Leander Gamma appeared very thin, with a hunched back, like a true old man. His emerald green eyes were exactly like Tandy's, showing that they were of the same lineage. Look, that's Warren Frank, a member of the Frank family. You should remember him. He was always targeting you in the Supreme Court. The Frank family's territory is in the incredibly fertile Emerald Plains, and their ancestors had elven blood. Leon recalled the player's comments about the Emerald Plains, a land granary, militarily weak, and often a target of contention. For this reason, the Frank family desperately wanted the support of the church so that the Emerald Plains would not be plundered no matter which princess ascended the throne. Unfortunately, the church's plan failed, and Sith Frank was too disappointing. If Leon hadn't intervened, Sith Frank would have truly become the link between the Frank family and the church, helping the Frank family maintain its position. Therefore, in Leon's view, the Frank family should regard him as an enemy. Warren Frank appears to be the youngest of the counselors, a handsome middle-aged man, but he is the grandfather of the Sith and has many grandchildren. One can only say that the elven bloodline is truly excellent. The badge on his chest is engraved with golden ears of wheat and the Holy Grail, the coat of arms of the Frank family. That's Camus Velanter, a counselor of the Velanter family. His territory is in the city of Lorraine, the Spire of Wisdom. He provides magical equipment to all families, but he is a staunch supporter of Princess Isabella. Camus Velanter had red hair and blue eyes, a high forehead, and a high nose bridge, typical of a Grimm. The badge on his chest was engraved with an Ouroboros and the Eye of Truth. That's Luther Silvano, a counselor from the Silvano family. His territory is the dark forest of eternal night, and he's currently a supporter of Princess Ellie. Luther Silvano had long, emerald green hair, pale, bloodless skin, and a tall, slender figure. His tuxedo was embroidered with a silver moon and a shadow leopard. This is Donovan Vulcan, a member of the Vulcan family. It is said that his ancestors were dwarfs, but have you ever seen a dwarf who is 2 meters tall? I think they are more like savages. Oh, such words are not polite. Never mention them in front of a member of the Vulcan family. People from the Vulcan family hate it when others call them savages. Simon lowered his voice and said. Lien nodded slightly. The last one is the highest-ranking member of the 7 counselors, Louis Clapfowl Roland, who is the father of the current emperor. After stepping down from the throne, he became a member of the House of Lords and is also the current head of the Roland family. He hasn't participated in any balls for 10 years. The fact that he can come to Snow White Manor means that you have already entered the sights of the 7 great families. Simon said. These 7 are pillars of the Empire's pillar families, and they stand at the pinnacle of the Empire's power pyramid. They all sound like the heads of their respective families. Shouldn't they all be within their territories? If they all gather in the capital, wouldn't the capital be in great danger? Leon asked. They're all just projections, projected onto the ball through magic crystals, understand? This is a privilege reserved for important people. Simon said. Don't underestimate it just because it's a projection. It's no different from being there in person. All right, you 2 brothers, stop whispering and come with me. I'll introduce you to some really important people. Earl Hall was beaming, feeling as if he had benefited greatly from the illegitimate child. Even if he had built his family business into the #1 empire, he would never have been as successful as he is today. Leon couldn't see any madness of a heretic party in his expression. All he saw was a pure obsession and mercenary desire to squeeze into the circle of the great nobility. This further confirmed his conjecture that Count Hall possessed a dual personality. Your Excellency, this is my son, Reen Hall. Oh, he is also a holy son of the Holy See. This is Reen's older brother, Simon, my good-for-nothing eldest son. When introducing Leon, Earl Hall didn't forget to mention Simon. After all, Simon was the legitimate son he had raised himself, while Leon was just a lucky illegitimate child. The eldest son, Simon, will inevitably inherit the title, not the second son, Lien. Even if Lien performs exceptionally well now, it's only paving the way for his family. Earl Hall knew that Lien, having become a boiling blood, was destined not to live much longer. Unless he can be converted to a priesthood in a short period of time, but how is that possible? Therefore, he must seize Lion's current glory and pave the way for the family. He even hoped that the Constantine family's civil war in the north would not stop, that it would lead to the destruction of their family, leaving a vacancy among the 7 great houses for the Hall family to fill. The 7 counselors didn't even look at Simon, or even at Hall. In their eyes, Hall was just a junior, and a mere earl at that, unworthy of being compared to them, dukes and marquises. The 7 pillars of the empire are not relationships that just anyone can climb up to. This arrogant attitude made Earl Hall somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, their attention fell on Lien, which eased Earl Hall's awkward situation. Lion Hall, this is our second meeting, and you have made a strong impression on me. Surprisingly, it was Franklin Frank, a member of the Frank family and a member of Parliament, who spoke first. I'm sorry, please accept my condolences regarding the Sith incident. Lian said it was as if the person arguing with the Sith to the death in the courtroom was someone else, not him. Warren Frank admired Lian for having such a thick skin and such a strong mentality at such a young age. If his grandson Sith had half his mental fortitude, he probably wouldn't have ended up in this situation. The Sith have already been expelled from the family. The Frank family has no need for a shameful chapter. Upon hearing Warren Frank's words, Lian was slightly taken aback. Is the Frank family simply cold-hearted, or is it a skill they must learn for survival? Young man, don't be so surprised. This is standard practice for the Frank family. They promote crop growth, heal injuries and diseases, and communicate with plants and animals, but they also like to prune branches. Any branch that they deem unreasonable or tainted will be cut off without hesitation. If you ask them why, they will always say that it is for the prosperity of the family. Ryan Gamma smiled and raised his glass, becoming the second important person at the ball to speak to Lian. Tandy's was with him, and Tandy's smiled and waved at him. Hey friend, I'm sorry I missed your trial. I'm here for this ball not only to celebrate your return, but also to say goodbye. I'm going to the north. What? Tandy's is going to the north ahead of schedule? The plot is completely messed up. Chapter 111 Even if the man chosen by the Sun God can only choose one of my 4 daughters. The North is now a good place for young people to gain experience, Congressman Ryan Gamma said, looking intently at Lian. If you want to go, you can also travel with Tandy's and ride on the Gamma family's ship. The Gamma family is involved in many illicit industries, including the slave trade and human trafficking. They probably saw the business opportunities that would arise on the battlefield in the north, which is why they sent Tandy's there. Thank you for the proposal, Congressman. I will consider it. Tandy's, when are you leaving? 3 days later. Tandy said. So fast? Lian asked. Yes, I studied at the seminary for 3 years but didn't make any breakthroughs. It would be better to go to the battlefield in the north for training, Tandy said, his eyes gleaming with dark circles. In fact, he was constantly troubled by the auction. Whenever the night was quiet, he would think of the dragon he had seen that day, and he would even see the dragon again as soon as he closed his eyes. He sent many people to search for the dragon, but there was no response. This wasn't because the dragon had left any psychological scars on him, but rather because of his distorted collecting obsession and possessiveness. He longed to possess the dragon, hoping to become its master and collect this unique dragon that was the only one of its kind in the world. These thoughts kept him up all night, which is why he developed such dark circles under his eyes. Some say that the dragon was destroyed along with the headquarters of the feast cult. Some people also say they have never seen the dragon at the headquarters of the feast cult. Some people say that it wasn't a dragon at all, but just an illusion created by some extraordinary object. But Tandy's didn't believe he possessed a terrifying intuition. His intuition told him that the dragon must still be alive. Just as he was about to use blasphemous medicine to alleviate the emptiness and obsession in his heart, his grandfather, Ryan Gamma, stopped him in time and sent him to the north to experience the taste of war and seek opportunities there. Ryan Gamma believes this will help Tandy shift his focus and cheer him up. Thor, the north is still embroiled in civil war. How do you have time to return to the capital and attend a ball? Roland's family member, the previous Emperor Clap, asked Constantine's family member, Saul Constantine. It's still possible to use the magic crystal projection to attend a ball when you have some free time. Don't worry, as long as the Constantine family is still stationed in the north will not be in chaos. As for the civil war, it's just a minor skirmish, Thor said in a flat tone. So you also came back for the Holy Sun? Clap asked. Yes, I'm very curious to know what the young man who helped the Constantine family take revenge was like. It's a pity I missed the miracle of the Supreme Court. As Thor spoke, he walked toward Lian, exuding an aura of overwhelming pressure. Lian could sense that the other party's strength was unfathomable, and Count Hall and Simon both subconsciously took 2 steps back. But this is merely a magical projection. Thor patted Lee on the shoulder. Well done, Lian Hall. You have gained the friendship of the Constantine family. I have heard that you are wavering between 4 princesses. I look forward to attending your engagement ceremony. Whoever you choose, the Constantine family will cast their precious vote for the one you choose. Earl Hall was momentarily flattered. Even though the other person was patting his son on the shoulder, he felt honored, as if this glory had shone on the entire Hall family. If you need support on the northern battlefield, please let the Hall family know. The Hall family is willing to do everything in its power to protect this friendship. That's what Earl Hall said. Thor then shifted his gaze from Lien to Earl Hall, giving him a brief, indifferent look before nodding slightly, tacitly acknowledging Earl Hall's statement. This simple action alone proved that the Hall family had found a true patron, making other nobles extremely envious. Thank you for your approval. I will get engaged to Princess Anna after she returns from the north. As for the rumors about me being involved with the 4 princesses, they are just that, rumors. My heart belongs only to Princess Anna. Lien said with a smile. Haha, young man, you're not the only one who's seen your tattoos. Donald Vulcan let out a hearty laugh of appreciation, thinking that Lee had the style of his younger self, and even far surpassed his level. After all, these are 4 princesses, not ordinary noblewomen. If I were 20 years younger, I would definitely be attracted to Ellie, Saya, and Isabella as well. They are all unique. Don't talk about my daughter like that, Uncle Donovan, Louis XV said. His Majesty the Emperor joined the conversation, causing the surrounding minor nobles to dare not approach and only watch from afar, discussing with envy. You raise 4 excellent daughters, but it seems they are all leaving you and going to Lien, Donald Vulcan said in a joking tone. That won't do. Even if the man is chosen by the sun god, he can only choose one of my 4 daughters. Louis XV stated this without question. Princess Isabella is the future of the empire, and choosing Princess Isabella was the right decision. Camus Villeneuve raised his glass and said to Lien. Count Hall immediately gestured for Lien to clink glasses with him, but Lien was unable to reach a consensus with Camus Villeneuve. In reality, Princess Isabella and I are a thing of the past. She now only hates me, not loves me, Lien said helplessly. Okay, so you just spout nonsense, is that how you slander my reputation? Isabella adjusted her glasses, lifted her elaborate court dress, and walked over with a wine glass in hand, taking Lien's arm in hers. Fellow members of Parliament, grandfather, father, I'm sorry, may I take my predecessor with me? I have some private words I'd like to say to him. Isabella, Lien already said that he and you are a thing of the past, so why are you still clinging to him? Suddenly Ellie, the Imperial Rose, appeared, wearing a gorgeous pink tutu, and reached out to take Lien's other arm. The councillors reacted differently to the attitudes of the 2 princesses. Count Hall and Simon were completely stunned. They were very worried that Princess Ellie and Princess Isabella would get into a fight at the ball, which would be big news. Of course, it would be a lie to say it's not sour. Especially since a stunning beauty like Princess Ellie is actually jealous of Lien. The noblemen attending the ball were so envious they were practically splitting off their plasmaspheres, and Simon felt like he'd been squeezed by a lemon. He had always thought that Lien was going to marry Princess Anna, and he only felt sympathy for Lien, not envy. Now it seems the situation is different. Knowing full well that Lien and Princess Anna were about to get engaged, it's quite intriguing that the most beautiful and intelligent woman in the empire would do something like this. Whether they genuinely wanted to steal Princess Anna's man or simply wanted to annoy her, it instilled a sense of resentment in the other men. If they had known that Anna's fiancé would receive such treatment and be fought over by the other 3 princesses, they would have fought tooth and nail, enduring their fear and discomfort, to get him. Lien slowly pried Ellie and Isabella's hands apart. Although he had indeed considered enjoying the blessings of having 2 women, their original official partner was Wilson. As a friend, Lien felt that he shouldn't be Prime Minister Chow. I'll keep the opportunities. Women are unnecessary. Isn't the witch girl appealing? Your Highness Ellie, Your Highness Isabella, Your Excellencies, Your Majesty the Emperor, Father, please excuse me for a moment. When Lien saw Saya walking into the ballroom, he immediately made an excuse to slip away. The councillors showed expressions of understanding. Louis raised his glass and said to Count Hall. Hall, come on, have a drink with the counselors. It's my pleasure. Chapter 112 The Secrets of the Roland Royal Family. Looks like I arrived just in time. Saya wore a pale yellow palace dress, looking gentle and beautiful. You didn't miss the first dance, did you? The music changed from soothing to lively, and Mrs. Hall raised her glass, formally introducing her son, Reen Hall, to all the distinguished guests. Thank you for your presence. We are gathered here today to celebrate the safe return of my son, Reen Hall. He helped the Holy See eradicate the feast cult and stop the evil rituals. He is a hero of the Empire and my pride. All eyes were on Leon? Where did Leon go? Mrs. Hall, somewhat embarrassed, continued. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the ball. Simon, go find Leon quickly. She turned her head and whispered to Simon. Mother, I just saw Leon and Princess Saya go to the study. His Majesty the Emperor and Father also went there. Simon said in a low voice. Mrs. Hall paused for a moment, then forced a smile and took Chloe's hand. Never mind them, Chloe. There are quite a few unmarried gentlemen here today, and I must introduce you to them. Oh? Mom, I already told you, I'm not in the mood. Don't be sad about Emma anymore. The investigation results are in. It was the work of the feast church. Ellie and Saya eventually compromised, blaming the feast priests for their own actions. A balanced outcome was reached in the royal court. Both were acquitted, though their reputations were damaged. But it was better than being truly punished. At this moment, 4 people were sitting in the study. Emperor Louis sat in the head seat, with Count Hall standing beside him. Leanne and Saya stood opposite each other. The territory you want originally belonged to Count Telos, but that's all right. I can get him to give it to you. Louis XV said. But you must annul your engagement with Anne and marry Saya. I'm sorry, but I cannot betray Princess Anna. The deal I made with Princess Saya is over. Leon said. Leon, this is not a discussion, it is an order. Louis XV's face suddenly darkened. Count Hall didn't know what to say at this point. He felt that the Emperor had summoned him simply to put pressure on Leon. Don't rush to refuse. In reality, Anna will die in the north. She can't come back to be engaged to you. We're just telling you the truth in advance. My marriage to you is just a political alliance. We can leave each other alone. Who you want to be with and how many maids you want are all your freedom. Saya said. From the very beginning, you were just a pawn chosen by His Holiness the Pope. You will not have any real power in the papacy. When His Holiness the Pope returns, if he thinks you are useless, he will not hesitate to abandon you. If you make him wary, he will try every means to get rid of you. Only we can help you gain a foothold in the papacy. You're so smart, you should know that I'm the heir Father has truly chosen. Only by being with me can you have a bright future. Saya looked at Leon. The conditions she offered were quite tempting. Hall, what do you think? Louis looked at Count Hall. I believe Princess Saya is a better choice than Princess Anna. That's what Earl Hall said. Since that's the case, then it's decided. We'll hold an engagement ceremony for Leanne and Saya in 3 days, and their wedding a month later. Louis XV said. Why the rush? Why is Saya so eager to marry me? Logically, since he had already shielded Louis from the media storm and become Saya's rumored boyfriend, attracting public attention and criticism, Louis shouldn't have been in such a hurry. Leanne recalled a secret about the Roland royal family. It is rumored that in order to ensure the purity of the royal bloodline, the Roland royal family engaged in inbreeding for 300 years, which resulted in royal members having a lifespan of less than 40 years, and sometimes even dying young. By the time of Louis XIV, only Louis XIV and his sister remained. Later, his sister naturally became the new queen and gave birth to twins for him. The twins became the next heirs to the throne, the future Louis XV and his first queen. However, the first queen died tragically at the age of 6, preventing the Roland family's morbid tradition from continuing. Louis XV later married a distant princess and had 5 sons, all of whom also died young. As a result, the queen was convicted and sent to the gallows. The third queen, Elizabeth, broke the precedent of the Roland family that only women with the Roland name could become queens. Unfortunately, she committed suicide after giving birth to 2 daughters for the emperor. The 4th empress was once the emperor's lover. After the death of the 3rd empress, she was elevated to the position of empress. She is still alive today, but she has only given birth to the emperor's 2nd daughter, Saya, and 3rd daughter, Isabella. Since this queen of the opposite sex had done nothing wrong, Louis had no reason to divorce her, and naturally could not marry a new queen, much less make Saja his 5th wife. Right now, Louis and Saya are offering him all sorts of generous terms to win him over, also that he can get married to Saya as soon as possible. Could it be that the Roland family is still up to their old ways and wants to carry out the pureblood plan, and Saya is already pregnant, so they urgently need a scapegoat? If that's the case, then Anna definitely won't be able to become queen, and Saya will naturally be placed on the throne. According to the tradition of the Roland royal family, the child in her womb will inevitably be the next emperor. Is Anna destined to be a runner-up after all her hard work? Whether she accompanies someone or not is not important. What matters is whether Saya can tolerate her. The answer is, of course, no, and Louis XV is already prepared to help Saya clean up everything. The war-torn North, the departed Pope, and Anna's need to stabilize the situation, this already says it all. The Emperor and the Pope have joined forces, and Saya is the true heir they support. Dad, I suddenly remembered that Chloe wants to see you about something, Leon said to Earl Hall. Oh, my naughty Chloe, I'm sorry, Your Majesty, Your Highness, please allow me to excuse myself. As a father, I should understand the trouble of having a naughty daughter. Count Hall spoke to Louis XV, and after receiving his approval, quickly slipped out of the study. He was unwilling to continue under pressure. Only 3 people remained in the study. Li and Kai officially began the negotiation process. Your Majesty, it's not that I'm unwilling to accept your proposal, but I proposed to Princess Anna in front of everyone and promised to get engaged to her after she returns from the north, Lian said slowly. If I were to break my promise, I would not only be letting down Her Highness Anna, but also those who trusted me, and I would damage the reputation of the Holy See. So what do you want to do? Saya asked. If what you say is true, and Princess Anna died in the north, then I will agree to be engaged to Princess Saya. But if Princess Anna returns safely, Your Majesty must also keep your promise and allow Princess Anna and me to be engaged smoothly, Lian said. Are you betting with me? Louis XV said with great interest. Lian nodded. I suppose so. I wonder if His Majesty the Emperor is willing to accept this bet. Fine, you've already lost. For the sake of the Empire and the future of the world, Anna will never return from the north. Your Majesty, please don't forget that even if you and the Pope deal with Princess Anna, Princess Ellie and Princess Isabella will not stand idly by and watch Princess Saya ascend the throne smoothly, and the powerful nobles behind them will not easily admit defeat, Lian said. You don't need to worry about that. I will eliminate everything for Saya, Louis XV said. It's clear you're a loving father. Lian made a sarcastic remark. Go ahead, go and cultivate your relationship. Louis XV was certain of his victory and believed that and was doomed, so he gave Saya a look. Saya nodded slightly and took Lian's hand again. We should go dance the first dance. Don't worry about Ellie and Isabella being jealous. You can have whatever you want with them in private, and I won't interfere. Just make sure I'm respectable in front of everyone. It sounds like Princess Saya has no feelings for me. Why did she choose me? Lian and Saya walked out of the study together. It was not I who chose you, but the Sun God who chose you, and I was merely following the God's choice. Chapter 113 Side Effects of Potions. While Liyun and Saya were dancing, the projections of the 7 counselors disappeared. They left Lian an invitation, inviting him to visit their respective territories. The ball continued, and the early departure of the important figures did not make the ball dull. On the contrary, it became even more lively, because the nobles no longer needed to be reserved. Did you see that? What just happened? Isabella said to Ellie. What's up? Ellie looked at Isabella with distrust. It seems you're good for nothing except for that face. Here's a piece of advice. Find an excuse to leave the capital and head to the Molten Lands as soon as possible. After saying that, Isabella left without looking back. The clever girl had already keenly sensed the approaching storm. Elizabeth was the mother of Ellie and Anna, the third queen, and a daughter of the Vulcan family. Therefore, Donovan Vulcan is Ellie's maternal grandfather, and the Vulcan family was once a loyal supporter of Ellie. Even if they shift their focus to supporting Anna, it will not be detrimental to Ellie. The Vulcan family's territory is the land of molten fire, of the roaring volcanoes. If Erican gives up the fight and hides in the land of molten fire, even the Emperor's conspiracy will not be able to reach her. Unfortunately, Ellie didn't trust Isabella and didn't think her sister could have any good intentions towards her. Even as the ball drew to a close, Ellie couldn't find a chance to be alone with Leon, and had to leave accompanied by Butler Rowe. Saya did not leave Snow White Manor that night. Earl Hall arranged a VIP suite for her. Thank you, Uncle Hall. I'm sorry to have bothered you during this time. Don't stand on ceremony with me. Your mother, Her Majesty the Empress, and my wife are distant cousins. We are relatives, Earl Hall said with a smile. Good night, Uncle Hall, Mrs. Hall, and Brother Simon, Lee, Sister Chloe, and Brother Dick. Saya was very polite. She said good night to everyone before going into her room. The old servant closed the door for her. Chloe looked surprised, and Dick looked incredulous. What exactly is going on? The two of them asked in unison, pulling Leanne aside with gossipy questions. Why did Princess Saya move in? Did you really end up with her at the auction, brother? Did you really betray Princess Anna? Children shouldn't ask so many questions. Simon felt that choosing Saya was much better than choosing Anna. He patted Leanne on the shoulder. I support your decision, little brother. Princess Saya is gentle and considerate, the dream girl of many men. Princess Ellie is too beautiful and uncontrollable, making people feel insecure. Princess Anna is too kind. In short, Saya is the best choice. But didn't my brother like the maid Hera? Where did Hera go? Chloe asked innocently. Oh, Chloe, don't say such silly things again, especially not to Princess Saya, understand? Simon gave a stern warning, and Chloe stuck out her tongue. Okay, I understand. Brother, when Hera returns, could you give her to me? Dick asked, his eyes shining. No. Leon narrowed his eyes. Want to get beaten up again? But you already have Princess Saya. Dick shrank back and instinctively took 2 steps back. We're all exhausted tonight, let's go home and rest. That's what Earl Hall said. The Hall children then went back to their rooms. Saya's room is right next to Leon's room. Mr. Platt, do you think I should go see Princess Saya? Leon asked the old man who had remained silent all day in his mind. No gentleman with any sense of decency would disturb a pregnant woman in the middle of the night, Plater said. Good heavens, Saya is indeed pregnant, just as I guessed. Then it's not a question of whether I take the initiative to find Saya. If Saya and Louis want to go all out with their act, she might come to me tonight. Or rather, during her month-long stay at Snow White Manor, she always made time to work on herself. Thinking about this, Leanne became restless. He doesn't want to become a father unexpectedly. Just as Leanne sat up in bed, she heard a knock on the door. Tap, tap, tap. Leanne opened the door a crack and saw Saya wearing a white silk nightgown. Her face was pale, and she looked at Leanne with a pitiful expression. I've been having nightmares lately, could you talk to me about it? Your Highness, this is not in accordance with etiquette, Leanne said. You know I won't force you to do anything, I just need a friend. Saya's eyes reddened slightly. I guess this is pregnancy syndrome. Leanne muttered a curse to himself as he caught a familiar scent. I've smelled this scent on Mrs. Hall before. A cursed artifact, perfume, created by the Rose School. Leanne pushed up his left monocle. The mirror of wisdom countered the alluring effect of the perfume. Perhaps you should talk to Chloe. She often has insomnia at night, just like you, and girls always communicate more easily with each other. Lian didn't open the door to let Saya in, she just looked at her through the crack in the door. Saya was somewhat surprised by Lian's attitude and reaction, probably because she hadn't expected the perfume to fail. Are you afraid of me? I won't eat you. And I've said it before, I will never bind you after we're together. Saya said. Your Highness, I'm a little tired. Good night. Lian closed the door, shutting Saya out. Saya's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. She didn't understand why she was still rejected even though she had lowered her attitude so much. Does Lian really have no interest in me? Or does he dislike the kind, vulnerable, and need to be protected persona of someone like me? Does he prefer a witch like Anna? After closing the door, Lian heard a faint noise coming from the windowsill. A mouse has come in. This was the voice that echoed in Platt's mind, reminding Lian. Lian narrowed her eyes and turned her gaze to behind the curtains. He slowly walked over, lifted the curtain, and saw Lori. Previously, Lian had temporarily settled her and the other rescued slaves in the property at number 12 Xiangzheng Road, and prepared enough supplies and food for them, telling them not to run around for a while, and to leave them after the storm had passed. These rescued people are like completely different side quests, which Lian hasn't had time to do yet. Logically speaking, Miss Lori should be on Xiangzheng Road right now, so why is she here? Lian, it's a curse, please help me. Lori's cheeks flushed slightly, her breathing quickened, and she gently bit her lips. Question mark. Before Lian could react, Lori pounced on him. It's not a curse, it's a side effect of the potion. You're in luck, kid. The old man Petra in my mind teased. The mermaid potion produced by the alchemy workshop, even after so many years, still cannot shake off the perverse tastes of the nobility. What? An alchemy workshop mermaid potion? The kind that makes people fall into depravity and become slaves to their desires? Heh, I'm taking a break. I'm getting old, so there are some things I shouldn't worry about. Platt's voice disappeared. The sound of Lori's rapid breathing filled my ears. She seemed to have been holding back for a long time before finally exploding. Lian is no saint, especially when it comes to her ex-lover. Are you sure this will help you break the curse? Yes, it has to be done, or I will die. How did you know? I saw them lift the curse in this way. I understand, I will save you. Lian untied Loli's binding belt and the elaborate long dress that was almost suffocating her, and began to earnestly rescue her. Chapter 114. Not only will it not be painful, it will also be very joyful. Thank you, Lian, you saved me again. Lori said, lying in Lian's arms, her voice hoarse. A full hour had passed since she met Lian, and the burning pain inside her body had finally disappeared, leaving only the aftertaste of pleasure. This isn't actually a curse, Lolita, it's a side effect of the potion. Lian put his oversized shirt on Lori, got up and walked to the coffee table, picked up a glass of red wine, slowly poured himself a glass, then went back and handed the wine to Lori. Lori felt her mouth was dry, so she raised her glass and drank it down. Like a high-pitched singer who has been performing for a full hour, she desperately needs to rehydrate, even if it's just with alcohol. The red wine worked very well, leaving a sweet and refreshing sensation in her throat. The side effects of the potion? When did I take the potion? Lori asked, puzzled. She had always believed that she and the slaves were cursed, similar to the curse of the Rose School, which led to their corruption. You have become a mermaid, possessing 1/4 mermaid blood. The potion you took is called the mermaid potion. This potion comes from the alchemy workshop and was originally developed to create playthings for nobles. Lian explained. What? Fear filled Lolita's eyes, replacing the pleasure and joy she had just experienced. Have you noticed that after you became a mermaid, your voice became incredibly beautiful, like heavenly music? Lian asked. Lori nodded. That's right. During the day, the nobles like to listen to the mermaid slaves sing, and at night they like to do other things to the mermaids. The magic potion keeps the mermaids in a state of constant thirst. If they are not satisfied, they will become very uncomfortable. So the mermaid slaves will do their best to please their masters. Lian said. Lori recalled her state of mind. She was indeed normal during the day, but as soon as night fell, her thoughts would inevitably turn evil. She endured this for many nights before finally being unable to resist coming to find Lian. "Is there any hope for me?" Loli asked. "As long as I work a little harder every day, you will not only not suffer, but you will also be very happy," Lian said. "However, I also need to stay rational." "Why?" Lori asked, blushing. "Because the side effects of the mermaid serum aren't just limited to you. If I spend too much time with an artificial mermaid like you, I'll develop a destructive urge. What started as liking will turn into a morbid destructive desire. Otherwise, it should be called the true love serum, not the plaything serum. Behind this lies a cruel business philosophy. Out with the old, in with the new." As Lian spoke, he pushed up his monocle on his left eye. With the mirror of wisdom, there shouldn't be any major problems. Upon hearing Lian's words, Lori's first thought was that it was all over, and she had truly fallen into evil. Moreover, the more intimate contact the mermaid has with her master, the more dependent she becomes on him, and she will be completely unable to leave him. This is a rather terrifying magic potion. Lian poured Lori another glass of wine and added, "Mermaid potion, damn mermaid potion, how could I have taken mermaid potion?" Lori said painfully. "The Valancer family is skilled in alchemy and creation. I guess you were chosen as a test subject and sent to the alchemy workshop to be injected with mermaid potion." "The Valancer family? One of the 7 great families? I have never offended anyone from the Valancer family, nor have I ever had any contact with them. How could I have been chosen as a test subject?" "Then we'll have to see what you're investigating," Lian said. Lori's pupils contracted slightly, and her hair stood on end. "You mean it was someone from the Valancer family who killed my sister? Why? Suppose your sister happens to meet a gentleman from the Valancer family at a social event, and the two fall briefly in love. Then, at his house, your sister discovers his secret. Do you think it's possible that your sister will be silenced? Your brother-in-law also dies while investigating this matter. Now it's your turn. Suppose they want to punish you in a different way. Is it possible that they could turn you into a mermaid, sell you to a powerful person as a slave, and then you'd never be able to rise above your circumstances?" Lian put forward a reasonable hypothesis. Lori looked at Lian in shock. "What secret?" Lian sized up lowly, then asked in return, "Is it possible that she's a human alchemist?" "Human alchemy, something that is strictly forbidden across the entire continent, cannot be tolerated by the 3 major Orthodox churches. The Valancer family has gone mad," Lori said in shock. "Sure, keep your voice down." Lian gestured for Lori to be quiet. "So now, do you still want to continue investigating your sister's cause of death?" "I don't know. My sister and I used to have a very good relationship. Everything will change. After she invited you to the Baron's mansion to become her stand-in, you should have realized that she is no longer the sister who always protected you in your childhood. She has changed." Lian reached out and patted Lori on the shoulder. "Whatever decision you make, I will support you because we are friends." "Friend?" Lori looked up at Lian. "No, we are not friends. Although you saved me and I am grateful to you, we are not really friends." Lori whispered. "I don't want to be your friend either." "So what do you want to be for me?" Lian asked casually, and then he regretted it. "My love, I like you very much." Lori's sudden confession caught Lian off guard. "Loli, your current feelings may not be real. Perhaps you are affected by the mermaid potion, or perhaps the intimate contact we just had affected your judgment." Lian suddenly looked at Lori seriously. "Right now you are simply controlled by your desires. A lover is fine too, but I can't live without you," Lori said. "Otherwise, I can't imagine what I would become." "Has something happened?" Lian asked. "You really should go back to Camphor Street and take a look." Lori lowered her head, her expression gloomy. "Then what are we waiting for? I'll go with you right now," Lian said. "Those slaves were all rescued by us. If something goes wrong, we can't just leave them to fend for themselves, can we?" So late at night, he disguised Loli as his maid, took her away from Snow White Manor, and took a carriage to number 12 Camphor Road. This manor was purchased by Leon in the name of Hughes. Given that Hughes would soon die on the battlefield and news of his death would not be able to reach the capital, Leon believed that he could do a lot of things using Hughes as a pseudonym, so he bought this property. The manor was larger than the villa on Mink Street, but far smaller than Snow White Manor. It was a small manor, but large enough to house dozens of slaves. Leon followed Laurie deeper into the manor, and witnessed scenes unsuitable for children. Those half-mermaids who took the mermaid potion like Loli have completely fallen into evil. Chapter 115A Grey Industry Chain. Half of the slaves who were originally rescued from the Tavo auction house were bewitched by the mermaids and fell into evil, turning the original manor into a chaotic mess, like a brothel. Without hesitation, Lien slashed anyone he saw, especially those who crawled onto him and looked like alluring maggots. Lillian, aren't you being too cruel? Laurie couldn't help but ask. I'm helping them. Lien spoke calmly, and with a swift movement, he finished off another one. Laurie soon discovered that Lien was not lying. The mermaids who had been stabbed by Lien had all returned to normal, their eyes regained their clarity, they were no longer driven by desire, and there were no wounds visible on their bodies. She quickly recalled the extraordinary dagger she had seen during her last battle with Lien in the carriage. It is this, the Chaos Dagger, which disrupts perception and severs necessity. Thinking of this, Laurie felt both ashamed and annoyed. Besides the mermaid slaves, the elf slaves and beast-eared girls slaves also clearly had problems. Several people are already lying in hospital beds, barely alive. This is a side effect caused by their body's inability to adapt after taking the magic potion. Loli, tell me, what's going on here? Lien asked. During this time, they've been arresting remnants of the revelry everywhere. We dare not go out, let alone go to church, and we can't go to the hospital either. Everyone thinks we're under a curse. It's just that everyone's curse manifests differently. Loli said. In just a few months, she went from using her sister's identity to enter high society to falling to the lowest level of slavery, witnessing the true face of the world and feeling a mix of emotions. Laurie is an assassin, a superhuman, and she also took a derivative potion, thus gaining a derivative profession. Logically speaking, for a superhuman like her who has taken potions, taking a potion completely different from her own field would at worst result in her losing control and turning into a monster on the spot. The best outcome would be an increased risk of losing control, a shorter lifespan, and the gain of some extra abilities, but she would always face the risk of losing control. She is clearly the latter. If Lien keeps her by his side, it's like having another time bomb. But if we abandon her, she'll probably lose control even faster. I forgot to tell you, we were just using the name of the Feast cult to confuse people. You have nothing to do with the Feast cult. You can go wherever you want now. Lien looked at the slaves who had regained consciousness. Really? Upon hearing that they were not heretics of the Feast Church, the slaves rejoiced, but they dared not leave the Camphor Manor now. I was originally human, but now I've become like this, and I can't go back. Me too. If I go back looking like this, I'll definitely be considered a monster. Sir, please save us. The slaves fell to their knees with a thud, begging for Lien's help. Laurie looked at Lien anxiously as well. After a half-hour conversation, Lien gained a general understanding of the group's situation. They were all experimental subjects captured by the alchemy workshop, products of human alchemy. The Varenser family is secretly collaborating with the Gamma family to create a grey industry chain. To transform those commoners into commodities worth over 1,000 gold pieces, all it takes is to turn them into orcs. Since the arrival of the Age of Order, dragons have become extinct, elves have gone into hiding, orcs have disappeared, and the world is now only left with half-elves and half-orcs with diluted bloodlines, and humans who have become a plague. However, half-elves and half-orcs were few in number, making them scarce, especially in the slave market. Nobles love elves and beast-eared slaves the most, and in high-end places like the Tavo auction house, they can even make the wealthy spend a fortune. Even though the 5 great empires of the entire human alliance jointly issued a decree banning human alchemy, it still could not stop people from pursuing capital and profit. This gray industry chain is the best illustration of this. An ordinary civilian slave could only be sold for 1 silver sparrow on the slave market, but after alchemy, its value increased 10,000 times. The nobles rejoiced at acquiring rare orc slaves, and the Valancer and Gamma families made a fortune. Only the commoners who were transformed into orcs by alchemy not only had to bear the risk of the potion going out of control in their bodies, but also had to be gradually enslaved in their minds, becoming playthings that could not leave their masters. Their lives can be said to have completely fallen into an abyss. I wonder if Her Highness Isabella is aware that the Valencer family, who have always supported her, are secretly engaged in such shady dealings. She always believed that knowledge is power, but some knowledge led ordinary people to hell. No, she's so smart, how could she not know? She's probably just turning a blind eye. After all, she was born into a privileged position, and the culture and upbringing she received from a young age emphasized that nobility was above all else. How could they possibly truly understand the hardships of life for ordinary people at the bottom of society? Is there any hope for them? Lee asked Platt in his mind. If you asked me that, I'll have to question your identity as a partygoer. Are you good or evil? You're not feeling sorry for these slaves, are you? Platt asked. Before Leon could answer, the catgirl in front of him suddenly swelled up, her smooth skin covered with long fur, and her body mutated into a 3-meter-tall cat monster with a huge head full of open eyes. It opened its blood-red maw, and saliva dripped down its sharp teeth. Monster! Run! Run! The slaves fled in panic. But fear stimulated the magic potion within them. As the first person lost control and turned into a monster, the second and third also began to turn into bizarre monsters. They began to attack anyone they saw indiscriminately, emitting painful howls. Look, it's hopeless! Plater said. Lien frowned, rescued young Yabu from the clutches of the cat monsters, and used the power of the boiling blood to kill these out-of-control monsters. If you're a player, you can immediately earn points for killing monsters. Unfortunately, he is no longer a player, but an insider. Looking at the fallen monster corpses, and recalling how they had begged him to save them, Lien felt only heaviness and oppression. No, don't kill me! I can serve you! I can be your personal slave, I'll do anything you ask. A half-elf woman, her body transformed into tentacles, cried out in despair. Please save me! You said you would save me. Click. Loli appeared behind the half-elf woman like a ghost and snapped her neck. However, her tentacles continued to thrash wildly, trying to trap Loli. Lori's extraordinary profession is assassin. She is exceptionally agile, dodging the attacks of these tentacles, and finally throws a fire oil bomb, which detonates the monster. Lien, they've all gone out of control. We can't let any of them live. Lori gritted her teeth and said, If you don't want to be exposed. I know. Lien lowered his head, his face gloomy. The manor gates were tightly shut, and that night, the entire Camphor Tree Street was filled with a strong stench of blood. Lien's strength as a boiling blood has finally reached a new level, evolving from the initial awakening of the first tier to a qualitative leap in the second tier. The anomalies on Camphor Street quickly attracted the attention of the Anomaly Containment Bureau. When the investigators, dressed in trench coats and wearing thorn badges, arrived, the Camphor Manor had already been burned to the ground, leaving no trace. Captain, was it done by a superhuman? Wilson and Nana spoke in unison. Both of them recently joined the Bureau of Anomalies Containment as rookie investigators. There's an aura of extraordinary combat, but we can't determine who did it. We need a new puzzle solver. What said? Captain, I can do it. Nana excitedly volunteered. Forget it, you've only just become a stargazing apprentice. Don't rush things. A fox will always show its tail eventually. The most important thing for us investigators is patience. What said calmly? Chapter 116 Selena, the Moon Saintess? You and Selena are friends? Leon returned to Minka Street. The enhancement brought by his extraordinary level allowed him to better control his power and gain greater speed. But his heart was filled with gloom. Just now, he killed dozens of slaves he had personally rescued from the auction. Apart from Lori and Yabu, all the slaves went out of control and turned into monsters. Although Leon did this to protect himself, he was still extremely angry. He could have used the Chaos Dagger to alleviate the symptoms of these slaves daily, preventing them from going berserk. But Platt thought so. Plato immediately stole the slaves' reason, causing them to collectively lose control and go berserk. He believed that this was the best sparring partner for Leon to improve his strength. In fact, it did achieve the effect he wanted. Leon's strength has increased. Platt did this not to make Leon stronger, but to help Leon become a third-tier blood-boiling person as soon as possible, so that he could better absorb the power in Leon's body to replenish his own soul. Leon, this is not your fault. Lori keenly noticed Leon's unusual behavior and hugged him from behind. And patches of blue scales appeared on her arms. Leon looked down and noticed this. Stop, Platt. If you do anything else out of line, I'll have Hall get rid of you right now. Leon said. You found out. Platt was quite frank. I'm doing all this to make you stronger. Don't you crave power? Don't you want to personally eliminate the servant of the feast god who has been controlling your life? I admit I've been a lazy bum before, but I won't be anymore. I'll work hard to become stronger. And please stop trying to pull any tricks. I know what you're thinking. Leon responded indifferently in his mind. Okay. Platt sounded to be in a good mood. He had found one of Leon's weaknesses. This is a good thing for him. Kindness. Platt never imagined that Lee would possess such qualities that were so out of place with his status. But he prefers to associate with kind people, because such people have a better reputation. Lori's skin gradually returned to normal. Leon turned around, picked her up, and walked into the bathroom. After washing away the bloodstains, the two nestled together, embracing and kissing passionately. The next day, sunlight streamed into the room through the curtains. Leon opened her eyes and found that there was no one around her. Lori left, leaving him only a letter. I opened the envelope, and there was a note on the letter. Dear Leon Howard, or should I still call you Leon Hall? None of that matters anymore. Thank you for everything you've done for me, but I have to leave. Having witnessed everything that happened last night, I know that if I continue to stay by your side, I will only become a time bomb. Maybe one day I will lose control and turn into a monster, then hurt you, or perhaps be killed by you. I don't want either of these outcomes. Moreover, I discovered the secret of the Valancer family, and they will not let me go, just as they will not let my sister go. No matter what my sister did to me in the end, she will always be my only family. I must avenge her, and avenge myself. I don't want to involve you in this matter. You are about to get engaged to the princess of the empire, and you will have a bright future. I am just an insignificant passerby in your life. I stole your Chaos Dagger, but left behind my Mercury gun. The Chaos Dagger helps me stay conscious, and the Mercury gun enhances your combat abilities. It's a fair exchange, isn't it? Finally, I must admit that I have fallen in love with you, but unfortunately, I cannot spend the rest of my life with you. Don't worry about me. My path of revenge will not be lonely, and I won't be foolish enough to fight the Valancer family alone. I met the moon goddess, Selena, at the monastery. She is my good friend. With the power of the moon garden, I believe even the Valancer family will have to pay the price. Selena, the moon saintess? You and Selena are friends. Leon rubbed his temples. Selena was the third key witch who drove the world's plot forward, and also his third fictional wife. I never expected fate to be so strange. Lori and Selena are actually friends. Unfortunately, it's not the right time for me to meet Selena, the moon saintess. Leon glanced at the mercury pistol lying quietly on the bedside table, picked it up, and put it in his trench coat pocket. Donning a blue wig, a black trench coat with a stand-up collar, a top hat, and a silver cane, Leon left the villa, boarded a regular trackless train, and arrived at the insurance company on Hodgeway Road. When he bought the Camphor Tree estate, he also purchased an insurance policy. Upon entering the insurance company, Leon approached the teller, took out the policy, and handed it to her. Hello, madam. My estate on Xiangzheng Road was damaged by fire, which is covered by the insurance policy. I hope the insurance company can help me assess the loss and provide compensation according to the contract. The sales clerk glanced down at the policy details, then looked up at Lian. Sir, we will send an insurance agent to verify the situation within a week. If the situation is true, we will provide compensation according to the policy. Could you please show us your ID? Of course. Oh damn, my documents were also destroyed in the fire. Can I get a replacement here temporarily? The insurance companies in the French Empire are not rigorous. When buying insurance, you only need to provide your name and ID number to purchase it directly, but when redeeming the policy, you need complete documents. Fortunately, in order to better serve customers, insurance companies usually have a temporary window inside that cooperates with government departments to reissue documents, but this is only for customers. The process of replacing documents is not complicated. If it is complicated, it means that you have not paid enough money. Okay, sir, that small window over there can process temporary documents. Lien temporarily left the counter, went to the small window at the corner of the insurance company, and handed the staff a £1 tip. This is troublesome. I really need to use a temporary ID. Sir, please tell me your name and identification number. In less than 5 minutes, Lien received a temporary ID, which did not include any photo. Cameras in those days were quite bulky and expensive, so no one would easily take a picture on their ID. In places where images are required, such as wanted posters and reward notices, most of the images used are portraits rather than photographs. Newspapers were an exception. Print media took pride in owning cameras and were the benchmarks of the new era. A photo of Lien and Anna appeared in a newspaper. Picking up her identification, Lien continued processing her insurance policy at the counter, gaining a new identity after leaving the insurance company. Hughes Dieter. Chapter 117. I treated you like a brother, and you actually want to be my stepfather? 3 days later, Tandy set off for the north. Simon, Lee, Cape, and Wilson came to see him off. To be honest, Lien didn't consider himself friends with Tandy's, but Tandy's didn't think so, and there was also a special relationship between them as seminary classmates. Since Simon is here, it wouldn't be appropriate for Lee to not come either. Tandy's, the north is dangerous. Take care on your journey. Simon waved his hand and said, Yes, Simon, I will write to you when we reach the north. Tandy's glanced at everyone with a deep look, finally settling on Lien. Are you really not coming to the north with me? At least not now. I have a lot to do in the capital. You know, my studies at the seminary have only just begun. I'll be waiting for you in the north. Tandy smiled and said. He seemed certain that Lee would go to the north. Tandy's, if Anna needs your help, please do so. Lien said to Tandy's that although he didn't have much hope, this guy was probably just a superficial friend to him. But saying a word won't hurt you. What if I were a user of the face fruit? Tandy's was taken aback. You think I can help the witch? Yes, Tandy's, from the first moment I saw you, I knew you were destined for greatness, destined to shine. Lien spoke calmly, as if he were talking about something perfectly normal. This, on the contrary, made Tandy's feel real and excited. My family has never placed high hopes on me. They don't think I can achieve anything. They all think I'm a good for nothing. Only you, Lien, thank you for your encouragement. I will prove my abilities in the north. Tandy said. I promise you, if Princess Anna really needs it, I will help her, for the sake of our friendship. Through the blue light emanating from Tandy's spirit, Lien judged that Tandy's was telling the truth. Yes, after becoming a second-tier transcendent being, he was able to use Bharat's vision. And it became clear that Bharat could tell from the beginning that he was lying. However, this old fox also had his own considerations. Since I can't continue lying to him, I can only selectively tell some of the truth. After watching Tandy's board the Gamma family's ship, Simon then addressed the group. Let's go back. The 4 of them boarded the carriage for their return journey. Wilson, how have you been lately? Lien asked. I joined the anomalous containment facility and became an extraordinary being. Wilson scratched his head sheepishly. You're quite something, kid. You actually secretly joined the Bureau of Anomalies behind Duke Constantine's back. Cap patted Wilson on the shoulder, and then gave him a thumbs up. Simon recalled what Leon had told him, and instead of envying Wilson for becoming a superhuman, he shook his head. I don't understand. Why would you give up being a nobleman and become an investigator at an anomalous containment facility? Investigators have the highest mortality rate of all professions. That's true, but apart from the anomalous containment facility, I don't know where else I can get potions. I've always longed to become an anomalous being, but my father has always refused. There's a civil war in the north, and I can't help at all. Wilson said with shame. By the way, do you have any news about Hughes? Kep suddenly asked. No, Wilson said. Leon also shook his head. Cap sighed, but then something else occurred to him. Did you know there was a fire on Xiangzong Street last night? Leon glanced at Kep in surprise. How did you know? Wilson asked in surprise. Last night, I was on a date with a lady at the Red Theater over there, and when we came out, we saw the fire. I can be honest, Cape said. Simon, Leon, and Wilson all looked at him at the same time. Simon thought carefully, and realized that his young mother seemed to have been watching a play at the Red Theater on Camphor Street last night. Could it be such a coincidence? When Kep saw the looks in Simon and Lee's eyes, he shrank back a little guiltily. Don't look at me like that. It's not Mrs. Hall, it's Mrs. Constantine. This time it was Wilson's turn to be surprised. I treated you like a brother, and you actually want to be my stepfather? Kemp paused for a moment, then continued. Mrs. Constantine's cousin. Could you please finish what you're saying at once? Wilson breathed a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't his mother. A fire did indeed occur, and there were also signs of supernatural power present. Our people found traces of orcs at the scene, Wilson said. Orcs? Simon asked in surprise. It could also be an orc. The case is still under wraps, so I can't reveal too much. Wilson scratched his white hair and said. He clearly couldn't be honest with his friends, which made the naive boy feel conflicted. Is Wilson investigating this? Leonway glanced almost imperceptibly at Wilson, assessing the probability of her being exposed. The property belongs to Hughes. Hughes went to the insurance company after the incident. Even if something happens, people will suspect Hughes, not Lien. Moreover, he did not leave any skin flakes, hair, or blood samples. The fire had burned almost all the evidence. Before setting the manor ablaze, they even had Platt steal the traces of Leun's presence at the scene. It can be said that there is absolutely no chance of failure. Even with Wilson and the other investigators' pursuit, the trail only went as far as Laurie's. Will Laurie keep her secret? The answer is yes. Laurie will also use the investigators to follow her in investigating the human alchemy of the Valancer family. By the way, I heard that Princess Saya has been living at Snow White Manor. Is that true? Suddenly, Kep asked Lien. I'm being nosy. Is your marriage to Princess Anna on the rocks? Have you really gotten together with Princess Saya? Wilson looked at Lien excitedly, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. Your Highness Saya, she is the white moonlight of many people. You shouldn't ask me this, you should ask Simon. Lien looked at her brother Simon. Simon chuckled a little sheepishly. The story goes back to the night 3 days earlier. Shortly after Saya was rejected by Lien, she heard a soprano voice coming from Lien's room. The sound greatly agitated Saya, making her feel that her dignity had been trampled on. So she gave up on Lien, who was difficult to win over, and instead chose Simon. Simon was completely unable to resist Saya's charm, and while Lien and Laurie were secretly away from Snow White Manor, Simon and Saya fell in love. One night later, Simon broke off his engagement with his fiancée. Earl Hall was pleased, thinking Simon had done a very good job. Simon felt he had finally made something of himself, becoming Saya's fiancé, and decided to get engaged to Saya as soon as possible. As for Simon becoming a father, Lien hasn't had a chance to tell him yet. Chapter 118. Is this the charm of blonde hair? No noblewoman can escape it. There's a royal banquet tonight, Lien. Come with me, or I'll feel too nervous going alone. Simon said. Brother Simon, you are the son of an earl, how can you be so nervous about something like this? Kep joked. If you were to become the princess's fiancé, you would naturally be nervous. Simon said. Kemp and Wilson exchanged a glance, then both shook their heads, feeling they were not worthy of the title of prince consort. Princess Saya only invited you, so it wouldn't be appropriate for me to go along, Lien said casually. Chloe and Dick are both clamoring to go, so I've decided to bring them along. I'll be spending time with Saya, so it'll be difficult to take good care of these two little ones. Just think of it as Chloe's sake and let them come along. Simon tried to persuade him again. Alright, since you've put it that way, I guess I'll have to go with you. Lien smiled helplessly. Very good. Simon seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried that Lien would not be willing to accompany him. Perhaps only a young man with the courage of Lien could stand up to Emperor Louis without showing any fear. He needed such a role model and support. Wilson, do you know what I'm worried about right now? Kep suddenly asked. What? Wilson asked, puzzled. While I'm worried about Lien and Simon's wedding, I, a down-on-my-luck nobleman, can't even afford a decent gift. A high-ranking lady wants me to be her secret lover, paying her 500 gold pounds a month. Do you think I should agree? Kep asked. Simon and Lee's eyes lit up slightly. 500 gold pounds. Even the offspring of top-tier wealthy families like theirs wouldn't receive that much in a month's allowance, unless they were like Simon, running their own business and receiving dividends and commissions. Tell me, whose wife is so generous? Simon asked gossipily. Having gone through the last auction together, Simon had replaced Hughes as their new friend. It's a secret, I can't tell anyone, Kep said. To make sure that Kep hadn't gone astray and fallen into some evil god's trap, Lien even asked Platt to check if there were any strange twists in the guy's fate, and then received the answer that everything was normal. So, is this the charm of blonde hair, something no noblewoman can resist? After muttering a thought to himself, Lien said to Kep. As long as it doesn't go against your conscience, there's nothing to lose. I do not support it. Wilson was very worried that Kep would seduce his mother, who was his most beloved mother. Kep seemed to sense his concerns and stated directly, It's neither Mrs. Constantine nor Mrs. Hall. For the sake of our pure friendship, I have severed all ties with them. There's no need to say the last sentence, Simon reminded him. But he didn't blame Kep, who doesn't do silly things when they're young? Just like how he always suspected Chloe and Dick were his sons. Wilson was so angry that his face turned red. Even though he was usually gentle and kind, he couldn't help but pounce on Kep and grab his neck, forcing him to repeat himself. Lien could only act as a peacemaker, separating the two friends who were fighting. The carriages escorted the four young noblemen back to their respective residences. As Wilson left, he handed Lien a document. This is something you asked me to investigate for you about 2 weeks ago. Wilson's expression was somewhat serious. He put down the file bag and got off the carriage. Thanks, Lien said. What is it? Simon was a little curious. It's Chloe's friend. Emma's case is closed now. It was done by the Feast Church, so we probably don't need to look at this document anymore, Lien said casually. So that's how it is. You always care so much about Chloe, it makes me, as her older brother, feel a little ashamed. Simon was no longer curious about the contents of the document, and the two returned to Snow White Manor together. Young Master Lien, the Earl has gone out and will not be back for some time. He has instructed you to study hard at the seminary during this period. Young Master Simon, Princess Saya has returned. She said she would be waiting for you at the royal banquet. The two servants reported to the two men separately. Lien and Simon exchanged a glance, then smiled at each other. Earl Hall was away from the manor during this time, as he was personally searching for the remarkable craftsman and preparing for the ceremony. Saya, on the other hand, found a replacement in advance and no longer needed to live in Snow White Manor. Her stay was automatically cancelled after 1 month. Leon, I've never been so nervous. This is a major turning point in my life, Simon said nervously. Just bring Simon's formal attire to his room. Leon spoke to the servant, then pushed Simon into his room and closed the door. Simon, I have to tell you something. Leon's expression suddenly turned serious. Simon was stunned. What? Princess Saya is probably pregnant, Leon said. Although he couldn't tell Simon the secret about Saya and Louis XV, he could at least give him a heads up so that he wouldn't be kept in the dark about becoming a father. I know, Simon said. This time it was Leon's turn to be surprised. What? You knew? You knew and still agreed? Was it for the power and status Princess Saya offered? We are an earl's family, after all, and we're not short of money. There's no need for that. This was Leon's first thought, though he didn't say it aloud. Simon pressed down on Lee's shoulder. Saya has already told me, but I don't mind. I will treat this child as my own. Don't worry, I will definitely raise our child well. Huh? What? Our child? What did Saya tell you? Is this child mine? Holy crap. Brother, there's a misunderstanding here, this kid. No need to say anything, I understand. You and Saya both drank too much that night, but you don't like Saya at all. You only like Princess Anna. You just went through the motions with Saya, Ellie, and Isabella. Saya also said that after she gets together with me, she won't think about you anymore, which is a win-win situation. Simon continued. You didn't see the proud look on Dad's face when he heard I was getting engaged to Saya. He's never been proud of me before. I could feel that this time he was truly at ease and trusting the Hall family to me. Seeing Simon's hopeful outlook on the future, and his complete lack of concern that his fiancée was pregnant with his child, Leon's head was buzzing. That child is really not mine. I know you won't admit it, and I don't want to admit it either, but my fiancée's virginity was taken by my beloved younger brother. To get rid of the jealousy I feel for you, I must use endless love. Do you understand? Besides Dad and Mom, I am the older brother who loves you the most in this world. No matter what you do wrong, I will always protect you, Simon said earnestly, then patted Lee on the shoulder. Go out now. This secret must not be told to anyone. I need to change my dress. Oh, your new dress is ready. The maid should have delivered it to your room. I saw that Hera and Sam have left. I specially selected 2 new maids for you. Simon pushed Leanne out of the room, unable to utter a single word of explanation. Saya's move was simply that of a top-notch tea master. She understood that as a princess, she was high above others, and there was a serious gap in status between her and Simon, the son of a count who had long been suppressed. Simon felt a sense of inferiority from the bottom of his heart, believing that he was not good enough for Saya. This sense of inferiority, to a certain degree, could even cause Simon to actively distance himself from Saya. So Saya went so far as to tell Simon that she was pregnant in order to bring the two closer. Saya used her secret, the stain of her pregnancy, to gain Simon's complete trust. Then, by saying that the child was Leon's, Simon's resentment about not being his own was dispelled. In short, they were all children of the Hall family. What difference was there between a son and a nephew? At least psychologically, Simon was comforted. Saya's actions did not ruin her image as Simon's ideal woman. On the contrary, they made Simon love her even more. Even after marriage, Simon discovered that the child was born too early and didn't coincide with his own birth. But he didn't feel the distress of having a second child. He only felt loyalty and love for his wife. Moreover, Saya was more noble, gentler, more beautiful, and knew how to please men than any woman Simon had ever met. That would be fatal. My elder brother has completely fallen for Saya's tricks, and helping him break free will be no easy task. One wrong move and you could end up becoming enemies with Simon. Simon finally found confidence in one thing, becoming Saya's fiancé. He felt he could be the hope and pride of his family. If Leon were to ruin this, it would be tantamount to shattering Simon's dream. If I were you, I wouldn't care about such a trivial matter. The servants of the feast have already begun their work, and we must speed things up as well. I need power. Platt's voice echoed in Lian's mind. Liun entered her room and saw two twin maids. Young Master Lian, young Master Simon sent us to serve you. Chapter 119. The blood-boiling ones are predators. The twin maids reminded Lian of the sisters Lori and Rose, but sadly one of them was dead and the other was on her way to her death. While they may not have topped her model faces, their figures are incredibly attractive, and their overall appeal rivals that of Azalane. However, as soon as the maids came into contact with Lian, her beautiful face and collagen-filled figure began to wither and age rapidly. The twin maids watched their skin age instantly, wanting to scream, but life was slipping away so quickly that they couldn't utter a sound, as if fate had choked them. Stop! What are you doing? Lian asked. You are a blood boiler. Blood boilers can only gain endless power by burning endless life. From the moment you embarked on this path, you were destined to learn to plunder, either by plundering others or by plundering yourself. What? Do you think you've been doing this long enough? Platt's voice rang out again. He had stolen the life that belonged to the maid. Lian had a cold face. He wasn't some saint. From the moment he arrived in this world, every step he took was for the purpose of survival. Even getting close to the witch and saving the world is all for the sake of survival. However, he disliked this practice of arbitrarily taking lives. He used to be a player who could destroy an entire city for power, but now, through his interactions with Simon, Wilson, Anna, and others, he understands that they are no longer cold NPCs, but living, breathing people. He is no longer just a player, but a true participant in the game. Return the items, Lian said coldly. The two maids were lying on the ground, their hair gray, barely alive. They're just two ants. If you want women like that, your good brother can provide you with 100 any time. Give it back. I can return it, but your secret will be exposed. You can steal that part of their memories. You know me quite well, but are you sure you want to do this? Sure. Platt sensed Lian's anger. In order to avoid a complete falling out with his host for the time being, he coldly returned the maids' lives and stole some of their memories. The two maids, now young again, were surprised to find themselves lying on the ground, and then scrambled to their feet in a panic. Young Master Lian, we apologize for our rudeness. It's all right, put the clothes down and go out. Lian seemed to be in a bad mood, so the twin maids had no choice but to leave. I took a few deep breaths and adjusted my mindset. Platt is indeed a high-sequence powerhouse. Although he is now so weak that he can't even devour his own will, he can still easily steal the lives of mortals. Once he recovers, you can imagine how terrifying it will be. While Lian was using him to become stronger, she also had to be wary of him. The best outcome for this old guy is to be turned into a supernatural item, right? Lian knew that Bertram was right. The boiling blood were indeed raiders. But he was at most a heretic, not an evil god. He couldn't do something like sacrificing everyone's lives to gain power. He remembered his fiancée, who had once been a prison warden. After Anna left, who took over the prison? I think you're right. Those who boil blood are never good people. They either sacrifice others or themselves. I will take you to prison. Those death row inmates and hardened criminals will become your food. Find a plausible excuse so you don't get caught. Platt knew that Li would compromise. No one could refuse such a shortcut. I understand. Tonight I will attend the banquet and take the opportunity to suggest to the Emperor that I take a position in the prison. After acquiring a title, Lian has the right to choose a less important position in the capital if he does not choose to serve in the territory, but he must obtain the consent of his superiors. The position of prison warden is by no means a lucrative one, and many nobles are unwilling to take it. Anna took over the job because her temperament was a good fit, and she was forced to take it on. I'm waiting for your good news. I'm too weak and need to rest. Platt fell asleep again. Lian took out the file folder, read through the investigation report, burned it expressionlessly, changed into a gorgeous dress, and left the room. Chloe and Dick were also standing in the hall, both wearing new gowns made by top tailors. Upon seeing Lian, Chloe, like a cheerful little rabbit, lifted her tutu and ran over. Lian, look! Isn't my dress pretty? Chloe twirled around, just like the light blue gown Cinderella wore to the prince's ball, her beauty blooming like a blue rose. Nice, Lian commented. Dick tugged at his bow tie. Bro, what about me? Aren't I incredibly handsome? SOSO. Lian truthfully stated. Dick twitched the corners of his mouth, looking very annoyed. Chloe proudly raised her chin. I told you, Dick, don't even think about comparing yourself to me. At this moment, Simon, dressed in his finest attire, also came out. Lian noticed that his cane was brand new, a pure gold cane inlaid with countless gems, instantly giving off a nouveau riche vibe. Simon is still too concerned. Gold is readily available in the palace. I think this cane suits you better. Lian handed his silver cane to Simon in exchange for Simon's dazzling gold cane. Right? I also think it's too exaggerated. This one is just right and matches my dress perfectly. Simon's confidence returned, and he was delighted with the cane that Lian had given him. In fact, this cane was just an ordinary one that Lian had bought for 2 silver sparrows. Simon's new walking stick sold for approximately 1,000 gold pounds. Let's go! I can't wait any longer, this is my first time entering the palace. Chloe said excitedly. Me too. Dick said it was his first time visiting the palace. The four boarded a luxurious carriage and headed towards the royal palace. Chloe and Dick chattered away the whole way. Chloe seemed to have finally shaken off the shadow of her friend's death, while Dick longed for the more extravagant life of the nobility. Simon showed the gift he had prepared for Saya to Lian, hoping Lian could give him some feedback. This gem is beautiful. Princess Saya will like it, Lian said casually. Don't say I didn't prepare one for you. Simon took out another exquisite gift box. Inside the box was a ring inlaid with a purple gemstone. Give this to Anna when she comes back. Trust me, no woman can resist jewelry. Thanks. Lian didn't stand on ceremony with Simon and accepted the gift directly. Simon is biased, but what about mine? Dick asked. When you have a fiancé, I will prepare one for you too. Simon laughed. Actually, I think my previous sister-in-law was quite nice. Dick suddenly said something. No one says she's bad. Everyone knows she can't bring more benefits to our family. Dick, if you were the eldest son, you would understand that I made the right decision. Simon's face darkened, and Dick shrank back, realizing he had said the wrong thing. Brother, do you truly love Princess Saya? Chloe asked curiously. Of course, I only learned what true love is after I met her, Simon said. I don't really approve of my eldest brother's marriage to Princess Saya. My second brother is going to marry Princess Anna. The Hall family has already taken sides and supported Princess Anna. If my eldest brother marries Saya, then the Hall family will have to split in two to support the two princesses. I don't want to split the family, Chloe said. What a silly little thing. Simon ruffled Chloe's hair. All the great families that can last for 100 years know that family interests always come first. Even if Lian and I support different princesses, we will never allow the Hall family to split. On the contrary, whether Princess Anna or Princess Saya succeeds to the throne, our Hall family can benefit. This is equivalent to betting on 2 targets and hoping that Lady Luck will favor us, and that Princess Ellie and Princess Isabella will not succeed to the throne in the end. Is that so? If Princess Saya ascends the throne, and if she tries to kill Princess Anna and my second brother, will you stop her, eldest brother? Dick asked. Of course, I will never allow such a thing to happen, Simon said firmly. I will not allow Saya to harm any member of the Hall family. Big brother, when I come of age, could I get a bigger share of the family fortune? Dick asked again. Roll, Simon said without hesitation. Young master, young lady, we have arrived. The carriage pulled over to the side of the road beside the main gate of the palace, and the 4 siblings alighted from the carriage with the help of servants. Looking up, one sees a magnificent, towering castle that seems to reach into the clouds. Compared to Louis XV Palace, the four princesses' castles are like jewels set in a crown, while the palace is the true crown. Chapter 120 High Danger. A Feast at Hongmen. The moment Lien stepped into the royal restaurant, the sleeping old man Platt awoke. Go, this is a trap! Driven by his survival instinct, the old man, Platt, instantly seized control of Lien's body and turned to flee. Lien, where are you going? Simon asked, puzzled. However, by the time Lien turned around, the banquet hall doors had already closed. Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Wearing an exquisite dress and dressed in gorgeous attire, Saya walked slowly over with a gentle smile on her face. Old man, don't do anything reckless. Lien regained control of his body, thwarting Platt's plan to forcefully break out of the palace. He gave a cold laugh. You're getting more and more rude to me. In a little while, you'll be begging me to take control of your body. Inside the banquet hall, Lien saw Wilson and Nana. Logically speaking, this is a royal banquet, and even if Wilson barely meets the criteria for being invited, Nana with the pink Lolita head would never be invited. Everything about it seemed strange. Upon seeing Lien, Wilson wanted to greet him, but with the Emperor and Princess present, he had to adhere to aristocratic etiquette. Sorry, we have no intention of leaving. Simon immediately explained that although he didn't understand why Lien suddenly wanted to leave, he would definitely stay. This was the first time he had met His Majesty the Emperor as Saya's fiancé, so how could he leave? Even 8 horses couldn't pull it away. Chloe suddenly felt a little unwell, Simon added, while giving his younger sister a look. Chloe instinctively covered her head. Yes, I'm sorry, Your Highness Saya, the lights here are too bright, they're making me a little dizzy, Chloe said. It's clearly Lien. Before Dick could finish speaking, Simon glared at him, and Chloe stomped on his foot to shut him up. At this moment, Lien also noticed something was wrong. A magic circle exists inside the banquet hall, severing the connection between the inside and outside of the castle. Lien raised his head and looked at Louis XV and Princess Saya in front of him. Why aren't Princess Ellie and Princess Isabella here? Isabella has decided to study in Lorraine, the city of Wisdom's Spire, for a period of time and will not be back for a while. She set off this morning, Saya said calmly. As for Ellie, she has her own things to do, so I didn't invite her. So, this trap was set on me? Lien asked. A trap? Lien, what nonsense are you talking about? Simon was worried that Lien would offend Saya and Emperor Louis as a result. Your Majesty, Your Highness, please forgive my younger brother Lien. He had a few too many drinks on the way here and is a little drunk now. But Lien didn't have any. Before Dick could finish speaking, Chloe stepped on his foot again. Louis and Saya exchanged a glance, then stopped pretending. He said with a smile. Lien is right, this is a trap set for Lien. What? Wilson, Nana, Simon, Chloe, and Dick all showed expressions of surprise. Saya, what does this mean? Simon hadn't even had a chance to give the gift he was holding when a feeling of anxiety overwhelmed him. Saya leaned against Emperor Louis, smiling as she looked at Simon. Simon, do you really think I would be interested in you? What do you mean? Simon asked. I only approached you for Lien's sake, Saya answered. At that moment, Simon felt as if he heard the sound of his heart breaking, a fact he least wanted to admit. Your Highness Saya, what you've done is truly outrageous, Chloe said angrily. Nana, on the other hand, had a gossipy expression on her face. She really didn't know what had happened, but it seemed to happen quite often. Well, I happen to be missing a heart. You look good. Saya looked at Chloe. What do you mean? Chloe retreated behind Lee in fear. Your friend Emma, do you remember her? Saya said calmly. Wilson and Nana's ears perked up at the same time. Previously, Wilson helped Lien investigate this matter and uncovered many cases of missing noble girls. Although the Feast Church eventually took responsibility for these cases, Wilson always felt that they were not the truth. As Wilson's partner and assistant, Nana naturally knew about this as well. Leon noticed that Saya's belly was slightly protruding. Just 2 days ago, it didn't seem to have any distinguishing features, but now it's starting to become more prominent. Moreover, when his gaze fell on Saya's abdomen, he instinctively felt a sense of fear. This further confirmed his conjecture. Emma? She died at the hands of the feast heretics. Chloe spoke cautiously, then, as if struck by a thought, she looked at Saya in disbelief. Could it be you? Could it be you who did it? He doesn't seem that stupid. Saya snapped her fingers. The demon Ro emerged from behind the hidden curtains. Ellie's butler Ro? He really is one of Saya's men. From the very beginning, Ellie was a pawn they manipulated, so Ro never stopped her whenever she acted recklessly. This is truly a tragic character. Leanne silently lit a candle for Ellie in her heart. Leanne, we meet again. Who can say this isn't fate? Lo removed his top hat, smiled, and bowed to Leanne in a standard gentlemanly manner. Excuse me for being frank, but I don't need this kind of fate. Leanne responded. Your Highness Saya, if I heard correctly, you just admitted to killing someone? Nana's professional instincts kicked in, and she stepped forward and said. Wilson gripped her hand tightly, his heart pounding in his chest. He knew that once some secrets were known, it meant death was on its way. Your Majesty, are you willing to give up even your own daughters for Saya? Leon said. Louis XV snorted coldly. I gave each of them an equal opportunity, but only Saya seized it. The others were destined to be mere supporting characters. Does everyone have an equal opportunity? Leon thought the Roland family's traditions were truly perverse. According to your script, Anna will die in the civil war in the north, Ellie will be hanged because of her succubus identity, Isabella will be exiled as a heretic of the Church of Knowledge, and Saya could easily succeed to the throne. Why are you targeting me? Lien already had a guess in his mind, but he still wanted a definite answer. To free the Roland family from the curse of incest, and to ensure that the child in my womb grows up healthy and becomes the emperor of the empire, the protagonist of the world. The protagonist of the world? The heart of a noblewoman, a devil's ritual, stealing the fate of the world's protagonist. Plato, who had lived for hundreds of years, almost immediately understood this. The Roland family has gone mad. They actually want to. Chapter 121 The Roland Family's God-Making Plan. They actually want to create a god? Platt's voice exploded in Leon's mind. Anyone who hears this news will be shocked and shudder. Platt thought that after hearing such a shocking secret, Lien would be 100 times more flustered than he was, becoming both shocked and terrified. But Lien showed no expression, as if he had known all along. Rewind a few hours, and Lien opened the investigation documents provided by Wilson. It records cases of noble girls like Emma disappearing from different territories. The missing girls were all under 18 years old, and the missing parts were all their hearts. The authorities initially suspected that it was the work of a demon, who was carrying out some kind of terrible demonic ritual. Until the feast cult was dismantled, Ellie and Saya implicated each other, and in the end, all the missing girls' cases were attributed to the feast cult, and the case reports all stated that the feast cult was responsible. At that time, Lien guessed that this banquet was not a family dinner hosted by Saya to introduce Simon to his future father-in-law, Emperor Louis XV, but rather a banquet for himself. The game features a concept of the underworld. By collecting the hearts of 100 noble girls under the age of 16 and the heads of 1,000 noble boys under the age of 16, and by sacrificing the lives of 5 million commoners, and by stealing the fates of at least 3 of the world's main characters, one can grant a life yet to be born divine status. Louis and Saya wanted to create a god, and wanted their only child to obtain divine status, so that the Roland family's inbreeding curse would naturally be broken, and a god would not die young. Once the next head of the Roland family becomes a god, the parliamentary system can be abolished, the papacy will no longer be a threat to the monarchy, the Far Empire will no longer need to worry about the Human Alliance Treaty, and can rule the entire Oran continent. The Roland family will become the only legendary family, and even a god race that rules the entire world. The Roland family can then become the true celestial dragons of this world. However, the corresponding price to pay is the lives of hundreds of people in the entire capital. Clearly, the Roland royal family didn't care about this small sacrifice. Louis wanted to be God's father, Saya wanted to be God's mother, and Wilson, Nana, and herself were the sacrifices they had chosen. They thought that Lien, standing on the first level, could at most see through their conspiracy against the princesses, while they, the directors on the second level, were in control of the drama. Little did they know that Lien had already seen through their tricks and had moved to the third level. Because, as an unorthodox player, Lien had also created his own god. I am extremely familiar with this process. Wait, why are you so calm? This time, it was Old Man Platt's turn to be surprised. Why is Lien so calm? His spirit body and mind are always pale yellow, which is the color of absolute calm. Is such a stable mindset really suitable for a mere blood-boiling realm cultivator? Where did he get the confidence to remain calm in front of the Roland family's madmen? How can one remain calm amidst a massive deification project? Compared to Lien's composure, Wilson, Nana, and the three Hall siblings were completely panicked. Simon dropped the gift box in his hand, and the valuable sapphire shattered in two. Wilson gripped Nana's hand so tightly it hurt. Chloe hid behind Lee, trembling uncontrollably. Dick was pale, his spine was cold, and he kept swallowing hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. He regretted coming to the dinner party as much as he had wanted to with Simon. However, the next second, something even more terrifying happened. The magic circle carved on the ornate floor lit up, and a crimson halo enveloped the entire space. In an instant, all the servants in the banquet hall turned into a blood mist. They died before they could even scream. Chains shot out from the formation, binding everyone except Louis and Saya. Lien, Wilson, and Nana were the main targets of the binding. They were suspended in the air and sent to the 3 key points of the magic array. As for Simon, Chloe, and Dick, there's no need to worry about them. Once the formation is activated, they will be sacrificed along with everyone else living in the capital. Your Majesty, what are you doing? You allowed Princess Saya to kill so many noble girls and cooperate with the demons to take their hearts. Is this all to break the curse on your family? How can you do this to the nobles who are loyal to you? Wilson, I don't know where he got the courage, actually questioned Louis XV directly. Louis XV glanced at him indifferently and said with a smile, I'm not just here to break the family curse, I'm also here to gain the power of the gods. You've gone mad, you and Princess Saya have both gone mad. Wilson said. Princess Saya, even if you kill us, it will not change the fact that you killed noble girls. Your evil deeds will eventually be discovered. Nana called out. No, I don't want to die. Save me. Dick had already started crying. Please let us go, we have nothing to do with this. Chloe was also frightened and cried. Saya, let us go, please, I'll give you anything you want. Simon pleaded. Saya remained unmoved, while Louis XV looked at Lien with great interest. Lien, you saved me during the feast's disaster. I didn't want to take away your destiny, but you have proven to me time and time again that you are the protagonist of this world. So don't blame me. After all, you have enjoyed the privileges of this world for 18 years. Lien lowered her head, her bangs covering half her face, and her body trembled uncontrollably. What, are you scared now? Louis XV asked. Lien. Wilson wanted to help Lee, but unfortunately he was in dire straits himself. Wah, brother, we're going to die, Dick said, crying. Everyone assumed that Lien was trembling because of fear, but only Platt knew that this guy had no fear at all. The demon Lo also keenly noticed Lien's unusual behavior. He was clearly smiling. Ha. Lien's laughter finally escaped his throat, a laugh filled with endless mockery and ridicule, a laugh of disdain. This scene stunned everyone. Louis XV and Cid exchanged a glance, unable to understand why Lien was laughing when he was about to die. Luo Wei was increasingly unable to understand this human being who had repeatedly caused him surprises and unexpected joy. Simon, Dick, and Chloe were worried that Lee had been too traumatized and had gone insane. Wilson and Nana were trying to figure out how to contact their boss, Arthur, but unfortunately their supernatural powers had been completely suppressed, and they couldn't use anything. "Leon, what are you laughing at?" Saya finally couldn't help but ask. "I'm laughing at how naive you are." Leon brushed aside the bangs on his forehead, revealing his handsome face, which also carried a sickly, mocking expression. "Do you really think that by following the steps you can become God's parent? Can you really use him to rule the world? Ha ha. God does not need parents. When God is born, you will all die and become his nourishment. He cannot inherit the glory of the Roland family. He is an outer god from beyond the stars, who longs to descend to the world through ritual. He will spare no effort to pollute the entire world until the world is destroyed and becomes nourishment for his growth." "How do you know all this?" Saya narrowed her eyes and asked incredulously. Leon's face, half illuminated by candlelight and half hidden in shadow, resembled a combination of angel and devil, his eyes unfathomable. He spoke softly. "Because you are playing games that I have already played. I once created an evil god with my own hands." Chapter 122 Anna, it's time to come back and kill your father. These words struck like a thunderbolt, shocking everyone. Inside the banquet hall, you could hear a pin drop. After a suffocating silence, Louis and Saya burst into laughter. It was Simon, Chloe, and Wilson's conjecture that the contamination in Lee had not been completely cleaned up. "Ha ha ha, he says he created a god? Ha ha ha, Saya, this is the funniest joke I've heard in the last 30 years. How can he be so audacious? Is he really chosen by the sun god? He's even crazier than the madmen of the feast cult." Louis XV laughed so hard he bent over. "Perhaps the filth on him was never truly cleaned up," Saya said silently. "Don't believe me?" Leon's lips curled up slightly. "Then I'll ask you a few questions." "Why should we answer you?" Saya asked. "Wait, let him ask. I haven't met such an interesting person in a long time," Louis said. The demon Lo was also eager to know what Leanne wanted to ask. "Did you collect the hearts of 100 noble girls under the age of 16 and the heads of 1,000 noble boys under the age of 16? Leanne asked. Saya, Louis XV, and Loie all simultaneously had their pupils shrink. He knew it so clearly. 100 girls' hearts, 1,000 boys' heads. Upon hearing this number, both Wilson and Nana felt a surge of rage. They never imagined that the Roland royal family would be so ruthless as to kill so many underage noblemen and women, and that their investigation report was just the tip of the iceberg. This is what Princess Saya, the most beloved princess of the Empire, known as the Conscience, and the kindest person in the Empire, did. Is this what Louis XV, the Emperor who holds the highest position in the Empire and is responsible for everyone, did? How could they be so cruel? They are nothing short of demons in human skin. Yes, Luo Wei readily admitted. I was the one who carried out all of these tasks. Are you planning to sacrifice 5 million people in the capital and steal the fates of me, Wilson, and Nana? Just as you suspected, we do intend to do so. This magic circle will be able to steal your fate. Rose said humbly that he was growing to admire Lian more and more, and if he were not bound by a contract, he would have loved to immediately switch sides and betray Louis XV. Because Li Anka has been through it all, he's made a god out of people. Louis XV was a latecomer. There was no successful precedent. The difference between the two is obvious. Lian's two questions greatly surprised Saya and Louis XV. He knew about the god-making plan. He even knew every single detail. However, the god-making project was a secret that the Roland family discovered through the cracks. For this secret, the family lost countless extraordinary individuals, and it became a top secret. Only Louis XIV, Louis XV, and Seed knew. Did he really orchestrate this? Did he really create an evil god? Who exactly are you? Louis XV frowned and asked. Your ritual is doomed to fail because you've even gotten the main character wrong. To gain divinity you need to sacrifice 3 witches, not 3 human protagonists. And me? Oh, I'm not the protagonist at all. I'm the director behind the scenes of this world. During the years Lian was a player on the evil path, his only regret was sacrificing 3 beautiful witch wives in exchange for an ugly evil god who destroyed the world. Later, Lian reversed the game and started treating his 3 witch wives even better, in order to make up for the debt he owed them. I will never again do the foolish thing of cutting off my beloved as the first thing I do after getting ashore. My witch wife is 1,000,000 times better than that ugly evil god from beyond the stars. Seemingly to verify the facts Lian spoke of, the true nature of the magic array was revealed to everyone. The once magnificent yet flat carpet slowly bulged, and a flesh and blood altar composed of the heads of 1,000 noble youths rose from the center of the magic circle. Many of these teenagers were acquaintances of Wilson and Simon, including some of Dick's cronies. Jamie, Lillard, Horace, how could this be? How could this happen? Dick was terrified. He couldn't believe that what his brother, Lian, said was true. The Roland royal family was so heartless. These young masters were noblemen, neither commoners nor slaves. Now they lay quietly on the altar, with only their heads remaining. On the altar of flesh and blood were 100 fresh young girls' hearts. Due to the magic, these hearts seemed to be alive and were still beating violently, creating a scene that was both eerie and unsettling. Nana and Chloe felt their stomachs churning and were about to vomit. Chloe, you're so lucky. I thought we were still missing a heart, but Ro just brought one back. Otherwise, you would have had to be put in too. Saya said calmly. You demon! Chloe said through gritted teeth. A demon? I am not a demon, I am about to become the mother of God. Saya gently stroked her abdomen. At the same time, the magic circle beneath their feet continued to expand outwards, quickly covering the entire capital city with the palace as its center, and a crimson moon rose into the sky. Upon seeing the crimson moon, everyone rushed back home, closed their doors and windows, and began to pray to the sun god. Every year, people see the scarlet moon on one day, a day also known as the Day of Calamity by sun worshippers. Although the days of calamity occur randomly each year, people have long since developed the habit of staying at home to pray and doing nothing. Unbeknownst to them, the so-called Day of Calamity was nothing more than a rehearsal and preparation that the Roland royal family had maintained for decades. All for today's god-making ceremony. Oh, I forgot to remind you, if you choose the wrong target to steal your destiny, it can easily harm the fetus, and it might even cause the baby to die in the womb. Lian suddenly said. As if to verify his words, Saya suddenly felt an intense pain in her abdomen. She knelt on the ground, her face deathly pale, blood flowing from under her skirt. Saya. Emperor Louis XV knelt down nervously and helped the pale-faced Saja to her feet. It hurts so much, it hurts so much. Saya said, biting her pale lips. He's lying, he's bewitching us. We must continue the ritual, we can't stop, otherwise you and the child will not be able to survive. Louis XV said, almost frantically. Meanwhile, Simon, Chloe, and Dick, the 3 mortals, could no longer hold on and fainted, their life force being continuously drained by the magic circle. Wilson and Nana are still struggling to hold on, but they are only low-level superhumans who have just entered the realm of the extraordinary, and it is only a matter of time before they are refined. Old man, lend me your power, or we'll all die here. Lian spoke to Platt in his mind. Now you've thought of me? Platt wanted to sneer, but faced with such a terrifying existence, he simply couldn't laugh out loud. He even felt that Lian was more terrifying than any heretic he had ever seen. I'll only ask you one question, do you want to live or die? Lian asked. Without hesitation, Platt lent all his accumulated power to Lian. Lian instantly gained control of the thief's power, and the first thing he did was steal the child from Saya's womb. The theft failed? Did Saya possess some extraordinary artifact? Or did she worship some evil being? Never mind, it's okay. Since they couldn't steal Saya's child, they would steal Wilson's luck instead. In the original game lore, Wilson was a lucky character who could find equipment just by walking around. After receiving Wilson's good fortune, Lian finally opened the book, Richard's Hypothesis, in his pocket. Don't underestimate this good luck. It's like having the protagonist's halo. Without this aura, Leon would have been immediately restrained by chains when he took out Richard's hypothesis, and the extraordinary item would have changed hands. But with this good fortune, he was able to successfully open Richard's hypothesis, reach the third page, and summon magic. This is an advanced summoning spell that Leon had shamelessly begged his seminary instructor to leave him, specifying the target of the summoning. Anna the witch. Anna, it's time to come back and kill your father. After all, your father did something that is outrageous and despicable. Lo, don't let him use magic! Louis shouted. Lo immediately stepped forward and snatched Richard's imaginary object. But he was still a step too late, because the third page of magic had already been torn apart by Lien, who had the protagonist's halo. The chains binding Lien tightened instantly, digging into his flesh, and his expensive dress was forced to be stained with blood. But there was no pain on Lien's face, only a distorted smile. At least that's how Saya sees it. Liyun stretched out her hands, as if to embrace something. As the magic page disappeared, a dark crack appeared in the sky. From the crack, Anna, covered in blood, emerged like a war goddess. She was still fighting on the northern battlefield, facing Pope Shaw and a group of high-ranking church officials. Now Anna, blinded by rage, has suddenly returned. Her long, pale golden hair, stained with blood, danced in the wind. Her exquisite face was free of the silver mask, and the flower of the N bloomed on her left cheek. In her hand she held the pitch-black sword of annihilation, and her whole body exuded the murderous aura of a god of death, making people hesitate to approach. Anna saw the bound Lien, Louis XV and Saya, and the ominous magic circle on the ground. Anna, you've come back just in time. This son of the evil god, Lien, wants to destroy everything. He wants to sacrifice all of us. Louis said to Anna. Now I order you to kill him, kill him. Anna raised her sword, pointing it at Lien, then turned to Louis XV the next second. Father, your era has come to an end. Chapter 123 The Chosen One, Wedding Dress. The capital city, the Red Rose Castle. Ellie was shocked to find herself unable to move. The luxurious carpet was pierced, and chains extending from the depths of the earth bound her tightly. These chains were not inanimate objects, they wriggled, each link with barbed edges that embedded themselves deeply into her lower abdomen, thighs, and collarbone. Even more terrifying, dark red patterns floated on the surface of the chains, pulsating like blood vessels. With each pulse, Ellie could feel a wisp of power being drained from her body, and her limbs became increasingly heavy. What the hell are these things? Ro! Ro! No matter how much Ellie shouted, Ro was nowhere to be seen, and she could feel her strength gradually dissipating, being sucked away by the chains. The servants and guards throughout the Red Rose Castle faced the same situation, even worse than Ellie, because most of them were just mortals. The maid lay at the end of the corridor, her body pierced by 3 chains as thin as fingers. The chains greedily sucked at her, causing her once voluptuous body to collapse, her eye sockets to sink, and her lips to crack like dry tree bark. The captain of the guard remained in the position of drawing his sword, but his sword, like his arm, was covered with a layer of gray stone. Chains drilled into the soles of his feet, spreading upwards along his veins, and wherever they passed, flesh was losing its color. Using the power of the succubus, Ellie finally broke free of her shackles and rushed out of the castle. They had just escaped the castle and were on the street. Her pupils dilated, all she could see was disaster. The crimson moon hung low, closer than on any other day of calamity, as if one could reach out and touch the blood-red sphere. The moonlight fell, not as a gentle glow, but as a thick, blood-like liquid, slowly flowing across the stone path. Wherever a drop of moonlight fell, a chain burst forth from the earth. Shouts, cries for help, devout prayers, and anguished screams converged into a vast ocean of suffering. Traffic was paralyzed, the city came to a standstill, as if we had entered a nightmare from which we would never wake up. Everywhere you look, you see people suffering and losing their lives. They are still wearing gorgeous formal attire, but their faces have lost their former composure. Your Highness, it's Princess Ellie. Help me, help me! Ellie was unable to save anyone. She dragged her skirt as she ran forward, dodging every hand that tried to grab it. She understood it was a day of tribulation, but such a situation had never occurred on a day of tribulation before. What's under my feet? Ellie looked down and felt a chill run down her spine. Intricate magic array patterns appeared on the ground. She couldn't understand the runes on them, but she could feel a fear from the depths of her soul. Thump thump. The church bells rang. This is the sound of bells after disaster strikes. Monto led the priests, including Wes, to begin the rescue of the city, but they had no idea what the underground magic circle was. Anomaly Containment Bureau investigators were also dispatched and joined the rescue efforts, but they too were baffled as to why the Earth was behaving strangely and what these chains from underground were. Princess Ellie, please come with me to the church for refuge. The Holy Church possesses a protective magic array, which is barely holding back this erosion, but it's only a matter of time before it's too late. When Ellie saw Wes, she immediately asked, "Where is Lien? I need to see Lien." "His Holiness is not in the church, he is probably at the Earl's mansion. Your Highness, please go to the church first, and I will go to the Earl's mansion to pick up His Holiness." Wes, wielding the Sword of Light, sliced through a flying chain and reached out his hand to Ellie. Without hesitation, Ellie leaped onto Wes's horse and said to him, "I will go to the Earl's mansion with you." She remembered Isabella's words and felt a pang of regret. Did Isabella foresee this disaster? At this time, having long since left the capital, Isabella, now residing in the city of Lorraine, the city of Wisdom's Spire, is using a specially made crystal ball to observe everything that is happening in the capital. She saw the red moon and knew the time was ripe. Camus Varanther, dressed in a wizard's robe, stood beside her and spoke. "Everything is as your Highness predicted. Is the teleportation array ready?" Isabella asked. Clever as she is, she had long ago discovered the secrets of the Roland royal family. But she remained silent, secretly plotting with the Villanelle family, waiting for today for Louis XV and Cid to hold their ceremony. This was the perfect opportunity for her to set things right, save the capital, and become queen. "Everything is ready. Alchemists and the army can be teleported into the capital at any time via the magic array," Camus Varanther said. "Very good, let's set off now," Isabella said. "Wait, Your Highness, we need to wait a little longer," Camus Varanther said slowly. "People are not at their most desperate yet. When the population of the capital is reduced by a third, your appearance will be like a divine intervention, allowing the remaining people to feel your kindness. Only those who have experienced disaster will know how to be grateful." "1/3? Do you know how many people that is?" Isabella asked calmly. "Your Highness, what are the lives of 1 or 2 million ants compared to your faith and the future of the Empire? Consider them a sacrifice to the god of knowledge," Camus Varanther said. "Knowledge has no warmth, but people do. Before I become a sage of knowledge, forgive me for not being able to watch so many people die needlessly. Otherwise, what difference would I make from the mad King Louis?" Isabella took off her glasses, wiped the lenses, and put them back on. "Notify all alchemists and the army that Isabella is leading them to the capital to rescue people." "As you wish." Camus Varanther raised his arm, and with a flick of his finger, all 22 towers of Green City lit up at the same instant. The crystal at the spire exploded with light and flame first, followed by layers of runes on the tower body lighting up, from top to bottom, one layer after another, as if someone had lit 22 towering candles. The light spread along the city wall, wandering between the gaps in the bricks, and finally converged in the large square in the center of the city, where a giant magic circle with a diameter of 100 meters was slowly rotating and opening its eyes. The alchemists were already prepared, and the army marched in perfect unison. Airships took off one after another. Yes, Isabella's airship design had already been mass-produced in the smart city of Green, but she had never told anyone the secret. The airship's hull was made of dark ironwood, and rows of floating crystals were inlaid in the keel. At this moment, it was emitting a deep, resonant sound, like the breath of some ancient creature. The airbags slowly inflated, and the canvas emblazoned with the family crest billowed in the wind. On the deck, alchemists fixed their instruments, and soldiers checked their crossbow bolts. Everyone moved swiftly and precisely, without uttering a single word. The first airship was the first to disappear into the portal's light curtain. It felt like a pebble thrown into water, the light screen spreading out in ripples that engulfed the entire boat, leaving not even the flag at the top of the mast to flutter for a moment longer. Then came the second, the third, and the 10th fleet, like a river of steel and canvas, flowing continuously into the gate of light suspended in midair. The moment you pass through the portal, the world seems to fold. First came a moment of darkness, absolute darkness without any thickness, so deep that you couldn't even hear your own heartbeat. Then light surged back in, not the light of the green city tower, but the moonlight of the royal capital, the ominous red moon hanging directly in front, immersing the entire city in a blood-red mist. The soldiers on deck all gasped in shock. Below lies the capital city. The former capital. The streets were full of people lying down, no, not lying down, but embedded in the ground. They were chained to the ground, like broken brushstrokes on a giant painting. Some were still struggling weakly, raising their arms an inch before falling limply. Others had already stopped moving, their bodies displaying an eerie grayish-white color, like stone statues or withered leaves drained of moisture. Chains pierced through their bodies, creating a bizarre scene. Some were crying out, but their voices carried little, absorbed by the thick, blood-red moonlight. Some were praying, their hands clasped together, chains emerging from between their fingers as if mocking them. Most simply stared, gazing at the sky, at those airships they had never seen before, those things that only existed in legends. What is that? Ellie heard the sound and looked up. Her pupils reflected the scene in the sky. 1, 2, 3, a total of 22 airships hovered beneath the red moon, their ironwood hulls gleaming darkly, their sails stained deep red in the blood-red moonlight. They were arranged in a V formation, with the largest flagship in the center and a figure standing at the bow. The figure was draped in a silver cloak with gold patterns embroidered along the edges. She held a long sword with the tip pointing downwards, and the runes on the blade lit up on their own, remaining spotless silver-white under the red moonlight. Her long hair was blown by the wind, and her gaze pierced through the thick, blood-red moonlight and the rising black mist, landing on every soul bound to the ground. Isabella? The sound wasn't loud, but it was like a pebble thrown into stagnant water, creating ripples and circles. Your Highness! It's Princess Isabella! His Highness has come to save us! Look! Look at the sky! There are airships! There really are airships! A dying man suddenly burst forth with strength, breaking a chain and snapping 2 of his fingers in the process. But he didn't care. With his severed finger, he pointed to the sky, to the flagship, to the silver figure at the bow, tears mixed with blood streaming down his face. She's here! She's really here! The sounds on the ground began to converge, starting with scattered shouts, then a cacophony of noise, and finally culminating in a unified, heart-wrenching cry. Your Highness Isabella! The chains trembled, not from fear, but from the fact that the bound people were struggling to stand up. They used their last bit of strength, even if it was just to raise their heads or their eyes, to make the figure in the sky see them. Seeing that they are still alive, seeing that they are waiting, seeing that they have not given up. The crimson moon still hangs low, the chains still devour life, and the magic circle still pulsates. But above the capital, the shadows of 22 airships loomed over the city, and the silver figure raised his sword, its tip piercing the blood-red mist like a star fallen to earth. Isabella brought alchemists, and an army as if they were divine warriors descending from the heavens. Looking at the crowd cheering in despair, Isabella knew that her 19 years of waiting, all her efforts and forbearance had been worthwhile. This era belongs to her, to Isabella, to knowledge and wisdom. She is the chosen one. She wanted to personally bid farewell to the previous era, to Louis XV, and to pave a new future for the Empire. Isabella used magical amplification to spread her voice to every corner of the capital. I am Isabella, the 3rd Princess of the Empire. I regret to inform you that the person responsible for all this tragedy was my father, Louis XV. He's gone mad. He wants to use all of your lives to create a non-existent god. He's going to sacrifice you all. But you are living, breathing human beings. You have the most basic right to live. Today, I am here to save you and to overthrow the tyranny of the Mad King. I, Isabella, promise that I will not let any of you die in a conspiracy. Isabella's speech was a wake-up call. Support Princess Isabella! Support Princess Isabella! Overthrow the tyranny of the Mad King! Overthrow the tyranny of the Mad King! Overthrow the tyranny of the Mad King! People began to spontaneously support the actions of this savior, and shouts echoed throughout every corner of the capital. At this moment, even Archbishop Monto and Priest West felt that someone like Isabella was worthy of the throne. Ellie knew she had lost, completely lost to Isabella. She lost to her wisdom and forbearance. She probably knew all along, and had been preparing for this all along. She took advantage of this opportunity, and successfully rose to power. Alchemists and armies descended, bringing healing potions, breaking the chains that bound them, and beginning to deliberately destroy the magic array. Isabella approached Ellie and extended her hand. I never intended to be your enemy. You are the most innocent of all my sisters. I lost to you, but you haven't won yet. Ellie said to Wes. Let's go. Isabella wasn't angry as she watched Wes and Ellie turn their horses around and leave. She considered herself a person of great stature, adjusted her glasses, and led the army to the palace. She wanted to kill Louis XV herself, the devil who had left her with psychological trauma when she was 13. Isabella had been preparing for a long time to kill him with her own hands. However, when she led her army straight in, with the people cheering and clamoring behind her, and pushed open the door of the banquet hall, she was completely stunned. She saw it, everyone saw it. Anna personally killed the Mad King Louis XV. Louis XV's head rolled to the ground. It was Anna, Her Highness Anna. Her Highness Anna killed the Mad King. She saved us. Someone in the crowd spoke first, which immediately triggered a chain reaction. Princess Anna has killed the Mad King. Princess Anna has saved us. Princess Anna has returned from the north. Long live Princess Anna! Long live Princess Anna! Long live Princess Anna! The cheers grew louder and louder, one wave after another. Anna raised her eyes, glanced at Isabella indifferently, and said nothing. But the aura emanating from her startled Isabella. Isabella's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Impossible. You have no way to leave the north. The Pope and his forces are trying to kill you. She looked at Leon, who was standing to the side, incredulously. The boy was covered in blood, yet he stood there calmly. Around him lay the other disheveled survivors, Simon, Wilson, Nana, and Saya, all unconscious though they weren't dead. He smiled at Isabella and waved. Your Highness Isabella, you are late. It was you predicted all my predictions. Isabella never expected that her meticulously crafted plan, perfected over so many years, would be ruined by someone who had only been in the capital for less than 2 months. All her efforts amounted to nothing more than putting Anna in a wedding dress. She was unwilling to accept it, 1,000,000 times unwilling to accept it. Clearly, she was the chosen one. In her plan, Anna would die in the north and have no chance of returning alive. In her plan, Louis XV and Seed would activate a grand sacrificial array to save everyone, and she would become the savior of the world. But Lien actually used summoning magic to bring Anna back, not only saving her but also enabling her to kill Louis XV, destroy the Great Formation, and save the entire capital. To eliminate the variable of Lien, she even revealed to Saya early on that Lien had a unique destiny and, like Wilson and Nana, was a protagonist in the world. However, Saya was utterly useless. Saya and Louis XV were both utterly useless. They actually failed to eliminate Lien. Surprisingly, Lien became the one who sabotaged his final plan. Camus Villanther was equally shocked. He never expected that Anna would appear here and kill Louis XV. After a brief moment of surprise, he took a deep breath, walked up to Isabella, and bowed to Anna. Your Highness Anna, you killed the Mad King, but that cannot wash away your sins. If you had not killed His Holiness the Pope in the north, and the sun god had not been enraged, the king would not have suffered such a calamity. Chapter 124 Look, this is the true form of the witch. What? Princess Anna killed His Holiness the Pope? So this disaster wasn't a natural one, it was Princess Anna who killed His Holiness the Pope. It was divine punishment. It was divine punishment. Your Highness Anna, why did you do this? Why did you kill His Holiness the Pope? Why did you blaspheme the sun god? You have brought us so much suffering. A witch is still a witch, a heretic. Look at her, the flowers on her face are disgusting, she's a monster. The people were abuzz with gossip, especially the devout followers of the sun. They no longer saw Anna as the savior who had killed the mad king, but as a heretic who brought disaster. Isabella's complexion improved, although this was somewhat contrary to her plan. She originally intended to use this incident to drive the inactive Sun Church out of the capital, establish a church dedicated to the God of knowledge and wisdom, and begin spreading the gospel of the God of knowledge and wisdom with the capital as its core. However, it seems we'll have to use the sun god again. She raised her long sword high, aiming it at Anna. That's right. The disasters that the witch brought us have angered the sun god. If we don't want the disasters to come again, we must sacrifice the witch and beg for the sun god's forgiveness. Sacrifice the witch and beg for the sun god's forgiveness. Camus Villancer began by speaking. Sacrifice the witch, and beg for the sun god's forgiveness. The alchemists and the army of the Villancer family spoke in unison. Sacrifice the witch, begging for the sun god's forgiveness. The people joined in the shouting. I always thought that I was besieged in the north because of Saya. Now it seems that Saya was just a pawn you used. It was you who really wanted to kill me. Anna looked at Isabella with a cold gaze. You're wrong. The one who truly wants to kill you is His Holiness the Pope, because you've been a heretic since birth. Your birth was a mistake. The Pope is only thinking of the Empire. He's not wrong. Isabella said in a cold tone. She had once sympathized with Anna, but compared to her ambition and her empire, Anna was nothing more than a stumbling block on her path to success. Anna, however, always knew that the princesses had never treated her as a sister, and she was used to the fear, suspicion, and slander of those around her. It was Lien who gave her hope and showed her that people also have another kind side. Unfortunately, humans are ultimately fickle. Anna glanced disappointedly at the bustling crowd, then looked at Isabella with a look of utter despair. The flower of death on her left cheek grew larger and larger, as if it would devour her entire profile. Anna, don't be impulsive, I'll take care of everything. Lien realized that something was wrong with Anna and suspected that she was affected by the negative emotions of the people around her, so she immediately spoke up to comfort her. A tear slowly slid down Anna's cheek, her voice low and somber. Annie is dead, Katie is dead, she died in this conspiracy. What? Lien was slightly taken aback. Although he had seen through the whole situation, Lien did not expect that Annie and Katie would die. They were Anna's best friends and the companions who stayed with her the longest. And was both a sister and a confidant. Katie is both a subordinate and a friend. They were all dead. No wonder Anna lost control. She didn't hesitate to kill Louis XV. This is not just for myself, but also for Anne and Katie. You all believe I am a source of calamity, a world-destroying witch. Fine, then today I will grant your wish and become the world-destroying witch you speak of. The flower of the end on Anna's left cheek suddenly grew wildly, bursting out of her facial muscles and taking root in her left cheek. It bloomed in the air, expanding continuously until it became a terrifying, eerie, and blasphemous giant flower of the end. The flower of the end opened its gaping maw and began to devour the people and things around it, like a bottomless black hole sucking everything in. Ah dash! Those defenseless civilians were the first to be sucked in. Next came the army and alchemists. Defense formation! Defense! The alchemists shouted in panic, but fortunately, they had practiced their coordination countless times and quickly erected a protective barrier. Isabella's lips curled up slightly. Finally, the demon has ripped off the sheep's skin and revealed its true form. Look, this is the witch's true appearance! Snap! Lien slapped Isabella across the face, knocking her glasses off. You hit me? Isabella looked at Lien in disbelief. I'm hitting you, you idiot! Anna is the chosen vessel of the End Witch of the feast. If you provoke her and drive her to despair, you will only allow the End Witch to completely possess her body and then destroy the world. If you want to die, don't drag everyone down with you. Lien lowered his voice and angrily spoke to Isabella. Isabella paused slightly, then said, enunciating each word clearly. The vessel of the Witch of the End? You son of a bitch, I've been working so hard to delay Anna's final transformation, and you bunch of troublemakers just won't stop. Lien was truly furious. He knew that he, and Katie were all Anna's anchors of humanity. It was these people who cared for her, and accompanied her that gave her warmth when she was in despair and enabled her to fight tenaciously against fate. But now, Annie and Katie are both dead, and he is all alone. Could he possibly persuade Anna to lay down her weapons and become a Buddha, to forgive her perpetrators? No, I can't do it, not even I can. This moment is absolutely wonderful, isn't it? Earl Hall's voice came from behind the group. He had already left the capital, but after sensing something amiss, he quickly returned, just in time to witness a grand spectacle. No, he wasn't there to watch the show, he was there to accelerate Anna's demise. He smiled and looked at Lien. Lien, what are you waiting for? For the sake of the feast master, the Witch of the End, you should give Anna a push. Earl Hall handed Lien a knife and whispered in his ear. You are Princess Anna, the final step towards becoming a god. The final step to becoming a god? Is this the final step in the collapse and disintegration? Anna looked at Lien in surprise, her eyes filled with disbelief. Are you a heretic of the feast cult? Isabella couldn't believe it either. If Lien were truly a heretic, he wouldn't have needed to hit her just now. Without hesitation, Lien took the dagger and plunged it into Earl Hall's abdomen. I'm sorry, Dad, I can't grant you your unreasonable request. The Lord of the Feast was right after all. You are an ungrateful wretch, but it doesn't matter. Let Anna know how much you love her. That way, when you die, she will also lose the last anchor of her humanity, and completely give her body to the Lord of the Feast. A blood-red rose was ripped open in Count Hall's abdomen, but he felt no pain. Instead, his body swelled up, and 6 thick, blood-red catkins extended from his back. This is another form of flesh magic, which allows the body cells to reassemble into completely new organs. These mutated limbs and organs can directly cause extremely high attack damage, resembling tentacles but sharper than tentacles. At the same time, Earl Hall's mouth split open, stretching all the way to his ears, revealing a crazed and eerie smile. The feast will never end, Lien. You are truly honored to witness the final feast of the Lord of the Feast. 6 Kagun rushed towards Lien at the same time, intending to strangle him. Chapter 125. It doesn't matter whether I live or die, the important thing is that you must die. Bang bang bang. Each heartbeat is like the booming of a war drum, pumping more fiery energy into the whole body. Then came the sound of blood boiling. The bright red blood churned and bubbled, each cycle bringing even more violent power. Deep within Lien's pupils, a molten gold flame ignited, then rapidly spread throughout the entire iris. His vision changed. The world was shrouded in thermally rendered blocks of color. Earl Hall was a bursting red, Anna was pure black, and he himself was a walking, incandescent fire. Burning life, and burning even more. Power, extraordinary power, even more extraordinary power. As the Kagun charged toward Lien's boiling blood completely broke through to the 3rd stage, perfect. Lien reached out and caught the rapidly flying Kagun with his bare hands. Then tear it apart. 2 of the 6 thick Kagun were torn off by him, ripped into pieces of flesh and blood, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. Count Hall was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected that his flesh and blood Kagun would be stopped by a superhuman who hadn't even entered the sequence yet. Are you crazy? You're burning so much of your life force at once, aren't you afraid you'll die the next moment? Count Hall asked. It doesn't matter whether I live or die, The important thing is that you must die. Lian reached out and grabbed Earl Hall by the neck. Earl Hall sneered. Ha, I am the servant of the feast god. A mere blood-boiling one is nothing but an ant before me. The remaining 4 Kagun continued to attack Lian, moving so fast that they were just after images. As shown in the picture, Lian's body was cut by a sharp blade, and several large holes quickly appeared on his back, yet he continued to burn his life force wildly. Platt knew that Lian was pushing him. Because if Lian dies, I will die with him. Madmen, 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 a bunch of madmen! Platt cursed, no longer caring about hiding his last trump card, and released his final power. Earl Hall's face was visibly aging, his skin wrinkled layer by layer, and age spots appeared, though the rate of aging slowed considerably. What? What's going on? He looked at Lian in disbelief. I'm sorry, Dad, but I'll take your life. Lian's hand moved with the speed of a blade, swiftly severing Earl Hall's head while he was still stunned. A round head fell to the ground, and the Kagun, having lost its support, shrank back into its broken body. The servant of the feast god never imagined that he, a high-sequence powerhouse, would be defeated by a newcomer who had not yet entered the sequence. No, there's a monster inside him. Perhaps Count Hall only realized this at the very end. Platt was one of the key figures in making all this possible, and another key factor was Wilson's protagonist aura. After draining Earl Hall's life force, Platt did not stop. He began to devour the life force of others. Alchemists and the army both stood against Lian. Platt felt that he had a valid reason for stealing. He needs power, endless power, to complete an epic, artistic ritual of stealing the gods. Yes, he wanted to steal the resurrection ritual of the Witch of the End. The Witch of the End, each time she is resurrected, becomes stronger than before. If he succeeds in stealing this ritual, he can rise to the top and become the highest-ranking person in the theft hierarchy, the Lord of all things. Lian knelt on the ground, and from him as the center, a life-stealing force spread outwards like ripples, plundering the lives of everyone it touched. Stop, Platt. Now, it's not up to you to decide. I admit you are very smart, and thanks to you, I was able to seize this opportunity. Platt sneered. Isabella saw her army crumbling, and every soldier at the forefront aging rapidly. She retreated in terror. Lian has gone mad, the witch has gone mad. Isabella, we must get out of here. Camus Villanther said. Abandon the capital and return to Green. But... Isabella frowned. She knew that no matter how unwilling she was, she could not stay here any longer. The airship hovered in the sky, firing indiscriminately downwards the moment Isabella and Camus Villanther retreated. Even if you have to leave, you can't leave the capital to the Witch of the End. This was an order from Camus Villanther. Blow it up! Destroy the witch and the heretical saint! Shells were dropped from the airship. The capital city, which had just been liberated, had now become an even more horrific scene of devastation. The deafening roar of artillery shells and the screams of people dying tragically intertwined with a vast ocean of suffering, as if it were the prelude to the apocalypse. At this critical moment, Koshi did not choose to step forward. Instead, he led all the papacy personnel to evacuate the capital. Montau disobeyed orders and rushed to the very heart of the cholera outbreak, to the royal palace. But when he saw Lian, his brows furrowed. Holy Son! Take Wilson, Simon, Chloe, Nana, and Dick and get out of here. Let's go now. When Lian was absorbing the life force of those around him in Platt, he used the mercury pistol to envelop them in a sealed space. As the space dissipated, their lives were preserved, but they remained unconscious and were likely still suffering from oxygen deprivation. However, at this time, oxygen deficiency is the easiest problem to solve, requiring only some medication. This time, Montau didn't hesitate and led them away. Anna seemed to be deliberately going easy on him, and the flower of the end did not absorb him into it. Anna looked up at the countless airships in the sky, feeling the shock of the shells falling around her, and the castle being reduced to ruins. Times have really changed. Perhaps they no longer need my power. She lowered her head, somewhat disappointed. Anna, what are you thinking about? Lian asked. I think maybe I should die here. Anna stepped forward and hugged Li. The battle with the servants of the feast god had left Lian covered in blood and wounds. Even though Platt stole the life force of countless people, he did not heal Lian's wounds, but instead frantically accumulated his own power. Lian, being able to die with you is a blessing. Anna looked at Lian hesitantly. She suddenly felt a little scared. Lian was afraid of her current appearance. After all, the flower was blooming more and more beautifully. Fortunately, it had already detached itself from its vase, with only its roots still attached to the soil. Amidst the smoke and gunfire, Lian slowly knelt down and pulled a box from the pocket of his tattered clothes. The box was opened, revealing a gemstone ring. He took out the ring, and despite the pain in his body, placed it on Anna's ring finger. Anna, you said you'd get engaged to me after you returned from the north, but I'm afraid we should change that now. Let's just get married. Marriage? Anna looked at the dazzling gemstone ring, and tears streamed down her face. At that moment, despair was replaced by a sense of happiness, even though she knew it was fleeting and short-lived. But if she were to die at this moment, she wouldn't be afraid even if the end of the world came. Anna leaned down and kissed Liun. I want to marry you. I want to be your wife. Chapter 126. A small mistake can lead to a huge loss. She lost. Help me! Help me! Saya had transformed from a beautiful young girl into a white-haired old woman. She reached out her withered hand and grasped Rose's foot. Save me! I'm willing to give anything for you. I'm sorry, you have nothing left now. The demon Ro fled without looking back, abandoning Saya to die of old age. Luo Wei knew that no matter how unwilling he was, he had to escape now. Unfortunately, he wasn't so lucky, because he had already been targeted by the Flower of the End. Tentacles extended from the heart of the Flower of the End, instantly binding him and pulling him into its core. No, no! The screams abruptly ceased, and like the other people and things that had been sucked into the Flower of the End, they all fell into deathly silence. Anna's consciousness and memories are gradually being replaced by something, as if someone is erasing her past with an eraser. The way she looked at Lian became increasingly unfamiliar. The opportunity has arrived. Platt saw an opportunity and prepared to slip out of Lian's body and into Anna's. But to his surprise he found that he couldn't get out. What happened? What did you do to me? Plato roared. Hee hee. Lian sneered. Tell me quickly, what did you do to me? Plato was going crazy at this moment. The chance to become a god was right in front of him, but he was powerless to do anything about it. No, it can't be said that we are powerless, but we must pay a heavy price. If he were to enter Anna's body and seize the resurrection ritual of the Witch of the End, he could become the lord of all things through Anna's body, while Anna's consciousness would be completely obliterated during the ritual. Once and for all. However, if he remained in Lian's body and tried to steal the witch's resurrection ritual, even if he succeeded, the probability of success would only be 50%. He would not be able to become a god, and a portion of his power would be taken away by Lian, the host. It really is working for someone else. If you want to gain something, you are destined to lose something else. This is an eternal truth, do you understand? Lian said to Platt. Damn it, are you the illegitimate son of the sun god? I'm going crazy! Platt was furious and powerless, but he couldn't just watch the opportunity slip away. Lian looked at Anna with deep affection. Anna, I love you. Remember my name, Lian. Remember that I will always love you. For your lover, I hope you fight against the Witch of the End and don't let her take away your will and body. Lian. Anna murmured the name with a blank look in her eyes. The next second, Platt unleashed all his power to steal the resurrection ritual of the Witch of the End. The will of the End which within Anna's body groaned in pain. Ah dash! The piercing scream that went straight to the soul could corrupt almost everyone present. Aside from the lucky few Isabella took away, many others were forever buried in the capital's conspiracy, their lives frozen in the twilight. On this day, many people in the Empire saw the airships constantly dropping cannonballs above the capital and heard the screams of the people in the capital. This day became known as the Empire's infamous Day of Divine Punishment, as Louis XV fell from grace. This day also became a turning point for the future of the Far Empire. Master, I'm back. The half-demon Sam is finally back. This ritual is enough to turn you into a true demon, Lee said to Sam. The hearts of 100 young girls and the heads of 1,000 young boys, the rituals left behind by Louis XV still have value. Now, looking at the utterly chaotic scene and listening to the terrifying witch's screams, Sam felt that she had returned at the worst possible time, practically to her death. But the more dangerous the situation, the greater the opportunity. She made the right bet. Right now, after becoming a demon, the first thing to do is attack the witch. Attack her with all your might, Leon said. Oh, okay. Sam didn't know why, but she decided to do it because Lee never made a mistake. The demon bloodline ritual went very smoothly, not only because Sam had been preparing for this day, but also because the atmosphere at the scene was just what the demon wanted. The atmosphere of disaster, despair, and annihilation. Sam had completely transformed from a half-demon into a true demon, and she felt her body brimming with an endless stream of power. Then, with all her might, she launched a fatal attack on Anna. The demon's claws swung down. The Witch of the End had to divert her attention to deal with Sam. In this battle, a small mistake could have made all the difference, and she lost. Platt won, but he didn't win decisively. Leon's protagonist aura took away half of Platt's credit. The power of the Platt thief returned continuously, and flowed into Leon's body. Leon could sense that the consciousness belonging to Platt in his mind was exceptionally powerful, and that he himself was also becoming stronger. First, the numerous wounds on my body were healing, and second, the blood surging within me was becoming stronger. The worst-case scenario is the collapse of the boiling blood system. The boiling blood potion that was originally accumulated in various organs of the body was forcibly squeezed out and turned into a flowing liquid like black mud. Just like a cultivator undergoing marrow cleansing, Leon felt an unprecedented cleansing within his body. But the extraordinary power he gained through Platt, without taking any magic potion, truly filled and enriched his body. He could sense that this was the power of the thief sequence. It seems I've completely transformed from a bloodlust boiling one into a thief. Alas, this is the most despicable sequence path in the world. Leon's sigh provoked strong dissatisfaction from Platt. You stole my power, and yet you lament. What are you lamenting about? You damn thief. Old man, have you ever heard the saying, thieves end up with nothing? Leon joked, then asked. Wait, can you hear my thoughts? Can you read my mind? Yeah, this is just a symbol of my restored power. I have recovered to sequence 10. Plater said. So, can you leave my body and find a new host? Do you even need to tell me? Platt didn't want to be with Lee Endo for a second, but apart from the demon Sam, there seemed to be no other suitable individuals to parasitize. Wait, he doesn't need to be parasitized anymore. A consciousness burst forth from Leon's body and transformed into an old man dressed in a black robe. The old man's hunched figure gradually changed, transforming into a young man with short gray hair. The young man had a thin face, defined features, and melancholy in his pale gray eyes. He carried an antique-style lantern. This young man was none other than Plato himself. Leon, we will meet again. When we meet again, I will kill you without hesitation. Old man, may you have a safe journey. Leon waved goodbye, and Platt walked into the mist ahead. He picked up the unconscious Anna, pressing his burning face against her cool one. The mark of the flower of the end was fading away little by little. Anna, it's all right now. Platt turned around, gave Leon a deep look, and revealed an enigmatic smile before disappearing completely into the smoke. Chapter 127 The Overlord with Extraordinary Power. Power, an endless stream of power belonging to the thief, a surge of vitality, is filling Leon. Although he did not take the thief's potion, the potion ingredients that Platt left in Leon's body had exceeded the limit that he could withstand. Just as a sequence of extraordinary individuals needs to advance through countless advancements to reach a certain level, Leon reached it instantly. The amount of pollution accumulated in his body was several times, or even dozens of times, that of others. His body was uncontrollably trying to tear itself apart. Flesh buds sprouted on his skin, and blood no longer flowed from his heart to his limbs and bones. Every cell wanted to rebel against his body. Lien finally understood why Platt had been laughing. He did it on purpose. He couldn't take all the power with him, so he simply put more on one side of the scale, which would cause him to lose control and head towards destruction. Platt, that petty thief, I really underestimated him. In addition, a chilling force is also seeping outwards. This was the pollution left behind by the Pale Lord, which was also given to Lien. Platt, next time we meet, I'll definitely turn you into something extraordinary. Lien gritted his teeth. Anna has fallen into a deep coma. Her soul has fought against the Witch of the End, and it is unknown how long she will remain unconscious before she awakens. No, if it weren't for the Saint's help, she might never have woken up. Lien looked up. Those annoying airships in the sky were still dropping bombs. Shells began to fall around him. He raised his hand, and all the shells floated into the air, returning to the airship along the same path they had come from. Boom, boom, boom. Airships exploded in the sky like fireworks. Dozens of airships belonging to Halsey, worth over 100 million gold pounds, have been completely reduced to dust in history. The sky is filled with smoke and fog. Although the capital city is now in ruins, at least it will not be destroyed any further. Your condition is very poor. Make a pact with me, or you will die. With my demonic power, I will help stabilize the magic potion and power within you. Sam had intended to leave. She had followed Lee from the beginning only to become part of the devil's deal. Now that she has become a complete demon, she no longer needs to be controlled by Lien. But for some reason, she didn't leave immediately, nor did she take advantage of the situation. Perhaps it's because the Demon King's allure is truly irresistible. Perhaps it was because Lien gave her an unprecedented sense of recognition. It's also possible that the protagonist aura that originally belonged to Wilson and Lien influenced Sam's judgment. Sam, leave. I don't need you, Lien said. Sam looked at Lee in disbelief. Without my help, you will die, or you will go out of control and turn into a monster. I won't. I stole the luckiest protagonist halo in this world. I can't die. Liyun stubbornly raised the corners of her mouth. Just then, a shadow appeared in the sky, obscuring the sun. A giant dragon with snow-white scales spread its wings, each scale gleaming with a cold, silvery light, and ancient silver runes flowing across its wing membranes. Those crimson vertical pupils looked down, indifferent like a god looking down at ants. Rescue, here they come! Demon Sam stared in disbelief. She remembered that when she last left, Hera was less than a third of her current size. How did she get so big again? The dragon descended, crushing the already abandoned palace once more, causing astonishing destruction. But it was already a ruin, and no one would blame Hera. Hera stared wide-eyed at Lien and Anna in his arms. Troublesome ants, causing me trouble again. Hera, if you don't save me, I might die, Lien said weakly. Wait, I'll clean up the pollution for you. No, simply cleaning up the pollution isn't enough. You must form a pact with me. Otherwise, I won't be able to suppress the power within me. I'm not just polluted, but also filled with too much power and life force. I feel like I'm about to explode. Lien explained. Hera's dragon eyes narrowed. That cunning human, let him die. She thought this, but many images of her time with Liyun and all sorts of delicious dishes flashed through her mind. I haven't captured the previous contractor yet, I'm going to kill her. I think the same way you do. I will help you get revenge. I have never lied to you, you know that. My contractor is not allowed to marry other witches. Hera glanced at Anna. Huh? When did this new line appear? When you made a contract with Wilson, you didn't ask him to do this, and yet he still had several female confidants later on? The quintessential quintuplets? Seeing Lianqing's clear, foolish eyes, Hera smiled smugly. If you agree, I'll save you right now. If you don't, I'm leaving. Seeing Hera flapping her dragon wings and about to leave, Lien quickly said, "You're too late. Anna and I are already married. Under the witness of war and shadow, she is my wife." Lien did not choose to lie to Hera, because Hera could now see through lies. "What? Then destroy it," Hera retorted stubbornly. "But Anna's condition means she might never wake up," Lien continued. Hera frowned, glanced at Anna, and seemed to understand everything. "All right, if it's a witch who's already dead, then she doesn't count as a witch." Hera made her conclusion easily, and then transformed from a dragon into a mature human woman. With white hair and red eyes, wearing an elaborate yet tattered Gothic dress, she floated in midair, just as she had when she first met Lien. "I, Hera Demeris Ambertren, an ancient dragon and a god-devourer who exists by devouring the aura of ancient gods, am willing to form a soul contract with you. From this day forward, my power will be at your command, my will be unified with yours, my life is your life, my death is your death. If you break the contract, you will suffer the torment of being devoured by 10,000 beasts. I, Irene Hall, am willing to complete a soul contract with Hera Demeris Ambertren." Hera moved like a fish swimming in the air, half of her body still suspended in the air, while the other half reached out and grabbed Lien. Their arms were clasped tightly together. Hera bit her lip, and lowered her head to kiss Lee. Hera's blood and Lien's blood mingled at this moment, and the soul contract ritual was completed. Her long silver hair fluttered in the wind, and her tattered Gothic dress was visibly recovering its splendor and luster. At this moment, the demon Sam felt like he was an unnecessary presence. There are only 3 people left in the world. Lien, who is gradually regaining his human form, Hera, the dragon which he is contracting, and Anna, who is unconscious. Of course, Sam felt that the scene of Lien embracing his wife and kissing the contractor was somewhat immoral. Once the contract was completed, another powerful and domineering force surged into the body, fiercely suppressing the thief's magic potion and life force, and devouring the pollution left behind by the Pale Lord. At this moment, Lien Kai felt that he was a true master with extraordinary power. "Platt, I'm getting more and more excited for our next meeting." Chapter 128 Contract God Eater Hera. For Hera, this was also a win-win situation. She received feedback from Lien's excess life force. Although it was not as powerful as the aura of the ancient god, it was still the sole power of tens of thousands, or perhaps hundreds of thousands of people. This contract was worthwhile. Hera, who had been starving, now felt her stomach bulging. It was a rare feeling of fullness. "I thought I could save this city, but in the end it turned out like this." Lien sighed helplessly. "Who said there are survivors?" Hera said. "When I flew here, I felt a lot of life force." Lien looked up and paused slightly. In the battle just now, he gained superhuman power. He originally thought that Platt had stolen everyone's lives, but now it seems that Platt did not even reach sequence 11. How could he have the ability to steal the lives of millions of people in the entire city? Anna's end flower also consumed some lives, but it was forcibly interrupted by Platt's theft. This, in turn, gives ordinary people a chance to catch their breath. Of course, Isabella's airship definitely killed a lot of people. They thought he was their savior, but he brought them utter destruction instead. That's the most ironic part. Isabella ran away, didn't she? No problem, we can settle accounts with her later. But if the corruption of the Witch of the End is not controlled, it may spread from the capital. Hera reminded her. "Get rid of them, Hera, save these innocent people," Lien said. "Humph, why would I do that?" Hera proudly raised her head. "Have you ever heard of the Manchu Han Imperial Feast? If you can cook it well, I'll cook one for you myself." "I've never heard of the Manchu Han Imperial Feast. If it doesn't taste good, I'll wring your neck." Hera transformed into a dragon once more. Lien temporarily entrusted Anna to Sam and leaped onto the dragon's back, wanting to see just how many survivors remained in the capital. Hera hovered above the capital, using her powerful suction to draw in all the pollution as she flew. This was an extremely powerful purification, but it was completely different from the purification of the eternal corona. Hera's purification can save people's precious lives. As the conscious people looked up and saw the giant dragon and Lien in the sky, the light of dusk shone through the clouds and fell on Lien. "It's a dragon! A giant dragon! Look, the one on the dragon's back is the Holy Sun! It's His Majesty the Holy Sun! It was the Holy Sun! It was the Holy Sun who saved us! Praise be to the Sun God! Praise be to the Holy Sun! Praise be to Lord Lien!" People in the ruins knelt on the ground, worshipping devoutly. At that moment, their fear completely transformed into gratitude. They did not see dragons as terrifying beings, but rather as the mounts of gods. As Lien listened to the shouts of the crowd below, he suddenly remembered something. Didn't Isabella say that His Holiness the Pope died in the north? If that's the case, then why should I be a holy son? His Holiness the Pope is dead, the disaster is over, I will inherit the papacy and continue to spread the blessings of the Sun God. I will heal you and bring new order and glory to the empire. Lien's voice echoed throughout every corner of the capital. Monto, Wilson, Nana, Chloe, Simon, Dick, Ellie, and Wes, who hadn't yet left the capital, all heard his voice. The awakened individuals looked out at the world through the broken stained glass windows of the cathedral. In the sky, Lien and the dragon's figure seemed to be bathed in holy light, signifying the end of the previous era and the beginning of a new one. "He did it! He really did it!" Wes said excitedly that he felt he had made the right choice and that the future looked bright. Monto nodded slightly. "But doing so is against the rules. It must be appointed by His Holiness the Pope or Archbishop Koshi." Anna won because he always stood by Anna's side. Ellie said dejectedly that she really wished she was the first one to meet Lien, and that she hadn't been so arrogant and self-righteous when she first met him, but it was all too late. Professor Monto, Archbishop Koshi chose to evacuate with his men when the capital was in danger. This act has tarnished the church's reputation. It was Lien who saved everyone. He deserves the position of Pope. Wes said. Monto gave Wes a long look. "Teacher, only Lien can help you get revenge and make Isabella pay the price," Wes said in a low voice. "After everything I've been through, my hatred has become insignificant. You're right, Lien has indeed saved many people, and we have every reason to support him." Monto looked at the corpses scattered on the ground and sighed. Wes breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Monty release his grip. He had almost pointed his knight's sword at him. "Lien saved us. He succeeded. He really succeeded," Wilson said excitedly. "Wilson, what happened?" Nana had just woken up from her coma. Wilson explained. "I just woke up too, but you see." Following Wilson's pointing finger, Nana saw a sight she would never forget. They saw a young man standing on the dragon's back, looking like a god descending from heaven. "Lien Hall!" Nana called out his name, and her heart began to pound. That wasn't the feeling of being moved, but rather a physiological reaction brought on by shock. Not just Nana, almost everyone who saw this scene felt their heart race. Lien saved us." Chloe was already in tears, and she threw herself into Simon's arms. "Second brother is too strong," Dick said. Simon hugged Chloe and Dick, nodding emphatically. "Thank goodness, we're all still alive, we're all still alive. Dad, Mom, and my maid, I want to know how they are doing now," Dick suddenly said. The three Hall siblings were unaware that Earl Hall was a servant of the feast and had been killed by Lien, as they were unconscious throughout the entire incident and were later taken to the church by Monto for refuge. "I'm very worried about my family, and about Kep and the others," Wilson said. "Me too." Nana nodded. "Let's go out and find the captain to help more people in need." Wilson stood up. Nana, his partner, nodded emphatically. As part of the anomalous containment facility, they felt obligated to protect or rebuild the city and save its inhabitants. "I'll go with you." Weiss said that most of the time, he was a righteous and noble priest, so how could he not participate in the rescue operation? "The Holy Sun saved us! The Holy Sun saved us!" Inside the church were other nobles and commoners who had been saved by Monto. They were also incredibly excited at that moment, with tears welling up in their eyes. Arthur led the people from the Bureau of Containment of Anomalies to join the cleanup work. When he saw the Holy Sun, Lien, riding on the back of the dragon, Arthur didn't know why, but he felt a little uncomfortable. This was supposed to be the savior. "Your Holiness, we are here to help you." The remaining members of the church led by Montague soon joined them. He unleashed the hand of the earth. This extraordinary item can restore a city to its former glory in a short time, but it can only last for a maximum of 5 minutes before the city becomes a ruin again, even worse than before. But compared to a large number of people digging for survivors in the ruins, this efficiency is incredibly high. Chapter 129 The Youngest Pope in History, Reinhold Hall. Just when everyone in the empire thought the capital had been destroyed by divine punishment, Lien once again created a miracle. By timely thwarting Louis XV's plan to create a god, the plan to resurrect the Witch of the End, the plan for the thieves to become gods, and the plan to bomb the city with airships, the number of casualties in the capital was reduced from 5 million to 1 million. Of course, even so, the number of people who died in the disaster was equivalent to the population of an ordinary city, more than 1 million people, which is a shocking number in any era. However, this also made the survivors cherish life more, be grateful to those who saved the city, and devoutly worship the new pope, Lien Hall. The upper city benefited from the presence of many noble families with superhuman guards and special superhuman protective objects, as well as the numerous churches of the sun god scattered throughout the city. Despite the fact that the capital had experienced a god-making sacrifice ceremony, the resurrection of the End Witch, the theft of lives by thieves, and a bombing on a scale comparable to World War II, more than half of the people survived. In the lower city, due to its distance from the palace, the death toll was only 1/5 of the civilian population. Most people suffered from mental pollution, but at least they were still alive. The reconstruction after the disaster was not as difficult as imagined, thanks to the concerted efforts of everyone. Nobles contributed money and commoners contributed labor, breaking down class barriers and uniting for the first time. The upper town and lower town, which were originally divided in two by the Rhine River, were thus reintegrated. Count Hall died in the disaster, and Simon successfully inherited Count Hall's title, becoming the next Count Hall. Mrs. Hall also tragically perished in the gunfire, as did the family's servants. Simon, Chloe, and Dick held a grand funeral for the Hall couple. Kep was lucky to survive. His entire family perished, but he was the only one who survived. Therefore, despite having no right of inheritance, he successfully inherited the Marquis de Plata's title and all his property, becoming the youngest Marquis. Wilson, having lost his protagonist's aura, was not so lucky. His father and older brother survived, but his beloved mother and sister died in the disaster. With Hera's help, Lien saved all the corrupted people, and his prestige soared to unprecedented heights. Thanks to Platt, Lien is now a sequence 4 borrower, skipping the lower sequence and entering the middle sequence stage. The borrower of fortune is also jokingly referred to by players as a temporary worker of fate, or a middleman for good luck. The borrower is also the first class in the thief sequence to touch upon fate itself. Before this, what was stolen was tangible things. From this stage onward, what is stolen is intangible fortune. They don't create luck, they're just transporters of it. They briefly borrow the good fortune of others to make themselves successful, while the borrowed person inexplicably suffers setbacks like choking on water or stepping in dog poop. The borrower has 4 abilities in total. Ability 1, Perception of Fortune. In Lien's eyes, a cloud of luck appeared above each person's spirit, floating above their head like a faint mist. Gold represents good luck, gray represents normalcy, black represents bad luck, and color signifies a turning point in life, either meteoric rise or utter ruin. The luck cloud will also display different dynamics. A boiling, turbulent event is imminent, fate is in turmoil. Scattered like sand, the luck of a dying person is dissipating and cannot be grasped. Condensed like a core, 4 newborns or extraordinary individuals, luck is taking shape, a thin layer yet exceptionally resilient. Flowing like water, 4 ordinary people, luck flows slowly, without waves or ripples. Besides people, objects also retain luck. especially extraordinary objects. This is essentially a unique appraisal technique that allows Lien to instantly distinguish between ordinary and extraordinary items. However, fortune-telling can only be used to perceive other people and things. It has no effect on oneself. Even through a mirror, Lien could not see the cloud of fortune above his head, just as a doctor cannot save himself and a diviner cannot divine for himself. Ability 2, Borrowing Luck. This is the core ability of a luck borrower, to borrow other people's good fortune for their own use. The person borrowing luck can lock onto the target with their mind, extend the invisible hand of fate, and extract a ray of golden light from the other person's luck cloud and merge it into their own luck cloud. This process is like drinking a beverage through a straw. The other person's luck cloud is the cup, and the person borrowing the luck is the straw. With a gentle sip, golden light flows through the connection of fate. The person being borrowed is completely unaware, only suddenly feeling that today is a bit unlucky. That feeling is very subtle. It's not bad luck, just not going well. Almost tripping while walking, almost choking on water, almost biting one's tongue while speaking. These are all small things, insignificant, but together they become irritating. You can borrow a maximum of 30% of the target's current luck at a time. This is the limit. Borrowing more will trigger fate alert, and the target will suddenly realize that someone is stealing my things. After borrowing, the target's luck cloud will temporarily dim, like a light bulb being dimmed, while the borrower's luck cloud will shine brightly, as bright as a small sun. Of course, there are limitations to borrowing luck. It must be a target that can be seen with the naked eye, and it cannot be done through photos, portraits, memories, or imagination. For example, when Lien stole Wilson's protagonist aura, it was also a form of borrowing luck, which required Wilson to be by his side. The closer the distance, the greater the probability of being able to borrow it. Ability 3, Luck Returns. The borrower can return a portion of their current luck to a designated target. Ability 4, Luck Intercepts. This is an advanced operation by the borrower, requiring extremely strong perception and control, and can usually only be mastered when one reaches a perfect state. When two clouds of luck meet, in the air, such as two people vying for the same opportunity, the two clouds of luck will collide, intertwine, and merge. The one who borrows the luck can forcibly intervene and steal the luck that should belong to the winner. It's like two people fighting over a banknote. Their hands are already touching the banknote when you suddenly reach out from the side and snatch it away. They both freeze, then turn to look at you at the same time, but you've already run away. Although the borrower does not seem to have any increase in combat power, in reality, the physique of a sequence 4 person already surpasses that of a low sequence superhuman. Therefore, even if Lien does not use the boiling blood burning life technique, he still possesses a physique, strength, and speed far exceeding his previous level. Of course, he can't burn his life force anymore, since he has successfully changed his path. If a comparison of combat strength must be made, Lien can now rely on clever luck to intercept and defeat Wes, the Dawn Knight of the Solar Path, who is one sequence higher than him, but he cannot defeat the demon Sam. But Sam can't kill him either, because he can find a way to escape at crucial moments. If you add things like the Mercury pistol and Richard's hypothesis, the power will be even greater. If we add the dragon power borrowed from Hera, defeating the demon Sam will only take a second. March 5th of the Gregorian calendar is known as the Empire's Rebirth Day. On this day, Lien Hall was officially crowned by Bishop Montauk as the 33rd Pope of the Church of the Sun. On this day, everyone in the capital was immersed in the joy of surviving the disaster and rebuilding order. The whole city was decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations, the streets were bustling with traffic, and the church was filled with people shouting Lien's name, calling him the greatest pope in history and the true son of the sun god. However, just as Lien donned the papal crown and scepter, symbols of supreme power, the uninvited guests returned. Chapter 130 Imperial Reforms. Let's rewind to one day earlier. Green, the city of wisdom and innovation, at its highest conference room. Parliament had set up a supreme meeting room in every major city, so that even if the capital was destroyed, the members could still hold meetings in other cities. The projections of the 7 members of Parliament appeared in the Supreme Council room. Lewis Crap, Farrell, give us a reasonable explanation. What does the Rowland family want to do? Destroy the entire capital? Donovan Vulcan demanded. Or destroy the entire empire? The Rowland family isn't satisfied with just having supreme power. They even want to go further and become gods. Heh. Luther Silvano let out a mocking laugh. We need an explanation, Congressman Rowland. The shadow of Warren Frank emerges. All the members of Parliament looked at Louis XIV. Louis XIV looked 10 years older. I was unaware of this matter. The Rowland family was not involved. It was all Louis XV doing. He went mad and almost ruined the fate of the entire empire. He will be held responsible for this. You think you can just wash your hands of the whole thing with a simple "you didn't know"? Donald Vulcan asked. The culprits, Louis XV and Said, are dead. The Rowland family has lost 2 precious heirs. What more do you want? Do you want the entire Rowland family to pay for the lives of those ignorant commoners? Louis XIV raised his head, his imposing presence causing even the members of Parliament, who were merely projections, to tremble. They cursed inwardly at the same time. That damned Louis XIV, that damned Sun Judge. Yes, Louis XIV is the only living Sun Judge, and the only Sequence 8 strongman among the 7 counselors. Louis, you know what we want. Camus Villanter slowly said. Remove Louis XV and Sia from the Rowland royal family forever, let Isabella inherit the throne, establish the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom, and reduce the power of the Sun Church. Isabella did indeed demonstrate unprecedented leadership in this disaster, but Louis XV was killed by Anne herself, and Anne should have inherited the throne. Luther Silvano, a member of the Silvano family, spoke up, saying, The Church of the Moon should replace the Church of the Sun and become the core church of the empire. Anna is in a coma, Ellie has left, and Saya has died tragically. Isabella is indeed the only choice. This was stated by a member of the Gamma family. Isabella's influence is evident in both Constantine's death and the civil war in the north. I cannot allow such a person to ascend the throne, or the north will declare war on the capital. This was said by Saul Constantine, a member of the Constantine family. I see. Louis XIV rubbed his temples. Your Highness, choose between Anna and Ellie. Isabella is not an option. Even if he were to support the comatose Anna or find Ellie, Louis XIV would not be willing to use Isabella, who is completely out of his control. I know what you want. The Empire will open up the regulations to allow the Moon Church and the Church of Knowledge to spread their faith smoothly, but if you want the same share as the Sun Church, forget it. Louis XIV said. Seeing that he had relented, the others stopped arguing. Pope, do you really think Greenhall is up to the task? Never before in history has a pope been so young. Warren Frank suddenly changed the subject. He saved the entire capital, even the empire, and his popularity is now at an all-time high, especially since he also possesses the world's only remaining dragon. Who can bring him down? Cardinal Koshi? That's what Ryan Gamma said. Pope Shaw is not dead. We don't need to concern ourselves with this matter. Let the papacy decide internally. Saul Constantine said. Actually, I support Lien as Pope more than Pope Shaw. He is younger and easier to control. Donald Vulcan said. The meeting lasted 3 hours, and the 7 members of Parliament ultimately signed 3 agreements. The Religious Freedom Act and supplementary regulations of the 3 major churches stipulate that the Sun Church, the Moon Courtyard, and the Astrological Society have equal rights of propagation within the empire, and the people can have freedom of religion. The Knowledge Church originally belonged to the Astrological Society and was a branch of the Astrological Society, and had the right to establish churches and popularize believers. The supplementary agreement on the succession to the throne of the Far Empire stipulates that all royal children who violate the laws of the Far Empire and harm the interests of the 7 noble families will be stripped of their right to inherit the throne. The Imperial Expansion Agreement stipulates that the Empire will open up new territories won in wars and distribute them to all nobles and people who can pay taxes. Those who receive territories only need to pay taxes and can then manage them on their own. During this meeting, Louis XIV made concessions, relinquishing the interests of the Roland royal family and the papacy, thus satisfying the appetites of the 6 members of Parliament, and preserving the Roland royal family's right to continue ruling. 4 hours after the meeting ended, the 3 agreements were communicated to the whole country through media reports. The wave of reforms swept across the entire Franco Empire. 5 hours after the meeting ended, Lien, carrying invitations from the 7 councillors, took the initiative to visit the 7 councillors who would determine the direction of the empire. Let's start with Louis XIV. You are the enemy of the entire Roland family. Why should I help you? Louis XIV looked at the uninvited Lien with displeasure. The interests of the Sun Church and the Roland family are actually intertwined. The reason you didn't participate in the God-making plan was to leave a way out for the Roland family. If I'm not mistaken, you must have already learned from His Majesty Shah that the plan would fail, but you didn't believe it and insisted on letting Louis XV and Saya continue the plan. In the end, it still failed. You shouldn't be called a great arbitrator, but a gambler, Lien said. Louis XIV never expected that he would be seen through. And indeed, Louis XV and Side's plan was flawless, but it still failed in the end. I believe you said these things not to hasten your death, but to directly state your intentions. Louis XIV's deep eyes looked at Lien, making Lien want to tell the truth. However, Lien, who has mastered the power of the dragon, can barely resist the true word technique of Sequence 8. I need your support to become Pope, and I will crown Anna as the next emperor, Lien said slowly. You don't need my support. What you need is to kill Jacques. He is the real Pope. Louis XIV raised his head proudly. Isabella said His Holiness the Pope died in the north, and I hope that is true. Lien continued. I won't kill someone for you. Louis XIV narrowed his eyes. What if the other 6 members of Parliament agree? Lien continued to ask. Why should I help you? Louis XIV asked. Anna is of the Roland family bloodline. She will become the great emperor of the Roland family, and Anna's children will become the next emperors. The Roland family's ruling position will not change, and I will always support Anna because I am her husband. Even Pope Jacques could not support the Roland family as much as I support Anna, right? Moreover, Pope Jacques was also schemed against by the Roland family. Lien began to analyze the pros and cons for Louis XIV. Anna has gone through this ordeal, and she may never wake up again. How can I entrust the empire to someone who is asleep? Don't worry, Anna will wake up, I can guarantee that. Okay, I agree, but you must convince the other 6 members of Parliament, and you and Anna cannot have a wedding. No wedding ceremony? Why? There has never been a case of an emperor marrying a pope throughout history. You should keep a low profile. Oh, I understand. Back to the present, Lien smiled and waved to the uninvited guests who appeared at the church entrance. Thank you to the 7 councillors for taking time out of their busy schedules to attend my coronation ceremony. Oh, and Princess Isabella, who has lost her right to the throne, is also here. How lively! Chapter 131 Moonlight Saintess Selina. Lien was successfully crowned, becoming the youngest pope in the history of the papacy. The first thing he did after becoming pope was to meet the dean of Moonlight Garden in his capacity as pope. Moonlight Garden worships the moon goddess and belongs to one of the 3 major Orthodox churches. The head of the garden holds a position equal to that of the pope. The Church of the Sun has a holy sun, while the courtyard of Moonlight has a holy maiden. Lien's purpose in meeting the headmaster of Moonlight Courtyard was to see Saintess Selina. The headmistress of Moonlight Garden was a mature woman whose age was hard to guess. Her long, moon-white hair was styled in a high bun, giving her a noble and elegant air. She looked Lien up and down, a hint of surprise in her eyes, probably because she hadn't expected this pope to be so young. During this meeting, both sides divided up spheres of influence in the capital based on the Freedom of Religion Act and supplementary regulations of the 3 major churches. The president of the Astrological Society should have also participated, but Lien met with the dean of the courtyard beforehand. Wouldn't this be against the rules? The dean said calmly. In the capital, I call the shots, Lien said directly. The dean was taken aback. He really hadn't expected Lien to be so direct. There must be a price to pay for giving up the best location to the courtyard, right? I asked the dean. I need Saintess Selina to do me a small favor. What do you want her to do? Wake Anna up. So that's what it is. Even if His Holiness the Pope couldn't come, I would have asked Selina to help. Since we've entered the Empire to spread our faith, there's no reason for us to stand by and watch the Crown Prince of Far die. It was a gentle voice from the dean. He said. Lianing knew this was just polite talk, but since the other party agreed so readily, he also had to put on a show of politeness. Praise be to the Sun God, and also praise the Moon Goddess. May the capital regain its glory under the watchful eyes of the gods. The Moon Goddess and the Moon Garden will do everything in their power to help Far regain his glory. Subsequently, Lien met the Moon Saintess Selina as she wished. The third key witch in this world, and also her third virtual wife. Selina stood there, her silver hair seemingly absorbing all the surrounding light, weaving it into every strand. Unlike Hera's white hair, Selina's hair is like threads formed from moonlight itself, each strand distinct and gleaming with a cool, ethereal glow. Occasionally, a night breeze would pass through the pillars, causing the strands of hair to sway gently, like ripples spreading outwards on the moonlit water. Her deep blue pupils had a special moonlight pattern, a sign of her innate magic and also a mark of a witch. A white robe wrapped around her slender figure, the hem of which spread gently across the white stone slabs of the temple. As she walked, it brushed against the bricks without making a sound, as if she were not walking, but floating on the moonlight. A silver sash, adorned with tiny moonstones, was tied around her waist, each one gleaming with a faint blue light in the night. Selina exuded an otherworldly aura, untouched by the world, with a compassionate expression. Simply standing there, she gave the impression of a goddess descending to earth. The moment Lien saw her, he couldn't help but recall the amazed feeling he had when he first saw Saintess Selina in the game. Lien even spent money to buy all 16 of her skins, showing her considerable love for the character. Saintess Selina is also known as the most beautiful woman in the Rhine Empire. The Rhine Empire and the Far Empire share the same mother river, the Rhine. 300 years ago, it was a single empire that split apart. The Rhine royal family and the Roland royal family also have some connection, although their surnames are completely different. Besides being a saintess, Selina also possesses a thin royal bloodline, being an illegitimate daughter of the royal family, and was sent to the Moonlight Garden from a young age. Next to Selina was a familiar face of Lien, Lori. Judging from Loli's attire, her hair is styled in a bun, and she is wearing a blue robe. Her current identity is probably that of Selina's maid. Although Lori is beautiful, next to Selina, she is like a firefly, unable to compete with her brilliance. Besides body shape. Yes, Loli is the true embodiment of justice in this game. Her unfairly perfect figure more than makes up for all the other issues. Lori was also stunned when she saw Lien. She never expected that Lien would complete the transformation from Holy Son to Pope in such a short period of time. Lori almost thought she was seeing things when she saw Lien dressed in a red papal robe, holding a scepter, and wearing a hat studded with jewels. Due to the special circumstances, Lori did not take the initiative to acknowledge Lien. Selina, this is His Holiness the new Pope of the Church of the Sun God, Lord Reen Hall. You will stay here for now and assist the heir of the Far Empire. The Dean spoke slowly. Selina nodded slightly, and responded gently. I will heed your teachings, Dean. Lien personally escorted the Dean and the Moonlight servants to the cathedral entrance, and watched them leave in their carriage. It's worth mentioning that everyone in Moonlight Courtyard is female, unlike the Sun Church, which has nuns. Selina and Lori stayed in the Pope's office, with Lori curiously observing everything around her. Selina, however, maintained her upright posture throughout, standing there like a statue. After seeing the people from Moonlight Courtyard off, Lien returned to his office and said to the two of them, Selina, Lori, come with me, Anna is waiting for us. Selina was somewhat surprised, not expecting that Lori knew Lien, and that Lien addressed her in such an approachable manner. He called himself by his own name, which was rather impolite, since they weren't that close. But Selina's nature was gentle and kind, and she wouldn't get angry even when faced with an unreasonable beggar. Therefore, she maintained her elegance and poise, and asked softly, "Loli, you two know each other?" Lori nodded. "Selina, yes, we know each other." Selina noticed that Lori's cheeks were slightly flushed, her breathing was rapid, and her heart was racing. These signs strongly suggested that their relationship was not ordinary. Lori felt a little guilty when she saw Lien. Because she stole Lien's Chaos Dagger, although she left behind the Mercury Spear, the two were not of equal value. If it weren't for the Chaos Dagger, Lori would probably have already fallen into evil. But when she saw Lien again, her body still couldn't help but feel hot. It was like a mermaid who had lived on land for a long time suddenly seeing water. The feeling of desire being suppressed to a certain degree and yearning to explode made her feel uncomfortable. Lien led the two to the Black Rose Castle and into Anna's bedroom. "Selina, I hope you can wake Anna up. Please advise me, but I need some time alone," Selina said gently. "Okay. Just call me anytime if you need anything, I'm in the next room," Lien said. Selina nodded slightly and watched Lien leave the room. "Selina, I'm going out too," Loli said. "Kindness." Selina nodded again, and Lori also left the bedroom. After closing the door, Lori reached out and pulled Lien, then turned and went into the next room. Lori pressed herself tightly against Lien, gently biting her lip. "I'm furious that you had my friend save your fiancé. Loli, don't be impulsive, this is..." Chapter 132 Loli, now is healing time. Black Rose Castle, inside the princess's bedroom. Selina came to Anna's bedside. This wasn't their first meeting, they had been enemies on the battlefield 5 years ago. Remembering her companions whom Anna had killed, Selina raised her dagger. "I never expected to meet you like this, Anna Hillier Far Roland. So you have your moments of weakness too." Anna lay quietly in bed, completely unaware of the outside world. The dagger was only 0.1 centimeters away from Anna's neck. "Do you know about the war that broke out between Rhine and Far 5 years ago? Back then, your fiancé killed many people in Moonlight Courtyard." Lori kissed Lien's collarbone, her delicate hand resting on Lien's large palm, pressing Lien's body against the wooden door, and recounted the war that broke out 5 years ago and her own doubts. "You actually handed Anna over to the Moon Goddess? Aren't you afraid that Selina will take the opportunity to kill Anna?" "I believe in Selina. She is not the kind of person who takes advantage of others' misfortunes." Lien gently pushed Lori away. "You believe Selina? But you don't even know her?" Lori didn't know why, but a hint of jealousy rose in her heart. "Loli, I had known her for many years before I met you." Lien frankly stated that although the timeline in the game is not consistent with the real-world timeline. "No, I was here first, and you knew me first, but I'm not your fiancé, and I'm not the person you trust the most." Lori looked at Lien with a wrong expression, her eyes reddening, and faintly visible fish scales on her skin. This proves that the potion inside Lori is still tormenting her. Outside the window, the moon had already risen. The night was not kind to a woman who had taken the mermaid potion. At times like these, she loses herself and becomes immersed in the pleasure of being enslaved by her master. Although the Chaos Dagger could confuse her senses and save her from many nights, when Lien stood in front of Lori, that feeling of confusion and numbness seemed to be replaced by a stronger emotion. "All right." Thinking that Hera and Sam had been sent out for disaster relief and were unlikely to return at a time like this, Lien Kai approached Lori again. "Loli, now is healing time. I don't need your sympathy." Lori took out the Chaos Dagger, preparing to once again use self-harm to sever this burning desire. Lien pressed down on her left hand, her palm covering the back of her hand. Lori's hands were surprisingly cold, her knuckles taut. "Let go." Her voice was hoarse. Lien didn't answer. He reached his other hand through her waist, gently lifted her up, and pulled her into his arms. The dagger was still in her hand. Lien didn't try to take the Chaos Dagger. Instead, he used the hand that was supporting her back to slowly move upwards and cover her right hand that was holding the dagger. His fingers slipped between hers, one by one, gently but firmly, prying her fingers off the knife handle. "Bite." The dagger fell to the floor with a crisp sound. Lori lowered her head, her bangs covering her eyes, and her shoulders began to tremble. I said I don't need it. I know. Leon's voice was very low, so low it sounded like it was coming directly from his chest. He held her, making no further moves, just holding her like that, his chin resting on the top of her head, his breathing steady and long. Lori's hand pressed against his chest, trying to push him away, but her fingertips gripped his collar instead. You're burning up. Her voice was muffled. Lien responded, hugging her even tighter instead. To warm you up. Lori fell silent. The room was so quiet that she could hear the wind outside the window and her own heartbeat. Thump, 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 so fast it felt like it was about to burst out of my throat. She began to struggle. His shoulders twisted, his elbows pushed outwards, and his knees pressed against him restlessly. Leon let her struggle a couple of times, then suddenly tightened his arms and pulled her into his embrace. His lips brushed against her earlobe, his breath warm. Don't move! Lori really stopped moving. The tips of his ears turned bright red, the redness spreading all the way down to the base of his neck. Leon looked down at her. From this angle you can see her trembling eyelashes, her tightly clenched lower lip, and the thin layer of sweat on the tip of her nose. Lolita! He called her. She didn't look up. He called out again. Loli! She still didn't look up, but the fingers gripping his clothes tightened even more. Lien suddenly smiled, very softly, like a sigh. He freed one hand, pinched her chin, and lifted it up. Lori was forced to look up, her eyes red and brimming with tears, yet she stubbornly glared at him with an expression that said, If you dare laugh at me, I'll bite you. Lien didn't laugh. He looked at her, his gaze deep, so deep it seemed to draw her in. He gently brushed his thumb along her jawline, wiping away a tear that hadn't yet fallen. If you feel unwell, just say so. Lori's lips moved, but she didn't make a sound. He then asked, Where does it hurt? The question was ambiguous and inappropriate, causing the blush that had just faded on Lori's face to burn again. She turned her face away, trying to avoid his hand, but he seized the back of her neck and pulled her back into his arms. The heartbeats were so close together that it was impossible to tell whose was which. Leon! She called his name in a muffled voice. Don't do this. What? Lori fell silent, her forehead resting on his shoulder, her breathing rapid and erratic. The icy chill emanating from her body was fading, replaced by a heat that seemed to seep into her very bones, making her fingertips tremble. Leon's hand slid down from the back of her neck, along the curve of her spine, gently pressing down section by section, as if smoothing the bristling fur of a frightened little animal. Lori's breathing gradually calmed down, and her tense body softened a bit. But she still refused to look up. Look at me! Shake head. Loli. He shook his head, and shook it even more violently. Lien sighed, then suddenly lowered his head and placed his lips on the soft flesh behind her ear. Just a light touch. Lori jolted as if electrocuted, abruptly raising her head and staring at him with wide eyes. A faint smile played in Lien's eyes, hidden behind his deep pupils. He looked at her flushed face, her moist eyes, and her slightly parted lips. You're willing to look at me now? Lori was so angry that she punched him lightly on the shoulder, as if it were just a tickle. Lien grabbed that hand, brought it to her lips, and pressed her lips to the back of the hand. Lori's fingers curled up. The air suddenly became very thick, so thick it seemed impossible to separate. The two were so close that their breaths mingled, their eyelashes almost brushing against each other's faces. Lori's gaze slid down from his eyes, across his nose, and landed on his lips. Then, as if burned, she quickly looked away. Lien saw it. He lowered his head and approached her little by little, as if giving her enough time to escape. Lolita is definitely not out of the picture. She closed her eyes. The moment their lips touched, they both froze. It was so light as a feather brushing against each other, like a tentative touch, like an inquiry. Then Liun moved slightly, shifting the angle a little, deepening the kiss. Loli's hand climbed onto his shoulder, her fingertips sinking into his clothes. Lian's breathing became heavier, his hands gripping her waist, tightening and tightening again. He released her lips, and instead kissed the corners of her mouth, cheeks, eyelids, and brow, pecking gently and densely all the way down. Lori was so dizzy from the kisses that she couldn't even open her eyes. All she could do was clutch his clothes as if they were driftwood. Lian. Are you pitying me? Lian stopped what he was doing, stepped back a little, and looked at her. Lori lowered her eyes, her eyelashes were wet, and her voice was so soft it was like she was talking to herself. Before he could finish speaking, his lips were sealed again. This time it was fiercer and more urgent than before, with a hint of punishment. Lian held the back of her head and kissed her until she couldn't breathe, only letting go when she punched his shoulder. The wind outside the window gradually subsided, leaving only the intertwined breathing and the occasional sound of water inside. The chaos dagger lay on the ground, all alone, its blade still gleaming coldly. But no one looked at it anymore. Chapter 133 For the Empire, Asked the Witch to Die. When Anna opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Liun. Lian, I'm still alive. Anna found it hard to believe. Yes, not only are you still alive, but the curse of the end has disappeared from your body. As a blessing in disguise, you have also obtained some of the power left behind by the Witch of the End. Lian gently stroked Anna's pale golden hair and said. Anna stared blankly at Lian. The curse is gone. She reached out and touched her cheek. The flower of the end that once bloomed on her left cheek had now turned into a totem the size of a beauty mark at the corner of her eye. She sat up and saw her current appearance reflected in Lian's pupils. She was as beautiful as a goddess who stepped out of a myth. The servants around them no longer looked at them with fear, but with shock and admiration. The maids had no idea that Princess Anna was so beautiful. They used to see only a cursed shadow, and every time they saw Anna, they felt genuine disgust and fear. But now, seeing Anna, they genuinely felt that she was beautiful, even more beautiful than Princess Ellie. Me. At that moment, Anna's eyes reddened. She never imagined that the curse on her would be lifted in her lifetime. The curse that she had tried countless ways to remove since childhood was finally lifted. She no longer had to endure those strange looks, and she was no longer a vessel for the Witch of the End. She could finally live for herself. Thank you, Liun. Anna threw herself into Li's arms, tears of emotion, joy, and all the grievances she had held in her heart streaming down her face. Lian hugged Anna tightly, inhaling her familiar scent, feeling incredibly content. He wanted to cry at that moment too. Finally, the first wife was rescued from the curse of the end, and the salvation of the Foul Empire was finally completed. At least the Foul Empire will not become the fuse for the end of the world. Selena and Lori have left Black Rose Castle. Lori refused to stay with Lian, firstly to continue avenging her sister, and secondly because she didn't want to be affected by the potion and become a slave who could never leave his master. As for Selena, she was never going to stay in the capital. After this incident, Selena decided to go to Green to continue her investigation into human alchemy. Of course, the departure of Selena and Lori doesn't mean that Lian is without worries. Anna knew that Lian was the Pope and could not hold a wedding ceremony with her, but she didn't mind. As long as she could spend her life with the one she loved, she felt that making some sacrifices and concessions was acceptable. But whenever Anna wanted to sleep with Lian, Hera would inexplicably appear. After falling asleep, Hera would transform into a giant dragon, crushing the entire castle and forcing the craftsmen to rebuild it. After several such incidents, the renovation budget for Black Rose Castle increased. Even Anna had to ask Li to take Hera to stay at the cathedral. Although she was very unwilling, Anna was no match for Hera. Moreover, she knew that Hera was now Lian's contracted dragon, and if anything happened to Hera, Lian would definitely suffer the backlash. Lian's reason for making a pact with Hera was solely to save himself and the Empire, according to him. So what else can Anna blame? All I can do is sulk. The fact that the two witches could not get along also troubled Lian. But soon, something even more troubling happened to him. Ellie, who had run away, was found by Isabella. Isabella herself lost her right to the throne and could not become emperor, but she did not want to see Anna become emperor either. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Therefore, Isabella allied with Ellie and led an army to besiege the capital. This time, Isabella and Ellie will personally escort Anna to the altar. I thought that, given your personality, you wouldn't form an alliance with me, Isabella said. I was too young and ignorant before, but now I understand a principle, Ellie said calmly. What? Isabella asked, puzzled. What I cannot have, I will never let anyone else have. Ellie proudly raised her head, her eyes filled with madness and fervor. She turned evil. After experiencing numerous betrayals, Ellie ultimately failed to hold on to her true self, allowing her soul to embrace its darkest version. As a result, she won the support of Archbishop Koshi, and with Koshi's help, Ellie successively gained the support of the Frank, Gamma, and Vulcan families. Isabella pushed up her glasses and squinted slightly. She felt that Ellie in front of her was a complete stranger. A vast army surrounded the still under construction capital, their banners fluttering, the Frank family's golden wheat and the Holy Grail of Life banner, the Gamma family's twin dolphin banner, the Valancer family's Ouroboros and the Eye of Truth banner, and the Vulcan family's Roaring Lion and Giant Hammer banner. The muffled thuds of countless feet pounding the ground, the clanging of countless weapons clashing, and the low, guttural neighs of countless horses snorting loudly. These sounds blended together into a low, continuous buzzing, like a swarm of mosquitoes on a summer evening, like a millstone turning in a mill, like something huge and merciless slowly grinding over us. Dust rose up, obscuring half the sky. When the soldiers on the city wall saw Princess Ellie's highly recognizable face, they chose to automatically open the city gate. The citizens of the capital watched in astonishment as the army marched in, with Ellie and Isabella riding on their war horses, followed by an honor guard and a vast army. Your Highness Ellie, Your Highness Isabella. The two princesses have returned, but what are they doing with the army? People were talking about it, but no one dared to step forward and stop them. Even though Isabella lost her right to the throne, she remained a high-ranking princess. And Ellie is the most beautiful princess who has never fallen from her pedestal. The army headed straight for Black Rose Castle and surrounded it. Which Anna Hillier Far Roland, you murdered the Pope, incurred divine punishment, caused Louis XV to go mad, and resulted in the deaths of millions in the capital. You should be sent to the altar. Cardinal Cossi spoke slowly, unaware that Pope Shaw had died at the hands of Senator Roland. In his view, it was all because of Anna. For the Pope's sake, he was determined to send Anna to her death. Kill the witch! Kill the witch! Kill the witch! The shouts of the soldiers blended together. The castle gates opened, and Anna, dressed in a long black dress and wearing a white iris in her hair, beautiful as a doll yet dangerous as death itself, slowly walked out. With each step she took, the flower bed beneath her feet withered rapidly. The Allied forces were so frightened that they retreated repeatedly. Anna raised her eyes, her gaze filled with mockery. That's it? You think you can kill me? You can kill us, kill the entire Allied forces. Can you kill everyone in the entire capital? Which? Archbishop Koshi questioned. At his signal, the people continued chanting the slogan. Sacrifice the witch. Anna, for the future of the empire, for the continued blessing of the sun god, and to prevent this place from becoming a land forsaken by the gods, I beg you to go and die. Ellie gently raised her hand, and pink dust swept across the entire army like a storm, followed by the ordinary people of the capital. They all looked at Anna with bloodshot eyes, as if they were bewitched. For the sake of the empire, please, witch, die! For the sake of the empire, please, witch, die! For the sake of the empire, please, witch, die! Chapter 134. When the empire wanted to sacrifice the princess, he offered her a crown. Come and be my empress. In the past, hearing these sounds would probably have caused the flower of death on Anna's face to bloom again. But now, her curse has been lifted, and she is no longer easily swayed by her emotions. If it weren't for the future of the empire, she would have liked to wipe out this group of people who were so easily bewitched. Ellie tilted her head back, perched on her horse, looking down at Anna with an expression that seemed to say, "Anna, do you see? The great nobles are always behind me, and Archbishop Koshi also thinks I am the one who should ascend the throne. Roll." Anna spoke calmly, and a powerful aura emanated from her, startling the horses into neighing. Ellie and Isabella pulled on the reins at the same time, squeezing their legs tightly around the horse's belly, so they didn't fall off. The knights immediately stepped forward and restrained the panicked horses. Not only were the war horses panicked, but many knights and soldiers were terrified. This is Anna, the witch hailed as the Empire's strongest ice blade. Even though she no longer possesses that aura of keeping strangers at bay, who doesn't know or recognize her formidable reputation on the battlefield? Witch, don't put up a futile resistance. Archbishop Koshi came prepared this time. The 5 archbishops stood in different positions, each holding one of the 5 extraordinary objects. These 5 extraordinary items were originally one, but because they were too evil for ordinary people to control, they were cut into 5 parts. When in use, they can be reassembled to form a powerful imprisoning array, the black coffin. A thick, black liquid seeped from the supernatural object and rushed towards Anna. In the blink of an eye, the 5 streams of black liquid merged and climbed upwards from the ground, quickly forming a pitch-black coffin that trapped Anna inside. The moment the black coffin closed, the world lost all sound. That wasn't ordinary darkness. Darkness at least has boundaries, and it allows people to perceive the existence of their own limbs. At this moment, what enveloped Anna was an existence more ethereal than nothingness itself. A thick, black liquid surged in from all directions, climbing, wrapping, and tightening around her ankles. They were like the tentacles of the abyss itself, slowly devouring every bit of warmth from her skin. She tried to activate the magic within her body, but nothing happened. Those powers that once held her at their command, those annihilating forces that made her invincible on the battlefield, have vanished completely as if they never existed. My heartbeat in my chest became slow and heavy, each beat like a countdown. The black coffin closed completely. A muffled shout came from outside, but it sounded distant and indistinct through this unknown substance. But she could hear the words, "Burn the witch!" The eternal corona was raised. It was a fake sun forged from gold, yet it was more dazzling than the real sun at that moment. Archbishop Koshi held it high above his head, and the surface of the relic began to emanate a golden light, initially soft like the dawn, then growing brighter and more intense until the entire unfinished capital was enveloped in this golden glow. The center of the light was aimed at the black coffin. It was aimed at the princess in the coffin, who was unable to move, resist, or use any power. "Burn the witch! Burn the witch! Burn the witch!" The shouts merged into a torrent. Just then, a dragon's roar resounded. A giant, silvery white dragon swooped down from the clouds, its wingspan instantly covering half the sky. The young man standing on the dragon's back was none other than Lin Hall, the new pope of the Sun Church. Li Un could have arrived earlier, but was delayed for some reason. Hera's scales refracted a dazzling light under the golden glow of the eternal corona, like an entire moving glacier crashing into this bustling world. She blocked the beam of light with her body. Golden light pierced the dragon's wings. Hera heard the sound of her own flesh being burned, not the crackling sound of flames, but a sizzling sound, with white mist rising up. Blood gushed from the wound, then evaporated instantly under the sunlight, leaving behind charred edges and burned scales. This was the first time she had been injured since regaining all her strength. "Ah dash!" the dragon roared. Dark purple dragon flames surged from the depths of Hera's throat, a torrent condensed to its extreme, carrying the rage and majesty of the ancient behemoth, pouring down upon the 5 tiny figures on the ground. The 5 bishops simultaneously raised the extraordinary objects in their hands. The moment Long Yen crashed into it, the air was torn to shreds, and the shockwave spread in all directions, overturning scaffolding, knocking over civilians kneeling on the ground, and knocking over soldiers who had not yet recovered from their shock. The next second, everyone saw that figure. Anna. She emerged from the wreckage of the black coffin, her long hair disheveled and her face pale. No one saw how she passed the 5 bishops, and no one saw how the sword was swung. They only saw a flash of silver light before the tip of the annihilation sword was already pressed against Archbishop Koshi's throat. Just a hair's breadth away. Just half an inch further, and this former cardinal would have turned to ashes and vanished into the wind, just like those enemies who died by Anna's sword. Koshi did not move. His hand still gripped the eternal sun crown, but the relic was now pointed directly at his own chest. He looked at the woman before him, known as the Imperial's strongest ice blade, at those eyes that had once terrified countless enemies, and suddenly smiled. "Even if you kill me, you will still be a witch." His voice was very soft, so soft that only the two of them could hear it. "The Empire will never accept you." Anna's fingers tightened slightly. The tip of the sword pierced Koshi's skin, and a drop of blood slid down the blade. Just then, a voice came from behind. "Yes, a witch is still a witch." Ellie beckoned with her finger as she spoke. In the crowd, a mother holding her child stood up. The woman's face was streaked with tears, her clothes were tattered, and she was holding an infant in her arms. She walked forward step by step, and when she reached Anna, she didn't look up at her face. Instead, she knelt down, her knees slamming heavily onto the gravel-strewn ground. "Please, witch, give up your resistance." Her voice trembled, yet every word was clear. "To die for the Empire." The baby in her arms was startled awake by the sudden noise and began to cry loudly. An elderly man staggered forward and knelt beside the woman. His back was hunched, his white hair trembled in the wind, and his cloudy eyes were filled with tears. "Please, witch, give up your resistance and die for the Empire." Then the second, the third, the fourth. More and more people stepped out from the crowd and knelt down in front of Anna. There were craftsmen, peasant women, elderly women with white hair, and young boys with childlike innocence. They knelt there, heads bowed, saying the same words, words that poured from dozens, hundreds, thousands of mouths at once, merging into a deep, buzzing wave of sound. "Please, witch, give up your resistance and die for the Empire." Anna lowered her head, looking at the kneeling figures, the heads that dared not raise, and the slightly trembling shoulders. No one looked at her, no one dared to look at her. They simply knelt, like a flock of lambs awaiting sacrifice, waiting for the flames on the altar to go out, waiting for the woman known as the witch to exchange her death for the future they spoke of. She slowly sheathed her long sword. The moment the sword tip left Koshi's throat, the drop of blood finally fell, hitting the stone slab on the ground and splattering a small patch of dark red. Anna took a step back. Another step. Her back was still straight, her long golden hair still fluttered in the wind, and her face was still as cold as a glacier that had never melted. At that moment, Lien leaped off the dragon's back. He walked toward Anna. Sam followed behind, carrying the robe that had been hastily made overnight. It was made of deep purple velvet, trimmed with silver fox fur, and the front was adorned with stars embroidered in gold thread. Above the robe was a crown. It was not the heavy, jewel-encrusted gold crown worn by the emperors of the Empire, but a lighter, more delicate silver crown with a moonstone set in the front, gleaming with a faint blue light in the lingering glow of the eternal corona. Anna watched him approach. She opened her mouth, as if to say something, but found that her throat felt like it was blocked by something. She wanted to say, "Don't come any closer, this is none of your business," and, "Do you know what you're doing?" But she couldn't utter a single word. Lien stopped in front of her. He reached out and took the robe from Sam. The deep purple velvet unfolded in his hands, heavy and carrying the scent of incense. He draped the robe over Anna's shoulders gently, as if giving a fragile treasure a final layer of protection. The robe was very large, almost completely covering Anna. The silver fox fur collar clung to her neck, and the soft fur gently brushed against her chin. Then he picked up the crown. The silver moonstone shimmered with a cold, eerie light in the sunlight. Lien held it in both hands, raised it above Anna's head, and slowly lowered it. "Irene Hall as the 33rd Pope." His voice was calm as if he were reading out an ordinary document. But every word clearly reached the ears of everyone present, those kneeling, those standing, and those watching it all. Now I will personally crown you, Anna Hillier Far Roland. The moment the crown touched the top of her head, Anna felt a slight tremor. You are now the 16th Emperor of the Far Empire. Lien withdrew his hand and looked down at the woman in front of him. Her eyes were wide open, and her pupils sparkled like stars. The future of the Empire, he said, is now in your hands? The entire room fell silent. Those who were kneeling remained kneeling, but no one spoke anymore. They looked up at the woman in the purple robe and crown, at the young pope standing beside her, and at the silver dragons slowly circling in the sky. The wind blew across the unfinished city walls, across the square piled with stones, and across the towers where flags had not yet been raised. It lifted the hem of Anna's robe, the hem of Lien's robe, and the collars of those kneeling on the ground. In the distance, on the city wall, stood a young painter. He was originally ordered to document the reconstruction of the capital, the scaffolding, the slings, the stones transported from afar. But when the crown landed on Anna's head, his hand moved involuntarily. The charcoal pencil flew across the parchment, leaving behind a series of scribbled yet precise lines: the princess in her purple robes, the young pope who crowned her, the dragon coiled in the sky, and the kneeling, gazing, and bewildered crowd. He didn't know how future generations would view this painting, how many years later it would be included in the imperial annals, or how those people of the future would look upon this moment. All he knew was that the sunlight was falling directly on the woman. The gold threads on the purple robe were glowing, the moonstone on the silver crown was glowing, and those eyes that had once terrified countless enemies were now shining as well. The artist's hand trembled slightly as he wrote a line of small characters in the corner of the painting, using the finest brushstrokes. When the Empire wanted to sacrifice the princess, the savior presented her with a crown. He paused, then added, "Come and be my queen." Absurd! This shouldn't be happening! Ellie screamed. She couldn't bear the thought that all her efforts had been in vain, but when she tried to use the succubus's power to incite the masses against it all again, she found that her power had failed her. Those kneeling on the ground no longer begged to kill the witch, but instead shouted loudly, "Long live the Emperor!" The allied forces of the four major families also laid down their weapons and knelt down in unison. It wasn't because they were swayed by the people's emotions, or because they genuinely felt that and should be the emperor, but rather because Louis XIV and members of the Roland family had appeared as members of Parliament. Louis XIV, along with the other 6 members of Parliament, stood behind Anne. This undoubtedly proves that her imperial throne was well-deserved. Anna, the 16th Emperor of the Far Empire, is now a foregone conclusion. Isabella tried to turn and leave, but was stopped by her subordinates. Ellie, Isabella, you are children of the Roland family, and you should know that you must observe etiquette at all times and in all places. You now need to pay your respects to His Majesty the Emperor. Louis XIV reminded him. I'd rather die than kneel before her. Ellie knew she had lost to Anna once again. Although she didn't know what power was restricting her charm, what could she do when she couldn't use supernatural powers and had lost the support of her powerful family? Ellie picked up a dagger, preparing to kill herself, but in the instant she swung the knife, it was thrown away by a pebble. She glared angrily at Lien. Why are you stopping me? Princess Ellie, you have the courage to die, so why don't you have the courage to live and see what kind of state His Majesty has turned Farrell into? Lien asked. Ellie, Isabella. Louis XIV spoke again. The Roland family must be able to win gracefully, and lose gracefully. Yes, Grandpa. Isabella lowered her head, walked to Anna's side, and knelt down. Isabella greets your Majesty. Louis XIV nodded in satisfaction. Ellie greets your Majesty the Emperor. Ellie said from afar, then turned and left dejectedly. This time, no one stopped her. Several counselors' eyes fell on Anna at the same time. Lien took Anna's hand and gave Hera a look. Although Hera was extremely unwilling, she still bowed down to the dragon body when she thought of the Manchu Han imperial feast promised by Lien. Lien and Anna boarded the dragon's back, and the giant dragon spiraled into the sky. Anna addressed everyone, I, Anna Far Roland, the 16th Emperor of the Far Empire, assure everyone today that I will lead the Far Empire to glory. The future of the Empire is in my hands, and in yours as well. Long live the Far Empire! 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 Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! The people who witnessed this scene cheered and were moved to tears. After the Mad King's death, the Empire finally welcomed its next emperor. Chapter 135. The wedding will not take place, but the most important thing must be done. Archbishop Koshi, the 5 priests, and Isabella were all thrown into the Black Tower. The former's crimes were taking away all the church's supernatural items on the day of divine punishment, abandoning the safety of ordinary people, betraying the teachings of the Sun God, and disobeying the new pope. The latter's crime was instigating infighting among the nobles and inciting Ellie to start a civil war. Isabella knew she had been abandoned by the Roland family, but she couldn't understand where she had gone wrong. She had calculated everything correctly, and even managed to find Ellie to work with in the end. Why do we still fail at the last hurdle? As for Ellie, just as she said, because she was so beautiful, no one would punish her no matter how many mistakes she made. However, apart from herself, no one in the Empire punished her. From nobles to commoners, no one thought Ellie had done anything heinous. Ellie left her homeland, and no one knows where she went. When Isabella saw Leanne in the Black Tower, a bitter smile appeared on her face. Indeed, from the first moment I saw you, I should have used all my power to kill you. You are the variable of the world. Your Highness Isabella, I am honored that you value me as always, Leanne said with a smile. Are you here to mock my downfall? No, I'm here to discuss a deal. Leanne smiled. What transaction? Isabella frowned. His Majesty the Emperor lacks a capable steward, and I hope you can take on this position. I cannot think of a better candidate than you, Leanne said. Isabella was stunned. The Emperor's steward was equivalent to the Emperor's secretary and chief of the cabinet. They have great power, and they also bear great responsibility. Isabella never imagined Anna would ask her to be her butler, even though they were fierce rivals. Isn't Anna afraid that by doing this, I'll strip her of her power and become regent? Isabella asked. Anna believes in your abilities and character, Leanne said. When the capital was struck by disaster, you were the first to arrive with reinforcements. Although you were eventually scared away by the Witch of the End, your courage was commendable. You're teasing me. I suppose so. So, what do you think? Do you want to spend your whole life in Black Tower Pass, or become a great butler? Leanne asked. Give me the book, and I'll stay in Black Tower Pass for the rest of my life. Isabella felt tired and weary of the deceit and intrigue. She pushed up her glasses and wanted to wholeheartedly immerse herself in knowledge and wisdom. But Leanne didn't give her that chance, and even had Sam clear out all the books from her room. Sorry, people who are in prison don't deserve to enjoy the pleasure of knowledge. You. Isabella gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. All right, if Anna is willing to let me be her butler, why would I be unhappy? Being second only to the Emperor is something I couldn't ask for, Isabella said. Indeed, it's more pleasant to chat with smart people. Leanne extended his hand and shook hands with Isabella. Welcome to stand under the Empire's banner and become a member of justice. Tell me why I lost. Can you really predict the future? Isabella asked the question that had been troubling her. The best way to increase wisdom and see the future is to read more history. In history, we can see the future time and time again, Leanne said in a deliberately profound tone. Isabella paused for a moment. She did know that history held many secrets, but did it hold the future? Just as Leanne was about to leave, Isabella suddenly called out to him. Your Holiness, what do you intend to do with Archbishop Koshi? Archbishop Koshi does not need my intervention. He was merely fulfilling the mission given to him by the previous pope and did nothing wrong. Don't pretend to be magnanimous. I know you. You can't tolerate the existence of the Koshi faction that wants to kill Anna, Isabella said. Archbishop Koshi and the 5 archbishops have been corrupted by their improper use of the sacred objects. They have now become fools who only know how to praise the sun, and there is really nothing more I need to do. Lien shrugged and said in a flat tone. Isabella was stunned. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way. After leaving the Black Tower, Lien returned to the Black Rose Castle. Anna has now moved to the palace, leaving the castle to him instead. As for why he didn't go to the cathedral, it was because there were mountains of things waiting for him to deal with, which gave him a huge headache. Lien transformed Sam into his likeness to deal with Monto and the others at the church. He also promoted Monto, appointing him as the new cardinal. Wes finally rose from priest to bishop and was granted a potion of advancement, upgrading him from a Sequence 5 Dawn Knight to a Sequence 6 Temple Guardian. The advantage of doing this is that even if Sam knows nothing and does nothing, Cardinal Montao, the cardinal, has to step in and handle the heavy workload for the church. Back to Black Rose Castle. Hera glared at Lien with displeasure. What kind of Khan's feast am I referring to? I know. Didn't I ask the chef to research it? You have no idea how difficult those recipes are. Lien didn't know much about the Manchu Han Imperial Feast, and since this was the Western world, he was completely at a loss when it came to communicating with the chefs. In the end, he could only produce a fake Manchu Han Imperial Feast. The chefs have done their best. After eating, Hera felt that her vision had broadened. Although the taste is a bit strange, it's not bad. I'll have another serving overall. Upon hearing Hera's words, the chefs all fainted in the kitchen. This is not a blissful dizziness, but an escape from pain. Just eating isn't enough. Bring out all the wine! Lien rubbed his hands together with a smile. So, after downing glass after glass of wine, Hera, rubbing her bloated belly, collapsed onto the sofa without any regard for her image. Take Lady Hera back to her room to rest, and make sure no one gets close enough to disturb her, lest they be crushed to death by her dragon form. Lien kindly reminded the maids, who immediately did so. Having dealt with Hera, Lien finally had time to visit his first wife, Anna, at the palace. Anna was in her study, listening to the minister's reports. Lien's arrival drew the attention of the ministers. I have business with His Majesty the Emperor. You may all leave now. Yes, Your Holiness the Pope. With Lien's current status, even the 7 counselors have to give him face, let alone the imperial minister. The ministers all left the emperor's study. Lien closed the door and locked it, then looked at Anna with ill intent. What does the Pope want with me? Anna asked, puzzled. Your Majesty, have you forgotten our wedding? Lien approached Anna step by step, walked around the desk, stood in front of Anna, leaned forward, and lifted Anna's chin. Aren't we not allowed to have a wedding? Anna asked, blushing. The wedding will not take place, but the most important thing must be done. What is the most important thing? Chapter 136 The Backstab of Turning Around. Stop messing around, I still have a ton of things to take care of. Anna blushed for the first time as Lien's hands began to rub restlessly against her. It's okay, you go ahead with your work, I can do it myself. Lien said without any hesitation. Anna instinctively wanted to activate her nightmare ability to pull Lee into the dream so as not to make too much noise and disturb those around them. But Liyun held her hand down and pressed her lips to hers. Anna retreated step by step, moving away from the desk, and came to the small bed built into the study. This was a place for the Emperor to take a nap when he got too tired from working. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a thin silver line across the floor. Lien's fingertips rested on Anna's neck, where her pulse was beating rather fast. He lowered his head, his nose brushing against her earlobe, his breath warm. Anna. His voice was soft. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Anna didn't say anything, she just buried her face in the crook of his neck. Her fingers gripped the back of his shirt, a little tightly, then slowly loosened, her fingertips slipping inside to touch his warm skin. Lien's breath hitched. He turned his face to find her lips, not just gently touching them as before, but kissing them more deeply and slowly. Anna tilted her head back, her back against the soft pillow, and her fingers climbed up his shoulders. Several buttons on the shirt had come undone at some point. The moonlight moved over, illuminating the fine downy hairs on her collarbone, and the way his lips touched that hollow when he lowered his head. The curtains billowed gently in the night breeze, then fell back down. Anna's fingertips traced his back, feeling the muscles there tense up. She chuckled softly, but the sound was quickly swallowed back down her throat. His lips returned, moving from her collarbone upwards, past her Adam's apple, over her jaw, and finally stopping at the corner of her lips. "What are you laughing at?" "I didn't laugh." Her voice was a little hoarse. Leanne propped herself up to look at her. The moonlight shattered into tiny fragments in her eyes, so bright it was impossible to look away. He lowered his head, his forehead touching hers. The bedsheets rustled. Anna's toes brushed against his calf. He reached out and grasped her foot, holding on tightly, his thumb gently stroking the instep. The night outside the window was deep, and the ministers had already left the palace in their carriages. She could hear her own heartbeat, and she could hear his. The two rhythms slowly overlapped, making it impossible to tell which was louder. His palm pressed against her back, drawing her closer to him, and the skin-to-skin contact began to heat up. Anna closed her eyes. In the darkness, the sense of touch becomes exceptionally clear. His breath fell on her ear, his fingers ran through her hair, and his lips lingered on her shoulder, a touch of warm moisture. I don't know how much time passed, but the moonlight moved to the foot of the bed. Leon's breathing gradually calmed down, his arms still wrapped around her waist, as if afraid she would run away. Anna buried her face in his chest and heard his heartbeat. It was still very fast. "You've been talking for a long time," she spoke in a muffled voice. "How long exactly?" He lowered his head and touched the top of her head with his lips. "I wanted to do this from the first moment I saw you." Anna didn't say anything more, but simply tightened her grip on her arms. The curtains billowed up again, this time bringing a touch of coolness. Leon reached for the blanket and wrapped it around her head and all. The small bed seemed unable to support the weight of the two superhumans, creaking and groaning under the strain, until finally its bones shattered. A loud bang followed. The bed collapsed. Anna and Leon exchanged a glance under the covers, their eyes innocent yet sly. "Oh no," Anna said. "It's okay, someone will come to fix it tomorrow." As Leon spoke, he picked up Anna and said, "Let's go somewhere else." "Where to?" Anna looked at Leanne with curiosity. "Desk, balcony, bathroom, rooftop, anywhere you want." Anna fell silent. "I don't know how much time has passed." "Good night, Leon," Anna said softly. He looked down at her. She had already closed her eyes, her eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath them. "Good night, Anna." Under the moonlight, her breathing gradually became long and even. He stared at her for a long time, then finally placed a kiss on her forehead before closing his eyes. The next day, as the morning sunlight shone on Anna's face, she slowly opened her eyes. She then realized that she had fallen asleep on the roof, covered only by a thin sheet. Leon lay down beside her and said with a smile, "Good morning, we can watch the sunrise." Anna's cheeks flushed, and she wrapped the sheet around herself before leaving the rooftop. "Anna, where are you going?" Leon asked, puzzled. "I am the Emperor now. If someone else sees me..." Anna didn't say what came next, but the gist of it was that this kind of crazy thing would never happen again. So, when she woke up on the rooftop again on the second, third, and fourth days, she could only look helplessly at Leon. "Next time, I hope I can wake up in bed." "Yes, Your Majesty." "Can I kick you off the plane?" "No, the castle roof is too high. If I fall, I might be crippled," Leon said exaggeratedly. "There are rumors that Ellie has appeared in the Rhine and married a prince of the Rhine Empire," Anna suddenly said. "Oh, is that so?" Leon said calmly. "Don't you regret it? Rejecting the most beautiful woman in the Empire?" Anna looked into Lee's eyes. Leon gently tapped Anna's nose with his finger. "Who said I rejected the most beautiful woman in the Empire?" Isn't she right in front of me? Anna smiled, a smile so radiant it could melt any ice and snow, bathed in the first rays of sunrise. She rested her shoulder on Liun's shoulder. I love you, Lian Hall. I love you too, Anna Hillier Far Roland. Liun lowered her head and kissed her blonde hair. Are we going back to the office? Lian asked gently. Isabella started working, and thanks to her, I'm not so overwhelmed and have more free time. Anna blinked. I see. You really should thank Isabella, Lian said with a smile. Isabella also told me something else. She said you have nothing to do with Baroness Rose, but you seem to have a past with her sister Lori. Anna's smile grew even brighter, but Lian knew it was clearly a Yandere expression. Is she planning to make a move against Rose? Anna, I must confess to you about my relationship with Lori. Oh? What's your relationship? Loli was caught up in a conspiracy involving human alchemy. She became a test subject and was injected with a mermaid potion, a drug that enhances virility. After Lian explained and shifted the focus, Anna finally understood the simple and honest relationship between Lian and Lori. It turns out that Lian did this just to save Lori. Anna, I've decided to investigate the Valancer family. We can't let the tragedy of human alchemy happen again. I'm sorry, this matter can only be handled by the church. It involves the nobles, and even as the emperor, I cannot easily get involved. I understand, it's okay, leave everything to me. As Lian spoke, he secretly noted Isabella's betrayal in his heart. Good heavens, I let bygones be bygones and helped her get a high-ranking official position, and this girl turned around and betrayed me. Isabella, just you wait. Chapter 137. As the Pope, it shouldn't be a problem for him to receive tens of thousands of gold pounds in travel expenses when he goes on a business trip, right? As soon as Lian returned to Black Rose Castle, he was met with 2 pairs of disapproving gazes. I stayed by your side to become the Demon King, not to be the Pope. I quit. Sam was very dissatisfied. Recently, Lian had dumped all the work on him, a demon, to handle. This was the affairs of the Church of the Sun. What did it have to do with him, a demon? If the other demons knew that he, a demon, was working for the Church of the Sun, which claimed to be about light, justice, and order, what would they think of him? I'm being forced to drink every day, and I wake up at 6 p.m. every day, and then I have to keep drinking. I can't stand this kind of endless drinking. Hera was equally dissatisfied, slumped on the sofa, holding a bottle of expensive mozzarella in her hand. The royal wines, once a luxury, are now as commonplace to Hera as drinking water. It's clear that internal conflicts have become quite intense, and Lian, drawing on historical experience, has decided to shift these internal conflicts to external ones. Is anyone interested in going on a business trip with me to Green? Green? Sam's eyes lit up. Grim, the city of wisdom? Legend has it that the path to becoming a demon is hidden there. Many years ago, I had the privilege of visiting Green, a place that is home to many gourmets. Hera licked her tongue. Lian snapped his fingers. It seems everyone agrees, so let's pack our things and get ready to leave as soon as possible. Where will we stay in Green? Sam asked. With this incredibly wealthy guy, Lian, you'll never have to worry about finding a place to stay. There's the cathedral, the Hall family's private property, or even his fiefdom. It seems his baronial estate is in Green. Hera said. Please do not use the phrase filthy rich to describe an honest pope. The assets of the church are not my private property, and the financial power of the Hall family is also in Simon's hands. As for the fiefdom, Louis XV did indeed allocate a piece of land to me during his reign, in the Berlin area near Green. The name Berlin sounds vaguely familiar, but this Berlin is not the Berlin you're thinking of. The Berlin here is a small border town that grew up around Greentown, bordering the Rhineland, and was often affected by wars. What will happen to the church if I leave? Sam, who had been the Pope for several days, was inexplicably bursting with a sense of responsibility, still thinking about many church affairs that had not been handled well. Lian patted Sam on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'll have Archbishop Montauk take care of it. It's standard procedure. And as long as the Vatican exists, the Church will continue to function smoothly even without the Pope. All right. Sam breathed a sigh of relief. All right, I'm going to take a hot bath, and then I'll set off with 300 human servants. Since regaining her powers, Hera has become incredibly arrogant. 300 human minions? Why didn't you bring 3,000 Spartan warriors? Lee rolled his eyes. Let's travel light. We're going to Green to investigate a case. Just you, me, and Sam. We don't need anyone else. Investigating a case? What case? Sam asked. The human alchemy case, Leon said. Not interested. Hera yawned. Just tell me who did it, and I'll go and flatten it myself. Won't that solve the problem? Hee, it's not as simple as you think. The alchemy workshop for human alchemy comes from the Valancer family, which is a follower of the Church of Knowledge, a branch of the Astrological Society. The Valancer family is deeply involved and has many vested interests, so it cannot be solved by simply eliminating one or two high-ranking nobles. Of course, investigating the human alchemy case was just a pretext. What Lian really wanted to do was get close to Selena. Lianka hadn't forgotten the apocalyptic setting of this world. Although Anna's problem was solved, there were still 4 key witches whose problems needed to be addressed. Hera's problem can be put aside for now, because she has made a pact with herself and will not bring about the end of the world in the short term. But Saint Selena is different. In the game's storyline, Selena's in-depth investigation into human alchemy leads her to discover a secret deal between the Moon Garden's higher-ups and the Church of Knowledge. The upright Selena wants to confront and clear up the problems within the garden, but instead, she is accused of being a false god by the garden's higher-ups and sent to the guillotine. After being beheaded, Selena's resentment and anger, combined with the magic potion that had been injected into her body beforehand, transformed her into a headless world-destroying witch. Leon will never forget the helpless scene when players faced Selena with her head hanging on them. They were basically killed in one hit, and after resurrecting, they would be given a negative status effect that caused their sanity to drop rapidly, and then they would have to commit suicide. It took 2 resurrections to get rid of this negative status effect. The only way to defeat Selena is to revive her, but that process will be very difficult. Lien now has a better way to prevent her from dying. While his 2 companions were packing their bags, Lien took some time to go to the cathedral and held an emergency meeting. The meeting had 2 main agenda items. The first was to address the heinous incident of human alchemy, which Pope Leon was to personally investigate. The second was that he would be going out to investigate cases, leaving all affairs of the Sun Church to Archbishop Montier. After the meeting, Leon went to the Vatican's warehouse and retrieved several Grimm teleportation scrolls. Steam trains are the preferred mode of transport from the capital to other major cities, greatly shortening the journey. However, there are more convenient ways to get to Green. The fixed-point teleportation scroll works on the same principle as when Isabella could lead a large army from Green to the capital via a teleportation array. Thanks to the superb skills of those alchemists, its core is a combination of arcane and spatial magic. Green's transmission technology is world-renowned and more advanced than that of steam trains. However, there is a drawback. It only applies to Green City. Green can go to any city, and any city can reach Green via a Green teleportation scroll, but other cities cannot use the same method to teleport remotely as Green. This is because Grimm has kept this knowledge secret, making it a proprietary technology. Furthermore, only Grimm's tens of thousands of alchemists can support this kind of long-distance teleportation. No city without tens of thousands of alchemists could support such teleportation. In other words, only Green City has such hardware facilities. This is also why steam trains were able to become widespread in the Empire, but Grimm's teleportation system could not. Furthermore, a teleportation scroll to Green cost over 100 gold pounds, while a ticket for the steam train only cost 5 silver falcons, which meant that such an expensive item as a teleportation scroll could not be widely available. Leon felt that as the Pope, it wouldn't be a big problem for him to go on a business trip and receive tens of thousands of gold pounds in travel expenses, right? Montown knew Leon well. He was used to extravagance and waste. When he was Leon's superior, he could still restrict his expense reimbursements, but now that Lian was his superior, he could only turn a blind eye. Your Holiness, let Wes accompany you. Manto was somewhat worried about Lian's safety. After all, in his eyes, Lian was still just a blood-boiling one who was deeply blessed by the gods. Don't worry, my 2 maids will protect me. They are both exceptional talents. Lian rejected Manto's offer and turned to leave the cathedral with a flourish. Back at Black Rose Castle, Hera and Sam had already packed their bags. As expected, Hera brought only food, like a noble refugee who was afraid of going hungry or cold. Sam carried nothing but gold pounds. After completing his demonic traits, Sam was no longer the exhibitionist who would tear off his clothes at the drop of a hat. Instead, he became a slave to money. To prevent his first wife Anna from thinking the castle had been burgled, Lian had no choice but to leave a note stating that he had taken all the gold coins from the castle. Let's go, let's set off for Lorraine, the City of Wisdom. Volume 1 complete. Volume 2, Green City, the Saintess Chapter. Chapter 1, The Tower of Wisdom, Green. At dusk, Lian activated the teleportation scroll and walked into the teleportation light curtain with Hera and Sam. When I opened my eyes again, I had entered the City of Wisdom and Spire Green. Wow! Sam, a demon who had never seen the world, exclaimed sincerely. No wonder it's called the City of Wisdom. 30 years ago, this place wasn't like this. Lian, are you lost? Hera looked at Lian with suspicion. Sorry, this is a fixed-point teleportation scroll. There is no option to get lost, Lian said. Although I had seen grim CG scenes in the game, seeing them in person was still incredibly awe-inspiring. Lian looked up, staring intently at the newly opened map before him. The city grew out of the lake. That was the first thought that came to his mind. The surface of Lake Serral was as smooth as a mirror, perfectly capturing the reflection of the entire city, so much so that for a moment, he couldn't distinguish which was the real city and which was the illusion in the water. The white buildings cascade up the slope of the lake, layer upon layer, without walls or boundaries. Houses are connected to each other, and balconies and covered bridges intertwine to form a network. The whole city looks like a giant white coral growing from the lake. 22 towers stand throughout the city, which is why Green is known as the City of Towers and Wisdom. No other city has built so many towers. The tallest tower stands atop a mountain in the city center, its white body gleaming softly in the twilight sky. At the top of the tower is a huge crystal that is slowly rotating, collecting the last rays of sunlight and the first glimmer of starlight, and then projecting them onto the city below. The other 21 towers are scattered throughout the city, their spires also adorned with crystals, though smaller, and seemingly connected to the main tower by invisible rays of light, forming a net of light that envelopes the entire city. The light flowed along those unseen lines, and occasionally a ray of light would spill out of the net's boundary, like a transparent ribbon drifting into the night sky before slowly dissipating. The streets were filled with various alchemy workshops, colorful smoke billowing from their chimneys, and a complex smell permeated the air, which the grim people called the smell that magic itself should have. Alchemists dressed in colorful robes can be seen everywhere on the streets. Some hurried along alone, carrying bundles of parchment scrolls in their arms. Others stood in groups of 3 or 5 on street corners, arguing fiercely, their fingers tracing shimmering magical formulas in the air. Still others sat in open-air cafes, staring blankly at the ripples in their teacups. Yes, they called it thinking, not daydreaming. There's a saying in Grimm. An alchemist who can't daydream isn't a good alchemist. And outside Grimm, whenever someone sees someone daydreaming, they can't help but tease. Are you from Grimm? Stop spacing out, let's go, Lian said to the 2 maids. Although it is a privilege to daydream here. It is said that 90% of the potions used to help extraordinary individuals advance in rank come from Grin. Really? Then I can become a superhuman here too. That's great. Several elegantly dressed Ryan people passing by whispered excitedly, their voices reaching Lian's ears, but Lian was not surprised. Every year, many young people come to Green seeking the path to the extraordinary, but they don't know that while Green is full of hope, it is also fraught with danger. They may very well become the experimental subjects or part of a potion for some mad alchemist. This is not the green the first no. I can no longer find those familiar delicacies. Hera dejectedly stuffed a croissant into her mouth. Master, where are we going now? Sam asked. Go to the dwarf tavern. There's nowhere better to gather information. Leon said. The dwarf tavern? Oh, I miss their dwarf pies. How do you know about the dwarf tavern? Have you been there before? Hera looked at Leon suspiciously, wondering if Leon was of a race with a long lifespan like herself. Otherwise, how would he know about the dwarf tavern that was over 60 years old? If you stand on the shoulders of giants like I do, you will see me at the same height. Leon adjusted his monocle. The Mirror of Wisdom had been restored to its extraordinary effects thanks to the work of the Vatican's master craftsman. Of course, he is actually able to resist charm and hypnosis even without wearing this thing now. The primary functions of monocles are to confuse and for decoration. The shoulders of giants? Giants? I don't see any of them. Hera looked around and found that there were no giants at all. Leon did not explain further, and took Hera and Sam on the magic train to the Dwarf Tavern on Bet Street. The Dwarf Tavern is a peculiar tavern with red and green walls, its roof adorned with mushrooms, strawberries, and unidentified flowers and plants. It seems somewhat out of place in the modern city, like a house cut out from the pages of a fairy tale. Fortunately, the tavern was not particularly small despite being built by dwarves. The interior space was quite spacious, and it was no different from a regular tavern. Drink, 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 drink. We mustn't lose to that barbarian. Hee, this is our dwarf's home ground. Barbarians and dwarves were drinking, surrounded by many other drunkards, their faces flushed. The wooden table was being banged on, its corners wobbling as if it might collapse at any moment. Hey, move aside, don't block the way. A young halfling brushed past Lien and stole his money pouch. When the halfling ran out of the tavern to check his money pouch, he found that the pouch in his hand had turned into a stone, and the money pouch hanging from his waist had also disappeared. Huh! How could this happen? The halfling looked bewildered, wondering if he had encountered a master. Meanwhile, Leon had already placed the halfling's money bag on the bar. 3 set meals of number 6, dwarf pie with sweet iced wheat, and the rest is a tip. As a sequence 5 thief, a halfling like him is not worth considering. Taking his money bag is just a minor punishment. The dwarf bartender jumped onto the bar, emptied his money bag, and stared at Leanne speechlessly. Sorry, you only have enough money for 1 set meal. Are they that poor? Leon touched his chin and noticed some shiny stones. So the halfling's money bag was full of stones. No wonder it was so heavy. We won't accept these stones. The dwarf bartender put the stone back into his money bag, tossed it to Leanne, and took only the coins. Leanne handed the bartender a gold coin. A gold pound was enough to pay for anything here. The bartender put the gold coin in his mouth and bit it to confirm that it was genuine. It seems you not only want to eat, but also want to find out information. Yes, I want to know where Selena is. She's the saintess of the Moon Garden. You should know her, right? She was here 3 days ago. The bartender poured a glass of sweet iced ale for each of Leanne, Hera, and Sam. The bartender stuffed the gold coins into his clothes and whispered in Leanne's ear. She's always going back and forth between various alchemy workshops, which has aroused the dissatisfaction of many workshop owners. If it weren't for her identity, as the Holy Maiden of the Moon Garden, she might have already been put on a bounty to silence her. Thank you. May I ask where I can find her? Why don't you give me the gold coins? Maybe I can tell you where Selena is. Wearing a royal blue ruffled dress, Loli sat down next to Leanne, picked up Leanne's wine glass, and drank without ceremony. Oh, the person you asked for has arrived. Thank you for the tip. The bartender laughed and jumped off the bar, probably afraid that Leanne would take back the gold coins, and he ran into the kitchen in a flash. 5 meters away from Lori, Saintess Selena stood there, her gaze meeting Leanne's through the crowd. Chapter 2. Is this a proper dwarf tavern? Seeing Leanne and Selena looking at each other, Lori felt a little jealous. Sam comforted her. Miss Lori, don't think too much about it. Master is just thanking the Saintess for saving Princess Anna. She can never replace you in Master's heart. You are his first mistress. Hera spat out the sweet iced ale she had just taken a sip of. You rude guy. Sam wiped the sweet iced ale off his face. Lori looked at Sam, then at Hera, and finally at Selena, and suddenly felt a little inferior. It seems there's no longer a place for her next to Leon. She silently finished her sweet iced ale, her head bowed. I'm sorry, I just thought Selena's features were more obvious and she would be easier for the bartender to recognize, so I asked about Selena first. I know you're with her. Instead of leaving his seat and walking towards Selena, Leon reached out, ruffled Lori's long hair, and whispered something in her ear. Lori's cheeks visibly flushed red. She didn't like such praise, even though it was indeed true. Her figure is indeed hard to match. Lori, now confident, waved to Selena. Selena walked over and sat in the empty seat next to Lori. Pope. Selena prepared to formally bow to Leon. After all, they belonged to high positions in the two major camps, and even if they met in a place like a tavern, it could be called a meeting. Sure. Leon gestured for silence and said with a smile. Just call me Leon or Baron. My fief is in Berlin, not far from here. Your Excellency, Baron. Selena spoke softly, politely but distantly. This is Hera, Sam, my partner and subordinate. Oh, this is Selena, and this is Lori. Hera, you've met them before, do you remember them? Leon gave a brief introduction to both parties, and the group left the bar and found an empty seat in the corner. The bartender quickly brought over the 3 No. 6 set meals that Leon had ordered. Hera rubbed her hands together and began to enjoy the dwarf pie. Hey bro, it's not fair that you're spending all your time with so many beauties. Why don't we all go together? A group of drunk thugs surrounded them, looking at Lori and the others with ill intent. Their good looks were certainly too eye-catching in the dwarf tavern. Of course, they are dazzling presences not only in dwarf taverns, but anywhere they appear. Sam loved this dessert, especially after tasting the dwarf pie, which wasn't as delicious as the legend suggested. She was happy to taste the heart. Master, leave them to me. Sam stood up, smiled at the group, and said, Want to play? Come with me. The horned beauty glanced at them, and they followed Sam out of the tavern as if their souls had been stolen. Lord Leon, are your subordinates demons? Selena sensed the demonic aura emanating from Sam, and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. How could Leon, the Pope of the Church of the Sun, command demonic subordinates? Poor Sam, her mother was human, and she had the most tragic childhood. But I can't tell everyone her secret. Adults should know how to properly keep secrets for their friends. Miss Saint, you just need to know that she's not a bad person at heart. You're making friends with the devil? I assure you, Sam is worthy of your friendship. We have been through life and death together. Demons are just her race, not her future. Kind-hearted Selena remained non-committal. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, Will Sam hurt those people? Ants, just crush them. Hera was quite dissatisfied with the changed taste of the dwarf pie, so she took out her own croissant and took a bite. Selena looked up and met Hera's gaze. There seemed to be an invisible electromagnetic field between the two. The cold crimson eyes met the deep blue pupils with moonlight patterns, like a collision between evil and justice. The two witches exuded an aura that neither of them liked. I don't like you, Hera said directly. I don't like you either. Selena was surprised that she had said something so rude, but it was what she truly felt. If possible, I still hope that you can coexist peacefully, since you will be living together in the future, Leon said in a low voice. What? Hera and Selena spoke in unison. No, it's nothing. Leon smiled and waved his hand. I heard you. Lori looked at Leon with even more suspicion, determined to get him drunk tonight and extract all the secrets she didn't know from him. Everyone please go upstairs. I've arranged rooms for you. The dwarf bartender walked over and winked at Leon. A large suite is perfect for an outstanding young man like you. I didn't say I wanted to stay at a hotel. Leon's lips twitched. If you don't stay at the hotel, and I take your gold coins, I'll be accused of running a shady business. Don't be shy, come with me. The dwarf bartender led the way, and Leon had no choice but to follow. Hera, Selina, and Lori also followed. The noisy tavern lobby was not suitable for sharing information. They needed a more private place. The room is a good choice. That was their initial thought, until they saw the large room filled with a rosy atmosphere. This big bed can fit 6 people. Oh, one more won't hurt. Various props are also hanging on the walls. Oh, these tools are free to use, don't worry, they've all been cleaned with cleansing magic by alchemists, they're absolutely clean. The bathroom features a double bathtub. The bathtub might be a bit cramped for you, that was our oversight. The room floor was covered with rose petals. Spring roses are hard to find, it took a lot of effort. The air was filled with the scent of roses and essential oils. The bartender turned the music box on the windowsill, and soothing music flowed out like a stream. If you have any custom tracks, you can also let us know. The bartender rubbed his hands together with a smile, his expression saying he didn't want a tip. Is this a legitimate dwarf tavern? Leon suddenly asked. Of course, quite seriously. If you need succubus services at night, just let me know. Oh no, you won't need them, you're too busy. The bartender had already extended his hand. Leon handed him a gold coin. Is the soundproofing good? Don't worry, the soundproofing here is top-notch. Okay, get out and close the door, Leon said. The bartender nodded knowingly, took his short legs, walked out of the room, and closed the door. The group sat down around the round table. Apart from Leanne, the 3 women all looked somewhat uneasy. Even the slow-witted Hera sensed something was amiss, and her mind couldn't help but wander into some pink fantasies. Not to mention Lori, the mermaid who was already affected by the potion and couldn't help but want to get close to Leanne at night. Something is wrong here, Hera said. Something is definitely not right. Lori tugged at the collar of her clothes, feeling that it was too tight and hot. Let's get down to business. Ladies, the church sent me to investigate the case of human alchemy. Tell me, how far have you gotten? Leanne looked at Selina and Lori and noticed that they were both drinking black tea and looked very thirsty. Chapter 3: The Common Enemy of the 3 Major Orthodox Churches. Green has 754 alchemy workshops, 3,246 private alchemy workshops, countless underground alchemy workshops, and more than 100,000 alchemists. We secretly investigated half of the alchemy workshops and found that they were all related to the Valancer family. Even if the alchemy workshops were not under the Valancer family's name, they were still sponsored by the Valancer family. Most alchemy workshops are operating normally, producing alchemical products including weapons, enchanted armor, and some daily necessities. However, the underground alchemy workshops are the main source of blasphemous drugs. Of the 32 types of blasphemous drugs circulating on the market, 31 come from Grin. The Valancer family is the biggest beneficiary. Selina, who is immune to romance, replied. As a saint, Selina received a pure and virtuous education from a young age, and was to dedicate her life to the moon goddess. Therefore, she simply regarded the strange furnishings in the room as the tavern owner's unique personal hobby, and did not take them to heart or think about them in that way. That kind of thing simply doesn't exist in her educational dictionary. She was as pure as a piece of untouched white jade, without any flaws. Beneath the glamorous surface of Green City, 70% of the lower class are drug addicts, harmed by blasphemous medicines. Their lives end before the age of 30, and their corpses are sent to the underground alchemy workshop to become materials. Selina's expression was compassionate, as if she were mourning for the 70% of people at the bottom of society. Hearing this, Leon couldn't help but admire Selina and Lori's incredible efficiency. In just 1 month, they had uncovered so many clues. If it were me, I might only have found the beginning. But that's the most fatal thing. The more information Selina has, the less likely she is to give up the investigation, and the more likely it will touch the interests of the Moon Garden's higher-ups and the Church of Knowledge. Moreover, since it involves blasphemous drugs, the Church of the Sun will inevitably be implicated as well. Many blasphemous drugs circulate in the capital, but the church turns a blind eye because every year those merchants pay a large sum of taxes to the imperial government, and also pay a protection fee to the church. In other words, Selina will become the common enemy of the three major Orthodox churches and is destined to be sent to the guillotine. It seems you have found evidence of human alchemy. Leon tried to keep his expression calm and continued. Selina, what do you plan to do? I'm going back to Rhine to tell my teacher and the Moon Court. The Moon Court will definitely stand up for these poor innocents, thoroughly investigate the Valancer family, and bring these wicked alchemists to justice. Selina said innocently. Although the dean was in the capital, Selina trusted her teacher and the 7 council elders of the courtyard more. Moreover, the Moon Courtyard holds absolute power in the Rhineland because it has a large number of believers there, while in Far, the courtyard has only just begun its missionary work and can only be described as weak and powerless. Why go back to Rhine? Rhine has no right to interfere in Fal's affairs. If not handled properly, it may trigger a war. I'm right here. Why not hand over all the evidence to me and let the Church of the Sun handle it? Leon said. Is His Holiness the Pope willing to stand up for the poor and underprivileged? A hint of surprise flashed in Selina's eyes. After all, the original purpose of the Church of the Sun was to serve the powerful and wealthy. Every noble in the Far Empire possessed a supernatural potion, which was granted by the Church of the Sun. This helped to solidify the Church's position in the hearts of the powerful and wealthy. The Church of the Sun also has a widely circulated motto. The sun will shine on the earth, and justice will descend upon mankind, but God's grace is limited and will only look upon the most devout believers. How can you prove your piety? Just look at how much sun gold you have donated. Moreover, the Church of the Sun emphasizes absolute order and strives to maintain order for the rulers by establishing a strict hierarchical system. All of this made Selina feel that the sun wasn't so approachable. Of course. And this is not just about standing up for the poor and lowly, but also for my friend, Lori, and those slaves who have been ravaged by the drug. As Leon spoke, his gaze fell on Lori. Lori was found fighting Hera for the teapot. Of course, the mermaid's power was no match for the dragon girls, so Hera eventually took the teapot. Lori watched angrily as Hera drank all the water in the teapot. Judging from her expression, she wished she could take down the little leather whip from the wall and lash Hera, but unfortunately, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Thank you. I admire your character. Selina looked at Leon with newfound respect and handed him an alchemy workshop ledger. Most alchemy workshops keep it very secret, but some workshop owners want to keep a secret and have preserved ledgers of their transactions with the Valancer family. These ledgers record the buying and selling of blasphemous medicines, special potions, and corpses. Although it is only the tip of the iceberg, it is enough to prove the sins of the Valancer family. Upon receiving the ledger, Leon took a deep breath. The ledger pointed to the Valancer family, but it couldn't directly point to the higher-ups of the Moon Courtyard. Selina, leave this to me. You don't need to investigate anymore, Leon said. I'm sorry, but I will continue to investigate. I feel that this matter is far from over. Although this is Fal, there is an unbreakable connection between Fal and Rhine. There are also many alchemy workshops in Rhine, and perhaps they are also engaged in the same wicked business. As the saintess of the courtyard, I must take responsibility and investigate this matter thoroughly. Selina's tone remained gentle, yet it carried an undeniable firmness. I will be returning to the Rhine tomorrow. The matter of Far will be handled by His Holiness the Pope, but the matter of the Rhine will need to be handled by our own court. Leon knew that was Selina's personality. Once she made up her mind to do something, nothing could change it. She is gentle, kind, divine, and quite stubborn, and absolutely unwilling to see innocent people suffer. That is why, when she was branded a false god and sent to the guillotine, seeing the crowd she had tried so hard to protect but who had now become utterly despised and were shouting, "Hang her!" she became disheartened and filled with resentment, eventually turning evil after her death. Of course, none of this can be blamed on the higher-ups of the Moon Courtyard, nor on the easily swayed and misled commoners. There is a force at play driving all of this to happen. That was Sebastian, the god of death who stole the power of the Moon Goddess. Yes, the moon goddess that Moon Garden has always worshipped has actually changed hands long ago. Selena is actually a contingency plan left behind by the moon goddess, a reincarnation of the goddess in this world. Sebastian may have discovered this, which is why he orchestrated everything and ultimately turned Selena into his servant in hell, the headless world-destroying witch. Chapter 4. The Prophecy about Selena. Since we can't stop this plot from happening, we can only gather materials for her to become a god and help her regain her memories as the moon goddess as soon as possible. Rubbing his temples, Lien began to think deeply about how to plan a sufficiently secretive ascension ritual that could escape the Grim Reaper's sight. Your Holiness, you don't want me to go back? Seeing that Lien remained silent, Selena suddenly asked softly. No, I'm just worried about your safety. What sequence are you in now? Selena did not show any aversion to Lien Tang's question. Under normal circumstances, it is not considered a consensus among superhumans not to inquire about their level and abilities, unless they are master and disciple or even closer lovers. Moreover, ever since Selena became a high-sequence powerhouse, even those within the courtyard, including the council elders and her teacher, have never said anything like, I'm worried about your safety. Selena remembered the records in the courtyard about this newly crowned pope, a man watched over by the sun god, a man bathed in divine grace, but merely a bloodthirsty one with a large following. The strongest blood boiler is only equivalent to a sequence 3 knight. In terms of strength, Selena felt that the person who should be worried about safety was Liyun, not herself. Sequence 7 Moon Witch, Selena said calmly. For someone of Selena's age to have reached sequence 7 at such a young age is truly remarkable, and can only be described as exceptionally gifted. A high-sequence powerhouse, proficient in divination, moonlight transformation, healing, and capable of spreading plagues, these are Selena's strengths. With Death's covert manipulation, Selena quickly obtained the information she wanted. Unfortunately, sequence 7 is still too early for becoming a god. At the top of the moon sequence is sequence 12, the Crimson Moon, which is the moon goddess herself. To advance to sequence 12, Selena must first advance from sequence 7 Moon Witch to sequence 8 Corruptor Lord, sequence 9 Soul Thief, sequence 10 Death Raven, and sequence 11 Pale Lord. That's right, the Pale Lord is also in the sequence, and he is an angel below the true god. Because the power over the moon had long been taken away by Death, in order to prevent the previous Pale Lord from ascending to the Crimson Moon and seizing his power, Death corrupted the Pale Lord, causing him to fall into evil godhood, and also caused the Pale Lord's only daughter to fall into the Witch of the End. Therefore, Death is the common enemy of the Witch of the End, the Pale Lord, and the Moon Goddess. Of course, Death also has allies. Currently, the Sun God and the Sage of the Stars are Death's allies. Otherwise, how could the situation of the 3 major Orthodox churches be formed? If Selena wants to become a god, she must avoid the gaze of the true gods, and the only place where she can escape the gods' gaze is the rift created by the ancient gods. Within the cracks, the aura of the ancient gods will overwhelm everything. However, becoming a god in the rift is much more difficult than in reality. First, help Selena obtain the sequence 8 Corruptor's Potion. And if you want to obtain potions, there is no place more suitable than Grin, where 80% of the potions in the Oran continent come from. Goddess Selena, you didn't tell me you were already sequence 7. For Loli, who has acquired the derivative profession of assassin, high-sequence powerhouses are simply unattainable beings. She never expected that her friend had quietly leveled up to such a terrifying level. As expected of the saintess nurtured by the Moon Garden with all her heart and soul, her talent was 1 in a million. I'm sorry I kept it from you, I just didn't want to discourage you, Selena said to Lori. Now I'm even more devastated. Lori looked at Lien. It seemed that among everyone present, only Lien was a derivative professional like herself. Oh no, Lien is now not only the Pope, but also has demon subordinates and a contracted dragon. Thinking about this, Lori felt even more devastated. That's not enough. We need to gather materials for Sequence 8 to help you advance as quickly as possible, Lien said. Selena and Lori were both stunned, and even Hera and Sam were somewhat surprised. Master, do you know the potion recipe for Sequence 8 of the Moon Passage? Sam asked, unable to hide his excitement. Only the Dean is qualified to know the recipe for Sequence 8. My merits are not enough to exchange for this recipe. Selena said slowly. She didn't believe that Lien could master this potion. Cough, cough. Lien coughed twice, almost as if he were about to pull out a papal hat to demonstrate his current status. I am His Holiness the 33rd Pope of the Church of the Sun. It shouldn't be surprising that I possess a Sequence 8 potion recipe from the Moon Garden, right? Are you sure the Church would tell this guy who looks like a heretic about these secret recipes? Hera expressed her doubts. Lien can't possibly say that these recipes have already been written on Tieba, a Chinese online forum, and are knowledge points that every veteran player must master, can he? Of course, he originally couldn't remember the names of all the strange and wonderful medicines in the formula, but after becoming a superhuman, his memory improved dramatically, allowing him to remember all the sequence potions of the three major righteous churches with perfect clarity, including those potions for derivative professions. I am the Pope, Lien said speechlessly. I don't need to know the recipe. I just need to wait until this is over and accumulate enough merit to get a Sequence 8 potion inside the courtyard. Although Selena was surprised that Lien had actually mastered the potion recipe, she did not intend to advance her advancement ahead of time. To be precise, she lacked the desire to become stronger as soon as possible. Selena, you know that the former Pope of the Sun was a prophet, right? Lien's expression suddenly turned serious. This caused Selena, Lori, and Hera to tense up as well. No, Selena said. He once told me a prophecy about you, and as a friend, I must tell you. Friends? When did you and Selena become friends? Lolita's focus is definitely different. Selena is your friend, and you are my friend, which means Selena is my friend too. Besides, Selena saved Anna, have you forgotten? Lien gave a casual, perfunctory reply and continued looking at Selena. You really don't want to know what the prophecy is about? Seeing that Lien really wanted to tell her, Selena cooperated and said, Please tell me. You will become the savior of the apocalypse, provided you defeat the witch before the apocalypse arrives. Lee couldn't directly reveal Selena's fate, because she was very likely still under the watchful eye of death. So he decided to set a small goal for Selena. A kind person like Selena would definitely try her best to stop the end of the world if she knew it was coming. The end of the world? Defeat the witch? Selena's beautiful brows furrowed almost imperceptibly as she slowly said, Do you want me to defeat Anna, the current Empress of the Far Empire? Why do you think Anna is the only witch in the world? Hera said eagerly. She had long disliked Selena, but she had promised Lien not to hurt people casually. If Selena challenged her, then it wouldn't count as her hurting people casually. Yes, Anna isn't the only witch in this world. You need to defeat Blair, the deep-sea witch. Blair will cover all the continents with the ocean, leading to the complete extinction of humanity. Selena, compared to the extinction of all humanity, what you are investigating now is insignificant. So, please feel free to leave the whole matter to me. What you need to do is become stronger as soon as possible. I hope you can accumulate enough power before the end of the world. Chapter 5 Abyss Alchemist. It was already late at night, and after receiving a detailed description from Lee, Selena finally realized the seriousness of the situation. The world is about to end. Because this event is real, and because Lien tells it vividly, not only Selena believes it, but also Lori, Hera, and Sam. In the face of the apocalypse, neither Loli's hatred nor the exposure of the evil of human alchemy seemed insignificant. I must make the most of this time to eat as much good food as possible. This was Hera's first thought. I must accumulate strength as soon as possible and become stronger. Sam felt he had to gather strength before the apocalypse, hoping to become a survivor. In Lien's opinion, this idea was quite normal, at least much more normal than Hera's. What do you mean by, seize the time to eat something good? Is eating all you have in your life? You have such great power, yet you don't use it to stop the apocalypse. All you think about is eating, eating, eating. If the sky were to fall, it would crush you, you glutton, the first thing to happen. Lien muttered to himself, glancing at Selina and Lori. No, we should stop the apocalypse. Selina gave the same answer that Lee had expected, in a firm tone. As expected of my angel Selina, she has always been great and noble in terms of values. Yes, even though this world is rotten, I still don't want it to be destroyed. Loli said. I'm glad you said that, Lori. Leon had thought that after experiencing betrayal by her family, the death of her sister, becoming an experimental subject, and being sold into slavery, Lori might wish for the end of the world. But it seems that although Lori harbors hatred, she still retains a passion for life. Perhaps I should also tell the council elders and teachers in the courtyard about this. They will help us, Selina said. If you can convince them, that would be best. Leon breathed a sigh of relief after realizing that Selina's attention had indeed been diverted. As for whether the Moon Church will help Selina advance her career as soon as possible, that depends on the decision of their higher-ups. The apocalyptic scenario brought about by Blair, the deep-sea witch, is definitely true, but it happens after the previous witches, which is a full 3 years away. But if they don't trust you, please don't doubt your own judgment. We are your best allies. Leon handed the potion recipe he had prepared to Selina, saying, If you can't get the potion in the courtyard, just follow this recipe. Green can find all the ingredients. Thank you, Your Holiness the Pope. Selina accepted the formula, though she figured she probably wouldn't need it. After all, she still had her teacher and the entire courtyard. Would they just stand by and watch the world end without doing anything? Of course not. You can call me Lien, just like Lori does. We're friends, aren't we? Yes, Your Holiness, Selina said. Lien wiped the sweat from her forehead, knowing it would be difficult to get her to change her mind in a short time. There are rats, Hera suddenly reminded her. Leon had already guessed that since Selina had already grasped so many secrets of the Valancer family, the Valancer family would not let the whistleblower go. As soon as he finished speaking, the rose petals that were originally spread on the ground seemed to be scorched by invisible flames, and their edges began to curl and tremble. Upon closer inspection, fine vascular patterns emerge on the surface of each petal, with scarlet veins spreading and growing beneath the thin, cicada wing-like petals, like the capillaries of a living creature rapidly engorging with blood. The petals began to merge, their edges dissolving into a viscous gel, sticking together and piling up, even making gurgling sounds, until finally forming a mass of flesh and blood slime. Its body is translucent, and you can see the undigested petal remnants inside slowly rotating, like a specimen imprisoned in amber. It didn't make the expected splatter when it landed back on the ground. Instead, it felt like a piece of raw meat being slapped onto a cutting board, dull, sticky, yet full of elasticity. More slime struggled to stand up from the pile of petals. They had no fixed shape, sometimes stretching into wriggling tentacles, sometimes shrinking into trembling fleshy balls, with clear mucus constantly seeping from their surface. Flesh and blood slimes, countless flesh and blood slimes. It's alchemy! Oh no, we've been targeted by alchemists. Lori swallowed hard and said nervously, I should have known this day would come. Lien, Hera, Sam, Lori, and Selina sprang up from their stools almost simultaneously. The stools began to deform the moment they left their seats. The wooden bench seat rises from the center, and the bark texture quickly spreads across the entire surface. Fresh, grassy sap gushed from the cracks, followed by branches. Tender green buds grew, branched, and intertwined at a visible speed, and in the blink of an eye, they grew into trunks as thick as bowls. The outline of a human face emerged from the wrinkles in the bark, first as a blurry indentation, then gradually becoming clearer in terms of eyebrows, eyes, nose, and mouth, a distorted, pained face. 5 large trees occupied the original room's space, their canopies stretching wildly upwards, while the roof seemed to be pushed open by this force of growth, receding infinitely upwards. The low ceiling has been transformed into an unreachable dome, with colors flowing and changing across it. The paint on the paintings on the wall began to seep out. The painting depicting the woman in red was the first to come to life. The woman's eyes in the painting moved, first stiffly and frame by frame, then smoothly. Her lips curved upwards, revealing a smile so bright it seemed dangerous. The picture frame is like a door that has been pushed open. She stepped from the two-dimensional world into the three-dimensional space. First, her bare toes tentatively peeked out of the picture, then her whole leg. The skin of her leg still had undried paint on it, which flowed and dripped with her movements. When she fully emerged, the thin red veil she wore could barely cover anything. She charged at him, brandishing her whip, but Sam kicked her away. The woman's body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the wall with a soft plop. The moment she touched the wall, her body disintegrated into countless colorful paint fragments, which slowly flowed down the wall and finally solidified into an unrecognizable pool of mixed colors. The faces of the 5 large trees have been fully formed. They rotated their trunks, using their sunken tree-hole eyes to lock onto Selena and the others, and launched attacks by waving their branches. The bed monster rose from the ground, its 4 scaly legs supporting its massive, writhing body as it moved toward the crowd. With each step it took, the ground would tremble, and its enormous, fissure-like mouth would open and close repeatedly, spewing out foul-smelling hot air from its depths. The flesh and blood slimes formed a semicircle, slowly and steadily shrinking their encirclement. The ground they passed through left traces of corrosion, and the wooden floor was eroded with grooves. The double room, which was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere just a minute ago, has now been completely transformed into a battlefield of flesh and plants. The air was filled with the creaking of wood, the gurgling of flesh and blood, and some indescribable, abyssal whisper. What kind of monsters are these? Hera felt nauseous. I'm sure this is some kind of alchemy, but I don't know whether it belongs to the illusion or perception system. Selena said. Abyss alchemists can grant temporary life to any inanimate object. It seems that the people tracking you are not simple either. Leon looked at Sam and said, The Abyss is the homeland of demons, Sam. Don't let these cannon fodder who are temporarily summoned look down on you. Understood, Master. I will take these souls from my homeland seriously. Chapter 6 Truth? I was born to be the truth. My name is Copperfield Leon. I was born in the Rhine, and I am a genius alchemist. They say I am the youngest crown alchemist in history. 20 years old. Before the soul within this body had even fully glimpsed the world, I was already standing atop the heads of all living alchemists. Beneath the crown lies a groveling court, a sycophantic king, and those old men who have devoted their lives to studying, yet can only look up at my back. Truth? I was born to be the truth. Until that day. As the light of the transmutation array engulfed the laboratory, I heard the first breath from beyond the world. That was neither human breathing nor the whisper of a god. That's the abyss, it's watching me. It gently tore a crack in my otherwise perfect formula. I wasn't afraid, I just walked in. They say I've fallen from grace. They say I betrayed the laws of the living and became an abyss alchemist. Ridiculous. The rules under the sun are nothing more than fences prepared for mediocrity, and I simply pushed open that door. Behind the door lies not depravity, but a purer form of authority. Death flows through my fingers, no longer a taboo avoided by alchemy, but the most docile material in my hands. What I have forged is no longer gold, but life itself. The creation of life has always been a taboo for alchemists, but not for me. I can summon the souls of the abyss at will, bringing all the dead things around me to life, even if only briefly, like fireworks. But they are truly alive. So what if they become monsters? This is my power, the terrifying power of the abyssal alchemist. From that day on, my name disappeared from the list of guests at the palace. Bounty posters covered the walls of the 7 kingdoms, bearing the words, Heretic Kinslayer, and Walking Calamity. Those words couldn't even touch the hem of my clothes. Because I became a shadow. They call me Shadow Killer. This title is too cautious. The shadow is merely the absence of light, while I am a silence deeper than the abyss. I walked between the throne and the bed, between the banquet hall and the secret passage. My hunts have never failed, not because of skill, but because those so-called prey have been my property from the moment they are born. I simply go to take them. The air they breathe carries the dust I laid a century ago. The wine they drink carries the warmth of my fingertips. Their fate was forged by me the very first day I looked down upon this world. A Grand Duke, hiding within a 7-layered barrier, believed his defenses were impregnable. I entered his bedroom, sat beside his bed, and watched him awaken from his deep sleep, seeing my face reflected in his pupils. "Who are you?" I laughed. "When your great-great-grandfather was still a child, I was already the master of this world." He died. The 7 layers of the barrier remained silent. This was my favorite hunt, and it happened at noon. When the sun is at its strongest and the shadows are at their weakest. My goal is an old man who is known as the Invincible Sage. He was in the crowd, and I was 3 steps behind him. The sunlight cast my shadow on his heels. He suddenly stopped and turned his head. "You can't kill me," he said. "My fate is tied to the fate of the nation. To kill me is to kill millions of people." I nodded. "I know." Then I extended my index finger and gently touched his forehead. As he collapsed, the surrounding market remained noisy, and no one noticed that an old man had stopped breathing. What do I care about the fate of millions? I never kill. I merely reclaim their lives that are temporarily occupied. They always say I'm cold-hearted. No. Cold-heartedness is the self-protection of the weak. I just don't care. The world is my laboratory. All people, all cities, all history, were but a speck of dust on the alchemical array. I turn the stars, all things are born and die. Do I need to care about the thoughts of a speck of dust? They hunted me. Priests, knights, assassins, and those so-called rising stars. Their blades never touched the hem of my clothes, their spells never disturbed my heartbeat. I stood on the edge of the abyss, watching them brandish swords on the other side, like a swarm of ants trying to shake a mountain. Sometimes I will deliberately leave traces. A strand of hair, a drop of blood that had long since congealed. Let them chase. Let them think they're getting closer and closer to me. Give them hope, then watch that hope devour them. This is my gift to mortals. In my 999 hunting missions I have never lost, which makes me feel that life is so boring. Until I received an invitation from the Valancer family to hunt down a woman with divine qualities. Haha, interesting, very interesting. There is actually a woman in this world who possesses divinity. I can't wait to bring her back to my laboratory to dissect and study her. I want to separate her divinity. Perhaps I am only one step away from becoming the god of the abyss. The key lies in her. This woman's name is Selena, and she is the current saintess of the Moon Garden. Oh, those old maids who worship the moon never tire of electing a saintess, until the saintess becomes a real spinster. Why don't I end her tragic fate sooner and let her die in the shadow of the abyss? That would be her honor, wouldn't it? I followed Selena all the way and found that she entered the Dwarf Tavern. Oh, I visited this tavern 20 years ago. The world has gone to waste, people's hearts have changed, and the tavern has completely changed. The drinks and cream of mushroom soup have all changed, and they've even developed couple suites to cater to customers. It's truly heretical. So I watched as Selena and her group of young friends went into a guest room and dealt with the troublesome patrons and the irresponsible boss. An inauthentic dwarven tavern shouldn't exist in this world. I've cleaned the dwarves' house. Oh, dwarven ancestors, no need to thank me. I breathed life into the inanimate objects in Selena's room, letting these monsters play with her for a while. I wanted to see the power of her Sequence 7 Moon Witch form. But the troublesome horned demon, by virtue of her superior status among the White Walkers in the Abyss, forcibly devoured the souls of the monsters from the Abyss, turning my ambush into a joke. No problem, as the protagonist of this world, I have plenty of ways to deal with demons. Perfect timing. I can summon her to be the soul of the monster I just created. The people in the tavern have all been turned into blasphemous monsters by me. The walking blasphemous monster is not very aesthetically pleasing, as its internal organs are hanging out, but its attack power is astonishing. Not many people can see it without being crazy, fearful, or terrified. Especially after it acquires the soul of a demon, its power will only increase to a higher level. The horned demon's soul was easily summoned away and embedded into the blasphemous monster's body. It's not that she's too weak, but that I'm too strong, so strong that even the sequencers of this world are afraid of me. Oh, the boy beside her looks like a Sequence 5 thief. I hate thieves, and I hate even more the Platt-like aura he exudes. This guy might be that bastard Platt's illegitimate son. We might as well kill him here. How is that possible? With a single, gentle punch, he shattered the blasphemous monster I had created and forcibly dragged away the soul of the horned demon. Is he really just a Sequence 5 thief, a thief who can borrow other people's luck? No, 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 he not only defeated my blasphemous monster, but also found me hiding in the shadows. What is he going to do? What is the maid beside him going to do? He actually ordered his maid to eat me. Damn heretics, what are they going to do to the chosen one? What are they going to do to the protagonist of this world? Why did the maid open her mouth so wide? Why was she able to tear me apart so easily? Why is my prized abyssal alchemical magic having absolutely no effect on her? It hurts so much. It hurts so much. At that moment, I felt the whole world was weeping for me, mourning me, because her child, the protagonist of the world, was about to die and be eaten by that maid named Hera. And all of this is because of that man, Lien Hall. Even if I die, I will curse him forever. I will wait for him in the deepest abyss of hell. Lien thought the battle would last a long time, but he couldn't help being so powerful now, with the gluttonous Hera as a backup and the Moonlight Saintess providing support. He looked at Copperfield Leon, who had been eaten by Hera and was now just ahead, staring at him with venomous eyes, and said in confusion, "Are you cursing me?" "Yes, I am cursing you." Copperfield Leon had already completed the whirlwind of his brilliant life, his eyes fixed intently on Lien. "All right, Hera, stop eating. His soul can be made into a decent extraordinary item." "Oh? But it's delicious. It's a huge form of pollution in itself." Hera was somewhat unwilling. "Greedy cat, does he also have strawberry cream pie that's delicious?" "No, not at all." Hera relented and tossed her head to Lee. Copperfield Leon glared venomously at Lien. "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to turn you into a supernatural object, so you can curse me in my ear every day. How about that? Isn't that thoughtful?" Damn it, damn it, damn it, you heretic who's going to hell." "Sure, don't say that. I'm just a young pope." "The Pope? Impossible! How could the Pope associate with demons? How could he associate with witches?" Copperfield Leon finally realized who the maid beside Lien was. It was Hera, the god-eater witch who could even devour the aura of an ancient god. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Because he was tired of listening to Copperfield Leon's nonsense, Lien locked his head in a lead box, intending to ask the artisans of the Church of the Sun to help him make it into a prop. In this battle, Sam initially held an absolute advantage, using his demonic status to devour many souls from the abyss, causing the monsters to be defeated without a fight. But then, Sam was targeted. Since her previous contractor, Mr. A, was dead, she was an unclaimed demon and was easily summoned by the abyssal alchemist Copperfield Leon, and embedded in the body of the giant flesh mountain, the blasphemous monster. Even though Sam was eventually saved by Lee, he was left with only half a life. She lay on the ground, barely alive, about to reminisce about her short but brilliant life, just like Copperfield Leon, when she was forcibly interrupted by Lien. "Sam, if you're not dead, get up." "Master, I'm sorry, I can't stand up." "Selena, could you take a look at Sam?" Lien looked at Selena. Selena never refuses to heal any patient. Unlike Hera, who possesses the ability to devour and cleanse pollution, the Moon Witch possesses pure healing methods, a gentle healing power that can truly treat plagues, diseases, and injuries. However, when Selena looked at Sam, who had revealed his demonic form, her brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. "When I was very young, I saw demons attacking villages, and I also saw a demon disguised as a human kill the old man who took it in. Demons always take advantage of human compassion, human greed, and any human emotion to survive. I'm sorry I can't save it." Selena refused to save anyone for the first time, her hands unconsciously clenching the hem of her skirt. "Selena, Sam just saved us," Loli said. "No, it is only obeying His Holiness the Pope's orders. This is not its own will." Selena thought that Lien would probably be disappointed in her if she said that, but to her surprise, Lien praised her in a serious manner. "Selena, very good. I thought you were a saint who would sacrifice everything, but it turns out you are not. You also have the character of hating evil. I hope you can show the same decisiveness towards your enemies and those who have disappointed you," Lien said calmly, not angry that Selena didn't treat Sam. Selena froze on the spot. Lori didn't understand what Lien was thinking either. "If she won't save me, then forget it, I'll do it." Hera shoved Selena aside and walked over to Sam. Just as Sam was about to shed tears of emotion, Hera licked her lips and said, "I'll swallow you whole, and then you won't suffer anymore, believe me." At this moment, Sam was undoubtedly devastated. She only hated that she was too weak. If she could become the Demon King sooner, she wouldn't be bullied by the witch. "Why?" Lien covered his forehead with one hand and lifted Hera up with the other, placing her aside. "Let me do it. Master, is there any way you can save me? Have you forgotten that I am now the Pope of the Sun God cult? I still carry a few bottles of healing potions with me for self-preservation." Lien pulled open his trench coat, revealing a row of 42 bottles of healing potions neatly arranged in the woven pockets inside the coat, leaving onlookers speechless. "The Church of the Sun's special healing potion, which sells for 1,000 gold pounds a bottle, is said to fully revive you as long as you have a breath left. Did you bring so many of them out at once?" Lori asked in shock. "Heh, what a joke. I'm the Pope. How could I go on a business trip without bringing back some good stuff?" Lien took out a bottle and poured it down Sam's throat. Then, Sam's situation seemed to get even worse. "Master, I see my grandma," Sam said groggily. Chapter 7: The Spilled Perfume. "Your Holiness, have you forgotten that Sam is a demon? The special holy medicine made by the Sun Church will not only fail to heal the demon's wounds, but will also worsen the situation," Selena reminded her. "It was my oversight that I thought this medicine could cure all diseases." This isn't Lien's fault, since players use this kind of medicine as a healing potion, and many of the players follow the demonic path, so they're fine after taking this medicine. Unexpectedly, the native demons didn't work. This can be considered experience and trial and error. "Sam, I might as well just eat you," Hera made the suggestion. "Hera, I already told you, not everything in this world is edible. We can only eat it after Sam dies, right?" Lien reminded him. Me. Sam was on the verge of tears, never imagining that the two guys he spent every day with were more like demons than he was. Selena couldn't bear to watch any longer and personally treated Sam. A soft beam of moonlight shone on Sam, and he felt more comfortable than ever before, as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. He couldn't help but shout out the famous words, "Mom, I love you." Both Lee and Hera turned their faces away, feeling embarrassed for Sam. "Even if it's about preventing the end of the world, I don't want to be associated with her." Selena looked at Hera. Lien's lips twitched. "We're all on the same team, so let's all give way. Hera, don't eat dirty things in front of Selena anymore. Selena, don't discriminate against foodies anymore." The two witches exchanged a glance, then turned their backs to each other, clearly disliking each other. Even after a major battle, they were not able to unite. Ultimately, Lien believed that she was too outstanding and stole their thunder. The best approach would actually be to let Selena fight until she was low on health, then Hera would come to her rescue, and the two could then reconcile, shake hands, and hug each other affectionately. Sigh, how did I become so strong without even realizing it? Isn't he just a Sequence 5 thief? Hera sniffed, followed the fragrance, and drifted over to Lien, licking her lips. "I once drank a bottle of healing potion from the Sun Church, and it tasted like a combination of summer lime and watermelon juice." "So what? So, could I have a bottle? I want to relive that feeling." Hera lunged forward, but Lien held her forehead with his hand. "Don't even think about it, you're not injured." I can smell other delicious things hidden on you. Didn't you bring your own croissants? It's all moldy from that damned alchemist cooking. I can't bring myself to eat it. Hera's eyes were cunning, and her movements were nimble. She casually reached for the most gleaming bottle of potion with a special fragrance in the inner pocket of Lian's trench coat. Wait, I picked up the wrong one. It's not the sun potion. What is this? Wait, don't open it. Lian immediately said. This isn't a cure, it's perfume. Upon hearing the word, perfume, Hera lost interest and handed the medicine bottle back to Lian. Lian took the bottle and breathed a sigh of relief. As a fragrance wafted from his palm, he frowned. Hera, did you break the bottle? Oh, I'm sorry, I used too much force just now. It should be fine to put it in a different bottle, right? Hera asked innocently. With a soft cracking sound, the glass bottle shattered completely into pieces. The perfume dripped all over Liun's hands. The air was filled with a faint scent of roses mixed with the ocean. The first to be affected was Loli, who had the lowest defense. She dropped her weapon and approached Lian with a fascination, as if she were approaching the most beautiful work of art, her eyes filled with possessiveness. Then came Selena, who was completely unaware of what was happening. She seemed to see a divine radiance emanating from Li and couldn't help but want to get closer, to dedicate herself, and to give him everything she had. Even the devil Sam felt an irresistible attraction. This scent, could it be a perfume made by the Rose Cult, using the tears of over 20 succubi, 100 milliliters of mermaid tears, and a bewitching fragrance made with rosemary, lavender, and vampire red kites? Sam said, her eyes glazed over, her legs already moving uncontrollably toward Li. Realizing she had caused trouble, Hera immediately made her escape. I'll go see if the Valancer family has sent anyone else. If the entire dwarven tavern hadn't been corrupted by some abyssal alchemist and left with no survivors, the scene would have instantly transformed into an indescribable party. Lian kicked the oblivious Sam away first. Doesn't this demon have any self-awareness? Is this the time for her to charge into battle? Li Unkeo hasn't forgotten her gender. Don't assume that wearing a maid's dress makes her a real maid. Sam fainted in frustration. Lian, I think... Lori bit Lian's lip, her body went limp and she fell into Lian's arms, then Lian knocked her unconscious. He intended to use the same method against Selena, but he didn't expect Selena to strike first. Moonlight streamed down from the dilapidated roof of the tavern, binding Lian's hands and feet like ribbons, fixing him to the messy room floor. Selena climbed onto Lian, her long, silvery white hair cascading down his neck, carrying a unique fragrance. She leaned down to look at Lian, the moonlight patterns in her eyes resembling rippling lake water, spreading outwards in circles, hazy and dreamlike. Wait, Selena, don't be impulsive. Lian wanted to stop it, but he himself was also bewitched by the scent of the perfume. Moreover, he himself also had feelings for Selena. This is the virtual wife he's spent the most money on. I'm afraid you'll regret it. Lian still spoke. I've never experienced this feeling before. It felt like my heart was going to jump out of my chest. Selena blushed and said softly. The moonlight seemed to have a life of its own, entwining itself between the two. Lian's breathing became heavy. He could feel Selena's heartbeat, rapid and frantic, pounding against his chest through her clothes. Selena! His voice was hoarse, as if something was blocking his throat. Listen to me. I don't want to hear it. Selena lowered her head, her forehead resting on his chin. I'm already a sequence 7 moon witch. The higher the sequence, the more I feel the lack of human emotions. Sometimes I feel like I'm just a shell filled with divinity, without any self-awareness, just doing what everyone thinks is right. Isn't that pathetic? Her fingers gently gripped his collar, her knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. I have never made a choice for my own destiny. My personality, everything about me, seems to be something I didn't choose. Lian's heart clenched violently. This may not be your true thought. You may just be being seduced by the perfume. I don't care. I just want to be my true self in this moment. I don't need to cater to everyone's expectations or be that high and mighty saint. I want to be an ordinary person. Selina looked up, and moonlight streamed through the dilapidated roof, falling directly on her face. Her eyes were red-rimmed, but no tears fell. She simply looked at him with a desperate, resolute gaze. I'm confused right now. Her voice trembled. But it's real. Leon's hand finally broke free from the moonlight's embrace, and his fingers touched her cheek, the hot, delicate, and real face of Selina. Selina trembled slightly, like a startled little animal, but did not flinch. Instead, she turned her head slightly, rubbed her cheek against his palm, and closed her eyes. Moonlight flowed between them. Selina lowered her head and kissed Leon. It was a shy, trembling kiss. Her eyelashes brushed against his cheek, like the wings of a startled butterfly. She wasn't quite sure how to do it, but she just stayed close, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it was going to burst out of her chest. Leon raised his hand and cupped the back of her head, deepening the kiss. The moonlight gently enveloped them. After an unknown amount of time, Selina raised her head, her cheeks as red as the sunset, and the moonlight patterns in her eyes still gently shimmering. The moonlight enveloped the two of them layer by layer, like a giant cocoon, as if they were butterflies waiting to emerge from it. Chapter 8. Everything is for saving the world. Selina opened her eyes and found herself lying on a soft, large bed. Recalling what happened last night, her heart, which had never fluttered before, was like a stone thrown into a deep pool, creating ripples. Her cheeks involuntarily flushed red. Then, thinking about how she had forced Leon, she couldn't help but feel guilty. Fortunately, at the last moment, he regained his senses and used moon-witch hypnosis on himself, thus preventing him from doing anything irreversible to Leon. Selina took a deep breath, feeling that it would be difficult to face Leon again. Selina, you're awake. Lori walked into the room and looked at her with a smile. Loli, where is this? Selina asked. Fran Cathedral. Lori said. This is the Church of the Sun. How long did I sleep? Selina asked. One night. Lori held up one finger. I must go back now and tell my teacher about the doomsday prophecy. Selina sat up, remembering the mission she was entrusted with, which was also to escape from Leon, the person who made her feel extremely ashamed and guilty. Loli, do you want to come back with me? I want to stay and see how Leon resolves this matter. Lori lowered her head and said. Her feelings for Leon were also complex. She longed to stay by his side, yet also hoped to stay away from him to avoid her own moral decline. Okay, Lori. Selina could vaguely sense that there was something more than friendship between Lori and Leon. This made her feel even more guilty. Loli, could you please help me say goodbye to His Holiness the Pope? To avoid embarrassment, Selina decided to leave without saying goodbye. I can't help you with that. Leon specifically told you to go see him after you wake up. He has something very important to discuss with you. You want to discuss something very important with me? Selina looked up and stared at Leon's surprise. Leon sat in the Pope's office, his desk piled high with documents. Yes, it's very important. Did you force a kiss on me and then decide not to take responsibility and just walk away? Leon asked. A faint blush appeared on Selina's fair cheeks. I'm so sorry, Your Holiness the Pope. Please tell me how you would like to make amends, and I will do my best to meet your needs. My reputation is a small matter, but the reputation of the Sun Church is a great matter. Do you know that your actions last night constitute blasphemy? Leon stood up and approached step by step, while Selina retreated step by step. Until Selina was cornered by Leon. Leon leaned forward, one hand bracing against the wall, his body looming heavily, looking down at Selina, who was so close to him. Selina, tell me, how are you feeling right now? I feel ashamed and sorry for what I did to you. Besides shame? Leon asked. What happened last night made Leon realize a problem. Helping Selina become a god is difficult, but maintaining her humanity after she becomes a god is the most difficult thing. As Selina said, those at higher ranks have less humanity and more divinity as their rank increases. Selina already possessed some of the divinity bestowed upon her by the moon goddess, and her human emotions were inherently weak. She was full of pity and kindness towards everyone, but was also alienated and indifferent at heart. She's already a Sequence 7 Moon Witch, but what about Sequence 8, Sequence 9, and Sequence 10? The alienation and indifference will only become more pronounced. Lien needs to find an anchor for Selena. Before she becomes a god, he needs to make her fall in love with him first. If she becomes the anchor of her humanity, she will not lose her way in the process of becoming a god. The stained glass windows in the church office cut sunlight into colorful fragments, red, blue, and purple, which fell on the old oak table, into the cracks in the floor, and onto Selena's slightly trembling shoulders. She leaned against the white wall, her long silver hair gleaming softly in the sunlight. Besides shame, there was also... What else? Selena gripped her skirt tightly. She could feel Lee's gaze on her back, burning hot, leaving her nowhere to escape. Self-blame. Why blame yourself? Silence. A long, sun-drenched silence. Selena didn't want to tell Lee that she had once vowed to serve God for the rest of her life and never be tainted by worldly love, just like her pure and innocent teacher, just like her teacher's teacher, and the elders of the courtyard. She wanted to be a nun for life, just like them. Selena. Liun's voice was husky and magnetic, pulling Selena's thoughts back to last night. She tried to turn around, but found herself trapped between the wall and him. Lian raised his hand, his fingertips touching her chin. Selena's eyelashes trembled. I demand any compensation from you. Lian's gaze lingered on her lips before returning to her eyes. You shouldn't have any complaints, right? Selena nodded. Right. She knew what she was agreeing to, and she knew what those words meant. But she said them anyway. Then Lee lowered his head and kissed Selena. Unlike the kiss last night, Liun didn't feel any response or excitement from Selena. This shows that Selena only treated it as a task to be completed, or rather, as a punishment to be endured. Why aren't you responding to me? Lee released Selena and asked calmly. I'm sorry for what I said to you last night. I know that what you're doing now is just to find a human anchor for me before I become a high-sequence powerhouse. But I have many followers. You don't need to do this, to sacrifice and wrong yourself. Selena's first thought was that Lee had overheard her saying that those in higher sequences lacked humanity, and wanted to use that to help her. I don't think Liun is doing anything excessive. Her thoughts were so pure and innocent. I admit you're right, but I also have my own selfish motives, Lian said. What selfish motives? Selena asked. Wanting to become your anchor point is itself a selfish motive, Lian said. Besides, you have no better choice than me. Why? Selena asked, puzzled. If you fall in love with an ordinary person, that person may encounter an accident for various reasons, causing you to lose your anchor. But I am confident that before the world is destroyed, I will never encounter an accident. I will always be with you, stand by your side, and become your spiritual pillar and support. So I am your best choice. This doesn't sound like a romance. It sounds more like a transaction. Although Selena is naive, she is not stupid. In fact, she is quite intelligent. Yes, this is a deal. Lian couldn't directly tell Selena. Let's date. Because saying that would immediately lead to rejection, especially since he already had Anna and Selena had even saved Anna's life. But if it's disguised as a transaction, it frees one from moral constraints, which is the best excuse and reason for Selena, a saint with a high sense of morality. It's all for saving the world, Selena. Lian extended his hand. Personal sacrifices are inevitable. Even without an anchor point, I will shoulder my mission and strive to save the world. Oh, can you guarantee that a cold-hearted person in a high position will sacrifice their own interests to save the collective? Lian countered. Think about the headmistress of the courtyard. Is she still doing the same thing as you, helping those commoners? Selena was stunned. Selena knew better than anyone what the headmistress of the Moon Garden was like. She was noble and aloof. Think about those council elders, what are they like now? And you, do you really want to become like them? Do you really want to become indifferent to everything? I don't want to become like that. Selina, I understand. You just need help right now. We are partners, and I can help you. Are you sure you're not a demon? Of course, I am the Pope of the Sun Church. So what should I do now? Selina asked. Stay by my side and develop a relationship with me. Chapter 9. Blinded by Green's Achievements. Villanther Estate. With red hair and blue eyes, a high forehead and nose, and the typical features of a grim, Camus Valancer, the head of the Valancer family and one of the 7 counselors of the Empire, sat at the head of the family council hall, holding a cup of red tea, looking at the family stewards and younger generation with disappointment. While he was busy helping Isabella seize power, building airships, and deploying strategic plans, his successors became increasingly audacious, not only collaborating with the Gamma family to produce hybrid slaves but also allowing the alchemy workshop to be loosely managed. It was precisely because of this that the secret of the Valancer family was discovered by Saintess Selina of the Moon Garden. Do you know how big a mess you've made? Camus Villanther threw the teacup, which hit the family butler on the head. Ignoring the bloodstains on his head from the blow, the deacon knelt on the ground and confessed. Master, it is my fault for not doing a good job. Grandpa, this is Green, this is our territory. What are you afraid of? She's just a saintess, we can just kill her. That's right. Moon Courtyard is the undisputed authority in Rhine, but it's just a newborn in our far and has no chance of threatening the interests of our Valancer family. Father, you are worrying too much. I have already sent the strongest shadow hunter, the Abyss Alchemist, to deal with her. Even if she knows everything, she can't leave Grin. This is Green, our territory of Valancer. Anyone who defies the will of Valancer must die here. As Camus Villanther listened to the arrogant words of his juniors, his face grew increasingly gloomy. The middle-aged deacon of Villanther, and the young master of Villanther, they saw Camus Villanther's angry expression for the first time. Is it resources and abundance that have blinded your minds, devouring the wisdom and reason you should have possessed, or is it the devil who has seduced you, turning you into what you are today? I only see the decline of the Valancer family in you. I see no hope whatsoever. A bunch of fools whose brains have been eaten by corpse worms. I didn't even know I gave birth to a bunch of trash like you. Camus Villanther hadn't cursed anyone in a long time. He had spent a lot of time with intelligent younger people like Isabella and thought that this was what younger people should be like: studious, wise, rational, and thoughtful. Little did he know that his younger generation had already been blinded by Green's achievements. Grimm possesses the world's most advanced alchemy skills, and has a group of the most skilled alchemists and craftsmen. He can create steam-powered airships, as well as 90% of the blasphemous medicines. In fact, 70% of the potions circulating on the market are made by Grimm. Green is a land of abundance comparable to the Emerald Plains, and the Valancer family is incredibly wealthy. It is no exaggeration to say that if the Valancer family gave the order, Green could sever ties with the Empire and establish his own country. However, Camus Villeneuve never intended to separate from the Empire. He wanted to support Isabella to become emperor, and wanted the Villeneuve family's influence to infiltrate from Green into all aspects of the Empire. Camus Villanther's ambition was to make the Villanther family the head of the 7 great houses, and even surpass the royal family. He originally planned that after Isabella became emperor, he would have his grandson become Isabella's husband, so the next emperor would definitely be his grandson. The Valancer family will eventually completely replace the Roland family. Unfortunately, his plan failed, and Isabella did not become emperor. Instead, she became Anna's first butler, which greatly disappointed Camus Villeneuve. But what disappointed him even more was that he had just shifted his focus back to his family when he discovered that the younger generation of his family had made such a big mistake. Foolish, utterly foolish. Do you really think an abyss alchemist can kill her? Camus Villanther rubbed his temples. Of course, that's the undefeated Copperfield Leon. Grandpa, what are you worried about? Olivier Valancer confidently stated that he was the most outstanding member of the young generation in the Valancer family, an excellent alchemist, and also Isabella's original fiancé. Unfortunately, he was very upset that Isabella hadn't become emperor, and he took the initiative to propose annulment of the engagement. Isabella, who had no feelings for him to begin with, readily agreed. Then why hasn't he brought back Selena's head yet? Camus Villanthur's words stunned everyone in the council chamber. Yeah, how come the undefeated Copperfield hasn't brought back Selena's kill after all this time? Did Copperfield betray the Villanthur family, who had always protected him, and choose to defect? That damned Copperfield, he must have betrayed us, Olivier Villanthur said. I told you long ago that you should not easily trust anyone outside the Villanthur family. How dare that bastard Copperfield, wanted by the entire continent, betray the great noble family that has always protected him? Could it be that Copperfield was bewitched by Selena's beauty? He has always had a particular fondness for the women of the Moon Garden. I told you long ago that we shouldn't have trusted that guy, but you guys just never believed me. Listening to the discussions of his people, Camus Villanthur felt a headache coming on. He coughed twice, silencing their discussion. That's enough. Now that it's happened, it's not the time to shirk responsibility. Master, we will send more assassins to kill Selena. We will not let her escape from Green. That's what the middle-aged deacon said. No need. Selena is the saintess of the Moon Garden. Whether she lives or dies is not for us to decide. Camus Villanthur said. The courtyard has nurtured her for so many years, how could it possibly lay a hand on her? Olivier Villanthur asked, puzzled. What if she finds out about the deal between the deacons and elders of the courtyard and us? Since Selena wants to investigate, let's hand the evidence to her. The people of the courtyard won't stand idly by when they discover that Selena knows these secrets. Selena will become the common enemy of the three major churches. At that time, we won't need to take action, she will naturally be put on the gallows. The middle-aged deacon explained on behalf of Camus Villanthur. Camus Villeneuve nodded slightly, glancing at the middle-aged deacon. At least not everyone in the family was an idiot. So that's how it is, Grandpa. This is indeed a good way to kill someone by using another person. Go and deal with this matter as soon as possible. Put the human alchemy project on hold. We don't need so many test subjects. You've made a mess of things in Green, and it doesn't look like a science capital at all. Camus Villeneuve waved. But the interests involved in human alchemy, the deacon said with difficulty. The faces of the tribespeople were also full of worry. They didn't want to give up this piece of the pie. Camus Villanthur reached out and placed his withered hand on the shoulder of the nearest member of his tribe. The tribesman's body withered at a visible speed, eventually turning into a dried-up corpse. Do I need to say it a second time? I will obey the master's will. The middle-aged deacon was so frightened that he knelt down on the ground. Other members of the tribe also knelt down. Camus Villanthur stood up, and Olivier opened the council chamber door for him. Master, the people from the Sun Church have arrived, the servant said nervously. It's that one, the youngest pope, Lean Hall, and he also brought Saint Selena from the Moon Garden. Chapter 10. I can support the entire church by myself. Leon brought Hera, Sam, Selena, and Laurie to the Villanthur manor. Selena was very surprised that Leon would be so direct. They were being hunted down by assassins sent by the Villanthur family, yet now they have come to the Villanthur manor openly and legitimately. This is the castle of the Villanthur family, the residence of the true rulers of the Green family. The group was led by servants to a magnificent hall to wait. Because Leon is known as the youngest pope of the Church of the Sun, his seat is a specially made gold one. This clearly demonstrates the importance that the great nobles placed on the Church of the Sun. It should be noted that the Villanthur family worships the god of knowledge. A few months ago, when I first met you, you were just an illegitimate son of an earl. Who would have thought that the young man sitting in front of me now would become the pope? Camus Villanthur remarked with considerable emotion. What moved him even more was that Leon ruined his and Isabella's final plan, personally pushing the witch Anna, who originally had no hope of succeeding to the throne, onto the throne and making her the one who truly controlled the fate of the empire. From that moment on, Lean Hall was the greatest enemy of the Villanthur family. He even persuaded Isabella to submit to Anna, eventually becoming Anna's butler and betraying the great nobles who supported her. Camus Villeneuve harbored hatred for Leon, yet he also maintained a clear head, knowing that as long as they remained within the empire, the Villeneuve family could not harm Lien. The Pope of the Church of the Sun is far more influential than any saint from the Court of the Moon. Of course, Lien knew what old man Camus Villeneuve was thinking. The look in someone's eyes when they want to kill them can't be hidden. He enjoyed watching the old man struggle to cut the knife, his frustrated expression choked with pent-up anger. This is one of the 7 members of the Empire's highest power group, whose status is no less than that of the 5 elders of the Celestial Dragons. I never expected that Grimm, known as the City of Wisdom, would openly violate the Human Alliance Treaty, allowing the alchemy workshop to conduct human alchemy, colluding with the infamous Gamma family to sell orc slaves. The blasphemous potions that the Empire banned 3 years ago have been secretly produced by Green all along. Of the 32 blasphemous drugs circulating in the market, 31 of them come from here, and the Valancer family is the biggest beneficiary. Beneath the glamorous surface of Green City, 70% of the lower class are drug addicts, harmed by blasphemous medicines. Their lives end before the age of 30, and their corpses are sent to the underground alchemy workshop to become materials. Lien abandoned his nonchalant expression and, like an upright judge, read out the crimes of the Valancer family. Your Excellency, what is the Valancer family's explanation for the Empire and the Human Alliance? Inside the magnificent hall, all the members of the Valancer family were filled with shock. They never imagined that Pope Lien of the Church of the Sun would side with Saint Selena of the Moon Courtyard, and what he intended to do. Directly break ties with the Valancer family? The first charge involves not only the Valancer family, but also the Gamma family. These 2 families are behemoths in the Empire, and who would dare to deal with them easily? The second charge, the distribution of the blasphemous potion, wasn't that permitted by your Sun Church? The laws of the Empire are just for show for the lower classes. Isn't your Sun Church the one that truly profits the most from these backroom deals? Are you trying to drag yourself down with you? The third charge is even more outrageous. What does the Sun Church have to do with the common people of Green? When has the Sun Church ever shown compassion for all living beings? Can those ordinary people even afford to pay the Sun gold? Ha 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 ha, Lien Hall, you are the most stupid guy I have ever met. Don't you know that 30% of your Sun Church's annual income comes from the contribution of the blasphemous potion? And now you dare to criticize us? What gives you the right to criticize us? Oliver Valancer laughed maniacally, pointing at Selena and saying in an unfriendly tone, Even if this woman lets you sleep with her 100 times, it won't be worth the benefits you gain. If you have any sense left, you should be grateful to the Valancer family. Shut up. Camus Valancer rebuked his grandson. How can you be so disrespectful to His Holiness the Pope? I'm sorry, Grandpa, I couldn't help myself. Olivier Valancer said. Laurie clenched her fists instinctively. She knew that what Olivier Valancer said was true. The Church of the Sun was profiting a lot from the blasphemous potion, and the Church would not give up this piece of the pie. Selena looked at Leon, her eyes filled with both worry and tension. Sam and Hera, on the other hand, seemed very calm. The former was only thinking about how to find a way to advance to a higher-ranking demon in the Valancer family, while the latter was only thinking about what to eat tonight. Who are you? Leon raised his head arrogantly, his eyes seeming to say, Who do you think you are? This deeply wounded Oliver Valancer, the eldest son of the Valancer family. In Grimm, who doesn't know him, Oliver Valancer, the youngest alchemical genius and the pride of the Grimm family? He is my grandson, Oliver Valancer. Camus Valancer said calmly. Oh, what right does a nobody like you have to interrupt my conversation with the counselor? Leon said coldly. You. Olivier Valancer was furious. If it weren't for the fact that Lien was now the Pope, he would have killed the offender on the spot. Although Olivier Valancer is being unreasonable, Your Holiness, the Church of the Sun does indeed have a long-standing cooperative relationship with us, and I believe someone in the Church should have told you this. The middle-aged deacon said with a cold face. I'm sorry, you've probably mistaken me for someone else. I am not Pope Shaw. Pope Shaw lived a life of poverty in his early years and had a particular pursuit of money, but I am Reen Hall. After my father died, he left the title to my brother Simon. My brother Simon gave me half of the family's property. It is no exaggeration to say that I can support the entire church by myself. The wrong decisions that the church made in the past can finally be put to an end," Leon said in a calm tone. The middle-aged deacon and Olivier Valentin were both stunned. Selina and Laurie exchanged a glance and breathed a sigh of relief. "Is this your idea, or the idea of others in the church? I'm afraid that doing this will cause dissatisfaction within the Vatican," the middle-aged deacon said unwillingly. "The deacon of the Valancer family, are you teaching me how to do things?" Leon asked with an air of pressure, the Pope's scepter in his hand gleaming. "No, I wouldn't dare. You are His Holiness the Pope, and the affairs of the church should be decided by you." The middle-aged deacon bowed his head and said, "It was my negligence. The desecration potion was not produced by the Valancer family. It must have been done by those underground alchemy workshops. I will order people to investigate and give the Pope and the Empire an explanation." Camus Valentin spoke, clearly having already made a concession. "No need for further investigation. The Valancer family holds a position in Green that is equivalent to that of the Roland royal family in the capital. Without the Valancer family's approval, even the underground alchemy workshops wouldn't dare to do this kind of business. Moreover, I have already gathered the evidence. I'm here today to judge the crimes of your Valancer family." Leon spoke calmly, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. The entire Valancer family, including Camus Valancer, changed their expressions. Leon, one person, is going to judge their entire family? Even though he is now the Pope, he is merely a bloodthirsty one. Where does he get the courage? Where does he get the audacity? To dare to challenge King Grin with only 3 maids and a saintess? Was he lent to him by the sun god? Was he the sun god's illegitimate son? The first to lose his temper was Olivier Valens. The young alchemical genius suddenly took a step forward, his fair face flushed red, and veins throbbed at his temples. "What a joke! By what right do you judge us? Even if there were a trial, it would be in the Supreme Court, and it would require the joint decision of all 7 members of Parliament," Olivier Valentin said angrily, his voice echoing through the hall. Before the words were finished, a dull rumble came from afar. The gates of Valancer Castle began to close. The massive gate, forged from black iron and mithril and engraved with alchemical runes, moved slowly, emitting a low growl like rocks grinding together. Then, the second, the third, and 9 more gates closed in succession, each closure shaking the ground and making the air in the hall increasingly heavy. The magical torches hanging on the walls swayed violently, casting chaotic shadows. This proves that Leon truly angered Camus Valentin. The head of the Valancer family slowly rose from his high-backed chair, his deep purple senator robes cascading down like the night sky. His fingers traced the eye of wisdom gem embedded in the armrest of the seat, his deep eyes flashing with undisguised killing intent. "If I were you, I would at least bring Archbishop Montier and the 33 Knights of the Sun, and I would not provoke the 7 noble families alone." Camus Villeneuve said this in a calm, still voice, as deep as a stagnant pool, but unusually cold. The members of the Valancer family on both sides of the hall stood up, their hands under their mage robes already gripping alchemical artifacts, waiting for a command. "It is because the light of the sun god has not shone on Grin's tower for too long that you treat me with such contempt. Since you have seen the Pope, why do you not kneel?" Leon suddenly stood up. The movement was small, yet it seemed to draw the breath of the entire space. He raised his scepter high, and the complete heart of the blazing sun on the scepter head suddenly bloomed. This light was enough to blind people, like liquid gold pouring down, instantly filling every corner of the hall. Almost instinctively, everyone closed their eyes and covered their vision with their hands. But many people were a beat too slow, screaming and covering their eyes, tears seeping through their fingers, staggering backward and knocking over the seats behind them. On the smooth marble floor, shadows distorted and struggled due to the light. "Our Valancer family worships the god of knowledge, not the sun god," Olivier Valancer said loudly, his tightly closed eyes stinging from the bright light, tears welling in his eyes, yet he still stubbornly raised his chin. Lee gave Hera a look. The next moment, Hera unleashed the ancient dragon's pressure, which poured out like a tangible tide. The air in the hall suddenly froze, and the heavy pressure made it impossible for anyone to stand. The powerful Congressman Camus Villanter bent his knees and fell heavily to the ground, barely managing to keep from collapsing completely by supporting himself with his hands. Oliver Villanter felt himself being pressed to the ground by an invisible gravity, his cheek pressed against the cold marble, every bone in his body groaning. He struggled to lift his head, veins bulging on his neck, glaring angrily at Lien, his eyes bloodshot. "Lin Hall, you have no right to use vigilante justice against us. We are the 7 great noble families, the pillars of the Empire. Even His Majesty the Emperor has no right to punish us." His voice was hoarse from the pressure, yet it still carried the innate pride of the 7 great families. "The Emperor doesn't have it, but I do." Lien strode forward, the sound of his boots striking the ground clearly audible. "I stand here as God's spokesperson. I don't need to explain what I do to anyone." He stretched out his hand, his 5 fingers loosely clenched. Oliver Villanter's body was lifted off the ground uncontrollably, as if pulled by invisible ropes, struggling to slide towards Lien in midair. He desperately tried to activate the alchemy within his body, only to find that all his power vanished without a trace. The amulets, rings, and brooches he had worn since childhood, each a supernatural item capable of withstanding a fatal attack, were now as lifeless as dead objects. Finally, his neck was embedded in Lien's hand, his neck bones as fragile as a fledgling bird in his palm. "What are you going to do?" Olivier asked with a look of terror in his eyes, his legs kicking weakly in midair. Oliver Villanter asked. He sensed the aura of an absolute high-ranking being emanating from Lien. The intelligence was completely wrong. This wasn't a blood-boiling one at all, this was clearly. With a slight increase in pressure from Lien's fingers, Olivier Villanter's cheeks flushed red like a cooked shrimp, then turned purple due to lack of oxygen. His mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water, but he couldn't inhale a single breath of air. "I said I would put you on trial." "Stop! You can't kill me!" Oliver's voice was broken and shrill, tinged with a sob. "I am the most talented alchemist in Grimm's history. I am Grimm's hope, the hope of the Empire." After discovering that all the extraordinary items he had used to save his life had lost their effectiveness, and that his prized alchemy was completely useless, he finally panicked. Her eyes quickly reddened, tears welled up and eventually spilled over, rolling down her flushed cheeks. He struggled to turn his neck, using his last strength to look at his grandfather, at the elder who had always doted on him, Camus Villanter, his eyes filled with pleading and pleas for help. "Stop!" Camus Villanter roared, his hands digging deep into the ground, but he couldn't move an inch under the dragon's might. For the first time, genuine fear appeared in his eyes. But Lien had already broken Oliver Villanter's neck. A crisp snap echoed clearly in the hall. "You're even worse than Copperfield, yet you dare to call yourself an alchemical genius?" Lien said disdainfully and let go of her hand. Oliver Villanter slid smoothly to the ground, his eyes wide open, dying with his eyes still open. The entire Villanter family finally understood that Lien was not lying. He really had come to judge them. Chapter 11. From then on, Green was without a king. "Lin Hall, you've gone too far." Camus Villanter's eyes burned with rage, a rage that seemed about to burst forth from their sockets. He bit his finger, and the blood dripped into his cane, which helped him stand up. The moment the tip of the cane struck the ground, a circle of pale golden alchemical runes spread out, completely freeing him from the suppression of the dragon's might. Then, all the Villanter people who were prostrate on the ground stood up, as if lifted up by an invisible force, straightening their bodies one after another. Beneath their alchemical robes were bulging muscles, their surfaces covered with countless magical circuits, and their fingertips danced with various colors of light, crimson flames, ghostly blue frost, dark purple curses, and golden lightning. All their offensive magic was poised to be unleashed. Selena immediately stepped forward, clasped her hands together in front of her chest, and moonlight poured down from her palms, instantly condensing into a semi-transparent silver-white barrier, flowing like mercury, protecting Lien, Lori, and Sam within it. Hera felt she was being targeted. But it doesn't matter, what defense can be as strong as her dragon scales? When the first wave of alchemical magic rained down, she simply stood still, letting the attacks, powerful enough to tear steel apart, fall on her. Flames licked her scales, frost froze the hem of her clothes, and lightning exploded all around her, but none of it hurt or itch, like mosquito bites that only scratch the surface. On the contrary, Selena's moonlight barrier is being continuously compressed by alchemical magic. A barrage of colorful attack spells slammed into the barrier, releasing powerful energy fluctuations. Each impact caused the barrier to cave inward, and each explosion caused violent ripples to spread across its surface. The area of the barrier is shrinking at a rate visible to the naked eye. Even though Lori was inside the barrier, she could still feel fear. She clutched the hem of her clothes tightly, her face deathly pale. Each time the barrier was struck, the vibrations made her heart tremble. She had never seen such a high-intensity, dense magical attack before. It was comparable to going to war. Sam fared slightly better than Lori. At least her hands weren't trembling too badly, but fine beads of cold sweat were forming on her forehead, and her breathing became rapid. The alchemists of the Valancer family are really troublesome. Lion Hall, you've messed with someone you shouldn't have. Today is your death day. The middle-aged deacon stepped out of the crowd, a cold smile playing on his lips. He stretched out his hand, his 5 fingers spread, and a complex destruction magic circle appeared out of thin air above his palm. The array patterns were layered upon each other, each layer rotating in reverse, releasing a chilling dark energy. A beam of annihilating light burst forth from the formation, and wherever that light passed, even the air itself seemed to dissolve silently. The beam of light struck the moonlight barrier. There was no loud noise, only a piercing buzzing sound. The barrier trembled violently, and cracks spread outward from the point of impact, like ice breaking apart. In the blink of an eye, the barrier shattered completely, turning into countless silvery fragments that scattered in all directions. The remaining impact, like an invisible giant hammer, sent Lori and Sam flying. Lori's small, thin body arced through the air before crashing heavily onto the marble floor 5 steps away. Puff dash! Lori felt a sweet taste in her throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. She struggled to get up, but her arms trembled from the excruciating pain, so she could only kneel on the ground, panting heavily. Sam fared slightly better than Lori. She slammed her back against a pillar, groaned, and slid to the ground, but at least she wasn't internally injured. Selena broke out in a cold sweat, which slid down her cheeks. She gritted her teeth, raised her hands again, and forcefully concentrated the moonlight. A silvery white light surged from the void, forming another barrier that enveloped Lori and Sam. As soon as the barrier took shape, she immediately activated the power of moonlight to heal Loli's internal injuries. The soft light seeped into Loli's chest, soothing the damaged flesh. The middle-aged deacon sneered. No one will know you died here, not even the Sun Church. We will make sure it's a foolproof cover-up. He raised his hand, and a destructive magic circle lit up his palm once more. The methods of the Valancer family are far beyond your imagination. Another beam of annihilation light rushed in, this time targeting Lien. Hera's dragon wings suddenly spread out behind her, directly blocking the annihilation light with her wings. The beam struck the wings, exploding into a cloud of black smoke, but Hera remained unmoved, not even flinching. She turned her head to look at the scorch marks remaining on the wings, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes. At the same time, Lien's figure had disappeared from the spot at some point. The next second, he appeared behind the middle-aged deacon. He held the Pope's golden scepter in his hand, the heart of the sun at the top of the scepter still slowly turning, releasing a warm yet deadly light. You're the noisiest one. Lien's voice was as calm as an ancient well, resounding in the middle-aged deacon's ears. The middle-aged deacon's eyes widened, and the cold smile on his face froze into horror. He looked down. The golden scepter had pierced through his chest, entering from his back and protruding from his front, the scepter stained with crimson blood. Blood flowed down the scepter, dripping onto the ground with a soft pattering sound. How is that possible? You're so strong! The middle-aged deacon turned his head with difficulty, trying to see the man behind him clearly. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but only a mouthful of bloody foam came out. The light in his eyes quickly dimmed, and his body slumped forward. The middle-aged deacon, lying in a pool of blood, never understood how Leon could be so strong. His body hit the ground with a dull thud, which was particularly clear in the silent hall. In fact, from the moment Leon stepped into the hall, he had already used his ability as the borrower, to borrow all the good fortune of the people present, and then used the power of the contractor to sweep through without any scruples. Leon voluntarily left the protection of the moonlight barrier. Silver moonlight flowed behind him, and he stepped into a colorful purgatory. He appeared before an alchemist who was chanting an incantation. The sorcerer's eyes widened, and he instinctively raised his hand to cast a defensive spell. But Leon's left hand had already rested on his shoulder, the hand wearing a pure white glove moving so gently as to caress him, like a greeting between old friends. Then, the mutation began. It felt as if countless worms were wriggling beneath the sorcerer's skin, starting from his shoulders and spreading throughout his body. His eyes changed first, the whites of his eyes turned a murky yellow, and his pupils stood upright like snakes. Then his entire eyeballs bulged outward, and the skin around his eye sockets tore. Before the blood could flow, it was covered by newly grown black scales. His mouth opened, as if to scream, but the sound that came out was no longer human. It was a piercing shriek mixed with the roar of a wild beast and the scraping of metal. His body was swelling, his mage robes were torn apart, revealing not muscles, but layers upon layers of wet tentacles, each with an infant-like finger at its tip, the fingernails as black as ink. His legs came together, merged, twisted, and finally turned into a long tail covered in mucus, with a forked tip like a snake's tongue. The sound of souls being torn apart echoed in the air. The invisible screams were the last struggle of human consciousness before it was swallowed by the abyss. A cloud of black mist surged from the void and entered the twisted body. The monster's originally murky eyes suddenly lit up with a pure malice that was not of this world. It turned its head and looked at its former companion. "No dash!" Someone screamed, but Leon had already left the spot. He moved among the various alchemists with the lightness of a stroll in his own garden. Each time his left hand rose and fell, it brought about a blasphemous transformation. The young female sorcerer's face began to melt as his fingers brushed across her cheek. Her features flowed downwards, her nose disappeared, and her mouth split horizontally all the way to her ears, from which small, wriggling tentacles grew. The older male deacon was pressed against his back with his palm, and his spine immediately cracked and snapped. New bones then grew from the fractures, piercing the skin, flesh and rags, bending and stretching in the air, eventually forming 6 pairs of asymmetrical wings covered in pus. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen abyssal creatures of various shapes and sizes appeared in the hall. Some crawled on the ground, leaving trails covered in slime. Some hung upside down from the ceiling, their heads twisted, staring at the living people below. Some stood still, their bodies trembling, black mist seeping from every pore. After those mutated souls were possessed by the others from the abyss, the monsters began to move. They pounced on their former companions, entwining them with their tentacles, tearing them apart with their sharp teeth, and corroding them with their venom. The alchemist's defensive magic had little effect on them. The wounds healed instantly, in a more twisted and horrific way. Abyssal alchemical magic! How is that possible? How could you possibly know this? Camus Villanther watched as his people turned into monsters one by one, and asked incredulously. Leon touched the white glove on his left hand and said with a smile, "Oh, these gloves are called Copperfield's Regret. They are extraordinary items forged using the soul of the abyss alchemist Copperfield. We also have to thank Green's craftsmen and the Villanther family for sponsoring the materials." You turned Copperfield into a supernatural object?" Camus Villanther asked, his voice trembling. "Alas, the entire Villanther family has been corrupted by abyssal alchemical magic. What can we do? As the Pope, I have no choice but to reluctantly purify you for the Empire. At this time, I should be able to get away with taking out the Eternal Sun crown without anyone objecting, right?" Leon stroked his chin and asked. You even brought the Eternal Corona?" "The Eternal Corona is a sacred object of the Sun Church, and even Camus Villeneuve was not confident that he could escape alive beneath it. At this moment, he was filled with despair, not understanding how the Varenser family had offended someone like Leon. "It's a pity that I forgot to bring the eternal corona, but it's okay, I can do it myself." Leon shrugged, a mischievous expression on his face. "Lionhall, you can't do this. I am King Grim, I am Camus Velenter. If you kill me, you will be branded with hatred and hunted down by the Velenter family for all eternity. You will also be sent to the Supreme Court," Camus Velenter said, both ashamed and annoyed. "Then I will kill all of Valencer, to avenge those innocent Grim people, to avenge those slaves who were turned into orcs, and to avenge the souls of the Empire destroyed by the profane potion. Grim can finally return to the embrace of the Sun God cleanly." Lien smiled and stretched out her arms, looking as if she were embracing the sunshine. On his left hand, a white glove appeared. The eternally enslaved abyssal alchemist, Copperfield, burst forth, attacking each of the Valanthers with resentment. If it weren't for the Valanthers, how could he have fallen into Leon's hands? This Pope, who is even more heretical than a heretic, is a nightmare. Camus Villeneuve pulled open a teleportation scroll, intending to leave this place using teleportation magic. But his legs were entangled in the swamp of the abyss, making him look like an innocent old man trapped in the mud. His prized alchemical magic did not help him. Instead, it was used by Copperfield to gradually transform his body into a monstrous monster. Just before he was about to completely transform into a monster, he sank into the swamp, his face contorted in agony as he made a final plea to Leon. "Kill me!" "Beg me! Please kill me!" Leon wielded his golden scepter and beheaded Camus Velenter. "From this day forward, Green will be without a king!" Selena couldn't believe that Leon had actually conducted a trial of the Valancer family all by himself, and even executed them on the spot. Even though she was a Sequence 7 Moon Witch, in Green she was only being hunted down by the Valancer family, while Leon was merely a Sequence 4. If Leon hadn't deceived her, even if they had made preparations before coming and turned the Abyss Alchemist into a transcendent item, the power Leon displayed was still too astonishing. Not a single member of the Varenser family escaped. Apart from those Varenser who weren't even in Green. Laurie never expected that the Valancer family, who had been haunting her nightmares and relentlessly pursuing her, would be so easily dealt with by Leon. The Valancer family is one of the 7 great families of the Empire, and Camus Valancer is one of the 7 counselors. However, the facts are undeniable. Leon really did kill them all. At this moment, Laurie felt the gap between herself and Leon had widened considerably, and she realized that even if she tried her best, she might not be able to catch up with this man. After killing all the abnormal Valanthers in the castle, Leon felt the magic potion left by Old Man Platt in his body being rapidly digested. It was a wonderful feeling that was hard to describe. He never imagined that he could borrow the good fortune of so many people at once, but upon closer examination, he would realize that Hera's power played a crucial role in it. As long as he can draw upon Hera's dragon power, even though he is only a Sequence 4, he can unleash a power that surpasses the Sequence level. Leon's handsome features suddenly began to blur, eventually becoming 5 faces, which then quickly switched into the appearances of other people, a child, a woman, an old man, a noblewoman, and a dockworker. "Leon, your face!" Laurie was stunned by the scene and almost thought that Leon had lost control. "It's a promotion. The Thief Sequence 5,000 faces." Hera, who was well informed, explained. "The Thief Sequence? Leon is a Thief Sequence?" Laurie and Selena asked in unison, both in shock. They never imagined that the Pope of the Church of the Sun was a thief. The reputation of a thief is no better than that of a witch. That was an existence that all extraordinary beings feared, and it could be said that everyone hated it. Chapter 12 Sequence 5, Man with Thousand Faces. "Don't make a fuss. He can use demons to turn abyssal alchemists into extraordinary items, so why can't he be a thief? This sequence is more suitable for him than the Sun sequence." Hera, as a mentor who has watched Leon grow up, gave her fair evaluation. But Laurie and Selena don't think so. They knew this was a secret they had to keep for Leon. having successfully advanced to the 5th thief rank. 1,000 Faces. Leon has finally regained his appearance and stabilized his physical condition. After becoming the Man of 1,000 Faces, he gained new abilities. Ability 1, Face Theft. The 1,000-faced man can copy and steal a person's face through physical contact without their knowledge. The stolen face is peeled off like a thin film, folded, and stored in the thief's own pupil. The person whose face is stolen does not immediately become a faceless person. The face is still there, but it has become a blank template. People can still recognize him, but when describing his appearance, they are vague, saying things like, "Well, he looks like an ordinary person." The true face is stored in the right pupil of the face thief. The man with 1,000 faces can wear this face at any time and become exactly the same as the victim, including micro-expressions, skin texture, and even unique facial habits, making him closer to the original than Sam's facial transformations. A maximum of 7 faces can be stored at a time. If more than 7 are stored, the oldest one will be permanently deleted. Usage restrictions. You must have seen the other person's face in person to save it. Photos and portraits don't count. It must be a living, moving face. If the same face is stolen more than 3 times, it will permanently damage the facial nerves, leading to facial paralysis. Wearing someone else's face for more than 24 hours will begin to slightly affect your personality, causing you to adopt some of their little habits. Skill 2, Identity Borrowing. This is what makes the 1,000-faced people truly terrifying. They not only steal faces, but can also briefly borrow the other person's social identity and perception. While stealing faces, the 1,000-faced man can also choose to steal a wisp of identity recognition, which is an intangible and intangible concept stored in his left pupil. When you put on the other person's face, you can simultaneously activate that sense of recognition, making those around you instinctively believe that he is that person. During the lone period, the person with 1,000 faces can enjoy the other person's social relationships. When they enter the other person's home, the family will think that the person has returned to sign documents, the handwriting will become consistent with the other person's, and they can even temporarily inherit the other person's professional skills and extraordinary powers. The validity period of the identity recognition is synchronized with the time the face is worn. It becomes invalid when the face is removed. Usage restrictions. Each time an identity is borrowed, it requires consuming some kind of connection with the person being robbed, having met them, knowing their name, or possessing their belongings. The deeper the connection, the more complete the borrowing. The identity of the same person can be borrowed a maximum of 3 times. The 4th time will permanently damage your sense of presence in the other person's life. The other person will gradually forget about the things between you. Ability 3, Facial Grafting. The 1,000-faced man can disassemble and recombine the facial features of different people to create entirely new, non-existent faces. This artificial face can be permanently stored without taking up the 7-face limit, but there is no corresponding identity verification available. Wearing it, you become a complete stranger, unrecognizable to anyone. Usage restrictions. Grafting more than 3 facial features can cause facial rejection, resulting in crack-like lines on the face and persistent, severe pain until the excess parts are removed. The grafted facial features will slowly grow and will completely merge with the original face after 3 months. They cannot be removed, meaning that you will permanently lose that part of your face. Ability 4, Faceless Form. The ultimate trump card when the 1,000-faced man removes his face and enters the faceless man state. His face was now just a blank emptiness, like an unfinished sculpture. In this state, the 1,000-faced man cannot be locked onto by any visual memory. Anyone who has seen him will forget his appearance as soon as they turn around. Any prophetic, tracking, or divination abilities are ineffective against him, because without a face, there is no anchor. The sound became erratic, as if it came from a very distant place. Cost. In the faceless state, every minute that passes, a piece of memory about who one is permanently lost. If you forget your name after more than 10 minutes, you will forget your past after more than half an hour, and you will never be able to regain your appearance. This is why everyone hates the thief sequence. Sequence 4 allows you to borrow other people's good fortune at will, while sequence 5 allows you to directly borrow their identity and face, and even briefly use their supernatural powers. Who would dare to be friends with such a terrifying guy? If he has a bad character and enjoys stealing other people's identities, then one's own wife will inexplicably become his wife, one's own son will inexplicably become his son, and even one's own social status will become his. This would be a nightmare for anyone. Lien never intended to play this evil path sequence. He originally planned to switch from the boiling blood to the sun sequence, but he was tricked by Platt and ended up on the path of the thief by chance. All I can say is that everything is predestined. Are you afraid of me? Lien looked at Selena and Lori. I'm just worried that you'll lose yourself, Selena said with a complicated expression. I'm worried that if others find out this secret, it could be detrimental to you. Lori's eyes were filled with pure worry. Congratulations, Master, you are one step closer to a high sequence, Sam said. The Valancer family must be hiding quite a few cursed artifacts, right? Hera licked her tongue. Having just gone through a battle, she needs food to replenish her energy. Cursed items and extraordinary objects are second only to the energy replenishment of the ancient gods. Hera, I will reward you, but you must wait until the end to choose your food, Lien said with a serious expression, while giving Sam a look. Sam understood immediately and hurried off to find the Valancer family's treasure, making sure Hera didn't find it first. Why? Hera said with dissatisfaction. I clearly have the highest output, so I should be the one to challenge the prize first. The reason is simple, because I'm the boss, Lien said. I've noticed you've gotten a bit arrogant lately. Is it because of that hat and scepter you wear? Hera jumped directly onto Lien's back, preparing to transform into her dragon form and crush him flat, to see if this ant dared to continue acting like a big shot in front of her. Have you ever tried boiled lamb in ice water? Lien suddenly asked. Hera abandoned her plan to grow bigger and asked, Is it delicious? Of course, I'll make it for you when we get back. Get off my back first. Oh. Hera obediently jumped down. Lori glanced at Hera with envy. You two have such a good relationship. Chapter 13. Green is such a juicy piece of meat that everyone wants a bite. Sam found the Valancer family's treasure vault. When Lee and the others entered the vault, they were all stunned. I've never seen so much gold in my life. Lien thought Earl Hall was already rich enough, but he didn't expect that a nobleman was indeed a nobleman, and it was no exaggeration to say that he possessed mountains of gold and silver. No wonder Isabella only needed the support of the Valancer family to rebel at a crucial moment. The Valancer family had both weapons and money. Indeed, murder and arson bring wealth. Lien sighed. Sam, who loves gold, has already plunged headfirst into a sea of gold coins and doesn't want to get up. After overthrowing the Valancer family, Green will likely be plunged into chaos for a long time. The 6 major families will not be willing to give up this place. Have you thought about what to do? Selena asked Lien, who was holding a gold sculpture adorned with gemstones. At this moment, Lien was completely different from the Pope who claimed he could support the entire Holy See on his own. Lien certainly wouldn't admit that he was greedy and that he had been influenced by Sam after spending so much time with him. Green is the territory of the Church of Knowledge, and the Church of Knowledge will not allow the Sun Church to take over this place directly. Lori reminded her. You're right, but what if I were the genius alchemist Oliver Valancer? Lien asked. He originally wanted to use the identity of Congressman Camus Valancer, but that guy had already mutated into a monster. Stealing his face now would be the same as stealing the face of a monster, and he would also be covered in abyssal contamination. Unlike Oliver Valancer, this guy died before he was corrupted, his face was intact, and he could be stolen directly. You bear the mark of hatred from the Valancer family. Even if you impersonate Olivier Valancer, the other Valancer will not obey you, Selena said. Besides Green, alchemists from Valancer also serve as guest advisors in other parts of the capital. Moreover, the descendants of the Valancer people, that is, Their grandchildren, some of whom are still a few years old, are not in the castle, but have been sent to study at the Alchemy Academy. Leon had no intention of chasing them all the way to the academy to kill them all. After all, the children were innocent. Selina, have you forgotten how the members of the Valancer family died? They were corrupted by abyssal alchemical magic, and a collective mutation occurred. The Pope of the Sun Church intervened and cleansed the corruption. Among them, Olivier Valancer killed a few of his own kind who were corrupted. That shouldn't be considered too much, right? Leon had already thought of the perfect excuse and reason. Of course, his original idea was to have Sam impersonate Oliver Valancer, but now that he has become the man of 1,000 faces, it's a good time to test his abilities. Selina paused for a moment, then nodded slightly. You've already thought everything through. If Selina hadn't known that Lee was on the side of justice, she would now be afraid of his intelligence and abilities. I will use the matter of the Valancer family to issue new laws in Green, banning all human alchemy and reforming all alchemy workshops in Green, Leon said to Selina. Green will thank you, Lee. Selina smiled. Besides finding countless gold, Leon also found many alchemical potions, 66 kinds of magical potions, 30 kinds of blasphemous medicines, and a lot of fine equipment. Extraordinary items and cursed items were scarce. Only a dozen or so were found, none of which were of any use to Lien, so he simply fed them all to Hera. Sam originally wanted to take all the gold, but Lee stopped him. Now that I've become the youngest alchemical genius, and the entire Valancer family's assets are mine, why bother emptying this place? I can just take some potions with me, Lee said to Sam. Sam's face was filled with resentment, but she had no choice but to do as she was told. Loli, this is a potion that combines the effects of the mermaid potion. After taking it, you will no longer become a mermaid and will regain your sanity. However, the side effect of this potion is that it combines all the potions in your body, turning you into an ordinary person who can never embark on the path of the extraordinary. Are you willing? Leon handed Lori a bottle of magic potion, a treasure found in the Valancer family's treasury, which could save the lives of her people in times of crisis. Due to special circumstances, Camus Villeneuve prohibited its production, so only this one bottle exists. Lori was at a loss for what to do. You can take your time to think it over. Whatever choice you make, I will support you. Leon placed the potion in Lori's hand and said with a smile, Your sister has gotten her revenge. How are you feeling? Thank you, Leon. Loli felt a sense of relief, but at the same time, she felt an endless emptiness. Having lost her target for revenge, she didn't know what else she could do. Holding the potion in her hand, Lori fell into deep thought. The gates of Valancer Castle opened, and the newly hired servants entered the castle to clean. The smell of blood was carried by the wind to every street and alley in Green, and everyone in Green knew that the Valancer family had met with an accident. The following day, in his capacity as Pope, Lien, together with Olivier Valancer, announced the tragic news of the Valancer family's demise. Both the Green Times and the Capital Daily published headlines about the near annihilation of the Valancer family. The Valancer family used forbidden abyssal alchemy magic, causing a mutation in the entire family, and 90% of the Valancer family died in the mutation. Pope Reinhall of the Sun Church turned the tide and, together with the genius alchemist Oliver Valancer, saved Grimm. Can the last Olivier Valancer support the mighty Green City? News of all kinds of things kept popping up, and Green City was in complete chaos. The alchemy workshops that originally belonged to the Valancer family seized the opportunity to become independent, and many alchemists wanted to use this opportunity to rise to prominence and challenge the Valancer family's monopoly in Grin. But their unrest was quickly suppressed. The youngest head of the Valancer family, Olivier Valancer, at only 18 years old, summoned all the young and even naive Valancer students at the Alchemy Academy to form a scout team. This scout group, equipped with top-of-the-line gear, quickly suppressed the unruly alchemy workshops. And this was just the first thing Olivier Valancer did after taking office. The second thing is to publicly repent for the crimes of Valancer, reveal the fact that the family has been practicing human alchemy for many years, and compensate all the victims and their families according to the list. As for those victims who have no descendants, they will take the initiative to pay for the construction of a cemetery for them. This not only shocked Green, but also the entire empire. The third thing was to exempt all merchants entering and leaving Green from commercial taxes for 1 year, to encourage commercial circulation, and to exempt agricultural taxes for 1 year, to encourage the people to recuperate and rebuild their lives, thus firmly stabilizing the hearts of the people. The fourth thing was to abolish all underground alchemy workshops and prohibit the production of all blasphemous drugs, as well as the distribution of blasphemous drugs by Green. Anyone involved would be sent to prison to pave the way for Green's future. The fifth thing is to establish a drug rehabilitation center in Green, where anyone who has been exposed to blasphemous drugs will be forcibly sent to rehabilitation. They will be restored to their senses and physical strength through alchemical medicines, and will be given jobs immediately after successful rehabilitation. The sixth thing is to integrate and upgrade the alchemy workshops into alchemy factories, but only qualified senior alchemists can open them, thus rectifying the alchemy order in Green. With the enactment of a series of legal provisions, Green's internal situation has temporarily stabilized. But outsiders still have their eyes on the country, especially the 6 major families and the Rhine Empire, which is separated from Greenland only by Berlin. Everyone wants a piece of the pie. Green